The man just contracted a king-level beast, Spirit of the Ice Phantom Beast. He unexpectedly exchanged it for a ring that the school beauty couldn't contract. Seeing this, all my classmates laughed at me, calling me crazy. You have to understand that the Ice Phantom Spirit is the strongest among Ice-type beasts. It not only has the ability to restrict enemy recovery, but it can also freeze and control all weaker beasts. It even possesses the powerful combat skill, Ice Explosion, and the 6 rings brought back by the school beauty from the spirit realm, although they cannot be contracted. But I still exchanged them with the school beauty without hesitation. It's because I awakened the strongest beast talent. Dimensional entry. With each level up, I can draw one entry. The first entry I obtained was the Eye of Insight, which reveals the disc. It contains the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation, and only those who have died and revived can bind the contract. I quickly returned home and told my dad about the exchange of the jade beast with the school beauty. Dad paused for a moment and then continued, "Have you thought it through? Are you sure you want to sign the life contract with those 6 rings?" I nodded in agreement. The conditions of the rings are a bit special, but I happen to meet them. After the contract, as long as I inject enough energy into the rings, they can hatch the jade beasts. After explaining my dad's concerns, I said no more and summoned my 6-tailed fox immediately. It is an incredibly elegant fox, with 6 tails, radiating a faint purple glow. Since you have your own thoughts, then go ahead and complete the contract quickly. Then the 2 of them rode the 6-tailed fox and quickly set off towards a deserted island overseas. On the way, I closed my eyes tightly and entered my presale space. I transformed the 2 and used magnetic strips into energy. Magnetic Strip 1, after being endowed with the power of the 5 elements, it allows understanding of elemental attributes. Power level 10. After being endowed with thunder and lightning, it allows understanding of thunder abilities. The reason I was able to obtain the power of the 5 elements, and the thunder and lightning, as well as the Eye of Insight, are these 3 entries. It was also because I had just awakened my pre-sale talent. My realm had already reached Black Iron level 3, allowing me to obtain 3 entries through talent. Moments later, the 2 quickly arrived at a deserted island in the high seas. Let's start. Even if there is some commotion, it won't cause any harm here. I nodded and walked to a nearby open area. Then I cut my right hand, and a drop of blood fell onto the ring. This is my life contract blood. A halo suddenly appeared. The cycle ring was bound, and it can currently hatch once the presale quantity is completed. A flash of surprise crossed my eyes. I immediately infused the power of the 5 elements, and the magnetic strip power of thunder and lightning, into one of the 6 rings. In an instant, the ring shone brightly. The colorful radiance shot up into the sky. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth seemed to be summoned. It surged crazily towards the ring, accompanied by an incredibly sharp sound of electric arcs. Wow, this energy being transmitted is truly terrifying. If this isn't enough, then it seems no one can awaken this ring. Such a terrifying commotion was clearly visible to Su Ling nearby. Feeling excited, he quickly had the 6-tailed fox conceal the surrounding situation to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, at this moment, 6 huge stone rings appeared in my presale space, and one of the rings, under the influence of the magnetic power, radiated an infinite auspicious light. In the depths of that auspicious light was a majestic chilin lizard, standing atop a rainbow cloud, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. Its terrifying aura was overwhelming, and its roar resounded like thunder. Even the outside world was disturbed by the chilin, directly breaking through the barrier of the 6-tailed fox. At that moment, a cute yet majestic chilin cub appeared next to me, stepping on clouds. Then I exited the presale space, my body trembled slightly, and a series of crackling sounds echoed throughout, a sign of my muscles and blood flowing freely, as my realm reached Black Iron level 5. The chilin cub in front of me sparkled with excitement in its eyes, raised its head, and let out a cute yet dignified roar. I looked at the chilin cub in front of me and felt increasingly satisfied. As a transmigrator, my destined beast should be a dragon, phoenix, or chilin, something that would make me invincible and match my identity. I immediately used the Eye of Insight to check the information about the chilin cub. Jade beast, auspicious chilin. No evolution form, talent, auspicious beast with thunder and lightning, quality, mythical level, attribute, sacred, realm, bronze level 1, skills, auspicious cloud jade sky, 5 elements guardian, chilin descending. Seeing the information about the chilin, my smile was harder to suppress than an AK-47. The auspicious chilin, just born 10 minutes ago, already possesses a bronze level 1 realm, and its talent is even more outrageous. I simply don't know how to describe such a powerful talent. Talent 1, Auspicious Beast Chilin, revered by all beasts. When beasts recognized by beast masters bow to the chilin will return the gesture and spread its aura of respect. This restores its life to peak condition. Talent 2, Power of the Five Elements, allows independent understanding of all conventional skills within the 5 elemental attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Talent 3, Thunder and Lightning, allows independent understanding of all conventional skills of the thunder element. This talent is simply astonishing. The 5 elements and thunder elements have hundreds of conventional skills. You could say the Chilin cub has no limits in battle, even a simple movement could unleash skills. Moreover, the Chilin is a mythical quality beast. According to the current history of beast masters, mythical quality beasts were only possessed by emperors like Qin, Han, and Tang. In today's beast master society, only the 5 constant states possess a mythical level beast, revered as the national guardian beast. And now, I have also joined the ranks of those who possess mythical beasts. Additionally, when I successfully bound the 6 paths ring, I learned that these rings indeed correspond to the 6 paths of reincarnation. This auspicious Chilin is the jade beast incarnated from the heavenly path of the 6 paths, meaning I can have 5 more jade beasts like it in the future. Moreover, through the reciprocation of the auspicious Chilin, I have completed the golden cleansing technique, reaching the black iron 5th rank, and have once again obtained 2 new magnetic strips. Entry 1, Increasing reading allows the beast to grow faster, with new changes occurring daily and monthly. Entry 2, Binding the soul's desire to remain immortal. If the beast does not die, then I will not die. The first magnetic strip can be fully endowed to the little Chilin to accelerate its growth. The second magnetic strip, related to the desire of the soul to remain immortal, brings to my mind a legendary beast master from the guillotine. His talent is that of a true heart, and his abilities resonate with this entry. It is one of the most sought-after talents, as on the battlefield, only those who survive can deliver a strike. Now, I just need to endow myself with an entry to gain the abilities that countless people long for. At this moment, in a tranquil courtyard in Yin Jing, my grandfather, Su Qin-song, was leisurely sipping strong tea while intently watching the news broadcast. Suddenly, the special phone on the table lit up, followed by a crisp ding. A message quietly arrived. At first, Su Qin-song didn't pay much attention, merely glancing at it casually, but the next moment, it felt as if he had been struck by a current. He suddenly stood up from his chair, and this message was the news that Su Ling had contracted a Chilin for me. After a moment, Su Qin-song regained his composure, his hands trembling uncontrollably, the wrinkles on his face crinkling with excitement, yet he broke into an incredibly radiant smile. At that moment, the door was gently knocked on, and in walked a tall, imposing elder, his old friend Long Yuanji. Like him, Long Yuanji was one of the top 10 legendary beast masters in China, and now he was the active commander of the central battle zone among China's 5 major war zones. Upon entering the room, Long Yuanji immediately saw Su Qin-song's almost ecstatic demeanor and couldn't help but feel puzzled, just as he was about to ask. Su Qin-song beamed a bright, radiant smile and said, "Isn't this Long? How did you know? My dear grandson has contracted a Chilin, a real Chilin." As he spoke, he patted Long Yuanji on the shoulder, the pride practically written all over his face. Long Yuanji was initially taken aback by Su Qin-song's sudden enthusiasm and was a bit at a loss until he understood the content of his words. His eyes widened in an instant, and his expression froze. How could this be possible? Seeing Long Yuanji's dumbfounded expression, Su Qin-song felt even prouder. Let me tell you, this kid Long Muchen has been exceptionally gifted since childhood. Not only did he awaken his talent on his own, but he also reached Black Iron 5th rank in just 3 days and contracted a Chilin. But a Chilin? Just having contracted it can make my dear grandson refine his essence and wash away impurities. I wonder if the old man can afford to sustain this. Long Yuanji finally collected himself and, hearing his old friend's words again, couldn't help but roll his eyes. However, Su Qin-song's words stirred up a storm in Long Yuanji's heart. Not to mention the fact that the Chilin reached Black Iron 5th rank in just 3 days, even if it had undergone medicinal baths from a young age, and even if it benefited from the Chilin's reciprocation, such innate talent was terrifying. When he himself awakened his desired talent, it took him 7 days to reach Black Iron 5th rank. Then the two began to chat casually. Meanwhile, my father and I had also returned home. Muchen, what are your plans? In a couple of days, are you going to use the little Chilin for the test, or take a trip to Yin Jing to sign a contract with your grandfather's beast, the Dryland Divine Bull's offspring, to participate in the test? As soon as he sat on the sofa, Su Ling brought up the matter. The little Chilin will do, I replied immediately. It was actually quite normal for Su's father to ask this question, as the little chilin had just been born and had not yet adapted to this situation. It would need some time to transition out of its infant stage before training could begin. This duration varied. Some beasts only needed a few minutes, while others required a long time. Although Su Ling did not know how long the infant stage of a chilin lasts, according to historical records, it was a dragon offspring born from the emperor's black dragon jade beast, with an infant stage lasting up to 6 months. In Su Ling's view, since chilins and dragons are both mythical jade beasts, their situation should be similar. Training was also an important matter, as commanding a jade beast without prior training could be quite troublesome. However, what Su Ling did not know was that the current little chilin possessed the increasing reading magnetic strip, which brought about significant changes. Just now, while I was wiping it with a tissue, I could clearly feel the varying degrees of hardness from the little chilin's scales. Based on my estimates, it should be able to transition out of its infant stage by tomorrow. I then pointed at the little chilin beside me and said, "Dad, could it be possible that the infant stage of a chilin is different from that of other spirit beasts?" Hearing this, Su Ling chuckled. I guess I was overthinking it. Such a divine beast shouldn't be judged by common logic. Even in its infant stage, it should be fine to conduct some simple training. The last time, the owner of the Thunderous Roar Training Club gave me a membership card, which I think I left at the Dongshan Villa. Since it's free, I'll have someone bring it to you tomorrow. The next day, under the powerful influence of the increasing reading entry, the little chilin officially transitioned out of its infant stage and into the toddler stage. In the courtyard, the little chilin was eagerly munching on the snacks I had prepared for it, its scales glistening more than ever, as if countless spiritual energies were gently flowing across its surface. Its size had also noticeably increased. I then went to the dining room, eating while checking the information on the entries I had unlocked again. Since I got the little chilin, it had been almost constantly eating snacks except for sleeping, causing its rank to rise from bronze 1st rank to bronze 2nd rank in less than a day. This directly propelled me to reach black iron 6th rank, allowing me to obtain yet another new entry. 7 Aperture's Clever Heart, allowing one mind to perform 7 tasks. Wow, what a great find! Seeing this entry made my eyes light up. Although its description is just 4 words, those 4 words are incredibly impressive. According to my grandfather's teachings, a beast master can release combination skills because of the ability to focus on 2 tasks simultaneously, like drawing a circle with the left hand while kicking with the right foot. Now, this 7 Aperture's Clever Heart allows one mind to perform 7 tasks. If I bestow this entry upon the little chilin, it would mean that the little chilin could simultaneously launch attacks with 7 different elements. I directly endowed the 7 Aperture's Clever Heart to the little chilin. The next second, the little chilin let out a roar, and under the influence of the 7 Aperture's Clever Heart, it actually formed 7 arms made of wood elements, each of which was incredibly agile and extended independently. Seeing this, I was incredibly excited and immediately took the little chilin and headed to the Thunderous Roar Training Club, eager to test its strength. Moments later, I arrived at the club's registration desk. A staff member in uniform approached me immediately upon seeing me. "Welcome to the Thunderous Roar Training Club. How can I assist you today? Could you please open a private training area for me?" I said, handing over my membership card. The staff member visibly paused upon seeing the membership card. "You are our club's top-tier member. All facilities are free for you 24 hours a day." "Alright, thank you," I politely responded and walked toward the sky room. As soon as I stepped into the room, I felt a sense of enlightenment. The entire space was about 500 to 600 square meters, with various facilities fully equipped. Standing in the room, I already had a plan. The skill Auspicious Cloud Jade Sky focuses on assisting movement and has no offensive capabilities, while 5 Elements Bodyguard is a passive defensive skill that reduces damage. Let's first see how powerful the Chilin Descends skill is. With that said, I walked in front of a huge metal panel. I directed the little chilin to use Chilin Descends on the metal panel, stepping back as I issued the command. As the command was executed, a brilliant light erupted all around. A lifelike chilin emerged in the air. The next second, the chilin dove down toward the metal panel with an unmatched force. It smashed down hard onto the metal panel. With a loud bang, the tremendous impact sent a gust of wind, and after enduring the blow, the metal panel shimmered with a blinding light, showing signs of deformation. I hurriedly looked at the large screen above the metal panel, which displayed gold 5th rank repeatedly 18 times in total. Wow, such multiple damage. And each hit actually reaches gold 5th rank. I couldn't help but exclaim loudly, my voice filled with uncontrollable excitement. I never expected that the little chilin, which was only at bronze 2nd rank, could unleash such power with the Chilin Descends skill. It could actually unleash such astonishing power. However, while I was immersed in joy, I suddenly noticed the little chilin's condition. It seemed a bit listless. The once lively little chilin now appeared somewhat exhausted, and its scales had lost much of their luster. The energy cost of this skill is indeed high. After consuming so many spiritual stones and fruits, the stored spiritual energy can only be released once. I quickly walked over to the little chilin, crouched down, and took out the pre-sale equipment my dad had sent me. The pre-sale equipment, Starry Spirit Ring. Effect 1 is to enhance the speed at which the beast absorbs surrounding spiritual energy. Effect 2, actively absorbs trace amounts of starlight energy from the universe and converts it into spiritual energy, replenishing the beast's energy. After equipping the little chilin with the Starry Spirit Ring, it initially solved the issue of the little chilin's energy deficiency. However, I still needed to wait until my rank increased and I obtained appropriate entries to fully resolve this problem. After about 10 minutes, the little chilin was fully energized, and its previously dim multicolored glow became dazzling once more. For the next full 2 days, I was almost completely immersed in this, racing against time to conduct in-depth tests on the little chilin's skills, and the synergy between the little chilin and me grew increasingly brilliant, becoming truly unparalleled. Additionally, because of the little chilin's training, the speed of absorbing spiritual energy was accelerated, and the little chilin successfully advanced to bronze 4th rank, while I reached black iron 7th rank, obtaining a brand new entry, Star Shadow Chess. It allows the Beast Master and the Beast to resonate in thought and intention, naturally revealing their ideas to each other. With the ability of this entry, both the little chilin and Su Feng can understand each other's intentions with just a blink. Silent commands are simple and straightforward. The initial test of beast taming battles is a crucial trial for many students who harbor dreams of beast taming and aspire to enter prestigious institutions to receive training from powerful beast tamers. For those students who follow the standard procedures and accept the trade, they need to return to school to participate in the test. However, for those children who have not even completed 9 years of compulsory education and have entered society early for various reasons, if they awaken excellent beast taming talents and wish to pursue this path, they can also go to the sports halls in each city for a unified test. Once they pass the test, they will be taken by the state to the military for a month of training, thus qualifying to participate in a unified examination after 1 month to enter higher education. Although the two paths are slightly different, the test times are the same, starting at the unchanging hour of 8 in the morning. So, at 7:30 on the day of the test, Su Feng had already prepared everything. He looked at the spirited little chilin, eager to engage in battle, and a confident smile appeared on his face. I heard that the examiners for the initial test are seniors from the last session. I hope you can let me experience the joy of battle. Saying this, he took the little chilin and got into the vehicle heading to school. Meanwhile, in an elegant and luxurious villa community in Magic City, Lin Suxian had just finished breakfast and was preparing to leave for the initial beast taming battle test when she was stopped by a tall, resolute-looking man exuding an aura of dominance. The man's gaze was deep and serious as he looked at Lin Suxian and said earnestly, "Suxian, you must remember who gave you such a high-potential ice spirit. We cannot be ungrateful." Lin Suxian nodded obediently, her eyes firm as she replied, "I understand, Dad. I will do my best to attend the same school as him." As she spoke, Lin Suxian turned to look at the ice spirit joyfully gliding and playing in the yard. The ice spirit's appearance was indeed not particularly attractive. Its entire body resembled a crystal-clear ice block, exuding a slight chill. Its surface occasionally emitted a chilling aura that made one involuntarily shiver. But perhaps because of its extraordinary quality, despite its peculiar appearance, it still gave off a unique, oddly charming aura. "Little ice spirit, let's go, time to set off." Pulu Pulu. Lin Suxian waved at the ice spirit, bringing it into the beast space before getting into the car that the driver had parked at the door. Watching the departing vehicle, the dominant man sighed. "That child Mu Chen is exceptionally talented. His future will surely be extraordinary. If possible, I hope you can go even further." At the same time, in another equally luxurious villa, the atmosphere felt somewhat different. Yin Hong's father looked at his son, who was about to leave, and spoke directly, without any preamble, "Ask Mu Chen which school he is going to, and go be his dog. As long as you can stick close to him, it will only benefit your future development, not harm it." Upon hearing this, Yin Hong's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mix of helplessness and amusement. "Are you really my dad? That sounds too harsh." However, Yin's father remained serious, ignoring his son's expression. "Be observant, such important figures usually don't have time to deal with small fry. Our family has some standing in Huaxia, so if necessary, call me." "I understand," Yin Hong replied. He knew that his father's way of speaking might not be very pleasant, but he also understood his father's meaning. He said no more, straightened his clothes, and set off in the direction of the school. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. The alarm clock set by the homeroom teacher, Li Yuntao, rang on time. It was already 7:50 in the morning. He stood on the podium, looking at the students below. There were 39 students expected, and all 39 were present. No need for small talk. Take your student ID and gather in the indoor battle arena. After saying this, Li Yuntao was the first to push the door open, his movements crisp and decisive. The students immediately erupted into chatter, leaving the classroom in groups of 3 or 5. The sound of footsteps and worried voices intertwined, instantly making the originally quiet corridor lively. As Su Feng just left the classroom, he saw Yin Hong waiting outside. When Yin Hong saw Su Feng come out, he hurried over. "Morning, have you decided which school to go to? If nothing unexpected happens, it should be Yin Jing, it's close to home." After saying this, he slightly turned his head and asked, "What about you? Didn't you plan ahead?" "I want to go with you." Yin Hong stated his intention without any hesitation. He was straightforward and not one to use flowery language. Hearing this, Su Feng nodded and smiled. "Then you need to work hard. The threshold for Yin Jing University is not low. If nothing unexpected happens, I should be fine." Yin Hong scratched his head. Hearing their conversation, Lin Suxian, who had been following Su Feng and wanted to speak, closed her mouth. Following behind them, they arrived at the indoor battle arena. When he saw that the last 3 students from his class had arrived, especially the intimate appearance of Su Feng and the little chilin in his arms, a smile appeared on Li Yuntao's face. Holy Spirit Beast plus Self-Awakening. And such a close display. A key university is secured. Perhaps because of having Su Feng, a student who could almost guarantee excellent results, Li Yuntao did not put too much pressure on the other students. He took a few steps forward, faced everyone, and spoke gently. "Everyone, don't be nervous. The initial test is just a small test. Think of it as a warm-up. Even if you don't get a good score this time, you can work hard to improve in the next month and enter your ideal school." Just as he finished speaking, the time had already reached 8 o'clock. At this moment, a young man slowly walked out of one of the rooms. His name was Sun Sisho, dressed in a uniform of testing staff, with a stern face and a serious gaze. Holding a list in his hand, he loudly announced, "Su Feng, Lin Suxian, Yin Hong, Long Tao A, Long Tao B, Long Tao C, Long Tao D. The above 7, each choose a room to enter. Others can also summon their beasts to warm up and prepare." After saying this, he did not linger, turning around and entering the room behind him, his movements crisp and decisive, without any delay. Many of those whose names were called were taken aback. Clearly, they did not expect to be among the first group to enter the test. Meanwhile, the others visibly breathed a sigh of relief. They knew that by observing the students who tested first, they could understand this year's test content and make corresponding adjustments, gaining more preparation time. Only Su Feng appeared indifferent. He looked calmly at the other students who had been called. "This is also an assessment. Choose a suitable battlefield based on your own beast. Classmates, I hope you can achieve good results. Choose quickly, otherwise, if I choose the battlefield you need, I won't care." Hearing Su Feng's words, Li Yuntao's smile grew even wider. As for Lin Suxian and Yin Hong, they had already rushed towards the ski resort and swimming pool as soon as Su Feng finished his first sentence. They were well aware of the characteristics of their beasts. The spirit of ice glided effortlessly across the icy surface. The Tidal sound turtle showcased its maximum advantage in the swimming pool. Seeing this, the others hurriedly rushed to their own battlefields. Su Feng, however, moved at a leisurely pace towards the last empty room. For him, the venue didn't matter at all. His reminders to those classmates weren't out of a desire to build goodwill or out of kindness. It was simply a habit of wanting everything. As a result, this time, the multiple-choice question didn't include that option. So, he could only let others help eliminate the unnecessary choices. Coincidentally, when everyone else had quickly chosen their respective battle rooms and entered, the last battle room left for Su Feng was the one where Sun Sisho was located. Upon seeing Su Feng enter, along with the little chilin curiously looking around in his arms, Sun Sisho and another person instantly filled with envy. However, they quickly reined in their emotions, not forgetting their responsibilities as examiners. Initial test candidate name, Su Feng, contracted beast, Holy Chilin, contract signed, 4 days ago. Sun Sisho looked at the tablet in his hand and read out the registration information. Then he looked up at Su Feng, wearing a professional smile. "Junior, draw lots." Upon hearing this, Su Feng was slightly taken aback and couldn't help but glance at the little chilin in his arms. Holy Chilin? So those people saw the little chilin and thought it was a holy chilin. Truly, the real Li Kuei mistaken for Li Gue? As Su Feng pondered this, he walked over to the lot drawing box. Each room would have 6 different contracted beasts for candidates to draw from. The draw would determine their opponents. Any contracted beast drawn would not participate again in the next hour. For many novice beast masters, this involved an element of luck. This was because, to comprehensively assess the command of novice beast masters and the battle performance of their contracted beasts, all beasts were at least of bronze level. If luck was on their side, the attributes of the drawn beast might just counter their own, allowing for higher damage output. Achieving a high score would be relatively easier. But for Su Feng, it didn't matter what beast he drew. When the drawing ended, Sun Sisho looked at the temporary contract mark that appeared on the table in front of him, his expression somewhat strange. He frowned slightly, a hint of regret in his gaze as he looked at Su Feng and said, "Junior, it seems your luck isn't very good." Saying this, he activated the contract mark. Instantly, a cold light flashed. A rather peculiar beast appeared in the battle arena. Its body was as ethereal as a ghost. The only large eye it had occupied almost 80% of its head. Its name was Ghostly Sunken Eye. The reason Sun Sisho said Su Feng's luck wasn't good was well-founded. Ghostly Sunken Eye was quite a common ghost and demon dual-type beast in the Beast Master world. Firstly, the ghost type is immune to most martial skills. Those who frequently summon beasts know that novice beasts primarily use martial skills like clawing, biting, and charging in the early stages. The ghost type's immunity essentially nullified most of the novice beast's skills, putting it at a disadvantage. Furthermore, the demon type counters the holy type. In a situation of attribute conflict, the battle would undoubtedly test the command ability of the Beast Master and the level of the beast itself. The command of the Beast Master was a senior versus a junior. This Ghostly Sunken Eye had also reached the first rank of bronze. Although not high, it was still a level that novice beasts found difficult to reach in a short time. Overall, the current situation was very unfavorable for Su Feng. However, what Sun Sisho didn't expect was that Su Feng, upon hearing his words, showed no signs of panic. Instead, he gently patted the little chilin's head in his arms, filled with fighting spirit. At that moment, the referee, who was positioned between the two and was also a senior responsible for scoring novice beast tamers, secretly admired Su Feng's calm and fearless demeanor. He immediately added points for Su Feng on the tablet in his hand. At the same time, he raised his voice and shouted, "The National Unified Beast Battle Preliminary Test officially begins." As soon as the words fell, an unexpected scene unfolded. Su Feng did not issue any commands. The little chilin in the arena had already sprung into action. It was surrounded by lightning, flickering and jumping, incredibly lively. The crackling sound of electric arcs echoed continuously. Then, its hind legs suddenly exerted force, and its agile figure instantly transformed into a blurred shadow, disappearing from its original spot. When it reappeared, it was already in front of the ghostly eye. This was a skill formed by the combination of wind speed, lightning flash, and swift step. According to Su Feng's tests, when combined, below the golden 5th rank, excluding spatial attacks, its speed was unparalleled. The enormous eyeball of the ghostly eye sensed a crisis. Although it could vaguely see the little chilin's movements through that large eye, its body could not keep up with the reaction. It could only watch helplessly as the little chilin's head charged towards it. With a bang sound, the ghostly eye had no chance to resist and was instantly knocked unconscious. The little chilin looked at the ghostly eye it had just defeated, proudly raised its head, puffed out its chest, and struck a pose as if to say, "Bro, you still need to practice." It exuded a mix of cuteness and dominance. Silence, a prolonged silence. Countless question marks filled the minds of the two examiners. "Wait, dude, is that it? Where's your command?" Sun Sisho couldn't help but shout in his heart. The novice beast tamers he had seen in the past were all flustered, frantically directing their beasts. Skills were released clumsily. How could it be like Su Feng, who didn't even need to speak? The beast attacked on its own and ended the battle so decisively. Are novice beast tamers nowadays that impressive? They don't even need to command. The beasts can attack on their own. Or is this holy chilin just exceptionally capable of autonomous combat? The other senior examiner also looked bewildered, filled with confusion. Moreover, they both knew very well that this was a bronze-level ghostly eye. The skill just used seemed to be Lightning Flash. Logically, Lightning Flash was an electric type plus martial type skill. It could deal half electric damage and half collision martial damage. For the ghostly eye, it could completely immunize against half of the damage. But what was the result? A novice beast tamer who had just contracted for 4 days relied on a skill that only dealt half damage to instantly defeat a bronze first-rank ghostly eye. This was far beyond their imagination. The two were left dumbfounded, unable to regain their senses for a long time. Sun Sisho couldn't believe it and said, "Su, are you sure your holy chilin has only been contracted for 4 days? Not a beast that grew up with you since childhood?" But as soon as he finished speaking, he realized the flaw in his words. It was hard to say for other countries, but in Huaxia, such a nationally unified battle test was very fair and rigorous. Each beast tamer had strict requirements for the beasts they needed to test. beasts that grew up together would be arranged to go to another testing site. This meant that the holy chilin in front of Su Feng was indeed a novice beast that had just been contracted recently. A novice beast tamer defeating a bronze first rank in an instant. The newcomers nowadays are so damn fierce. Sun Sisho's heart was like a turbulent sea, unable to calm down for a long time. The senior beside him suppressed his shock and announced the results. Junior, congratulations. I've never seen such an outstanding novice beast master like you. Immediately after, a comprehensive score belonging to Su Feng appeared on the screen beside them. Candidate, Su Feng, Field Factor Assessment, score plus 15, Informing Classmates, Unity and Friendship, score plus 15, Self-Awakening Beast Master Talent, additional score plus 30, Closeness with the Beast far exceeds most novice beast masters, score plus 15, Facing a relatively professional battlefield, with opponent attributes unfavorable to oneself, still maintaining calm, score plus 20. No need for commands, the beast can release skills, additional score plus 20, beast strength unknown, can instantly kill a bronze rank 1, score plus 35, comprehensive score, 150 points, perfect score, test passed, 150 points, all scores reached perfection, it's simply unbelievable. Silent command, instant kill of bronze rank 1, no way, I must be seeing things. What the hell, is this really a novice beast master? It's on, definitely on. When the initial test of the beast battle ended and the results were announced, a group of classmates looked at Su Feng's incredibly bright score, all in shock. In fact, they had known earlier that Su Feng would be impressive. After all, he could make Yin Hong willingly act as a subordinate. Selling the ice spirit and contracting the holy Lin beast, how could that be simple? But even though many had guessed that Su Feng would be strong, no one expected him to be that strong. Before becoming a beast master, many felt that it was just bronze rank 1, something they could easily achieve. But the reality was incredibly harsh. When they truly engaged with beasts and fought against bronze rank 1 beasts, many realized their own insignificance and recognized how arrogant they had been before. But what about Su Feng? A beast contracted for just 4 days could directly kill a bronze rank 1. Damn, he was handsome like Yen Zhu, even better than Yen, and he was a self-awakening genius, with such powerful beasts and money. Forget it, can't compare. Comparing would make one feel poor. Brother Chen, congratulations. At this moment, Yin Hong came to Su Feng's side. The latter turned to look. How did you do with the tide sound turtle? Hearing this, Yin Hong smiled. Lucky, the opponent I drew was a soft and cute meow. The soft and cute meow, a beast with a cute appearance and a highly developed auditory system. It was very sensitive to loud sounds. Once it heard one, it would immediately perk up its ears, tremble all over, and look for a place to hide. The tide sound turtle itself had sound attributes. It was particularly effective against soft and cute meows, which were of the cute type. Before the soft and cute meow released its charm, I had the tide sound retract into its shell to avoid it. Its other skills couldn't break through the tide sound turtle's defense, and when it tried to forcefully use noise, it just left the battlefield on its own. Although my final battle score couldn't compare to Brother Chen's, I still got 98 points. Hearing Yin Hong's description of his battle, not only Su Feng but also many classmates around looked at this big guy with new eyes. A talent. Another talent. It was not surprising for a novice beast master to know the weaknesses of such conventional beasts, but predicting skills and dodging in advance was a technique that many experienced beast masters found difficult to grasp, and Su Feng knew the reason why he could do so. Talent, spiritual insight effect, can capture the subtle twitches of the opponent's beast's muscles, the direction of fur movement, and even the faint ripples of spiritual energy flow, allowing for early prediction of the opponent's released skills. Su Feng's initial test results in beast battles were quickly known to his father, Su Fu, who was still at work. This kind of thing didn't require his active attention. Some smart people who wanted to improve would make their moves at the first opportunity. For example, the child's results are so good, I prepared a little gift for him. Thus, upon hearing the news, Su Lin immediately sent the results to Shang Wanqing, who was in Yin Jing, as well as to Su Qingsan and others. In fact, everyone wasn't particularly concerned about this initial test in beast battles. After all, it felt more like an elementary school exam. Even if one couldn't get into a good middle school, it didn't mean they couldn't get into a good university. There would still be plenty of opportunities later on. However, as parents and grandparents, it would be a lie to say they weren't happy about their child's excellence. So, Su Qingsan immediately took out his phone and called each of his old friends. Hey, Oldly, what are you up to? What? How did you know my grandson scored 150 in the initial test? Well, speaking of this, I remember. Your backyard's Qingfeng fruit seems to. Alright, it's settled then. We won't return until we're drunk. After a few phone calls ended, Su Feng's grandmother, Lin Huilan, shot a glance at her husband. Aren't you afraid of ruining the relationship between you brothers by doing this? Although Lin Huilan was scolding him, she actually understood in her heart. The bond between these old friends had lasted for decades. It was just for fun, no one would really care about these gains and losses. Of course, everyone knew that the main reason for such calls was to show off. These elderly beast masters, who had been struggling on the path of beast mastery for most of their lives, found it nearly impossible to further improve their own strength. However, their competitive spirit and desire to compare had not diminished with age. Since they couldn't continue to compete in this area, that energy naturally shifted to nurturing their own children and grandchildren. I smile proudly. In Modu, at the first middle school. After just finishing a meeting, Li Yuntao walked out of the conference room with a spring in his step. Especially when he saw the envious looks from the surrounding teachers, he almost broke into song. When he returned to the classroom, he clapped his hands. Once everyone returned to their seats and quieted down, he said, "Our class has done very well this time, with 14 students scoring above 90. There are 3 students above 98, Su Feng with a perfect score of 150, Lin Suxian with 120, and In Hong with 98. In a week, early admissions for universities will begin. Our class has consistently ranked first in cultural subjects in the school. I suggest that students scoring above 90 should give it a try. Entering university early and enjoying higher-level guidance is undoubtedly a good thing. Of course, others shouldn't be discouraged. In the coming month, the school will arrange for professional beast masters to provide guidance. At that time, through the National Unified Examination, there will also be opportunities to enter the desired universities. Alright, I won't say more. You all can consider whether to receive systematic guidance at school or have other plans. Once the results are tallied, the class monitor can hand them to me for the school's unified arrangements." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yuntao left the classroom, leaving time for the students to discuss and decide on their own. When all the classmates had consulted with their parents, the final tally results came out. Only a few people in the whole class chose to stay at school. The reason is quite simple. Although the unified guidance at school is free, it is still one-to-many. Many times, it cannot provide more detailed guidance. In terms of beast taming, almost all parents want their children to go further. Those with a bit of spare money are willing to spend some to hire experienced beast tamers to coach their children. For Su Feng, being able to move freely is the best. But what should he do these days? If life is treated as a game, there should be a main storyline and side quests. The side quest of understanding the skills of the little chilin has been completed. So, it's time to return to the main storyline. The main quest is nothing more than unlocking more entries to hatch the second destined beast within the 6 Paths ring. To unlock entries, one needs to elevate their realm. And to elevate the realm, one needs to cultivate beasts and receive feedback. But the little chilin doesn't need cultivation at all. It can grow stronger just by eating and living. Thus, a new side quest is born. Contract and cultivate a second beast. By leveraging the feedback ratio of a beast weaker than the destined one can accelerate their realm's improvement. This, in turn, speeds up the progress of the main quest, which is unlocking entries and awakening the second destined beast. After Su Feng clarified his goals for the next few days, a new question arose. What should the second beast be? The best solution is to use entries to unlock another path in the reincarnation ring. However, reincarnation ring, already bound current realm can hatch beast quantity. When the advancement does not meet the standard, there's no way around it. He can only contract a beast from reality. Choosing a beast from reality is quite difficult. The quality of the earth-shaking divine bull, which grew up with him, is acceptable. But after contracting, improving its strength would undoubtedly be a long process, and feedback cannot be achieved in a short time. Other higher quality beasts are also not easy to obtain in a short time. So, is there any beast that is neither particularly rare, has a high feedback ratio, and is also powerful? Just as Su Feng was troubled by this, In Hong suddenly asked, "Brother Chen, do you have any special plans these days?" Su Feng instinctively turned his head. Seeing this, In Hong continued, "My father plans to take me to Tidal Island for training for a few days tomorrow. I wanted to ask if you're interested in going together." "Sure, when do we leave?" Upon hearing this, Su Feng's eyes lit up, and he immediately replied, "Tidal Island is a great place. There is a tidal overlord that has reached the King realm. It is the gathering place of the highest quality tidal turtles in China and the world. Moreover, not only tidal turtles, but Tidal Island also produces powerful spiritual beasts unique to China. Jumping dragon fish. Crossing the dragon gate can transform into a dragon. The confirmed evolution routes have already reached 18 types. Each evolution direction has the dragon attribute, possessing astonishing power. If he can find a jumping dragonfish with excellent talent using the Eye of Exploration and evolve it into a dragon, not only will he obtain a powerful beast, but he will also enjoy the amazing feedback brought by the carp transforming into a dragon. So, after confirming the time and place with Yin Hong, Su Feng hurriedly left the school. After all, he needs to prepare some necessary supplies for tomorrow's outing. At the same time, Yin's father is also one of the guardians of Tidal Island. In a sense, entering Tidal Island is also a form of visiting. As a guest, he should prepare some gifts. After some shopping, when he returned home, it was already close to 5 o'clock. At this time, Su's father also sent a message saying, "I won't be home for dinner tonight, don't wait for me." Su Feng, alright, I'll go out tomorrow and train with my classmates on Tidal Island. Su Lin, Yin Weiwa's son? Su Feng, yeah. Su Lin, bring 2 boxes of spirit tea from the study. When Su Feng saw this sentence, he knew something was up, but he was too lazy to think about the intricacies. After taking out 2 boxes of specially packaged spirit tea from the study, he ignored it. Perhaps it was because he had experienced a devastating battle during the initial test of beast mastery today. He sensed many admiring gazes around him. This made the young chilin incredibly excited. Even eating became particularly vigorous. It swallowed twice as many spirit fruits and spirit stones without pause. To an outsider, it would seem like it had been abused before. And under this ravenous eating, the young chilin once again displayed the extraordinary talents of a divine beast. It directly advanced to the 5th rank of bronze. A powerful nurturing force surged into Su Feng's body like a warm current. His realm also rose accordingly, reaching the 8th rank of black iron. The effect of his talent activated, and a brand new entry appeared in his mind. Pain absorption. When enduring an attack, the pain suffered is doubled, and strength can be drawn from all pain. This further promotes the activity of body cells, strengthens muscle fibers and bones, gradually enhancing defense and realm. Su Feng looked at this entry description, first stunned. Then his face was instantly filled with black lines, leaving him completely bewildered. At first glance, this effect seemed quite strong. As long as he could endure the pain, he could draw strength and enhance his power. But what did it mean that the pain was doubled? Are you sure this entry shouldn't be called "Become Stronger Through Abuse"? Su Feng couldn't help but shiver. He didn't plan to use this entry now. After all, he had no inclination towards masochism. The young chilin was still a child and wasn't suitable for that either. It was better to save it for later decisions. The next day, Su Feng got up early. After having breakfast and getting everything ready, Kaka, the young chilin, put on specially made decorative sunglasses, chirped happily, and set off with Su Feng. Before long, following the address given by Yin Hong, they arrived at a dock. Looking around, they saw a rather imposing large ship docked at the shore. The ship was entirely black, shimmering slightly in the morning light. Yin Hong and his father, Yin Weiwa, had been waiting on the ship for a long time. Yin Weiwa stood at the bow of the ship, tall and straight like a pine tree, his figure incredibly large, with well-defined muscles. However, his face was somewhat kind and approachable. Upon seeing Su Feng arrive, a warm smile instantly blossomed on Yin Weiwa's face. He stepped forward, and his hearty laughter echoed across the dock. "Xiao Chun, welcome, welcome. After a long journey, come aboard and rest." Su Feng quickly stepped forward, respectfully yet warmly responding, "I'm sorry for the trouble, and thank you for waiting for me." As he spoke, he slightly turned to the side and presented the gift in his hand. "This is a small token from my father, just a gesture of goodwill. I hope you won't mind." Seeing this, Yin Weiwa's eyes flashed with excitement, and his smile grew even wider. "You are too polite, my boy. Come aboard, we're setting off right away." Su Feng nodded and stepped steadily onto the deck with the young chilin. At this moment, the crew members were busy at their posts, methodically untangling ropes and raising the sails. The sea breeze gradually strengthened, billowing the sails and causing the ship to slowly depart from the dock. Along the way, Su Feng and Yin Hong stood at the bow, gazing at the shimmering sea surface, chatting casually. The young chilin, meanwhile, curiously looked around at the ocean. From time to time, it stretched out its claws, trying to touch the splashing waves. Because on the ship was Yin Weihua, a powerful diamond-level beast master, there were no waves encountered along the way. A few hours later, a hazy black shadow gradually emerged on the distant horizon. As the ship approached, the shadow became clearer. It was an island shrouded in a thin layer of mist. The island was lush and green, with rolling peaks, and strange beast roars could be heard from time to time. This was indeed the destination of the group, Tidal Island. The ship slowly docked, and Yin Weihua jumped off first, releasing his special aura before waving to Su Feng and Yin Hong. "Kids, come down, we have arrived." The little chilin and the tidal sound turtle could hardly wait. As soon as he finished speaking, they eagerly jumped off the ship. Su Feng and the others had no choice but to follow closely behind. Once on the island, Yin Hong's eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, "Wow, this island is amazing. My tidal sound turtle just arrived and it broke through?" Yin Weihua laughed and said, "There's a reason why this place can become a gathering spot for high-quality tidal sound turtles. Let's go, settle in at the camp first, and then we can act." Immediately after, Yin Weihua led the two and their pets towards the guardian camp on the island. Along the way, various strange spiritual fruits emitted enticing aromas. The little chilin would stop from time to time, taking a bite here and nibbling there, causing everyone to laugh heartily. Before long, they arrived at the camp. The tents in the camp were arranged in an orderly manner, and some guardians responsible for observing and protecting the tidal sound turtles on the island were busily coming and going. Upon seeing Yin Weihua return, they all came forward to greet him. Yin Weihua briefly introduced Su Feng and then led the two into the largest tent. He began to explain in detail the terrain of Tidal Island, the dangerous areas, and the distribution of tidal sound turtles and leap dragon fish. Su Feng listened attentively while mentally planning the exploration route. After the explanation, Yin Weihua looked at the two young men and reminded them again, "Remember, although the island is relatively safe, it is not without risks. In case of special situations, signal immediately, and I will rush over at the first moment." The tidal sound turtle belongs to a highly aquatic species of turtle. In places with abundant water elements, they feel incredibly comfortable. Although Yin Hong's home has a spacious swimming pool for the tidal sound turtle to play in, it pales in comparison to a place like Tidal Island. After Su Feng and the others left the camp with their two beasts, the tidal sound turtle's originally slightly lazy little green eyes instantly widened, revealing a human-like excitement. Its short legs began to move quickly on the ground, heading straight for the seaside. But after a few steps, it seemed to feel that this was not fast enough. So it stopped, turned, and affectionately rubbed its head against Yin Hong's pant leg, making a series of gurgling sounds. Seeing this, Su Feng looked at Yin Hong and said with a smile, "Let the tidal sound turtles play for a while. Overtraining often backfires. Everyone has worked so hard in their training these past few days. Now playing and relaxing might actually help with future training." Yin Hong looked down at the tidal sound turtle spinning around his feet. After hearing Su Feng's words, he deeply agreed. He nodded, bent down to pick up the tidal sound turtle, and strode forward. The tidal sound turtle in Yin Hong's arms still wriggled restlessly, its head stretching desperately in one direction. Before long, under the lead of the tidal sound turtle, the two people and their beasts arrived at an incredibly beautiful place. There were mountains and water, and wild spiritual beasts. Most importantly, there was a sense of relaxation that was hard to experience in urban life. The wild spiritual beasts on Tidal Island were mostly tidal sound turtles. They have long made their home here, already accustomed to the visits of humans. Upon seeing Su Feng and his companion arrive with the beast, many tide sound turtles paused their leisurely activities, tilting their heads, their small, green bean-like eyes fixed curiously and friendly on the tide sound turtle in Yin Hong's arms. Noticing this, Yin Hong squatted down and set the tide sound turtle down. "Go on, play with your companions." No sooner had he spoken than the tide sound turtle seemed to break free from some kind of restraint. It changed from its usual slow pace to a lively flurry of movement, swiftly making its way toward the lake. When it reached its kind, in an instant, gulu gulu, gulu gulu. The sounds of gulu gulu rose and fell like each tide sound turtle was introducing itself to its new friend. As the lively gulu sounds gradually faded, a particularly large battle sound turtle, with a somewhat bulky shell yet exuding an air of authority, slowly swam out from the lake. It raised its head high and let out a deep and resonant gulu gulu. When the sound faded, the tide sound turtles, which had been scattered, quickly and orderly lined up. With another gulu from the battle sound turtle, a series of splashes echoed along the lakeshore. The calm surface of the lake was suddenly splashed with water. One by one, the tide sound turtles joyfully dove into the water, playing and frolicking. Su Feng looked down at the little chilin by his feet and asked, "Do you want to go play?" "Qua qua." The little chilin was quite tempted by the suggestion. However, when it approached, it only cautiously put half of its body into the water. Perhaps because of its unique appearance, it worried that its distinct form would attract unusual attention in the water. Or perhaps it was fearful of the unknown experience of diving into the water. It wasn't until the battle sound turtle surfaced again, issuing a warm invitation with its gulu sound, that the little chilin hesitantly submerged its entire body into the water. As a divine beast that can perfectly fit almost any attribute, diving was a small issue for it. In no time at all, thanks to the chilin's innate auspicious charm, the little chilin was playing joyfully with a group of tide sound turtles, having the time of its life. Leveraging its mastery of numerous water-based skills, the little chilin showcased its talents in the water. It created a small water tornado one moment, and the next, it conjured a crystal-clear water ball. It could even simultaneously propel 7 Tidesound turtles, taking them on a drifting adventure. After a display of skills, it immediately garnered a large group of envious gazes from the Tidesound turtles. They surrounded the little chilin, expressing their astonishment with gulu sounds. Sufong and Yin Hong sat on the grass by the lakeshore, quietly watching this scene, fully experiencing the pure joy that comes from the harmonious coexistence of spirit beasts in nature. Brother Chen, do you think the significant reduction in so many powerful spirit beast species is due to human pollution of the environment? Yin Hong's voice broke the tranquility. He turned to Su Feng, his eyes filled with some confusion. Su Feng furrowed his brows slightly, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. After a moment, he slowly spoke. The early destruction of nature by humans did indeed lead to the extinction of many spirit beasts. Although now everyone is aware of the seriousness of the problem and is trying to make amends. But facts are facts, this cannot be denied. Of course, there is another factor that cannot be overlooked. Nature follows the principle of survival of the fittest, not survival of the strongest. No one would dare say that the Taotai divine bull is weak. But what is the result? Because it is too gluttonous, it often consumes all the food within its territory, leaving nothing behind. This leads to the collective hostility of other powerful spirit beasts. It essentially played itself to death. Indeed. Yin Hong nodded seriously, very much in agreement with Su Feng's view. What made you think to ask this? Su Feng replied with a hint of surprise. It's nothing, just a spontaneous thought. Yin Hong shrugged. Then, with a face full of envy, he said, by the way, Brother Chen, your holy unicorn is really impressive. That just now must have used over a dozen water-type skills. The corners of Su Feng's mouth lifted as he half-jokingly teased. Well, it's all thanks to talent. Excellent people will always attract excellent beasts. I find myself at a loss for words. Yin Hong chuckled helplessly, shaking his head. What about you? Did you notice any differences in the energy flow patterns of so many skills? Su Feng looked at Yin Hong with bright eyes, a hint of expectation in his gaze. Yin Hong's talent was not just about predicting skills. His brother Chen, you know about my talent? Yin Hong's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at Su Feng. I originally just guessed, but now I'm sure. Su Feng nodded slightly, a mysterious smile appearing on his face. Yin Hong was stunned for a moment before he managed to utter a word. Awesome. I'll have Shaolin slow down and demonstrate it for you again. Take note of the energy operation methods of these skills. Not only will it help you better predict your opponent's moves, but it will also make it easier to teach your beast to learn the corresponding skills. Just right, the water element aura here is rich, making it much easier to learn water-type skills. As Su Feng spoke, he issued a command to the little unicorn in the water. After receiving the order, the little unicorn happily swam to the shore, ready to demonstrate those water-type skills once more. Soft light filtered through the leaves, casting down on Su Feng's tall figure. The reason he was doing this was not out of whim or aimlessness. Before his transmigration, he had played many pet-raising games and understood many of the settings and growth systems within them. After being reborn into this beast-taming world, he had become increasingly familiar with it over the long 18 years. Although the beast-taming system in this world was well developed, with many evolution routes for beasts discovered throughout history, there was one key element that this world lacked. That was skill discs. In the current world, if a beast wanted to learn new skills, the avenues were pitifully few. Aside from relying on countless battles and hard training, using their own comprehension and chance to understand, other methods were all tied to learning from other beasts. Regardless of the method, it was often filled with hardship and uncertainty. Although many national organizations were aware of this dilemma and were researching more convenient and effective methods to enable beasts to master new skills faster and at a lower cost, until now, no one had produced any effective results. However, Yin Hong's talent gave Su Feng hope. His talent allowed him to perceive the energy operation methods when beasts released skills. If he could record these operation methods and imprint them onto some object, combined with other means, could it be possible to create something similar to skill discs? As long as the beasts used it, they could instantly learn new skills. This would undoubtedly completely overturn the existing beast skill learning model and trigger a tremendous revolution in the beast taming world. If it really works, I'll give you a great opportunity. Watching Yin Hong seriously observe the little unicorn releasing skills, Su Feng silently thought to himself. 5 minutes later, a bitter smile appeared on Yin Hong's face. He shook his head helplessly and said, "No way, Brother Chen. Right now, I can only roughly see the general outline of the energy flow. I can determine what skill is being released. I want to see the specific flow lines of spiritual power and mental energy consumption too quickly. I can only hold on for less than a second." Upon hearing this, Su Feng was not particularly surprised. He nodded calmly and comforted. "It's okay, once your realm improves, breaking through this limitation won't be too late. By then, your talent will be extraordinary. Could it be that my talent, besides prediction, has any other use? Yin Hong frowned slightly, a hint of confusion in his eyes, murmuring softly, "It has great use. If it really works, it might even make it into textbooks and become famous worldwide," Su Feng encouraged. "No way, really?" Yin Hong's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. Whether it was becoming famous worldwide or making it into textbooks, for countless beast tamers, that was an unattainable peak, a dream that would take a lifetime to reach. Hearing Su Feng say this, Yin Hong really found it hard to believe his ears. But thinking of Su Feng's usual style of doing things, he couldn't help but fall into endless imagination. For a moment, his eyes were fixed on Su Feng. That intense gaze made the latter feel a bit uneasy. Seeing this, Su Feng quickly waved his hand and said, "Don't think too much about it right now. To achieve that, you probably need to reach the gold level to start. So let's focus on improving our strength first." "Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up and train," Yin Hong said eagerly, as if waking from a dream. "Look, you're in a hurry again," Su Feng laughed, pointing to the little chilin and the tide sound turtle playing by the lake. "Aren't we already training? 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Yin Hong looked at Su Feng, who had an extremely serious expression. He then turned to look at the tide sound turtle and the little chilin. For a moment, he felt a bit dazed. "Aren't we just playing? There's no training." Seeing this, Su Feng's lips curled slightly, sketching a meaningful smile. He spoke slowly, "You need to know that the strength of a beast is not only linked to its realm. For two beasts of the same realm and same species, one with 5 skills and the other with 3 skills, which one has a higher chance of winning?" Yin Hong instinctively frowned, a glimmer of thought flashing in his eyes. His lips moved slightly, about to speak, but then, as if he suddenly realized something, his words turned back and he swallowed them. He tilted his head slightly, quickly sorting through the beast battle experiences he had learned in the past. After a moment, he hesitantly said, "That's not necessarily the case, sometimes it also depends on what skills are mastered," and suddenly, Yin Hong seemed to be struck by lightning, and his mind instantly became clear. He turned his head sharply, his eyes filled with surprise and realization. "Brother Chen, are you saying?" "That's right, the proficiency of the skills is equally important," Su Feng nodded slightly. "Look, what are the tide sound turtles and the little chilin doing?" Yin Hong turned his head again, this time looking particularly closely. He saw that the little chilin and the tide sound turtle were immersed in an exceptionally unique play with the group of tide sound turtles. Each spirit beast was showcasing its skills. They either sprayed a brilliant water column, or condensed a crystal-clear water ball, or stirred up a small water tornado, with various moves, all spectacular. After releasing their skills, they would gurgle and explain to everyone. It looked as if they were sharing their insights, imparting exclusive secrets. After finishing, they would gurgle and explain to everyone. The surrounding tide sound turtles and little chilins would nod from time to time, as if humbly seeking advice. Then they would follow suit, skillfully releasing the same skills. Yin Hong's tide sound turtle and Su Feng's little chilin both had considerable talent. The former has already gained a preliminary understanding of some water system skills in this way. As for the latter's water system skills, compared to when they first arrived, both the speed and power of skill release have shown significant improvement. Clearly, in what seems like a playful process, they have all achieved tangible growth. At this moment, Su Feng's voice rang out again. "Interest is the best teacher. This saying is true. Sometimes, many beast tamers force their beasts to learn more skills and practice skill proficiency. The forced, mechanical training methods make it difficult for beasts to grow amidst fatigue and resistance, naturally failing to achieve the desired effect. But now, the chowing turtle and the little chilin seem to be playing, yet they are also growing in their own preferred way." Su Feng slightly tilted his head, looking at the clouds floating in the sky, a smile appearing on his face. "Learning in joy, improving under the drive of interest, this is the ideal path to growth." Just as Su Feng was speaking, suddenly, a leap dragonfish emerged from nowhere. Its appearance was quite special. Unlike other leap dragonfish that have blue scales and large fins, its scales and fins were a unique blend of gold and red. Under the sunlight, it shimmered with a mysterious and dazzling light. It seemed to acknowledge Su Feng's words, nodding seriously and making a pulu-pulu sound, as if to say, "That's right, interest is the best teacher. I want to grow in my own way." Then, the leap dragonfish's expression became increasingly serious. With a flick of its fins, it had already arrived among the chowing turtles and began to provoke them. Gulu gulu! A deep and powerful roar shattered the originally joyful atmosphere by the lake. The massive body of the Jianin turtle broke through the water, its bell-like large eyes fixed intently on the suddenly intruding leap dragonfish, emitting a chilling roar. The roar was filled with warning and anger, the sound waves rippling across the lake's surface, creating layers of ripples. Clearly, they were quite familiar with this leap dragon fish, so familiar that upon seeing it, they were filled with disgust and did not welcome this unexpected guest at all. The reason was simple and clear. This leap dragon fish was like a wolf mixed in with a flock of sheep. Once it entered the chowing turtle group, it began to provocatively act without restraint, displaying extremely bad behavior. It used its agile fins-like hands, grabbing an unsuspecting chowing turtle and spinning it around like a toy. The chowing turtle became dizzy and could only emit a helpless gullo sound. Its tail was like a powerful whip, thrashing wildly. Wherever it went, water splashed, and the surrounding chowing turtles hurriedly avoided it. Not only that, it also opened its not too big, not too small mouth. Poo-poo, it spat water, mocking the group of turtles. Its arrogance was off the charts. Even more astonishing was its incredible strength. Once, a chowing turtle accidentally got too close to it and was instantly struck by its strong tail. With a whoosh, the poor chowing turtle flew out like a cannonball. If it weren't for the Jianing turtle's quick reflexes, using a water shield to block it in time, who knows where the chowing turtle would have ended up. But strangely, even though the leap dragon fish was provoking them so crazily, the surrounding chowing turtles did not retaliate. They only wanted to distance themselves in disdain. Just when Su Feng and Yin Hong found it a bit strange, the little chilin could no longer hold back. Being a child, it was straightforward and couldn't stand seeing someone being bullied. Suddenly, lightning flickered around it, and it leaped fiercely. Immediately after, a sharp bolt of lightning shot from its pointed horn, slicing through the sky. With the sound of crackling electricity, it charged straight at the leap dragon fish. With the current strength of the little chilin, combined with the innate advantage of lightning-type skills against aquatic creatures, dealing with this leap dragon fish, which was only of silver rank, should have been a piece of cake, a direct one-hit kill. However, the result greatly exceeded Su Feng's expectations, leaving him quite surprised. He saw that the leap dragon fish was instantly enveloped in dazzling lightning, but crackling electricity danced wildly around its body. Some of the scales were shattered by the powerful current, turning into tiny specks of light that scattered in the air. But surprisingly, the leap dragon fish showed no signs of pain at all. Instead, it wore an expression of almost perverse enjoyment. It slightly squinted its eyes, and its body trembled gently with the stimulation of the lightning. When the lightning dissipated, an even more incredible scene unfolded. It actually looked at the little chilin with an utterly strange gaze. That gaze was filled with desire, as if saying, "Come on, it feels good, hurry, hit me." This bizarre scene left Yin Hong and Su Feng momentarily stunned. Damn, this leap dragon fish can't be a masochist, right? Yin Hong couldn't help but curse. The originally shocked expression due to the sudden appearance of this unusual leap dragon fish now turned somewhat strange, mixed with confusion, surprise, and a hint of indescribable oddity. Friends who often traverse the beast taming world know that wild spirit beasts generally have two reactions after being attacked by a tamer. One is to retaliate in anger, the other is to flee in fear. But this leap dragon fish, surprisingly, neither fled nor got angry. Instead, it displayed a happy, enjoying demeanor. The expression at the end was practically an invitation for the little chilin to continue hitting it. Yin Hong was puzzled, secretly thinking, this leap dragon fish must have some serious issues. Unlike Yin Hong, at this moment, a strong desire to subdue it surged in Su Feng's heart. He slightly squinted his eyes and activated his probing eye. Instantly, detailed information about the leap dragon fish appeared in his mind. Spirit beast, leap dragon fish, childhood stage, talent, super regeneration, extraordinary regenerative ability, constantly repairing damaged organs and tissues. Even if it suffers severe injuries, it can recover on its own. Quality, legendary attribute, water realm, silver rank skills, taunt, spit, dragon tail, chain slap, leap dragon gate, exclusive skill, evolution route, leap dragon fish crimson gold war dragon, golden rank. Description: this is a leap dragon fish with a special preference, born with an unusual color, believing itself to be unique, with a high talent for martial skills. I must contract this leap dragon fish. This was Su Feng's only thought after looking at the leap dragon fish's panel. Legendary quality, super strong talent, golden red unusual appearance. Every aspect met his requirements for a spirit beast. Moreover, it had such a special preference for masochism. Coupled with its taunt skill, it could completely serve as a disruptor in team battles, attracting enemy fire and disrupting their rhythm. Additionally, with the entry of pain absorption, having the ability to grow stronger from being hit was simply a perfect match. However, although Tidal Island belonged to the wild, it was protected by the Huaxia authorities due to the strength of the tidal sound tortoise and the leaf dragonfish. To contract with the spirit beasts here, certain procedures must be followed. It couldn't rely on brute force like in other places. One of the conditions for processing the procedures was that if it was detected that the bond between the tamer and the spirit beast was not consensual, the tamer would be required to release it forcibly. Although for Su Feng, even if he did that, it wouldn't be a particularly big deal. He didn't believe that there were any beast companions that could resist the temptation of additional attributes. But no matter what, the relationship between a beast and its beast master was definitely better the closer it was. If a more suitable means of contract could be used, that would be the best. So, Su Feng took a deep breath, raised his voice, and shouted at the leap dragonfish, "Leap dragonfish." Seeing the leap dragonfish turn its head, it invited, "Become my partner." Upon hearing Su Feng's call, the leap dragonfish, which had been swimming freely in the water, suddenly paused. A hint of surprise flashed in its eyes. In its small fish brain, thoughts surged like a tide. Becoming a beast of a human beast master? This was something far too ordinary for the leap dragonfish species. Almost every year, many leap dragonfish near Tidal Island were taken away by humans. However, I am a fish of extraordinary color and appearance. If I were to be obtained by an ordinary person, wouldn't that be quite embarrassing? It gently waved its fins, stirring the surrounding lake water into small whirlpools, as if to showcase its uniqueness. With its innate red and gold colors, it firmly believed that it was definitely not an ordinary creature. It could not easily submit to an ordinary human. It recalled those humans who had once tried to contract with it. Some used violent means to subdue it, only to be beaten by other humans, leaving behind compensation. Some couldn't even touch its shadow, panting in exhaustion. Some offered delicious food, but it didn't even glance at them. In the eyes of the leap dragonfish, those people were merely common mortals, completely unworthy of its attention. And now, this human in front of it seemed to have some charm. Talent. The scene gradually quieted down. The leap dragonfish squinted slightly. It exuded a subtle aura of intimidation. It quietly stared at Su Feng, as if waiting for his next move, or perhaps secretly assessing what abilities Su Feng had. The surrounding tidal sound turtles, seeing this situation, also stopped their frantic escape and cast curious glances. Even the little chilin, who was ready to take action, temporarily suppressed its impulse and watched the stare-down between one person and one fish. Yin Hong wanted to say something. Just as he opened his mouth, the leap dragonfish's astonishing performance flashed through his mind. The extraordinary leap dragonfish was nearly half the size of an ordinary leap dragonfish. Just this point already indicated that its innate quality was definitely not ordinary. Recalling the speed it had displayed at the beginning, it could instantly dart from one end of the lake to the other. Its strength was even more astonishing. With a single flick of its tail, it could send a tidal sound turtle flying far away. Such powerful strength undoubtedly proved the leap dragonfish's exceptional nature. It seemed, aside from its peculiar personality and masochistic tendencies, everything else was simply perfect. Thinking of this, Yin Hong's mouth, which had been opened, instantly closed. He decided to quietly watch the development of the situation. And seeing the leap dragonfish like this, Su Feng's heart stirred. The corners of his mouth lifted as he seduced, "Follow me, and I will help you unleash greater potential, just like the little chilin. Go to a broader world, endure the toughest challenges." As soon as these words were spoken, a glimmer of joy flashed in the leap dragonfish's eyes, as if it had heard a long-desired promise. Endure the toughest challenges? Really? Really? It repeatedly asked itself in its heart, asking several times, somewhat unable to believe it. Had someone really come to fulfill the growth method it had always yearned for? The leap dragonfish's eyes sparkled. The flow of its blood quickened. Excited, its tail began to sway more vigorously. And that little chilin. It was that strange little creature that seemed a bit weak but was actually very strong, right? It turns out that the reason it is so impressive is also due to this human's contribution. It can take hits and grow stronger. So, why not? Pulu. The leap dragonfish called out joyfully. Its fins gently swayed a few times as it slowly swam towards the shore. As it approached, Su Feng could even see the fine patterns on its scales. Under the sunlight, they shimmered with a golden red glow, quite beautiful. The scales that had been shattered and damaged by the little chilin's lightning were now restored to their original state thanks to its super regeneration ability. He gently raised his hand, palm up, and a soft light shone in his hand. The moment the leap dragonfish touched the light, its body trembled slightly. Then it disappeared, directly entering the beast space. The contract was thus established. Seeing this scene, the nearby battle sound turtle flashed a hint of joy in its eyes. There was happiness that the crazy leap dragonfish was about to leave, sparing its companions from suffering. There was also joy in the leap dragonfish following Su Feng. After all, as a spirit beast, aside from being mortal enemies, what grievances could there be? The dislike for the leap dragonfish was merely impatience with its playful nature, and as a companion, there was a lack of understanding of its natural behavior. This human was different from others. He seemed very steady, very capable, with a special charm. Perhaps by following him, the leap dragonfish could really change those bad habits, grow faster, and transform. At this moment, Yin Hong stepped forward, a smile plastered on his face, and sincerely said, "Brother Chen, congratulations. This leap dragonfish is clearly not simple. If it can change the damn personality, it will definitely be amazing." Upon hearing this, Su Feng's lips curled into a faint smile. He had a thought and summoned the leap dragonfish, which had already been endowed with the pain absorption attribute, from the beast space. He then asked in return, why should it change? His gaze deepened, revealing a profound understanding of the way of beast taming. Signing a contract means it has become your partner, your family. And we beast tamers, in a sense, are the parents. As parents, if our children are not on the wrong path, we should respect every child's choice. As soon as Su Feng's words fell, the little chilin had already understood. Lightning flickered around it, and thick bolts of lightning coiled out like silver snakes, wrapping around the leap dragonfish. Pulu! The leap dragonfish shouted in delight, its voice filled with excitement and exhilaration. Pulu! It called out again, so refreshing, as if immersed in an ultimate carnival. Pulu! Feeling the rapid rise of power within, it shouted excitedly, double the feeling. But after a while, it emitted a series of confused calls. Pulu Pu? What is this? Pulu, why have I become stronger? The leap dragonfish called out in excitement, but also with a hint of confusion. Endowed with the pain absorption attribute, it now felt pain that was double what it had experienced before. That intense stinging sensation felt like thousands of needles pricking its body. However, this feeling intoxicated it. Because it loved this sensation, this was its beloved way of becoming stronger. Previously, as a wild spirit beast, during its time on Tidal Island, it had experienced many attacks from other spirit beasts due to its personality. Although under its super regeneration talent, the surface wounds could always recover to some extent, it still accumulated many hidden injuries due to lack of professional care. These hidden injuries lurked daily, occasionally causing it discomfort, excitement. At this moment, this pain had become the perfect nourishment for pain absorption. After a few breaths, originally, the silver rank 1 leap dragonfish had its aura steadily rising, successfully advancing to silver rank 3. Such a tremendous improvement. Even though it wasn't a contracted beast, the nurturing power it brought still allowed Su Feng to reach black iron rank 9, further enhancing his strength. Not only did he successfully unlock a new entry, but it also allowed the cycle ring to unlock another opportunity to hatch a beast. Heavenly insect. Why can't a creature of insect form bear the name of heaven? Su Feng looked at this new entry, somewhat puzzled, his brows slightly furrowed, filled with questions, but he didn't think too much about it. Since the entry contained the word insect, and the beast path included insects, he decided to treat it as an energy source for unlocking the beasts of the cycle ring. Su Feng immediately infused it. Due to insufficient energy, it wasn't enough to directly bring it to life. He wasn't surprised. He simply withdrew his thoughts and returned to reality. At this moment, under the mediation of the little chilin, the group of Tide Sound turtles slowly accepted this new friend. Moreover, knowing the uniqueness of the leap dragonfish and that it liked to be hit, the leap dragonfish willingly became the punching bag for the various spirit beasts to experiment with their skills. They emitted different sounds through the leap dragonfish to gauge the power of their skills hitting it, adjusting their growth direction accordingly. Seeing this scene, Yin Hong was baffled, his face full of confusion. But when he calmed down and watched patiently for a while, he discovered that with each hit the leap dragonfish took, its scales became inexplicably brighter, and its aura grew stronger. This made him look at Su Feng, waves of astonishment rising in his heart. Could it be? This is Brother Chen's talent? A way to tap into the true potential of beasts. Tailoring education to the individual allows beasts to grow in the way they prefer. And the way this leap dragonfish preferred was to be hit. So, this leap dragonfish just needed to be hit to grow stronger. Yin Hong gasped. His admiration for Su Feng increased a few more notches. Meanwhile, the battle sound turtle, which had been somewhat pleased, was now once again in a state of confusion. It widened its eyes, watching the leap dragonfish take hit after hit, then glanced at Su Feng, filled with bewilderment. No, buddy, it has already become your beast. Are you just going to let your beast take hits? What on earth is this human doing? But as a bodyguard of the Tide Sound turtle, its own strength was naturally extraordinary. It calmed down and sensed carefully. Soon, it noticed that the aura of the leap dragonfish was growing stronger with each hit it took. This made the battle sound turtle have to admit that this seemed to be beneficial for the leap dragonfish. Although things were developing in a strange direction, wasn't that still pretty good? Just as that human said, every beast is a child, with its own choices, growing in the way they like. And taking hits was the way of the leap dragonfish. As night fell, the sunset, burning like a raging fire on the horizon, painted the entire Tide Island in a brilliant orange-red hue. Gulu gulu. Amidst the enthusiastic farewell of the Tide Sound turtles, Sufong and Yin Hong left with smiles, feeling satisfied. For them, this day was indeed fruitful. Sufong had successfully obtained his second beast, a unique existence that could grow stronger by taking hits, the leap dragonfish. In the future, it would evolve into a crimson gold battle dragon, transforming into a team-fighting disruptor. You hit it, it grows stronger. You don't hit it, it can take you down with a single tail swipe. This undoubtedly added a unique and powerful force to his beast team. The little chilin, with its extraordinary talent. During the process of playing and sparring with the Tidal Sound turtles, there was a qualitative leap in the mastery of water-type skills. Compared to when they first arrived, there had been a transformation akin to shedding one's skin. And Yin Hong's Tidal Sound turtle also gained a lot from this unique skill exchange feast. Not only did it learn the water gun skill, but it also mastered the water shield that can withstand attacks. Even the rather difficult water vortex was grasped to a certain extent. With just another 2 or 3 days of study, it would almost be able to comprehend it fully. On the way back, everyone was in particularly good spirits, chatting and laughing as they walked. The little chilin had detached from the playful state it was in earlier. It suddenly remembered something important. Its lively big eyes spun around. A colorful auspicious cloud appeared beneath its feet, slowly lifting it into the sky. It flew to the side of the jumping dragonfish, which was also floating in the air. Ha! Tilting its head, it asked seriously, "Jumping dragonfish, are you going to steal my delicious food?" Pulu? The jumping dragonfish was momentarily taken aback, its eyes wide with surprise. It hadn't expected this little chilin could also fly. However, upon hearing the chilin's question, it quickly regained its composure. It thought to itself, in order to be able to get hit by it often in the future, it couldn't mess this up. So, it shook its head like a rattle drum, secretly muttering to itself, "Delicious food? What is that? This dragonfish just likes to be hit, it doesn't care about any delicious food." Boom! Upon hearing this satisfactory response, the little chilin immediately patted its chest without a second thought. Thunder flashed around it, instantly condensing into a thick bolt of lightning that struck towards the jumping dragonfish. It enveloped it in an instant, crackling with dazzling light. Pulu! The jumping dragonfish was hit by the lightning, letting out an incredibly enjoyable and happy sound. Pulu! It called out a few more times. That's right, this is the taste. This is the feeling, the pleasure of being enveloped. So refreshing, it called out while happily wriggling its body in the lightning, looking as bizarre as could be. Yin Hong, Brother Chen's jumping dragonfish, no matter how you look at it, feels a bit odd. Su Feng, suddenly feeling that taking such a beast out would be so embarrassing. When Su Feng, Yin Hong, and their beasts returned to the camp was already shrouded in dusk, with a few dim yellow lights flickering between the tents. The guards on duty greeted them warmly upon their return. When their eyes fell on the jumping dragonfish above Su Feng's shoulder, a hint of surprise flashed in their eyes, but it quickly returned to normal. "You're finally back, young Master Yin, young Master Su. How was your harvest today?" Yin Hong smiled and briefly talked about his gains from the day. Su Feng nodded slightly, not saying much, and followed everyone straight to the central tent of the camp. Before they got close, they could hear Yin Weihao's hearty laughter coming from inside the tent, accompanied by faint sounds of conversation. Lifting the tent flap, they saw Yin Weihao sitting with several experienced beast masters, discussing the ecological changes of Tidal Island and insights on beast mastery. Upon seeing Su Feng and the others enter, everyone stopped talking, their gazes all focused on them. Yin Weihao was the first to stand up, a smile on his face, saying, "Kids, you're back, come sit down." As he spoke, his gaze fell on the jumping dragonfish, a glimmer of interest flashing in his eyes. Mu Qin is indeed talented at a young age, to be able to sign a contract with this jumping dragonfish. His words were filled with admiration and respect for Su Feng, as if the event of Su Feng taming the jumping dragonfish was something quite remarkable. The other beast masters also chimed in, each praising Su Feng in turn. As a few people chatted, the past of this leap dragonfish gradually unfolded. This leap dragonfish was not simple. With its naturally different colors, it had been noticed by the Huaxia authorities a long time ago. 3 years ago, a young heir from a prominent family heard of its extraordinary nature and came to seek a contract with it. That person thought it would be a piece of cake to capture this leap dragonfish with his conditions. But who would have thought that he would stay on this tidal island for half a month? He exhausted all his means, yet he could not make the leap dragon fish look at him differently. Just last week, a young master from the Long family also wanted to give it a try. He believed this was a rare opportunity. If he could take this exceptionally gifted leap dragon fish as his contracted beast, when its talent awakened, he could directly sign a contract with it and have an even more impressive future. Thus, the young master from the Long family specially arrived a week in advance. On the island, he took out various rare treasures and displayed various beast taming techniques. In the end, he even brought out the Long family's secret treasure as bait, trying to impress the leap dragon fish. Yet even so, after spending a full 3 days, the leap dragon fish still ignored him, maintaining a demeanor that kept others at a distance. Such events had occurred dozens of times over the past year. Beast tamers and heirs from various families flocked to try to tame this mysterious leap dragon fish. But whether by force or helplessness, without exception, they all returned empty-handed. However, today, Su Feng created a miracle. In just 1 day, or rather, even less than a full day, he managed to subdue this leap dragon fish. Moreover, the leap dragon fish was absolutely willing, because through the far superior realm of beast taming, several experienced beast tamers could keenly sense that there was already an exchange of spiritual power between Su Feng and the leap dragon fish. This indicated that he had truly gained the leap dragon fish's recognition and could enjoy the benefits of a breakthrough in realm. This undoubtedly earned Su Feng high praise from the seasoned beast tamers present. Their gazes towards him were filled with approval. It was as if before them stood not a novice boy, but a rising star destined to shine brightly in the world of beast taming. Listening to the discussions around him, Yin Hong's eyes widened in disbelief. While others did not know how Su Feng had contracted the leap dragon fish, he was very clear about it. Recalling the scene at that time, from Su Feng's invitation to the leap dragon fish swimming over voluntarily, and then to the contract being established, it seemed to take less than 3 minutes, right? In other words, the leap dragon fish that those people spent at least 3 days, or even up to a month trying to contract, was so easily subdued by Su Feng in the blink of an eye. The gap was just too large. With comparison came pain, making Yin Hong admire Su Feng even more. Among the many seasoned beast tamers present, there were also members of the Long family. The news of Su Feng's contract with the leap dragon fish quickly reached Long Hanwen's phone. How is this possible? Looking at the message on his phone, Long Hanwen was filled with doubt. He had tried before, and he understood very well how difficult this leap dragon fish was to deal with. He had even used the family's dragon-type secret treasure to tame it, yet it still ended in vain. Every time he recalled that experience, the sense of defeat surged in his heart like a tide. He had already concluded that this extremely tough hard nut could not be contracted by anyone. But now, you tell me someone did it in less than a day, and the intimacy between them is not low? This made Long Hanwen feel it was simply a fantasy. A boring prank. After enduring 3 long and stinky days, morning arrived. The dawn filtered through the lush branches like a light veil, casting a faint golden halo over the camp on Tidal Island. Su Feng rose from the simple sleeping couch, stretching widely. His body let out a slight crack sound in that moment. The little chilin beside him sensed its master's movement, drowsily opened its eyes, and affectionately rubbed against Su Feng's leg. It let out a few lazy sounds, as if expressing a little grievance for not having enough sleep. Su Feng smiled and scratched its chin. Little lazy bug, it's time to get up. We have a lot to do. Stepping out of the tent, the fresh and pleasant air rushed towards him, refreshing and invigorating. Su Feng looked around. He saw Yin Hong squatting nearby, carefully wiping the shell of the Tidal sound turtle with a soft, damp cloth. Meanwhile, the leap dragon fish had already gotten up early to spar with some of the guards' beasts in the camp. Well, it couldn't really be called sparring. It should be called getting beaten. Just look at its appearance, actively approaching other beasts, wagging its tail, clearly provoking them to strike. And once hit, it not only didn't dodge but instead wore an expression of near enjoyment, making onlookers shake their heads. In these 3 days, Su Feng and Yin Hong had not wasted any time. They had tailored their training according to the uniqueness of Tidal Island. First was the little chilin. After these few days of growth, it had already reached the 7th rank of bronze. There had been significant improvements in its use of thunder and water skills, especially the power of its thunder skills, which had undergone a qualitative leap. The reason for this was that Su Feng had advanced to the 1st rank of bronze, gaining a new entry, Gangjin Jiele. Gangjin Jiele, a type formed by the fusion of fierce energy and metal energy, the most destructive type among the 5 elements divine thunder, with a golden thunder type. With this new entry, the little chilin's thunder skills were now extraordinarily powerful. Even that battle sound turtle could not withstand the little chilin's thunder skills. Looking at the leap dragon fish, it had also made remarkable progress. Through these 3 days of getting beaten, it successfully advanced to the 4th rank of silver. This was due to the entry pain absorption, which had a mechanism that increased the activity of its body cells. Combined with its already strong regeneration ability, it produced a chemical reaction. Now, its recovery speed was astonishing. If it were to compete against opponents of the same silver rank, the damage inflicted on it by others would not even match its own healing speed. It had already possessed considerable power as a team battle disruptor. The significant improvements of the two beasts allowed Su Feng to quickly break through to the first rank of bronze, which was not surprising. As for the Tidal sound turtle, it had grown rapidly in this home-like environment. Not only had it reached the first rank of bronze, but it had also become increasingly proficient in mastering the water vortex skill, becoming Yin Hong's reliable battle partner. With its current strength, it was practically a sure thing for Yin Hong to enter Yin Jing University through special recruitment. At that moment, Yin Wei strode over, still wearing his usual kind smile. His gaze swept over Su Feng, Yin Hong, and their beasts. He spoke, "Children, it's time for us to go home." While the improvement of realms and mastery of skills is important, practical combat training is even more crucial. With the special recruitment approaching, various places in the Demon City are holding beast battles. It's time to return and spar with other beast masters to gain practical experience. Su Feng and Yin Hong exchanged glances, both their eyes sparkling with anticipation. The moment they decided to set off for home, the camp became busy. The beast tamers moved skillfully and with focus, carefully checking the condition of their beasts. They meticulously organized their bags, making thorough preparations for the return journey. With everything ready, the group set off on their way back. Once on the ship, Su Feng stood on the deck, gazing at the gradually receding tidal island, feeling a surge of emotions. In his thoughts, the sea breeze gently brushed against him as the ship cut through the waves. As the ship gradually approached the dock of the Demon City, the crowd gathered at the dock became clearly visible from afar, bustling with activity and excitement. Occasionally, shouts filled with energy pierced through the sea breeze, reaching everyone's ears. "Come out, my treasure, swamp dragon. Ha, I thought it was really a dragon. Turns out it's just a worm. Green bug, green bug. Why is it all green bug? It's not a green bug, it's a spiny pupa." It seems even the new beast tamers in the Demon City have many contracts with common insect-type beasts. What do you think? Beast taming is something anyone can do? Is the Demon City just full of rich people? Insect-type beasts are easy to raise, and their levels increase quickly, so they are naturally popular among most people. Insect-type beast battles are not exciting at all. They just spit silk, bump into each other, and scratch. Look, there's a fire sprite. Wow, one spark took out the opponent in an instant? That's such a dimensional strike. Listening to the shouts and discussions coming from the shore, the experienced beast tamers on the ship were already used to it, a faint smile curling at the corners of their mouths. Basically, at this time every year, similar scenes would appear throughout the Demon City. Decades ago, they too were part of this group of inexperienced, fresh-faced new beast tamers. Here at this dock, or in other places, they began their own beast taming journeys. Looking back now, they couldn't help but feel a wave of nostalgia. However, after seeing this, Yin Hong looked visibly disappointed. He sighed softly. "I originally wanted to spar with them, but now it seems unnecessary. These guys probably can't even scratch my tide sound turtle." Though his words carried a hint of teasing, it was also the truth. With the current strength of his tide sound turtle, facing these new beast tamers insect-type beasts, he indeed had an overwhelming advantage. Su Feng beside him nodded in agreement. The strength of these new beast tamers was indeed not very strong, even weak, one might say. It wouldn't be surprising if a casual strike from the little chilin could send them to see their mothers. In contrast, he still hoped to spar with some stronger opponents. Only with pressure or a level playing field could one truly experience the joy of battle and learn from it. Of course, it would also help the leap dragonfish to speed up its training. After all, it grew stronger by taking hits, and the more powerful the opponent, the more growth nutrients it would receive. Just then, Yin Weihao heard his son's voice and walked over with a smile. "Once we land, you can go check out the battle hall. There, official staff will match you with suitable opponents based on the level of your beasts." Under Yin Weihao's guidance, Su Feng and Yin Hong, filled with anticipation, stepped into the grand entrance of the official battle hall C in the Demon City. Upon entering, one could feel the extraordinary nature of the building. As an official battle hall, it indeed covered a large area, and the spacious interior gave a sense of grandeur. According to the layout map on the first floor, one could clearly see the detailed layout of the entire battle hall. The first floor hall was spacious and bright, featuring a total of 30 registration windows. Only after completing registration could one participate in or observe battles. The 2nd to 5th floors were for spectating. Not only did it have a layout similar to a cinema, sitting in his seat, wearing special virtual glasses, he could watch the battles happening in each room just like watching a live broadcast, according to his own thoughts. There were also more special VIP private viewing rooms. The 5th to 20th floors, as well as the rooftop, were filled with various battle rooms. Once the Beast Masters entered, they only needed to follow the information they had previously registered. The system, with its powerful intelligent algorithm, would automatically match them with opponents of similar strength. Subsequently, special spatial beasts would assist both Beast Masters in meeting. Beastmaster, Su Feng, participating Beast 1, Bronze Grade 7 Holy Unicorn Beast, participating Beast 2, Silver Grade 4 Jumping Dragonfish. Looking at his registration information, Su Feng couldn't help but laugh and cry. He clearly remembered registering the Cloud Unicorn, yet the information provided by the staff was the Holy Unicorn Beast. It felt like he was truly Li Kuei, sincerely claiming to be Li Kuei, but others didn't believe him and insisted he was a fake Li Kuei, which was quite frustrating. However, Su Feng didn't dwell on it too much. A name was just a code and wouldn't affect the upcoming battles. The rules stated that although the system would initially match opponents of similar realms to ensure fairness and challenge, as the number of victories increased, the system would enhance the opponent's strength to a certain extent based on the specific performance of each battle, making subsequent battles increasingly full of variables and tests. When Su Feng arrived at the elevator, Yin Weihao and his son had also successfully completed their registration and were walking towards him. Yin Weihao looked at the two energetic children, his eyes full of encouragement. He smiled and said, "Let's go and test the results of your training over the past few days." He paused and continued, "In the official battle arena, based on 5 consecutive wins, the more consecutive wins you have, the more points you earn. These points are very useful. They can be used as currency in major official stores to exchange for various spirit fruits and beast equipment." As Yin Weihao explained in detail, the three of them took the elevator and arrived at their respective floors. The initial room Su Feng arrived at resembled a chessboard. There was a river in the middle, with open spaces on both sides. When the battle system in the room chimed, the matched opponent's battle information lit up on the screen. Beastmaster, Ji Zhuan, participating Beast 1, Bronze Grade 9 Firecloud Beast, participating Beast 2, Silver Grade 2 Thunder Lion. At the same time, due to the rarity and uniqueness of the Jumping Dragonfish and the Holy Unicorn Beast, they were the kind of existence that countless Beast Masters dreamed of but could not reach. When both sides' battle information appeared on the viewing summary screen, it was like a heavy bomb, sparking a heated discussion among countless viewers. "Wow, Holy Unicorn Beast, Jumping Dragonfish, a big shot has come to the battle arena today. Holy Unicorn Beast? Really? In which battle room? 1704, hurry to see, damn, no wonder it's the legendary incarnation of the unicorn, it's really damn cool. Wow, it's actually real. This battle doesn't need to be watched. The Holy Unicorn Beast will definitely win. Looks are justice. By the way, have you guys noticed the owner of this Holy Unicorn Beast?" At this moment, someone suddenly raised a question, drawing everyone's attention from the beasts to Su Feng. "Wow, Su Feng, the one who sold the ice spirit a few days ago? Isn't he a rookie beast master this year? It said he scored an X's full score of 150 in the initial testing of beast battles. This means Su Feng has cultivated it to Bronze Grade 7 in just a few short days." Someone spoke of Su Feng's related deeds, their words filled with disbelief. As soon as this was said, the entire battle hall seemed to be pressed with a mute button. Immediately after, there were sounds of gasps, exclamations, and swallows. Countless observation rooms echoed with a cacophony of noises. The sounds of inhaling sharply, exclamations of surprise, and the swallowing of saliva intertwined, showcasing the shock within everyone. Even in the VIP battle room, those seasoned beast masters, who had seen and experienced much, sat up straight. The calm and composed expressions on their faces now revealed a hint of deep astonishment, because everyone knew the significance of the perfect score of 150 points. The assessment in Huaxia in this regard was absolutely fair, strict to the extreme. In a feudal society, even the emperor's son could not find loopholes. To achieve a score of 150 in the initial assessment came with stringent conditions. It required that the beast master must have independently awakened their beast talent. Moreover, the contracted beast must have just hatched within 7 days before the awakening of the beast talent, or obtained from the spirit beast space, to reach the score limit. Once the time exceeded 7 days, a month, half a month, or a year, the score limit would be reduced to varying degrees. And the known Holy Unicorn, even though the spirit beast had a high talent, could only represent its innate potential, what it could grow into in the future. At birth, or when just obtained from the beast space, its highest realm would not exceed bronze. From this known information, it could be determined that Su Feng's holy unicorn had indeed been cultivated to the terrifying existence of bronze rank 7 in just a few days. What a frightening talent for cultivation! It was simply beyond their imagination. Having lived for most of my life, I've seen countless geniuses, but I never expected to witness a prodigy like this today. An elderly beast master with graying hair exclaimed sincerely. Indeed, this kind of cultivation talent is almost unmatched in the beast master world, another beast master echoed, his eyes filled with emotion, seemingly still immersed in this immense shock. That said, let's not forget, he is just a novice beast master. Though his beast is strong, it is not yet powerful enough to crush his opponent. In this situation, the beast master's command is even more crucial. Some were calmly analyzing the situation, pointing out the key aspects. Indeed, even if he achieved such excellent results in the initial assessment, his opponent has a 15-game winning streak and is a beast master who awakened their beast talent last year, having fought in thousands of battles, so winning will be somewhat difficult. Someone added, their words revealing uncertainty about the outcome of this battle. But it was precisely because of this uncertainty that the battle became even more suspenseful. And a battle filled with suspense and the unknown was worth watching. Countless spectators were fixated on the screen, ready to enjoy this highly anticipated Beast Master duel. Would Su Feng, this prodigy of the Beast Master world, be able to defeat a strong opponent? Or would Ji Juan showcase the strength of an experienced Beast Master and achieve a 16-game winning streak? The battle was about to begin. The battle room was also imbued with a special beast skill called Inner Universe. The originally somewhat cramped battle arena instantly became incredibly spacious, comparable to a football field. The river, which was the size of a narrow corridor, was expanded countless times, with water flowing gently and shimmering. His beast is not simple. Ji Juan, standing on the side, felt the relaxed expression he once had vanish, replaced by a serious look. He was aware of Su Feng's reputation. This name, he naturally knew. When he first matched up against this opponent, he didn't take it too seriously. He thought that even with the combination of the holy unicorn and the jumping dragon fish, their owner was just a novice beast master after all. With his rich experience from over 1,000 battles, winning shouldn't be too difficult. However, when he truly saw Su Feng's little unicorn, the sense of relaxation in his heart instantly vanished like a bubble. This was simply because the little unicorn was clearly stronger and larger than the holy unicorn of the same stage. Although these external factors couldn't fully represent a beast's overall strength, they could reflect the opponent's excellence in nurturing methods and the inherent physical power of the beast itself. It's important to know that in the bronze and silver stages, where beasts haven't mastered many complex skills, physical strength is definitely a significant advantage in battle. It could very well become the key factor in determining victory or defeat. But so what? With over 1,000 battles under my belt, I have much richer combat experience. As long as I don't get close, the advantage is mine, Ji Juan thought to himself. Achieving a 15-game winning streak naturally indicated that his strength was among the best in the same stage, especially against a novice beast master who had hardly experienced any battles. He was confident he could defeat Su Feng and achieve a 16-game winning streak. With this in mind, Ji Juan looked at Su Feng, who had walked to the opposite side, and felt a stir in his heart. He raised his chin and said loudly, Su Feng, just winning or losing is too boring. How about we add some stakes? What stakes? Su Feng slightly raised his head. Beast battles were already a competitive event. Calling it stakes essentially meant it could be seen as an officially recognized prize, which wasn't against the rules. 5 million, Ji Juan said seriously. If you lose, you give me 5 million. I'll put up a high-quality water spirit stone and 500 points, which are roughly equivalent in value. If I lose, you take those. Deal. Su Feng naturally wouldn't refuse money from others. Alright, since we don't know each other, let's sign a guarantee and have the referee stamp it. The number of battles in the official arena each day was countless. Usually, artificial intelligence served as the referee. However, due to the differences in bloodlines and physiques between people and beasts, to ensure that some special beasts could receive the most professional treatment immediately after being injured, the arena also arranged for hundreds of professional beast doctors to act as referees. In the battle room where Su Feng and Ji Juan were, there was a beast doctor named Mijia. Her main beast was a little flower ring, possessing the strength of a second-tier gold and mastering 5 types of healing skills. In battles at the bronze and silver levels, she could instantly pull them out of danger. At the same time, the stakes added by the Beast Masters could be recognized officially under her witness. Thus, under Mijie's witness, Sufeng and Ji Joan signed the agreement and transferred their stakes as agreed. This operation naturally caught the attention of the audience. For a moment, a small wave of discussion arose in the audience room. Wasn't it said that the global economy is in decline? A 5 million bet? Is it that casual? For someone with a jumping dragonfish and a holy unicorn, 5 million is nothing. Looking at Ji Joan, it feels like he is bound to win. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that 5 million was nothing for Su Feng. But for Ji Joan, this bet was equivalent to emptying his entire fortune. If he lost, it would be no different from bankruptcy. This also made many people feel that he must have great confidence in doing this, otherwise, he wouldn't dare to place such a large bet. Instinctively, he felt that his chances of winning might be greater. Both sides release the first beast. After confirming there were no issues, Mi Jie spoke up. As soon as her words fell, Su Feng gently pushed forward. The little Chilin jumped onto the battlefield with great majesty. Ji Joan took a deep breath and summoned a fire cloud beast, which looked like a cloud surrounded by wisps of flame, floating in the air. If one side concedes or loses combat awareness, the other side must not continue to attack, Mi Jie said briefly and seriously, reiterating the battle rules. Once both sides nodded in understanding, a cold mechanical voice from the artificial intelligence suddenly filled the room, starting the countdown. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, almost at the very moment the one was spoken, the little Chilin launched its attack like a bolt of lightning. It didn't use any particularly complex or flashy special skills. It simply combined the 3 skills it had demonstrated during the initial beast testing: wind speed, electric light, and lightning step. In just an instant, it dashed in front of the fire cloud beast like a ghost, followed by a series of crackling sounds. The fire cloud beast didn't even have time to react before it was knocked down hard, instantly losing its combat ability. The flames that had been leaping around it dimmed and lay limply on the ground, motionless. Not to mention the audience watching the battle through the combat glasses. Even Mi Jie, the judge who had reached the silver 8th rank, couldn't see the specific attack moves of the little Chilin. All she saw was a fleeting shadow, and the outcome was already clear. The first battle ended unexpectedly. Everyone who had been paying attention to this match fell into silence. The fight hadn't even started, yet it was already over. Even though many had heard about Su Feng's astonishing performance during the initial beast testing, witnessing this scene firsthand still left them in disbelief. Although both the bronze 1st rank and bronze 9th rank were classified as bronze, the gap between them was like that between 10,000 renminbi and 90,000 renminbi. It could be said that they were not even in the same league. Yet even the bronze 9th rank fire cloud beast couldn't last a second in the hands of the little Chilin. Where was the grand battle that was promised? Where was Ji Joan's assured victory and higher winning rate? How could it end before it even began? This situation could already be considered a crushing defeat, and it was a one-sided crushing, with the fire cloud beast having no power to fight back at all. But was the fire cloud beast really weak? With the realm of bronze 9th rank and Ji Joan's record of 15 consecutive wins, it was enough to prove that it possessed many powerful skills. Against a novice beast master, it could definitely dominate. But all of this was meaningless now. As an opponent, Su Feng's beast had completed a one-hit kill in an instant. No matter how strong your command or skills were, if you were defeated before you even had a chance to use them, it was all in vain. In an instant, countless viewers found a phrase popping into their minds. Terrifying indeed. Not only the audience in the viewing room, but also many beast masters taking a break in the battle room were paying attention to this fight. Watching Su Feng's tall and composed figure, along with the little Chilin, which remained lively and unchanged after executing its skills, many beast masters with silver 5th rank or higher began to look serious, their eyes unconsciously revealing a sense of caution. They realized that if they faced the little Chilin, they had no idea how they could win. It seemed they could only rely on their beast's tougher bodies to buy time and look for opportunities. Facing a silver-level beast, a bronze-level beast needs to buy time to win. Before witnessing this, they would have thought it was a huge joke. But now, after seeing the strength of the little Chilin with their own eyes, reality seemed to confirm their disbelief. 15 consecutive wins, and I thought it was impressive, but it hasn't even forced out a layer of strength from Brother Chen. In the battle room, Yin Hong curled his lips, looking disappointed. In his view, with Su Feng's current strength, it would be difficult for him to encounter an opponent worthy of his serious attention before reaching 20 consecutive wins. Thinking this way, he felt that this battle was no longer worth watching. So, he stopped paying attention and began matching his own opponent. In the battle room, referee Mi Jie was also shocked, watching this scene. She didn't expect the outcome of this battle to develop in such an unexpected direction. However, she quickly regained her composure, understanding her responsibilities. She immediately reminded the equally incredulous Ji Joan, the fire cloud beast has lost its combat ability. Please summon your second beast. She paused and added emphatically, if you do not summon your beast within a minute, you will be declared the loser. Hearing Nijie's voice, Ji Joan finally came to his senses and took a deep breath. As expected of the holy Chilin, I underestimated you. Saying this, a flash of light appeared in his hand, and a mark of a thunder lion slowly emerged. When the mark flickered with dazzling light, a powerful roar suddenly echoed in the arena, and a majestic lion appeared. It had a prominent thunder mark on its forehead, and its neck was wrapped in a circle of blue mane, showcasing its extraordinary nature. Around the thunder lion, arcs of electricity flickered and crackled, as if demonstrating its might to the opponent. Wow, this thunder lion is probably about to evolve. Looks like this is his confidence, a thunder lion on the verge of evolution. Although I don't want to admit it, even Su Feng might not find it easy to win against such a thunder lion. The spectators in the observation room immediately began to discuss among themselves, each sharing their thoughts. Everyone was captivated by the sudden appearance of this powerful thunder lion, and their speculations about the outcome of the battle shifted. Even In Hong, who was in the middle of matching, cancelled his match to see if such an opponent could make Su Feng showcase some strength. Of course, even if some thought Ji Joan's actions were a bit cunning, no one considered it a violation of the rules. After all, beast evolution is an uncontrollable factor. In many past battles, there have been instances where evolution occurred during the fight, leading to a turnaround. How will you deal with such an opponent? Countless spectators, including Mijie in the room, unconsciously turned their gaze to Su Feng, their eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. They wanted to see what strategies he would employ next. Because before a beast is on the verge of evolution, its physical attributes and skill power receive a significant boost. Although the current Thunder Lion only had the strength of a silver second tier, the electricity around it indicated that the skills it unleashed were definitely not to be underestimated. It could easily unleash the power of a silver 8th tier. Such strength could even stand a chance against a gold-level beast. Would the recently impressive little Chilin still be its match? Everyone's hearts raced, and they focused intently on the battlefield. However, what countless people did not expect was that Su Feng, standing nearby, showed no signs of panic. Instead, he waved his hand to call the little Chilin back and released the leap dragon fish. This action instantly left countless people dumbfounded. The entire battle arena erupted like a boiling pot, the sound of discussion ringing out once more. Wow, a shiny leap dragon fish, that's impressive. He's a rich guy, this is a rich guy. But even a shiny leap dragon fish is doubly restrained by electric types. Before it evolves, it only has the single water attribute. Is he planning to give up? It shouldn't be. Look at his expression. He doesn't seem like he wants to admit defeat. Could it be that this shiny leap dragon fish has some special ability? The crowd chattered away. There was envy and shock towards the shiny leap dragon fish. There was also confusion about Su Feng's decision. Aside from the Yin father and son who knew about the leap dragon fish's special getting stronger when hit trait, others were completely baffled, unable to understand what Su Feng was really up to. Even Ji Joan, in his surprise, couldn't help but shake his head and say, "How about surrendering and losing half?" Su Feng replied seriously, "It's meaningless for an adult to hit a child. The leap dragon fish is about on the same level as your electric lion." His words left everyone even more puzzled, but it was actually a very humble statement. The little Chilin with the metal thunder attribute faced an electric lion of such strength. It was like a giant in a 100-meter race against a baby, completely lacking in challenge. It would be better to let the leap dragon fish experience different kinds of electricity, take some hits, and use that opportunity to grow stronger. It seemed to sense its master's thoughts and the delicious aura of being about to take a hit. At that moment, the leap dragon fish was incredibly excited. It dove into the water, splashing droplets as its fins moved. Its mouth even curled into a strange smile, looking a bit mischievous. Seeing this scene, Ji Joan across the way was directly angered to the point of laughter. He snorted coldly, feeling both angry and annoyed, thinking that Su Feng was deliberately humiliating him. "Since you want your beast to get hurt, then don't blame me." His eyes sharpened, and he loudly commanded, "Electric Lion, use Thunderstrike, end the battle." As his words fell, the electric arcs around the electric lion instantly became more violent, gathering into a thick bolt of lightning that struck straight towards the leap dragon fish. The momentum seemed as if it would turn the leap dragon fish to ashes in an instant. About the power of a silver 9th rank, some exceptionally perceptive beastmasters had already made a judgment when the thunder strike was just released. They believed it might really be as Ji Joan said, that this strike could end the battle. But the next scene once again left countless people dumbfounded. They saw that, facing the howling thunderstrike, the leap dragon fish not only showed no intention of dodging. Instead, its eyes sparkled with excitement as it actively swam towards the thick bolt of lightning. The spectators gasped in shock. To them, the the leap dragonfish seemed to be seeking its own demise. Splash! Upon impact, the leap dragonfish let out a slightly disappointed cry. Although electric types were strong against water types, the damage should have been high. However, through pain absorption and its super strong regeneration ability, its defense had increased significantly. At this level of lightning, even with double the pain, it was hard for it to feel the deliciousness of being hit. How is this possible? How is this possible? Ji Joan and countless spectators widened their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. They had thought this strike would render the leap dragonfish incapable of fighting, but it turned out to be so resilient. Moreover, what did that disappointed tone and mocking gaze mean? Did it think the electric lion's attack was too weak? Su Feng couldn't be bothered to respond to such nonsense. He stood calmly to the side, but inwardly he was shaking his head. Indeed, the leap dragonfish, capable of withstanding the little chilin's electric strikes and having enjoyed the finest delicacies, was something else. How could one possibly look down on such plain white rice from Leisure? End the battle. Su Feng issued the command. The leap dragonfish received the order and, relying solely on its physical strength, arrived beside Leisure in the blink of an eye. With a powerful flick of its thick tail, it swept towards Leisure with tremendous force. Quick! Dodge! Ji Juan's pupils constricted as he instinctively shouted. But the current Leisure was enraged by the mocking gaze from the leap dragonfish just moments ago. It stomped its foreclaws on the ground, the arcs of electricity on its body jumping more violently, letting out a furious roar. The two collided with a thunderous crash, dust flying everywhere, and arcs of electricity dancing wildly. The immense power caused Leisure to fall directly to the ground. What kind of monster is this? Ji Juan felt a twinge of fear as he sensed Leisure's state. This was a Leisure that had reached the second tier of silver, on the brink of evolution. Its physical strength had already been enhanced. Yet in a contest of power, it was still no match for the leap dragonfish. Moreover, this was under conditions of attribute restraint. This made him feel a sense of despair. Ji Juan gritted his teeth and issued another command, Leisure, Thunder Web. I refuse to believe that the leap dragonfish's defense can be that outstanding. After being beaten down, Leisure regained its composure. It threw its head back and roared, dark clouds gathering above the battle room. Bolts of lightning struck down in succession, weaving into a web of thunder that enveloped the leap dragonfish. The proficiency of this skill was very high, and its power should not be underestimated. Even some first and second tier golden beast tamers would not dare to take it head on. But the leap dragonfish remained unafraid, braving the dense lightning. It let out a few sounds that were quite pleasant. This dragonfish is not picky. Even if it's just plain white rice, as long as there's enough, I won't complain. However, despite the leap dragonfish's strong defense, the paralysis effect of the thunder web still kept it rooted in place. Oh no, the leap dragonfish is paralyzed, now it's a living target. No wonder it's a Leisure on the brink of evolution. The speed of this skill's release and the probability of paralysis are indeed impressive. But the leap dragonfish's defense seems quite formidable. It should be fine once the paralysis effect wears off. In the observation room, everyone held their breath, their eyes glued to the battlefield. From the leap dragonfish's earlier performance, they realized it was by no means a weakling to be slaughtered at will. It was more like a tank clad in leap dragon skin. Bad news, the tank was controlled by a mage. Good news, the mage's damage seemed unable to break the tank's defense. Once the control effect ended, it would be the leap dragonfish's turn to counterattack. Ji Juan in the battle room clearly understood this point. Taking advantage of the leap dragonfish's inability to move, he continuously commanded Leisure to unleash various powerful skills. However, he still underestimated the leap dragonfish's strength. Its super regeneration and pain absorption, combined with the inherent ability of electricity to increase vitality, allowed the leap dragonfish's defense and healing speed to be incredibly fast. Even the Leisure on the brink of evolution, when striking it, could not deal damage faster than it could heal. After several rounds, Leisure, having excessively unleashed numerous skills, gradually showed signs of fatigue. In contrast, the leap dragonfish's scales were shimmering, its aura growing stronger. How could this be? Ji Juan's face turned pale as his confidence began to crumble. Just then, Su Feng saw the opportunity and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Without saying a word, the leap dragonfish on the field broke free from the flickering lightning. Its golden-red interlaced scales shone brightly. The immense power it had accumulated concentrated in its tail. As it charged towards Leisure, a booming sound echoed continuously. Leisure's eyes widened in terror, wanting to dodge, but found its body seemingly bound by an invisible force, unable to move. At this critical moment, it exerted all its strength to unleash the last bolt of lightning in an attempt to resist. However, the power of the leap dragonfish was too great. and the lightning could not stop its figure. Its tail struck the Thunder Lion fiercely. With a loud bang, the Thunder Lion was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust, and completely losing its combat ability. The entire battle hall fell silent in an instant. Everyone was immersed in this shocking conclusion. After several seconds, thunderous cheers and gasps erupted. Incredible! Truly a remarkable leap dragonfish, simply defying the heavens. How did Su Feng train it? Each of his beasts is more impressive than the last. I said this was a crushing defeat, no doubt about it. When Ji Zhuan summoned the Thunder Lion, many believed he could turn the tide with this one beast. However, the result was still a one-sided crushing by Su Feng. The most terrifying part was that he used a leap dragonfish, which was completely restrained by the Thunder Lion. To achieve such a crushing victory while being countered and taking double damage undoubtedly raised the stakes even higher. And most importantly, did you notice that the leap dragonfish actively broke free from the paralysis state just now? This means it could have avoided being controlled. The paralysis state is one of the few negative states that can be broken free from on its own. Its triggering condition affects nerve conduction. The function of nerves requires sufficient oxygen and nutrients to maintain. Blood is the main carrier of these substances. This means that as long as the blood circulation speed in the body is accelerated, it can often break free from paralysis. And the leap dragonfish possesses such an ability. This left some beast masters in awe. By the way, if the leap dragonfish clearly has the ability to break free, why did it still endure those attacks? A young beast master asked his companion beside him, his eyes filled with confusion. Surely Su Feng didn't intentionally let the leap dragonfish take hits? His words carried a hint of teasing, thinking this idea was too absurd. It probably needs time, after all. The leap dragonfish is only at the silver 4th rank and can't break free instantly yet. A slightly more composed beast master stroked his chin. After pondering for a moment, he offered his insight. In his view, the gap in strength might be the key factor leading to the leap dragonfish being passively beaten in the early stages. Upon hearing this answer, many nodded in agreement, finding the explanation reasonable. After all, in beast battles, the hierarchy of strength often determines the direction and strategy of the fight. Only a few observant beast masters exchanged glances, and a bold thought emerged in their minds. This leap dragonfish seemed to have a masochistic tendency. As soon as this thought arose, they were startled themselves. But recalling the leap dragonfish's various performances in battle, its almost pleasurable demeanor when taking hits made them feel that this speculation was not unfounded. Unlike these individuals, some senior beast masters in the VIP viewing room were contemplating another issue. Looking at the overall situation, although this fight did not last long, it could not be considered short either. Amidst the fierce exchanges and skill clashes, they keenly noticed that Su Feng spoke very few times. This was in stark contrast to the usual scene where beast masters frequently issued commands during battles. No, I know this leap dragonfish. Although it is very intelligent, it absolutely won't counterattack on its own. A sharp-eyed senior beast master frowned slightly and spoke with certainty. His name was Yin Yan, the admissions director of Yin Jing University, with an extraordinary background, naturally aware of the preferences of this extraordinary leap dragonfish. In a situation where it was constantly being hit, it would only enjoy it. Moreover, it was not powerful enough to clearly perceive the state of the opponent. So, its silent command. Countless VIP rooms, countless voices in unison. Many people knew about Su Feng's initial test results in beast battles, but regarding the silent command noted above, many did not agree, because they knew that Su Feng's little chilin had directly killed the opponent in an instant. Does such a thing as an instant kill still require command? Therefore, more people believed that Su Feng had discussed it in advance with the little chilin, creating the illusion of a silent command. But now it seems, this might really be true. Su Feng had mastered the ability of silent command during the novice stage. Good kid, I didn't expect you really have this ability. Regardless of whether it's a beast taming talent, I must have you at Yin Jing University. A fiery light flickered in Yin Ian's pupils. He took out his phone, contacted his father, who was the head of Yin Jing University, and sent a message. Murmuring, likes dragons, likes chilins. I don't believe you can refuse the extraordinary posture of riding a crane and standing with your hands behind your back. As the key time node for major universities' early recruitment approached, the entire beast tamer community was in a state of turmoil, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. Yin Jing University, as a top institution in the field of beast taming, spared no effort in recruiting quality new students. When they heard that a prodigy named Su Feng had achieved an extraordinary full score in the initial beast battle test in the Magic City, and learned that he had some interest in Yin Jing University, this news instantly caused quite a stir among the school's higher-ups. To ensure they could successfully recruit this rare talent, they specifically dispatched Yin to the Magic City to ensure that there would be no unexpected incidents during the recruitment process. With a powerful network, Yin learned that Su Feng was going to Tide Island for training and would return today. He speculated that Su Feng would definitely go to the battle hall to check his results after returning. So, after arriving, he went to the battle hall closest to the port. As expected, just as he stepped into the battle hall, he saw the battle between Su Feng and Jade begin. Upon seeing this, Yin's heart surged with waves of shock. He instantly realized that he had previously underestimated Su Feng's importance. Not only did he possess the ability to contract the rare-colored leap dragon fish, but his beast cultivation was also top-notch. In a short time, he had raised the little chilin's strength to such a height. Moreover, his combat awareness was absolutely not lacking, and he could skillfully use the profound tactic of silent command. The more Yin watched, the more alarmed he became. He felt that the chips they had prepared for Su Feng were still too low. If he were recruited with such insufficient chips, he would undoubtedly become a pillar of talent. If he were snatched away by other universities due to inadequate offers, it would be a significant loss. Therefore, Yin urgently contacted the school to continue increasing the preferential conditions for Su Feng. Legend has it that the child of the cloud crane and beast Taming, I don't believe you can refuse. Yin stared at the phone screen, his eyes revealing a determination to succeed. Meanwhile, in the battle room, Jade, with a dejected expression, recalled the Thunder Lion into the beast space. He took a deep breath, trying to make his expression appear calmer. Then he raised his head, looked deeply at Su Feng, and sincerely said, "Su Feng, this time I admit defeat wholeheartedly." After saying that, his figure slowly disappeared from the spot, leaving behind a somewhat lonely silhouette. Everything he had just experienced was undoubtedly a heavy blow for Jade. The intense sense of defeat almost left him breathless. Moreover, all his points and wealth had been lost in that battle, nearly wiped out. It should be noted that those were not just simple numbers. It concerns the purchase of special items, which is the key to Lei Shi's evolution. Now that he has lost these, it means his Lei Shi wants to evolve. At least he would need to spend an additional 2 to 3 months to gather resources again. However, Jade understands in his heart that losing a bet is just losing a bet. He cannot blame others. Although he feels a hint of regret, regretting that he should not have impulsively proposed such a high stake, he understands even more that he absolutely cannot stop because of the current predicament. Lei Shi, I'm sorry. Trust me, I will work hard to ensure your evolution comes soon. Beast Master, Su Feng, congratulations on your victory. The judge, Mi Jie, smiled slightly. According to the rules, a portion of the stakes from both sides was deducted as tax and transferred to Su Feng's account. Su Feng nodded slightly, not paying much attention to this small amount. After the battle, Su Feng actually noticed the hint of regret in the other person's eyes before they left. But he would not feel pity because of that. In his view, everyone has the right to make their own choices. Since they chose to participate in this battle with stakes, regardless of whether the outcome is good or bad, they must pay for their choices. Then, the second battle continued. Su Feng gently raised his hand to return the jumping dragonfish to the beast space. He then chose to match with another opponent again. The next battle, compared to the one with Jade, was relatively boring. It didn't even match the pressure Jade had brought him. Whether it was a silver rank 1 opponent, a silver rank 5, or even up to the silver rank 9 opponent he faced after an 18-game winning streak, they were either defeated by the little chilin in one hit or became toys for the jumping dragonfish. After expending all his spiritual energy to help the jumping dragonfish eat its fill, he was then sent flying by a tail swipe from the fish. But this boredom was only for Su Feng. For the other spectators, it was definitely a feast for the eyes and senses. So strong, too strong. One-hit kill, still one-hit kill, holy chilin beast, the clumsy emperor ace. The jumping dragonfish is the eternal god. Don't you think it resembles that character from Island anime? Feel the pain, then let the whole world feel the pain. Strong as it is, there's no excitement, it's all one-hit kills, watching too much gets a bit stale. Did you see room 1414? There's a very strong tide sound turtle there. It actually comprehended the water tornado skill. And the iron bean in room 608, so adorably silly yet powerful. If it weren't so expensive, I would really want to buy one. Today is truly a day of monsters. As evening approached, the afterglow of the sunset spilled over the land. Countless beast masters walked out of the battle hall, chatting in groups of 2 or 3. Su Feng and Yin Hong were the same. Just as they were chatting and heading outside, each returning home, a somewhat abrupt voice suddenly emerged without warning. Classmates Su Feng and Yin Hong, are you interested in Rongqing University? The voice seemed to appear out of thin air from the surrounding atmosphere, causing both to pause in surprise and look in the direction of the sound. They saw a middle-aged man walking towards them with a smile, accompanied by a comically adorable panda beast. The panda, with its black and white fur glistening, was moving slowly, its round eyes curiously examining Su Feng and Yin Hong. Occasionally, it would shake its head, looking extremely cute. However, its large size exuded an imposing presence. But before Su Feng and Yin Hong could respond to the middle-aged man's inquiry, a sarcastic voice came from behind them. "Are you trying to break the rules?" The voice was filled with deep dissatisfaction and warning. Su Feng curiously turned around and, upon looking, saw a familiar figure. "Old Jianin, I didn't expect to see you here." The middle-aged man's expression changed instantly upon recognizing the visitor, a flicker of wariness flashing in his eyes. With a cold snort, he was unwilling to linger any longer and quickly turned to leave. The panda beast, seeing its master depart, hurriedly followed suit. In the blink of an eye, both man and beast disappeared around the corner of the street. Some people just love to break the rules. Yin watched the middle-aged man's retreating figure, his brows slightly furrowed, his face filled with displeasure. Seeing this, Su Feng couldn't help but smile wryly. He knew that the competition among the universities was fierce, but he hadn't expected it to be this intense. Just stepping out of the combat hall, before the early recruitment had even begun, someone had already come to recruit him, and there had almost been a conflict. If the early recruitment assessment were to conclude, it would likely involve numerous interests and the competition for outstanding students among various universities. It seemed he had become the focal point of this war without gunpowder. However, he didn't dwell on it too much. After all, no matter how those people fought, it would only benefit him. He quickly shifted his attention back to Yin and greeted him. "Uncle Yin, you should have let me know you were coming. I didn't have time to prepare anything, which is quite rude." His grandfather and Yin's father, Yin Jun, were old acquaintances. The two families often interacted and had a close relationship. He was naturally very familiar with Yin. Hearing this, Yin's face broke into a smile as he stepped forward and patted Su Feng on the shoulder. "I just came over on a whim to take a look. It's not a formal visit." His gaze was full of appreciation, his eyes scanning Su Feng back and forth. The more he looked, the more he found the boy quite likable. Look at this wonderful child, with high talent and a willingness to work hard, and so polite. If that scoundrel had really lured him away with that panda, I would have regretted it to death. Thinking of the middle-aged man's actions just now, he felt a surge of anger. However, looking at Su Feng at this moment, he felt immensely relieved. Besides, didn't I already give you a gift? As Yin spoke, a mysterious smile appeared on his face. Su Feng instantly understood what the other meant. He was well aware that the gift Yin referred to was something specific. Before he could say anything, Yin continued, "A few old friends have come over. This early recruitment event is getting bigger every year. I won't disturb you any longer. We can't break the rules." After saying this, Yin waved goodbye to Su Feng and Yin Hong, then slowly turned to leave. After Yin departed, Yin Hong couldn't help but lean in, his face filled with curiosity as he asked, "Who was that just now? The admissions director from Yin Jing University?" "Yeah, why? Did you look up some information?" Su Feng raised an eyebrow, looking at Yin Hong teasingly. "Yeah, I checked a few days ago. After all, the early recruitment is coming up soon, so I need to prepare more." Yin Hong scratched his head in response. "Don't think too much. With your current strength, getting into any school shouldn't be a problem." Su Feng looked at Yin Hong, seriously comforting him. He knew that Yin Hong's beast taming skills were not to be underestimated. He had grown significantly during this time, and as long as he performed normally in the upcoming early recruitment, he would definitely get into his ideal school. His current performance was merely due to the pressure being too great. As he spoke, Su Feng glanced at the messages on his phone, a smile appearing on his face as he continued, "By the way, my mom is back. Just in time. She doesn't have much to do these days. Come to my house, and let her give you some pointers." "Really? Really?" As soon as Yin Hong heard this, he became so excited that his eyes sparkled, and his speech became somewhat disjointed. The reason he was able to understand Su Feng's family was that one day in a certain mall, he saw Su Feng following a familiar figure. At that time, he approached to greet them. To his surprise, the textbook breeder, the idol of countless breeders, the world-renowned Shangguan Chang, turned out to be the mother of his classmate. If he could receive her guidance, it could truly be said that many obstacles on the path of beast taming would be cleared away. "It's no big deal, let's go." Looking at Yin Hong, who resembled a bear that hadn't eaten for 2 or 3 days, suddenly seeing food, Su Feng couldn't help but shiver. He got into the vehicle parked by the roadside, heading home. After all, it was his mother coming back. In this world where beasts and humans coexist, for the vast majority of families, the contracted beasts have long been like family, an indispensable member of the household. Su Feng also shared this news with the little chilin and the leap dragon fish. The reactions of the two were completely different. The little chilin was filled with joy and excitement. This was only because Su Feng vividly told it that the meals his mother made were truly exceptional. Moreover, she could transform those almost tasteless spirit stones and ordinary spirit herbs into flavors that every beast loved. The transformed spiritual items would be absorbed by the beasts at a faster rate than usual. This made the little chilin, a foodie, instantly excited. All the way, it kept making wah-wah sounds, occasionally bouncing around in the car. As for the leap dragon fish, its thoughts were much simpler and more straightforward. After hearing Su Feng's words, it merely blew a few bubbles and made a pulu sound. Its round eyes seemed to say, "What's so special about food? Nothing is more important than avoiding a beating." This left Su Feng feeling both helpless and somewhat admiring. With the leap dragon fish's focus, he felt that even without being contracted by him, its future was destined to be brilliant. As the person and two beasts each harbored different thoughts and expectations, the vehicle slowly drove into a courtyard with a pastoral style. Wah wah! As soon as the car door opened, the little chilin immediately jumped out. With its hooves flying, a dazzling golden lightning appeared spontaneously on its body, crackling loudly. This scene made Su Feng both amused and exasperated. He stood by the car, watching the little chilin's retreating figure, unable to help but laugh and cry at the same time. "Goodness, during the battle, I wanted you to integrate the gunmetal calamity lightning into your skills. After 2 days of training, you couldn't do it, and after a day of battle, you still couldn't do it. But the moment you catch a whiff of the aroma, you suddenly understand it all on your own? This talent really is used in the strangest places." At this moment, the little chilin was too preoccupied to care about what Su Feng was saying. Its heart and eyes were completely captivated by the enticing aroma wafting from the house. It dashed towards the kitchen, leaving behind traces of golden lightning. Because the power of the gunmetal calamity lightning was simply too strong, the fierce and malevolent aura intertwined with the yang metal aura, both existing together, extremely fierce and domineering. Although the little chilin could not fully control it, the fluctuations it emitted still startled Su Feng's mother, Shang Wanqing's destined beast Qing Huanling. Qing Huanling appeared like a 13 or 14-year-old girl, with skin whiter than snow and deep ice blue eyes, a rare elven-type beast. At that moment, she was originally carrying dishes, walking towards the dining table. But suddenly, the fluctuations of the gunmetal calamity lightning came. Her movements abruptly halted. Then, as if sensing something, a hint of shock flashed in her pupils. "Ling Ling, what's wrong?" Shang Wanqing noticed the unusual behavior of Qing Huanling. She turned her head, and as her gaze followed Qing Huanling's line of sight to the kitchen door, her confusion instantly transformed into surprise. Then, surprise quickly turned into delight. Her eyes were filled with joy at her son's contract with such an extraordinary beast. "This must be my precious son's little chilin. Not bad, not bad. This looks much better than his father's taste. Wah wah! Rice, fragrant, hungry. Is the little chilin hungry? Ling Ling, take the little chilin to the dining table. The rest will be ready soon." Shang Wanqing looked at the little chilin, who was holding its belly and pretending to be pitiful, and smiled as she spoke. "Ni du li Qing Huanling responded cheerfully. Wah wah! The little chilin instantly understood that there was food on the dining table, and its eyes lit up. With a cheerful step, it followed Qing Huanling. Su Feng, who entered the house, looked at the little chilin whose tail was wagging like a rattle drum, and a helpless, indulgent smile appeared on his face. He walked over and greeted his mother. "Mom, I'm back." Shang Wanqing looked at her son, her eyes filled with affection. "Are you tired? Go wash your hands, it's time to eat." As a world-renowned beast tamer, Shang Wanqing was skilled in every aspect. Whether in culinary arts or in making beast food, her skills had reached an unparalleled level. As soon as this meal was served, the effect was remarkable. Wah wah! The little chilin called out joyfully, its mouth stuffed with food, cheeks puffed up. It looked as if it were afraid someone would snatch its food away. Pulu! The jumping dragon fish also occasionally made sounds nearby. However, it wasn't because it was greedy. It was immersed in a different kind of enjoyment. Su Feng's parents had long heard of this jumping dragonfish and understood its unique habits. Thus, after asking Su Feng about a few things, Shang Wanqing specially prepared some food for the jumping dragonfish. Extreme devilishly spicy plus universally bitter plus overwhelmingly sour. Just one bite would instantly fill the jumping dragonfish's mouth, tongue, throat, and even stomach with an indescribable painful sensation. But for the jumping dragonfish, it was simply a delicacy. Pulu! So refreshing. Pulu! The beast tamer didn't lie to me. Pulu! This kind of pain from within. Pulu! It's simply too delightful. Seeing the jumping dragonfish enjoy itself so much, Su Feng's parents and all their beasts were genuinely impressed. They never expected that there could be a beast that could gain happiness and enhance its strength in such a unique way. No wonder this jumping dragon fish could be contracted by you. This method of contracting is truly peculiar. After the meal, Su Lin sat on the sofa, watching the jumping dragonfish in a state of ecstasy, and his expression became somewhat strange. He felt both curious and a bit perplexed, but more than that, he was amazed by this miraculous way of growth. But what my son said is right, everyone has their own path. The jumping dragonfish has its own way too. As long as it doesn't get hurt, it doesn't matter. Shang Guansheng nodded slightly, speaking with a tolerant expression. As a beast tamer, she understood that every beast has various different ways of growing. As long as it benefits the beast and doesn't violate principles, it is worthy of respect. She had her own beasts check on the jumping dragonfish. Such behavior would not leave any negative consequences for the jumping dragonfish. On the contrary, it would be beneficial. Since that was the case, as the head of the family, one must learn to respect its choices. Hearing this, Su Lin also nodded and smiled. No wonder you're my son. His face was filled with pride, and his eyes reflected his admiration for Su Feng. In his view, his son not only possessed an exceptional talent for beast taming but also had the ability to think outside the box, understanding and respecting the unique growth patterns of each beast. This was truly rare in the path of beast taming, making him, as a father, feel immensely proud. If your grandfather knew about this, he would definitely tease your dragon uncle again. Su Lin laughed as he leaned slightly against the back of the sofa. He could already picture the old man's smug and boastful expression in his mind. Upon hearing his father's words, Su Feng couldn't help but chuckle. But he also understood one of the reasons he was able to contract the leap dragon fish. Turning to his mother, he said, "By the way, Mom, my ability to contract the leap dragon fish also has a contribution from Yin Hong and his father. I want to invite him over in the next couple of days. Of course, invite him tomorrow, and we can all go for special training together." Shang Guansheng thought of the tall Yin Hong she had encountered with Su Feng at the mall. She had originally wanted to invite him for a meal, but before she could say anything, he had left with a flushed face. He was a very innocent child. Meanwhile, Su Lin added, "Also invite the Lin family's girl. It's just right since she wants to pursue the path of nurturing beasts. Although it's a mutually beneficial transaction, our family's gains are greater. We should also be grateful. As long as it doesn't violate our bottom line or principles, we should help when we can." The next morning, the morning light gently spilled into every corner of the room through the gaps in the curtains. Shang Guanxing's other beast, Mi Xiaochu, had already arrived in the kitchen and was methodically preparing breakfast. Mi Xiaochu was a uniquely shaped beast, resembling a bowl of steaming hot rice, wearing a chef's hat, with noodles for arms, and various patterns carved on the bowl representing seasonings. There was a saying that if one was fortunate enough to obtain a rice chef's spirit and carefully nurture it to the golden level, it would be equivalent to having a money tree. This was because Mi Xiaochu's strength increased through cooking. Once it reached the golden realm, its culinary skills would be on par with those of a national banquet chef. Just woke up, and the digestive system is still in a waking state, not fully recovered. Even beasts shouldn't eat high-nutrition foods before reaching a certain stage. Shang Guansheng stood at the dining room door, watching the little chilin and leap dragonfish devour their food. She intended to share her years of beast nurturing experience with her son, discussing dietary precautions. However, before she could finish her sentence, she was surprised to find that even just waking up, the little chilin and leap dragonfish had no trouble absorbing those high-nutrition foods. Their energy absorption was excellent. Seeing this, Shang Guansheng suddenly felt that some of her nurturing experience might not be suitable for her son's beasts. However, being a well-informed beast nurturer, she had an open mindset and didn't feel embarrassed. She simply shook her head slightly, a mix of helplessness and fondness in her smile, then turned to Su Feng and asked, "Have you contacted your two classmates? We're meeting at the Thunder Roar Club at 8:30. Su Feng nodded in response. "I messaged them last night, and they all said it was fine and would arrive on time." "Alright, get ready, we're heading out." As Shang Guansheng spoke, she glanced at the time. Although it was still early, the morning rush hour in Magic City was notoriously congested. With the upcoming special recruitment assessments and the Unified College Entrance Examination, there were many beast tamers heading to various training locations. It wouldn't hurt to leave early. An hour later, Thunder Roar Training Club Hall. Early in the morning, there weren't many people in the club, and the vast space felt a bit empty. But no matter where you are, there will always be some eager beavers. They rushed to the club early, ready to dive into training, wanting to secretly roll while others were still sleeping in. At this moment, they were all somewhat surprised as they looked towards the entrance. There stood a one-armed man, waiting with a young boy. The one-armed man, is he the guardian of Thunder Valley, Lei Zhenghong? That's right, it's him. That aura, like thunder, is unforgettable at first glance. I didn't expect him to come to the training club. Does he have some connection with this club? I heard the current owner of the club is his cousin. But look at this setup. Is he here to welcome someone? Is some big shot coming? I don't know, let's wait and see. The Beast Masters were discussing among themselves. Meanwhile, Yin Hong and Lin Suxian, who were also waiting, wore expressions of emotion. Compared to others, they knew more insider information due to their relationship with Su Feng, but knowing more made them even more shocked at this moment. That was the guardian of Thunder Valley. Thunder Valley, as the place with the most and strongest average strength of thunder roar in the territory of China and even the world. As the guardian there, even an ordinary mayor would have to show him some respect. Now, he was actually waiting for his classmate's mother, which truly exceeded their imagination. Just as the two were feeling emotional, a voice filled with excitement echoed throughout the hall, instantly capturing everyone's attention. People instinctively looked towards the entrance. There walked in Shang Guanqing, exuding an extraordinary aura, being greeted by Lei Zhenghong with a somewhat respectful and slightly awkward demeanor. The former was scolding the latter for putting on such a show, leaving the latter with a hint of helplessness, unable to retort, and could only listen obediently. After hearing the voice, Shang Guanqing greeted the source of the sound and walked straight towards the elevator, her steps elegant and composed. She had long been accustomed to the surprised and curious gazes around her. Following behind, Su Feng entered the hall and immediately spotted Yin Hong and the others. He waved at them and entered the elevator together, leaving a group of somewhat excited beast masters standing in place, watching the disappearing figures. It felt like a dream, somewhat unreal. It took them a while to come back to their senses and start discussing animatedly. Was that really Shang Guanqing just now? One beast master said, still unable to believe his eyes, murmuring to himself. There's no mistake, I wouldn't misidentify her, someone beside him replied confidently. No wonder Boss Lei personally welcomed her, it turns out Sister Qing has arrived. I'm so envious of those few people, they must be getting guidance from Sister Qing, someone said with a face full of envy. They couldn't help but yearn for such an opportunity themselves. Yeah, I really wish I was in there too. Another person sighed in agreement, their words filled with regret, only able to look longingly in the direction of the elevator. On the other side, at the top level of the Thunder Roar Training Club. So, tell me, what's with this grand setup? What do you want? Shang Guanqing raised an eyebrow slightly, her gaze carrying a hint of scrutiny as she looked at Lei Zhenghong. She and Lei Zhenghong were old acquaintances, understanding each other's personalities. Today, with such a fuss, there must be something important he needed. Lei Zhenghong wore a helpless yet earnest expression as he looked at Shang Guanqing, hesitating to speak several times. Sister-in-law, that. He finally gritted his teeth and expressed his thoughts all at once. Please, do me a favor and guide my son. This kid of mine doesn't want to follow my path, insisting on some nonsense about flesh being short-lived in mechanical ascension. I really don't understand the training of mechanical beast taming. At this point, he couldn't help but sigh, a bitter smile appearing on his face. Clearly, he was quite troubled by his son's idea. In his view, as the guardian of Thunder Valley, he had been navigating the path of lightning beast taming for many years, accumulating real experience. Plus, he had a large number of high-quality thunder bear cubs. If his son learned well from him, his future would surely be bright. But this kid saw many thunderous roars in Thunder Valley dying of old age. Suddenly, he believed that only machines could endure, and thus became obsessed with mechanical beast taming. But this was worlds apart from the field of beast taming he excelled in. He knew that Shang Guanqing was well-informed and had a high level of expertise in beast cultivation, so today, he wanted to earnestly request Shang Guanqing to help guide his son. Upon hearing Lei Zhenghong's words, Shang Guanqing couldn't help but tease, "It's not easy for someone like you to say such things. After all, it's your own child. I'm worried he might take a wrong turn, and I really can't help much in this area." Lei Zhenghong's words revealed a father's love and concern for his son. Although he was an outsider in mechanical beast taming, he couldn't bear to see his son exploring this path alone, stumbling along the way. Alright, it's a simple matter. Next time just say it directly, no need for all this unnecessary fluff. In the Tianzi training room, Su Feng and the others were getting to know each other through brief exchanges. Of course, mainly it was Su Feng and the others getting to know Lei Shouwen. Like them, Lei Shouwen was also a student about to participate in the early recruitment. Moreover, he was a well-known genius from Linen First High School. Because he scored a perfect 130 in the initial test, he only received a score of 130. His destined beast was Iron Bean, a mechanical beast that walks upright, has hands and feet, a bulky body, and a dinosaur-like head, capable of launching missiles from its mouth. By the way, why did you choose to go into the mechanical system? Are you planning to become a researcher? Looking at Iron Bean's unique appearance, Yin Hong asked curiously. In his view, while mechanical beast taming was powerful, it was relatively niche. Aside from some researchers who needed the computational power of the mechanical system, very few would major in this direction. Flesh is short-lived, mechanical ascension. Lei Xiuwen replied seriously. His eyes conveyed a kind of determination, as if he was not merely stating a simple phrase, but expressing a belief he held dear in his heart. Ordinary beasts will eventually meet their end. Lei Xiuwen frowned slightly, his tone carrying a hint of sentiment. He continued, no matter how powerful they are, they cannot escape aging, illness, and death. Once their lifespan is up, they will ultimately vanish from this world. At this point, he paused, his gaze falling on Iron Bean, his eyes softening a bit. The mechanical system is different. With current human technology, as long as the core of the machine is not destroyed, its life will endure. He was well aware of the unique advantages of mechanical beasts. As long as the core components were intact, even if they lost an arm or a leg, they could be repaired and upgraded, always accompanying the beast master. After hearing his words, Su Feng and the others couldn't help but nod slightly. Yes, he was a person with ideas and aspirations. At the same time, Su Feng couldn't help but fall into deeper contemplation. He pondered that machinery itself represented a product of human wisdom. So, if I were to obtain entries related to the mechanical system in the future, I would use them as an energy source to awaken the path of humanity. What would the situation be like? Would a robot in mecha armor appear? Or would a mothership from outer space, like those in sci-fi movies, emerge? Just as Su Feng was lost in thought, Shang Wanqing entered the room. Looking at the 4 children in the room, she got straight to the point. You 4 have different directions for your beast taming. One-on-one teaching is needed. Who will go first? Let Lin Suxian go first. She's a novice tamer too, Su Feng said, coming back to his senses. The other 2 had no objections. After all, they were just here to audit the class, so it didn't matter who went first. Lin Suxian felt as if she were dreaming, completely dazed. One-on-one teaching, especially from a world-renowned tamer, was something extraordinary. According to market prices, the starting fee was 10 million for 10 minutes, and even if one could afford it, it wasn't guaranteed they could book such a session. She had thought that coming here would just give her a chance to be close to her idol, and if the other person was happy, they might offer her a few pointers. But she never expected to qualify for one-on-one private tutoring. This sudden surprise left her momentarily at a loss. Don't be so excited. You won't be able to learn in this state. Su Feng noticed Lin Suxian still frozen in place, knowing she was too excited. How can I not be excited? Lin Suxian thought to herself, any beast tamer, especially one who was also a part-time tamer, would be nervous in this situation. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down, but her slightly trembling hands betrayed her current excitement. I won't eat you, come on over, Shang Wanqing said, finding Lin Suxian's nervous and excited demeanor amusing. She then turned to Su Feng and the other 2, Mu Chen, Yin Hong, and Xiuwen. You 3 are all the same age. You can also have a battle among yourselves. Learning from others can be beneficial. Many techniques that others take for granted can also be of great benefit to you. Buzz, as Shang Wanqing took Lin Suxian away, the somewhat empty training room was left with only Su Feng, Yin Hong, Lei Xiuwen, and their respective beasts. At that moment, the Iron Bean, resembling a mechanical dinosaur, suddenly emitted a peculiar sound, like the friction and collision of metal parts. Its wide eye sockets held eyes that looked like black gems, now fixed intently on the leap dragonfish just released by Su Feng. It can fly. It actually can fly. Seeing his Iron Bean like this, Lei Xiuwen understood its thoughts. It wanted to spar after seeing a flying beast. So, with a hint of anticipation, Lei Xiuwen looked at Su Feng and politely and sincerely invited, "Can your leap dragonfish have a battle with my Iron Bean?" He then explained the special characteristics of his Iron Bean. Anyone who knows a bit about Iron Beans would know that its evolved form is the jet dragon, which evolves to have a jet engine under its feet and helicopter-like rotors on its back. Because of this, most Iron Beans, from the moment they are born, can see their parents flying. They have an incredibly strong desire to fly. Other Iron Beans, upon seeing a spirit beast with flying capabilities, would obediently widen their eyes, looking like well-behaved elementary school students, filled with envy. They long to learn from the other and acquire the ability to fly. The personality of Lei Xiuwen's Iron Bean is a bit special. One could even say mischievous. When faced with a flying beast, it always wants to rush in and have a fight. It believes that only through such intense collisions can it truly touch the secrets of flight. Pulu, a fight? That sounds great. As soon as the leap dragonfish emerged, it heard that a beast wanted to fight it. Instantly, the lively light in its originally bright eyes shone even more, filled with joy. Seeing this, Su Feng also became interested. The attack mode of the mechanical system is quite different from other attributes. In the early stages, it often relies on its unique structure and energy drive to possess particularly powerful strength. Moreover, Su Feng had just checked Iron Bean's strength, which was silver rank 1. Perhaps it could give the leap dragon fish a good meal. Just right. This morning, the little chilin had advanced to bronze rank 8, generating a power of feedback. It was just a hair's breadth away from breaking through to bronze rank 2. Perhaps after taking this beating, the leap dragon fish, combined with the pain it had absorbed earlier, could break through to silver rank 5, allowing itself to advance smoothly. Since that's the case, leap dragon fish, prepare for battle. Pulu. The leap dragon fish let out a low roar, full of spirit. When it heard the word battle, the excitement in its round eyes instantly burst forth. It knew very well that this meant it was going to take a beating again. And every time it took a beating, it was a perfect opportunity for it to grow stronger. It was simply the most wonderful thing in the world. Its scales slightly raised, and its fins tightened. Its whole body was like a bowstring pulled taut, ready for battle. It looked as if to say, no matter how strong the opponent is, it was already prepared to welcome this upcoming feast of beatings. Then, I will act as the referee. Yin Hong volunteered, clearing his throat and raising his voice. Red side, leap dragon fish, blue side, iron bean. As his voice clearly echoed in the room, the previously relaxed atmosphere in the Tianzi room suddenly became much more serious. Woozy Iron Bean and the leap dragon fish stared at each other. At that moment, it was as if they had a telepathic connection. They saw excitement and desire in each other's eyes. When the words "the match begins" came from Yin Hong's mouth, Iron Bean, gear missile. Lei Shuwen issued the command without hesitation. Upon hearing the order, Iron Bean immediately opened its mouth filled with metallic teeth. Countless small gear-shaped missiles spewed out. These gear missiles also had a certain tracking ability. They danced and intertwined in the air, each one hitting the leap dragon fish accurately. Bang! In an instant, numerous small explosions sounded one after another. However, Iron Bean's mechanical long-range output skills were still weak at this stage. It only stirred up some dust and did not cause any substantial impact on the facilities in the room. Even so, Lei Shuwen still frowned slightly, filled with doubt. Why not dodge? He knew very well that Su Feng had achieved an impressive score of 150 in the initial test. Logically, the opponent should not be unaware of the consequences of being hit by the mechanical beast's gear missiles. How could they let their own beast stand there and take a beating? This was quite unreasonable, and he couldn't figure out the situation. Lei Shuwen squinted his eyes, his brain rapidly processing. With his self-awakened talent, Super Brain, he began to analyze the situation before him. This talent of his was quite impressive. With it, his brain was as powerful as a supercomputer. As long as he transmitted the corresponding information to his brain, he could analyze the approximate probability of a situation. Especially in combat, so far, the accuracy has reached 100%. Can't dodge? Probability 1%. An analysis result suddenly appeared in Lei Shuwen's mind. He then thought, not afraid? Probability 99%. At this point, he couldn't help but be slightly taken aback, thinking to himself, so that's it, underestimated? Lei Shuwen took a deep breath, his gaze sharpened, and decisively issued the command again. Taidudu, take this opportunity to enhance your mechanical strength, then attack with your metal claws. To be on the safe side, he specifically had Taidudu enhance itself first. After receiving the command, Taidudu's mechanical parts began to emit a dazzling light. Various precise components operated faster, clearly undergoing mechanical enhancement. Moments later, it suddenly kicked off the ground and pounced towards the direction of the leap dragon fish. Two sharp metal claws glinted with a cold light under the illumination, resembling two sharp steel blades. It was poised to take down the leap dragon fish in one fell swoop. Pulu. However, the leap dragon fish showed no fear, watching the imminent attack. Not only did it not dodge, but it also excitedly waved its tail, actively approaching Taidudu in the astonished gaze of Lei Shuwen. Clang! The metal claws collided with the blue halo, producing a crisp and piercing sound. Taidudu felt as if its claws had struck something harder than steel. A powerful recoil surged back through its claws, causing its body to uncontrollably retreat. It left two clear scratches on the ground before barely stabilizing itself. Unable to break through. How is that possible? Lei Shuwen's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. It should be noted that this was an attack with metal claws after mechanical enhancement. The attack and speed were nearly 20% improved compared to before. Considering the inherent strength advantage of the mechanical system and the boost from metal-type skills, according to Lei Shuwen's calculations, such a combination should not leave even a golden-tier beast unscathed. Yet the reality was right in front of him. The leap dragon fish had done it. It not only easily withstood Taidudu's attack but also had a glimmer of eagerness in its lively eyes, as if the previous attack posed no threat at all. As expected of Su Feng, as expected of the leap dragon fish. I'm glad I never underestimated you or acted impulsively. Lei Shuwen secretly rejoiced that he had first had Taidudu use mechanical enhancement, boosting its defense, attack, and speed. Otherwise, the recoil from the attack just now might have seriously harmed Taidudu. Meanwhile, Su Feng was eagerly anticipating. Attack quickly. Continue attacking. Just a little more to break through. Quickly use that move. His inner shout soon received a response. Taidudu, gather your internal power and use that move. Lei Shuwen shouted loudly, knowing that he had actually lost this battle. From the moment the leap dragon fish easily blocked the metal claw attack, he understood that the gap in strength between the two sides was greater than he had anticipated. But just now, the leap dragon fish had been hit by the gear missile, which would somewhat lower its magic resistance. He was genuinely curious. In this situation, could Taidudu's strongest move, the laser beam, withstand the leap dragon fish? Is it coming? The new entry. Anticipating. On the surface, Su Feng remained calm, still standing there quietly. But inside, he couldn't help but feel a bit excited. He could sense that the leap dragonfish was on the verge of breaking through. Perhaps it was about to be shattered by Taidodo's strike. Success or failure hinges on this one move. Upon hearing the command, Taidodo suddenly retreated, creating some distance from the jumping dragonfish. The light on its mechanical body grew increasingly dazzling, clearly gathering all the power within. Immediately after, a sharp cry erupted from its mouth as it opened wide again. However, this time it did not spit out gear missiles, but rather an energy beam radiating a ghostly blue light. Unfortunately, due to Taidodo's lack of control over this skill, the energy beam that should have shot straight ahead veered off course. It shot off to the side at an angle, clearly about to miss its target. This made the jumping dragonfish's eyes widen in shock. Its expression seemed to say, "This won't do, we can't let this attack miss." It flicked its tail fiercely, bursting forth with unprecedented speed to meet the deviating laser beam. Lei Shouwen? What's going on? Yin Hong. As expected, I knew it would be like this. At this moment, Lei Shouwen was greatly shaken. Wait, is the jumping dragonfish's brain? He simply could not understand the jumping dragonfish's unusual behavior. When has a Beastmaster's pet ever taken the initiative to meet the enemy's strongest attack? This was completely illogical. Yin Hong's expression was equally shocked. However, he thought, damn, this disgusting jumping dragonfish is really fierce in battle. He knew the jumping dragonfish's nature, that it was a special existence that enjoys pain. The more it fights, the stronger it gets. He felt more and more that the jumping dragonfish's fighting style was truly unique. As its opponent, it was nothing short of torture. Because you never knew when Su Feng would launch an attack on you. You also had to be on guard against the jumping dragonfish growing stronger by taking hits. Bang! When the laser beam was caught by the jumping dragonfish, the powerful energy erupted instantly. It was blinding, like the headlights of an Audi, making it almost impossible to open one's eyes. Pulu! Refreshing! Pulu! There was a burning sensation that penetrated deep within. Pulu! Awesome! Pulu! So great! Yet the jumping dragonfish felt no pain at all. Instead, it emitted an incredibly joyful sound. That sound was filled with satisfaction, as if it had not just endured a powerful attack, but had enjoyed a top-notch feast. After taking that hit, its body shimmered with a barely noticeable glow, flowing along its scales. In the midst of this flickering light, the jumping dragonfish completed its breakthrough. Lei Shouwen's expression was one of horror, his eyes wide as he stared fixedly at the jumping dragonfish. He murmured, the physical body of the jumping dragonfish is clearly different from before. He could clearly see that the scales on the jumping dragonfish's head were now denser, and the luster was deeper. This is... His voice trembled slightly, filled with shock. It has broken through. Yin Hong couldn't help but exclaim, voicing what Lei Shouwen wanted to say. He had guessed that the jumping dragonfish might grow stronger from this attack, but he never expected it to directly complete a breakthrough. This was simply unbelievable. Pulu! Jumping dragonfish, silver rank 5, mastered. Unlike the shock of the two, Su Feng, who had anticipated the outcome since the battle began, was now incredibly excited. He tried hard to control the smile on his face, not wanting to appear too ostentatious, but the corners of his mouth seemed to rise uncontrollably. He really couldn't help it, simply because, with the jumping dragonfish completing its breakthrough, the resulting feedback power allowed Su Feng to advance as well. He now possessed the realm of bronze rank 2. He also gained a brand new attribute. The dragon fights in the wild, its blood is dark yellow. After being attacked, the blood within accelerates, stamina is continuously restored, and control immunity is granted. However, the aura of dragon blood often possesses an overwhelming allure, attracting attackers whose levels do not exceed 2 major realms above itself. This entry is simply too impressive. The ability to continuously recover goes without saying. It allows the owner of the entry to avoid being passive in prolonged battles. The effect of immunity to control is even more suitable for the leap dragonfish. Previously, Su Feng's positioning of the leap dragonfish was as a troublemaker. Using its ability to grow stronger from taking hits to attract hatred, it shares the firepower for teammates and absorbs damage. After all, as long as the damage absorption is high enough, it can absorb more energy and unleash powerful violent output, becoming an unexpected variable on the battlefield. However, achieving such a goal is not without limitations. First, control skills are a difficult problem to solve. Just like the battle with Ji Jiuwen yesterday, the Thunder Lion's Thunder Net indeed put the leap dragonfish into a paralyzed state. It could only obediently stay in place, unable to move. Only after absorbing the pain brought by the Thunder Net could it muster the strength to break free. In other words, the leap dragonfish does not have immunity to control. This is a significant hidden danger in combat. After all, what great role can a troublemaker that needs to absorb damage play? Others only need to keep you controlled in place and ignore you. But now, with this entry, it's different. The leap dragonfish directly possesses immunity to control. As long as the opponent attacks the leap dragonfish, whether it's a physical attack or a skill attack with control effects, it is essentially an attack. And as long as it's an attack, the entry effect can be triggered. The leap dragonfish can achieve immunity to control. As for the final dragon blood aura having a taunting effect, that's not a problem for the leap dragonfish at all. It actually hopes everyone will come and hit it. With this entry, it can be said that the leap dragonfish, acting as the troublemaker in Su Feng's team during group battles, is already infinitely close to emerging from the mountain. Lei Shouwen, you are a good person. Tidal Do, you are a good beast master. This thrilling battle today is all thanks to both of you. Puff, Pulu, the originally lively eyes of the leap dragonfish now show a hint of disappointment. Is it over? It hasn't eaten enough yet. That burning sensation penetrating its heart makes it feel like it could eat 30 big bowls. The leap dragonfish looks eagerly at Lei Shouwen, its little eyes seemingly silently pleading, "Let's have another match." But at this moment, Lei Shouwen is squatting beside, checking on Tai Dodo's condition, providing psychological counseling. Tai Dodo, come, eat some gold to replenish your stamina, you did great in this battle. Lei Shouwen takes out a large piece of gold from his beast master space. Hiss. Feeding gold to replenish stamina. Is a mechanical beast that hard to sustain? Su Feng and the others can't help but gasp at this scene. Gold, as a rare metal that can store spiritual energy, is very expensive in this world. At its lowest price, it reaches 1,000 bucks per gram. Many people don't even dare to wear gold jewelry during weddings, treating it like a treasure. But Lei Shouwen is just fine, directly taking it out to feed his beast. That's quite a generous move. Hua hua. While the two are marveling, the little chilin, which was lazily lying nearby, immediately perked up upon seeing Tai Dodo eating so deliciously. It approached, its big eyes wide open, wanting to see what Tai Dodo was eating that smelled so good. This is gold that has been specially nurtured with spiritual energy, great for replenishing the stamina and restoring the energy of mechanical beast tamers, Lei Shouwen explained with a smile as he saw the little chilin approach. However, he still moved it slightly away, his eyes revealing a hint of concern. Su Feng, can this holy chilin beast eat it? Although this was spiritual energy gold, it still had the essence of metal. If it couldn't be digested and remained in the stomach, it would slow down the cultivation speed to some extent. Yes, Su Feng nodded, his expression calm. He was aware that the little chilin possessed the attribute of the 5 elements. Not to mention it also had the gung metal calamity thunder. The metal element was within its digestible range as well. He then added, if you don't mind it being eaten up, you can feed it a bit. Upon hearing this, Lei Shouwen shrugged it off, saying, it's just something from my own home, not worth much. Saying this, he took out a large piece of gold from the beast taming space and placed it in front of the little chilin. The little chilin, having received Su Feng's affirmation, no longer held back. It immediately transformed into a glutton, taking a bite, leaving a small dent in the gold. After confirming there was no problem, Lei Shouwen no longer paid attention. He turned to Su Feng and said somewhat shyly, by the way, Su Feng, could you trouble your leap dragonfish to help me train a bit later? The laser beam control of Iron Dodo isn't quite good yet. Compared to regular training, facing an opponent like the leap dragonfish, it can more easily stimulate its potential. Although he usually didn't pay much attention to those small rumors, he still didn't quite understand what kind of monster this leap dragonfish was. How could it get stronger even after being hit? But he knew that the leap dragonfish wouldn't be harmed by the laser beams. In fact, it somewhat enjoyed the feeling of being hit. That's why he thought of having it help train Iron Dodo. It can be done, Sufong said, shifting the topic, looking at Lei Shouwen and asking, but have you thought about one question? Lei Shouwen looked puzzled, not understanding. Does the laser beam skill really have to be released from a distance? Su Feng's eyes sparkled as he posed his question. If you use metal claws to pin the opponent down in battle, bite down and release the skill, wouldn't it still hit? Hearing this, Lei Shouwen shook his head slightly, smiling wryly. I have thought about this method too. Although mechanical beast tamers can easily multitask, Lei Shouwen paused and continued. It still takes Iron Dodo at least a minute to simultaneously gather metal claws and the laser beam. Finding an opportunity to release it at close range is too difficult. The opponent is unlikely to give me that chance. He spread his hands in helplessness, knowing full well that in actual combat, a minute is enough time for the opponent to take many countermeasures. The variables in this method were too great, making it somewhat unfeasible for now. Su Feng listened to his explanation and nodded thoughtfully, realizing a few things. It seemed he had been a bit naive in this regard. He had actually placed everyone's beasts on the same level as the little chilin. These people's beasts were a bit weak. They couldn't even manage to release skills instantly. About an hour later, the room, which had quieted down, became lively again. The three of them looked at the little chilin with either helplessness, surprise, or shock. The reason was simple. The current little chilin possessed the attribute of gunmetal calamity thunder. This attribute granted it unique abilities and made it particularly sensitive to certain special energy sources. Sure enough, it immediately took a liking to the spiritual energy gold, a metal element rich in spiritual energy, just like a child who couldn't resist their favorite candy. At first, the little chilin was just obediently eating the spiritual energy gold that Lei Shouwen had shared with it. Eating with great relish, its cheeks puffed up. But after a while, it realized that this little bit of gold was simply not enough to fill its gaps. So, it set its sights on Tai Dodo's gold. The little chilin was quite clever. It had memorized everything Lei Shouwen had just said, understanding that Tai Dodo had a different feeling towards flying beasts. With its big, twinkling eyes, it immediately showcased its flying abilities right in front of Tai Dodo. Stepping on clouds, flying in the air, it would occasionally flaunt its agile figure, performing various difficult maneuvers, looking as impressive as could be. Tai Dodo watched from the side, eyes wide open. After Lei Shouwen and Su Feng discussed, the two beasts began their battle. As soon as the fight started, the little chilin launched an attack, executing a smooth series of moves like flowing water. First, it slowly released a thunderball infused with the power of metal calamity. Then, taking advantage of Tai Dodo's evasion, it dashed forward, using its sharp horn to deliver a fierce blow, finishing with a kick, all in one seamless motion, as quick as lightning. Tai Dodo had no time to mount any effective resistance and was instantly defeated. Then the scene from the beginning reappeared. Lei Shouwen, degree, is this really a newly born novice beast? Yin Hong, hiss. Has Chen Ji's holy chilin beast become that strong? No, it has always been impressive. Perhaps that beast recently deemed gold level by the club staff was actually Chen Ji's holy chilin. Su Feng looked helplessly at the little chilin wagging its tail, pouncing towards the spiritual gold. Fortunately, he had anticipated this. Not long after Lei Shouwen took out the spiritual gold, he had already messaged his dad to get some spiritual gold over. Little chilin, let's not rush, we should wait a bit, it's impolite to snatch from friends. Su Feng stepped forward to block the little chilin. Thankfully, the little chilin was not that unreasonable. Hearing Su Feng's words, it obediently listened and did not break free. Just at that moment of brief silence, there was a knock at the door of the Tianzi room. Soon after, Lin Suxian returned from the next room with Xiao Bingpa. Her one-on-one teaching session had ended, and it was time to switch. Su Feng glanced at Yin Hong and said, Ahong, you go first. Tai Dodo will need a little more time to recover. Alright, Zhao Yinggue, it's our turn. Upon hearing this, Yin Hong responded and called for Zhao Yinggue to walk out the door. In fact, since receiving Su Feng's invitation yesterday, Yin Hong had discussed it with his parents for quite a while after returning home. After deliberation, he was clear on which aspect of training Zhao Yinggue should focus on now. Zhao Yinggue's strength, including its internal spiritual power, could not compare to the little chilin, the jumping dragonfish, or Tai Dodo. Therefore, water-type skills could be set aside for now. It would be better to conduct special training on noise and soundwave skills, which might yield better results. As for Shang Guanxing, not only is he a world-renowned star trainer, but his strength and beast mastery should not be underestimated. Besides his main beast, the Qing Shuang Huan Ling, the most famous beast he has is the Luan bird Zhang. It is a powerful beast resembling a Luan bird, with wings similar to a guzheng, possessing both wind and sound attributes. This could provide corresponding guidance for Chao Yin Gui's sound skills. Chao Yin Gui, let's do our best. Let's seize this opportunity. Gu Lu. After Yin Hong left, Lin Suxian, being a grateful person, knew that the opportunity to receive one-on-one private guidance from Shang Guanqing today was mainly because of Su Feng. After expressing her sincere gratitude, she just shifted her gaze to the side, looking at Lei Shouwen, who was healing Tai Dodo's injuries. Lin Suxian curiously asked, "Were you just engaged in a beast battle?" Lei Shouwen, who had already reacted, generously admitted, "Yeah, my Tai Dodo lost. Su Feng's jumping dragonfish and holy unicorn are both very strong." Upon hearing this, Lin Suxian couldn't help but click her tongue. Even Tai Dodo isn't a match for the little unicorn? Compared to Yin Hong and Su Feng, who didn't know much about the talents from other cities, Lin Suxian, as a novice beast cultivator, not only learned a lot of cultivation techniques but also searched for information about peers from various cities. She enriched her knowledge through the beast cultivation techniques of outstanding individuals her age. Therefore, she understood Lei Shouwen better than Yin Hong did. She was well aware of Tai Dodo's strength. It didn't surprise her that the jumping dragonfish could defeat Tai Dodo. She also had some understanding of the jumping dragonfish's background. However, the little unicorn could actually possess the strength to defeat Tai Dodo? Moreover, looking at the little unicorn, it was clear that it hadn't taken any damage at all. Su Feng and his holy unicorn, the top combination from the first high school of Magic City, and even the highest scoring combination in the national preliminary tests. Just how terrifying was their strength? Just as Lin Suxian was in shock, Lei Shouwen suddenly recalled what Su Feng had just said. He also remembered the release of the little unicorn's moves. That speed, the flames on its four hooves, the lightning from its sharp horn. Clearly, this was a combination of three skills. Lei Shouwen couldn't help but widen his eyes and curiously asked, "Su Feng, can your holy unicorn already release three skills simultaneously?" That was just the electric flash, flame tread, and sharp horn thunder spike, right? Although it was a question, there was a hint of certainty in Lei Shouwen's tone. He had already analyzed it using his talent ability, with an accuracy rate of 88%. Su Feng shook his head and said, "It's not electric flash, but the others are correct." He didn't mention that it was a combination of electric flash plus gale step plus wind speed plus flame tread plus sharp horn thunder spike, as 5 skills in 1 second was simply too terrifying. Even many experienced beast masters wouldn't dare to imagine it. He then added, "I think you should seriously consider what I just said. For mechanical type beasts, multitasking is one of their talents, and if you can make good use of this point, there will be a significant improvement." Upon hearing this, Lei Shouwen nodded seriously, "Thanks, Su Chenggu, I will consider it." Lin Suxian, who was listening to their conversation, fell into a state of confusion once again. What the heck? Combination skills? Multitasking? Are novice beast masters now that impressive? They are already considering these things? Also, wait. Just now, the holy unicorn, electric flash, flame tread, sharp horn thunder spike. 3 skills. Combination release. Lin Suxian suddenly widened her eyes, looking incredulously at the direction of the little unicorn in Su Feng. Now Su Feng actually had the ability to make the holy unicorn release combination skills? And it was 3 skills released simultaneously? A novice beast master achieving what even many diamond level, let alone king level beast masters couldn't do? This. How strong is Su Feng now? In the adjacent room, the atmosphere was particularly quiet and focused. Luan Niaozhan was providing one-on-one sound system skill guidance to the Tide Sound Turtle. During this training, Shang Guanqing looked at Yin Hong and asked, "Yin Hong, what do you think is the most important thing in beast battles?" Yin Hong heard this question, first slightly furrowing his brows, lost in thought. After a moment, he slowly raised his head, his gaze becoming resolute, and replied, "It's growth, it's victory." Shang Guanqing nodded slightly, a hint of a comforting smile appearing on her face. That's right, there are many purposes to battling. This way, the bond between a beast master and their beast can deepen. Each beast, after experiencing battles and undergoing training from their beast master, can address its own weaknesses, becoming more complete and powerful. As for victory, it is something that almost every beast and every beast master yearns to pursue. It's more like a test of the efforts of both the beast master and the beast. Shang Guanqing paused slightly, then turned around, her gaze falling on Yin Hong once more. She continued, "Every stage of beast masters has a different understanding of battles. At your age, what you desire most is victory, and that is understandable." At this point, her eyes became profound, revealing a wisdom of someone who has been through it. And there are indeed many ways to achieve victory. The simplest method is to leverage the unique advantages your beast has over others at each different stage. Advantages? The advantage of the Soundwave Turtle? Yin Hong was taken aback for a moment, then fell back into a state of contemplation. To be honest, he had contracted the Soundwave Turtle largely because it was the child of his father's ace beast. It had high innate qualities, and their family had a relatively complete breeding process for Soundwave Turtles. He felt that following the process, the Soundwave Turtle would definitely not be lacking. As for the rest, he hadn't really thought about it in detail. Is it sound type skills? Or defense? Yin Hong tentatively asked. He vaguely felt that the Soundwave Turtle seemed quite outstanding in these two aspects, but he wasn't sure if that was the unique advantage Shang Wanqing was referring to. Shang Wanqing smiled and nodded. That's right, many sound type skills have the effect of interfering with the opponent's beast's hearing. She patiently explained, just think, once the opponent's beast can't hear the beast master's commands clearly, it can easily fall into chaos during battle, leading to a disrupted attack rhythm. She walked over to the Soundwave Turtle, gently patting its shell, and continued, and the shell of the Soundwave Turtle provides a defense that is hard for novice beasts to break through, which is also a significant support for it. Your Soundwave Turtle's talent in sound type and water type skills isn't particularly strong, but its defensive capability is quite robust. To defeat over 95% of opponents at this stage, you can completely use another method. Shang Wanqing's gaze held a hint of mystery as she spoke slowly. Noise interference plus absorption plus roundness plus water melody anti-magic plus water shield. Yin Hong wasn't foolish. Upon hearing Shang Wanqing say this, combined with the names of these skills, a flash of insight struck him like lightning. The noise skill would interfere with the opponent's beast master's commands, causing their beast to fall into a chaotic attack rhythm. At that moment, he could use the roundness to enhance his own defense and the water melody anti-magic to boost his magic resistance. This would allow him to withstand the opponent's attacks, putting them in a situation of lacking stamina and spiritual power. He could even combine it with the absorption skill to absorb the spiritual power within the opponent's beast, making it enter a state where it could no longer release skills more quickly. By then, the entire situation would fall into his turn. Soundwave Turtle, let's thank Aunt Shangwan and teacher Luan Niaozheng together. With this thought, Yin Hong called the Soundwave Turtle and deeply bowed in gratitude to Shangwan Chang and teacher Luan Niaozheng. In fact, many beast masters had released strategies online about these things. But the problem was that not every strategy was suitable for all beasts. Every beast has its own unique habits, talents, and growth trajectories. The training methods suitable for one beast may not work at all for another. Therefore, for beast masters, finding the right path for their beast is crucial. Then, focusing wholeheartedly on a single goal is of utmost importance. Today, Shang Wanqing's guidance made Yin Hong completely understand the direction in which his Tidesound Turtle should strive. Yin Hong's one-on-one teaching session came to an end. Next, it was Lei Xiuwen's turn. After entering the room, Lei Xiuwen first shared his plans. Auntie, just now, Chenggu told me that mechanical beasts can sometimes benefit from multitasking and combining skills. I feel that this approach suits me well. Can I work towards this direction? He stood by with an expectant look, his gaze fixed on Shang Wanqing, hoping for a positive response and more professional guidance. Mu Chen, his suggestion is indeed very suitable for mechanical beasts. Shang Wanqing frowned slightly, nodding thoughtfully, a hint of approval in her eyes. She understood that Su Feng's ability to propose such an idea indicated that her child had a unique understanding of beasts. However, have you noticed a characteristic of your iron bean? Shang Wanqing shifted the conversation, posing a question. She wanted to guide Lei Xiuwen to gain a deeper understanding of his beast. Lei Xiuwen was momentarily taken aback. He quickly focused, standing there with an expectant expression, waiting for Shang Wanqing to provide valuable guidance. He knew that what Shang Wanqing was about to say would surely be key to training Iron Bean. Shang Wanqing first walked slowly around Iron Bean, carefully observing every mechanical structure on it. Once she was completely certain, she spoke. Mechanical beasts are very different from beasts of other types. Their advantage lies in their precise mechanical structures, which can achieve diverse functions. This is what Mu Chen referred to as the release of combined skills. But this also means that training mechanical beasts requires more attention to detail and coordination. At your current stage, wanting to see quick results is unrealistic. Lei Xiuwen nodded eagerly, listening intently, afraid to miss a single word. Shang Wanqing continued, your iron beam currently has skills like laser beams and gear missiles, which are indeed powerful, but you must understand that the power of mechanical beast skills does not solely depend on their energy output. The compatibility of mechanical parts, the launch angle, and subsequent calibration capabilities all play a crucial role. As she spoke, she squatted down, pointing at the tooth-like device in Iron Bean's mouth, confidently stating, "Your Iron Bean should usually prefer to use its left tooth to crush food, right?" Upon hearing this, Lei Xiaowen was momentarily stunned. He then carefully recalled how Iron Bean ate. Soon, he affirmed, yes. He felt a bit puzzled, not understanding how this related to skills. But he knew that since Shang Wanqing asked, there must be a reason. So your Iron Bean will experience deviation when releasing laser beams. Shang Wanqing stood up, dusting off non-existent dust from her hands, explaining, does this also matter? Lei Xiaowen's eyes widened in surprise. He never expected such a connection between these seemingly unrelated matters. It matters, mechanical skills emphasize rigor. Shang Wanqing smiled slightly at Lei Xiaowen's incredulous expression. Mechanical beasts are also a type of beast. As a beast master, frequently using the left arm causes its arm muscles to develop more. The application of strength will also unconsciously lean towards the left side. The same goes for mechanical beasts. Long-term use of the left teeth to bite things will lead to differences in the left mechanical parts during skill release, such as stress and wear, compared to the right side. This affects the accuracy of skill release, resulting in deviations. However, mechanical beasts and ordinary beasts naturally have different adjustment methods. Other beasts require a certain amount of time to improve through training and adjusting their force application. Mechanical beasts only need to adjust the relevant internal mechanical parts. For example, adjusting the internal spring tension can calibrate the accuracy of skills. Lei Xiaowen listened attentively while seriously recording Shang Wanqing's words. He felt as if he had discovered a training point he had never noticed before. He was already pondering where to find a place for adjustments later. Also, the energy supply of mechanical beasts is a core point. Shang Wanqing's gaze deepened, as if emphasizing the importance of this issue. Not only the combination of skill releases, but there's another point that is a specialty of mechanical types. She paused and then said word by word, firepower coverage. When reaching a certain stage, most mechanical skills can almost be instantaneously released. As long as there is enough spiritual power, continuous bombardment can be achieved. Shang Wanqing's words made a shocking battle scene flash in Lei Xiaowen's mind, and he became even more excited. Additionally, the mobility of mechanical beasts cannot be ignored. Shang Wanqing walked to the window and pointed at the sky outside. Iron Dodo has the potential to evolve into a jet and rotor. During regular training, it can simulate and train its balance and maneuverability in the air. After listening to Shang Wanqing's detailed and professional guidance, Lei Xiaowen felt enlightened. He had suddenly found the right direction for training Iron Dodo. He expressed his gratitude, saying, "Auntie, thank you so much. After what you said, I feel like many of my previous doubts have been resolved." Shang Wanqing smiled slightly and said, "Take your time. The training difficulty of mechanical beasts is inherently more challenging than many other beasts. This is not something that can be accomplished overnight. You need to have enough patience and attention to detail." When Lei Xiaowen's training ended, he left the training room with Iron Dodo, feeling satisfied and full of anticipation for the upcoming training. He thought he must implement Shang Wanqing's guidance well to elevate Iron Dodo's strength to a new level. Next, it was Su Feng's turn. At this time, Su Lin happened to be on his lunch break. He remembered that Shang Wanqing had been busy all morning and must be hungry, so he thoughtfully prepared a delicious meal and personally brought it to his wife. By the way, he also brought the spiritual energy gold that his son wanted. Upon arriving, he learned that his son was undergoing training. Curiosity arose in Su Lin's heart. He often heard others talk about Su Feng and the little Chilin's prowess, but due to his busy work, he had never seen it with his own eyes. So he curiously stayed behind, wanting to see just how powerful his son had become. "Son, I heard from Lei Xiaowen that your little Chilin has already mastered dual tasking?" After recalling what Lei Xiaowen had said after finishing his training, Shang Wanqing's eyes flashed with curiosity as she tilted her head slightly and asked Su Feng. Su Feng confidently nodded, then gently waved his hand, issuing a silent command. The little Chilin beside him instantly understood, exuding a powerful aura. Golden lightning surged around it, resembling angry golden dragons, radiating a chilling presence. At the same time, blue and white lightning intertwined, like agile electric snakes. Red flames suddenly burst forth, roaring fiercely. Brown earth and stones appeared out of nowhere, slowly swirling around the little Chilin. These 7 elemental skills were unexpectedly unleashed simultaneously, launching a fierce attack on the nearby metal plate. In an instant, the light surged, and the powers of various attributes converged together. Like a colorful energy bomb, it hurled towards the metal plate. Boom! After a deafening roar, the entire training room seemed to tremble. The huge sound echoed in the room, lingering for a long time. Meanwhile, on a nearby screen testing the power, an incredibly terrifying power data appeared before everyone. Golden 9th rank. These bold characters flashed with dazzling light, indicating the astonishing power of the recent attack. 7 skills, and such power. Shang Wancheng murmured to herself. Although she already knew that the little chilin was quite powerful, witnessing this shocking scene still moved her, her face filled with awe. A beast that had been born for less than half a month could unleash 7 elemental attacks simultaneously. This alone was beyond imagination, not to mention the power it produced, which actually reached the golden 9th rank. Regardless of which achievement it was a level that many seasoned beast masters who had trained for 2 or 3 years, or even 3 to 5 years, could not hope to reach. Even among the 5 major universities, where talents gathered, most students would only attain such powerful strength close to graduation. This meant that the current little chilin, relying solely on its bronze-level strength, had already achieved a level that was hard to find among those in the Golden Realm. It had already reached the level most people would have upon graduation before even entering school. This, the Chilin Divine Beast, is truly extraordinary. Shang Wanqing silently marveled. Her gaze was filled with admiration and surprise for the little Chilin. Moreover, she had just seen it clearly. In that recent attack, Su Feng seemed to have merely waved his hand lightly, without issuing any obvious commands. That was clearly silent command. Shang Wancheng knew well the difficulty of silent command. It not only required a high level of tacit understanding between the beast master and the beast but also had strict requirements for the beast's own spirituality and obedience. She never expected her son could achieve such a level. A storm of emotions surged in Shang Wancheng's heart, unable to calm down for a long time. Beside her, Su Lin also widened his eyes, his face revealing unmasked shock. He never imagined that his son's little Chilin could unleash such powerful strength. This power was far beyond his expectations. The look in his eyes towards Su Feng suddenly held more pride and comfort. Truly, my son Su Lin, having a son like you is my pride. After a brief moment of calming down, Shang Wanqing took a deep breath and summoned the Qing Shuang illusion spirit. She had it use its spiritual power to wrap around the surroundings, forming a special spiritual barrier, temporarily preventing any sounds or movements from being transmitted outside, creating a relatively private space. Then she asked, "That golden lightning, is it your talent?" Although it was a questioning tone, her words carried a hint of certainty, because yesterday, through the Qing Shuang illusion spirit, she had vaguely sensed an unusual pressure from the little Chilin's golden thunder. That power seemed extremely strong and unique, and based on her and the Qing Shuang illusion spirit's judgment of the recent attack, half of the output from the approach must be caused by that golden thunder. That's why she had such a guess. Su Feng nodded, his expression still relatively calm, and replied, "The little Chilin's realm is too low to fully unleash its power." He knew very well that the gung metal tribulation thunder possessed by the little Chilin belonged to the 5 elements divine thunder. In a sense, the power of the 5 elements divine thunder is far more formidable than the Chilin itself. Since the little Chilin's skill, Chilin descending to the world, can cause damage at the golden level, logically, the power of the gung metal tribulation thunder should be at least a notch higher than it is now. However, the increase in power is not particularly significant. He understood that the only reason was that the little Chilin's realm was still insufficient to fully control this powerful force. But when Shang Wancheng and Su Lin heard this, they couldn't help but exchange a glance, their shock deepening. The feeling was simply beyond words. They never expected that their son had such a huge secret weapon hidden away. Moreover, from the sound of it, this was only because the little Chilin's realm was not enough to fully unleash its power. An attack that cannot unleash its full power is already at the golden 9th rank. If it were to raise its realm, so, what realm have you reached now? Su Lin couldn't contain his curiosity and asked. He really wanted to know what kind of strength his son had now. Bronze 2nd rank, Su Feng answered succinctly. Su Lin was taken aback by this answer at first. Then his expression became incredibly vivid. Bronze 2nd rank? I shouldn't have asked. He remembered being called a genius himself, but reaching the bronze realm took him a long time. Compared to his son's speed, it was simply a world apart. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset. Forget it. After all, he is my own son. There's no need to compare. No wonder he is my son. You will always be my pride. Seeing her husband like this, Shang Wanqing shot him a glance. Then she looked at her son and asked, "So, the silent command and the special leap dragonfish are all because of?" Su Feng felt there was nothing to hide from his parents and answered honestly, "Well, I can now communicate my thoughts with all my beasts. As for the leap dragonfish, it naturally likes this growth path and has the corresponding talent, so, alright, no need to say more." Su Lin hurriedly interrupted his son, his face serious. "Although we are family and will never harm you, you deserve our trust. But many times, even family doesn't need to know everything. Knowing that you are getting better is enough." He understood that some secrets might be better kept. As long as his son could grow safely and steadily, there was no need to delve deeper into other matters. After all, There are many unpredictable variables in this world. Su Lin pondered to himself. Who can say for sure about the affairs of this world? What if one day a world-destroying demon really appears, just like those novels and TV shows depict, causing destruction everywhere and throwing the world into chaos? At that time, it might just be up to his son to solve it. If he knew too many of his son's secrets, what if that demon captured him for some unknown reason, and then used some sinister method to extract key information from his memories? That would be a big problem. It might even implicate his son and affect his ability to save the world. As for why he thought this way, who didn't read some novels or watch some TV shows when they were young? Now looking back, isn't the template for my son's growth just like those protagonists in novels? Born extraordinary, coupled with his own impressive talent, he always encounters various adventures that others wouldn't even dare to imagine, and his strength keeps rising. He definitely has the protagonist's halo. Who knows, he might really end up doing something grand like saving the world in the future. Thinking of this, Su Lin felt a surge of happiness in his heart. He secretly sighed. How wonderful it is. In my lifetime, I relied on my father's greatness when I was young, enjoying various benefits, living smoothly. When I get old and my father is no longer around, my son will be so capable. At that time, I can still enjoy the benefits from my son. My life is truly blessed. The more he thought about it, the more satisfied he felt, looking at Su Feng with pride and comfort, along with a hint of longing for a beautiful future. At that moment, the nearby Shang Wanqing couldn't help but poke him. She teased, "Just think it in your heart, is it necessary to say it out loud? Your son is still here. Aren't you afraid he'll laugh at you?" Ah, did I say it out loud? What else? With all this talk about protagonist templates, big villains, and saving the world, anyone who doesn't know would think you have some serious illness. The contrast between the mayor and a daydreaming youth, TSK. What do you know? A man remains a boy until death. Su Feng watched his parents' loving interaction, and couldn't help but smile slightly. After some playful banter, Su Lin quickly restrained the smile on his face. His entire demeanor shifted back to that of a responsible, composed, and capable mayor. He raised his wrist to check the time and realized it was almost time for him to handle municipal affairs. So he didn't delay any longer, gave Shang Wancheng and Su Feng a few brief instructions, and hurriedly left the club. Shang Wancheng also quickly recovered from the warm family atmosphere. Her expression became focused and serious, her thoughts returning to the key points of this special training. First, to pass the special recruitment assessment. The theoretical part of the assessment goes without saying. With Mu Chen's intelligence and usual preparation, he would definitely handle it easily. As for the beast battle segment, having just witnessed the astonishing power of the little chilin, she knew very well that with the tacit cooperation between the little chilin and Su Feng, and the little chilin's powerful skills, there was absolutely no pressure in this regard. So, the remaining key aspect was the extreme test for the leap dragon fish. According to her son's thoughts, the role of the leap dragon fish in team battles was very clear. A troublemaker. It could also be said to be a presence that disrupts the enemy's formation and divides the battlefield. Since that's the case, how much damage it can withstand is also a crucial question. What is the damage resistance limit of the leap dragon fish? Silver? Or gold? If it can reach gold, what tier of gold? Moreover, resisting burst damage and resisting sustained damage are completely different concepts. It's like the sudden onslaught of a storm versus the continuous drizzle. The methods of response and the required endurance are vastly different. This would undoubtedly require more time for the entire testing process. Son, let the leap dragon fish come out and first test its resistance to sustained damage, to see what level it can reach, Shang Wanqing said seriously, her gaze revealing a sense of rigor. She understood that this test was crucial for understanding the strength of the leap dragon fish. Upon hearing this, Su Feng immediately became excited, his eyes sparkling with eagerness. Testing damage resistance? This was exactly what he had in mind. This was something Su Feng had considered before. However, he had either been busy training or dealing with various situations, and had never found the time to properly do this. Nowadays, it's just perfect that Mom has taken the initiative to propose a test. Since that's the case, Su Feng didn't hold back, cleared his throat, and shouted loudly, "Leap dragon fish, come out and take a beating." The voice echoed in the training room, carrying a hint of unusual anticipation. Pulu, the leap dragon fish was originally lounging in the beast master space. Upon hearing its master's words, it was momentarily stunned. Then, excitement instantly blossomed in its round eyes, as if saying, "Take a beating? Pulu? Where? Pulu, hurry, hurry, hurry. My big knife is already eager and restless." Its excited demeanor was like a warrior about to rush into battle to seize treasure. It radiated an uncontrollable fervor. Even its face began to flush, and its tail swayed more joyfully. With a whoosh, it sprang out from the beast master space. It landed steadily in the center of the training room, ready and waiting for the so-called beating to arrive. Shangwan Cheng looked at the leap dragon fish, which was almost eagerly excited, and couldn't help but chuckle. This was good. It saved her the trouble of having to motivate it during the test later. Qingshuang Illusion Spirit, start with some continuous water-type damage skills, controlling the intensity at the level of Silver Rank 5. Shangwan Cheng issued the command to the Qingshuang Illusion Spirit beside her. She planned to gradually unfold the test, starting with a relatively lower intensity to observe the leap dragonfish's specific reactions. The Qingshuang Illusion Spirit nodded slightly, and a gentle blue light enveloped its body. Then, a barrage of water arrows shot towards the leap dragonfish like fine rain. These water arrows seemed weak, but each contained stable and continuous spiritual power damage. Once they hit, they would adhere to the scales of the leap dragonfish, continuously eroding its body and bringing persistent pain. Pulu! The leap dragonfish looked at the dense barrage of water arrows. Not only did it show no fear, but it also excitedly called out. Its agile body moved freely in the arena. Sometimes it leaped high, sometimes it turned sideways, deliberately allowing some water arrows to hit it. Each time a water arrow struck, its body would tremble slightly, but the light in its eyes grew even hotter, enjoying the wonderful feeling of pain transforming into power. After a moment, the attack of the water arrows continued, but the power had already reached Gold Rank 1. The leap dragonfish was now covered in large and small watermarks. The spiritual power carried by those water arrows flowed continuously over its scales, trying to break through its defenses and penetrate deeper to cause greater damage. Yet, the leap dragonfish still held steady. It swayed its tail and breathed deeply, its eyes revealing immense excitement. Pulu! It hurt so much. Pulu! It felt so good, so good. It seems that the continuous damage at Gold Rank 1 doesn't affect it too much. Qingshuang Illusion Spirit, try increasing it to Gold Rank 3. Shangwan Qing frowned slightly, observing the leap dragonfish's condition as she spoke. She had a new estimation of the leap dragonfish's damage resistance. She hadn't expected this little guy to be quite resilient. The Qingshuang Illusion Spirit received the command, and the blue light around it suddenly intensified. The power of the water arrows increased accordingly, becoming faster and more corrosive. This time, the water arrows struck the leap dragonfish like sharp steel needles, piercing fiercely. The sound of poo-poo echoed continuously, splashing water everywhere. The leap dragonfish was starting to feel the pressure. After all, although Su Mom mentioned Gold Rank 3, a beast master that had reached the half-step legendary realm was releasing attacks with the power of Gold Rank 3. The spiritual energy contained within it, however, is vastly different from the skills released by other beast tamers. The damage it can cause can only be considered a rough estimate. Therefore, even the leap dragonfish felt the pressure. It no longer moved as easily as before, its movements became somewhat sluggish, yet it showed no signs of retreating, instead actively swimming towards the area dense with water arrows. It occasionally emitted a joyful purr sound, as if saying, "Come on, hit me harder." Some fine cracks began to appear on its scales. Threads of blood seeped from the cracks, but it remained oblivious, stubbornly enduring wave after wave of attacks, its expression increasingly entranced. After a while, the continuous damage at the strength of Gold Tier 3 still couldn't bring the leap dragonfish down. Although it looked somewhat disheveled and covered in wounds, the determination and excitement in its eyes grew stronger. Interesting, the leap dragonfish's damage resistance far exceeds my expectations. Qingshuang Illusion Spirit, directly enhanced to Gold Tier 5. A hint of surprise flashed in Shangwan Qing's eyes. She became increasingly curious about the leap dragonfish, eager to see where its limits lay. As the Qingshuang Illusion Spirit once again increased the skill's intensity, the entire training room seemed to be enveloped in a blue spiritual energy light curtain. Water arrows poured down like a torrential rain, each one accompanied by a whistling wind, their power astonishing. This time, the leap dragonfish finally felt a tremendous threat. Its body began to tremble violently, instinctively starting to dodge. Yet even so, it gritted its teeth, striving to hold on, letting out a difficult yet excited purr. Under the continuous damage at the strength of Gold Tier 5, the leap dragonfish's body gradually began to falter. Its scales kept falling off, the wounds expanding, blood staining the ground around it. But with the operation of its talents and attributes, it grew rapidly again. Its eyes remained filled with excitement, fixated on the incoming water arrows. Qingshuang Illusion Spirit, that's enough. If this continues, the leap dragonfish might suffer serious injuries. Shangwan Qing looked at the leap dragonfish, which was on the verge of collapse yet incredibly resilient, feeling both heartache and admiration. She marveled at the leap dragonfish's perseverance and its astonishing defense. Upon hearing the command, the Qing Shuang illusion spirit immediately ceased its attack. The sky full of water arrows vanished in an instant. The training room fell silent, leaving only the heavy breathing of the leap dragonfish. In that sound, there was a strong sense of excitement. Su Feng hurried to the side of the leap dragonfish, looking at its shocking injuries with concern. Blood was still slowly seeping out, and its once agile tail now hung limply. Many scales had fallen off, and the sight of its wounds was heart-wrenching. At the same time, he quickly issued a command: "Leap dragonfish, bow respectfully to the little chilin." Although the leap dragonfish did not understand, it knew gratitude. It understood that everything that followed was brought by Su Feng. Therefore, the master's command must have its reason. Immediately following the order, it moved its battered body slowly towards the little chilin. Then, it respectfully bowed to the little chilin, looking incredibly devout. As it followed the command and bowed to the little chilin, an incredibly miraculous scene occurred before the astonished eyes of Su Feng and Shang Wancheng. Suddenly, a soft and sacred light enveloped the little chilin. The light grew brighter, as if it had instantly transformed into the most sacred being in the world, exuding an aura that inspired awe. Following that, a brilliant beam of light shot from the sharp horn on its head, resembling a golden bridge that directly fell upon the leap dragonfish. Wherever that light shone, the wounds on the body of the leap dragonfish began to heal at a visible speed. The scales that had fallen off grew back, and its originally dull eyes regained their lively sparkle. In the blink of an eye, the leap dragonfish seemed to have completely transformed, fully revived. Pulu! The leap dragonfish excitedly swished its tail and called out joyfully, as if shouting, "I, Huan-san, have returned." Its round, glistening eyes were filled with excitement and anticipation. The gloom from just moments ago had long been cast aside. Pulu! It eagerly called out again, "Come on, bring it on." Its eager demeanor suggested that the pain it had just experienced was merely a trivial interlude. Now it could hardly wait to dive back into the grand endeavor of getting stronger through taking hits. Pulu! It even swam towards the Qing Shuang Huan Ling. It circled around Qing Shuang Huan Ling twice, occasionally rubbing against it. While swimming, it shouted loudly, "Let this storm come even fiercer." Its posture seemed to invite Qing Shuang Huan Ling to continue attacking it, completely disregarding the fact that it had just recovered from serious injuries. This persistent and fervent nature made onlookers both amused and admiring. Shang Wancheng looked at the leap dragonfish, full of life, and couldn't help but widen her eyes in disbelief. She never expected the little chilin to possess such miraculous healing abilities. Turning to Su Feng, she asked, "Son, this little chilin has such a talent?" Su Feng scratched his head and explained with a smile, "This is a talent that the little chilin possesses. It just hadn't been seriously injured before, so it didn't come into play." He then briefly explained the little chilin's talent skills. After listening, Shang Wanqing's expression became serious. "This ability is too strong. Be cautious." She understood what this ability meant in the beast-taming world. It could easily attract unnecessary envy and trouble. However, she also knew her son's character and that he always had a sense of proportion. Plus, they were not without capabilities or background. So she didn't say much more, just subtly reminded him to be more vigilant. Next, with the little chilin present, ready to escort the leap dragonfish at any time, the leap dragonfish was truly ecstatic. Under Shang Wanqing's command, Qing Shuang Huan Ling continuously unleashed various attribute burst skills and sustained skills. The dazzling and colorful spiritual power lights crisscrossed in the training room, as if putting on a fantastical light and shadow feast. As for the leap dragonfish, facing these attacks, it was like a greedy child seeing a feast, utterly thrilled. It enjoyed every sensation of the skills hitting it. Its cheerful pulu sounds echoed throughout the training room. Its tail swished so fast that it almost left afterimages. The whole body darted flexibly across the field. With each attack it endured, the light in its eyes grew brighter. Thus, after round of testing, a rough dataset was obtained by Su Feng and Shang Wancheng. Currently, the leap dragonfish, while not possessing the extraordinary strength of the little chilin, was still not to be underestimated. After comprehensive evaluation, it was determined that no matter what kind of attack it faced, the leap dragonfish could withstand the damage of a second-grade golden attack with basically no pressure. Even when facing a third-grade golden attack, it only felt a slight pressure. At most, it would just need to exert a bit more effort to resist. Only when encountering a powerful fifth-grade golden attack would it truly be injured. However, it wouldn't be instantly defeated. And because the testing spirit was Shang Wancheng's Qing Shuang Huan Ling, its own strength is formidable, and the power of the skills it demonstrates is significantly stronger than that of an ordinary beast master. Therefore, based on this data, it has risen 3 ranks. When this result came out, Shang Wancheng was once again shocked. She never expected that the resilience of the leap dragonfish could reach such a level. Her regard for this unique beast increased a few notches. Let's end today's lesson here. Both the little chilin and the leap dragon fish are outstanding. Shang Wancheng looked at the two beasts, a satisfied smile on her face. Today's test gave her a deeper understanding of her son's beast. She increasingly felt that her son was destined to achieve something in the path of beast mastery. In a couple of days, we are likely to have quite a few guests at home, Shang Wanqing suddenly said as if recalling something. Guests? What guests? Su Feng asked curiously. Recruitment teachers from various universities. A hint of a smile appeared in Shang Wanqing's eyes. Once the beast battle tests are over, it will be those guys' competition. Upon hearing this, Su Feng couldn't help but feel a bit excited. He instantly thought of the adorable yet powerful panda beast he had seen yesterday, and also of Yen Ian from Yin Jing University. Coupled with the generous rewards that talented beast masters received when entering universities in previous years, then, what conditions would those universities offer to get him to join them? The corners of Su Feng's mouth lifted slightly, his eyes filled with anticipation. He could hardly wait to see what kind of tricks those recruitment teachers would use. The scene was sure to be interesting. Too lazy to divide into chapters, a 4,600-word-long chapter. In the last 2 days, Su Feng and the others felt as if they were in a high-intensity Beastmaster training camp. Almost every minute and second was spent in various training sessions. Even Lei Shouwen, who lived in Linen, abandoned his original plans. He changed his return home date from the morning before the special recruitment assessment to 5 p.m. that same day. This gave him an extra 6 or 7 hours of training time. Before the training began, everyone received one-on-one guidance from Su's mother. They were all clear about which direction their beasts should develop in the near future or their long-term development paths. The training became more targeted. Plus, Su's mother had not much to do these past 2 days and was always there watching. Whenever anyone encountered a problem, they could ask her at any time. With such focused training in the right direction, everyone's strength skyrocketed like a rocket. For example, Yin Hong. When Lin Suxian sparred with him before going home, her face was simply unbearable to look at. Even though her beast had a strong purification talent that could eliminate control effects and negative states aside from violent restrictions, allowing Little Ice Soul to directly ignore the noise of the Tide Sound Turtle and absorb such skills. However, despite this, facing Yin Hong and his Tide Sound Turtle, she still felt somewhat helpless and at a loss. With the talent of spiritual perception, Yin Hong could anticipate Lin Suxian's intentions in advance and predict Little Ice Soul's skills. As a result, whether Little Ice Soul used physical or magical attacks, they would be significantly reduced by the corresponding damage-reducing skills. Combined with the Tide Sound Turtle's skills of becoming round and hardening to enhance its own defense, every time Little Ice Soul launched an attack, it seemed fierce. But when it hit the Tide Sound Turtle's defense, it was like an ant trying to shake a tree. It couldn't even break through the defense and could only return empty-handed. Lin Suxian was truly disgusted by this shameless tactic. She couldn't help but complain, "Yin Hong, your fighting style is too shameless, it can't even be hit." She originally thought to test the results of her training through this sparring session, while also looking to find the feeling of combat. But she didn't expect that the new fighting style developed by Yin Hong would completely take away her temper. She couldn't even exert her strength. Beside her, Yin Hong chuckled and said, "This is all the result of my training over the past few days. I'm just putting what I've learned into practice." However, he quickly restrained his smile and said seriously, "But I can only defeat you now. Once you master the exclusive skill of your little ice spirit, this tactic will no longer be effective." Exclusive skill of the ice spirit, Ice Crystal Explosion, effect. Hitting an enemy frozen by ice will cause them to suffer from recovery restrictions and defense reduction. "Oh, you know about this?" Lin Suxian raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Yin Hong replied earnestly, "I've been working hard, okay? I've been researching information every night for the past 2 days. I've memorized which beasts this tactic can defeat and which it can't, so I'll know which opponents I can use it against and which I can't, giving me some confidence." Hearing Yin Hong's words, Lin Suxian couldn't help but admire him a bit more. She knew that Yin Hong usually didn't like studying. She didn't expect him to be so dedicated when it came to beast training, researching various tactics and the relationships of restraint between beasts so meticulously. Listening to their conversation, Su Feng didn't interject. His mind was elsewhere. It was almost dinner time, so he greeted the two and left the club with his mom. On the way home, he began to review the gains from his training over the past 2 days. The training of the jumping dragonfish was nothing more than taking hits. Suma's beasts, and even Suba's beasts, had various skills that it had tried out. Now it had already broken through to silver rank 7. This method of becoming stronger and the speed of the breakthrough left Suma in disbelief. As for the little chilin, it was even more pleased. Its talent was simply too strong, whether it was Suma or Su Feng himself. As long as it could learn a skill, it would master it quickly. You could teach it once, and the next second it would perform it perfectly. Thus, over the past 2 days, it hardly trained at all, just eating and drinking. It fully showcased Suma's talent. But after all, the chilin was a chilin. It didn't need training, relying on its unique abilities. While eating and playing, it casually reached bronze rank 9, not far from the silver realm. The significant improvement of the two beasts also provided Su Feng with powerful strength, allowing him to advance to bronze rank 3 and gain a brand new ability. Petrifying Eye releases a petrifying beam, causing petrification and reducing defense capabilities. This ability is pretty awesome. Su Feng marveled inwardly. Petrification control. The role of this ability in combat goes without saying. In a world without specific values, the variables in battle are immense, and the situation often changes in an instant. Control-type abilities are particularly crucial. As long as the enemy falls into a controlled state, and our side has the ability to break defenses, this ability can change the course of the entire battle. Moreover, the second ability of the ability, breaking defenses, perfectly complements it. As long as it is used properly, whether facing a single powerful opponent or getting caught in a complex situation with multiple fighters, it can yield unexpected results. Given this, its usage is particularly critical. As a beast master, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to engage in combat. The jumping dragonfish's role is to attract hatred and grow stronger by taking hits, acting as the troublemaker in the team. Although having a control-type ability is actually quite good, it provides another means to disrupt the enemy in battle. But its unique character, combined with those other entries that fit its growing stronger through being beaten path, meant that it only needed to focus on getting beaten up more. The petrifying eye placed on it seemed unable to exert its maximum value. After thinking it over, in the end, it could only be the little chilin. The little chilin was strong and had many opportunities for battle. With this entry, it also had a certain auxiliary effect. However, when Su Feng was about to give this entry to the little chilin, something unusual suddenly appeared in his beast taming space. A sound of shattering echoed in his mind. A sudden thought of desire came to him. Su Feng was slightly taken aback. He immediately concentrated and entered the beast taming space to check the situation. Once inside, the scene before him greatly surprised him. He saw that the beast path, which had already been infused with the heavenly insect entry, had parts of its surface stone already flaking off. When the sound of the stone breaking ended, about 1/3 of the reincarnation ring belonging to the beast path had fallen off. Faintly, a cute little head pattern began to emerge. The head was round and small, looking very adorable. It had a pair of compound eyes and 3 single eyes evenly distributed. Each compound eye was densely packed with tens of thousands of tiny eyes. Since it was in his own beast taming space, Su Feng had a god's eye view. He could see every detail of these tiny eyes clearly. He couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder the thought of desire came. This petrifying eye entry is truly meant for you." A pair of compound eyes, 3 single eyes, the heavenly insect entry, the beast path. With these keywords, Su Feng knew exactly what this creature was. A dragonfly. A dragonfly, with nearly 30,000 tiny eyes in each compound eye. If each tiny eye could enjoy the ability of the petrifying eye. Wow! Su Feng didn't dare to think further, because that scene would be too spectacular. If it were true, this mysterious dragonfly beast would unleash the petrifying eye, and tens of thousands of petrifying rays would shoot out, petrifying enemies wherever they landed. Just thinking about that scene was amazing. Thus, without any hesitation, Su Feng immediately infused the entry into the beast path. In an instant, the stone exterior of the ring began to flake off again. The upper body of a cute little dragonfly appeared before him. And just as Su Feng had anticipated, the compound eyes of this dragonfly beast also underwent changes. Each tiny eye turned into a mix of brown and white. Clearly, it had gained the ability of the petrifying eye. This made Su Feng desire this beast even more. Because in this beast taming world, there were also many eye-related skills to learn. For example, the glaring eye that lowers defense, the chaotic light that puts enemies into a state of confusion, the terrifying gaze that instills fear, and the hypnotic eye that has a hypnotic effect. If all of these were learned by this beast, while that would be terrifying, too terrifying. Friends who often travel through time know that a life without taking the college entrance examination is incomplete. Originally a waste, looked down upon by others, suddenly on such a highly watched stage, how satisfying is it to show off and slap faces? But for Su Feng, I don't care if it's complete or not. Isn't being specially recruited great? Is it necessary to have the qualification for special recruitment and still want to show off like some people? Forcing oneself to take the college entrance examination, only to end up failing? On the day of the special recruitment assessment, Su Feng got up early. He washed up, had breakfast, got in the car, and headed to the exam location, the official battle hall A of the Demon City. On the day of the exam, to avoid candidates being late, unnecessary routes nearby would be restricted. Only vehicles that had been reported to the authorities in advance could pass. All candidates needed to arrive at the Hall of Battle Hall A by 8 in the morning to complete registration. At 8:15, the examination room was temporarily closed. At 8:30, all candidates would enter the answering space together to take the relevant cultural and theoretical exams. The exam would last until 11 in the morning, but candidates could submit their papers early. The moment they chose to submit, their scores would appear. At noon, the examination room would open, allowing family members, teachers, and other applicants who requested to observe to enter. At 1 in the afternoon, the practical assessment for beast tamers would officially begin. The entire assessment was divided into 2 parts. The first part was a basic assessment. The examiner's beasts were not much different from those in the initial test. Simply defeating them would provide an opportunity to enter university early. The second part was the main event. Candidates needed to use 1 beast to face an examiner with 6 beasts. The beasts' levels ranged from bronze to gold, gradually increasing. Each time a beast was defeated, the candidate's beast would be treated by a beast doctor, restoring its stamina and spiritual power. Defeating 2 of the examiner's beasts would grant the opportunity to enter one of the 5 major universities. Defeating 3 would earn a certain admission reward from the 5 major universities. Defeating 4 beasts meant congratulations, you were a rare genius and would be sought after. As for defeating all 5 of the examiner's beasts, if you could do that, you could say you were short on money today. Within a few hours, at the latest by the next day, not only schools but also many enterprises in society, even the state, would come to inquire if you needed help. As time passed, when it reached 10 in the morning, Su Feng had already left the examination room. What a joke! It was just a theoretical exam. It was merely a test of whether you had basic knowledge of beast taming laws and whether you had a harmful mindset towards society. There were also some common knowledge questions about beasts, such as attribute advantages. For example, a basic legal question for beast tamers. In a certain place in Huaxia, Zhang San and his thunder tiger were robbed by Li Si and his monkey king. The thunder tiger defeated the monkey king, rendering it unable to fight. What should Zhang San do next? Another example, between a battle-axe tyrannosaurus and a gymnastic cat of the same level, which side can win, and why? For Su Feng, who had a very correct worldview and loved learning, these were naturally easy questions. The only problem was that math question. Better not to mention it. That thing just made his head hurt. In the game, he could talk about the skill refresh times of opponent beasts, the refresh times of red and blue buffs, and even roughly judge where the opponent's jungler might be based on the growth rate of the economy. Su Feng could manage to say a thing or two. If pushed to the limit, he would dare to attack the president of the Foot Basin Chicken. But math problems were a different story. After finishing the true/false and multiple choice questions, he just stared blankly and walked out. The score appeared the moment he confirmed his submission. Out of a total of 300 points, he scored 227. As long as I pass, the practical assessment in the afternoon is what really matters. Su Feng directly cast aside the morning's exam. He went to the hall, found a seat, and opened Beast Glory, stabilizing his peak first place. He hadn't played 2 matches yet when candidates began to leave the examination room one after another. Some were happy, some were sad. Why can't that question involve eating panda babies? Teacher Zhang San tricked me. No, dude, didn't you see the exam subject? That wasn't basic beast law, it was wilderness exploration knowledge. Yeah, when going to the wild or wasteland, the beast space needs to be stocked with sufficient food and resources in advance. That's the answer to the question. Listening to the discussions of several students, Su Feng couldn't help but give a thumbs up to that fellow. Goodness, the world is full of wonders. Not even looking at the exam subject and answering directly? What a talent! Just then, Yin Hong also finished his exam and walked out of the examination room, joining Su Feng. Chenggu, how did the morning exam go? Just over 200, as long as I pass, it's fine. That's true, the focus should still be on the afternoon's practical assessment. By the way, aren't you all nervous about the practical assessment? At that moment, Lin Suxian also arrived beside them. She frowned slightly, a hint of tension in her eyes. After all, the practical assessment is not like a theoretical exam where you just need to write and answer questions. It involves real combat against other beast tamers and their beasts. There are too many variables, and one careless mistake could lead to underperformance and elimination. So she still felt a bit anxious. Hearing this, Yin Hong shook his head. Actually, there's no need to be so nervous. Our goal doesn't have to be too far. Aim for second place, fight for third. If we can defeat 2 beasts, we can enter the 5 major universities. Anyway, I'm planning to stack buffs like crazy when fighting the first beast, so even if the second beast has the strength of a bronze tier 5, it should still be able to put up a fight. Upon hearing Yin Hong's words, Lin Suxian seemed to ponder this method. It seemed she could learn it too. Although her little ice spirit hadn't yet comprehended any skills to enhance its attributes, it did have the ability to change the environment. As long as she could turn the battlefield into an icy surface, the ice spirit's movement speed and skill release speed would increase. At that time, it shouldn't be too difficult to engage in a tug-of-war with the opponent. With this thought, her anxiety gradually faded, and her expression became a bit more relaxed. Instead of worrying about the afternoon's practical, it's better to think about what to eat for lunch. Let's go, let's check out the restaurant outside first. Su Feng waved his hand, smiling as he beckoned the two to leave. When the clock struck 12:30, sunlight poured through the large floor-to-ceiling windows into the battle hall, creating a lively scene. The principals of various high schools in Magic City, official beast tamer examiners sent by the authorities, the parents of the candidates, and teachers from recruitment offices of universities across the country had all taken their places. They greeted each other, their conversations filled with both tension and anticipation. Time passed quickly amidst their chatter. When the clock struck 1, a voice echoed throughout the battle hall. The practical assessment of beast taming officially begins. In an instant, the previously noisy battle hall fell silent for a moment. Then, the atmosphere was ignited. The candidates who had been ready in various battle rooms began to enter matchmaking. As the light shifted, the battle space before Su Feng changed. A voice followed. Candidate, Su Feng, Beast, Holy Unicorn, Vias, Examiner, Long Tao Jia, Beast, Poison Powder Butterfly. As the battle information appeared, the environment in front of Su Feng underwent a dramatic transformation. The open space that was once visible in an instant turned into a relatively dense forest. In the middle of the forest was a winding path. Su Feng and Examiner Long Tao Jia stood at either end of the path, facing each other from a distance. Since the examiners were all official beast tamers, they had a solid grasp of the situation, far stronger than many ordinary beast tamers. They would not allow any unexpected situations to arise with their beasts or the candidates' beasts. Therefore, there was no need for additional referees for today's practical assessment. Candidate, Su Feng, please get ready. When the mechanical and cold voice of the battle room system sounded, Su Feng nodded slightly. Wah wah! The little unicorn called out, exuding an eager excitement. It leaped into the battle area with agile grace, its hooves striking the ground, appearing even more extraordinary against the forest backdrop. The moment he saw the little chilin. Although Long Taojia had long known that Su Feng possessed the incredibly rare Holy Lin beast, he couldn't help but feel surprised when he witnessed it with his own eyes. At the same time, the professionalism of the examiner ensured that his actions were without hesitation. The beast control mark in his hand was quickly activated. A flash of light appeared. A green and purple butterfly also appeared on the battlefield. Beast, Poison Powder Butterfly, complete form, no evolution type, talent, Powder Diffusion, increases the effective range of all powder type skills by 20% from the original radius, realm, bronze 2nd grade, skills, Hypnotic Powder, Poison Powder, Paralysis Powder, Venom, Butterfly Dance, Insect Cry. One could only say, it truly deserved to be a beast from a special recruitment assessment. Although its realm was only bronze 2nd grade, with the skills it controlled and the principle that the special recruitment examiners would not go easy, as long as the timing was right, a set of quality 3 powders would definitely catch those novice beast masters who underestimated the first practical assessment off guard, potentially leading to a significant loss or even an outright defeat. As Su Feng checked the panel of the Poison Powder Butterfly, a red number appeared before him, constantly jumping. 3, 2, 1. The moment the countdown ended, Long Taojia decisively shouted, Poison Powder Butterfly, hide behind the tree and use Hypnotic Powder. He knew that Su Feng's little chilin possessed the power to instantly defeat the Poison Powder Butterfly. Therefore, at the start of the battle, he planned for the Poison Powder Butterfly to evade first, using the trees as natural cover to secretly launch the Hypnotic Powder. As long as he could put the little chilin to sleep, even if just for a moment, he could control the situation with subsequent skill combinations. But reality caught Long Taojia off guard. What use was strategy in the face of absolute overwhelming power? A golden light flashed by. The speed was so fast that it was almost impossible to catch its trajectory. All that could be heard was a bang. The Poison Powder Butterfly, which had just been preparing to act and was about to fly behind the tree, was already sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground, limp and unable to fight. Battle ended, winner, candidate, Su Feng. The emotionless voice of the battle system rang out again, announcing the result of the match. Long Taojia's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the scene before him, his face filled with shock. Even as the voice of the battle system sounded again, his eyes were still filled with astonishment. He kept pondering in his mind, what was that move just now? Lightning speed? Or a swift wind? But even with such a speed-type skill, How could the poison powder butterfly not have even a moment to react? As an insect-type beast, and a winged insect-type beast at that, its reaction ability, including speed, should not be slow. Yet even so, it was unable to react at all and was instantly defeated? Is this candidate really a novice beast master? Long Taojia couldn't help but mutter to himself as he recalled the poison powder butterfly back into the beast space. He had a new understanding of Su Feng's strength. At the same time, he secretly sighed that today's young people should not be underestimated. Meanwhile, the observation room was also bustling with activity, as everyone was focused on the battle situations in various examination areas. Where's Su Feng's footage? I just went to check on my son's match, and why is there no footage here? Parent no. One asked curiously. Last night, he had heard his son say that Su Feng was impressive, so he thought he would keep an eye on both sides. Unexpectedly, just as he saw who his son's opponent was, he returned to find the screen had gone black. It's already over. The parent next to him, Parent 2, answered calmly, shrugging his shoulders as if it were nothing unusual. Finished? How long has it been? Parent 1's eyes widened, looking as if he was saying, I'm not stupid, don't lie to me. In his impression, a novice beast master's battle with their beasts couldn't be so quick, right? No matter how strong, they should at least go a round or two. Why would I lie to you? Just take a look at the results. Parent 2 pointed to the results display screen next to them, smiling as he spoke. Hearing this, Parent 1 quickly turned to check. Candidate, Su Feng, Beast, Holy Unicorn, first battle, passed. Su Feng's information was easy to find. He was the only one displayed alone on the entire screen. After seeing this, Parent 1 couldn't help but gasp. If it were a normal time, being able to instantly defeat a beast of the bronze realm wouldn't be anything special. He could do it himself. But now, the competitors were all novice beast masters. What were the other novice beast masters doing? Fire Fist Monkey. Go, use Fire Fist attack. Damn, it was dodged. Quick, dodge. Big Tail Bee, use Sleep Powder. Big Tail Bee, use Poison Needle. Big Tail Bee, use Sleep Powder. Big Tail Bee, use Poison Needle. Little Sprite, let him see our power. Use Link to weaken his attack. Love Cat? Oh wow, I didn't expect my luck to be so good, to encounter such a visually oriented opponent. Mighty Ape, hit her hard, make her cry. Although most candidates were excellent, a portion of outstanding candidates had the ability to put the examiners in a passive position. Most candidates could also exchange blows with the examiners. Only a small number of candidates fell into a passive situation due to poor command skills and underestimating their opponent's beasts, leading to their defeat being just a matter of time. But no matter what, based on his predictions, each room's battle would take at least a minute or two. And Su Feng? 10 seconds? It probably wasn't even that. This was too much of a dimensionality reduction strike, right? Is this guy usually too busy to keep up with some information online? Seeing Parent 1's shocked and incredulous reaction, Parent 2 couldn't help but tease him with a smile. Yeah, with a child who has good beast mastery talent, a father can't let his child fall behind others too much. He must work harder usually. Parent 1 sighed helplessly, but his words were filled with pride. No wonder this guy doesn't know about Su Feng's strength. Parent 2 nodded slightly. Could it be that he's very famous? Parent 1 asked curiously. He was filled with doubts. Judging by the reactions of those around him, this candidate named Su Feng seemed quite extraordinary. I saw his battle at Battle Hall C a couple of days ago. His Holy Unicorn could instantly defeat a bronze 9th rank beast. The news should have spread online as well. Parent 2 recalled the scene he saw, his eyes still showing a hint of amazement. This is still a newcomer? Parent 1's face was full of surprise. At this moment, Parent 3 interjected, with so many people in China, there are bound to be a few geniuses, right? Then he turned to Parent 1 and posed a question. Haven't you noticed that even though Su Feng's results are excellent, no one in the entire room is talking about him? Parent 1 looked puzzled. Upon careful thought, it did seem to be the case. Everyone in this room was enthusiastically discussing the situations of various candidates. Indeed, he hadn't really heard anyone mention Su Feng. This situation was indeed a bit unusual, because everyone knows that with Su Feng's strength, the first battle could end instantly, and there's really nothing to see. Without attention, naturally there won't be any discussion. Everyone is looking forward to his second battle assessment. Parent No. 3 explained with a smile, arms crossed. That's right. I estimate that with his silent command ability, combined with the strength of the Holy Unicorn Beast, he can at least defeat 4 spirit beasts. Parent No. 2 chimed in. Upon hearing this, Parent No. 4 in front also became interested and turned around. Excitedly, he said, I feel like he could take on all 5. Look, the Holy Unicorn Beast has the power to instantly kill a bronze rank 9, and with Su Feng's silent command ability, below gold, there shouldn't be any opponents. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, gesturing in the air unconsciously. The surrounding parents nodded in agreement. They grew increasingly eager to see Su Feng's upcoming performance. Everyone wanted to see what kind of remarkable achievements this universally recognized genius could create in this special recruitment assessment. The afternoon sunlight poured through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, casting dappled light and shadow in the observation room. As parent No. 3 had anticipated, the teachers mostly just took a quick glance at Su Feng's first spirit beast battle assessment, showing little interest. After all, in their view, the scene was like a shark entering a school of shrimp, with a power disparity that was too obvious. There was simply no possibility of losing. Watching that brief few seconds of battle was really uninteresting. It was better to use that time to observe the situation of other candidates and see if they could find a few more gems. It must be said that the students who could participate in the special recruitment assessment were basically among the best novice spirit beast masters in Magic City. After a round of observation, almost every teacher secretly noted down a few names. Aside from Su Feng, who everyone was interested in, there were also names like Yin Hong, Lin Suxian, Qi Shanglu, and Xiao Moyu. Their advantageous characteristics were also recorded by the various recruitment teachers. The recruitment director from Magic City University, Wei Ruffing, after watching Yin Hong's battle, slightly raised his chin, his eyes filled with determination. He even directly declared, "We want this Yin Hong for Magic City University." His voice was low but penetrating, instantly causing a small stir in the observation room. Upon hearing his words, some teachers in the room who were also interested in Yin Hong showed a hint of helplessness and silently deleted Yin Hong's name. They were all recruitment teachers from ordinary universities, well aware of the strong financial power of Magic City University. Compared to that, their own schools could hardly offer any competitive advantages. Only Yin Jing University's recruitment director, Yin Yan, smiled and said, "You can have him. Our Yin Jing University only has one key target this time." Upon hearing this, Wei Ruffing glanced at Yin Yan. "Do you think this is a multiple-choice question? Everything depends on strength. So, Wei teacher, you are well prepared then?" Yin Yan continued to smile, trying to probe for some information about the other party's cards. He knew very well that in this war without gunpowder, knowing oneself and knowing the enemy would ensure victory in every battle. The recruitment directors from the other three universities, Jilin University, Zhejiang University, and Shanghai University, had important matters and did not come. Only the deputy director of the admissions office was present. There was a difference in the resources that the director and deputy director could mobilize. Yin Yan was confident that his prepared chips would not fall behind theirs and that he could increase his stakes at any time. Meanwhile, if they were insufficiently prepared, they would need to continue applying for more resources, which would take time. This left them almost powerless against Yin Jing University. Only Magic City University posed a threat to Yin Jing University, a threat to whether they could successfully recruit Su Feng. "You can't tell me you don't know the relationship between Yin Hong and Su Feng. Are you pretending with me?" Wei Ruffing couldn't help but laugh and scold. There's a saying that goes well. For 99% of people, the highest social status they can encounter in their lifetime is their university teachers. And as the admissions directors of the 5 major universities, they naturally have their own networks and channels for obtaining information. They have also done some research on the actions of Su Feng and Yin Hong during this time. They all know that Su Feng is the key this time. As long as they can recruit Su Feng into their school, there is almost a 90% chance that Yin Hong and Lin Suxian will follow. As an old rival, Wei Ruffing naturally does not believe that Yin Yan is completely unaware of this. Upon hearing this, Yin Yan was slightly taken aback, and then the smile on his face became even more radiant. It was as if he had been poked at a secret but didn't care at all. He gently shook his head and said, "What Teacher Wei said, I certainly know their relationship. However, this recruitment is all about ability." Wei Ruffing also smiled slightly and said, "In the end, it still depends on whether the conditions prepared are attractive enough. Our Moda University has never been vague in this regard." As he spoke, he puffed out his chest, his face full of confidence. As the admissions director of Moda University, he had complete confidence in his school's strength and the generous conditions it could offer. He believed he had a great chance in this battle for student recruitment. Yin Yan was not afraid at all and responded, "In terms of heritage and resources, our Yin Jing University is not inferior to you in any way. Moreover, for these outstanding students, it's not just about material conditions." The two exchanged words, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The other admissions teachers from surrounding universities, seeing this, wisely refrained from interrupting. They quietly watched from the side, secretly lamenting the fierce competition for special recruitment this year. In previous years, such situations would at least wait until the second round of practical assessments was over. This year, however, it had come far too early. The reason for all this was Su Feng. No matter how the teachers viewed him, his displayed talent and strength were simply too outstanding in every aspect. Silent command, nurturing methods, and the ability to tame the leap dragonfish. Any one of these abilities would be a trump card in the hands of others. Yet Su Feng had them all, making him a triple trump card. The only drawback might be that his math skills were not very good. Out of a total of 60 points, he only scored 12. Of course, this didn't matter. Whether his math was good or not only indicated that he was not suited for certain paths. There are many paths in the world, everyone just needs to walk through one. In the eyes of everyone in the room, if in the next few decades, several legendary beast masters were to emerge in Huaxia, Su Feng would definitely occupy one of those spots. If they could recruit a future top talent into their school now, the help it would bring to the school in the future would be significant. Just like why Shanhua University, which has been established for less than 200 years, can be listed among the 5 major universities? Isn't it because one of Huaxia's top 10 legends, Yu Yuanhua, was once a student of Shanhua University? Therefore, even the admissions teachers from ordinary universities couldn't help but have some thoughts. But based on the information conveyed by the teachers from Rongqing University a few days ago, and what they saw before them, they felt that participating in this competition would definitely be beyond their capabilities. They could only shake their heads helplessly and turn their attention to other seemingly ordinary candidates, hoping that among them, another Yu Yuanhua could emerge. The second round of special recruitment assessments for beast battles is about to begin. At that moment, a new announcement echoed through the battle hall. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to it, and almost in unison, they looked towards the battle room belonging to Su Feng. They all wanted to see what kind of stunning strength he could display in this round. The rules for the second beast battle were quite similar to the first. Once again, one examiner was responsible for one candidate, and all assessments proceeded simultaneously. Moreover, the second round of assessments would also allow candidates a mid-match break. After all candidates finished their challenge against the first beast, they would have to wait 15 minutes before the second battle officially began. This meant that the less time a candidate spent defeating the first beast, the longer their rest period would be. Therefore, under such assessment rules, most candidates wanted to minimize their battle time with the first beast, allowing their beasts to have more ample stamina and a better mental state. In this way, they would only need to replenish their beast's spiritual energy afterward, giving them more confidence and a better chance of winning against the second beast. This was a basic understanding shared by all candidates. However, Su Feng had no such thoughts. A mid-match break? Was it necessary? After the little chilin swiftly defeated the first beast, which was at the bronze 3rd rank bubble tadpole, Su Feng raised his gaze towards the middle-aged woman opposite him and calmly said, "Please release the second beast, teacher." Her name was Bao Qingman. She was a staff member of the Water Resources Unit in Magic City and also the examiner responsible for Su Feng's second beast battle. Since they were not acquainted, Su Feng chose to address her politely as teacher. Upon hearing Su Feng's words, Bao Qingman and all the spectators were not surprised. After all, the little Qilin had just effortlessly defeated Bao Qingman's first beast, Bubble Tadpole. It had hardly expended any energy, so whether there was a mid-match break was not important to Su Feng. Thus, Bao Qingman did not hesitate. Taking a deep breath, she summoned the mark of the second beast. When the mark was activated, a beast that was entirely blue, resembling jelly, with a pair of large eyes appeared in the arena. Its name was Little Jelly, possessing the strength of bronze 5th rank. It was a beast that almost all staff members of the Water Resources Unit owned. It had the ability to devour garbage and waste in the water as food. Additionally, it could be immune to 80% of physical attacks, making it one of the beasts that many martial-type beast masters least wanted to face. Dongi. At this moment, Little Jelly slowly wriggled on the ground, occasionally swaying its jelly-like body, making a slightly soft and bouncy sound. You must know Little Jelly's characteristics. If you don't have effective countermeasures, I think it will be very difficult for you to win this match. Bao Qingman fixed her gaze on Su Feng, her expression serious and professional. Her words served as both a reminder and an invisible pressure. As she spoke, Bao Qingman's expression grew even more serious. She slightly raised her voice and asked loudly, "Candidate Su Feng, are you ready for the second battle?" Su Feng remained calm and immediately nodded, saying, "Candidate Su Feng, ready." Hua hua. The little Qilin also excitedly called out. Its lively eyes were fixed on Little Jelly, and there was a hint of heat in its gaze. It seemed to be considering whether this jelly-like creature could be eaten. It tilted its head, curiosity and exploration filling its eyes, nearly drooling. If it weren't for the inappropriate setting, it might have already pounced to take a bite. Seeing this scene, how could Su Feng not understand the little Chilin's thoughts? He couldn't help but chuckle and said, "Don't be silly, you can't eat this. Wait until the battle is over, and I'll take you out for a big meal." Upon hearing this, the little Chilin's excitement instantly vanished from its face. In its place was a look of disappointment, with drooping ears and a slightly lowered tail. But when it heard that they could go for a big meal after the battle, the excitement in its heart was reignited, and it let out a quack quack sound again. It seemed to be urging for the battle to start soon. Seeing this, Bao Qingman no longer hesitated and immediately pressed the button in her hand. Suddenly, a huge red countdown appeared in the air between the two. 3, 2, 1. At the moment the countdown ended, the little Chilin moved like a rabbit, instantly displaying astonishing explosive power. Its horns flickered with lightning, and the golden lightning resembled lively little snakes, crackling with a terrifying aura. This powerful pressure made the little jelly on the battlefield feel an overwhelming threat. Its whole body instantly stiffened. Then it curled up into a ball, like a frightened child, with a human-like fear in its eyes. The next second, the golden lightning burst forth, instantly slicing through the sky. Following that, the little Chilin began to draw upon the lightning attribute spiritual energy contained in the air, a skill it had learned from Suma in the past 2 days. In just 3 seconds, the golden thunder power enveloped the entire arena like a massive electric net. This is the lightning field. What kind of monster is his holy Chilin beast that it can even learn the lightning field? Is this a skill that a rookie beast master's beast can master? The entire observation room erupted in astonishment. Everyone was dumbfounded by the scene before them. The lightning field is a special skill that utilizes one's powerful lightning spiritual power to draw upon the lightning elements in the air, thereby altering the battlefield. It not only possesses a certain amount of damage but can also significantly enhance the power of subsequent lightning attribute skills. It is considered a major killing move for lightning-type beasts. Such a skill is difficult for many lightning-type beasts at the Golden Realm to comprehend. Even if they are fortunate enough to understand it, releasing it takes a long time, at least 30 seconds. This lengthy casting process often leaves opponents with an opportunity to strike. In contrast, Su Feng's little Chilin not only comprehended this powerful skill at such a low stage but also managed to envelop the entire arena with the lightning field in less than 5 seconds. This terrifying casting speed is simply unimaginable. Just as the audience was in awe, an even more terrifying scene unfolded. When the lightning field was deployed, the wandering lightning power above the entire arena resembled a group of frenzied warriors, launching continuous damage indiscriminately across the battlefield. The small bolts of lightning fell like a dense rain of arrows, crackling and leaving charred marks wherever they struck. The little jelly, with its bronze rank 5 strength, was instantly obliterated under the onslaught of the lightning power. Isn't the damage of this skill pitifully low? What is going on? That's not the scariest part, did you notice? After the little jelly was obliterated, the wandering lightning did not continue to attack it. What terrifying control over lightning, what terrifying skill proficiency must one have to achieve this? Faced with the scene unfolding before them, the university admissions teachers could no longer sit still. They had originally been leisurely sitting in the observation seats, either whispering to each other or recording the candidates' performances. At this moment, they all sprang up like triggered springs, wide-eyed and staring intently at the screen. It is important to note that the lightning field is a type of battlefield skill. Although it has continuous damage, it is still primarily classified as a support skill. This is because its damage is simply too low, and its main function is still the enhancement effect. Yet now, this has led countless people to believe that such seemingly weak damage can actually achieve a one-hit kill on small jelly beans. Despite having certain attribute restraint factors, it still leaves people in utter shock. It's like when Liu Ban releases his ultimate in Glory, and the bombs that fall directly blow a fully healthy Bai Chi to pieces, making it feel unbelievable. Moreover, as a continuous area damage skill, it can refrain from continuing to attack after killing a small jelly bean. Clearly, Su Feng's little Chilin possesses powerful control abilities, ensuring that not a single spark of lightning power is wasted, and avoiding inflicting fatal damage on a beast that has already lost its combat capability. Such a terrifying level of skill comprehension, such terrifying skill power, and such terrifying control level make many people tremble. Candidate Su Feng definitely belongs to our magic capital university. Not a chance. Our Yin Jing University hasn't spoken yet. Our Shanhua University's treasured sword is not to be underestimated. In an instant, the observation room where the admissions teachers were located had turned into a bustling marketplace. Everyone was exchanging words, with arguments and shouts intertwining. It felt as if a war without gunpowder was fiercely unfolding here. While they shouted with flushed faces and strained voices, arguing endlessly, in the battle room, Bao Qingman, under Su Feng's polite yet firm reminder, summoned her third beast. As the beast mark in her hand lit up, a dazzling light flashed, and a majestic beast appeared in the arena. This beast exuded a powerful aura, clearly indicating its extraordinary strength. It had already reached the 9th rank of bronze, very close to breaking through to silver. Its form was agile, and the scales on its body shimmered with a metallic luster. It was called the Scale Armor Beast. Its eyes held a sharpness born from many battles, clearly having undergone numerous trials, and was no ordinary opponent. The crowd in the observation room, who had been fervently arguing over Su Feng, suddenly had their attention drawn back. Everyone was fixated on the screen, eager to see how Su Feng and the little Chilin would perform against such an opponent. Many thought to themselves that this time there should be an intense contest. A 9th rank bronze beast, the Scale Armor Beast, had astonishing defense, completely covered in scales. Even if the little Chilin was powerful, it would likely take some effort to win. However, the outcome of the battle still surprised everyone. In just the blink of an eye, the situation was already settled. The little Chilin remained calm and unhurried, its demeanor suggesting that the battle before it was merely a light-hearted game. At the moment the battle began, it slightly shook its head, activating the existing lightning force field on the battlefield. In an instant, the golden lightning, which had been wandering around the arena like a nimble little snake, seemed to hear the command of a soldier. It locked onto its target and charged fiercely towards the opponent. In just 1 second, the Scale Armor Beast was completely bewildered by this sudden attack. It didn't even know what was happening when the golden lightning surrounded it. The powerful attack caused its massive and sturdy body to crash to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The entire process was clean and swift, so fast that it was almost impossible to react. "Please summon the 4th beast, teacher." Su Feng's polite reminder echoed once again in the quiet battle room. His voice was steady and calm. The Beast Master Examiner, Bao Qingman, appeared somewhat dazed. She was still immersed in the scene that had just unfolded. The brain momentarily went blank, and the body was almost out of control. It was only through instinctive movements that the armored beast was mechanically returned to the beast space. Then, the beast mark in hand reappeared. With a flash of light, a beast of silver rank appeared in the arena. As soon as this beast emerged, it radiated a more powerful wave of spiritual energy. It stood there majestically, its eyes filled with vigilance and authority. Clearly, the state of the Beast Master made it aware of the extraordinary nature of the little Chilin. The battle began. In the next second, golden lightning locked onto its target again. The speed was as fast as a meteor streaking across the night sky. In the blink of an eye, it accurately struck the silver-ranked beast. Accompanied by a loud bang, it didn't even have time to unleash its signature skill. Just like the previous armored beast, it fell directly. Its massive body collapsed weakly to the ground, the dust it kicked up still lingering. For a moment, all the observation rooms fell silent. Everyone seemed to have their throats squeezed, unable to speak. The enrollment teachers, who had just been in a heated argument, now had their mouths agape, their faces filled with disbelief. They stared wide-eyed at the screen, as if trying to confirm whether they were seeing things. The parents of the students were equally astonished. They had been worried or pleased about their children's performance, but now they were completely captivated by the battle situation on Su Feng's side, their hearts filled with shock. Those candidates who had already finished their first battle and planned to watch other candidates' battles were even more stunned. Although they were newcomers, they were not simply inexperienced. They understood how strong the silver-ranked beasts, which they had once looked down upon in their youth, truly were. It was likely that they themselves would not be able to easily defeat such beings in 2 or 3 months, or even half a year. Yet, in front of Su Feng's little Chilin, they were so easily defeated. This made them deeply aware of the vast gap between them. After a moment, the entire battle hall seemed to have been thrown a stone into a lake, instantly bustling with activity. Whether it was the students' parents, the spectators, the enrollment teachers, or the candidates, everyone had a new, almost reverent understanding of Su Feng and the little Chilin's strength. One-hit kill, still a one-hit kill. It only took one lightning field to achieve a one-hit kill on a silver-ranked beast. That's unbelievable. Everyone echoed in agreement. Gasps of astonishment and discussions rose and fell in every room. Everyone was fervently discussing the astonishing strength displayed by Su Feng and the little Chilin. The entire battle hall was enveloped in this shocking atmosphere, lingering for a long time. The enrollment teachers from ordinary universities, seeing this, quickly took out their phones to contact their school principals, vying for more resources. Now they also wanted to compete, to give it a try. What if Su Feng really chose to join their school? A few years later, it wouldn't be impossible for the 5 major universities to become 6. That is definitely not just a simple lightning field. Wei Ruffing frowned, his eyes filled with deep confusion and contemplation, yet his tone was very certain. As soon as he said this, it immediately drew unanimous nods of agreement from everyone in the room. They began to whisper to each other, discussing quietly. Every face was filled with a desire to explore the miraculous scene they had just witnessed. Although everyone had seen Su Feng and the little Chilin's strength and knew they were very powerful, even so, they did not believe that the skill just now was merely a simple lightning field. After all, the beast that had been one-hit killed was a ground-type beast. Ground-type beasts inherently had strong resistance to lightning-type skills. This was common knowledge in the Beast Master world. Don't say that skills like the Thunder Power Field, which aren't particularly outstanding in terms of damage under normal circumstances. Even other Thunder-type skills with explosive damage are hard to use to instantly kill this Earth-type beast if one's strength is insufficient. However, forgive my poor eyesight, but I truly couldn't see what skill the Holy Unicorn just used, Wei Ruffing said with a bitter smile, shaking his head helplessly, his eyes filled with frustration. He considered himself to have exceptional eyesight and was quite knowledgeable in the field of beast taming. Yet now, he couldn't see through what means Su Feng's little unicorn had employed. This left him feeling extremely vexed. The others were the same, each with furrowed brows and looks of confusion on their faces. If it had been before, if any one of them had said they couldn't see through the means of a novice beast tamer, everyone would have thought it was a joke. They might even have felt that the other party had poor eyesight or insufficient skills. After all, everyone present was at least a gold-level beast tamer. Moreover, as recruitment teachers from various universities, they had often been exposed to various beast battles. Their ability to observe and discern skills far surpassed that of the vast majority of beast tamers. Even some platinum-level beast tamers would find it extremely difficult to release skills in front of them without being understood. Yet now, Su Feng and the little unicorn had truly achieved this. A beast tamer who had just awakened their beast taming talent not long ago. A holy unicorn that had only been born for about half a month. They could actually employ means that they couldn't comprehend at all. This was somewhat subversive to their understanding. This kind of talent, seeing it again still feels somewhat astonishing, said Shangguan Sheng in the VIP room. She sat on a comfortable sofa, intently watching the little unicorn on the big screen, her eyes filled with satisfaction and amazement. Others might not know the skill just now, but how could she not? That was clearly the other skill her beast, the Thunderbird, had taught the little unicorn just a couple of days ago, power gathering. It was a skill that could absorb the lightning elemental aura from the air, increasing its own magical attack damage. Among beast skills, it was quite practical. Back then, despite her Thunderbird's decent talent, it took her 2 weeks to learn this skill. During those 2 weeks, the Thunderbird practiced diligently every day, gaining insights. After countless attempts, it finally mastered it. However, the little unicorn learned it in an instant, with a speed that left people speechless. Even under her son's guidance, the little unicorn managed to merge this skill with the Thunder Power Field, causing it to undergo inexplicable changes. It could gather the lightning power condensed by the Thunder Power Field. Then, using power gathering, it concentrated these powers to inflict damage on enemies. Just like that, two skills that were originally more supportive in nature, under Su Feng's marvelous idea and the little unicorn's operation, directly transformed into a damaging ultimate move. Because of this, the identities of the Thunderbird and the little unicorn instantly swapped. Originally, the teacher guiding the little unicorn's skills became the student eager to learn this move. It kept circling around the little unicorn, even sharing all its food with it, just to learn some techniques from the little unicorn. That scene, Shang Wanqing couldn't help but smile when she recalled it now. In the battle room, Bao Qingman's expression was almost out of control. She stared blankly at the scenes unfolding before her. She truly hadn't expected Su Feng's strength to be so formidable. Those swift and decisive kills seemed to require no effort at all. Candidate Su Feng. Just as she regained her composure and was about to follow the procedure to ask Su Feng if he needed a break, Su Feng across from her remained calm and collected. He slightly raised his head, his gaze steady and resolute, and spoke in a calm tone, "No need, teacher, let's continue." Immediately after, he politely yet decisively added, "Please release the fifth beast." Moo moo. The little chilin on the field echoed with a sound. Upon hearing this, Bao Qingman was momentarily taken aback, then instinctively nodded. She didn't say anything more. After all, Su Feng was so determined. As the examiner, she only needed to continue the assessment according to the procedure. So, she took a deep breath, focused her mind, and the beast mark in her hand reappeared. With a flash of bright light, a silver-ranked beast, mud deer, appeared on the field. As soon as this beast emerged, it attracted everyone's attention. It stood 2 meters tall, with a tall and strong posture. The antlers on its head and the mane on its neck presented a peculiar appearance, resembling flowing mud. It's the mud deer. This time it shouldn't be a one-hit kill, right? In the observation room, Parent 1 couldn't help but mutter softly. He frowned slightly, his gaze fixed on the screen, filled with anticipation and curiosity. He thought that this time Su Feng and the little chilin should encounter some obstacles. After all, the previous series of one-hit kills was truly astonishing. It not only made people somewhat incredulous but also lacked a bit of entertainment value. How is that possible? The mud deer is a beast whose specific attributes cannot be distinguished to this day, Parent 2 immediately said. As he spoke, he shook his head, his expression serious and earnest, explaining in detail. According to tests, the mud deer possesses some characteristics of earth-type beasts and has a strong resistance to lightning-type skills. Moreover, it has a powerful self-recovery ability typical of water-type beasts. With this advantage, combined with its silver rank, even if Su Feng's holy chilin is strong, it would likely take some effort to defeat it. The surrounding parents nodded upon hearing this. Everyone felt that this battle would definitely not be as easy as the previous one-hit kills. They all stared at the screen, not wanting to miss any exciting moments. But in the next second, how is this possible? Just as the countdown for the battle ended, the atmosphere in the entire battle hall seemed to ignite instantly. Everyone's nerves were on edge, except for a few beast masters like Yin Hong and Lin Suxian, who were fully focused on their own battles. Everyone else seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, directing their attention to Su Feng's fifth battle. Bao Qingman learned from the previous battles where her opponents were instantly defeated. She was well aware that facing such a powerful combination as Su Feng and the little chilin, even if the situation seemed advantageous for her, she could not afford to be careless. She had to take the initiative and strengthen her defense to have a chance to compete. Mud deer, use mud shield. As soon as the battle began, Bao Qingman issued the command, prompting the mud deer to react instantly. The mud deer's fur, flowing like mud, began to accelerate and swirl more violently. In the blink of an eye, it was covered in a thick layer of mud. Under the sunlight, it emitted a dull sheen, resembling an indestructible armor that greatly enhanced its defense. Su Feng remained calm. He stood quietly in place, his face showing no signs of disturbance. He did not speak. The little chilin had already swiftly taken action. The trees beside the arena became excellent objects for utilization. Suddenly, a green light flashed on the little chilin. A powerful wave of spiritual energy radiated outwards. Countless leaves on the surrounding trees seemed to be summoned, detaching from their branches and flying towards the little chilin. This formed the wood-type skill, Leaf Storm. Immediately after, the little chilin skillfully used its own spiritual power, combining it with the tornado skill. This greatly enhanced the rotation speed of the original Leaf Storm skill. It howled, swirling with countless sharp leaves, like a giant dragon with bared fangs and claws, sweeping towards the muddy reindeer. In the principle of attribute restraint and beast master skills, wood-type skills have a strong restraining ability against both earth and water types. Moreover, the little chilin's strength now allowed it to unleash skills with power close to the golden level at will. Not to mention, this was a combination skill. Leaf Tornado. Its power was unimaginable. With a loud boom, the green tornado violently struck the muddy reindeer's body, which was wrapped in mud. In an instant, mud splashed everywhere, and leaves flew about. The powerful force made it difficult for the muddy reindeer to resist. Its massive body shook a few times before crashing to the ground, losing its combat ability. This signaled the end of the battle. As the muddy reindeer fell, the entire arena was once again muted. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. Wasn't this supposed to be a grand battle? Everyone had been eagerly anticipating it, thinking that the muddy reindeer, with its unique water and earth dual attributes and defensive means like the mud shield, would at least be able to exchange blows with the little chilin for several rounds and hold on for a while. But who would have thought that the result would be the same as before? Instant kill, still an instant kill. After a few breaths, someone murmured, Leaf Storm, wood-type skill, Holy Chilin Beast. So that's how it is. The Holy Chilin Beast, as a special sacred attribute beast, has the talent to learn all conventional skills. The muddy reindeer can actually be comprehensively judged as both water and earth types, perfectly restrained by wood type, making it reasonable to be instant killed. Upon hearing this, some people finally reacted, their faces showing expressions of sudden realization. Oh right, that is the Holy Chilin Beast, a beast with unparalleled learning ability. Except for special attributes like Ghost and Demon that cannot learn certain dark attribute skills, it can comprehend almost all other conventional skills. It is precisely because of this, combined with its appearance resembling the Chilin from mythology, that it is regarded as the embodiment of the Chilin in the Beast Master world, representing auspiciousness and receiving much attention and love from people. From the very beginning, it seemed that everyone only remembered the little Chilin's terrifying movement skills and powerful lightning skills, to the extent that they forgot that the Holy Chilin Beast could learn wood-type skills. With the dual restraining effect of wood-type skills against the muddy reindeer, even just an ordinary leaf blade, with the little Chilin's powerful strength, could break through defenses. Not to mention that the little chilin had just unleashed the immensely powerful leaf storm. It didn't seem surprising that it could instant kill the muddy reindeer. Thinking of this, some people showed expressions of sudden realization, while others were even more shocked. Simply because Su Feng's little chilin seemed to have quite an impressive talent. Terrifying movement skills, fearsome lightning skills, and powerful wood-type skills. Perhaps there were many other skills that had not been displayed yet. So, the question is, how many skills does Su Feng's little chilin actually master? At the same time, another group of people was pondering another question. Do you think Su Feng can defeat the sixth beast? Yan Yian's eyes revealed an uncontrollable excitement. His face slightly flushed as he spoke eagerly. As soon as he finished speaking, all the teachers in the room fell silent for a moment. Then, as if they had reached a tacit understanding, they all shook their heads in unison. This was simply because, in their view, such a situation was almost an impossible goal to achieve. After all, the sixth beast of the examiner was not an ordinary beast. It was a genuine Golden Realm beast. In a small county, possessing a Golden Realm beast would be enough to make one a guest of honor to the county magistrate. Moreover, many of them were aware of Bao Qingman's sixth beast. It was her destined beast, a ghost dolphin evolved from a special dolphin treasure. Although this ghost dolphin only had the strength of a first-grade Golden Realm beast, it possessed the special attribute of ghost water. With a rich skill set and years of accumulated battle experience, even some Golden Realm beasts rarely managed to defeat it. Faced with such a powerful opponent, it was indeed very difficult for Su Feng to achieve victory again. Furthermore, even though many people were present, they did not have a clear and comprehensive understanding of the strength of Su Feng's little chilin. They only had a vague idea of the impressive strength of Bao Qingman's ghost dolphin. Yet, they all understood an undeniable fact in their hearts. Since the special recruitment assessment began, throughout this long passage of time, with each generation of talented candidates harboring dreams of beast mastery, no one had ever managed to defeat the sixth beast released by the examiner in the Novice Beast Battle Special Recruitment Assessment. This seemed like an insurmountable chasm, standing before every candidate. Now, standing at this juncture, if Su Feng could truly succeed, the impact would spread throughout the entire Huaxia Beast Mastery community, leaving a significant mark in the annals of history. It would be solemnly recorded in the history books, becoming a tale passed down through generations. At this moment, watching the tense scene on the screen between the ghost dolphin and the little chilin, everyone in the observation room felt that it was almost impossible for Su Feng to achieve this. Yet, they all harbored an indescribable expectation in their hearts, their eyes fixed on the screen, hoping to witness a miracle. In the battle room, the atmosphere was so tense it felt suffocating. Bao Qingman looked at Su Feng, who remained calm and composed, her heart filled with complex emotions. After hesitating for a moment, she finally spoke up to remind him, "The match hasn't officially started yet, there's still a chance to rest. Although I don't know how much spiritual power your holy chilin has just consumed," she continued, "not being in peak condition to face my ghost dolphin is not a wise choice." She knew that once this battle began, it could not be stopped. If Su Feng had a chance to win but lost because he didn't get to rest, resulting in his final strike lacking spiritual power, it would undoubtedly be a regret. Bao Qingman didn't want this exceptionally talented young man to carry such a regret, so she hoped Su Feng could face the battle in the best condition. However, what she didn't expect was that after hearing her words, Su Feng simply nodded in thanks without indicating that he wanted to rest. Instead, a spark suddenly lit up in his eyes, filled with excitement and eagerness to try. Beast, Phantom Dolphin Talent, Phantom Body, Incomplete, Rain of Blessing, Phantom Body Incomplete, immune to 50% physical damage, Rain of Blessing, restores a certain amount of spiritual power and stamina per second, effect doubled in rain, quality, Platinum Attribute, Phantom Water Realm, Golden First Rank Skills, Water Ball, Water Gun, Water Cannon, Phantom Ray, Grievance, High Pressure Jet. Seeing the panel of the Phantom Dolphin, Su Feng's lips curled up slightly, and he thought to himself, finally, I can truly experience the joy of battle. On ordinary days, he had trained hard and learned so many skills, researching numerous tactics, all for the day he could fully unleash them in beast battles and enjoy the thrill of combat. But since becoming a beast master, to be honest, Su Feng really hadn't encountered a true opponent. Either the opponent was too strong, and he couldn't fight back at all, so he didn't engage, or the opponent was too weak, and he could easily defeat them. The entire battle process lacked challenge, devoid of any combat enjoyment. And now, this golden first-rank Phantom Dolphin was a perfect sharpening stone. It seemed to sense its master's excited yet serious emotions. The spiritual power around the little chilin also began to accelerate. In the arena, thunder and lightning suddenly clashed. Golden lightning streaked across the sky, and the roar echoed above. The intense momentum made the already tense atmosphere even more charged. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the battle to officially begin. Seeing this, Bao Qingman knew that further words were pointless. She immediately pressed the button in her hand, starting the countdown for the battle. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, the battle erupted instantly. Phantom Dolphin, Rain of Sacrifice. Little Chilin, Thunderball. Knowing that the opponent's strength was not weak, both sides did not adopt particularly extreme tactics. The little Chilin instantly condensed a golden thunderball in its mouth. The thunderball flickered with dazzling light, containing the power of the gunmetal calamity thunder. It was launched at the fastest speed, racing towards the Phantom Dolphin, attempting to interrupt its spellcasting. However, the Phantom Dolphin was clearly not an ordinary beast. Even when hit, it bore the pressure and successfully released the Rain of Sacrifice. In an instant, the entire arena changed. Black raindrops fell like a fine curtain of beads from the sky. While causing slight damage to the little Chilin, it silently drained its spiritual energy. Little Chilin, Rain of Sacrifice. Su Feng decisively issued another command. Phantom Dolphin, High-Pressure Jet. Bao Qingman's command was even more direct. She wanted to take this opportunity to inflict greater damage on the little Chilin. Boom! A loud sound erupted. The powerful water flow surged like a ferocious beast, carrying immense impact, and accurately struck the little Chilin. Although the little Chilin had a passive skill that provided protection from the 5 elements, which could negate a large amount of elemental damage, the powerful impact still caused the little Chilin to stumble back uncontrollably for 2 steps, leaving 2 deep claw marks on the ground. Seeing this scene, many beast masters with insufficient ranks fell into deep confusion. They couldn't help but whisper to each other, "Wait, how is this even happening? Why doesn't Su Feng dodge? With the Holy Chilin's speed, it could have easily avoided that, right? Why let the Holy Chilin take that hit for no reason, just to release the Rain of Sacrifice again?" A young beast master frowned, his face full of confusion as he asked. He simply couldn't understand Su Feng's intentions. Look at the color of the rainwater, reminded a slightly experienced beast master beside him. He fixed his gaze on the rainwater still drizzling in the arena, as if he had discerned something. The rainwater has changed color. Could it be? The young beast master followed his gaze and suddenly realized. That's right, pay attention and learn well. Su Feng not only excels at nurturing beasts but also has considerable combat experience, the experienced beast master said with a look of admiration. In fact, he hadn't understood Su Feng's intention at first. It was only when the rainwater changed color that he suddenly understood. Su Feng was using part of the opponent's power to allow his beast to escape the negative buff's influence at minimal cost. As the first round of confrontation ended, both sides' minds were racing. The atmosphere in the battle room was tense, like a bowstring about to snap, ready to erupt. Su Feng's gaze was firmly locked on the ghost dolphin, rapidly analyzing the situation on the field. Just now, although the little Chilin had taken a hit from the high-pressure jet, the Rain of Sacrifice it successfully released was already starting to take effect. The black ghostly water was gradually returning to ordinary rain under the little Chilin's influence. The adverse effects on their side were slowly diminishing. High-pressure electric shock. Su Feng had entered an excited state of battle. He shouted, and the little Chilin instantly perked up, its radiance becoming even more dazzling. It moved its feet, constantly lifting and stepping down on the ground, dodging the opponent's attacks. A thick bolt of lightning surged from its body, crackling as it enveloped the ghost dolphin. Seeing this, Bao Qingman's eyes sharpened, and she immediately commanded, "Ghost Dolphin, Ghost Ray." A glimmer of ghostly light flashed in the ghost dolphin's originally lively eyes. It opened its mouth, and a black ray mixed with a sinister aura shot out, heading straight for the lightning. This ghost ray possessed penetrating and corrosive properties, being one of the ghost dolphin's signature skills. Boom! The ghost ray collided with the high-pressure electric shock, producing a loud sound. Black and golden light intertwined and shone, momentarily stalemated. However, with the enhancement of the power of the gunmetal robbery thunder, a high-pressure electric shock's restraining effect on the ghost attribute gradually became apparent. Signs of melting began to appear at the front of the ghost ray, and its speed slowed down. Now's the time. Su Feng seized the opportunity and issued another command. After receiving the order, the little Chilin dashed towards the ghost dolphin like lightning. Wind and lightning, electric light and fire, swift wind steps, and thunderous stomp, 4 skills were released simultaneously. In just an instant, it widened the distance from the opponent. Seeing this, Bao Qingman hurriedly shouted, "Ghost Dolphin, Water Curtain Heavenly Flower." However, her reaction speed and the ghost dolphin's speed simply could not compare to the little Chilin. Bang! The little chilins hooves stomped heavily on the ghost dolphin, splashing the rainwater off its body. The ghost dolphin slid back a distance, clearly showing the force behind it. Moreover, the rainwater on the ghost dolphin enhanced the paralysis effect of the thunderous stomp. Ghost dolphin, sorrow of the boudoir. Realizing the situation was dire, Bao Qingman urgently shouted the command. She knew that if she didn't use some special means now, this battle would likely end badly. This sorrow of the boudoir skill was one of the ghost dolphin's trump cards. Even when controlled, it could still be used. It could release an aura of sorrow and resentment, affecting the opponent's mind and causing them to fall into a brief state of confusion and sluggishness, buying time for a counterattack. However, the opponent had already been controlled, and how could Su Feng miss such an opportunity? Almost at the same time, his gaze was like a torch, and without hesitation, he issued a series of commands: Thunder Roar plus Lightning Ball plus Thunder Strike plus Gather Power, end the battle. The little chilin received the command and let out a thunderous roar. At the same time, the lightning on its body seemed to be summoned, rapidly gathering at its mouth. In the blink of an eye, a massive lightning ball formed and shot out towards the ghost dolphin. Not only that, during the process of the lightning ball being launched, thick bolts of lightning shot out from the little chilin's body, like a clawing dragon, rushing towards the ghost dolphin alongside the lightning ball. The power-gathering skill was also quietly activated, continuously absorbing the free lightning elements in the air, injecting powerful energy into this series of attacks. This series of skills howled towards the ghost dolphin. Wherever they passed, the air seemed to ignite, producing a deafening roar. The strong airflow even swept up the surrounding leaves, creating an extremely shocking scene. Although compared to the opponents encountered before, Bao Qingman's beast had stronger strength and combat experience, there was still a moment when the ghost dolphin was repelled and fell into a paralyzed state, allowing it to release its resentment in time. She hoped to use this to interfere with the little chilin's actions, but the speed of lightning was not something the ghost dolphin could compare to. That series of destructive lightning attacks flashed across the night sky, moving at an incredible speed. In an instant, it crossed the distance to the ghost dolphin. Before the resentment could approach the little chilin, the massive lightning ball had already crashed into the ghost dolphin with immense pressure. Following that, the subsequent impacts caused by the thunder strike and power gathering came one after another, completely engulfing the ghost dolphin in a sea of golden lightning. By now, the battle had lost its final suspense. Under the relentless onslaught of the violent golden lightning, the ghost dolphin had no time to mount any effective resistance. The ghostly light in its eyes gradually dimmed, and ultimately, it could only crash to the ground, splashing mud everywhere. It had completely lost its combat ability. The second round of the beast battle assessment has ended. Candidate Su Feng, number of beasts defeated, 6. When the incredibly passionate announcement echoed in the battle hall, Su Feng and his little chilin had firmly grasped the special enrollment beast battle assessment. Is it over just like this? The beast master examiner, Bao Qingman, felt her mind go blank. Seeing Su Feng holding the little chilin with a smile on his face, she came back to her senses, retracting her ghost dolphin while secretly lamenting, whether it's the strength of the beast or the command ability, it's all terrifyingly strong. Bao Qingman had been fully confident in her ghost dolphin because it was her destined beast. They had been together for over 10 years. Although her limited abilities had led to the ghost dolphin's slow improvement, they had experienced thousands of battles together, undergoing countless trials and special training. She was confident that she could easily handle not only ordinary novice beast masters but even some talented individuals who had entered the top 5 universities and studied for a year or two. However, Su Feng's previously displayed strength and talent were too dazzling. She even considered whether to go against her principles. If Su Feng's strength was not too far off and he could continue to shine brightly, there might be a chance to defeat the ghost dolphin. Then she could do him a favor, reasonably let him create history. But now, this thought seemed a bit ridiculous. The battle had not started long ago. Su Feng's combat skills, her control over the situation, and the terrifying speed and power of the little chilin's skill releases made her feel as if she was not facing a novice. Let alone going easy, if she relaxed even slightly, she would be seized by the opponent. In fact, her sixth sense as a woman told her that Su Feng's way of winning the match had the suspicion of going easy. If there was no leniency, her ghost dolphin would probably be defeated in an instant like the previous 5 beasts. This was a frightening thought. A veteran beast master with over 10 years of experience, facing a newcomer, actually managed to avoid a humiliating defeat only because the opponent was going easy. But recalling the entire battle process, she suddenly felt, this might really be true. Perhaps, this is what genius is. Bao Qingman murmured, her figure gradually disappearing from the battle room. Meanwhile, silence hung like a heavy curtain, tightly enveloping countless observation rooms. After a full few seconds of stalemate, it was finally broken by gasps of astonishment. I have been in this profession for many years and have seen countless beast battles, but I have never witnessed such a scene. A senior beast master examiner couldn't help but speak up. At the same time, he harbored deep confusion, pondering, what exactly are Su Feng and her holy chilin? Thunderstorm, flying leaf storm, thunder trample, furious thunder roar. He even saw incredibly terrifying combination skills. Such a beast, such skill comprehension, such tactical application. How could this be like a novice? It was clearly a seasoned veteran. What kind of growth environment and training model could produce such an extraordinary beast master and beast combination? Mom, that brother is amazing. Much better than sister. In a corner, a young child watching the battle tugged at his mother's clothes, his eyes shining with admiration, speaking in a babyish voice. The child's mother looked down at him, her lips trembling slightly, and it took her a while to regain her voice. Yes, darling, this brother has created a miracle. She gently stroked the child's head, but her gaze never left Su Feng and the little chilin. In her heart, she marveled, even though her daughter was also called a genius. However, in front of Su Feng, she seemed so ordinary. Perhaps, it was like the ancient literati compared to Chao Ji. In the world, there is only one stone, and Chao Ji occupies 8 do. And now, comparing contemporary young beast masters to Su Feng was like, in the world, there is one stone of novice beast masters, and Su Feng occupies 9 do. Such similar scenes were everywhere in the entire battle hall. Some beast masters were pulling their hair, their voices trembling violently, because they couldn't believe that even they might not easily win. Even the ghost dolphin, which they might struggle against, was so easily defeated by Su Feng. After years of hard work, they couldn't compare to an 18-year-old child. It was simply infuriating. There were also many parents enviously looking at Su Feng, saying, "This is someone else's child. If my kid had half of Su Feng's talent, I would be satisfied." And similar remarks. But they also understood that they did not have the same conditions as Su Feng's parents, nor the ability to let their children sell ice spirits or contract holy chilins. So now, they could only sigh a little. In front of their own children, they wouldn't put too much pressure on them. Meanwhile, in the VIP room, after witnessing her son make history and achieve victory, Shang Wanqing immediately shared the good news with Su Dad, who was still at work. Grandpa and Grandma Su Feng in Yin Jing, and Grandpa and Grandma Su Feng in Yancheng. After doing all this, she stood up with a smile, walked out of the room, and summoned her beast. Su Feng must enroll in Yin Jing University. The admissions director of Yin Jing University, Yen Ian, slammed the table and stood up abruptly. The excitement on his face was evident. Such talent, such potential, if we miss this, it would be a tremendous loss for Yin Jing University. At that moment, countless images of Su Feng leading the Yin Jing University Beast team to victory in various competitions flashed through his mind. Director Yen, you're speaking too soon. Wei Ruffing, the admissions director of Moda University, was unwilling to back down. He snorted coldly, also standing up, his gaze fixed firmly on Su Feng. His eyes shone with a determination to win. Su Feng and Moda University are a match made in heaven. The resources we can provide will allow his talent to shine even more perfectly. He puffed out his chest and said confidently. Thinking of his school's strong foundation and generous conditions, he was sure Su Feng would be tempted. Other admissions teachers from different universities, seeing this, also joined the scramble. In an instant, the room was filled with noise and arguments, a chaotic mess. Yet, amidst the debate, they all knew that their arguments were futile. The key was still to see Su Feng's own thoughts and those of his family. Therefore, while arguing, all the teachers could no longer contain their eagerness. Not willing to waste even a second, they rushed out based on the room number where Su Feng was battling. Like a herd of wild horses, they charged out in a frenzy. As for the other candidates still in battle, it didn't matter. They could always watch the replay later. The urgent task now was to bring this genius Su Feng into their school. Some teachers, to save time, took 2 steps at a time towards the elevator, repeatedly pressing the button. Their eyes were glued to the elevator floor indicator. They muttered under their breath, urging the elevator to arrive quickly. Other teachers, finding the elevator too slow, turned and ran for the stairs. If it weren't for strict regulations, they might have summoned their beasts to fly up from outside, break the glass, and enter. However, no matter which route they chose, they were all blocked by a figure. Those in the stairwell saw the Qing Shuang Huan Ling. When the elevator doors opened, those inside saw Shang Wanchang. I know your abilities. To avoid you all breaking down my door and having to pay for it, I think it would be best if we settled this right here. Upon seeing Shanghuan Qing, or Qing Shuanghuan Ling, some admissions teachers who had previously known nothing about Su Feng's family background suddenly looked enlightened. Images of Shanghuan Qing's glorious achievements and legendary stories in the beast cultivation world flashed through their minds. As a world-renowned star cultivator, some of the beasts trained and cultivated by Shanghuan Qing had turned the tide and won gold and silver in various high-profile competitions. Her unique cultivation techniques, precise understanding of beast habits, and her magical ability to uncover hidden potential in beasts were all admired and envied by her peers. With such a master-level mother, how could Su Feng possibly be lacking in beast cultivation? Because of this, many teachers from ordinary schools suddenly showed a hint of despondency and helplessness on their faces. Others had such a family background. The conventional resources their school could offer, Su Feng could easily obtain on his own. Even the top-tier scarce resources that their own school might not be able to secure could be accessed through his mother Shanghuan Qing's connections and influence. Thus, it became clear. It seems that our school has no sufficient advantages to make the other party choose to join. Thus, I can only return to my room in disappointment, without making any futile struggles. In the end, only 9 people came to the VIP box with Shanghuan Chang or Qing Shuanghuan Ling. As soon as we entered the room, Shanghuan Qing's beast, Mi Xiaochu, immediately served each person a cup of hot tea. Teachers, please be patient for a moment. I have sent a message to Mu Chen, and he will be here soon, Shanghuan Qing said, his gaze calmly sweeping over each teacher present, speaking in a manner that was both peaceful and polite. It's fine, sister-in-law. We can wait a bit, no rush, Yan Ian said with a seemingly friendly smile, taking the lead in speaking. As he spoke, his gaze subtly scanned the others, his eyes carrying a childlike sense of pride, as if silently declaring to everyone, with our connections at Yin Jing University, you still want to compete with me? His demeanor suggested that Su Feng was already a sure thing for Yin Jing University. The other recruitment teachers exchanged glances, a hint of barely noticeable worry flashing in their eyes, but they quickly regained their composure. In the battle for student recruitment, connections might be a bargaining chip, but they are not the key to victory. What can truly attract outstanding talent is solid strength and the broad development space that can be offered. Thus, after politely responding to Shanghuan Qing, they did not say much more. Some picked up the hot tea in front of them and took a gentle sip. Others discreetly took out their phones to contact their superiors, striving for more bargaining chips to secure a more advantageous position in the upcoming competition. A faint aroma of tea filled the entire box, mingling with the complex emotions of the crowd. Some were expectant, some were nervous, some were confident, and some were apprehensive. In this tranquil space, these emotions intertwined and collided. Everyone was waiting for the arrival of the young man, Su Feng, who had the ability to change the future direction of their school. This is not an exaggeration. Su Feng's looks, strength, and various other aspects could definitely be cultivated into another calling card for the school. Not to mention, even based solely on his current strength, he has the potential to win the national college competition a month from now and the world college competition 6 months later. Once he wins, the resources he could bring to the school are unimaginable. Not to mention that as his reputation in the beast world grows brighter, the star effect will also attract a large number of talents to choose to join the school he once attended, injecting continuous vitality into the school's sustained development. In their silence, a sound of footsteps approached from afar. The previously somewhat oppressive atmosphere in the box instantly became lively. Everyone's gaze turned toward the door, their eyes filled with anticipation. Moments later, Su Feng knocked and entered the room. He stood tall like a pine tree, dressed in black athletic wear that made him look even more spirited. On his young and handsome face, his bright eyes revealed a calmness that belied his age. The little chilin followed closely behind him, majestic yet obedient. Its scales shimmered with a golden glow under the light, resembling a divine beast from a myth. Sorry to keep the teachers waiting, Su Feng said, slightly bowing, a humble smile on his face. Shanghuan Chang looked at her son, her eyes filled with comfort and pride. She gently nodded, signaling him to come and sit down. Su Feng responded and steadily walked to the empty seat beside his mother. The little chilin affectionately lay at his feet, occasionally rubbing against him, showing its affection. At this moment, the recruitment teacher from Jilin University was the first to speak. Su Feng, do you have any interest in learning about our Jilin University? Our school's Beast Taming Research Institute is the best in the country, which will definitely benefit your future growth. As long as you are willing to come to Jilin University, our school will fully cover the resources needed for beast cultivation. Moreover, as long as you are willing, you can choose any of the Heroic Spirit series beasts. The conditions of the Heroic Spirit series beasts cannot be underestimated. Even Su Feng and Shang Wanqing couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. The so-called Heroic Spirit beasts are a very special type of ghost-type beasts. They have nearly a dozen different types, including bows, axes, swords, guns, halberds, shields. Each Heroic Spirit beast has a minimum quality of platinum. In the beast taming world, they are also known as the reincarnation of warriors' souls, because even if the beast tamer does not give commands, the combat experience of heroic spirit beasts is comparable to that of a golden-level beast tamer. In battles, they can make precise judgments based on instinct. Whether launching fierce attacks or executing clever defenses, they adapt effortlessly, often catching their opponents off guard. Jinling City is also one of the places in the world with the highest number of heroic spirit beasts. Wow, what should I do if I'm a bit tempted? Su Feng's mind was racing, various thoughts flashing by like a revolving lantern. He imagined himself contracting a heroic spirit sword, stepping on a flying sword, galloping through the skies, and the cool scene of opening the heavenly gate with a single sword. Just thinking about that image made his blood boil. However, on that young and handsome face, there was still no sign of emotion. Although he was only 18 years old, his mental age was already over 40. Naturally, he wouldn't express his feelings so easily like a child. At the same time, he was waiting for the other teachers from different schools to present their conditions. What if there were better offers? Don't listen to him, Su Feng. Come to Manhwa University. Our practical training system is top-notch, which can elevate your beast taming skills in a short time. Join our school, and any beast within the 4 provinces of Shanhua that you fancy, just say the word. The recruitment teacher from Shanhua University was also unwilling to fall behind. He earnestly persuaded, his eyes filled with anticipation. As the leading university among the 4 provinces of Shanhua University, despite its relatively short establishment time and perhaps a slightly thin historical background, it has an impressive backing of formidable strength. This means that Shanhua University has extremely rich resource reserves. Whether it is the gathering of top-notch faculty or the cultivation and introduction of rare beasts, there is solid assurance. Being able to make that last statement naturally comes with ample confidence and the ability to deliver. The atmosphere soon became even more heated. Teachers from other universities were also unwilling to be outdone, each showcasing their school's trump card conditions. In an instant, various types of beasts that ordinary people rarely encounter, even those only heard of but never seen, were brought to the table. There were nature element controlling spirit beasts, rare demon-type beasts skilled in curses, and mechanical beasts that resembled mobile war fortresses filled with a sense of technology. As long as Su Feng was willing, he had the qualification to contract one. With excellent training, it could at least become a beast of the king level in the future. Su Feng sat there, quietly listening to each teacher's introduction. Occasionally, a flicker of excitement crossed his eyes, but it quickly returned to calm. He turned his gaze to the last 2 teachers, wanting to hear what conditions they could offer. The atmosphere in the private room was tense, like a bowstring about to snap, ready to explode at any moment. Everyone's eyes were tightly focused on Su Feng, trying to catch even the slightest hint of inclination from his expression. Wei Rufeng and Yin Yan were even more so. They were all veterans in the beast-taming world. Seeing Su Feng's calm yet contemplative gaze, they naturally understood. This battle for resources had already entered a heated stage. Every word spoken and every advantage displayed could very well become the key factor in determining victory or defeat. Therefore, they all put forth their utmost efforts. Wei Rufeng adjusted his collar, wearing a confident smile, and spoke first. Classmate Su Feng, I believe everyone in all of China knows some of the advantages of our Magic City University. We can offer conditions that other schools can provide. As soon as he said this, it exuded a strong sense of dominance. The implication was clear: we have money. Whatever conditions other schools promise, if you want it, we will step in and buy it for you. After saying this, Wei Rufeng's smile widened, clearly proud of his school's solid strength. However, he did not stop there and continued, additionally, you should have heard about our school's ancient beast gene resurrection technology. At the mention of this, everyone's ears perked up. Wei Rufeng glanced around at the reactions of the crowd, feeling increasingly assured. He raised his voice and said, as long as you are willing, one of the first batch of resurrected ancient beasts will definitely be yours. The so-called ancient beasts are those that existed in ancient times, such as the Tyrannosaurus rex and the pterosaur. These were species that had already gone extinct on Blue Star but had truly existed. Their existence itself was an irresistible temptation. Even for those seasoned beast tamers who had been immersed in the industry for years, it was hard not to feel a stir of excitement at this moment. After all, owning an ancient beast would be a significant event that could leave a lasting mark in the beast taming world. Perhaps it would even be recorded in history. In a certain year of the beast taming era, Magic City University successfully resurrected a certain ancient beast, its owner being a certain individual. Yin Jing, seeing this, slightly furrowed his brows and cleared his throat, unwilling to be outdone. He understood that he needed to present more impactful conditions to overshadow the other party. So he stated the conditions his school could offer. Classmate Su Feng, don't be fooled by this old guy. Yin Jing first made a teasing remark to belittle Wei Ruffing, attempting to weaken the impact of his words. No one knows which is stronger or weaker between ancient beasts and current beasts. Moreover, this is all theoretical and cannot be quickly realized. As he spoke, he waved his hand, showing a dismissive expression. His intention was to make Su Feng see the reality and not be misled by the seemingly beautiful prospects. You should know about our Yin Jing University's cloud crane. Yin Jing shifted his tone, his eyes revealing mystery and pride, successfully capturing everyone's attention. Not long ago, her offspring hatched and is now looking for a few suitable beast tamers. Although Yin Jing did not finish his sentence, everyone present was no fool. How could they not understand his meaning? His words were like a heavy bomb, instantly stirring up waves in everyone's hearts. The cloud crane. That was a living legend, holding an incredibly high status in the beast taming world. It was said that she had existed for countless years. Her strength had long surpassed the current realm of beasts, and her offspring, inheriting such a powerful bloodline, probably had the potential to reach at least the legendary level. It should be noted that in the entire beast taming world, beasts with king-level potential were already rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. It was a height that countless beast tamers dreamed of but found hard to reach. Even among those present, it was difficult to find such a beast despite their best efforts. Nowadays, Yanqing University actually directly promised a legendary potential beast cub that far exceeds the potential of a king. This is undoubtedly a significant investment. Wei Ruffing, upon hearing this, immediately became anxious and coldly retorted, "Humph, you say mine is empty, but aren't your conditions just as empty?" He crossed his arms, his face full of defiance. How many people have passed the test of the cloud crane? If you can't pass the test and gain recognition, how could you possibly contract it? His words were not without reason. The cloud crane is not an ordinary existence, and not just anyone can catch its eye. Gaining its recognition is no easy feat. Yin Jing, however, paid no mind to Wei Ruffing's doubts and instead confidently scoffed, saying, "You don't understand this, do you?" He wore a proud smile and pointed to a button on his chest. "I had the video running the whole time. Grandma Crane is watching right across from us? She is very optimistic about classmate Mu Chen and is willing to let him skip the assessment and go directly to her." This statement left everyone in shock. No one expected Yin Jing to be so well prepared. To prove that he was not lying, Yin Jing acted quickly, took out his phone, and skillfully opened the camera interface. He then raised the phone screen towards the crowd so everyone could clearly see the cloud crane on the other side. On the phone screen, the cloud crane appeared elegant. Its feathers were as white as snow, as if each feather contained a mysterious wave of spiritual power. Its massive form was still agile, with a long neck slightly curved, and a splash of crimson on its head that resembled a brilliant ruby, particularly eye-catching. What was even more striking were its deep and wise eyes, which evoked an inexplicable sense of respect. Grandma Crane. The moment everyone saw the cloud crane, they couldn't help but speak with respect. Even Su Feng, who had never met it before, couldn't help but speak reverently. When it was Su Feng's turn, the cloud crane seemed to sense something, prompting Yin Jing to stop moving the phone. The image froze on its solemn yet somewhat expectant face. It remained silent for a moment, and a hint of complex emotion flickered in its eyes. Then its gaze slowly shifted to the little chilin lying at Su Feng's feet. Looking at the little chilin, it seemed somewhat dazed. At that moment, the violent lightning on the little chilin had already subsided. It lay quietly there, looking like a well-behaved pet. Yet even so, its innate majestic aura was still hard to conceal. After a while, the cloud crane slowly withdrew its gaze and turned to look at Su Feng, its eyes softening with warmth and expectation. It spoke in human language. "Child, could you come over sometime? I have a request." Its voice was crisp and pleasant, yet carried a sense of the passage of time. It echoed in the somewhat quiet private room, leaving everyone momentarily stunned, filled with curiosity and confusion. The cloud crane actively invited Su Feng? What was going on? When the video call ended, Yin Jing slowly put down his phone, and the atmosphere in the private room instantly froze. All eyes were focused on Su Feng like spotlights. They all knew that rather than pondering the Cloud Crane's inexplicable words, the most important thing was Su Feng's choice. Everyone held their breath, waiting for Su Feng's response. A complex expression flashed across Wei Rufeng's face. He instinctively clenched his fists, silently praying that Su Feng would not be swayed by Yanqing University's conditions. However, the conditions offered by Yanqing University were too tempting. Coupled with the sudden intervention of the Cloud Crane, he felt very uncertain. The other teachers all had their own thoughts, some showing signs of frustration. Knowing that with the ace of Yin Jing University played, their own school's chances were minimal. Some still held on to a glimmer of hope, expecting Su Feng to make an unexpected choice. Facing the gazes of several teachers, Su Feng slightly lowered his head, gently stroking the little Chilin's head. After a moment, he raised his head, looked at Yen Yin, and slowly said, "Teacher Yen, I am willing to go to Yin Jing University." This choice was also made after much consideration, not a moment of impulse. Firstly, the basic resources provided by various universities were actually quite similar. It was just an all-inclusive package. The only difference was the unique beasts in each college and the local renowned ones. Such things could be obtained not only by joining the local school. If he really wanted it, if his father couldn't get it, he could just ask his grandfather. However, the child of the Cloud Crane was special. No matter how capable his grandfather was, there was no other way to obtain it except by force. And now, it seemed that as long as he joined Yin Jing University, he could get a cub. If he could raise it. Riding the crane, standing with a graceful posture, with a sword on his back. On his left hand, the majestic red-gold war dragon soared through the sky. On his right hand, the little Chilin, stepping on clouds, flashed with lightning. This extraordinary demeanor could be summed up in one word: handsome. What young person could refuse such a fantasy and passion? Plus, there was that last sentence from the Cloud Crane. If there was something to ask for, since it had come to him, it meant he had the ability to do it. This feeling was similar to receiving a quest from a big shot in a game. Sometimes, with such top-tier big shots, regardless of whether you completed the task, the rewards were always top-notch. By going to Yin Jing University, he could quickly get in touch with the Cloud Crane and explore what that so-called request was all about. It was close to home, had many benefits, so why not? Indeed, it is Yin Jing University. Wei Rufeng and the other teachers couldn't help but show a hint of disappointment on their faces upon hearing Su Feng's choice. It was like having prepared for a long time, only to miss out on the desired object in the end. However, Wei Rufeng was someone who had experienced many situations. He quickly adjusted his emotions and put a smile back on his face. He stepped forward and said sincerely, "Su Feng, although it's a bit regrettable that you didn't choose Magic City University, you can come to Magic City University to exchange ideas and visit any time. The doors are always open for you." The other teachers also echoed with blessings. Although they felt a bit disappointed in their hearts, if they were in Su Feng's position facing the temptation of the Cloud Crane's child, they probably wouldn't be able to refuse either. So they all accepted Su Feng's choice. After exchanging greetings, everyone didn't linger. They hadn't managed to grab the special recruitment ace this time. In Hon, Lin Suxian, and the others still needed to fight for the second tier and A-tier spots. They couldn't hang themselves on one tree. Everyone, take care. The smile on Yen Yan's face couldn't be suppressed. The excitement and pride were all written on his face. After sending everyone off, he turned to Su Feng and said, "Su Feng, since you are willing to trust us, we will never let you down. We will definitely help you go further on the path of Beast Masters." After saying that, he directly took out a bag he had prepared earlier and handed it to Su Feng. This bag has been enchanted with the sleeve of the universe. Inside are the items needed for the daily training of the Holy Lin Beast and the jumping dragonfish that I gathered from various sources. It should be enough for the two little guys to eat for a while. You can take it first, and when you get to school, you can always go to the treasury to get more when you run out. Su Feng, upon hearing this, did not hesitate. After receiving it, he asked in return, "Teacher Yen, isn't there any admission notice or something like that?" According to his understanding, regardless of the grades or which school one enters, there should always be an admission notice, right? That is the proof for entering the school during the enrollment season. No need, our school uploaded your information yesterday, and all the teachers in the school recognize you. You can just scan your face when the time comes, Yen Yin explained with a smile. The specially made admission notice was taken by Uncle Ching Tsong yesterday. Upon hearing this, Su Feng's face was filled with confusion, and a series of question marks instantly popped up in his mind. They uploaded the information yesterday? My grandfather already knew I would definitely choose Yin Jing University? It seems Brother Yen is more prepared than I imagined. On the side, Shang Wanqing couldn't help but tease. Yen Yin slightly raised his head and said with some pride, "That's the foundation. No one can refuse a legendary quality beast at the starting line." He paused and continued, "Additionally, our school has a unified enrollment date of August 19th. As a special recruit, you can report to school anytime this month. If there are no other matters, you can come over as soon as possible. There are no winter or summer vacations in the school. There are specialized battle teachers and skill teaching teachers holding classes every day. You can also battle and communicate with other students, which is quite good. You have my contact information. Just send me a message when you arrive. Understanding that Su Feng might have other arrangements, Ian, after saying those words, wisely chose not to linger. With a smile on his face, he stood up to bid farewell and left the VIP room with light steps. For a moment, the room, which had been somewhat lively and filled with a competitive atmosphere, was left with only Shang Wancheng and Su Feng. The child of the Cloud Crane, Yin Jing University is indeed making a big move. With no outsiders present, Shang Wancheng relaxed his demeanor. No longer as serious as before, he wore a look of contemplation on his face. After expressing his feelings, Shang Wancheng tilted his head slightly, his gaze filled with inquiry. When do you plan to go to Yin Jing University? Let's see. Su Feng took a deep breath and slowly uttered these words. He leaned back in his chair, slightly furrowing his brows, lost in thought. Until he confirmed that he would go to Yin Jing University, he, like others, felt the tension in him ease. Then he suddenly thought of a rather tricky problem. The beast that was about to hatch, and the earth-shaking divine bull that was still living with his father at his grandfather's house, plus, the child of the Cloud Crane. Suddenly, he would have 3 beasts around him. More critically, among these 3 beasts, almost 2 were still in their juvenile phase as children. Oh right, it should be 3. The little Chilin, although strong, still had the temperament of a child and needed care. 3 children. Su Feng couldn't help but silently groan in his heart. Just imagining the days to come, having to take care of their daily needs, training, and coordinating their interactions. That scene. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. The practical assessment for beast taming ends here. All candidates, parents, and staff are requested to leave in an orderly manner. When the announcement echoed in the battle hall, the special recruitment assessment officially came to a close. At the same time, the battle for student sources among major universities had also ended. On the large screen in the battle hall, the emblem of Yin Jing University stood out prominently, seemingly coldly declaring that it was the victor of this battle for student sources. The first, second, and fourth places all chose to join Yin Jing University. Only the third place, Qi Shanglu, and the fifth place, Xiaomoyu. After receiving the contract commitments for the Leap Dragon Fish and the Heroic Spirit Series beasts, they chose to join Magic City University and Jinling University. The candidates ranked 6th to 21st only defeated 2 of the examiner's beasts. Reality is often cruel. For these students, the 5 major universities only selected a few with potential for development and extended invitations. As for whether to join or not, no one took it too seriously. When the final results were confirmed, Li Yuntao, the homeroom teacher of Class 1 in the 3rd year, learned that 3 top students from his class had been accepted into Yin Jing University, including other students who participated in the special recruitment assessment. All were successfully admitted to their ideal universities. It was a time of great joy. He immediately sent a message in the class group inviting all the students to go out for a meal together. Let's go, since the old teacher has spoken, we can't refuse. Bring 2 bottles of good wine to thank him for his hospitality over the past 3 years. Su Feng said with a smile, calling on his classmates to leave together. We can also be considered to be benefiting from Su Feng's glory. Such results are truly a top honor, a national champion. A classmate generously praised Su Feng, his tone filled with a hint of envy and admiration. That's not quite right, the title of champion doesn't really suit him, another classmate immediately retorted, a proud expression on his face as if Su Feng's achievements were also his own. After all, this has created history. I estimate that in a few minutes, the official account will release a video confirming it. As he spoke, he took out his phone, quickly swiping his fingers across the screen to open several videos. All these videos were posted by the audience on site, all saying that Su Feng successfully defeated the 6 beasts of the examiner, creating history. Of course, many people in the comments section did not believe it, thinking it was a fraud. After all, the difficulty involved is something no beast master is unaware of. Even ordinary people who haven't taken the path of beast masters can understand the value of the phrase creating history. Without witnessing it firsthand or receiving confirmed news, many people remain skeptical. Some even boldly declared, if it's true, I'll live stream eating shit. £2. To this, everyone present paid no mind. They knew it was a fact. Once the official news was released, all these people would be slapped in the face. Do you think my name will be written in future history books? In the year Su Feng created history, Long Taojia was successfully recruited by Rongqing University and had dinner together that night. Long Taojia suddenly shouted excitedly, hands on his hips, envisioning the future. The classmates were first taken aback, then burst into laughter. Someone laughed and patted Long Taojia on the shoulder, saying, "You really dare to dream, but who knows, it might actually happen." The classmates chatted and laughed as they headed to the agreed dining location. They not only discussed Su Feng's astonishing achievement in creating history but also talked about where to travel in the near future. For Beast Masters, traveling is like an adventure full of unknowns and surprises. On the journey, they might encounter various Beast Masters, battle with them, and hone their skills. They would also meet all kinds of wild spirit beasts, which could become their future partners. An impromptu trip is an indispensable part of every Beast Master's life. At 9 o'clock that night, when Su Feng and the others finished their meal and returned home, the internet was experiencing a major upheaval. The official Huaxia Beast Master Association released several works in succession. First, it was a graphic and text ranking of the National Special Recruitment Assessment. National Ranking of Special Recruitment Assessment for Beast Tamers in Huaxia. First place, Su Feng from Magic City, number of beasts defeated, 6, Yin Jing University. Second place, Mayuza from Peng City, number of beasts defeated, 5, Yin Jing University. Third place, Jiaoxia from Spring City, number of beasts defeated, 4, Shanhai University. Fourth place, Shangguanlan from Goat City, number of beasts defeated, 4, Magic City University. Next, there are the astonishing records of Su Feng, Mayuza, Jiaoxia, and others on the competition stage. The entire internet, in an instant, exploded. 20% of netizens are discussing Mayuza, because he is the son of the Ma family from Ping City. The mobile game, Beast Tamer Glory, is a family business, and the other 80% of netizens are all talking about Su Feng. Various news articles and Douyin videos surged wildly in a short time. He did it, he successfully made history. And we are the witnesses of history. The future top 10 legendary beast tamers are destined to have his name. Holy Unicorn Beast plus Jumping Dragon Fish, an irreplaceable path of growth. People with better conditions than you are working harder, are more outstanding. A variety of opportunistic presences suddenly popped up in droves. The number of comments under countless videos also skyrocketed. I can only say, terrifying indeed. Reply, I knew there would be this dog head. What about those who just thought I was lying? The official news is out. What do you have to say? Reply, big shot. I was wrong. *999 reply, stand straight when getting hit. We agreed to live stream eating, wait for me to prepare. If I also had a holy unicorn beast plus jumping dragon fish, I could do it too. And who knows, maybe he cheated. Reply, sour grapes? I see you have the beast tamer emblem on your profile. With this mindset, you'll never achieve anything on the path of a beast tamer. Reply, I'll make a post as proof. If you can break through to a gold level beast tamer in this lifetime, I'll transfer you $1 million+ bank balance. Screenshot on the spot. Reply to the first floor. What if this person's beast has the same personality as him? Feels like he's not a good person. I suggest a thorough investigation. By the way, won't he get robbed just holding the holy unicorn beast when he goes out? Reply, everyone knows banks have money, the army has guns, who would go rob? Reply, I dare say if someone robbed him, in ancient times, the city where the robber was would be wiped clean. After the assessment ended, even during meals, countless people online believed this was fake. Even some who couldn't do it themselves thought others couldn't either and shouted madly, saying Su Feng has a holy unicorn beast plus jumping dragon fish, and that there are powerful forces behind him. This is creating a god. But when the official news including videos was released, in an instant, everyone was slapped in the face. Of course, there were a few who believed Su Feng could do it purely because the holy unicorn beast was too powerful. If they could also contract it, they could do the same thing. And when clicking on their profiles, it turned out that many of these guys were clearly not good people. Under the investigation and reporting of numerous enthusiastic netizens, there were murderers who had fled for 20 years due to guilt. There were parasites who secretly transferred countless assets overseas while flattering foreign powers. And there was someone who appeared to be a relatively successful local beast tamer, but was secretly involved with the KK park. And all these people did not escape the punishment of the law. At 10 o'clock that night, when such news was released, Su Feng was slightly taken aback and couldn't help but sigh. Could this be the legendary intelligence diminishing halo? The next day, news about Su Feng on the internet spread like wildfire, growing more and more intense. It has even begun to affect the present world. According to statistics from the Cultural Tourism Department of Magic City, the number of travelers booking tickets to Magic City skyrocketed last night, setting a new historical high. Beast tamers and media professionals from various places flocked to Magic City, each with different purposes. Su Feng, as expected, did not go out. Why go out? As soon as he shows his face, he would be chased by those media people like a rat crossing the street. Even if he ran to Mount Everest, they would find a way to follow him. Then they would shove microphones and cameras in front of him, endlessly asking questions. But many people's thoughts were completely different from Su Feng's. One by one, they eagerly hoped to be interviewed by the media. Interview me, I know him very well. Many who had only exchanged a few words with Su Feng were shouting like this on the street. As for the principal of No. 1 high school, Principal Li Yuntao, he was even more surrounded by the media. Like two pieces of plucked lamb, they were suddenly besieged by a large group of media people like wolves and tigers. In light of this situation, the two clearly had done their homework. Facing the numerous live interviews from the media, they were not flustered at all and spoke eloquently. Student Su Feng is the pride of our No. 1 high school in Magic City. To be honest, his achievements are mainly due to his own efforts, the principal said with a proud expression, his tone sincere. Then he shifted his tone. Our school does not seek credit, but we must also acknowledge. Student Su Feng's outstanding achievements are not without merit for our school. By the end, the principal stated that for the astonishing achievements of student Su Feng, the school would award 1 million cash, along with resources worth around 2 million needed for beast cultivation as a reward. As soon as this news broke, the live chat exploded. Netizens praised the school, calling it generous. But that wasn't all. The rewards from the Ministry of Education and the city government were also underway. Various resources needed for beast cultivation went without saying, piled up like small mountains. What was even more jaw-dropping was the second reward, a complete set of evolution items. It included almost all the evolution items currently on the market, all of the highest quality. Special evolution items like the King's Mark, Dragon's Scale, Exquisite Crystal, and Angel's Wing. Even the lowest quality ones were worth millions on the market. Not to mention that these were of the highest quality, their prices were simply outrageous, even to the point of being priceless. When this news was released, the eyes of beast tamers from all over the country in the live chat widened, and they were so envious they could almost cry. While a 30-year-old middle-aged man is still fighting for a piece of high-quality water spirit stone, others already have a complete set, and it might even be the least valuable batch among them. This gap is making me cry. I genuinely envy this. By the way, does anyone know Su Feng? Can you ask him if he's selling the Dragon's Scale? Price is negotiable. To afford this set of evolution stones, I'd have to work from the Qin dynasty until now. No wonder it's Magic City, so extravagant. Amidst the countless envious comments from netizens, the live broadcast continued. Another shocking piece of news was revealed. Just yesterday, Magic University also wanted to ride the wave of popularity and sent someone to discuss a series of matters with the Magic City officials. Taking this opportunity, the representative sent by the Magic City government officially announced to major media outlets that the ancient beast resurrection technology at Magic University had entered its final stage. They sincerely invited talented individuals to choose to join Magic University. At the same time, they promised that for outstanding beast tamers like student Su Feng, they would also present a high-quality ancient beast as a reward. This wave of behavior was akin to spending a fortune to buy bones. This made Magic City University win a wave of good reviews. It also led many talented individuals who had not yet decided which university to join to choose Magic City University. Because many people were thinking, if Su Feng, who didn't join Magic City University, can be rewarded with an ancient beast, then if I join, surely there will be opportunities in the next 3 years. As the saying goes, for those who betray me, I will give them 1 million. For those who are loyal to me, that's several billion. As for the external storms and the bustling noise, Su Feng didn't pay much attention. At this moment, he was looking at the generous rewards that had already been sent home, and an involuntary radiant smile appeared on his face. Resources were nothing more than some spiritual fruits, spiritual herbs, and spiritual stones, which, given their quantity, were quite valuable. Even more impressive were the complete set of top-quality evolution items. With so many evolution items, even relying on his grandfather's connections, it would take a considerable amount of time and immeasurable funds to collect them. Yet now, he had obtained them so easily. It would be a lie to say he wasn't happy. Even if there were some things he might never use in his lifetime, it didn't matter. You still had to have them. What if he needed them someday? This is called being prepared for the unexpected. After putting these evolution items into his beast space, Su Feng took out some of the various spiritual fruits from the other bags. He waved towards the little chilin and cheerfully called out, "Little chilin, dragon fish, it's time for a buffet." Wah wah, buffet. As soon as the little chilin heard this, it immediately jumped over excitedly, bouncing around the pile of spiritual fruits. The feeling was like someone with 10 million in their bank account seeing 100,000 in cash before them, still incredibly exciting. In contrast, the dragonfish came over, casually ate a couple of fruits, found the taste just okay, and lost interest, turning back to its own training room. This was a training room specially designed by Su Feng's family based on the dragonfish's preferences in training methods. One half was burning with flames, incredibly hot, while the other half was frostbitingly cold. At the same time, Su Feng's father and mother had their own beasts on either side, releasing various weaker skills. Training in such an environment not only allowed them to experience the pain brought by the dual extremes of ice and fire, enhancing their strength, but also increased their resistance to fire and ice attributes. As soon as he entered, the dragonfish let out an excited cry. Pulu! This place is great! Pulu! Oh, so cold and hot, so comfortable. Thus, Su Feng, the little chilin, and the dragonfish spent 2 simple days at home. Every day was just eating, drinking, playing games, and taking a nap in the training room. This strength just shot up. Can you believe it? The little chilin broke through to silver rank 1, and the dragonfish successfully reached silver rank 8. With the mutual support of both, Su Feng also stepped into the realm of bronze rank 4 and, thanks to his talent, gained a brand new attribute. Attribute, double pupils. Double pupils. Su Feng couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, a hint of surprise and curiosity flashing in his eyes. Historical and fictional characters with double pupils floated through his mind. So, was this double pupil like Xian Yu's? Or like his brother Huan? With such questions in mind, Su Feng hurriedly examined the effects of the double pupils carefully. Effect 1, the possessor of double pupils can observe the target's movements more keenly, see through disguises and concealment skills, and more easily analyze the opponent's weaknesses. Effect 2, the possessor of double pupils can more easily understand the principles of skills, enhancing the effects of those skills. These 2 effects were truly remarkable. If described according to the game's panel, it could be roughly summarized like this. Effect 1, increases skill hit rate, ignores target invisibility, ignores part of the target's magic resistance and physical resistance. Effect 2, increases comprehension, enhances skill effects to a certain extent. Of course, since it is an eye-related attribute, it will definitely have a greater effect on eye skills and mental skills. Naturally, there's no need to think too much about who should use such an attribute. It must be for the yet-to-be-born beast master of the beast path. Double pupils, doesn't it literally mean having 2 pupils in one eye? And the innate beast of the beast path is the dragonfly. The dragonfly itself has around 50 to 60,000 small eyes. If all these 50 to 60,000 small eyes were turned into 2 pupils, coupled with the petrifying light of the petrified eye attribute, TSK at that time, 11 or 12,000 petrifying rays would be launched simultaneously. That scene would be simply too cool. It's not like anyone would survive, right? The more Su Feng thought about it, the more excited he became, and he immediately walked over to Shangguan Qing, who was still in the living room helping the little chilin and the jumping dragonfish prepare food. With a face full of excitement and anticipation, he said, "Mom, the ring of reincarnation can hatch new beasts again. This time Dad isn't here, so come with me." Upon hearing this, Shangguan Qing instantly stopped her movements, raised her head, her eyes filled with surprise. The ring of reincarnation? Those 6 iron rings? New beasts? Could it be? Shangguan Qing hesitated, a bold and almost absurd guess forming in her mind, but she didn't dare to believe it easily. There was naturally nothing to hide from her own mother. Su Feng nodded, his expression serious and determined. "Yes, I received a message when I contracted my innate beast. It can hatch 6 innate beasts. Based on my recent understanding, it seems to be a major realm, capable of hatching one." Upon hearing this, Shangguan Qing felt a strong shock surge from her heart, quickly spreading throughout her body. Her eyes were filled with disbelief, and she seemed frozen in place. It wasn't that she was ignorant and had never heard of such a thing. As a world-renowned breeder, her footprints spanned the globe, and she had dealt with countless rare beasts, her knowledge even broader than Su Lin's. She had heard of contracts where one innate mark equated to multiple beasts. She clearly remembered that within the 5 holy stars of Huaxia, there resided 5 very powerful beasts. Around 2,000 years ago, 2 of the small stars were inexplicably oppressed by the other 2 small stars and were severely injured. At that time, the authorities urgently dispatched her to sign a confidentiality agreement and conduct an in-depth investigation into the reasons. It was then that she learned a secret. It turned out that the flags flying over every city in Huaxia were actually vessels of the 5 great guardian deities. These guardian deities were mysteriously connected to the cities, protecting the peace of Huaxia. And far across the ocean, the eagle Sasa's glory also concealed mysteries. Those were 2 national-level guardian beasts, along with the incarnations of 50 national-level beasts. Like the 5 holy stars, these vessels did not belong to any one person. They belonged to the entire nation, to the land, people, and spirit beasts of the entire country. But now, what did she hear? The innate object her son contracted actually had multiple beasts within it. Moreover, there were exactly six innate beasts that belonged solely to one person. It could even be said that there was a chilin, a mythical existence, among them. Old Su can't be telling the truth. Is my son really the kind of savior protagonist from a novel? Is obtaining such a thing meant to save the world in the future? A hint of confusion in daze appeared in Shang Wanqing's eyes. She recalled the words Su Lin had said back then. Those prophecies about her son bearing a special mission, perhaps becoming a key figure in changing the world. For some reason, at this moment, she inexplicably felt that these words, which she had once regarded as jokes, perhaps really concealed unknown truths. However, she did not think too much about it. Looking at her child's excited and expectant expression, she said, "All right, let's go to the rock garden. I am very familiar with the guardian spirit beast of that secret realm. Entering its secret realm is both concealed and safe." Then, the mother and son rode the Thunderbird and headed towards the entrance of the secret realm located in the rock garden. On the way, Shang Guancheng also explained some information about the secret realm to Su Feng. The so-called secret realm is like some games. In certain game maps, there are always some strange entrances. Once you enter, you will arrive at another space. In the Beastmaster world, it is the same for secret realms. By passing through some special nodes in the real world, one can enter another space. This knowledge is usually only revealed when one reaches university or needs to apply for an outing. Su Feng listened while nodding continuously, imagining what that mysterious space looked like in his mind. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, he blinked and asked, "So, the Bermuda Triangle is a super large secret realm entrance? Those bizarre disappearance incidents are actually just entering a certain secret realm?" Shang Wancheng pondered for a moment and replied, "There is a high possibility. After all, there are too many things around the world that are difficult to explain. Using secret realms to explain them makes sense. However, as long as we are in the country, we don't need to think too much about this issue. Our country's protection of its people is second to none. Every day, there are staff conducting investigations and patrols in the wild, marking various secret realms that appear, and only after examination will they be open to the general public." At this point, Shang Guanqing paused, and her expression became somewhat strange. Of course, some people just like to court death, and there's nothing to be done about that. Lei Shouwen's father, Lei Zhenghong, is one of them. When the Thunder Valley secret realm first appeared, he was still a university student. During his travels, he discovered the secret realm and thought of stealing the guardian spirit beast's child, almost getting himself killed. Su Feng. One word, brave. The Thunderbird flapped its wings and soared high, cutting through the sky, its sharp cries echoing in the heavens. Su Feng and Shang Wanqing sat steadily on the broad back of the Thunderbird. As it flew, they were getting closer to their destination. Of course, the secret realm is also a good place. Once you enter university, there will be various tasks for entering and exploring peaceful secret realms. Inside, there are many beast types that are extremely rare in reality, and even some that have never appeared, as well as various beast resources. If you're interested, then, you can learn more about it. Thus, along the way, Shang Wancheng and Su Feng chatted a lot about the topic of secret realms, exchanging words back and forth. Shang Guanqing, with a mindset of better safe than sorry, recounted everything she had seen and heard in various secret realms, including the places to pay attention to in most secret realms in the country, leaving no detail unmentioned. Su Feng listened with great interest. Time quietly passed in this question and answer exchange. 2 hours later, the Thunderbird gradually lowered its altitude, diving towards a valley filled with strange rocks. In the valley, the huge rocks took on various forms. Some looked like eagles ready to soar, while others resembled roaring lions. "We have arrived. This is the rock garden," Shang Wanqing pointed below and said. Su Feng focused his gaze. At the end of the valley, there was a massive stone wall. In the center of the stone wall, there was a circular entrance emitting a soft blue light. The Thunderbird slowly landed in front of the stone wall, and Shang Wanqing jumped down first, with Su Feng following closely behind. Wah wah! The little chilin curiously surveyed everything around. The rich spiritual energy in the air made it feel very comfortable. "Follow me, don't run around," Shang Wanqing instructed, then walked towards the entrance of the blue light. As they approached the entrance, Shang Wanqing took out a unicorn horn from the beast space and entered. Su Feng took a deep breath, holding the little chilin, and followed closely behind. In an instant, he felt a flash of light before him. Then, he arrived in a brand new world. It was a vast grassland. Under the blue sky and white clouds, the green grass was like a carpet, and colorful flowers swayed gently in the breeze. In the distance, the mountains rolled, and a clear river meandered by, sparkling with shimmering waves. "It's really beautiful," Su Feng couldn't help but exclaim. At that moment, a melodious sound came from afar, crisp and pleasant. Su Feng instinctively looked up. He saw a spirit beast flying towards them at great speed. The spirit beast was entirely snow-white, with a pair of huge wings, and on its head, a single horn stood tall, emitting a faint halo. Illusion Diamond Spirit Horse, Legendary Grade 5. With the eye of exploration, Su Feng instantly learned its information, and his heart couldn't help but tremble. A legendary Grade 5 strength. This was quite a powerful existence. He didn't expect the guardian spirit beast of this secret realm to be so formidable. "The guardian spirit beast already knows we are here," Shang Wanqing smiled. "With it here, you can rest assured to hatch your beast." As she spoke, she raised her hand and gently waved, releasing another of her beasts. With a flash of light, a beast similar to the Illusion Diamond Spirit Horse appeared before them. However, it had no wings, and its color was similar to platinum, exuding a low-key yet luxurious sheen. Named the Glazed Pegasus, it was another evolutionary type of unicorn. As soon as the Glazed Pegasus appeared, it instantly sensed the familiar aura from afar. Woo! It immediately let out a long and ethereal sound. Its four hooves lifted, and it galloped away like an arrow released from a bow. The Glazed Pegasus ran up to the Illusion Diamond Spirit Horse, affectionately rubbing against its neck. The Illusion Diamond Spirit Horse also gently touched its head with its horn. The two nestled against each other, as if expressing the longing of a long separation, the scene warm and touching. After a round of reminiscing, the Illusion Diamond Spirit Horse's eyes flashed with understanding, knowing the purpose of their visit. It slightly raised its head, and its wings behind it gently shook, emitting dazzling light. The light spread out like ripples. Soon, a transparent protective shield slowly rose over a large area around them, completely isolating this area from the outside world. Woo! After doing all this, the Illusion Diamond Spirit Horse lowered its head slightly and called out to Su Feng. Su Feng took a deep breath. Focusing his mind, he activated the power of the heavy pupil's entry, injecting it into the path of beasts. In an instant, a pair of eyes with double pupils appeared in the sky, emitting a ghostly blue light. The light grew stronger, as if two small blue suns were shining. The surrounding space began to tremble slightly, and a mysterious and powerful aura filled the air. Not far away, the Illusion Diamond Spirit Horse was filled with shock and confusion. As a powerful existence of legendary grade 5, it had seen countless rare treasures and powerful forces, but this strange and powerful heavy pupil power moved it as well. Its wings instinctively spread, as if on guard by instinct. Shang Wanchang was equally astonished. Although she suspected that the beast Su Feng was about to hatch was extraordinary, the shock brought by the heavy pupil phenomenon far exceeded her imagination. Just then, the spatial tremors caused by the heavy pupil power grew more intense. The protective shield set up by the Illusion Diamond Spirit Horse crackled, seeming as if it could shatter at any moment. Seeing this, the Illusion Diamond Spirit Horse immediately perked up, fully mobilizing its spiritual power to strengthen the protective shield. The light on its horn surged, continuously infusing energy into the shield. Meanwhile, in Su Feng's Beast Master space, a mysterious scene was unfolding. The silhouette of an insect slowly emerged, ethereal like a shadow, yet exuding a heart-pounding aura. Most strikingly, its eyes also sparkled with a deep blue light of dual pupils. Outside, all kinds of insect spirit beasts within the secret realm, the beetles that had been quietly resting in the grass, the butterflies fluttering in the air, and even the earthworms buried deep underground, all seemed to be summoned and shaken by some powerful force, becoming restless. The entire secret realm fell into chaos. The cries and wing beats of various insects intertwined. Fortunately, as the guardian spirit beast of the secret realm, its power on this land far exceeded its current realm. Despite the various disturbances, nothing unexpected occurred. When a series of phenomena subsided, the entire world seemed to instantly return from a grand and fantastical realm to tranquility. However, the Illusion Diamond Spirit Horse still maintained a highly alert posture, the shock in its eyes undiminished. Its originally clear and deep eyes were now firmly locked onto Su Feng and the little creature slowly appearing on his shoulder. In its gaze, there was both disbelief and deep curiosity. On Su Feng's shoulder, a little fellow was blinking its lively eyes, curiously looking around. It was small in size, radiating a faint halo, with wings as thin as the wings of a cicada, resembling crystal. Its head had 5 eyes that looked like dazzling gems embedded in its skull. Each one shone with wisdom and cunning. They flickered with the same color as the recent dual pupil phenomenon. At this moment, these eyes were constantly moving, glancing at Su Feng one moment and then at the Illusion Diamond Spirit Horse not far away. In the gaze directed at the Illusion Diamond Spirit Horse, there was even a sense of eagerness, as if It wanted to have a fight? The illusion diamond spirit horse stared intently at this multi-eyed little dragonfly, ripples stirring in its heart. It had guarded this secret realm for countless years, witnessing the birth of numerous beast masters, yet had never seen such a being that could create such a stir merely by being born. However, what was up with that gaze? It was a cute little girl, but did that gaze mean she wanted to beat me up, pull the horn off my head? This made the illusion diamond spirit horse glance sideways. According to human sayings, how should it be put? The young are to be feared. The illusion diamond spirit horse gazed for a long time. The multi-eyed little dragonfly noticed its gaze and playfully tilted its little head to one side. Then, it raised its slender little fist high and waved it in the air. Its wings trembled slightly, producing a faint buzzing sound. Its eyes were filled with eagerness. Not far away, Shang Wancheng saw the scene and couldn't help but smile. It was a smile of surprise and pride. Although she didn't know how powerful the multi-eyed little dragonfly truly was, recalling the shocking phenomenon just now, she was certain in her heart that this little fellow was extraordinary. At this moment, Su Feng slowly withdrew from the wondrous state of bonding with his destined beast, his consciousness gradually returning to reality. At this moment, a gentle breeze brushed by, stirring his hair. Su Feng's gaze immediately fell on the multi-eyed little dragonfly joyfully flying around him. Because its current strength was still insufficient, it had just entered the tender state of bronze rank 1. Moreover, Su Feng himself was already at the bronze rank 4 realm. Even though he had contracted this new destined beast, his realm had not been elevated. However, Su Feng did not mind this. One should never rush into things. Growth is inherently a gradual process. He took a deep breath, calming the excitement and joy within. Then, he activated the Eye of Exploration to check the detailed information of the multi-eyed cute dragonfly. Beast, multi-eyed cute dragonfly talent, heavenly worm, double eyes, petrifying eye, heavenly worm, with a body of a worm. It bears the name of the heavens. Whenever it seeks extraordinary items, it can absorb the energy contained within without damage, supplying itself. Quality, mythical attributes, insect, mental realm, bronze rank 1 skills, petrifying eye, double eyes, open, glimmering illusion eye, mental reversal, dazzling strike. Evolution path, multi-eyed cute dragonfly, bronze, illusion eye dragonfly, silver, illusion eye dragon shadow, diamond. Description, the multi-eyed cute dragonfly of the beast path, humble in the dust, yet has the heart to climb to the heavens. As the information continued to appear, Su Feng's expression grew increasingly rich. First, he was taken aback, then he couldn't help but chuckle. Well, I wondered why this little guy was staring at the illusion diamond unicorn like that. Turns out, it's a little money grubber eyeing its horn. He shook his head, secretly lamenting. But soon, Su Feng's gaze became fervent and excited, because this mode of becoming stronger seemed quite promising. The ability to absorb the energy contained in extraordinary items without damage, what does that mean? In other words, the more treasures the multi-eyed cute dragonfly can find, the faster its strength will grow. Images flashed through Su Feng's mind. When he goes to Yin Jing, taking the multi-eyed cute dragonfly for a stroll in his grandparents' warehouse, then visiting the countless treasures at Yin Jing University, at least he would see dozens of extraordinary items, absorbing some of their energy without damage. Wouldn't that mean a rapid increase in realm? Thinking of this, Su Feng couldn't help but smile. He gently stroked the multi-eyed cute dragonfly's head. Li Li. The little guy comfortably squinted its eyes, letting out a contented low hum. Then, it suddenly spread its wings and flew towards the illusion diamond unicorn, making a Li Li questioning sound. Wu Li. The illusion diamond unicorn slightly lowered its head, gazing at the bold little dragonfly that approached and responded. After receiving acknowledgement, the multi-eyed cute dragonfly excitedly flapped its wings, precisely landing on the high and shining horn of the illusion diamond unicorn. Once it steadied itself, it eagerly extended its slender antennae. Suddenly, the eyes of the multi-eyed cute dragonfly sparkled with intense light, and a strange wave of energy radiated from it. The illusion diamond unicorn felt this power, its body slightly trembled, and a hint of surprise flashed in its eyes. Just now, the multi-eyed cute dragonfly was asking if it could have a bit of energy from its horn. At that time, the illusion diamond unicorn didn't pay much attention. Eating is eating, it wasn't a big deal. After all, as long as it was in this secret realm, the energy within it was almost endless. But when the multi-eyed cute dragonfly began to feed, the illusion diamond unicorn sensed something was off. It realized that the energy within it hadn't decreased at all. In fact, part of its power had been refined. The efficiency was even faster than its own conversion. This made the illusion diamond unicorn deeply aware that this little guy possessed power beyond its imagination. As the multi-eyed cute dragonfly absorbed energy, the light on the horn of the illusion diamond unicorn began to resonate with the light in its eyes. The two powers intertwined, forming a strange energy field. The surrounding air seemed to be stirred by this force, creating a small vortex. Shang Guanxing watched the scene nervously, worried that something unexpected might happen. But seeing Su Feng's calm demeanor, she chose not to speak. Before long, the multi-IQ'd dragonfly stopped releasing energy, and the light gradually faded. It flew up from the horn of the illusion diamond unicorn and slowly returned to Su Feng's shoulder. It rubbed its head against Su Feng's cheek, then it closed its eyes and began to digest the energy it had just absorbed. Su Feng couldn't suppress his curiosity. He activated the Eye of Exploration again and carefully examined it once more. At a glance, in an instant, this is too incredible. He saw that the skill panel of the multi-IQ dragon had suddenly added a series of skills such as Divine Feather Activation, Guardian Wings. After investigation, these skills, the Illusion Diamond Unicorn, could all be learned. This meant that in just that brief moment, the multi-IQ dragon had understood the operation of these skills through its heavy pupils and the special abilities of the skyworm. It learned them all in just a few seconds? This was simply astonishing. Other beast tamers might need countless difficult training sessions to learn a new skill, or they might have to search for opportunities in specific environments, even paying a painful price. Yet the multi-IQ dragon merely touched the horn of the Illusion Diamond Unicorn, absorbed some power, and easily turned the opponent's skills into its own. How could this be compared? Moreover, the surprise brought by this energy absorption was far from over. The panel clearly displayed, energy points absorbed, 11,000, fully digested, can elevate realm to gold. This meant that just from this brief contact with the Illusion Diamond Unicorn, the energy gained by the multi-IQ dragon was enough to elevate it from bronze rank 1 to the gold realm. Su Feng couldn't help but exclaim, another beast that can elevate its realm effortlessly without doing anything? As the multi-IQ dragon operated the absorbed energy in a certain way, it opened its eyes and performed a magnificent turn in the air. Then, as if showing off, it used the two skills it had just learned. The first was Divine Feather Activation. Instantly, the wings of the multi-IQ dragon changed. The originally thin and gauzy wings began to shimmer with golden light along every vein. As the wings gently flapped, its momentum surged dramatically. Seeing this scene, the Illusion Diamond Unicorn and the nearby Leoli Pegasus seemed to be under a spell, completely stunned. They widened their eyes, staring fixedly at the multi-IQ dragon, disbelief written all over their faces. What the heck? How did it do that? Did this little guy know how to do it from birth? Was its talent that amazing? They couldn't comprehend it. This newly born little dragonfly could master such a powerful skill so skillfully. But before they could recover from the shock of Divine Feather Activation, the multi-IQ dragon quickly activated Guardian Wings. Its wings suddenly spread out, forming a huge semicircular barrier that tightly protected its small body within. Its appearance was a miniature version of the skill the Illusion Diamond Unicorn had initially displayed. Under the protection of this barrier, the multi-IQ dragon proudly circled in the air, showcasing its new abilities to the two humans and two beasts. Its demeanor seemed to say, "Look, I learned such an amazing skill." At that moment, aside from Su Feng, everyone and every beast was stunned. No, sister. This. The color and style of the runes of the Guardian Wings are exactly the same as the Illusion Diamond Unicorns. In other words, just from that brief moment, you directly learned the Illusion Diamond Unicorn skill? Especially the Leoli Pegasus felt a bit ashamed. Back then, it was also the most handsome and talented existence among the unicorns. At just 12 years old, it had learned the Guardian Wing skill. After going out with Shang Guanxing for a month, it could skillfully use Divine Feather Activation. Such talent, even among the entire unicorn group, was idolized by countless boys and girls. It had always been proud of this. But now, watching the multi-IQ dragonfly so easily master these two skills, it seems to deeply understand what the Thunderbird said to it a few days ago. Beasts and beasts really can't be compared. Little Chilin, Leap Dragonfish, meet this is the multi-IQ dragonfly, our new partner. You two brothers must take good care of your sister. Ha, Pulu? After bidding farewell to the Illusion Diamond Spirit Horse, Su Feng couldn't wait to call over the Leap Dragonfish, who was still enjoying itself in the training room. He gathered the three little ones together. He formally introduced the multi-IQ dragonfly to them. In fact, on the way, the little Chilin had already fully accepted this sister, because it discovered that the multi-IQ dragonfly had a special knack for finding delicious food. On the way back, it found a particularly tasty spirit stone with it. At that moment, it decided that it would protect this sister. Meanwhile, the Leap Dragonfish looked somewhat excited. Pulu? Sister? Upon hearing the word sister, images of the siblings in its clan flashed through its mind. It vaguely remembered that the Leap Dragonfish siblings in the clan would sometimes beat up their brothers. At that time, it had no sister and could only watch enviously. Now that it had a sister, could it try a new flavor? Thinking of this, the Leap Dragonfish excitedly swam in the air and came before the multi-IQ dragonfly. Pulu? Lily? Pulu? Li. Hearing the leap dragonfish's confirmation again, the multi-eyed cute dragonfly nodded. Immediately after, its eyes sparkled. Double eye, activate. A total of 50 or 60 energy beams shot straight at the leap dragonfish. In an instant, it was as if the leap dragonfish was pierced by a dense rain of arrows. Countless wounds appeared on its body. Bright red blood gushed out, creating a mist of blood in the air. It excitedly called out Pulu, gradually getting lost in the sensation. Pulu. Oh, what a different feeling. Pulu. So refreshing. Seeing this scene, Sufeng and Shangguanqing instinctively covered their faces, their expressions filled with helplessness. Lily. The multi-eyed cute dragonfly tilted its head, somewhat puzzled by the leap dragonfish's reaction. It flapped its wings and circled around the leap dragonfish a few times, as if asking, "What's wrong with you?" Immersed in the refreshing feeling, the leap dragonfish twisted its body while responding with Pulu, but its unclear calls made it uncertain whether the multi-eyed cute dragonfly could understand its meaning. The little chilin watched this lively treasure and called out ha a couple of times, mimicking the earlier actions of Shangguanqing and Sufeng. It raised its front limbs, covered its face, and pretended to look helpless. Seeing this heartwarming scene, Shangguanqing and Sufeng both smiled. At the same time, they couldn't help but feel a bit surprised, because they had a good understanding of the leap dragonfish's defensive capabilities. Below the 5th rank of gold, even if it stood still and let you hit it, the leap dragonfish could fall asleep. But this level of defense was easily broken in the eyes of the newly born multi-eyed cute dragonfly, which was only at the bronze level. The attack faced almost no resistance, already comparable to true damage. Shangguanqing's gaze was tightly locked on the multi-eyed cute dragonfly, utterly astonished. At the same time, she wondered, if this skill were not used at the bronze level, but at the king level, or even the legendary level, what would that scene be like? Would the attack power increase significantly, or would the number of attacks increase? Shangguanqing even found it hard to imagine. In contrast to Shangguanqing's speculation, Sufeng was very clear about what the multi-eyed cute dragonfly could theoretically achieve. Over 100,000 attacks per second, with the control of the petrifying eye and the defense-ignoring attacks of the double eye. In one fell swoop, she became the top archer in the team with team control abilities. Of course, her current realm is too low, and her physical and spiritual strength are still insufficient. There is still a long way to go to support the theory. As night falls, the city lights gradually illuminate, like stars scattered across the earth. The Su family of 3 sits around the dining table, having dinner. However, Su Lin's gaze uncontrollably drifts towards the side where the multi-eyed cute dragonfly is. It looks like a shy little girl, with its wings slightly folded, feeling a bit flustered, not knowing where to look. Its antennae gently sway, as if expressing its awkwardness and unease. Seeing this, Su Lin finally comes to his senses. A slightly awkward smile appears on his face. This little guy's spiritual power is increasing too quickly. I'm curious and can't help but take a few more glances. Su Lin shakes his head while picking up a piece of braised pork to eat, but his gaze still drifts towards the multi-eyed cute dragonfly. Although there is the precedent of the little chilin, and the multi-eyed cute dragonfly is not an ordinary creature, he is not surprised. However, compared to the sudden spiritual power explosion of the chilin, breaking through its realm, the situation of the multi-eyed cute dragonfly, whose internal spiritual power is almost constantly rising, feels a bit more tangible. The curiosity is even stronger. Shangguanqing smiles and picks up the conversation. Didn't you say you were afraid of a big demon king kidnapping you? She deliberately drags out her tone, a mischievous smile on her face. What's going on? You can guess for yourself. Shangguanqing continues, intentionally teasing Su Lin. Upon hearing this, Su Lin pretends to be angry and makes a tch sound, slightly pouting his lips. Anyway, it's my son's beast. Why would I be curious? Sufeng beside them can't help but chuckle. The multi-eyed cute dragonfly seems to sense that the focus of everyone's discussion is on it. It flits around in the air happily, then lands on Sufeng's shoulder. It rubs its little head against Sufeng's cheek, as if responding to everyone's attention on it. After dinner, the family gathers in the living room, the warm light creating an especially cozy atmosphere. Su Lin takes a sip of tea to moisten his throat and turns his gaze to Sufeng. I see the leap dragonfish is almost at the evolution stage. When do you plan to go to the Dragon Gate? The so-called Dragon Gate is a natural wonder at one end of the Yellow River in China. Both banks are steep cliffs, with the river's drop being the greatest and the water flow the fastest. For the leap dragonfish, as long as it passes through the Dragon Gate, it can evolve and transform into a dragon. Sufeng replies, there's no rush. After I handle some matters in Magic City tomorrow, I'll first go to Yin Jing, and then consider going. Su Lin can't help but let out a light exclamation, showing a hint of surprise on his face. Although he is busy with work, he pays attention to his son's beast. He knows very well the leap dragonfish's current strength, and it is indeed about time for evolution. Why the delay? Could it be that the leap dragonfish doesn't want to evolve? Su Feng's mouth twitches slightly, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. There's no particular reason. A couple of days ago, I showed it what it would look like after evolution. It feels that after evolution, its size will be too big, looking too impressive, and is afraid it won't be able to find a strong opponent to fight it. At the same time, it worries it won't find a training ground as suitable as the current one. After saying this, Su Feng gently spreads his hands, his tone carrying a hint of indulgence. So we need to consider going to Yin Jing soon, let it recognize its home, and then travel for a while, let it see the world before considering the evolution matter. The next morning, the soft morning light filters through the thin curtains, quietly falling into the room. Su Feng slowly wakes up, then quickly gets up, washes up, and has breakfast. Everything was ready, and Su Feng set off in the same direction as before, towards Magic City No. 1 High School. Today, the school would hold a graduation ceremony for the special admissions students and award diplomas. It was also a significant time for him to bid farewell to the classmates and teachers he had spent so much time with. The atmosphere in the car was warm and lively. The multi-eyed cute dragonfly was as excited as a mischievous child, poking its little head out of the open window, curiously observing everything around. Outside the car window, the city streets gradually became bustling, with pedestrians in a hurry and vehicles weaving through. The multi-eyed cute dragonfly was deeply captivated by the vibrant scene before it, occasionally letting out a lee-lee sound. Beside it, the little chilin displayed the demeanor of an older brother. Whenever the multi-eyed cute dragonfly expressed a question, it would respond with a wah-wah sound, patiently answering. The chatter between these two adorable creatures also attracted the attention of passing vehicles and pedestrians. Holy Chilin Beast. It's actually the Holy Chilin Beast again. Su Feng has really stirred up the wind for the Holy Chilin Beast. Usually, you wouldn't see one in a year, but I've seen 2 in the past 2 days. That person in the car looks somewhat familiar. Su Feng. Damn, we've encountered a living person. No wonder he looks so familiar. From what I understand, his contracted beasts shouldn't be the Holy Chilin Beast and the jumping dragonfish, right? What about that beast we've never seen? Did you see what kind of car others are driving? Why would they need to be like us, only able to cultivate 1 or 2 contracted beasts? What's wrong with raising another? Sigh, under the same blue sky, breathing the same air, why are people so different? If you have the ability to cultivate multiple contracted beasts, it's no big deal. But why would you cultivate a bug-type contracted beast? This was because Su Feng had made history during the special admissions assessment a couple of days ago. His and the little Chilin's fame spread rapidly. Although the hype had decreased in the past few days, the media that had flocked to them was no longer around. He remained the focus of attention. The adorable appearance of the multi-eyed cute dragonfly also attracted many gazes, filling everyone with curiosity. Why, with such conditions, would he choose to cultivate a bug-type contracted beast that had never been seen before? The question wasn't that they looked down on bug-type contracted beasts, but reality was reality. In the perception of most people, aside from a few bug-type contracted beast species that had been proven to have extraordinary potential, the upper limit of most bug-type contracted beasts was indeed relatively low in the entire field of contracted beasts. In the wild, once they formed groups, they could create terrifying natural disasters, bug plagues. However, when they became a single contracted beast in the hands of a beast master, they often struggled to exhibit strong combat power. Therefore, under normal circumstances, only some special institutions, organizations, or beast masters with limited financial means who couldn't cultivate high-cost contracted beasts would consider focusing on cultivating bug-type contracted beasts. However, among the crowd, there were always some clear-headed smart people. They understood one principle very well: never doubt the vision of the wealthy. A person like Su Feng, who could contract a holy Chilin beast and a jumping dragonfish, would actually choose to contract such a beast. Therefore, it must have unknown potential and value behind it. The vehicle moved forward slowly. When Su Feng entered the classroom with the little Chilin and the multi-eyed cute dragonfly, it also caused a stir. Damn, a contracted beast we've never seen before. Someone shouted first. The classmates' gazes all focused on the multi-eyed cute dragonfly. Its petite body, illuminated by the morning light, had transparent wings shimmering with a faint glow, resembling a fairy from a dream. So cute! The girls couldn't contain their affection and rushed over. The multi-eyed cute dragonfly seemed startled by this enthusiastic scene. Nervously lowering his head, occasionally glancing up, he curiously and timidly observed the classmates around him. The little Chilin was already accustomed to such scenes. It held its head high and chest out, welcoming the sisters who came to feed it. Adhering to the principle of no rejection of visitors, it thoroughly enjoyed this unexpected breakfast. Its pink little tongue curled, easily taking in the delicacies offered to its mouth. It then gently rubbed against the hand of the feeder, displaying its cuteness, which elicited a chorus of squeals from the surrounding sisters. "Chenggu, is this the new contract beast?" Yin Hong had quietly approached Su Feng at some point, his face full of curiosity as he asked. Su Feng nodded with a smile. "Yeah, I went to a secret realm a couple of days ago." Upon hearing this, Yin Hong suddenly realized, a look of relief appearing on his face. Through the special recruitment assessment, he had heard some things about the secret realm from his father. He also learned that the secret realm was like a mysterious treasure chest, containing both dangers and countless new types of spirit beasts waiting to be discovered, thus opening up fates between beast tamers and their beasts. Thinking of this, Yin Hong couldn't help but feel a bit envious, a hint of longing in his eyes. "I wish I could encounter an awesome spirit beast in the secret realm someday." Fate is predetermined, but effort is key. There will always be opportunities. Su Feng patted Yin Hong on the shoulder. Just then, the homeroom teacher, Li Yuntao, walked into the classroom with steady steps. He immediately spotted Su Feng and the unique multi-eyed cute dragon on his shoulder. Li Yuntao was slightly taken aback, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. However, considering Su Feng's family background and his outstanding talent in beast taming, he felt there was nothing particularly surprising about it and said nothing more. Then, Li Yuntao cleared his throat and said, "All right, everyone, please return to your seats. Today is the graduation ceremony for some of our classmates, and it is their last gathering at this school. Later, the school will hold a graduation ceremony and an award ceremony. Let's first complete this important ritual." Hearing the homeroom teacher's words, the students reluctantly returned to their seats, but their gazes still occasionally drifted towards the multi-eyed cute dragon and the little chilin. This graduation ceremony was indeed smaller in scale compared to previous school-wide ceremonies, as there were only a little over 30 students who passed the special recruitment assessment. The process was relatively simple and naturally did not take too long. However, the photo session took up quite a bit of time. Among the students, the spotlight was undoubtedly on Su Feng and the little chilin, making them the center of attention. The principal and various teachers enthusiastically invited them to take photos together, and Su Feng gladly agreed. In the photos, every teacher's smile was particularly bright, as if Su Feng's excellent achievements were their greatest pride. After the graduation ceremony concluded, due to the principal's actions, when it came time for the students to sign each other's yearbooks, Su Feng was instantly surrounded. Everyone wanted to leave some special memories with this standout student from the special recruitment assessment. "Su Feng, give me your autograph. Maybe you'll be a big star in the beast taming world in the future." Yeah, don't forget us old classmates then." Su Feng smiled as he took the yearbook and wrote down his name and blessings. At that moment, the school auditorium was filled with laughter and joy. Although parting was imminent, the students' hearts were filled with hopes for the future. And Su Feng undoubtedly became the most dazzling presence in this special moment, because the principal's actions were incredibly swift. Just a short while after the photos were taken, he solemnly declared, the photos had been placed in the school's honor room, displayed at the school entrance. Once the graduation ceremony was over, Su Feng originally planned to set off for Yin Jing that afternoon with his mother and Yin Hong. However, the saying that plans cannot keep up with changes is always true in life. As for why Lei Shouwen was able to achieve excellent results in the special recruitment assessment, it included gradually becoming familiar with and understanding Tidal's future growth direction. Lei Dad and Lei Mom could also understand this. It was inseparable from the friendly exchanges and mutual progress between the three young people, Su Feng, Yin Hong, Lin Su Xian, and their son. It also included Shang Wanqing's guidance for her son. With a heart full of gratitude, the family of three hurried to Mo Du that noon, sincerely inviting the three families to dinner together that evening. Thus, the originally tight schedule was interrupted by this sudden hospitality. A day quietly passed in the atmosphere of graduation farewells and reunions with old friends. Until 2 o'clock the next afternoon, all four young people chose Yin Jing University. Su Feng and his mother met the other three at the airport and headed to Yin Jing together. You are. After checking the boarding passes and ID cards of the five, the flight attendant Xiao Lu's eyes instantly lit up. She stared intently at Shang Wanqing, her voice trembling with excitement, but she couldn't find the words to say. Shang Wanqing seemed to be used to such scenes, smiling and nodding. Seeing this, Xiao Lu's face turned bright red. She cautiously leaned forward and asked in a hushed voice full of anticipation, "Can we take a photo together?" Shang Wanqing did not hesitate at all and gladly agreed. After the photo was taken, Xiao Lu seemed to muster great courage and quickly turned her head. With some expectation in her gaze, she looked at Su Feng. Su Feng was bewildered. "No, I'm not a celebrity. Classmates and teachers are one thing, but why do you want to take a photo with me? Lei Shouwen, seeing this, teased with a smile, our Su big star must be a bit out of it, not paying attention to the internet. Those classmates who took photos with you yesterday are now simply shining, just posting a douyin, and there are tens of thousands of likes. Su Feng was taken aback. Goodness, am I also a traffic password now? However, it didn't take long, and he didn't refuse. After the photo session ended, Xiao Lu's face was filled with excitement and satisfaction. She watched Su Feng and the others leave with burning eyes. Then, as if holding a rare treasure, she carefully looked at her phone album. As someone who had been in society for many years, Xiao Lu wouldn't rush to ride the wave like Su Feng's classmates. Su Feng had just become a beast master not long ago and had already made history in the special recruitment assessment. If she waited another year, or 3, or 5 years, who could guarantee he wouldn't become a significant figure in the beast master world? By then, posting the photo on Douyin would be even more explosive. I'll post the photo with Qing Jie first, and then wait a while to post the one with Su Feng. Who were those people just now? Why did it take so long? A colleague who came to take over approached, wanting to ask what was going on, but their gaze swept over Xiao Lu's phone screen. They immediately widened their eyes in surprise. Qing Jie, and Su Feng. Xiao Lu reacted quickly, covering her colleague's mouth with one hand. Nervously looking around, she whispered, "Be quiet, it's still work hours." "Colleague, you know it's work hours. Don't you see the surveillance?" The big star of the Beastmaster world, Shang Wanqing, and a photo with Su Feng. Why wasn't I on duty just now? Even if I got caught on camera, I would be willing. On the plane. Because it was a special cabin designed for beast masters, the space was more spacious, the facilities complete, allowing beast masters and their beasts to engage in some daily activities. As soon as Su Feng took his seat, he eagerly summoned the little chilin, the leaping dragonfish, and the multi-eyed cute dragonfly. The multi-eyed cute dragonfly has gotten stronger again. Lei Shouwen's voice was filled with undisguised surprise. When he first saw the multi-eyed cute dragonfly yesterday afternoon, he was captivated by it. He also noted some of its characteristics, such as the frequency of its wing flaps and the intensity of the light in its eyes. By the time they all had dinner together in the evening, he noticed that the multi-eyed cute dragonfly was different compared to noon. He couldn't quite put his finger on it. It was like a flower that was originally about to bloom, now slightly opening up. And today, seeing it again, this change was even more pronounced. It was clearly a change brought about by a successful breakthrough. The speed of this power increase was truly terrifying. For ordinary beast masters, making their beasts grow undoubtedly required a long process, training, battling, and absorbing spiritual energy to gradually improve. But this routine was repeatedly broken by Su Feng. First, there was the little chilin that could grow stronger just by eating and drinking. Then, the leaping dragonfish that could grow stronger by taking hits. Now, there was the inexplicably strong multi-eyed cute dragonfly. Lei Shouwen looked at the three uniquely characteristic beasts before him and couldn't help but mutter, "Isn't the heavens being a bit too biased?" Hearing this, Yin Hong waved his hand and said, "If this were happening to someone else, it would indeed make people curious, even hard to believe. But if it's happening to Brother Chen, isn't this just natural?" Lin Su Xian interjected, "What was that saying? Between people, and between beasts, the constitution is different. On what basis can you say I'm cheating?" To avoid the three young people getting stuck in a rut, Shang Wanqing smiled and said, "Everyone has their own path, don't let external factors influence you." As she spoke, her gaze fell on the multi-eyed cute dragonfly, and a hint of amazement flashed in her eyes. Others might not know how the multi-eyed cute dragonfly became stronger, but how could she not? It had merely absorbed a bit of energy from the illusion diamond spirit horse. Not only had it learned all the skills of the illusion diamond spirit horse, but it had even managed to break through its realm. And it didn't affect the illusion diamond spirit horse at all. Such a bug-like fact made even the well-informed Shang Wanqing gasp in astonishment. Throughout it all, Su Feng gently stroked the multi-eyed cute dragonfly, his eyes filled with pride. One could only say that its special ability was even more impressive than that of the little chilin. After digesting a portion of energy points yesterday noon, it had already broken through to bronze rank 2. Today noon, after absorbing another portion of energy points, it broke through to bronze rank 3. The two breakthroughs, combined with the nurturing power from contracting the multi-eyed cute dragonfly, also successfully elevated Su Feng to bronze rank 5. Thus, he gained a new entry. Heaven's way rewards diligence. Actively cultivate, put in effort, and you will surely be rewarded. Su Feng, Sigma, oh wow, this is so strong. Just as Lei Shouwen thought, in the fiercely competitive world of beast masters, countless beast masters spare no effort to make their beasts stronger, pushing themselves to the limit. They study beast knowledge day and night, tirelessly searching for rare spiritual items, and accompany their beasts in high-intensity training without rest. They are willing to try all sorts of methods, both imaginable and unimaginable. However, reality often douses them with cold water. The gap in talent is like an insurmountable chasm. Sometimes, your efforts are worth nothing in the face of someone else's talent. But the entry Heaven's Way rewards diligence seems to break this cruel reality. According to its effect, as long as one continues to work hard, they will surely see returns. Doesn't that mean, a caterpillar, if it desires to become a dragon and strives in that direction, can it ultimately transform into a dragon and realize its wish? After pondering this repeatedly in his heart, Su Feng had already made a clear decision on who this entry should be given to. The area of the Beast Master world is much broader than that of Blue Star. The speed of various modes of transportation has also correspondingly increased. About 2.5 hours later, the plane that Su Feng and his group were on landed smoothly at Yin Jing Airport. At this time, the sun in the sky was gradually tilting to the west. Suma had matters to attend to at the Breeding Association and temporarily separated from the group. The other four, according to the original plan, first went to Su Feng's grandfather's house to stay for a night before reporting to school the next day. As the vehicle slowly drove into a quiet area and finally stopped in front of a huge gate, Yin Hong and the others couldn't help but be shocked by the sight before them. What came into view was a grand manor, covering the entire hill. Yin Hong's eyes widened in disbelief, and he couldn't help but turn to Su Feng. "Brother Chen, is this the quiet courtyard you mentioned?" They had discussed related topics on the way. At that time, Su Feng had said it was just a relatively quiet courtyard. Seeing such a discrepancy with the reality, Yin Hong's tone was somewhat strange. Su Feng replied seriously, "This place is far from the city, without the hustle and bustle of traffic and tall buildings, surrounded by tranquility and peace. It's just a bit larger. How is that not quiet?" Yin Hong opened his mouth to refute but was momentarily speechless, only able to smile helplessly. Lei Shouwan and the others were equally stunned, then nodded and said, "That makes sense." Setting aside the massive scale, the environment here was indeed serene and pleasant. Seeing this, Su Feng smiled and turned to lead the way into the manor. Upon entering, a wide stone path wound ahead. On both sides of the path were exquisitely trimmed flower beds. Colorful flowers vied for attention. The multi-eyed cute dragonfly and the little chilin were instantly captivated by this splendid scenery. The former flitted about, playing among the flowers, while the latter hopped along the edge of the flower bed, occasionally sniffing, licking, and leaning against them, utterly joyful. Even the relatively calm leap dragon fish had a glimmer of excitement in its eyes. As a beast master, its vision was already extraordinary, and flying in the air provided an even broader field of view. Not long after, they saw a large creature galloping towards them. The heavy aura that rushed towards them and the strong, powerful body instantly brightened its eyes. In that moment, a peculiar thought flashed through the leap dragonfish's mind. It should feel great to get hit by this guy. Thinking of this, the leap dragonfish became anxious, unable to contain its excitement any longer, and quickly dove down from the air. While making urgent sounds, it wagged its tail, eagerly urging Su Feng and the others to hurry up. Because it was too anxious and worried that Su Feng wouldn't understand its meaning, the leap dragonfish even swam directly behind Su Feng, gently nudging him with its head. It kept making sounds, as if saying, "Hurry up, faster." This appearance was just like a child who couldn't wait to attend a grand feast. Got it, we'll hurry up." Su Feng felt the leap dragonfish's urgency and responded with a smile. He roughly guessed the reason for the leap dragonfish's impatience. Under the urging of the leap dragonfish, the group chatted and laughed, quickening their pace. Not long after, as the leap dragonfish's excitement grew, a gigantic earth-shaking divine bull appeared before them. Its shape resembled that of a certain anime character from an island nation. Its massive body was like a small mountain, and each step it took made the ground tremble. The muscles on its body were like steel, filled with a sense of power. Its eyes were as big as copper bells. At this moment, they were full of joy and warmth as they looked at Su Feng. Mu, the earth-shaking divine bull, let out a deep and excited roar. Su Feng smiled and quickly walked up, his eyes full of affection. He reached out to gently stroke the divine bull's head and said, "Old buddy, long time no see." The divine bull affectionately rubbed against Su Feng's body. It knew its strength was too great, so it moved with extra caution. Unlike Su Feng, Yin Hong and the others, upon seeing the divine bull, suddenly had a flash of realization in their minds, their eyes wide with disbelief, frozen in place. This shape, the earth-shaking divine bull, Su Feng, with the surname Su. That means, in contrast, the leap dragonfish was unable to contain its excitement. It hurriedly approached the divine bull. The purlu-purlu sounds became increasingly urgent. Seeing the leap dragonfish's demeanor, the divine bull was first taken aback, then shook its head vigorously. "Moo, you're too small, I can't control my strength right now, I might kill you. But the leap dragon fish was relentless, eagerly responding, Perlu. The meaning was clear, just one punch, let me have a taste. The divine bull still refused, moo. Its attitude was resolute, no. The two sides were at a standstill, and the atmosphere became somewhat amusing. Seeing this, Su Feng smiled helplessly and patted the divine bull's steel-like muscles. Let it have a punch to satisfy its craving, no need to hold back. He had already seen the divine bull's current panel. Earth-shaking divine bull, final form, talent, earth power, enhanced totem, jump, earth power, standing on the ground, skill range expands, attack damage doubles, can recover a certain amount of stamina and spirit power per second, and gain a certain amount of physical damage reduction, enhanced totem, jump, each time it jumps and lands. Attack speed gets a certain boost, quality, legendary attributes, earth, martial realm, golden 9th rank skills, gully, aftershock, earthquake, flame fist, thunder fist, ice fist, blazing step. Although it was expected, seeing the divine bull's panel clearly made Su Feng feel that these two talents were indeed too mismatched. One could gain a bunch of bonuses just by standing on the ground. The other could increase attack speed by jumping. No matter how you looked at it, they felt conflicting, but it was undeniable that the earth power of the divine bull made it incredibly powerful. According to Su Feng's understanding, with its current golden 9th rank realm, if it stood on the ground, its attack power could severely injure any other beast of the same level with golden level defense. Taking a punch would likely result in heavy damage. But this situation was entirely different for the leap dragonfish. Although the leap dragonfish was currently only at the silver 8th rank, after a series of impact resistance training, its defense and vitality were astonishing. A divine bull of such a realm had the ability to defeat it. But taking one or two punches could only be considered a side dish. Hearing Su Feng's words, the divine bull moved aside without any hesitation, adjusting its posture and taking a deep breath. Then, its right foreleg suddenly ignited with blazing flames, hot and fierce. Then, bang! With a loud sound, the divine bull slammed down a punch. The leap dragonfish was sent flying like a cannonball, soaring dozens of meters away. After tracing an arc in the air, it landed heavily on the ground. Seeing this scene, the divine bull suddenly felt a jolt of anxiety. This little guy won't be killed by my punch, will it? But soon, Perlu, the excited yet immensely satisfied voice of the jumping dragonfish came through. It quickly swayed its body and energetically approached the earth-shaking divine bull once more. Using its fins as arms, it patted the other's shoulder. Blub, thanks for the hospitality. Treat me to a meal again sometime. After a brief interlude, the group moved forward again. However, unlike before, this time their team had a new partner, the earth-shaking divine bull. Moreover, it was a bull with the trait Heaven's Way rewards diligence. Su Feng, who had already become a beast master, returned home and had no intention of parting with the earth-shaking divine bull again. After all, every separation made the next reunion uncertain. For the earth-shaking divine bull, this was not without its torment. With their deep bond, Su Feng easily signed a contract with it after a brief greeting. The reason for bestowing the trait Heaven's Way rewards diligence upon it was quite simple. The multi-IQ'd dragonfly and the little chilin were not the type to actively strive hard in their cultivation. Although the jumping dragonfish worked hard, its approach was unique. It improved its strength by taking hits, which, in a sense, could be considered a passive enhancement. This was vastly different from the conventional notion of actively cultivating to enhance strength. The description of the trait Heaven's Way rewards diligence is proactive cultivation. When Su Feng saw these four characters, the earth-shaking divine bull, which had grown up alongside him, came to mind. Its character was just like its racial traits: tenacious, diligent, always earnest and grounded in everything it did. Its only flaw might be that it was a bit too obedient. Sometimes, when the family needed to rebuild something, if you asked it to help drag over 2 stones, it would absolutely not drag over 1 more or 1 less, it would bring exactly 2. Of course, that was mild. There was another time, the specifics of which Su Feng could hardly remember now, but the deep impression it left on him was hard to erase. At that time, Su Feng was about to go out, and before leaving, he told the earth-shaking divine bull, "No one is allowed to enter except me." As a result, an unexpected incident occurred, and Su Feng's grandfather and the father of the earth-shaking divine bull returned first. It absolutely would not let either of them in. Its resolute demeanor seemed to declare to the world, except for Su Feng, no one is allowed to step through the door. Even later, when its father personally came to teach it a lesson, the situation did not improve at all. It stubbornly adhered to Su Feng's command, as obstinate as a wall. It wasn't until afterward that it realized its mistake and went to apologize. After that, the family gained a deeper understanding of the earth-shaking divine bull's temperament. It was indeed very obedient, but it was best to give precise and clear instructions. Only specific commands like get 5 apples, give the opponent a punch, or no one else is allowed in except for our family would do. Otherwise, it would always do things that made people both touched by its loyal obedience and unable to help but laugh. This personality paired with the trait Heaven's Way rewards diligence was simply a perfect match. It could be said without exaggeration that its future strength and growth potential almost entirely depended on what Su Feng wanted to shape it into. As long as a suitable and reasonable growth plan could be precisely formulated and clear instructions given, there was no need to worry about anything else. It would definitely complete the tasks willingly and diligently. Upon hearing Su Feng briefly describe the earth-shaking divine bull's character, everyone was momentarily stunned, then burst into cheerful laughter. Yin Hong laughed and said, "This bull is a bit too honest, simply one-track-minded. However, speaking of which, this loyalty and execution are truly commendable." Lin Suxian also covered her mouth and chuckled. "It feels just like those boyfriends on Douyin. If you want him to do housework, you can't just say to do housework. You have to say to wash the dishes first, then go mop the floor." Lei Shouwen said nothing, just looked at the earth-shaking divine bull with great agreement. As a mechanical beast master, this beast, which executes commands like a robot, perfectly matched his temperament. If it were of the mechanical attribute, it would be his dream beast. Amidst the conversations of the crowd, they had unknowingly arrived at the main building of the manor. Before stepping inside, a rich and enticing aroma wafted towards them. Hoo-hoo! The little chilin, who had been somewhat tired, suddenly perked up. It jumped directly off the head of the earth-shaking divine bull. Just like the earlier leaping dragonfish, it tugged at Su Feng's pant leg, urging him to walk faster. As a result, even the beasts of Yin Hong and others felt an attraction, urging their respective masters to release them. Soon, each one displayed an expression of utter delight. Yin Hong felt his feet getting wet. That was the Tidal sound turtle, its mouth wide open, drooling uncontrollably. "The little guys can't hold back anymore. Let's go, let's head inside," Su Feng said with a smile, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. It had been a long time since he had eaten his grandmother's cooking. Just as the few of them approached the door, an elderly woman with a kind face and a spirited demeanor walked out from inside. She was dressed in a simple yet tidy outfit, with a warm smile on her face. It was Su Feng's grandmother, Lin Huilan, a top beast doctor in Huaxia, especially skilled in dietary therapy. "Mu Chen, you finally came back." Sensing her grandson's presence, Lin Huilan immediately came forward. "Grandma, I'm back." Su Feng quickly stepped forward and hugged his grandmother tightly. Then, he turned to introduce his grandmother to the three of them and the three of them to his grandmother. Yin Hong and the others hurriedly stepped forward and politely greeted, "Hello, Grandma." Lin Huilan looked at the vibrant young people before her, her eyes squinting into crescent shapes as she smiled. Good. Come in quickly, the food is almost ready, just waiting for you. You must be tired from the journey, come in and rest." As soon as everyone entered the house, the little chilin darted out with its keen sense of smell. It reached the dining table, and suddenly a large wooden leg sprouted from beneath it, growing rapidly until it was level with the table. Immediately after, the little chilin's spiritual power surged, and 7 wooden vine arms appeared around it. The arms nimbly weaved between the dishes, grabbing food and stuffing it into its mouth. Awoo. It began to feast heartily. From its happily wagging tail, it was clear that it was extremely happy at that moment. Seeing this, Su Feng couldn't help but smile helplessly. "As expected of you, you little glutton." Lin Huilan, seeing this, smiled with her eyes turned into crescent moons, her wrinkles radiating affection. Watching the little chilin like this, she seemed to see a young Su Feng. Back then, he also enjoyed food without any reservations. "Eat slowly, don't choke, there's plenty more." After saying this, she turned to the others and called out, "Everyone, sit down, don't be polite." "Where's my grandpa?" Su Feng looked around but didn't see his grandfather, and couldn't help but ask. "Oh, he knew you were coming back, so he went to drink with old friends. No need to wait for him," Lin Huilan explained with a smile. Hearing this, Su Feng had already guessed the situation and didn't ask further. He turned to look at the still somewhat reserved Yin Hong, Lin Suxian, and Lei Shouwen. "Everyone, don't be polite, treat it like home, eat freely." Saying this, Su Feng picked up a piece of braised pork and placed it in Yin Hong's bowl. Under Su Feng's influence, the initially somewhat reserved atmosphere gradually dissipated. Everyone ate while listening to Lin Huilan recount amusing stories from Su Feng and the earth-shaking divine bull's childhood. The room was filled with laughter and joy, and the warm ambience grew even thicker. The three of them also relaxed more and more. After the meal, as Lin Huilan helped tidy up the room, everyone was preparing to rest. Bang! A dull sound echoed, and the entire floor vibrated with a strange noise. Immediately after, a loud voice rang out in the manor. "Mu Chen, old lady, I'm back." Su Qingsong strode in with a big smile on his face. His cheeks were slightly flushed from drinking, but his eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy and excitement. His white hair stood upright, yet he appeared particularly spirited, dressed in a loose black training outfit that, though simple, could not hide the bold aura he exuded. Grandpa! Upon seeing his grandfather, Su Feng immediately stood up and hurried over. Su Qingsong opened his arms and embraced Su Feng, giving his back a hearty pat. He laughed heartily. "My dear grandson, I've finally been waiting for you to come back. How was the journey? Tiring?" Before Su Feng could answer, Lin Huilan playfully chided, "Look at you, making such a fuss as soon as you return. The kids are all ready to rest. Aren't you afraid of scaring them?" Only then did Su Qingsong notice the three people beside him and release Su Feng. With a kind smile, he said, "Look at my memory, I didn't even greet the kids. Hello, welcome to Grandpa's house as guests. There's no rush for the registration, stay and play for a few more days." Yin Hong and the others were already nervous and excited due to Su Qingsong's sudden appearance. Upon hearing his words, they quickly responded politely and with immense excitement, "Hello, Grandpa Su." Their voices trembled slightly, unable to hide their inner turmoil, because they had already made bold guesses based on various signs when they saw the earth-shaking divine bull earlier. In the Beastmaster realm, Su Qingsong's earth-shaking divine bull was renowned. It was said to stand on the earth, its power comparable to that of divine beasts. But when they truly saw this familiar face, this legendary figure who only appeared on television, standing before them, their voices involuntarily carried a hint of uncontrollable excitement. Their eyes sparkled with wonder. Seeing this, Su Qingsong straightened his back, his eyes filled with mirth. Good, everyone sit down, no need to be so formal." Su Feng looked at his grandfather and asked with a smile, "Which old friend did you go drinking with today? You're so happy?" Su Qingsong picked up a glass of water from the table and drank it in one gulp, then casually wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. "Who else could it be? Just old Zhang and a few of them. They heard you were coming back and insisted on dragging me out for drinks. They even said that when you go to Yin Jing University and go out on missions, you should take their grandchildren along." "Su Feng, isn't that upside down? I remember Zhang Jia and the others are older than me, they should be my seniors." Upon hearing this, Su Qingsong's face immediately lit up with pride. "Isn't that so? Who told me my grandson is better than their grandsons and granddaughters? In the path of beast mastery, skill is what counts, regardless of age." Su Qingsong took a sip from the water that Grandma Lin had just poured, a teasing smile playing at the corners of his mouth, his eyes sparkling with a different kind of brilliance. "Don't be fooled by their age, their strength is just so. Previously, they couldn't even handle a bull without a commander, let alone now." When he first returned, his own beast, the earth-shaking divine bull's father, Big Bull, had clearly sensed the change in his child's aura. As someone who has a certain understanding of Su Feng's talent, Su Qingsong naturally had his suspicions. He couldn't help but imagine what the earth-shaking divine bull would become after following Su Feng for a while. Perhaps, in just a short time, this little guy would be able to walk the path his father had taken, achieving that remarkable feat of surpassing the master. As night fell, the soft moonlight poured through the window, casting a silver veil over everything in the room. "If everyone is tired, let's rest early." After washing up, Su Feng looked at the multi-eyed cute dragonfly, the little chilin, the leaping dragonfish, and the newly joined earth-shaking divine bull. After softly reminding them, he climbed into bed, ready to sleep. He hadn't forgotten the invitation from the celestial crane in the clouds. He planned to visit Yin Jing University tomorrow to meet with the other party, meeting someone who might be even more impressive than his own grandfather. He definitely couldn't afford to be lacking in spirit at that time. So, Su Feng needed to ensure he got enough sleep that night. Plop! The leaping dragonfish made an inquiry, breaking the tranquility of the room. Having witnessed the vastness of its master's home and the strength of the beasts within, its initial thoughts had already changed. Because it had encountered many of Su Feng's grandfather's beasts. The legendary 8th grade earth-shaking divine bull, the legendary 7th grade mud ring-deer, the legendary 7th grade rock monarch. Each of those beasts had reached the legendary realm. Their strength was simply beyond its imagination. Forget about thinking it could grow stronger by taking a beating like before. Even when the other party released a hint of their aura, it felt as if it were bound by an invisible force, unable to approach even half a step. This intense disparity in strength sparked a strong desire within the leaping dragonfish to evolve urgently. It had to work hard to train and strive for an early evolution. Once it completed its evolution and its body became even stronger, perhaps it could withstand a casual tail swipe from the other party. Seeing this, Su Feng said seriously to the leaping dragonfish, "I know you're anxious, but don't rush. Training can't be hurried. Let's rest well tonight. Tomorrow, the day after, and in the days to come, we'll train together properly." Plop! The leaping dragonfish nodded vigorously. It had to listen to the beast master. Otherwise, with so many training resources, it wouldn't be able to find them on its own. those powerful beings would only find it annoying. As a fish, it needed to understand gratitude. Then, the leaping dragonfish swished its tail and flew to the window, gently opening it with its tail, swimming out, and then closing the window before diving into the pool. The night wind was cold, blowing over the water's surface, creating ripples. But the leaping dragonfish's heart was infinitely hot. When there was nothing to do, it was easy to let its mind wander. The leaping dragonfish was no exception. It swam joyfully in the pool, and its mind began to fantasize. It seemed to see itself successfully evolving, possessing a stronger body. Then it would continue to adhere to its unique way of becoming stronger by enduring hits. Each time it took an attack was like tempered steel, becoming more resilient and powerful through pain. Eventually, there would be no creature in the world that could make it feel pain. By that time, it would transform into pain itself. Thinking of this, the leaping dragonfish's mouth twisted into a mysterious smile. As time passed, the tranquil night grew deeper. When Su Feng had completely entered dreamland, his even breathing echoed in the room. The little chilin, who had already fallen asleep, suddenly opened its eyes wide. Its golden eyes sparkled with a mischievous light in the darkness. It glanced at the sleeping Su Feng, a hint of glee appearing on its face, but its movements showed no hesitation. It quietly opened the window, slipping out like a nimble little thief. Then, carefully and gently closing the window, it leaped down. Then, it skillfully found the time for chatting at night. Grandpa Su secretly slipped at precious resources like spirit essence jade and star iron. The beast master advised to save some for later, but as a mischievous child, must I listen? I refuse. I want to eat. Anyway, he doesn't know, hee. Creak, creak. The little chilin eagerly gnawed on the star iron. The crisp sound was particularly clear in the night sky. The leap dragon fish, which was originally ready to sleep, suddenly turned its head. It keenly sensed this unusual noise. At the same time, it also saw the little chilin, taking advantage of the beast master's sleeping time. Is the little chilin sneaking a snack? No. According to the leap dragonfish's understanding, this little chilin can grow stronger by eating and drinking. So, it's secretly training. The leap dragonfish was well aware of the little chilin's strength. Although its realm was lower than its own, the actual strength it displayed was stronger. Just thinking about how the little chilin, which was stronger than itself, was working so hard deeply moved the leap dragonfish. It couldn't help but ponder, what right do I have not to work hard? Pulu. Filled with determination, the leap dragonfish hurried to the room of the earth-shaking divine bull. It wanted to wake the other up to train together. Moo! The earth-shaking divine bull was awakened by this sudden urging sound. It wasn't angry, just a bit puzzled. Why is it looking for me in the middle of the night? Pulu, get up and train. The leap dragonfish urged anxiously. Moo, train? No, the beast master said to rest tonight and start training tomorrow. The earth-shaking divine bull firmly remembered Su Feng's words and immediately refused without a second thought. Its serious demeanor seemed to be guarding some sacred mission. Pulu, the leap dragonfish was undeterred and continued to persuade. Moo, no. Pulu, the leap dragonfish tried again. Moo, no. Pulu, the leap dragonfish still didn't give up. Moo, no. No matter how the leap dragonfish pleaded, the earth-shaking divine bull remained the same, utterly obedient. Su Feng said to start training tomorrow, and it would not train tonight, no matter what. In the end, Pulu, the leap dragonfish was even tired of speaking. Its voice became weak, truly unsure of what language to use to persuade the other. Just as it was about to leave and find someone else to wake up the training enthusiasm, the little chilin, having finished its snack, ran over upon hearing the noise. The little chilin used its mirroring skill to clearly display the clock's hands inside the house for both beasts to see. Hua hua! It's now 12:01, already the next day. The little chilin called out proudly, as if it had found the perfect reason to persuade the earth-shaking divine bull. Sure enough, upon seeing this scene, the earth-shaking divine bull instantly perked up. Its drowsy eyes suddenly became bright and alert. It leaned closer to the mirroring display of the little chilin, repeatedly confirming. Carefully observing the clock's hands, it found that it indeed had reached 12 o'clock. Well, the beast master said to rest tonight and start training tomorrow. Now that it's past 12, according to the time, isn't it already the next day? Moo! The earth-shaking divine bull called out excitedly. Elbow, let's train together. Seeing the earth-shaking divine bull's change, the leap dragonfish was thrilled and called out Pulu Pulu, swimming joyfully around the earth-shaking divine bull. The little chilin also called out Hua Hua, dancing beside them as if celebrating this small victory. It looked proudly at the leap dragonfish, as if saying, see, my method is pretty good, right? Thus, on this quiet night, the leap dragonfish and the earth-shaking divine bull began their intense training, with the help of the little chilin. A continuously erupting electric force field was unleashed. The leap dragon fish and the earth-shaking bull defended against the damage from the lightning within it. At the same time, the former occasionally launched attacks on the latter. After the latter sent the former flying, it began to pound the large rocks on the back mountain again and again. Time and again, it was knocked away. Piece by piece, the stones were shattered. The spirit energy of the leap dragon fish grew increasingly vigorous. Meanwhile, the earth-shaking bull, watching this spirited little fellow before it, seemed to be infected by its enthusiasm as well. Moo! It let out a low roar. Another punch came crashing down, this time with a force clearly stronger than the previous one, causing the flames in the air to surge instantly towards the leap dragon fish. Pulu! The leap dragon fish, undaunted, charged forward against the punch's wind, only to be sent flying again by the powerful impact. But this time, the scales on its body seemed to shimmer with an even brighter luster. After landing, it quickly flipped over and swam towards the earth-shaking bull again, the fiery light in its eyes growing ever stronger. Thus, through this rough training method, the energy within them continued to rise. Feeling the commotion here, several pairs of eyes in the manor looked on, some in a daze, some questioning the life of beasts. Such a rough training method, could it really lead to a breakthrough? Why did I inexplicably level up twice? Early the next morning, as Su Feng woke up, still a bit groggy, he sensed something unusual about his spiritual power. He quickly checked and found that he had inexplicably advanced from the 5th rank of bronze to the 7th rank of bronze. This sudden promotion jolted him awake. He turned his head and found that the 3 little ones were not in the room. Su Feng was surprised and quickly sensed the status of the beasts. This investigation left him even more astonished. The earth-shaking bull, on the verge of a breakthrough, had already successfully advanced to the platinum realm. The little chilin and the leap dragon fish had also reached the 2nd rank of silver and the 9th rank of silver, respectively, with significant improvements in strength. This shouldn't be happening. Su Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself, his face full of confusion. He wasn't too surprised that the leap dragon fish and the little chilin had such a situation. He could feel the excitement of the leap dragon fish when he arrived home yesterday. It was normal for it to be unable to sleep at night. Given its nature, it must have found a beast to spar with in the courtyard. The little chilin was energetic and a foodie. It was highly likely that it had sneaked out to steal food at night. But where did the multi-eyed cute dragonfly go? And the earth-shaking bull, how could it have trained at night? It had always been obedient, clearly stating that it would rest at night and start training the next day. Could it be that the Heavenly Tao Rewards Hard Work entry changed its personality? The more Su Feng thought about it, the more incredible it seemed. However, since this was a good thing, it wasn't necessary to understand it fully. Su Feng always knew to go with the flow, so he set this doubt aside for the time being. The most important thing now was to see which 2 new entries he had obtained. With this in mind, Su Feng got up, washed up, and checked the 2 new entries he had received. Entry: Gue Watering Thunder. Gue Watering Thunder has a feminine characteristic, possessing stealth, penetration, corrosion, and other feminine attack effects, capable of silently causing harm to the target, containing the unpredictable qualities of water. It has the impact and inundation power like a flood, and the subtle nurturing effect like a fine rain. Upon seeing this entry, the image of the little chilin instantly flashed in Su Feng's mind. There was no need to think too much. Just like the gung metal calamity thunder, he could simply grant it to the little chilin. In this way, once he later obtained the Ewood positive thunder, Bing fire yang thunder, and Woolworth nether thunder, he would have all 5 elemental divine thunders gathered. The 5 elemental divine thunders interact with each other. If gathered in one body, perhaps it could achieve the unity of the 5 elements, thus triggering a powerful transformation. After making the decision, Su Feng shifted his gaze from the entry Gue Watering Thunder to another entry. Entry: Primitive Imperial City. Those who possess the ability of the Primitive Imperial City will feel the oppression from the Primitive Imperial City at all times. Part of the damage suffered by the entry holder will be transferred to the Primitive Imperial City, increasing pressure. The Primitive Imperial City has the ability to self-repair. Whenever it is shattered, the entry holder will receive a temporary massive boost. Primitive Imperial City? This thing is also in the entry? Upon seeing the name of this entry, Su Feng couldn't help but widen his eyes, waves of emotion rising in his heart, because this name instantly reminded him of a classic line from a well-known novel's villain. That familiar yet strange feeling surged within him. However, when he carefully examined the ability description of the Primitive Imperial City entry, his eyes lit up. This entry seemed to have something. Isn't it just a turtle shell? Or is it equivalent to a heavy turtle shell? Su Feng immediately began to weigh in his mind which beast to assign this entry to. The little chilin and the multi-eyed cute dragonfly primarily focused on attack and control. the enhancement this entry provided to them wasn't significant. The jumping dragonfish needed to take hits to feel pain in order to grow stronger. In a sense, being under constant oppression is also a form of suffering, which seems to align somewhat with the effect of the primitive Imperial City entry. But the problem is, whether it's the jumping dragonfish or any of its evolved dragon forms, their speed is top-notch. The jumping dragonfish's role is to charge into the enemy formation, acting as a disruptor. It not only requires a certain level of toughness, but speed and mobility are also indispensable. The effects brought by the primitive Imperial City entry would, to some extent, impact the mobility of the jumping dragonfish. Therefore, this entry isn't quite suitable for it. After much thought, Su Feng ultimately decided to assign this entry to the earth-shaking divine bull. After all, it already possessed the powerful entry Heaven's Way rewards diligence. As long as it worked hard, it could continuously enhance its strength. And now with the primitive Imperial City, this entry constantly applies pressure on it. Doesn't that mean the earth-shaking divine bull is in a state of constant effort? Thus, doesn't it imply that it is constantly growing stronger? With this thought, Su Feng, having finished washing up, quickly got dressed and rushed to the courtyard. Based on the connection with his beasts, he found the three little ones. When Su Feng arrived, he happened to see the jumping dragonfish being sent flying by a punch from the earth-shaking divine bull. It was still the flame fist skill, but compared to yesterday, it was a world apart. Today, the flame fist executed by the earth-shaking divine bull had flames that nearly engulfed its entire arm. When the fist struck the jumping dragonfish, the flames attached would surge wildly, causing secondary damage. Su Feng couldn't help but gasp in amazement. He could only marvel at the terrifying effect of the Heaven's Way rewards diligence entry. Moo! Seeing Su Feng approach, the usually calm earth-shaking divine bull couldn't hide its excitement, letting out a joyful cry. It truly felt that it had suddenly become incredibly powerful. The results achieved from just one night of training were beyond imagination. The proficiency of the flame fist skill was comparable to the results of several years of hard training before. Even the realm that had previously made it somewhat frustrated with no progress for a month had smoothly broken through that very night. Although it didn't understand the specific reasons behind this, it didn't hinder its excitement and joy. The earth-shaking divine bull happily ran to Su Feng's side, gently nudging him with its large head to share its joy. Awesome! Su Feng was also generous with his praise. At that moment, the leap dragon fish, which had been sent flying by a punch, nimbly flipped over from the ground and quickly swam to the side, waving its tail. It still bore the marks of the fiery punch attack from earlier. Yet, despite being hit hard, its eyes sparkled with excitement that bordered on frenzy. Without needing to ask, the leap dragon fish eagerly began to narrate, "Pulu Pulu." Its tail swayed continuously, and its body twisted in rhythm with its words. First, it pointed its tail at the earth-shaking divine bull, then mimicked the way it had been urged to get up for training last night. Next, it spat out a few numerical bubbles, and then gestured the punching motion of the earth-shaking divine bull. It even occasionally struck a pose as if it had been hit and sent flying. With its rich array of movements, Su Feng roughly understood what had happened. After listening, he felt both touched and amused. He was touched by how hard and dedicated his beasts were in their quest to grow stronger. He found it amusing that this little chilin could actually catch language loopholes. "Little chilin, come here." At Su Feng's call, the little chilin, who was eagerly anticipating breakfast, immediately scampered over. "Do you see the charred ground?" Su Feng pointed at the scorched earth with a serious expression and said, "Clean this up." "Little chilin?" It had originally thought Su Feng was calling it over for breakfast. Instead, it was caught by the ear and asked to clean up the masterpieces left by the training in the courtyard. "Wah wah?" Little chilin shook its head vigorously. Its little hands waved around in the air, as if protesting, "I didn't want it to turn out like this, why make me clean it?" "No, isn't it because of your fault that it turned out this way?" Su Feng pointed at the pockmarked ground struck by lightning and the charred, broken trees, continuing, "Look at these places hit by lightning. In the end, isn't it still because of you?" He paused, a sly smile appearing. "If you don't do well, you won't get any of the clear wind fruit and spirit essence jade liquid that Grandpa gave you yesterday." Wah wah. Upon hearing this, little Chilin's eyes widened, as if it had heard the most terrifying news in the world. It began to calculate in its mind. The earth-shaking divine bull. This guy was too big and had an inexplicable power. It looked tough to deal with, so it was better not to provoke it. What about the leap dragon fish? Yes, find the leap dragon fish. Little Chilin turned its gaze toward the leap dragon fish, a glint of evil light flashing in its eyes. The leap dragon fish looked at the little Chilin, which was approaching it step by step, crackling with black lightning. Instead of being afraid, it became excited. A new flavor, excitement, wanting to eat. Before the leap dragonfish could see clearly, the black Gui watering thunder struck it directly. This Gui watering thunder was extremely cunning, instantly burrowing into its body. The leap dragonfish seemed to be injected with a stimulant, instantly emitting an incredibly excited Pulu sound. Little Chilin? It suddenly remembered that this guy actually liked being hit. For it, this was more of a reward. Sigh, little Chilin helplessly sighed. Life is not easy, Chilin sighed. Time to work. There was no way around it. If it didn't work, there would be no good food. With a hint of helplessness, little Chilin immediately switched to serious mode. It began to channel its spiritual power, with the forces of grass and wood and the power of the earth wildly converging. The ground, which had been ravaged by the gung metal calamity thunder and was charred black, along with the flowers and trees that had been destroyed beyond recognition, started to visibly recover under little Chilin's efforts. Before long, most areas returned to their original state. However, for those flowers and plants that had been completely destroyed, leaving not even a seed behind, little Chilin was truly powerless. It learned from the videos on Douyin, silently murmuring to the vanished flowers and grasses, "Rest in peace, amen." Just then, the earth-shaking divine bull, which had merely closed its eyes and merged with the power of the entry, had completely absorbed the power of the original imperial city. Behind it, a faint shadow of an ancient imperial city began to emerge. This imperial city was grand and majestic, its ancient walls exuding the wear of time, and the flags on the towers fluttered in the wind. The size of the imperial city was close to a 5-to-1 ratio with the earth-shaking divine bull. This meant that the current earth-shaking divine bull had to bear 5 times the pressure it usually did. The sudden change caused the earth-shaking divine bull's body to tremble slightly. It could clearly feel a mysterious and powerful force surging within it. While bringing pressure, it was also reshaping its body. Every inch of muscle, every bone, was constantly growing stronger under the baptism of power. Its gaze became more resolute, and the aura around it grew increasingly steady and powerful. The leaping dragonfish and the little Chilin watched this scene with curiosity. There were no other negative emotions, only excitement for their companion's transformation. Especially the leaping dragonfish, which excitedly chirped, "Is the big guy going to get stronger again? Awesome, simply amazing. The stronger you are, the stronger I become." Aside from Su Feng's beast, this infusion of power was also noticed by the legendary beasts in the courtyard. They each observed everything in their own way. Some closed their eyes, feeling through the earth. Some slipped into the void, observing in secret. But regardless of the method, they all wore expressions of confusion. They did not understand what kind of miraculous power this young earth-shaking divine bull had obtained, nor why it had triggered such a strange phenomenon. This power transcended the categories they had previously known. In their eyes, there was both curiosity about the unknown power and a hint of subtle worry, concerned about whether it would affect this interesting little fellow. But soon, this worry gradually transformed into comfort and anticipation. As the shadow of the imperial city concealed itself within the earth-shaking divine bull, it raised its head and let out a thunderous moo. The sound was filled with the power and confidence of rebirth. It tried to mobilize that new power within. Instantly, an invisible wave spread out from it. Under the influence of this wave, the surrounding air seemed to grow heavy. Could it be? Su Feng seemed to have made a new discovery about the abilities brought by the original imperial city entry. He asked, "How is it, old buddy? How do you feel?" The earth-shaking divine bull let out another moo. It lifted its massive hoof and stomped heavily on the ground. In an instant, there were several crisp cracking sounds. The ground instantly appeared with deep, long cracks, spreading out like a spider web. Its power was much greater than before. Clearly, the pressure brought by the original imperial city was not limited to merely oppressing the earth-shaking divine bull itself. This oppression would also transmit to the surrounding environment with its movements, even affecting enemies. In other words, the previous earth-shaking divine bull, relying on its own weight and talent, could deal 100 points of damage with the Mount Tai press. Now, the earth-shaking divine bull, using the Mount Tai press, could potentially deal 500 or even 600 points of damage. TSK, I feel like I've suddenly found the right way to enhance the totem leap talent, Su Feng said, stroking his chin, a smile breaking out on his face. His mind was already beginning to devise a battle strategy for the earth-shaking divine bull. With the power of the earth and the defense provided by the original imperial city, it can withstand a large amount of damage from the front. With the enhanced totem leap and the additional pressure bonus from the original imperial city, it can leap high and deal massive damage. It can also stun enemies with its powerful impact, achieving effective crowd control. In this way, the positioning of the earth-shaking divine bull in the team becomes clearer and more defined. It can not only serve as a tank, blocking enemy attacks in the front line, but when the original imperial city is broken, it can transform into a vanguard, charging into battle and unleashing slaughter. Just now, the actions of the earth-shaking divine bull made the ground of the manor tremble as if it had suffered a minor earthquake. Grandpa Su and Grandma Su were not too surprised by the commotion. Through the various beast tamers belonging to them in the courtyard, they had already understood everything. At this moment, Su Qingsong felt an overwhelming sense of emotion. Just by signing a contract with Su Feng, after this night, the changes in the earth-shaking divine bull were simply earth-shattering. Its strength had increased by more than 5 times. If it weren't for seeing it with their own eyes, who would dare to believe it? The children will have their own blessings. What about Qingqing? How is she doing now? Lin Huilan asked with concern, looking at the multi-eyed cute dragon resting quietly on Su Qingsong's shoulder. Su Qingsong replied, "Don't worry, this little guy is amazing. Its abilities are truly unique. Last night, the ancestor only woke up for a while, and it was able to sense it and found its way there. In just that short time, it managed to learn most of the ancestor's skills. If it weren't for the ancestor's overwhelming strength, it might have been drained of its resources. Now it just ate too much and needs to sleep for a while." Meanwhile, Yin Hong and the others were somewhat puzzled. They were awakened from their sleep by the sudden tremor. They hurriedly got out of bed and rushed out to the courtyard. As they stepped outside, they happened to run into Su Feng returning. They saw that the earth-shaking divine bull behind him was already quite different from yesterday. At this moment, the earth-shaking divine bull seemed to take a gentle step, and the ground would immediately sink down. Then, the power of the earth surging from its body would smooth the ground out. A hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the three. Yin Hong couldn't help but ask, "Morning, Brother Chen, has the earth-shaking divine bull been trained all night?" Lei Shouwen quickly interjected, "Its physical strength has increased several times. It has clearly broken through a major realm." Su Feng nodded with a smile and said helplessly, "There's no helping it, they are working too hard. Last night, the leap dragon fish wanted to train and dragged the earth-shaking divine bull along. I couldn't stop them even if I tried." Upon hearing this, the three couldn't help but feel emotional. Is this what genius is? To break through in just one night? Yin Hong murmured to himself, his eyes filled with admiration. "Higher talent than you, and more effort than you," Lin Sushan echoed, her tone carrying a hint of astonishment. "No wonder they are strong," Lei Shouwen concluded, his face full of respect. Su Feng smiled and said, "Let's go, after breakfast. We need to report to school first." Saying this, he led the way into the house. As soon as he entered, Su Feng's gaze was drawn to the multi-eyed cute dragon. He quickly checked its current panel. Energy points, 178W, fully digested, can reach diamond rank 1, skills, White Mist, Incitement, Defense Break, Xuanwu Shield, Rain of Sacrifice. White Mist causes all statuses of all beast tamers in the area to disappear. Incitement causes the opponent to enter a state of confusion and increases their magic attack. Defense Break weakens the opponent's defense. Xuanwu Shield generates a layer of shield around oneself or the target. The strength and duration of the shield depend on the caster's strength. Xuanwu Shield? Su Feng was taken aback upon seeing this skill. Xuanwu? Does this have anything to do with the legendary divine beast Xuanwu? And what about this energy point of 178W? What on earth is going on? What happened last night? Countless question marks instantly floated in Su Feng's mind. What about Qingqing? He walked into the adjacent room and couldn't help but ask. She just overeated and fell asleep. Go eat first. Su Qingsong patted Su Feng's shoulder. As for the specifics, you can ask the Cloud Crane. I'm too lazy to explain. Although Su Feng was filled with doubts, he still nodded. He temporarily suppressed his curiosity and turned to head towards the dining room. After breakfast, the sunlight was just right, dispelling the last hint of morning chill. Just then, Su Qingsong also had business to attend to with the principal of Yanqing University, Yin Jing, so they all drove there together. Since it wasn't their first meeting, Yin Hong and the others gradually lost their initial shyness while interacting with Su Qingsong. They became more familiar with this legendary figure. They knew such an opportunity was rare and naturally didn't want to miss it. Along the way, like curious students, they chattered and asked Su Qingsong about some interesting stories from his past, as well as questions regarding their own beast taming. When mentioning his past, Su Qingsong straightened his back involuntarily, as if he had returned to the spirited moments of his youth in the beast taming world. He began to recount those thrilling yet heartwarming memories. As for the training suggestions for your beasts, your current strength is insufficient. It's fine to head in this direction for now. Once you reach a certain stage, the path ahead often needs to be walked by yourselves. It's still too early for you. Yin Hong and the others listened with great interest, nodding from time to time. Su Feng sat beside them, watching his grandfather answer his friend's questions, and he fell into deep thought himself. His thoughts revolved around the cultivation direction of his few little beasts. As he pondered, he realized there didn't seem to be much to think about. The development paths of his little ones were already quite clear. The little chilin, who grows stronger by eating and drinking, is the cannon in the team, continuously bursting with power. The leap dragon fish, who grows stronger by taking hits, acts as a disruptor. The earth-shaking divine cow, who grows stronger through effort, serves as the team's tank. As for the multi-IQ'd dragonfly, Su Feng had a different guess. He originally thought that by simply finding some suitable treasures for it to absorb, he could gain energy points to promote its growth. But now, he sensed that something was off. The dragon blood fruit, spirit marrow jade liquid, star iron, and other special treasures only provided a limited increase in energy after being absorbed by the multi-IQ'd dragonfly. In contrast, the energy absorbed from the phantom diamond spirit steed and the inexplicable energy from the Xuanwu last night was abundant. This discovery made Su Feng suddenly realize a principle. Extraordinary things refer not only to those incredibly precious items but can also refer to living beings. Absorbing energy from those extremely powerful biological entities is the key to significantly enhancing the multi-IQ'd dragonfly. This also aligns with the characteristics of parasites found in some insects, which obtain nutrients from strong hosts. Therefore, in Su Feng's view, the future development direction of the multi-IQ'd dragonfly should be to travel and explore various mysterious realms. It should seek out powerful spirit beasts in different places in secret realms. By absorbing their internal energy without harm, this would be the most suitable development route. In this way, the multi-IQ'd dragonfly could not only quickly enhance its own strength but also learn the skills possessed by those powerful spirit beasts, forming a perfect complement with the other team members. It would serve as a perfect hexagon having crowd control, output, support, and defense. As the car moved forward, Su Feng's thoughts became increasingly clear. He also grew more expectant, looking forward to the meeting with the cloud crane. What exactly is the so-called Xuanwu? All of this will become clear when you see the celestial crane in the clouds. The car slowly drove towards Yin Jing University. From a distance, the ancient and majestic school gate could be seen. Since it was still early, the university students were mostly unable to get up. Those who could were either having breakfast or already engaged in training. The school gate appeared quite tranquil. Only a few spirit beasts raised by the school wandered at the entrance, adding a touch of vitality to the serene atmosphere. When a group of people arrived, they only saw Yen Jun, dressed in a simple black robe, and his son Yenian. Why is old Yen so free today, even coming out in person? Upon seeing Yen Jun, Su Qingsong's tone seemed a bit unusual. "Humph, do you think I'm here to pick you up?" Yen Jun pretended to scoff, then shifted his gaze to Su Feng. "If it weren't for my dear nephew's son coming today, I wouldn't bother coming out." Seeing this, Su Feng politely greeted Yen Jun, "Grandpa Yen, long time no see." Then he jokingly added, "In the future, I'll have to trouble Grandpa Yen for more guidance." "What are you being polite for?" Su Qingsong waved his hand dismissively. Being able to come to this old guy's school is already giving him face. Upon hearing this, Yen Jun immediately rolled his eyes and retorted, "You must have stepped in dog poop for 8 lifetimes to have such a grandson." Listening to the two old men bickering, Yin Hong and the others couldn't help but stifle their laughter, but they dared not show it. They were well aware. The stern Yen Jun before them was the president of Yin Jing University and also one of the top 10 legends of Huaxia. He was a significant figure in the Beast Master world. Many students coming to Yin Jing University did so just to witness his presence. Although he looked somewhat different from their imagination, it only eased their tension a bit. Their excitement and reverence remained largely intact. Su Feng stood by with a smile, already accustomed to the way his grandfather interacted with these old friends. He glanced at Yin Hong and the others, signaling them not to be too reserved. Yen Ian smiled and shook his head, saying to Su Feng and the others, "Let me take you around to familiarize yourselves with the school environment." Yin Hong and the others quickly nodded. "Thank you, Director Yen." At this moment, Su Qingsong and Yen Jun also temporarily stopped their banter. Yen Jun said, "Let's go, first to the tea room. The important matters are urgent." "Just in time, I have some things to discuss with you," Su Qingsong nodded. Thus, Su Qingsong and Yen Jun walked together towards the tea room, while Yen Ian led Su Feng and the others into the campus. Along the way, Yen Ian proudly introduced the institution that carried the dreams of countless beast masters to the 4 of them. Yin Jing University covers an area of 20 square kilometers, equivalent to the combined area of 2,800 standard football fields. Walking around like this will take quite some time. As he spoke, Yen Ian quickened his pace and headed straight to a building next to the school gate. The exterior of the building was plain and unadorned, complementing the surrounding architectural style, but upon closer inspection, one could sense the strong presence of powerful beast energies within. To facilitate student travel, our school has a partnership with the Chiyun horses. their presence can be seen in various important locations around the school. As Yin explained, he pushed open the door of the building. The door slowly opened, revealing the scene inside. A dozen chilin horses were quietly resting. Sensing someone entering, they slightly raised their heads, their ears gently turning. These chilin horses were elegant in stature and athletic in form, each exuding an aura of nobility and gentleness. Yin was the first to enter the room, gently patting one of the chilin horses on the neck. "Old buddy, we're going to trouble you again today to take us around." The red cloud horse seemed to understand his words, letting out a soft neigh and flicking its tail. Then, Yin turned around and said to Su Feng and the others, "Feel free to choose a horse and ride it. They are all very gentle and will follow commands, taking us on a tour of the campus." Upon hearing this, everyone stepped forward in turn, selecting the red cloud horse that looked most appealing to them. After choosing their horses, they followed Yin out from behind the building. Along the way, they did not encounter many people. However, the number of spirit beasts they saw was truly astonishing, practically everywhere. By the roadside, a large blocking tiger lay sprawled out, sleeping, its belly rising and falling with each breath, emitting a soft snore. Not far away, a few silly rabbits with their ears perked up curiously peeked out from the grass, looking adorably clumsy. A little mouse hurried past a corner, leaving behind a gray shadow. On the trees by the road, a pair of squirrels nimbly jumped between the branches. Yin Hong and the others finally understood that what they had seen online was not a lie. At Yin Jing University, spirit beasts were indeed everywhere. It truly achieved a harmonious coexistence between humans and spirit beasts. Incredible, truly incredible. Yin Hong couldn't help but exclaim. Lin Sushan also remarked, "Yes, I had only seen it online before. I didn't expect it to feel this way in person." Yin smiled and explained, "Yin Jing University once merged with a great secret realm. The land from the secret realm integrated, and the spirit beasts naturally came out with it. This is also why Yin Jing University is so large. When the school officially starts, there will be dedicated teachers to explain these matters, so I won't elaborate further. Let's go. We should head to the accommodation area. It's often more convenient to live on campus." With that, he gently tugged on the reins, and the red cloud horse beneath him lifted its hooves and began to move forward slowly. The 5 red cloud horses steadily advanced along the winding campus road. The scenery on both sides of the road kept changing. Sometimes they could see ancient and elegant teaching buildings, and at other times they passed by a tranquil lake. Before long, they arrived at the accommodation area. Before them appeared rows of well-arranged courtyards, intricately designed to complement the surrounding natural landscape. This is the accommodation area, all in a courtyard style, specially designed for convenience and living with your spirit beasts. As Yin spoke, he dismounted gracefully. He then beckoned everyone to follow him into a courtyard. As soon as they stepped inside, everyone was taken aback by the sight before them. The configuration of this courtyard was simply beyond imagination, almost absurd. There was a clear pool, a uniquely shaped rockery, and a smooth ice surface. A large patch of flowers was blooming vibrantly. Even Su Feng found it a bit exaggerated. After all, he had never seen this type of dormitory. No wonder many graduates of Yin Jing University reminisced about their school days. Leaving the school, it would be difficult for 99% of people to live in such an environment again. Yin looked at the astonished expressions of the crowd and explained with a smile, "This is a special courtyard prepared by the school for outstanding students. The various settings inside can be freely switched and arranged." As he spoke, he walked to the side and gently touched a crystal panel embedded in the wall. Instantly, the scene in the courtyard began to change. The original ice surface gradually melted, and the water flowed out, connecting with the pool. In the blink of an eye, most of the courtyard transformed into a wide expanse of water. The rockery and flower patch slowly shrank, sinking into the ground. It can all be changed into a pool, or switched to other environments. You just need to press the corresponding button on the panel. Of course, if there are any other modification requests, you can also contact the school's construction team to help you complete the changes. This includes environments like the training room. The courtyard walls are made of special soundproof and anti-peeping materials, so no matter how you train inside, it won't affect others. Upon hearing this, Yin Hong was left dumbfounded and couldn't help but say, "The school is really considerate." Lei Shouwen nodded repeatedly, "Yeah, this way, the beasts can grow in the most suitable environment, which will also help improve their strength." Su Feng smiled as he looked at the joyful dragonfish that had already swum into the pool. He bent slightly and teased, "How is it? No matter where you live, the area is big enough, and you can also modify the facilities as needed." The dragonfish happily wagged its tail and nodded vigorously. It then swam quickly in the pool, looking around and surveying the area. As it swam, it seemed to be silently dividing the territory in its mind. This is mine, this is Lin Ji's, this is Nyo Ji's, this is Qing Mei's. The remaining space is reserved for other brothers and sisters. While the dragonfish was planning its territory distribution, Yin Hong and the others were also thinking about how to plan. Meanwhile, Lin Suxian, on the side, remained incredibly calm. She turned to Yen Yan and asked, "Director Yen, are there any requirements for such a courtyard? Also, it seems we haven't completed the paperwork yet." Yen Yan smiled and replied, "Your results in the special recruitment assessment were excellent, and each of you can have such a courtyard. The school hopes you can fully unleash your potential here and grow together with your beasts. As for the paperwork, there is a mailbox at the entrance of each courtyard. There will be dedicated personnel to handle it, and you just need to sign the necessary documents when you have time." Hearing Yen Yan's explanation, Lin Suxian nodded slightly, her doubts resolved. It must be said that the various arrangements at Yin Jing University are indeed very well thought out. But this is normal. The beast masters who can enter Yin Jing University are the best in each city. The school naturally hopes they can receive better training and not waste time on trivial matters. Yen Yan stood in the open area of the courtyard, raised his hand, and pointed around. This courtyard, along with the one next door and the two across the street, will be your dormitories. You can sign the paperwork whenever you have time. Then, everyone entered the house and sat on the sofa. Yen Yan's expression also became serious. "Next, I will tell you some important points to note about the school." Upon hearing this, everyone turned their heads and listened attentively. There are only 3 points to note at Yin Jing University. Yen Yan raised one finger. First, entering Yin Jing University, the family's financial condition does not affect much, because in the school, any place that requires spending needs credits. This includes meals, drinks, singing, purchasing beast resources, beast equipment, and spirit beast eggs, all of which require credits. He then raised a second finger. Second, it is not allowed to forcibly capture wild spirit beasts within the academy. For example, if you have your eye on a certain unowned spirit beast in the academy, you can only establish a bond with it in a gentle manner and sign a contract with it. Of course, if the other party has a preliminary recognition of you, you can also, under the arrangement of the school's impartial personnel, spend a certain amount of credits to use a battle method to defeat it and thus contract it. Yen Yan crossed his arms in front of his chest and solemnly emphasized, "Therefore, credits are very important at Yin Jing University." At this point, Yen Yan paused slightly to give everyone some time to digest the information. After a while, he continued, "And there are roughly 3 ways to earn credits: fixed distribution, task distribution, and various reward distributions." Under Yen Yan's clear and organized explanation, the expressions of the crowd gradually shifted from confusion to realization. Simply put, credits are equivalent to money. The school will distribute different credits based on each person's beast mastery strength. Bronze is one level, silver is another, and gold is yet another. Of course, the rated subjects can only be the beasts that have a feedback link with their beast masters. It is unrealistic to use one's parents' beasts or contract a large number of beasts to exchange for credits. At the same time, the school will also arrange various tasks. For example, if there is a riot of spirit beasts in a certain area that needs investigation, and if you happen to be training nearby, you can conveniently take on the task. After completing the task, you will earn a certain number of credits based on the difficulty level. As for the final rewards, they are various rankings within the school, including what honors have been received. The school will distribute credits accordingly. This point is almost the largest source of credit acquisition. At this point, Yen Yan looked at Su Feng, his eyes filled with admiration. For example, classmate Su Feng, who has created a special recruitment assessment history, such honors. The credits awarded can fully supply all the resources needed for hundreds of beasts over decades. To say it is unlimited is not an exaggeration at all. Yin Hong and the others listened, their eyes filled with envy and admiration. But they understood a principle long ago. People cannot be compared. After Yin Hong and the others checked their credits, Yen Yan began to explain the last point. It can also be said to be the most important point. Yin Jing University has no courses. Yen Yan's words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up ripples. The crowd instantly showed expressions of surprise. No classes? What are they doing in school then? Are they joking? Yen Yan remained unfazed and continued, "All courses are elective courses, expansion courses. What courses need to be taken and what education is received depends on the arrangement of each student's exclusive mentor. In other words, Yin Jing University is all one-on-one guidance?" Lei Shuwen couldn't help but ask. Not entirely, but it can be considered that way, Yin Yan patiently explained. After all, many excellent mentors inevitably take on several students, and they can manage. Moreover, those who can be mentors at Yin Jing University are all platinum-level beast masters. Everyone will have their own specialties, so choosing a suitable mentor is very important. After listening to Yin Yan's words, the crowd felt as if they had cleared the fog to see the sky. It turns out that not having classes is such a thing. It seems that there are no regular courses, but in fact, the so-called collective classes have been transformed into more detailed guidance from private mentors. Su Feng nodded slightly, pondering in his heart. This is indeed an educational philosophy suitable for beast masters, because even the same beast has certain differences in characteristics and habits. If they receive a one-size-fits-all, template-based education, it may adversely affect their future development. Such one-on-one precise guidance can help each student tap into their maximum potential with their beasts and receive a higher quality education. Then, Director Yin, what do we need to do to become a disciple? Yin Hong asked anxiously. His chowing turtle is relatively common compared to Su Feng and the others' beasts, although it is considered rare in Magic City No. 1 high school. Once they enter university, especially a top university like this, it is different. There could be hundreds of chowing turtles among 1,000 students. With so many chowing turtles, the competition pressure is quite high. You don't need to worry about this. Anyone who can enter Yin Jing University can be called a genius. Yen Yan's gaze swept gently over the crowd, a smile of encouragement on his face. And you four need not worry about this situation. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a hint of amusement. Many mentors have already received your messages. I estimate that by now, your official email inboxes must be overflowing. Upon hearing this, everyone opened their inboxes to check. Sure enough, each person's official email had at least a dozen messages, especially Su Feng. After opening it, the sound of ding 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 was relentless. Just as he was about to click on one, another popped up. The red number shot straight to 99 plus. This scene made the three young people feel the gap once again. I want to stay a bit further from Brother Chen. With this going on, the pressure is so high. At this moment, Lin Suxian couldn't help but ask, Director Yen, how should we filter these mentors? After all, there are too many, and it's not easy to choose one that fits both ourselves and our beasts. Yen Yen nodded slightly, expressing approval of Lin Suxian's question. This is indeed a key issue. However, there's no need to worry. For ordinary geniuses, it's the mentors who choose them. For you, it's you who choose the mentors. Lei Shouwen stroked his chin, pondering, so can we communicate with the mentors first before making a decision? Exactly, Yen Ian affirmed. This is a two-way choice. Only when both parties feel suitable can the best teaching effect be achieved. Moreover, who says one can only choose one mentor? The corners of Yen Ian's mouth lifted slightly as he spoke this profound statement. Upon hearing this, everyone instantly showed expressions of surprise, their eyes filled with confusion and curiosity. Wasn't it said that once a teacher, always a father? How could it be like this? Seeing their reactions, Yen Ian gently shook his head, looking at everyone with warmth, and said earnestly, I never said that choosing a mentor means becoming a disciple. Yin Jing University encourages students to learn from various sources. Different mentors have different specialties. Each student can completely choose multiple mentors based on their needs, drawing from different knowledge and experiences. Choosing a mentor is more about receiving professional guidance in academics, providing direction for your and your beast's growth. Becoming a disciple, however, means establishing a deeper, closer mentor-disciple relationship, which is not only about the transmission of knowledge but also about the transmission of virtues and ideals. But regardless of the method, it will not limit your pursuit of excellence, because a truly outstanding master will feel proud of their disciples' growth. On the contrary, they will encourage you to explore more knowledge, broaden your horizons, and help you walk further and more steadily on the path of beast mastery. Of course, choosing multiple mentors means you will need to invest more time and energy. After all, each mentor has their own teaching arrangements and requirements. But as long as you plan reasonably and make good use of these resources, the rewards will be immense. Upon hearing this, everyone showed expressions of realization. Then, Yen Ian stood to the side, his gaze sweeping over Yin Hong, Lin Suxian, and Lei Shouwen one by one. He began to introduce suitable candidates for mentors based on their characteristics in an orderly manner. The three also found corresponding mentors, designating them as their guiding choices, filled with anticipation for their future studies. When it was Su Feng's turn, Yen Ian paused slightly, a mysterious glint flashing in his eyes. What those mentors can teach, you probably don't need. But who says a mentor must be a beast master? A few minutes later, Yin Hong and the others, filled with excitement and anticipation, returned to their respective courtyards. After Yen Yan left with the other two, he soon mounted the Qiyun horse and departed. Su Feng remained alone in the spacious and bright courtyard, slowly walking to the sofa and gently sitting down. Leaning back slightly, he relaxed against the sofa, his gaze vacant as he contemplated the words Yin Yang had said before leaving. The so-called mentor is merely a relative concept. Anyone worthy of your learning can be your mentor. They can be a beast master, a spirit beast, or even a non-living entity. As long as you can learn and gain insight from them, then why can't they be considered a mentor? Therefore, the mentor Yin Yang recommended to Su Feng was named Yun Jong Xinhe, a spirit beast that has survived for an unknown number of years, whose strength has long since reached the pinnacle of myth. This suddenly got interesting. Su Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, as Yin Yang said, if it were any other ordinary mentor, he truly would not accept. First of all, he didn't need the so-called connections and background of the other party at all. Secondly, he really had no need to learn basic things from those ordinary mentors. The knowledge and skills those mentors excelled in, his own mom, dad, grandpa, and grandma, which one of them wasn't proficient? His grandparents' treasured swords were also not to be underestimated, and the path of beast taming was equally profound. Since he had such powerful resources at home, why would he need to establish a mentor-student relationship with these outsiders, creating unnecessary entanglements? But Yunjong Xinhe was different. No one knew what abilities the other party possessed. Even though he had previously had a video meeting with them, Su Feng understood that if the multi-IQ dragonfly wanted to learn the other's skills, they would not refuse. However, the long years they had experienced, the changes they had witnessed, the accumulated experiences and knowledge, these were things Su Feng would find hard to obtain elsewhere. Pulu. Just as Su Feng was filled with anticipation, the jumping dragonfish beside him used its fin to point at the smart screen on the courtyard wall, its voice somewhat urging. Su Feng turned his head at the sound, and how could he not understand its meaning? The corners of his mouth lifted, revealing a doting smile. Don't rush, I'm coming. With that, Su Feng stepped forward to the screen. The screen displayed the overall layout design of the courtyard, with various functional areas clearly divided, accompanied by detailed operation guidelines. He gently touched the screen, beginning to plan his design requirements for the courtyard. The multi-IQ dragonfly belonged to the dragonfly family. It needed a suitable aquatic and terrestrial environment. Therefore, the environment didn't need to be too complicated. The existing pond and grass were already sufficient. The earth-shaking divine bull needed an open space for exercise. The jumping dragonfish's environment needed to feel pain. The little chilin had no particular requirements for the environment. However, it was quite gluttonous. So, a constant temperature candy house would be created. As Su Feng operated, the courtyard design on the screen gradually took shape. Hua Hua, Pulu, Li Li, Mu. The four beasts watched Su Feng's busy figure, occasionally making sounds to show their approval. Alright, the design is complete, and the beast taming construction team can come over this afternoon. It should be done by tonight. Su Feng looked at the screen with satisfaction. He didn't have many requirements for where he would sleep. After all, everything was new, and he was too lazy to spend energy tidying up. Seeing that it was almost noon, Su Feng first sent a message in the family group briefly reporting on his situation at Yin Jing University. Then, he walked to the courtyard entrance, placing the access card above the mailbox for the construction team to enter. After doing this, he approached the Chi-Yun horse he had previously selected. He gently patted its neck, signaling it to return to the nearby stable. The red cloud horse was quite perceptive. With an A, it trotted away with a light step. After everything was arranged, Su Feng mounted the broad back of the earth-shaking divine bull. At this moment, Yin Hong, Lin Suxian, and Lei Shouwen were also ready. The four of them set off together towards the cafeteria, planning to eat first. After the meal, they would each go for a two-way interview with their mentors according to their arrangements. Since the earth-shaking divine bull was still adapting to the pressure brought by the primitive imperial city, its pace was relatively steady and slow. This, in turn, gave the four of them more time to carefully observe their surroundings and the wild spirit beasts living freely. It must be said that as a top university, Yin Jing University had a truly profound heritage. The spirit beasts living on campus were anything but ordinary. Soft and cute cats, strong apes, armored beasts, fire fist monkeys, little sprites. Roughly counted, there were nearly 100 different types of spirit beasts. Moreover, any one of them, even the weakest, had a golden quality. Just one of them on the market could be the income of an ordinary family for a lifetime. As lunchtime approached, the campus was no longer quiet. Instead, it was bustling with activity. Many beast tamers riding various spirit beasts were also on their way to the cafeteria. Some rode red cloud horses, some unicorns, others lightning-fast leopards, and some even the mighty tiger. The students here seemed to have long been accustomed to these rare spirit beasts. No matter how rare the spirit beast appeared, they would only glance at it calmly, without showing too much surprise. However, when they saw Su Feng and the others the situation was completely different. The multi-eyed cute dragonfly resting on his shoulder and the soaring leap dragonfish in the air. The earth-shaking divine bull he rode, along with the little chilin proudly standing on its head. Each one was like a magnet, drawing the attention of the crowd, who whispered and murmured, their discussions rising and falling. Especially when they reached the cafeteria, the students' chatter was like a tide, one wave after another. Holy chilin beast, leap dragonfish, he is Su Feng. Hiss, look at that earth-shaking divine bull, its surname is Su, could it be? Excessive, simply excessive. Soon, someone in the crowd recognized Su Feng, and various speculations and exclamations arose. Then, a voice floated over. Interesting, in a few days, there will be a good show to watch. Are you talking about the freshman competition? Another student asked curiously. Yes, the voice replied affirmatively. Ha, I've seen videos of the holy chilin beast fighting. It seems like the second-year students can't beat him. Someone raised their doubts, scratching their head, looking puzzled. That's true. Being able to easily defeat golden-level spirit beasts, the strength of the holy chilin beast is indeed extraordinary. Plus, there's this earth-shaking divine bull that looks impressive at first glance. Ordinary people are definitely not his match. A seemingly calm student adjusted his glasses, his eyes behind the lenses shining with wisdom as he spoke slowly. But don't forget, even those who can enter Yin Jing University are all geniuses. Geniuses come in different levels. Su Feng undoubtedly belongs to the top tier of geniuses, but there are also many geniuses who are slightly inferior to him. Those prodigies with a year more experience as beast tamers could certainly challenge him. His words were clear and well analyzed, causing the surrounding students to nod in agreement. That makes sense, the top few in the freshman competition will have to go on stage and face the second-year seniors. At that time, those outstanding second-year students will definitely not just watch him steal the spotlight. The students' discussions grew more and more heated, as if they were about to lift the roof off the cafeteria. Everyone's gaze was tightly fixed on the figures of Su Feng and his companions. It seemed as if they could already see the exciting showdown that was about to unfold in the freshman competition. Each person secretly anticipated this fierce battle. However, the group paid no mind to the discussions around them, remaining calm and composed. Freshman competition? Second-year students challenging Brother Chen? Yin Hong muttered quietly, a slight smirk of disdain appearing at the corner of his mouth. I'm afraid they'll be knocked out by Brother Neo with a single punch. Lin Suxian and Lei Shouwen exchanged smiles, clearly confident in Su Feng. Others might not know how terrifying the earth-shaking divine bull was now. They had seen a glimpse of it that morning. Just that little bit made them feel utterly powerless. How could those second years possibly compete with it? As for Su Feng, he felt a sense of anticipation. He knew several of his older brothers and sisters from his childhood. Many of them were at Yin University, and quite a few were second-year students. Their strength was undoubtedly top-notch among the younger generation. If he really had to battle against these people, it would be a great opportunity for practical training, both for him and his beast. With this thought, a glimmer of expectation shone in Su Feng's eyes. More than 10 minutes later, the group had quickly filled their stomachs. They then split up according to plan, each heading towards their respective mentors located in different areas of the school. The mentor that Yen Yan recommended to Su Feng was truly unique. After all, it was not human at all. Because of this, its living environment was also distinctive. Like the illusion diamond spirit steed, it resided in a secret realm. This secret realm was somewhat special. It was located in the restricted area of Yin Jing University. Only specific groups of people were allowed to enter. Otherwise, if one were to rashly intrude, they would be affected by some mysterious force, leading them to get lost and then inexplicably return to their dormitory. Su Feng was naturally not among those affected. After leaving the cafeteria, he steadily rode the earth-shaking divine bull and proceeded leisurely. About 20 minutes later, he successfully arrived at the entrance of the secret realm. The entrance before him was completely different from the realm where the illusion diamond spirit steed resided. This entrance resembled the head of a red-crowned crane, presenting a unique shade of red. The peculiarity was that it did not give off an overwhelming sense of oppression. On the contrary, Su Feng felt an inexplicable sense of warmth emanating from it. This sudden feeling made Su Feng involuntarily stop in his tracks. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, yet he couldn't sort them out at the moment. Just as he was beginning to gather his thoughts and intended to enter for clarification, whoosh! The flying leap dragonfish, as if sensing something, suddenly turned its head. Su Feng instinctively looked back in the direction of the leap dragonfish. He saw a somewhat familiar figure not far behind him. The person was riding a special beast with a bright red head, resembling a triceratops but with wings, the red-top winged horned dragon. The moment he saw this beast, a spark of realization flashed in Su Feng's mind. He immediately recalled the person's name, Long Jia, Long Hanwen. Su Feng noticed that Long Hanwen's gaze was fixed intently on the leap dragon fish, revealing a complex mix of emotions, jealousy and unwillingness. This reminded Su Feng of the last time on Tidal Island when those beast tamers had spoken to him. It was said that the young master of the Long family also wanted to try to tame the leap dragon fish but ended up returning empty-handed. As if sensing Su Feng's gaze, Long Hanwen took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions. He then slowly spoke, his tone tinged with an unmistakable bitterness. I didn't expect you to actually contract this leap dragon fish. When he first received this news, he thought someone was playing a joke on him. After all, he was well aware of how difficult it was to deal with that leap dragon fish. He had expended a lot of effort, even bringing out the family treasure. Yet, he could only return in disappointment. How could anyone sign a contract with it in less than a day? Even saying it was the second or third time. Various channels were all indicating that Su Feng had indeed contracted that leap dragon fish. Long Hanwen still found it hard to believe. No, to put it another way, he should be unwilling to admit it, unwilling to acknowledge his own failure, unwilling to recognize someone else's excellence. But when he saw Su Feng and the leap dragon fish appear before him, Long Hanwen no longer knew what kind of feeling was stirring within him. The red-topped winged horned dragon beneath him sensed Su Feng's gaze. It moved slightly, reminding him. Only then did Long Hanwen come to his senses. Suppressing the bitterness in his heart, he forced a smile that was more painful than crying and said to Su Feng, Brother Su, you truly have great skills. I've been watching this leap dragon fish for a long time, and despite my efforts, I couldn't contract it. I didn't expect it to be on the verge of transforming into a dragon in your hands. Impressive, impressive. Yet, despite the praise in his words, there was an unmistakable sourness to them. Su Feng's expression remained calm as he replied lightly, it's just fate. He didn't want to show off. The leap dragon fish, however, thought differently. As a beast, it could sense a person's heart more acutely. It came over to Su Feng with a bit of a show-off attitude, rubbing against him affectionately. Seeing this scene, Long Hanwen bit his lip, his hands unconsciously clenching into fists at his sides, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. The red-topped winged horned dragon seemed to sense the change in its master's emotions, letting out a low roar that made the surrounding air tremble slightly. Seeing this, Su Feng shook his head inwardly. This guy is still the same as when he was a child, always thinking the sky is the greatest, and he is second. Uncle Long really is something. Let him experience some hardships, that would be good. The fathers and grandfathers of both sides were old acquaintances. Su Feng and Long Hanwen had known each other since childhood. They were clear about each other's character. Because of this, he was truly too lazy to pay attention to Long Hanwen. He simply patted the earth-shaking divine bull lightly, signaling to continue forward, heading straight towards the secret realm. Long Hanwen felt humiliated by Su Feng's blatant disregard. His face instantly turned red, like a ripe tomato. A surge of anger ignited within him. However, he quickly regained his composure. He was well aware that many geniuses chose to come to Yin Jing University partly for the mysterious cloud crane. Whether it was to contract the offspring of the cloud crane or to receive guidance from it, it was undoubtedly a tremendous boost to a beast master's growth. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at Su Feng, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting, revealing a hint of a smug smile. Compared to Su Feng arriving now, he, Long Hanwen, had come 3 days earlier. Moreover, with the efforts of himself and his beast, he had successfully passed the first layer of the test. In his view, this time, he undoubtedly had an advantage over Su Feng. I refuse to believe that I can lose to you again this time. Long Hanwen lowered his voice, his tone filled with unwillingness and stubbornness. It was as if he was declaring war on Su Feng, or perhaps motivating himself. After saying this, he glared fiercely at Su Feng's back. Following closely behind Su Feng, riding the red-topped winged horned dragon, he resolutely entered the secret realm. It was quite reminiscent of a child trying to compete. Upon entering the secret realm, the sight before Su Feng made him pause slightly. The sky was filled with a red glow, as if shrouded in a layer of scorching red gauze. The originally azure horizon was now completely occupied by this strange red light. The light shone upon the earth, dyeing the entire secret realm with a layer of mysterious and fervent colors. As Su Feng was observing the surroundings, a sudden ethereal and melodious crane call echoed through the secret realm. Immediately, the red light in the sky intensified. An elegant crane descended slowly from the radiance. Its feathers were as white as snow, its long neck slightly curved, and a vibrant crimson adorned its head, dazzling like a ruby. Its wings spread wide, measuring several dozen feet in length. With a gentle flap, it stirred a refreshing breeze, causing the surrounding red thorns to rustle. The crane's gaze fell upon Su Feng and his companion. Though it did not speak, it left Long Hanwen, who stood behind Su Feng, utterly astonished. What the hell? How come we see a celestial crane as soon as we enter? What about the trial? Aren't we supposed to undergo a trial before meeting? Today is a day of many updates. What about the trial? Aren't we supposed to undergo a trial before meeting? Long Hanwen's thoughts were in disarray, filled with confusion. In contrast, Su Feng merely observed the celestial crane in silence, attempting to assess its strength through his entry ability. Celestial crane talent, Crimson Star, carries a special mission, in a special place, at a special time, immortal and indestructible, quality, attribute, sacred, wind realm, skills, crane dance, ethereal mist, evolution type, Crimson Sky Sacred Crane evolution requirement. The celestial crane must be with a beast master of the Huaxia nation, to protect justice, pursue freedom and equality, resist foreign invasion, to achieve a transcendence of body and mind. Upon seeing the panel, Su Feng felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. He had the distinct feeling that he had come into contact with something extraordinary. Crimson Star, the unshowable quality and realm, and that unique evolution method. What was it that was said last time? To ask for my help. Even though I have the dimensional entry talent as a cheat, I am still an ordinary person, okay? For such an existence, can I really lend a hand? Su Feng silently lamented in his heart. He felt he shouldn't have come today. Once he did, he might be drawn into an unimaginable vortex. It might even involve national levels, or even the direction of the entire Beast Master world. What do I count for in front of such a colossal being? The celestial crane seemed to sense the thoughts of the two. It gently shook its feathers, breaking the brief silence. Do not panic, the trial will begin. The crane's voice was calm, slightly settling the originally flustered hearts of the two. Long Hanwen took a deep breath, trying hard to calm himself. He clenched his fists tightly, determination igniting in his eyes. No matter what, he absolutely could not lose to Su Feng this time. But the celestial crane paid him no mind, as if Long Hanwen were merely an inconsequential passerby. With a gentle flap of its wings, an invisible force instantly enveloped Long Hanwen. He had no chance to react before his eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot. His entire being seemed to be drawn by a mysterious power, entering into his own trial. Soon after, the celestial crane slowly turned its head. Its gaze first fell upon Su Feng, as if trying to see through his soul. Then, it looked at the little chilin standing beside Su Feng. Finally, its gaze landed on the multi-eyed cute dragonfly. After pausing for a moment, it slowly spoke, Chilin, Xuanwu. The voice was melodious and ethereal, carrying an indescribable sense of antiquity and weight. Su Feng was slightly taken aback, a multitude of questions surging in his heart. He understood that the Chilin referred to the little Chilin. But what about Xuanwu? The skills learned by the multi-eyed cute dragon. What on earth is going on? Unable to contain his curiosity, he respectfully asked, Senior, is the Xuanwu you mentioned related to the multi-eyed cute dragon? I hope you can clarify. The crane in the clouds gently nodded, its gaze once again falling on the multi-eyed cute dragon. It slowly said, it has encountered the Xuanwu and received a gift from it. Upon hearing this, Su Feng's face was filled with question marks, and he couldn't help but complain inwardly, what you said is no different from saying nothing at all. Confusion and helplessness were clearly displayed on his face. Noticing Su Feng's bewilderment, the crane in the clouds seemed unsurprised. It cleared its throat and began to explain directly. It turned out that the great nations that have existed until now in this world all have divine beasts born from them. These divine beasts evolved from the national treasures of each country. Take Huaxia for example. There are the 5 sacred stars. The 5 stars evolved into 5 divine beasts, Chilin, Qinglong, Xuanwu, Zhuke, and Baihu. Moreover, this evolutionary system is quite vast. Even the provincial emblems of each province have also evolved into divine beasts. The crane in the clouds also evolved according to this principle. When it reached this point, the crane's eyes became particularly profound. It paused and said solemnly, My origin is red. However, it is only a part of red. Su Feng was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, quickly connecting this series of events in his mind. In other words, divine beasts like Xuanwu and Chilin really exist in the world? Does our old Su family have a connection to Xuanwu? The multi-eyed cute dragon found Xuanwu at home last night. And the origin that the crane in the clouds mentioned, that touch of red seems to represent countless meanings. Senior, when you say red, are you referring to the enduring spirit and belief of the Huaxia people? Su Feng tentatively asked. The crane in the clouds looked at him with approval, nodded, and said, Exactly. Every kind of spirit has given birth to divine beasts, guardianship, justice, progress, passion, inheritance, resilience. The source of our divine beast's power lies here. Su Feng suddenly understood, feeling a deeper sense of awe and understanding towards this world. No wonder the last time he clearly hadn't met the crane in the clouds, he felt an inexplicable respect upon seeing it. As a child of Huaxia, respecting that touch of red is only natural, but at the same time, countless mysteries arose in Su Feng's heart. The crane in the clouds spoke of nations that have survived to this day. What about those ancient great nations that perished? Could it really be as his father said last time, that a group of great villains invaded? Also, the crane in the clouds wanted him to help. Help with what? He was just a small calamity. What could he help with? Including the mention of the crane's child. Such a conceptual divine beast should have control over power, right? Could it still have the ability to give birth? A divine beast representing courage. What kind of divine beast would it give birth to? Wisdom? Guardianship? Victory? Resilience? But shouldn't these all have their own divine beasts? Aren't they all on the same level? Countless questions filled Su Feng's mind. He frowned and asked one by one, so, Senior, what are the reasons for those nations that did not survive or fell into decline? Could it be that some great evil, some villains invaded? The crane in the clouds shook its head slightly, a complex emotion flashing in its eyes, a mix of regret and helplessness. It is not an invasion. Justice and evil are inherently interdependent. Destruction did not come from external forces, but from within. Internal strife, resource scarcity, wrong choices regarding power, evil and abyss are thus bred. Su Feng nodded thoughtfully. This information gave him a deeper understanding of the structure of this world. In other words, the so-called evil has never truly disappeared. It simply exists in places unnoticed by everyone, under the influence of justice. At the same time, he couldn't help but think. In today's Huaxia, it seems that some people are quite filled with malice. News of spirit beast riots inexplicably appears in many places. Is all of this due to the malice in those people's hearts, the evil thoughts that have taken root within them? If that's the case, who the hell can fight against such evil? With this thought, Su Feng hurriedly asked, Senior, you mentioned needing my help earlier. What exactly do you need help with? Upon hearing Su Feng's inquiry, the crane in the clouds fell silent for a moment, seemingly pondering how to respond. Not now, but in the future. Its voice echoed in the secret realm, carrying a weight of seriousness and sorrow. Bravery, kindness, friendliness. The power condensed from these beautiful qualities is weakening. The divine beasts have no choice but to enter slumber to slow the loss of their power. The auspicious, fate-bearing Chilin, the inheritor and reborn Zhuke, consumed too much energy hundreds of years ago and find it hard to awaken. The destined, royal Qinglong, voluntarily divides its power, wishing for everyone in Huaxia to be like a dragon, but it cannot be replicated. Only the guardian, the health-bringing Xuanwu, and the military, slaughtering Baihu are still normal. The power of the two divine beasts can protect Huaxia for 100 years, 1,000 years without harm. But the future landscape remains unknown, the balance may be broken, and the shadow of darkness is gradually spreading. Upon hearing this, Su Feng let out a sigh of relief. The future? 1,000 years? That's good. That's good. By then, he would either have a longevity attribute and still be alive. Perhaps there would already be countless powerful beast tamers. He estimated he would have enough ability to deal with everything. If not, then it would be over. If he were gone, there would be nothing to manage. Therefore, Su Feng no longer dwelled on it, pulling his attention from that distant unknown back to the present. Meanwhile, the little Chilin, the leaping dragonfish, and other spirit beasts also sensed Su Feng's emotional shift. Their previously tense demeanor gradually broke free from the heaviness and became joyful again. Looking at these four spirit beasts, the crane in the clouds revealed a complex expression, filled with appreciation, sentiment, and hope for the future. The Chilin, which itself represents auspiciousness, goes without saying. The leaping dragon fish, brave and facing pain and setbacks head-on. The earth-shaking divine ox, diligent, quietly cultivating, and tirelessly striving. And the seemingly insignificant multi-eyed cute dragonfly, harboring dreams of not settling for the ordinary, representing endless hope. Although their power may not seem strong at present, the crane in the clouds can clearly sense that they possess the potential of divinity. One day in the future, they will become the key to breaking the deadlock. Thus, the crane in the clouds gazed at Su Feng, its eyes filled with expectation. It finally spoke of the help it wanted from Su Feng. Sign a contract with me, take me away, and seek the opportunity for evolution. This brief statement was like a heavy bomb, stirring up waves in Su Feng's heart. He was momentarily stunned, his face showing disbelief. Did a pie fall from the sky? A divine beast, and perhaps one that possesses rules and authority. It actually took the initiative to propose a contract with him. Such good fortune was simply hard to believe. After a brief moment of shock, Su Feng quickly calmed down. He looked intently at the crane in the clouds and asked directly, "Why me?" The crane in the clouds quietly gazed at Su Feng, its eyes deep and wise, as if it could see through every thought in his heart. After a moment, it slowly spoke, talent, disposition, intuition. Su Feng frowned slightly, waiting for the crane in the clouds to elaborate further. I have seen countless geniuses, the crane in the clouds continued, its voice calm yet filled with power. The beast tamers possess extraordinary talents. Some can make their beasts ignore realms and evolve directly. Some can make their beasts grow in size, multiplying their strength. There are also those who can allow their beasts to harness the power of heaven and earth, unleashing terrifying techniques. But I cannot see through your talent. This is indeed rare, containing infinite potential. Su Feng's heart stirred. Although he had always known that his dimensional entry talent was impressive, he never expected it to be so remarkable. Even the celestial crane could not see through it? The celestial crane paused and continued, moreover, this is a choice of fate. Upon hearing this, Su Feng looked at the little chilin beside him, feeling a surge of emotions. He instantly understood that this was referring to the little chilin. However, a question lingered in his mind. So, what about your child? Su Feng asked. I heard that your child was just born, right? The celestial crane shook its head slightly, its long neck swaying gracefully, a hint of a faint smile in its eyes. It said, the so-called child is merely a power that I have differentiated. A differentiated power? Goodness. In the end, those tested beast tamers, after all their efforts, only obtained a virtual incarnation? Thinking of this, Su Feng instinctively glanced at the unconscious Long Hanwen, who was undergoing a trial. His gaze towards him became somewhat strange. He felt a bit fortunate, grateful that he had not fallen into such limitations. He also felt a bit of sympathy, pitying Long Hanwen, who might still be exerting himself for a virtual inheritance. Thankfully, he was not like that. He could directly contract with his true form. Immediately after, Su Feng continued, Senior, before the contract, could you help me with something? The celestial crane gently voiced a question, its gaze filled with curiosity as it looked at Su Feng. Su Feng pointed to the multi-eyed cute dragonfly resting on his shoulder. He explained, let the dragonfly absorb some of your power. I'm afraid that once the contract is made, it won't be able to absorb it anymore. He knew that the growth method of the multi-eyed cute dragonfly was to absorb the power from these impressive beings. Rather than risk not being able to absorb it after the contract, it was better to do it now. Although the celestial crane felt some confusion, it still nodded gently in agreement. Go ahead. How much can a little guy who is now a bronze 4th rank absorb? With the celestial crane's response, Su Feng slightly shook his shoulders. The multi-eyed cute dragonfly immediately understood. Its lively eyes sparkled with excitement. It flapped its wings lightly and flew towards the celestial crane, finally landing above its head. As the absorption began, the celestial crane transitioned from initial curiosity to astonishment. It had originally thought that the multi-eyed cute dragonfly was merely receiving a gift from the Xuanwu. But what was happening now completely told it that its guess was wrong. The way the multi-eyed cute dragonfly absorbed power was too unique. It was not absorbing, it was copying the power intact. After copying, it slowly absorbed the essence to enhance itself. In other words, the Xuanwu power it possessed was comprehended and learned during this copying process? Incredible! The celestial crane couldn't help but let out a low exclamation. After the multi-eyed cute dragonfly finished absorbing the power, it flew back to Su Feng's side, landing on his shoulder, chirping joyfully. Looking at the new array of skills it had acquired, and after fully digesting the energy points, it was enough for the multi-eyed cute dragonfly to advance to Diamond 6th rank. Su Feng gently stroked its head, softly saying, Great job. Then, he looked at the celestial crane, his eyes filled with respect and gratitude, saying, Thank you, Senior. The celestial crane nodded slightly, the look of emotion already dissipated. With a hint of expectation, he said, Next, we should proceed with the contract. Su Feng took a deep breath, feeling both nervous and excited. At that moment, the light in the secret realm seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force, beginning to converge around them. Strange beams of light intertwined, forming a massive energy field. The crane in the clouds spread its wings, shimmering with brilliant light, like stars in the night sky. Around its body, mysterious runes began to appear in circles. A faint halo also started to emanate from Su Feng. Two forces flowed between them, constantly merging and intertwining. After an unknown amount of time, the light gradually dissipated. Su Feng slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of understanding flashing in them. It could be that the other party was a divine beast, or perhaps it was due to the lack of intimacy between them. Even signing a contract felt more like a relationship between equal bodyguards and employers. But it didn't matter. Having a divine beast as a bodyguard, What more could one ask for? Life was always full of unexpected twists. What Su Feng never expected was that as a beast master, he thought it was just about commanding and nurturing like a trainer. He actually had to undergo training. At the moment he completed the contract with the crane in the clouds, a strange change occurred. The crane, which had appeared somewhat aged, began to glow, its feathers becoming more vibrant, and its posture gradually straightening. In the blink of an eye, it seemed to have become much younger. Facing Su Feng's astonished gaze, the crane explained, "Divine beasts, there is no such thing as age. Even gender depends on personal preference. I maintain my old appearance just to commemorate my previous master. Now that I have a new poop scooper. Beast master. I must have better communication with my beast master." Su Feng scratched his head, thinking that if it had become younger, that was fine, it wasn't a bad thing. But who could have predicted that this fellow's memory would also improve dramatically after becoming young? The crane suddenly seemed to remember something. It slowly said, "Hundreds of years ago, the chilin, representing law and justice, also signed a contract with a human beast master. The contract lasted for decades, and that person eventually died of old age. Neither the resurrecting power of the chilin nor I possess that. So, to prevent you from aging too quickly, Beast Master, come learn from me. This is the crane-style fist I specially crafted based on the human physique. Although I can't make you knock out a divine beast with one punch. Extending your life, maintaining health, living a few more decades, that's a small matter." Upon hearing this, Su Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. "What is this? Crane-style fist? Am I not a beast master? Why do I need to practice punches if I'm not focusing on beasts? However, good health. Living a few more decades? Is that true? Coach, I'm ready." Thus, under the guidance of the crane in the clouds, Su Feng began his training. The crane first demonstrated the moves. Su Feng watched intently, then mimicked the actions. However, doing these movements in a human form felt so strange. Is this crane-style fist or golden rooster standing on one leg? Or is it? Ikuan? Sister Crane, are we sure this movement is really useful? Su Feng panted as he struggled to mimic the actions. How could it not be useful? The crane replied irritably. Its elegant form circled in the air, but its eyes never left Su Feng. "Pay attention to your posture." Su Feng hurriedly adjusted his stance, trying to make his movements more standard. "Yes, just like that, maintain this rhythm." The crane's voice came at the right moment, like a shot of adrenaline for Su Feng. Not long after, Su Feng began to struggle. "Coach, can we change the move? It's been half an hour, and I'm so tired," he said, looking pitifully at the cloud crane, hoping for a bit of mercy. "Beast Master, we must empathize. When training your beasts, they don't stop and complain after just half an hour," the cloud crane said sternly, a hint of reproach in its gaze. After saying that, it gestured to Su Feng. "Look at the jumping dragonfish and the earth-shaking bull beside you." Su Feng followed the direction indicated by the cloud crane. He saw that the jumping dragonfish and the earth-shaking bull had already begun their training. Blood and sweat were continuously appearing, yet neither showed any sign of stopping. "Beast Master, you wouldn't want to disappoint your beasts, would you? They are working so hard. What reason do you have to give up?" Fortunately, the cloud crane was only slightly out of breath while speaking. Time passed unknowingly, and the light in the secret realm gradually changed. Su Feng's mindset during the training was a roller coaster. At first, he was filled with hopes and curiosity about longevity and health. He was eagerly looking forward to it, thinking, "Coach, I want to learn." However, as the training continued, the high-intensity movements and accumulating fatigue quickly dampened his enthusiasm. In its place was the feeling of "I really want to escape, but I can't." But strangely, as time went on, Su Feng unknowingly began to get into the groove. At that moment, he was completely immersed in the training. It was a different state. "Oh, not bad," he thought. He could clearly feel that his physical condition was quietly improving. It felt like a somewhat rusty machine gradually regaining its vitality through constant tuning and operation. Since he could see such positive results, what reason was there not to train? Su Feng thought to himself, if he could see the effects, then he should just keep training. So, he trained for 2.5 hours. Time quietly passed in focused training. Su Feng was lost in the world of self-improvement, completely unaware. At that moment, Long Hanwen, who had been unconscious not far away, slowly woke up. He sat up slowly, and the arrogance that had been on his face was completely gone, replaced by bitterness. It was easy to guess. He must not have passed. Seeing this, the cloud crane waved its hand gently. Its tone was calm yet firm. "If you haven't passed the test, you should go back. Your temperament still needs refining." Wait, how did Su Feng do? Did he succeed? Long Hanwen suddenly saw Su Feng making strange movements nearby and was startled, quickly asking, "Can't you tell? He didn't succeed. What is he doing here?" He really succeeded? Long Hanwon's eyes widened in disbelief. The cloud crane didn't want Long Hanwon to continue delaying Su Feng's training. It waved its wings lightly, and a soft yet powerful light instantly enveloped Long Hanwon. In the blink of an eye, he was sent away from the secret realm. Until he returned to Yin Jing University, Long Hanwon's expression remained frozen in a mix of shock and bitterness. He succeeded, he actually succeeded. And he was even kept by the cloud crane for training. He kept murmuring to himself, filled with disappointment and unwillingness. He had failed the assessment for 3 consecutive days, while Su Feng, on his first try, passed perfectly. He was even kept by the cloud crane for training. The huge disparity made it hard for him to accept for a moment. He could only stand there in a daze, unable to regain his senses for a long time. On the other side, Su Feng was fully immersed in his training, which continued at a rapid pace. As the training deepened, a wonderful and certain feeling surged within him. It was as if he persisted in practicing for a few more years, even without the aid of those special entries that could extend life, he could truly live for several more decades. This feeling was not a mere figment of his imagination, but something he genuinely experienced. He clearly sensed that the spiritual energy within him was slowly permeating into every organ of his body, even into every single cell, as if it were bestowing them with vibrant vitality, keeping them perpetually vigorous. Filled with surprise and anticipation, Su Feng asked, "Sister Crane, can this be passed on to my family and friends?" The crane in the clouds nodded gently, yes. Receiving a positive response, Su Feng felt a surge of joy in his heart. This was indeed good news. To ensure the health and longevity of his family was a wish shared by almost everyone. But soon, a new doubt arose in his mind. If that's the case, then why do so many excellent beast tamers in Huaxia still? Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by the crane in the clouds. "What, does the world not turn if someone is missing?" the crane said with a hint of reproach, yet her gaze held a deeper meaning. Su Feng was momentarily speechless by this sudden retort, unsure of how to respond. Seeing his somewhat bewildered expression, the crane slowly spoke, "Young man, you are still too young. There are many truths you do not understand. You must realize that sometimes, for the sake of ensuring a legacy, some people are willing to face death." Su Feng instantly understood the deeper meaning behind the crane's words, momentarily taken aback. "All right, why think so much?" The crane, noticing Su Feng lost in thought, broke the silence. "I know quite a bit about human society today. Just focus on what you need to do, you don't have to worry about the rest. Focusing on the present is key." The crane then turned her gaze to the little chilin, who was leisurely lounging nearby. Raising her voice, she asked, "Has that chilin eaten enough? If so, hurry up and train. You are truly the laziest chilin I have ever seen." Upon hearing this, the little chilin almost dropped what it was chewing. It glanced nervously at the crane, then at Su Feng, seemingly seeking its owner's protection. But what could Su Feng do? He could only respond with a helpless expression. Then, the crane looked at the multi-IQ dragonfly and said earnestly, "And you, little dragonfly, girls must not be lazy. Exercise more, so you can absorb energy faster. Don't waste your talent." Hearing the crane's words, the multi-IQ dragonfly flapped its wings a few times, responding with a cheerful li-li sound. "Wah wah!" Seeing this, the little chilin had no choice but to lift its head and inform Coach Crane that it was ready. Su Feng couldn't help but laugh at this scene. The little chilin actively engaging in training was indeed a rare sight, especially since it had realized its exceptional talent and could learn skills almost instantly. This creature had spent its days eating and drinking, completely indifferent to training. Su Feng had previously struggled to find a way to make it train obediently, but it had taken its quick learning of skills for granted, disregarding training altogether. Now, with the crane's command, the little chilin dared not disobey. It began to earnestly practice the skills it had learned. First, it took a deep breath, instantly tensing all its muscles. Then, the chilin's phantom appeared, merging with the spiritual energy within, and it suddenly lunged forward. This lunge carried immense force, creating a slight explosive sound in the air. Following that, it agilely turned in mid-air, executing one skill after another under the watchful gaze of the crane in the clouds. The little chilin continuously repeated the release of these skills. Each time was smoother and more powerful than the last, and the proficiency of the skills was rapidly increasing. Looking again at the multi-IQ dragonfly, the little guy was the smallest in Su Feng's team. Since it was born not long ago, and with various events happening one after another recently, it had hardly received any training. However, under the careful guidance of the cloud crane, the multi-IQ dragonfly also began targeted training. The cloud crane, relying on its own powerful strength, continuously replenished energy within the multi-IQ dragonfly. With this power, the multi-IQ dragonfly focused on familiarizing itself with various eye skills. At times, it shot out mysterious rays of light, which intertwined to form a complex web of light. It constantly tried to control the intensity, direction, and shape of the light. At times, it concentrated the light into a point and shot it towards a distant target, instantly leaving a tiny yet profound hole on the target. Looking again at the earth-shaking divine bull, its training method was very simple. It didn't require anyone to teach it. It just needed to keep working hard. The saying, "heaven rewards diligence," would take effect. With every stomp, with every impact of its horns, the angle and method of exertion would improve. Of course, all these attacks were aimed at the leap dragonfish. Pulu. Pain. Pulu. Too painful. Pulu. Refreshing. Pulu. So refreshing. The actions of the cloud crane truly made the leap dragonfish feel exhilarated. The cries of the leap dragonfish rose higher and higher. Under the baptism of various attacks, it surprisingly exhibited a peculiar state. With a hint of suffering, it also seemed to be mixed with an indescribable excitement. The excitement intensified, containing a certain special pleasure. This scene left the cloud crane beside it dumbfounded. What the hell? The injury from the previous second. The next second, its strength could improve? Even more unbelievable was that when it could no longer bear it, just bowing to the little chilin, its injuries would instantly recover? Is this way of becoming stronger really real? Wait, if that's the case, doesn't it represent courage? Is it pain? Or desire? Beastmaster, your beasts truly leave me speechless. Did these guys really not inherit the legacy of divine beasts? The cloud crane paced back and forth beside Sufong, trying to find some reasonable explanation from these beasts, but the result only left it more confused. It couldn't see clearly. It really couldn't see clearly. Each of these beasts hid endless secrets. Their strength was terrifyingly powerful, and they all gathered under a beastmaster like Sufong. Was this sheer luck? Or did Sufong possess a unique charm that could attract these extraordinary beasts? Or was it a choice of destiny? The cloud crane couldn't figure it out. But perhaps it was precisely because of these incomprehensible mysteries that it was prompted to choose to contract with this beastmaster in the first place. I feel like I guessed wrong before. The cloud crane's gaze turned again to those beasts. I can't see through the future of these guys. It silently observed each beast, feeling a surge of emotions. The leap dragonfish and the multi-eyed cute dragonfly were already two existences it had misjudged. However, as the training deepened, the inexplicable lightning power released by the little chilin carried a murderous aura, mixed with a penetrating water aura. Such peculiar lightning, could it really exist in this world? It completely broke the boundaries of conventional elements, showcasing a brand new, astonishing form of power. And the earth-shaking divine bull, clearly not bearing any extra weight, yet at all times made one feel it was under immense pressure. Every effort it makes grows stronger under this kind of pressure. It seems as if the pressure has become a catalyst for its growth. All of this has opened the eyes of the crane in the clouds. Its understanding is constantly being refreshed by these beast tamers. As it walks, it eventually comes to a halt, because it suddenly remembers a saying. It was something said during the disintegration of the Azure Dragon. I am the heavens, not gone. The Huaxia people, everyone like a dragon. In prosperous times, they lie in wait. In chaotic times, heroes like dragons will surely rise, standing tall to support the heavens. Reflecting on these words, the crane in the clouds falls into deep thought. It feels that this era might be a bit different. The awakening of the black tortoise, its own choices. Could it be? This time, fate has chosen this young man? Strength does not come from nowhere. It stems from the persistent accumulation of daily efforts. It is about consuming resources rich in spiritual energy, growing under the nourishment of energy. It is about experiencing fierce battles, transforming through the trials of real combat. It is about immersing oneself in monotonous training, solidifying the foundation and honing skills. For the vast majority of beast tamers, these efforts often do not yield immediate results. Yet in the secret realm of Yin Jing University, Sufong, the little chilin, the leaping dragonfish, the earth-shaking divine ox, and the multi-eyed cute dragonfly have already lived there for 2 days. For them, immediate results are not a concern at all. With a moment of effort, the little chilin has successfully advanced to silver rank 4. The multi-eyed cute dragonfly has also progressed from its initial ignorance, advancing rapidly after training, directly rising to bronze rank 9. However, the situations of the leaping dragonfish and the earth-shaking divine ox are somewhat special. From the perspective of human beast tamers' evaluation standards, both have already become invincible at their rank, and crossing ranks is not a significant issue. It can be said that the cultivation results are remarkable, belonging to the impeccable kind. But in the eyes of the crane in the clouds, their foundations still have some flaws compared to the little chilin and the multi-eyed cute dragonfly. For example, the leaping dragonfish. It is currently a being with strong resistance to blows and decent speed. It possesses great strength but finds it difficult to fully unleash it. Its method of exerting force can be described as lacking finesse. Therefore, the crane in the clouds suggests that the leaping dragonfish should first practice various methods of exerting force. This way, when it transforms into a dragon and its body undergoes changes, it can perfectly release the hidden power and achieve a qualitative leap. As for the earth-shaking divine ox, it is entirely due to the rapid increase in its strength under the principle of heaven rewarding hard work. Coupled with the pressure it constantly bears from the original imperial city, it has led to issues in controlling its strength. Thus, the crane in the clouds has been guiding the earth-shaking divine ox to engage in specialized training for coordination, to prevent the rapid increase in strength from posing hidden dangers to itself. Because of this, although the realms of the two have not seen any improvement, their strength has undergone a qualitative change compared to before. In contrast, Su Feng, under the nurturing influence of the little chilin and the multi-IQ'd dragonfly's advancements, has also successfully risen to bronze rank 8, gaining a brand new entry. Body of transformation, effect, increases the overall strength of the clone by 20% of the main body. When Su Feng saw this entry, his eyes instantly lit up. This entry is quite impressive. In this world of beast taming, it is not uncommon for beasts to fight relying on clones. For example, the ghost-type Xianying is a typical beast that fights using shadow clones. According to records, without any talent enhancement, its shadow clones can possess up to 60% of the main body's strength. If one contracts a Xianying and combines it with the body of transformation entry, wouldn't that reach 80%? Imagine thousands of clones with 80% of their original strength appearing on the battlefield at the same time. What a shocking scene that would be. Our side, you are surrounded. Opponent, just you alone? Our side, clone, how about now? Opponent, damn. One person becomes an army. This is a violent army strategy. Just thinking about it, Su Feng was so excited he could hardly contain himself. Isn't this the legendary one-person army, a typical violent army tactic? Therefore, he decided to put this term aside for now. He would see if the next beast under the Ring of Reincarnation after advancing to the Silver Realm had the ability to create clones. If not, he would contract 1,000 shadows in the future. Specifically train a beast for a violent army strategy. Little Chilin, you can try using the Rain of Sacrifice combined with the Thunder Power Field, allowing the rain clouds and thunder to merge and form a thundercloud. Then, using this power, condense the thunder into the shape of a Chilin and launch it from the sky. Nyo, try to jump up using pressure and perform the Mount Tai press. Throughout the training process, Su Feng was not just a bystander. Don't forget, he was also a transmigrator. He had seen many techniques in the anime and novels of his past life. When he saw little Chilin release the Rain of Sacrifice, and large dark clouds quickly gathered in the sky, a bold and cool idea suddenly burst into his mind. Air Juzi, Thunder Escape Chilin. Little Chilin currently mastered a variety of techniques. The problem of creating dark clouds and humidity could be easily solved by the Rain of Sacrifice. As for the thunder, it could be easily created by condensing it using the Thunder Power Field. Next, he would gather the electricity, skillfully condense these thunders into the shape of a Chilin. Let it fall from the sky and hit the opponent accurately. Isn't that a real-life Thunder Escape Chilin? If it could be successfully executed, how cool would that be? Ha ha! After hearing Su Feng's suggestion, little Chilin scratched its furry little head with its paw, looking puzzled. Condensing thunder into the shape of a Chilin? Isn't that a bit redundant? It would be much better to directly use the Chilin to descend. However, this seemingly complex request unexpectedly triggered little Chilin's quirky thinking. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck its mind. It seemed it could condense into cookies or lollipops. Let them feel what it's like to be hit on the head by candy. He. Thinking of this, little Chilin couldn't help but chuckle, its eyes sparkling with mischief. Regarding Su Feng's unique way of training beast skills and the bold changes he made to a series of skills, the crane in the clouds was, the crane was dumbfounded. The Huaxia crane doesn't deceive Huaxia people. As a divine beast that has experienced the passage of time, it has seen and learned a lot. But this novel way of skill application was truly a first. Originally, just the combination of the Rain of Sacrifice and the Thunder Power Field had already surprised it. But who would have thought this was just the beginning? There was still the need to gather electricity? The crane in the clouds couldn't help but admire Su Feng's whimsical ideas. Beast Master Su Feng's mind is indeed extraordinary. Ha ha! With a heart full of new and curious ideas, little Chilin took on a serious expression. It began to perform the skills according to Su Feng's description. As it did so, the crane in the clouds was once again dumbfounded. Not, if the multi-IQ'd dragonfly could learn skills like that, it could be considered talented. But little chilin too? If nothing unexpected happened, this way of releasing skills should have just been taught to you by Su Feng, right? He just roughly explained it, and you really learned it? Only the little chilin was seeing, its body radiating with brilliance. The water attribute spiritual power and the thunder attribute spiritual power converged rapidly like two galloping dragons. Boom! A tremendous force surged into the sky, rushing straight towards the horizon. In an instant, the sky seemed to be shrouded by a massive black curtain. Dark clouds gathered, and thunder flashed wildly within the clouds, producing a series of roars. At the same time, the lightning power drifting in the air, as if summoned by some mysterious force, began to converge towards the thunderclouds. Immediately after, under the powerful control of the little chilin, the surging lightning began to slowly take shape. The little chilin did not condense into the form of a chilin as Su Feng had said. Instead, relying on its own whimsical ideas, it created various forms. At one moment, the lightning was shaped like a cola bottle. When the cap was opened, the lightning surged down like a roaring flood. At another moment, it was shaped like a cookie. Crack! It fell down, instantly causing widespread damage. This move is so strong. The crane in the clouds was suddenly taken aback. It had known that such a cleverly combined skill would definitely be more powerful than a single skill, but it never expected that the little chilin would even fuse the gung metal tribulation thunder and the gui waterine thunder into it. The cola lightning, like a torrential flood, not only possessed tremendous impact but also contained the penetrating properties of the gui waterine thunder. The cookie lightning, even more so, carried the sharpness of metal, unstoppable wherever it went. The integration of these two powerful lightning types made this skill even more unpredictable, increasing its power several times. After executing the skill, the little chilin stood majestically in the secret realm. Looking at the vast expanse of scorched earth left in the wake of the lightning's rampage, it was filled with pride. It tilted its head, its eyes shining brightly as it looked at its beast master, Su Feng. Its gaze seemed to say, "How about that? Impressive, right? Well done, that's the spirit." Su Feng generously praised, his face beaming with satisfaction and pride. Although the little chilin did not execute the thunder escape chilin as he had initially envisioned, this unique way of releasing skills clearly had many advantages. Not only was the release time shorter than that of the thunder escape chilin, but in the fast-paced battle, this undoubtedly allowed for a first-mover advantage. Moreover, combined with the peculiar shapes of the cola bottle and cookie, it was highly deceptive, making it difficult for opponents to defend against. Even more surprisingly, the power seemed to be even greater. This perfectly illustrated what it meant to have a master's guidance and a wise disciple who could learn from a single example. Just by having a similar thought process for skill usage, the little chilin was able to learn on its own and develop such a powerful technique, which truly delighted Su Feng. Pulu, the nearby leap dragonfish, looked at the little chilin's outstanding performance, filled with confusion and envy. It simply could not understand why the dragonfly sister and the little chilin could easily learn such powerful skills, while it could never seem to learn new tricks. It could only rely on being beaten day after day to enhance its physical strength. Was it really a difference in constitution between beasts? The leap dragonfish's gaze inadvertently glanced at the earth-shaking divine cow, which was also training. It found that it seemed to be in a daze as well, and suddenly felt a bit more balanced. The cow is also confused? Then it's fine. With the earth-shaking divine cow as company, the leap dragonfish instantly felt better. Moo! Just then, the earth-shaking divine cow suddenly exerted force and leaped high into the air. The ground beneath its feet seemed to be stirred by an invisible force, beginning to surge violently. A deep chasm spread out from it, inexplicably extending in all directions, then quickly converging back towards the center. Boom! The earth-shaking divine cow fell like a heavy bomb, precisely striking the center of the chasm. The powerful impact instantly raised clouds of dust from the ground, and the surrounding air trembled. Jumping dragonfish? It was still immersed in the shared feelings of sympathy with the earth-shaking divine bull. This sudden scene left it momentarily dumbfounded. Weren't we supposed to be slacking off together? You actually worked hard behind my back? Earth-shaking divine bull, how could you be so fat? The jumping dragonfish was both surprised and anxious. Puff! Loo! It mustered all its strength and shouted at the earth-shaking divine bull. Brother bull, hurry, this move looks really impressive. Let me taste the flavor of this move. The thunder of the little chilin's sacrifice. The multi-eyed cute dragonfly combines evasion and butterfly dance. The earth-shaking divine bull's ravine combined with Mount Tai's pressure increases the hit rate. Su Feng envisioned one novel skill combination after another, making these skills seem extraordinary. Even the celestial crane in the clouds felt somewhat numb. It just wanted to say one thing. Coach Su, I want to learn too. Alright, let's focus on training for the next 2 days. Your strength is too weak right now, You can't fast yet and still need the nutrition from fresh meat and vegetables. The voice of the celestial crane echoed softly in the secret realm. Although Su Feng's beast master space had quite a bit of supplies, a person who couldn't cook could only rely on instant hot pot and similar foods. It could only fill his stomach and meet basic survival needs. The nutritional aspect was somewhat lacking, making it difficult to satisfy the body's need for sustained high-intensity training and growth. To ensure that his beast master could live a little longer, the celestial crane decided to temporarily halt this training session. After speaking, it transformed. In the blink of an eye, it became a small crane about the size of an ordinary adult eagle. It gently flapped its wings and elegantly flew to rest on Su Feng's left shoulder. Hearing this, Su Feng nodded slightly, recalled his partners, and followed the celestial crane's guidance to leave the secret realm. There's still 47% battery left. Does this thing really stay on standby for so long without being used? Outside the secret realm, Su Feng looked at the battery percentage displayed on his phone and couldn't help but mutter to himself. He had been training for the past few days. Plus, there was no internet in the secret realm, so he hadn't touched his phone at all. Although his family and friends knew he had entered the secret realm, they could probably guess he was training with the celestial crane. However, there were still quite a few messages. Nyo, you remember the way to the cafeteria, right? Let's head there first. As Su Feng spoke, he nimbly climbed onto the broad back of the earth-shaking divine bull. Once settled, he began replying to messages one by one. The results of his training over the past few days were remarkable. He felt an itch in his heart, eager to find a place to test the strength of his beasts. However, the rumbling of his stomach reminded him that filling his belly was the priority, because there was a little crane perched on his shoulder. Those beast masters who knew of the celestial crane's reputation were instantly shocked, their jaws nearly dropping. Their mouths gaped wide open, unable to utter a word. Immediately, as if by reflex, they pulled out their phones. They began snapping pictures of Su Feng and the little crane on his shoulder, the flashes going off one after another. As Su Feng walked into the cafeteria, the sensation intensified. The people in the cafeteria instantly fell silent, all eyes turning to him. Only the newly recruited students who had just arrived in the past 2 days and a few others who were not well informed looked confused. They were utterly baffled by the reactions of those around them. Isn't that just a little red-capped crane? Is it really that big of a deal? A new student frowned and asked in confusion. A classmate next to him shot him a sideways glance and retorted, "Haven't you seen the academy's points mall?" Ha! The new student was completely bewildered, clearly unaware of the situation. That classmate raised his chin and explained, "The most impressive spirit beast of Yin Jing University, the Cloud Crane, and its offspring's contract qualification, costs 990. You mean?" The new student seemed to have an inkling, his eyes widening in surprise. "That's right, for a special recruit like Su Feng, Yin Jing University wants to bring him in. They can't do it without paying a price. I estimate that this beast, which looks like a little red-capped crane, is the offspring of the Cloud Crane." The classmate analyzed seriously. Those around them couldn't help but gasp. At that moment, another voice chimed in. "Just the other day, I happened to see him heading towards the secret realm. If nothing goes wrong, it should be his first time in. Many of our senior students in their 3rd year, and even teachers, have been trying for 3 years, or even over a decade, without passing the Cloud Crane's test. What does this imply?" This question stirred the discussions around them once more. What does it imply? One word: submission. Su Feng had long since grown accustomed to being the center of attention. He was only focused on savoring a normal meal and couldn't be bothered. Meanwhile, the Cloud Crane sensed a certain power from these youths and cooperatively struck a few poses. "Morning, brother." Lei Xiaowen, finishing his training, entered the cafeteria. Following the gazes of his classmates, he easily found Su Feng's spot. "Not bad, Xiaowen. It seems the training has paid off significantly these past few days." Su Feng looked over, his gaze quickly landing on Tidal beside Lei Xiaowen. It was clear that it had undergone a significant change compared to before. The 2 little drill-like horns had grown larger, and there was an additional radar-like device beside it. It could even hover in mid-air. Clearly, after 2 days of training, it had completed its evolution. Lei Xiaowen beamed with pride, excitedly saying, "Yeah, just in time, Teacher Lu has a rocket dragon. After 2 days of special training, it just evolved. The teacher asked me to take the jet dragon for daily activities for 2 days to get familiar with its evolved body." Su Feng nodded slightly. The little guy has fulfilled its dream. Lei Xiaowen patted the jet dragon's head, sighing, "Yeah, although it was tough, seeing Dodo achieve its dream makes it all worth it." His eyes sparkled with joy and pride at witnessing his partner's growth. The sweat and fatigue from training transformed into a sense of accomplishment. Then, shifting the topic, Lei Xiaowen looked at Su Feng with curiosity. "Brother Chen, what about you? You've probably gained quite a bit in the secret realm these past few days. When I first came in, I heard almost everyone discussing this little crane. Could it really be? As Lei Shouwen spoke, his curious gaze fell on the little crane transformed from the cloud crane on Su Feng's shoulder. Su Feng looked at Lei Shouwen's curious and expectant eyes, secretly amused. However, he didn't respond directly, merely curling the corners of his mouth into a mysterious smile. What could he say? Should he just say it's a divine beast? Who would believe that? If he admitted it, wouldn't that be lying? The cloud crane originated from red. What if he lied and it caused some trouble? So, silence was the best answer. In contrast, the cloud crane showed some interest in Lei Shouwen, but to avoid causing a stir, it only called out softly, expressing its appreciation. This made Lei Shouwen even more certain of his guess, admiration growing stronger. Alright, enough talk, let's eat. After we finish, I'm heading to the school's battle zone. Do you want to join? Battle zone? Sure. Lei Shouwen's eyes lit up. He also wanted to see how far Su Feng's strength had come. Pulu. At this moment, the leap dragon fish stopped its action of rummaging through food. Battle zone? Battle? It should be my turn this time. Last time, it watched the entire process of the little chilin's battle. In its view, the little chilin was simply wasting food. So many different beasts, so many different skills, all wasted. It definitely had to taste the flavor. If it wasn't good, it would just take down the opponent. If it was good, it would definitely eat a bit more. If one had to find a way for every beast to achieve rapid growth, then this method would undoubtedly be battle. Therefore, Yanqing University spared no effort in the construction of the battle zone, achieving the utmost. Almost every place with heavy foot traffic in the school had a battle zone set up. This allowed students to spar anytime, anywhere. Su Feng and Lei Shouwen finished their meal. Under the intense gaze of the crowd, they walked towards the battle area not far from the cafeteria. Many students in the cafeteria and surrounding areas saw Su Feng and followed them towards the battle zone. The freshmen were full of anticipation, wanting to witness the gap in strength between themselves and Su Feng. The second-year students had different thoughts. They wanted to understand Su Feng's current overall strength. When the freshman competition came, they would see if they could find a way to take him down. Then they would be famous. This way, they would have something to boast about in the future. Of course, the main point was, "Wow, Brother Chen, look," Lei Shouwen said while walking, pulling out his phone in surprise. "The news about you contracting the Cloud Crane child is spreading like wildfire on the campus network." He turned the phone screen towards Su Feng, and it was filled with discussions and shares about such news. "Everyone sees we are going to the battle zone and is guessing whether you will send it into the arena this time, wanting to see just how amazing the child of a divine beast is." Upon hearing this, Su Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Bringing out a max-level divine beast in the novice village battle? Wouldn't that ruin the game for others? Not to mention the Cloud Crane. Even the currently powerful earth-shaking bull and the fully unleashed little chilin would be a bit too much against these classmates. So this time, Su Feng's main battle forces were the multi-IQ'd dragonfly and the leap dragonfish. For the multi-IQ'd dragonfly, he wanted it to battle against the freshman, using real combat to accelerate the absorption of energy within its body, thus achieving further evolution. As for the leap dragonfish, it was arranged to battle against the upperclassmen. This would allow it to experience different moves in real combat, training various ways to exert force, and prepare fully for the upcoming evolution. Hey, what a coincidence! You guys are also here at the battle zone? As soon as they stepped into the battle zone, In Hong's slightly surprised voice rang out. He had come with his mentor In Hongtao and a group of senior brothers. Noticing the dense crowd entering the battle, he immediately spotted Su Feng and Lei Shouwen at the front. "Just finished training, came to test our current level in real combat," Su Feng replied with a smile. He then looked at the elegant woman in front of In Hong and respectfully said, "Hello, Teacher In." His memory was quite good. He knew this was In Hong's initial intended mentor In Hongtao. "Congratulations, Su Feng." In Hongtao's gaze fell on the little crane transformed from the cloud crane on Su Feng's shoulder, and a trace of barely noticeable envy flashed in her eyes. Su Feng humbly smiled and said, "Just lucky." He then changed the subject and asked, "Is Teacher In bringing the students for real combat?" After a slight pause, he continued, "Could you please let a few seniors spar with my leap dragonfish?" "Leap dragonfish?" In Hongtao's expression froze, revealing a look of surprise. However, the moment her gaze fell upon the leap dragonfish, she had a realization in her heart. At that moment, the leap dragonfish was swimming gracefully in the air, its posture becoming increasingly agile. Its form was increasingly reminiscent of a dragon, clearly on the verge of evolution. So, this is to find a few formidable opponents to stimulate the leap dragonfish? To intensify the leap dragonfish's desire for evolution, thereby enhancing its height when crossing the dragon gate? After pondering for a moment, Yin Hongtao quickly made a decision and nodded, saying, "Alright." She also hoped to take this opportunity to establish a good relationship with Su Feng. After all, this student was exceptionally talented, and now he had even contracted the offspring of the celestial crane, with an unlimited future ahead. "Thank you, Teacher Yin." Su Feng beamed with a brilliant smile. Seeing this expression on Su Feng's face, Yin Hongtao felt even more certain of her own thoughts. She did not think there was anything wrong with her speculation. In her view, a leap dragonfish that had not yet evolved was simply not at the golden level. And among the students who had come with her, 2 possessed golden-level beast tamers. Dealing with a leap dragonfish to achieve Su Feng's goal was surely a piece of cake? At that moment, looking at the eager expressions of several students behind Yin Hongtao, Yin Hon and Lei Shouwen exchanged glances. "Senior brothers, please remember your current thoughts. Hu Ladong, you will battle with classmate Su Feng." After the registration was completed, everyone arrived at Battle Arena number 8. Yin Hongtao's gaze shifted between Su Feng and a mushroom-headed youth behind him, ultimately issuing the battle command. Upon hearing this, both sides exchanged glances and calmly stepped into the arena. Each battle arena at Yanqing University utilized special technology, with an area equivalent to a football field. The two stood at opposite ends of the arena, ready for battle. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Red side, Su Feng, Leap Dragonfish, Silver Rank 9 on the verge of evolution. Blue side, Huladong, Battle Sound Turtle, Gold Rank 3, Referee, Mentor Yin Hongtao. As the countdown began, 3, 2, 1, the battle officially commenced. Battle Sound Turtle, use Water Vortex. Huladong confidently issued the command to his Battle Sound Turtle. Having watched the battle videos of the little chilin, he believed he couldn't win. However, he had different thoughts about the leap dragonfish. Isn't it just a bit tougher? When it comes to cultivating toughness, Teacher Yin Hongtao's teaching ability is renowned nationwide. My Battle Sound Turtle has also learned 3 or 4 layers. So, in this battle, the advantage is mine. Pulu, water? Just in time for a bath. The leap dragonfish excitedly called out as it saw the water vortex sweeping towards it. It didn't even need Su Feng to command it. It eagerly charged straight towards the water vortex. It originally just wanted to enter the water vortex for a comfortable bath, but it severely underestimated its current strength. With a casual charge, it unleashed terrifying power. The seemingly powerful water vortex was like paper in front of the leap dragonfish, unable to impose any restrictions on it at all. The leap dragonfish easily broke through the water vortex and crashed directly into the Battle Sound Turtle's hard shell. The immense impact sent the Battle Sound Turtle flying back several meters like a deflated ball. What the hell? What speed is this? Golden flash? Red lightning? And this power is too fierce. It actually broke through the water vortex. This leap dragonfish, so strong. Everyone expressed their shock, each one echoing the same sentiment, all wide-eyed and speechless. To know, the water tornado skill is already considered a high-level existence among water-type skills. In regular battles, once the enemy unleashes such an attack, most people's first reaction is to quickly dodge and wait for the water tornado to dissipate on its own, or to use a skill of the same level to break it. However, the response of the leap dragonfish in front of them was completely different. It seemed to simply bump into it, the movement incredibly casual. Yet, this seemingly careless bump directly penetrated the water tornado. Not only that, but it also caused a knockback effect on the opponent. This scene was akin to a game where the leap dragonfish casually executed a normal attack and effortlessly broke the opponent's ultimate move. This stark contrast made everyone present deeply feel the extraordinary strength of the leap dragonfish. Pulu, the leap dragonfish widened its eyes, full of confusion. This situation is not right. It had originally looked forward to enjoying a nice bath in the water tornado. But why was this water tornado so weak? In its memory, the water tornado unleashed by the Battle Sound Turtle on Tidal Island was not like this. At that time, the water tornado was turbulent and powerful. Pulu, the leap dragonfish called out to the Battle Sound Turtle, as if asking, "Hey, can you unleash it again?" With a silly yet helpless expression, the words it spoke were filled with provocation. Coupled with its passive effect Dragon Battle in the Wild, it directly maxed out the provocation skill. The Battle Sound Turtle was instantly enraged. At this moment, it completely disregarded the commands of Huladong and fell into a frenzied state. Various skills were unleashed like a machine gun. An angry Battle Sound Turtle shot a strong stream of water towards the leap dragonfish. The leap dragonfish, however, leisurely enjoyed this massage. 3, Seeing this, the battle sound turtle became even more furious, unleashing a series of water guns like raindrops towards the leap dragon fish. Leap dragon fish? The battle sound turtle trembled with anger and charged forward. Dash? If magic attacks won't work, then close combat, close range punches. Leap dragon fish, 0 so weak. The battle sound turtle continuously unleashed skills, toiling for a long time, and finally exhausted, it drooped its head. Straight face, tired. Meanwhile, the onlookers, who had been immersed in the tense battle atmosphere, were now stunned, their jaws nearly dropping. Countless expressions were surprisingly uniform, all showing. Even Yin Hongtao widened her eyes, filled with astonishment. She never expected the situation to develop like this. Her earlier assumptions were completely wrong. She thought Su Feng wanted the leap dragonfish to feel pressure in battle to stimulate its evolution. But now it seemed clear that Su Feng had brought the leap dragonfish to pressure others. No, wait. It seemed like he brought the leap dragonfish to enjoy being beaten up? After being stunned for a while, Yin Hongtao quickly regained her composure, cleared her throat, and announced loudly, "This battle does not need to continue. The battle sound turtle has lost its ability to continue fighting, and the winner is the leap dragonfish." Then, she looked at Hu Ladang and said earnestly, "Hu Ladang, your battle sound turtle's temperament still needs training." When faced with provocation, acting so impulsively often leads to self-destruction. In real battles, maintaining calm and rationality is crucial. After saying that, she turned to another student in the team and called out, "Next, Dofunao." Hearing Yin Hongtao's words, Hu Ladang felt a wave of disappointment in his heart. He also understood that what she said made sense. He silently retrieved the battle sound turtle back into the beast space and left the battlefield with somewhat heavy steps. At this moment, he no longer had the confident demeanor he had at the beginning. He looked like a frostbitten eggplant, wilted and drooping. Scale armor beast, prepare your shield. Protect. Stone shield. Contract shell. Dofunao had already witnessed the formidable strength of the jumping dragonfish. Naturally, he would not act recklessly like Hu Ladang, ordering his beast to attack right away. On the contrary, he fully utilized the knowledge imparted by his mentor, Yin Hongtao. Based on the personality of the jumping dragonfish, he seized the opportunity during its waiting time to frantically stack defenses for the scale armor beast. In an instant, the scale armor beast was surrounded by flickering light, and various defensive skills were unleashed in succession like a tide. Prepare your shield made its scales even harder. The protect skill formed a barely noticeable protective barrier on its surface. Stone shield summoned thick rocks that tightly surrounded the scale armor beast. Contract shell allowed it to curl up its body, hiding all vulnerable parts beneath layers of defense. After this dazzling display of skills, the scale armor beast's defense had instantly risen by who knows how many levels. Seeing this scene, a glimmer of appreciation flashed in Yin Hongtao's eyes. That's right, just like that, surviving means output. Grasp the characteristics of the jumping dragonfish, first shield yourself, exhaust the opponent's stamina, then achieve victory. In her view, Dofunao's operation against an enemy like the jumping dragonfish was a textbook response strategy. This is troublesome. Yin Hong stared at the battlefield, his expression changing. The students who were also familiar with Yin Hongtao's teaching style, as well as Dofunao and his scale armor beast, felt the same. They knew very well that Yin Hongtao was renowned nationwide for her research on defensive skills. Under her careful guidance, Dofunao's scale armor beast was naturally not to be underestimated in its proficiency with such skills. Now, the scale armor beast had perfectly connected various defensive skills, already constructing an indestructible defensive fortress. The shield has been stacked. Can the jumping dragonfish break it? It seems Xuan and Su Feng are a bit overconfident. He should have attacked immediately, trying to take down the opponent in one blow. But the problem is, does the jumping dragonfish have any high burst skills? Taking down a scale armor beast at the Golden Realm is no easy task. The crowd murmured, each person's gaze fixed tightly on the battlefield, not daring to look away for a moment. They were all eagerly anticipating how Su Feng would come up with a clever trick to break this seemingly impenetrable defensive barrier. Break through? Why should I break through? Isn't this exactly what I wanted to see? Su Feng's lips curled up slightly, revealing a confident smile. He had no intention of hiding his thoughts at this moment. He directly spoke, "Jumping dragonfish, the action of force is mutual. The current scale armor beast can take a hit." Pulu? The jumping dragonfish was momentarily stunned upon hearing Su Feng's command, its black bean-like eyes filled with confusion. The action of force is mutual, can take a hit. It repeatedly pondered these words in its mind. Suddenly, like a bolt of lightning striking through its mind, it instantly realized, I understand everything. The jumping dragonfish excitedly flicked its tail. As long as I hit it, due to the reaction force, I will also feel pain. I can produce food for myself. Awesome, this is simply fantastic. The jumping dragonfish, having come to this realization, brightened up as if it had discovered a new continent. It immediately transformed the air into water, flexibly twisting its body, swiftly darting to the side of the armored beast like a streak of black lightning. Without hesitation, it unleashed a flurry of frenzied fin slaps and tail kicks. Its fish fins waved like blades, each strike accompanied by a whooshing sound. The tail struck like a heavy hammer, pounding relentlessly against the seemingly indestructible defense of the armored beast. In an instant, a series of dense collision sounds erupted in the battlefield, dust swirling around. The onlookers were left dumbfounded by the sudden actions of Su Feng and the leap dragonfish. No one expected the leap dragonfish to respond to the armored beast's formidable defense in such a peculiar manner. Everyone nervously focused on the battlefield, not daring to breathe. Their eyes closely followed the movements of the leap dragonfish and the armored beast. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The only sounds in the entire battlefield were the whooshing of the leap dragonfish's attacks and the muffled thuds of its collisions with the armored beast's defense. After a while, the confusion on the faces of the crowd gradually gave way to shock. The leap dragonfish is training its power techniques. Its method of exerting force is improving. Yin Hongtao murmured softly. As a diamond-level beast master, her keen eyesight allowed her to immediately notice the subtle yet crucial changes occurring in the leap dragonfish within such a short time. She observed that with each swing of its fins and flick of its tail, the angles, force, and rhythm of its exertion were constantly adjusting. Each attack was smoother and more efficient than the last. It was as if, through the collisions with the armored beast's defense, it was continuously exploring, learning, and progressing. So this was Su Feng's original intention. But how could this be possible? Yin Hongtao gasped in her heart. Such talent was simply terrifying. Generally, beast masters need to undergo long periods of arduous training to refine their power techniques, constantly correcting mistakes under the guidance of experienced beast masters to gradually improve. Yet the leap dragonfish could rapidly adjust its method of exertion in such an intense battle, relying on its own understanding. This was beyond her comprehension. Yin Hongtao slowly turned her gaze to Su Feng. Her eyes were filled with complex emotions, surprise, admiration, and a hint of indescribable curiosity. She shifted her gaze from Su Feng back to the leap dragonfish. Upon closer inspection, she instantly sensed something was off. The leap dragonfish showed no signs of battle tension or fatigue. It was clearly enjoying itself. Its eyes were slightly squinted, and the corners of its mouth even bore a faint smile. With each attack, its excitement became increasingly evident. The differently colored leap dragonfish enjoys being hit, the pain, the effect of force. So that's how it is. Yin Hongtao's heart suddenly cleared. She understood Su Feng's intention. Su Feng was utilizing the leap dragonfish's unique and powerful perception of pain to guide it in understanding. He was teaching the leap dragonfish how to attack in a way that would maximize the damage caused by the reaction force, how to exert force to minimize its own energy consumption. The combination of these two aspects was about how to inflict the greatest damage with the least effort, thereby allowing it to experience the pleasure of pain. Su Feng really has a firm grasp on the leap dragonfish. Yin Hongtao couldn't help but exclaim, her admiration for Su Feng growing even more. She knew that to accurately grasp the characteristics of a beast and devise a unique training strategy based on that was no easy feat. It required a deep understanding of the beast's habits and extraordinary wisdom and creativity. At the same time, the cloud crane perched on Su Feng's shoulder also slightly nodded its delicate head, clearly having grasped all of this. This training method, apart from this leap dragonfish, is probably something no one else can replicate. This approach of utilizing the beast's preference for pain in training is highly targeted. If it were any other beast, let alone enjoying pain, they would likely avoid such battles at all costs. Su Feng's training method is like a tailor-made key that perfectly unlocks the leap dragonfish's potential. Others would find it impossible to imitate. Beast Master Su Feng possesses great wisdom. Yin Hongtao's speculation is indeed what Su Feng is thinking. In fact, when Su Feng learned that the leap dragonfish's subsequent growth direction required training in power techniques, a bold and unique training plan quietly took shape in his mind. And upon seeing Yin Hongtao appear, Su Feng felt even more that this was a great opportunity. To be fair, the leap dragonfish's training talent is not outstanding among Su Feng's many beasts. Compared to the abnormally talented little chilin and the multi-eyed cute dragonfly, it is simply worlds apart. Even when compared to the earth-shaking divine bull, which also possesses the heaven rewards diligence trait and continuously improves through relentless effort, its training talent seems somewhat inferior. Therefore, in the past 2 days of training, its progress can be said to be the least. However, the leap dragonfish is truly not weak. It is exceptionally strong in sensing pain. Its physical body's sensitivity to pain is no less than that of those precise high-tech instruments. So, as long as this talent is combined with training, the leap dragonfish is a genius. Just like someone once said, there are no useless beasts in the world, only useless beast masters. With a poor stomach, I have to go to the hospital for checkups every year before the new year. Today, there are 2 updates, please forgive me. In the time to come, due to the leap dragonfish's special training method, the training needs of Yin Jing students are simply a match made in heaven. The leap dragonfish needs solid sandbags to hone its power techniques. By constantly striking and experiencing different pains, it strengthens its application of power. Meanwhile, Yin Jing students urgently need to use practical combat to train the precise transfer of various shield energies for pinpoint defense. At the same time, they seek to identify and promptly address the weaknesses in their defensive systems during actual combat. The demands of both sides are highly compatible, as if tailored for each other. Therefore, Su Feng and Yin Jing instantly hit it off. Yin Jing sincerely invites the leap dragonfish to stay temporarily, to serve as a special teaching tool in her lessons. Naturally, Su Feng could not ask for more. Standing in the center of the battlefield, Yin Jing's gaze was sharp as she scanned her students. She spoke solemnly, "Classmates, I believe you have all heard of the origins of this leap dragonfish. It has already been widely discussed online." She paused slightly, then continued, her tone filled with emotion and expectation. A leap dragonfish contracted by classmate Su Feng for less than a month already possesses such powerful strength. It is easy to imagine that the efforts they have put in behind the scenes far exceed what most people can imagine. Her voice gradually rose, carrying a hint of sternness. "Though stronger than you are still working hard. What right do you have to choose to slack off?" Yin Jing's words struck each student like heavy hammers on their hearts. As expected, with the presence of the lively and powerful benchmark beast, the hidden fighting spirit within those students was instantly ignited. Even the beasts beside them were stirred with a competitive spirit. However, every student who could enter Yin Jing University is an elite talent from various places. They were once the focus of attention in their respective cities. They faced the gap with Su Feng. It's just like one's own desperate efforts can't compare to others' casual attempts. It's inevitable that many people find it hard to bear psychologically. This leads some to fall into a low state of mind. At this moment, Yin Jing has something to say. "First of all, I'm not trying to deliberately discourage you. Given Su Feng's current displayed strength, it's an undeniable fact that all the students present find it hard to reach that level." After saying this, she looked gently at each student. "But why not think from a different perspective? Why must we choose to compare ourselves to him?" Yin Jing slightly raised her head, her gaze revealing a profound understanding of the beast master world. "In my view, the core purpose of involving beasts in training is singular. That is to make today's partners better than yesterday. Witnessing your partners grow stronger step by step is what a beast master should cherish the most." On the other hand, with the multi-eyed cute dragon, when Su Feng brought it to another battle arena, the situation became somewhat awkward. After just finishing a spar with a new student, a dramatic scene unfolded. No one was willing to step up for a match anymore. This left Su Feng feeling quite frustrated. "What's with your expressions? A cute girl of bronze rank, are you really scared?" Everyone silently looked at the almost completely petrified arena, still remaining silent. Yet in their hearts, they were wildly complaining. "Is it that we don't want to fight? How can we fight against such a freakish opponent?" The multi-IQ'd dragon immediately used its petrification skill, turning people into live targets, who could only endure the beating until they lost their combat ability to recover. With such controlled duration, who could handle it? It's too abnormal. Why are all of Su Feng's beasts so freakish? For a moment, everyone in the entire battle area shared this unanimous thought. Are there any second-year seniors? Otherwise, why not send a golden-ranked beast to try? Su Feng, still not giving up, wanted to make one last effort to stir everyone's willingness to compete. Upon hearing this, the second-year seniors shook their heads in refusal. "No, I refuse. Winning, a golden beating a bronze isn't anything to brag about. If we lose, a golden being beaten by a bronze, crossing 2 major realms, wouldn't that be humiliating? If you win, it's 10,000 credits, if you lose, it's 1,000, as long as..." Before Su Feng could finish, a figure quickly stepped onto the stage. Upon seeing this, the crowd couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, what a speed! This person is so fast." Su Feng, who had been slightly disappointed due to the lack of challengers, suddenly brightened up upon recognizing the newcomer, his joy evident. He blurted out, "Sister Mengzhu." The newcomer was named Zhong Mengzhu. 3 simple words could describe her: long black hair, Zhong Mengzhu's grandfather, Zhong Jingze, was a close friend of Su Feng's grandfather, which allowed Su Feng and Zhong Mengzhu to know each other since childhood. At this moment, hearing Su Feng's familiar call, Zhong Mengzhu smiled and replied, "Long time no see." At this time, someone in the crowd reacted first. They widened their eyes and shouted, "It's senior sister Zhong Mengzhu." This shout instantly caused a stir, like water droplets thrown into a hot oil pot. The crowd erupted. "Wow, it really is her." There was a wave of astonishment among the crowd, and everyone's gaze was instantly drawn to Zhong Mengzhu like a magnet. "Looks like we're in for a good show." Someone rubbed their hands together, their eyes filled with anticipation. "Is she very famous?" A new student who had just enrolled and was still unfamiliar with the situation asked with a puzzled expression. "Yes, senior sister Zhong Mengzhu is currently recognized as one of the strongest students in our school." A helpful senior came over to explain, pride written all over his face. When she just entered her freshman year, she displayed terrifying strength. In the freshman competition, even when facing second-year students, she pushed through effortlessly, unbeatable. By her sophomore year, that is, last year, she represented our Yin Jing University in the intercollegiate competition. In the finals, her performance was simply divine. With her own strength, she defeated 3 major generals from Magic City University, directly suppressing their momentum. "And there's more," a girl excitedly added. "I remember senior Zhong Mengzhu was preparing to apply to become a school mentor last month." Ah! Upon hearing this, many people gasped in shock. "So, she must have at least one platinum-level beast now?" The crowd exchanged glances, their eyes filled with astonishment and reverence. After all, possessing a platinum-level beast is the dream of countless beast masters. It is a completely different realm of power. The crowd's exclamations echoed above the battle area. However, Zhong Mengzhu seemed oblivious, her gaze fixed on Su Feng. Having known each other since childhood, she had just completed the platinum-level beast master assessment. Upon returning to Yin Jing and submitting her task, she saw a series of jaw-dropping news about Su Feng online, especially when she returned to school and overheard some students discussing in the cafeteria. It made her eager to witness the strength of her genius younger brother, who was so different from his peers since childhood. Little brother Mu Chen has been in the spotlight these days, not only contracting the holy unicorn and the jumping dragonfish, but even the celestial crane. Zhong Mengzhu began, her voice clear and pleasant. However, halfway through her words, she suddenly paused. The smile on her face froze instantly, replaced by shock and disbelief. Because her beast mastery talent, natural rhythm effect, grants the beast master the ability to perceive various energy flows and fluctuations in the natural world, especially sensitive to energy changes related to plants, made her keenly aware of a terrifying fact. The little red-capped crane standing on Su Feng's shoulder. In her perception, it was a deep crimson. This feeling, apart from the celestial crane, no other beast could give her the same sensation. Moreover, the aura they emitted was almost identical. In other words, Shu, just as Zhong Mengzhu was stunned and at a loss. At that moment, the ethereal voice of the celestial crane echoed in her mind. Gulp! Zhong Mengzhu instinctively swallowed. The shock in her heart surged like a tidal wave, difficult to calm. She widened her eyes, staring intently at the seemingly ordinary yet incredibly mysterious little red-capped crane. For a moment, her mind went blank, completely unsure how to react. Lily, until the excited call of the multi-eyed cute dragon suddenly rang out in the battle arena. Zhong Mengzhu finally snapped back to reality, realizing she was in the midst of the battle. She took a deep breath, trying to recover from the immense impact she had just experienced. Once her emotions settled, she gently raised her hand, a soft green light glowing in her palm. Immediately, a slender beast resembling bamboo, each hand holding a bamboo shoot, appeared before everyone. "This is my recently contracted bamboo brother, with the strength of a silver 9-tier. He should be the most suitable opponent for it," Zhong Mengzhu introduced, her voice steady and confident. The referee saw that both sides were ready and immediately announced the start of the match loudly. In an instant, the atmosphere in the entire battle area became tense. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the center of the arena. The multi-eyed cute dragon took the initiative, its eyes shooting out a piercing light. Streams of petrifying rays shot towards Bamboo Brother like sharp blades. In the previous battle, this petrifying ray was truly remarkable. Even if just one hit, the overwhelming number could instantly trap the opponent in a state of immobility. However, now, the moment the ray touched Zhu Xiaodi, the situation underwent a dramatic change. Surrounded by tall and resilient green bamboo, a green light surged forth from Zhu Xiaodi. The parts tainted by the petrifying force were petrified at an incredible speed, only to be broken free again, like spring bamboo breaking through the earth. Is this the talent of the natural rhythm? Due to the gap in realms between the two sides, she detected the weakest point of the petrifying force, allowing Zhu Xiaodi to almost instantly break free. Realizing this, Su Feng's eyes flashed with surprise, but he quickly issued another command. The multi-eyed cute dragon immediately sprang into action. Its wings flapped wildly, creating illusory afterimages in the air. At the same time, blade-like gusts of wind sliced through the air from different angles, pouring down on Zhu Xiaodi like a torrential rain. In the face of this overwhelming attack, Zhu Xiaodi remained remarkably calm. Rooted in place, the bamboo segments twisted, responding to change with constancy. Just as the wind blades were about to hit it, green leaves would suddenly sprout around it, accurately blocking each wind blade with a whoosh. Not only that, while defending against the attacks, Zhu Xiaodi also launched a counterattack. It forcefully swung its branches, sending countless green spikes flying towards the multi-eyed cute dragon like arrows released from a bow. These spikes traced green arcs in the air, resembling agile venomous snakes. The multi-eyed cute dragon's thousands of eyes were no joke. With just a slight twist of its body, it could precisely predict and evade the oncoming green spikes. Moreover, based on previous training, its movements, including the current evasions, were not just about attacking or dodging. It was also using skills like butterfly dance and wind's rhythm to enhance its own abilities and improve its state. Impressive! Seeing this spectacular scene, Zhong Mengzhu couldn't help but exclaim. This was also the first time she had spoken since the battle began. Her voice was filled with admiration and astonishment at the multi-eyed cute dragon's outstanding performance. Her exclamation left many confused beast tamers with question marks in their heads. What's going on? I don't understand at all. Among the crowd, a freshman looked bewildered, his gaze shifting back and forth between the multi-eyed cute dragon and Zhu Xiaodi, trying to make sense of their dazzling movements, but he still couldn't figure anything out. The question he asked was also the confusion in most of his classmates' minds. This is a true showdown of experts. At that moment, a senior squinted slightly and adjusted his glasses. On the surface, it looks like just two beasts exchanging blows. But in reality, since both sides are silently commanding, what's being tested is the beast tamer's precise judgment of the situation and tactical layout. And this battle, in fact, had already determined the winner since the second round. Another person nearby couldn't help but give a thumbs up. I can only say, this multi-eyed cute dragon is amazing. Yeah, I thought it would be a crushing victory for Sister Zhu, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be the one being crushed. A girl remarked, her eyes filled with admiration. She had originally thought that the bronze-level multi-eyed cute dragon would be utterly powerless against the silver-level Zhu Xiaodi, but the current battle situation was completely beyond her expectations. From the very beginning, Zhu Xiaodi had never gained the initiative, with no hope of victory at all. The three of them were friends of Zhong Mengzhu. They were in the same club and were also among the beast tamers who represented Yin Jing University in the intercollegiate competition last year. Their strength is extraordinary, so they can easily see what is happening on the scene. However, their somewhat confused words only made the crowd of students even more perplexed. Come on, guys, are you just showing off? If you know, just say it outright, why keep us in suspense? Among them, a boy wearing glasses seemed to sense the resentment of those around him and felt a wave of helplessness in his heart. Do you think I don't want to say it? I can see this point clearly. There are many things I don't understand, how can I explain them to you? He pushed up his glasses, revealing a hint of an awkward smile. He could only ignore the pairs of expectant and puzzled eyes around him. At that moment, an elderly professor with white hair smiled and stood up. His name is Yu Yanba. He is one of the renowned professors at Yin Jing University, primarily researching the extensibility of beast mastery skills. Many students around recognized him and turned their heads, eager to hear his explanation. Yu Yanba did not hold back, cleared his throat, and patiently explained, perhaps it is due to the high quality, combined with the reason of being on the verge of evolution. The multi-eyed cute dragon, although in the bronze stage, possesses strength that completely does not belong to the bronze realm. It almost forcibly brings both sides' strengths to a nearly equal level. After testing with the petrification skill, the command issued by classmate Su Feng should be to move while casting, performing the butterfly dance. Later, when classmate Zhong Mengzhu realized this and wanted to attack to interrupt, the multi-eyed cute dragon had already completed the state enhancement of the butterfly dance. Then, while dodging the attack, it cast the state skill Wind's rhythm again. Once both states were applied, the originally equal-level beasts had their strengths pulled apart. Now, the petrification skill released by the multi-eyed cute dragon, I estimate that Brother Zhu has no way to break it. So, this battle has actually long been over. Classmate Zhong Mengzhu only realized this point, which is why he spoke up. The old professor detailed the entire battle. A wave of astonishment erupted from the crowd. Everyone turned their gaze to Su Feng, their eyes filled with admiration and awe. They never expected that behind this seemingly simple battle lay such exquisite tactical arrangements and precise timing. Moreover, the beast master capable of achieving this level was merely a newcomer who had just become a beast master for less than a month. Is this the gap between people? I suggest everyone apply to the administrator for the video of this battle. Putting aside the initial testing, everyone can learn frame by frame from the subsequent battle. Yu Yanba's voice echoed in the crowd, filled with undeniable astonishment and emotion. As a senior professor who has been deeply engaged in the field of beast mastery skill research for many years, he has spent countless days and nights on this research path. Even so, among the many beasts he has possessed and taught, only less than 30 have been able to combine skills and daily actions as smoothly as the multi-IQ'd dragon. Among them, the one with the most outstanding talent and fastest training speed took a full 3 months to go from initial mastery to proficient use. In contrast, Su Feng's multi-IQ'd dragon. How long has it been since the contract? It is practically equivalent to no training at all, yet it has already used its skills so proficiently. In battle, the combination and switching of attacks, dodges, and state skills were seamless, without any hindrance. It was as if those skills were a part of its body, naturally displayed. Thinking of this, Yu Yanba couldn't help but shake his head in admiration again. Classmate Su Feng's training of the multi-IQ'd dragon is truly outstanding. Of course, the talent of the multi-IQ'd dragon must also be astonishing. And at the same time, the battle unfolded just as he had just speculated. The multi-IQ'd dragon activated its petrifying eye once again. This time, the light emitted from its eyes was clearly heavier. Wherever the light reached, the air seemed to be petrified, becoming somewhat solidified. Facing this powerful force, Zhu Xiaodi could no longer respond as easily as before. Even though it desperately mobilized its natural power to resist the petrification effect, the magic contained in that beam was too strong. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Xiaodi's body began to be rapidly covered by a layer of grayish-white stone from its feet. In just a few seconds, it completely transformed into a lifelike stone statue, standing in the center of the battlefield, announcing the outcome of the battle. I really can't believe this is the commanding ability of a rookie beast master. Not only that, but the premise of commanding is that the beast must be capable, and how many beasts can learn what professor you just mentioned? That's really terrifying. Just the multi-IQ dragon at the bronze level has such strength. What would happen if it were to advance to platinum? The moment the multi-IQ dragon successfully defeated Zhu Xiaodi, the entire battlefield erupted in a deafening cheer. After Professor Yu Yanba's explanation, they all understood what had happened on the field. But sometimes, the more you understand, the more incredible it feels. Just like that saying goes, if you do not enter the Beastmaster world, you see me as the moon in a well. If you enter the Beastmaster world, you see me as an ant facing the vast sky. Because you understand the difficulty, and thus you admire it even more. Some even mustered the courage to approach Professor Yu Yanba and asked, Professor Yu, can we apply the way the multi-IQ dragon uses its skills to our own beast training? Hearing this, Yu Yanba nodded slightly. Of course. Although each beast has its own unique talents and characteristics, the combat style of the multi-IQ dragon provides us with a great reference direction. Based on the characteristics of your own beasts, try to incorporate skills into their daily actions. Let the beasts use their skills more flexibly in battle, maximizing their strength. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, having already made up their minds. If Su Feng did not continue fighting later, they would quickly find the administrator responsible for this area to get a copy of the entire battle video to take back and study. Amidst the discussions of the crowd, the entire venue suddenly radiated a dreamlike brilliance. Everyone couldn't help but look up. They saw the multi-IQ dragon hovering in the air, emanating a special gentle glow. The light spread out like waves, coloring the entire battlefield. Everyone knew this meant it was about to evolve. The crowd held their breath, staring intently at the multi-IQ dragon. They wanted to see what this newly registered beast would evolve into. As the dazzling and mysterious light of evolution slowly dissipated, a completely renewed beast appeared before everyone. It exuded a unique spiritual aura, its light body shimmering in the sunlight. This was no longer the multi-IQ dragon of the past. Its wings had become broad and translucent, with strange light flowing through the veins. A gentle flap brought a cool breeze, carrying wisps of illusionary power. Its body lines were smoother, exuding agility and resilience. Most striking were its eyes. Each eye resembled a deep star, twinkling with an elusive glow. It was called the Illusion Eye Dragon. This name perfectly encapsulated its new strength and form. The Illusion Eye Dragon gently flapped its wings, hovering in mid-air, the light in its eyes reflecting each other, as if expressing the joy of evolution. How beautiful! Countless people whispered softly, their voices intertwining. At this moment, everyone's gaze was firmly drawn to the illusion eye dragonfly. Zhong Mengzhu looked at the illusion eye dragonfly, a hint of amazement flashing in her eyes. She then revealed a satisfied smile. Mu Chen, congratulations, the multi-IQ dragonfly has successfully evolved. Su Feng looked at the illusion eye dragonfly, filled with joy. This is all thanks to Sister Mengzhu and Brother Zhu, otherwise, the dragonfly wouldn't have evolved so quickly. The illusion eye dragonfly circled a few times in the air. Then it lightly landed on Su Feng's shoulder, affectionately rubbing against his cheek, as if sharing its excitement after evolution. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the campus in a warm orange hue. Su Feng, in this warm-toned light, moved nimbly through the crowd. Today's task had been successfully completed. The multi-IQ dragonfly had evolved into the illusion eye dragonfly, achieving a qualitative leap in strength. The jumping dragonfish had also reached the stringent perfect evolution standard mentioned by the celestial crane after an afternoon of intensive targeted training. Therefore, Su Feng greeted a few familiar friends, including Zhong Mengzhu and Yin Hong, and then left directly. He planned to first buy some essentials and then return to the dormitory to rest and recharge. Tomorrow, he would set off for the Yellow River Basin, ready to help the jumping dragonfish leap over the Dragon Gate and complete its evolution. Su Feng hurried along, his figure darting like a swift wind. Due to training in crane-style fist, even his walking speed had improved. This left many behind him with a hint of regret. For instance, Zhong Mengzhu, having reunited after a long time, wanted to invite Su Feng to have a meal together and casually ask if he would like to join her club. Of course, the main purpose was actually the latter. Su Feng's talent was truly remarkable. He would surely represent the school team in various competitions and achieve good results, injecting a powerful new vitality into their club, preventing it from being filled with mediocrity by the time they graduated. Forget it, maybe next time. Meanwhile, Professor Yu Yanbao wore a similarly helpless expression. As a scholar focused on beast mastery skills, the stunning performance of the multi-IQ dragonfly in battle left him entranced. He had too many questions he wanted to discuss with Su Feng. These questions could very likely lead to significant breakthroughs in his research. Forget it, we'll talk about it when we meet again. I really don't know how that Su Boppy fellow could have such a grandson. In contrast, Su Feng was almost bursting with excitement at this moment. This joy stemmed from the immense surprise brought by the evolution of his beast. In the world of beast mastery, evolution was inherently a mysterious phenomenon. It not only allowed beasts to undergo stunning transformations in form but also resembled a grand feast of energy. During the evolution process, beasts would absorb a vast amount of energy stored within them, much like a sponge soaking up water. Because of this, whenever a beast successfully evolved, its strength would inevitably experience a qualitative leap. The energy stored within the multi-IQ dragonfly was immense. After successfully evolving, although it did not absorb all the energy, just a portion of it caused its realm to surge dramatically. It directly advanced from the original bronze 9th rank to the silver 6th rank. Such an astonishing leap made it surpass even the current little chilin. The realm enhancement brought about by evolution triggered a series of chain reactions, much like a domino effect. Among them, the feedback effect delighted him even more. It unexpectedly allowed him to break through from the original bronze 8th rank directly to the silver 1st rank. The illusion eye dragonfly reached the silver 6th rank, and the feedback it generated left Su Feng overjoyed. Originally at the bronze 8th rank, he successfully broke through the shackles of his realm and officially advanced to the silver 1st rank. This breakthrough is truly extraordinary. The changes it brings are far more than just a superficial elevation of 2 ranks, allowing for the acquisition of 2 new attributes. More importantly, with Su Feng's elevation in realm, the mysterious and powerful cycle ring will unlock the contract qualification for the next destined beast. At this moment, Su Feng can even clearly feel the cycle ring within his beast space, directly facing the attribute of his previously left phantom form, transmitting an inexplicable sensation. Su Feng's heart instantly leaped to his throat, his heart pounding violently. Beside him, the cloud crane tilted its head, looking at Su Feng, whose face was flushed with excitement, with a look of confusion. Is the beast master out of his mind? It seems so. There's a saying among humans that the line between genius and madness is thin. In the human world, beast masters are considered geniuses, so it's not surprising if they occasionally act a bit crazy. Su Feng was unaware of the cloud crane's thoughts. After returning to the courtyard, he suppressed his inner excitement and began to check one by one. Attribute, torture mark, effect. When the attribute holder takes damage, corresponding marks will appear on their body, which can be activated at will. Different marks have different effects, categorized as magic attack mark, strength mark, speed mark, defense mark, spirit mark, life mark, etc. Attribute, Thousand Changes, Effect. The attribute holder will possess the ability to change into multiple forms. Su Feng repeatedly studied the abilities of these two attributes, pondering deeply. For the torture mark attribute, the first thing that came to his mind was the jumping dragonfish. After all, it needs to take hits. This torture mark is simply tailor-made for it. As for the Thousand Changes attribute, this brief description contains infinite possibilities. Its wide applicability made Su Feng's imagination run wild. If it were bestowed upon the little chilin, it might really be able to evolve into different attribute forms like fire chilin, thunder chilin, water chilin, etc., and switch freely at will. In this way, the little chilin could instantly switch to the most advantageous form when facing different opponents and battle situations. If Thousand Changes were given to the jumping dragonfish, the results would be equally remarkable. The evolutionary forms of the jumping dragonfish could be many: Crimson Gold Battle Dragon, Emerald Shadow Spirit Dragon, Flame Prison Burning Flood Dragon, Illusion Spirit Dragon. Almost every attribute has a corresponding form. It could also perform optimally in different scenarios like the little chilin. Weighing all this, Su Feng felt increasingly conflicted. He sensed that this attribute could bring about earth-shattering changes in strength, no matter who it was given to. How to allocate it truly left him in deep turmoil. After thinking it over, he decided to set this dilemma aside for now and go check the beast space. After all, having reached the Silver Realm, the cycle ring was about to unlock the third destined beast. Perhaps this upcoming beast would be the best fit for the Thousand Changes attribute. With such anticipation, Su Feng closed his eyes, focused his mind, and slowly sank his consciousness into the beast space. Entering the beast space, Su Feng stared at the human path on the cycle ring, his curiosity surging like a tide. The remaining 4 paths of the cycle ring, human path, Azura path, hell path, hungry ghost path, remained silent. However, the human path exuded a mysterious allure, the source of that inexplicable feeling. This made him ponder, what wonderful existence would be born from the resonance between the phantom form attribute and the human path? Could it be something like Nuwa? Nuwa molding little figures, molding various animals to fight. Or, perhaps, following the idea that humans originated from ancient apes, would there be an existence similar to the Monkey King with the ability to create clones? With this expectation in his heart, Su Feng took a deep breath. He slowly integrated the term transformational body into the human path. In an instant, a slight tremor was felt. The stone encasing the human path began to crumble. As the stone chips fell away, a bewildering steel construct appeared before him. This thing looked like an aircraft carrier, and it bore some resemblance to the Luan Bird aerospace mothership from the Southern Skygate project he had seen on Douyin before his journey. It exuded a strong sci-fi aura. Wow, a product of human ingenuity, machinery. Su Feng couldn't help but exclaim, I just thought about it casually, and it turned out to be real. But looking at this peculiar mechanical creation, he was filled with confusion. What made this thing suitable for transformational body? Could it be that the fighter jets on the aircraft carrier could also be considered as avatars? With this term, could he enhance the power of those fighter jets? Su Feng's thoughts raced, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt this line of reasoning was correct. Then he thought of another point. The combination of the Thousand Machines term with this mechanical beast would likely have even greater potential. For example, the Tiger King from anime can transform from beast form to human form, right? Broadening the scope, aren't aircraft carriers, submarines, tanks, planes, mechas, washing machines, air conditioners, all considered mechanical transformations? Thinking of this, Su Feng couldn't help but feel excited. The leap dragonfish relied on its powerful physical body for combat. Forms like the Crimson Gold War Dragon fitted well, and it didn't necessarily need the Thousand Machines term to enhance it. As for the little chilin, there would be many powerful terms to add in the future, such as the 3 types of 5 elements: divine thunder, true fire of samadhi, weak water, and so on. Even without the Thousand Machines term for form transformation, with the little chilin's talent, learning the corresponding abilities wouldn't be difficult. Since that's the case, why not give it a try? The human path mechanical beast, combined with the transformational body and the Thousand Machines, one beast could become a fleet. A grand steel tide could be unleashed. The more Su Feng thought about it, the more excited he became, unable to contain his inner impulse any longer. He immediately integrated the Thousand Machines term into the human path, just like he did with the transformational body. After the infusion, the stone on the circular ring of the human path began to fall away in greater numbers. The previously stagnant mechanical construct was also undergoing changes. Although only half of it was visible, it filled Su Feng with immense excitement. At first, it was an incredibly sci-fi aircraft carrier, its streamlined hull perfectly conforming to the water flow, shimmering with a ghostly blue light. It was a giant beast of the ocean, parting the sea effortlessly, leaving a deep trail in its wake. In an instant, it transformed into a massive mechanical crocodile. The sci-fi body combined with the crocodile's shape was awe-inspiring. Before long, it morphed into a gigantic mecha. The steel body, with every joint exuding a sense of power, especially the weapon in its hand, made one's scalp tingle. Su Feng's eyes were glued to this miraculous transformation, his heart filled with shock and delight. Indeed, the Thousand Machines term is simply a perfect match for it. Thank you for everyone's gifts. An extra update? After infusing the Thousand Machines term into the human path, Su Feng's consciousness withdrew from the beast space. At that moment, a voice filled with curiosity and surprise floated in. The leap dragon fish has gained a special power. Su Feng was slightly taken aback, then quickened his pace and stepped out of the room. What came into view was the completed training ground, filled with various bizarre creations like flames, sharp blades, and stones. The leap dragon fish excitedly let out a pulu sound. As the flames on the ground burned fiercely, a vivid red mark quietly appeared on the body of the leap dragon fish. This mark was the power imprint from the torture scar imprint entry. When this red mark suddenly emitted a bright light, a strange transformation followed. The aura surrounding the leap dragon fish seemed to ignite like a raging fire, instantly surging a few notches higher. Its originally agile form now exuded an even more majestic presence. Then, it abruptly swung its tail, striking the nearby bluestone with a heavy thud. With a muffled sound, the massive bluestone shattered into fragments. It was evident to the naked eye that the leap dragon fish's tail strength had significantly increased. Pulu. Sensing Su Feng's presence, the leap dragon fish swiftly swam over, affectionately rubbing against Su Feng's arm. The soft touch seemed to convey endless gratitude. The cloud crane flapped its wings and gracefully landed on Su Feng's shoulder. It tilted its head, first looking at the vibrant leap dragon fish, then shifting its gaze to Su Feng. It murmured, "Truly incredible. Because your realm has improved, the leap dragon fish is also undergoing changes." After a pause, the cloud crane continued, "This talent is somewhat similar to a special beast master in human history. However, his ability resonated with his beasts based on his emotions. When he was happy, his beasts would be in an excited state. When he was sad, they would be in a sorrowful state. When he was angry, they would be in a furious state. As the realm improved, these changes would also be enhanced. Your talent may have a similar essence." Upon hearing this, Su Feng's eyes widened in surprise, and he couldn't help but ask, "Who was that person? This talent sounds pretty impressive." The cloud crane merely shook its head and said, "A dead person, what does it matter? Beast masters should not dwell on the past. Living in the present and keeping an eye on the future is key. Since your talent requires the realm of a beast master, then don't be lazy. Hurry up and eat, and after eating, continue training, using training to replace sleep." Su Feng's eyes widened, his face filled with confusion. "Wasn't it said that there should be a balance between work and rest, allowing me to sleep?" The cloud crane softly replied, "With diligent training, your body's adaptability to various attribute spiritual energies will also improve." Su Feng's eyes instantly widened. "Really?" The cloud crane shot him a glare and said irritably, "Am I going to lie to you? Whether to practice or not, you decide." "Practice, absolutely practice," Su Feng declared firmly, his eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation. This surprise came a bit suddenly. Why was it a surprise? The reason was simple. As the realm of the Beast Master gradually improved, the power required for each breakthrough increased geometrically. This was a truth understood by every Beast Master. And as the beasts grew stronger, in order to achieve a more perfect breakthrough, most of the spiritual energy within them would be transformed into attribute spiritual energy that matched their own. This transformation process seemed ordinary, yet it raised a tricky issue. As the realm of the beasts continuously ascended, the subsequent upgrading power would naturally be divided into two parts. One part was attribute-less spiritual energy, which could be absorbed by the Beast Master without obstruction, becoming a key aid in enhancing their realm. The other part was attribute spiritual energy, which, due to its unique characteristics, was often difficult for the Beast Master's body to accept. Because of this, many in the Beast Master community would choose to specialize in one system, that is, the attribute corresponding to their own destined beast. This way, the Beast Master's physical body would possess the ability to accommodate the corresponding attribute spiritual energy. Consequently, the speed of the Beast Master's realm improvement would naturally accelerate significantly. Su Feng initially did not want to contract the Ice Spirit due to such considerations. Once he chose the Ice element, the range of beasts he could choose in the future would be greatly limited. Later, because he contracted the Cycle Ring, he actually managed to break part of that shackle. This was because the attributes of the little chilin were too comprehensive. Through the little chilin's nurturing, Su Feng's physical body absorbed nearly half of the various attribute energies. This was one of the key reasons why his Beast Master realm could rapidly improve. But now, the Cloud Crane unexpectedly brought such an impressive piece of news. Practicing the crane form fist could actually increase the attribute energies that the physical body could absorb. This was undoubtedly another golden key for Su Feng to accelerate his realm advancement. How could he not be thrilled? With this thought, Su Feng happily ordered takeout on the campus network. He prepared to replenish his energy and fully immerse himself in the practice of the crane form fist. Then, as if he thought of something, he hurriedly informed his parents and grandparents about the crane form fist and sent them the video he had previously recorded of practicing it. He hoped they could also practice it together. Not to mention anything else, at least it could lead to longevity and health. However, reality gave him a small blow. The responses from the four were unexpectedly bland. They simply asked, "Is it taught by the Cloud Crane?" And then there was no further discussion. Su Feng stared at the phone screen, his smile instantly frozen, filled with confusion. What the hell? Why is there no reaction at all? Could it be that the old Su family really has intricate connections with the Xuanwu? Have his grandparents been practicing the miraculous techniques given by the Xuanwu all along? Is that why they were so indifferent to the crane form fist? The more Su Feng thought about it, the more plausible it seemed, and his curiosity ignited like a flame, burning fiercely. He immediately called his grandfather to ask about this. On the other end of the line, Su Qingsong's tone was somewhat strange. What do you think the second set of national radio calisthenics is? All of us Chinese are practicing it. This simple sentence hit Su Feng's heart like a heavy hammer. He couldn't help but blurt out, "So, this thing is actually quite common?" On the other end, Su Qingsong seemed to have anticipated his grandson's reaction and patiently explained, "The Cloud Crane should have told you. Our 5 guardian beasts in China, the second set of radio calisthenics is related to the Qinglong. However, this is different from the martial arts and novels. Human training only has a significant effect on strengthening the body. Only by contracting a divine beast or having the active assistance of a divine beast can you achieve the effects you mentioned. Since the Cloud Crane told you this, then this is your opportunity." Su Feng suddenly realized, and the mystery in his heart dissipated instantly. No wonder his family reacted so blandly to the crane form fist. No wonder the Cloud Crane had answered so straightforwardly at the beginning. It turned out that for others, even practicing the crane form fist was not a big deal. Even if it got out, would the Cloud Crane still care? Early the next morning, Su Feng got up early. After all, he hadn't slept at all. But it was strange. After practicing all night, he felt even more energetic. After checking the status of his beasts and carefully counting the supplies, confirming everything was fine, he said, "Little Chilin, Jumping Dragon Fish, Illusion Eye Dragonfly, Earth-Shaking Divine Bull, and Sister Crane, are you ready? Ready to set off? Goal: help the Jumping Dragonfish complete its evolution. Quack, purr, lili, moo, caw." The call of the Cloud Crane was incredibly penetrating. If it weren't for the specially designed soundproof walls of the courtyard, this call would likely have echoed throughout the entire Yin Jing University without any obstruction. Under the sudden surprise, Su Feng stood there in a daze. He could only feel a buzzing in his ears, as if thousands of bees were frantically flying around him. After a while, the ringing gradually subsided, and he finally regained his composure. At that moment, the crane in the clouds tilted its head, looking at Su Feng with an innocent expression. It said earnestly, "I think they were quite loud. Shouldn't we be a bit more passionate?" That expression seemed to say, "I did pretty well, right?" Su Feng felt helpless, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. "I see, this is your revenge for me questioning your crane-style boxing last night." But what could he do? Being passionate is good, but let's not be so passionate next time. After saying that, Su Feng rubbed his still slightly painful ears. He hurriedly left the courtyard with his beasts. Thus began another lesson for the Beastmaster. Traveling. On both sides of Longmen, towering mountains stood in opposition, and the valley was narrow. The rushing waters of the Yellow River surged through the gorge. This place was a sacred land in the hearts of countless Beastmasters seeking to evolve their leap dragonfish. The evolution of the leap dragonfish required swimming upstream through the leap dragon gate, crossing waterfalls. Evolving at Longmen could unleash the leap dragonfish's potential to the fullest. That noon, Su Feng, accompanied by the little Chilin and the phantom dragonfly, arrived at the closest spot to Longmen. To avoid disturbing the daily lives of wild spirit beasts, even in the infrastructure Manhwa, the high-speed rail routes within the country were designed with many considerations. They would not disrupt the living environment of wild spirit beasts. Therefore, to reach Longmen, Su Feng needed to first cross a forest and continue upstream along the river, which would take about 3 to 5 days. At that moment, they were located in that forest. Recently, the holy Chilin beast has been quite popular, I didn't expect to encounter such a beast here. A beast master dressed in a blue robe, with excitement gleaming in his eyes, quickly approached Su Feng. Little brother, are you interested in a beast battle? Su Feng politely smiled and declined, no, maybe another time. In fact, since entering this forest, such invitations had been countless. Some recognized him as the Su Feng who had gained fame online, while others were simply attracted by the little chilin's unique appearance. But regardless of who they were, Su Feng turned them all down. Because sometimes, this kind of thing is like infidelity. Once you accept the first, the second becomes hard to refuse. He knew the purpose of this trip was to help the leap dragon fish complete its evolution. He couldn't waste time on these battles, which would undoubtedly consume a lot of time. Thus, Su Feng continued on his way toward Longmen with the little chilin and the phantom dragonfly, not pausing for a moment. Li Li, the phantom dragonfly chirped excitedly. Its small head turned constantly, filled with curiosity about everything around. This was its first time in the wild. Everything before its eyes was completely different from the familiar city and campus. Taller and denser trees, colorful wildflowers, and various wild spirit beasts, each one fascinated it. However, since they were still on the outskirts of the forest, the number of passing beast masters was relatively high. The phantom dragonfly remembered Su Feng's instructions and did not run around. It obediently stood on Su Feng's shoulder, occasionally using its lively eyes to survey everything around. When they finally stepped into the inner area of the forest, the phantom dragonfly clearly sensed the change in the surrounding environment. It could no longer contain its curiosity and occasionally flew to the roadside, greeting the wild spirit beasts nearby. It must be said that the phantom dragonfly's beauty possessed a charm that transcended species, making it universally appealing. Suddenly, 3 large, powerful apes appeared ahead. They had been sitting under a tree, leisurely eating wild fruits. The moment they saw the illusion dragonfly, their eyes widened in astonishment and affection. They emitted a series of urgent calls, seemingly discussing something enthusiastically. Then, the 3 powerful apes quickly stood up. One of them picked a bunch of bananas from a nearby tree. Kneeling on one knee, it held the bananas with both hands and presented them to the illusion dragonfly, as if offering the most precious gift to a noble princess. Su Feng watched this scene, feeling incredibly awkward, his smile stiffening. He never expected the charm of the illusion dragonfly to be so great that it could elicit such behavior from the 3 powerful apes. The illusion dragonfly also seemed a bit taken aback by this sudden enthusiasm. It gently flapped its wings, emitting a soft chirp, politely declining the ape's goodwill. Upon hearing the illusion dragonfly's refusal, the expressions on the 3 powerful apes' faces instantly turned to deep disappointment. They stood there in a daze, as if unable to believe their ears. After a while, the 3 powerful apes slowly lowered their heads, covering their faces with their hands, tears streaming through their fingers. Then they turned and ran away with heavy steps. Wah wah! The little chilin looked at the departing powerful apes, filled with confusion. It didn't understand why the 3 powerful apes were so sad. Su Feng sighed helplessly at the little chilin's bewildered expression. How could he explain? Don't worry about them. Su Feng patted the little chilin's head, and that was all he could say. The little chilin nodded, seemingly understanding, and then followed Su Feng as they continued toward the dragon gate. Meanwhile, the illusion dragonfly joyfully fluttered above them. The earlier scene was just a small interlude and did not affect them. Su Feng strolled leisurely along the forest path, fully enjoying the pleasant feeling of being close to nature. The little chilin and the illusion dragonfly felt the same. However, for most novice beast tamers, the wild environment was not as beautiful and pleasant. The wilderness was filled with too many uncontrollable factors, which could bring danger at any moment. No one knew if a poisonous spirit beast would suddenly leap out from the grass in the next second, or if they would unexpectedly encounter a group of irritable spirit beasts. Once provoked, it could lead to a fierce battle, leaving them exhausted. Therefore, to increase their sense of security, most novice beast tamers would choose to travel in pairs, looking out for each other and facing unknown risks together, providing mutual support in times of danger. But Su Feng was not worried about this. Not to mention the cloud crane in the beast space, the guardian spirit in the necklace around his neck was enough to give Su Feng a strong sense of security. In the Yellow River Basin, at a certain riverbank, an intense battle was unfolding. Waterflower Fairy, use Leaf Storm to take them out. A crisp and firm voice suddenly rang out. It was Zhong Mengzhu commanding the battle. In front of her stood a uniquely shaped beast. This beast had a cute doll-like face, wrapped in layers of blue-green leaves, its body round like a bun, endearing yet hiding sharpness. It was Zhong Mengzhu's capable partner, Waterflower Fairy. As Zhong Mengzhu issued her command, the green leaves of the Waterflower Fairy instantly shone with brilliant light. Then, the leaves began to spin rapidly, forming a powerful leaf storm centered around the Waterflower Fairy. The leaves flew like sharp knives, sweeping toward the creatures on the riverbank with a fierce momentum. At this moment, the creatures on the riverbank were more aptly described as ferocious beasts rather than spirit beasts. They were pitch black as ink, as if they were demons crawling out from the depths of darkness. Their eyes flickered with a mad and bloodthirsty light. All notions of goodness had vanished from them, leaving only an endless desire for slaughter. The flying leaf storm crashed into the group of ferocious beasts like an enraged beast. In an instant, the wind howled. The leaves collided with the bodies of the ferocious beasts, producing a rustling sound. The beasts let out low, rumbling roars, trying to resist this fierce attack. But in the face of the water splash fairy's immense power, their struggles seemed so powerless. One by one, the ferocious beasts were struck by the flying leaf storm. Their bodies crumbled like fragile paper, instantly shattering into dust, dissipating into the air. In just a moment, this originally fierce group of beasts was completely cleared away. Zhong Mengzhu's arrival in the Yellow River Basin was not a coincidence. She had taken on a task issued by the Beast Tamer Association. She came to eliminate these ferocious beasts in the Yellow River Basin. Of course, this was only part of her purpose for this trip. The most crucial reason was that after yesterday's battle with Su Feng, her beast, Bamboo Jr., was deeply inspired and, in its determination to improve, had actually learned the powerful skill of Dragon's Will. Therefore, she planned to let Bamboo Jr. come into contact with the dragon aura produced during the evolution of the leap dragon fish, evolving into the bamboo segment dragon beast. I hope to encounter the leap dragon fish evolution in the next couple of days. Zhong Mengzhu looked at the surging yellow river water, murmuring to herself, her eyes filled with anticipation. On the first day of the journey, there were basically no major waves. It was just a small incident with 3 mighty apes. When they got tired, they rode the earth-shaking divine bull to continue on. As the evening glow painted the sky like a dream, they arrived at a riverbank in the forest. "Tonight, let's rest here." Su Feng's voice rang out by the tranquil river, carrying a hint of relief. Immediately, Su Feng cast an expectant glance at the little chilin. The little chilin instantly understood. A soft glow of earth and wood elements radiated from its body. The surrounding soil and trees seemed to be infused with the vitality of life. They began to slowly move and transform. The soil automatically piled up and compacted, while the wood arranged itself in an orderly manner. In just 3 minutes, a small house rose from the ground. Sturdy walls and a neat roof, everything was just right. Perfect. With this ability, who needs a tent when going out? Su Feng excitedly gave a thumbs up to the little chilin. The other beasts chimed in with cheerful calls, expressing their agreement and support. The little chilin proudly raised its head, wagging its tail. The illusionary eye dragon danced gracefully around the small house. The earth-shaking divine bull also let out a low roar, as if cheering for its companion. However, amidst this joyful and peaceful atmosphere, only the cloud crane seemed out of place. It stood quietly on a branch, its sharp gaze fixed on a certain spot in the Yellow River. Its feathers tightened slightly, emanating a heavy aura. It sensed that the spatial node there was emitting strange fluctuations. The swirling evil aura made it feel alert. "What's wrong?" Su Feng keenly noticed the cloud crane's unusual behavior and asked with concern. "It's nothing." The cloud crane merely shook its head slightly and spoke softly. It knew that Su Feng's main purpose for coming this time was to help the leap dragonfish evolve. At this critical moment, it didn't want to distract Su Feng's attention. After all, the danger level wasn't too high. It could wait until the leap dragonfish successfully completed its evolution before investigating further. Seeing that it was unwilling to say more, Su Feng stopped pressing for answers. After walking for most of the day, his stomach began to rumble. In this vast world, eating was the most important. Knowing that this trip would take some time, Su Feng's supplies were incredibly abundant. The beasts had an abundance of food, and he himself had ordered meals for hundreds from the cafeteria. Thanks to the beast space, these foods would always remain fresh. Su Feng was enjoying his meal immensely. After dinner, the moonlight poured down like water, draping the entire world in a layer of silver gauze. Su Feng walked over to each of the beasts, beginning to give them careful instructions. He approached the earth-shaking divine bull, gently stroking its sturdy neck, and said earnestly, "No training tonight. In the wild, you must pay attention to conserving your strength." The earth-shaking divine bull nodded heavily in response. Su Feng understood its temperament well and felt reassured. He then turned to the eager leap dragonfish. "Leap dragonfish, just hold on for 2 more days. Once we reach the Dragon Gate, you'll have plenty of fun. The pressure of the Yellow River at the Dragon Gate is incredible. You'll feel a powerful impact all over, as if someone is punching you. They say the higher you go, the stronger the force, each impact like a bull's fist. The leap dragonfish's eyes sparkled with excitement as Su Feng described it. Initially, it seemed a bit downcast at having to wait 2 more days to train, its fins drooping slightly. But soon, upon hearing the challenging description of the Dragon Gate, its gaze became focused and determined, its body starting to tremble slightly, as if ready for battle. Finally, imagining the powerful impact it would soon face, excitement burst forth in its eyes, and its entire body was filled with fighting spirit. Pulu! The leap dragonfish exclaimed excitedly, as if loudly declaring, "Charge!" It then shouted again, "Pulu! I must charge to the highest." After calming the leap dragonfish, Su Feng turned to the little chilin. The little chilin was squatting nearby, curiously observing everything around it. Su Feng crouched down to meet the little chilin's gaze. With a serious expression, he said, "And you, don't run around at night." "Hua hua." The little chilin nodded obediently at Su Feng's serious eyes. Although there weren't many wild spirit beasts active at night, as long as luck wasn't particularly bad, with the little chilin's strength, it wouldn't be in danger. However, in this unfamiliar environment, it's always better to be cautious. Su Feng didn't give much advice to the illusory-eye dragonfly and the cloud crane. The illusory-eye dragonfly had already fallen into a deep sleep. It was quiet and gentle, never causing trouble. As for the latter, if a divine beast were to encounter danger, it would likely be of apocalyptic proportions. Time to sleep, time to sleep. After everything was arranged, Su Feng stretched widely and yawned. He walked into the small house, lay down on the bed, and soon fell into a deep slumber. A night without conversation. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the mottled leaves like golden threads, gently falling upon the small house. Su Feng slowly woke up, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and stepped outside. Looking around, he noticed that the cloud crane had wandered off somewhere. He didn't pay it much mind. Such a large beast was no longer a child, and he didn't have to worry about it being taken by traffickers. "Good morning, little ones." After greeting them, it was time for the little chilin to work. Suddenly, a blazing flame ignited around it. At the same time, a spring of clear water surged from the ground. Under the scorching flames, steam quickly rose. Before long, the water was boiling. Su Feng used this hot water to prepare a large bucket of milk powder and boiled some eggs. Just like that, breakfast for 1 person and 4 beasts was ready. They all sat together, happily enjoying their meal. After finishing, Su Feng shared the leftover food with the wild spirit beasts that cautiously approached. Then, the group continued on their journey. The next stretch of road was simply to follow the river ahead, because this river would eventually flow into the Yellow River. However, every step of the path must be taken. Because there are no flying beasts to ride right now. Su Feng looked up at the sky. He saw a large griffin soaring, its feathers shimmering with a metallic luster in the sunlight. On the back of the griffin, a beast master stood tall, overlooking the land. A hint of envy flashed in Su Feng's eyes. "Li Li, wah wah." The little chilin and the phantom dragonfly keenly sensed Su Feng's emotions and called out. Su Feng smiled and patted the heads of the 2 little creatures, saying, "You 2 little ones can forget it for now. You're still growing and not suited for carrying weight. Let's wait for the leap dragonfish to evolve. Once it evolves into a crimson gold war dragon, it will become an adult, and then we can sit together on its head." "Pulu!" The leap dragonfish responded excitedly, nodding vigorously. Su Feng took out his phone and pulled up a handsome picture of a crimson gold war dragon to show everyone. The little chilin, the phantom dragonfly, and even the usually calm earth-shaking divine bull couldn't help but express their excitement. The leap dragonfish looked at the massive body of the earth-shaking divine bull and secretly worried. "Bull, brother bull, you can forget it. With your size and weight, I'm afraid you'll get cervical spondylosis." "Moo," the earth-shaking divine bull looked puzzled. "Isn't cervical spondylosis also a kind of pain?" "Pulu." The leap dragonfish was momentarily stunned, then reacted, "Hey, that seems right." "Moo." The earth-shaking divine bull continued, "I'm the oldest, the big brother. Everyone is riding on me now, and you're the second oldest, the second brother. When you evolve, riding on you will be no problem, right?" "Pulu." The leap dragonfish hurriedly replied, "No problem." Listening to the leap dragonfish and the earth-shaking divine bull chatting, Su Feng and the other beast masters wore smiles on their faces. As they continued forward, the once calm river began to flow more and more violently. Like galloping wild horses, it crashed through the riverbed, producing a deafening roar. At that moment, a sudden Pulu broke the rhythm of the group's advance. Su Feng's expression froze instantly, as if he had been petrified. He quickly turned to look at the leap dragonfish, his eyes filled with confusion. "Leap dragonfish, was that you talking just now?" The leap dragonfish gently tilted its head and wagged its tail. Seeing this, Su Feng's brows furrowed tightly, forming a deep character. He had a bad premonition in his heart. The atmosphere around them instantly became tense. Wah wah! The little chilin's previously cheerful demeanor suddenly turned extremely serious. Its eyes were fixed ahead, exuding a faint pressure, as if sensing something. In an instant, the words poachers exploded in Su Feng's mind. He understood that there were likely poachers in the Yellow River Basin, forcefully capturing leap dragonfish. There were a few leap dragonfish residing in the Yellow River Basin. Because of its rarity and its uniqueness to Huaxia, it was worth a fortune in foreign markets, inevitably attracting some lawbreakers to take risks. Pulu. As they continued to approach, the leap dragonfish sensed the danger to its kin and urged Su Feng repeatedly. Li Li, the phantom dragonfly flying in the air, using its special ability, clearly saw the situation in the distance. A leap dragonfish, injured, was desperately fleeing. Behind it were several humans with fierce expressions, relentlessly pursuing. They held various capturing tools, their faces filled with greed. Tool poachers, average strength, let's go and kill them. Upon receiving the information, Su Feng narrowed his eyes, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his gaze. The punishment for poachers in the Huaxia region is extremely severe, with the crime considered the highest. When facing poachers and their beasts, as long as one can prove the other's poaching actions, even accidentally killing them during a conflict is completely legal. Of course, Su Feng is not a person who kills indiscriminately. He wants to use this opportunity to do something. Su Feng just wants to say, if he can ensure the safety of himself and his beast, seeing these garbage attempting to capture and sell the precious property of Huaxia abroad, if he chooses to stand by and do nothing, he will never forgive himself. Plop, plop. Under the rapid charge of the earth-shaking divine bull, Su Feng and the others quickly arrived near their destination. From a distance, a heart-wrenching and shocking scene came into view. Several leap dragonfish had gathered together, tightly forming a circle to protect the injured leap dragonfish in the center. The injured leap dragonfish weakly waved its tail, its scales incomplete, and faint traces of blood seeping out, trembling slightly under the protection of its companions. The other leap dragonfish were also somewhat injured. Yet, even so, they remained brave, emitting angry sounds towards the poachers on both sides of the riverbank and in the air. On the riverbank, several poachers saw this scene and burst into laughter, their eyes filled with greed. I originally thought catching one to sell abroad would be enough for us to live a life of luxury. I didn't expect this time to strike it rich. One poacher's eyes sparkled with excitement. In his hand, a specially made electric net gun was triggered. In the air, another poacher rode on a flying beast resembling a vulture, observing the situation from above, occasionally commanding the scruffy vulture to launch wind blade attacks to prevent the leap dragonfish from leaping away. Su Feng watched this scene, his gaze growing colder. Sensing the strength of the few people, he unhesitatingly issued commands to his beasts. Go, don't hold back. In an instant, the leap dragonfish shot out like arrows released from a bow, transforming into a golden red flash, charging ahead. The little chilin let out a low roar, its radiance becoming even more dazzling. The illusion-eye dragon quickly circled in the air, its eyes flashing with strange light. The poacher's specially made electric net gun shot out a net shimmering with ghostly blue arcs of electricity. Like a ferocious giant mouth, it pounced towards the leap dragonfish group. In an instant, the air was filled with a sharp smell of electricity. The surrounding river water rippled strangely due to the conduction of the current. A slightly larger leap dragonfish flashed a resolute look in its eyes. It quickly waved its tail, signaling its companions to retreat. Then, it stepped forward, its muscles tensed, trying to forcefully repel the electric net. However, it had not yet evolved. Its strength was only at the silver level. Facing this specially made electric net designed for capturing spirit beasts was undoubtedly like hitting a stone with an egg. Plop! The leap dragonfish let out a reluctant cry. It was tightly entangled by the electric net. The current of the net, like countless biting venomous snakes, frantically eroded its body. It struggled desperately, but it was in vain. Just as it was about to be dragged into a nearby specially made cage by the poachers, the surrounding leap dragonfish were extremely anxious. They surrounded the area, emitting urgent plop sounds, yet they were helpless, only able to watch their brother fall into a desperate situation. At this critical moment, a golden red flash streaked by from not far away like a shooting star, so fast that one could hardly react. The next second, a loud bang echoed. The poacher who attempted to capture the brother of the leap dragonfish was sent flying like a stone struck by a blow, soaring dozens of meters away. He rolled several times on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, before coming to a heavy stop, his life uncertain. Who is it? A few poachers turned pale at the sight, their expressions turning anxious. One of them instinctively looked up at the sky. There, the companions who had been on guard in the air, along with his beast resembling a vulture, were now all petrified, plummeting towards the ground. Not far away, a colossal earth-shaking divine bull charged forward with great momentum. Its massive body trembled the earth with each step, sending dust flying. Big brother, we should run. Run! A relatively frail poacher's voice trembled. The one he referred to as Big Brother hesitated, but upon realizing the newcomer was not an enforcer, he raised his hand to signal everyone to remain calm. Whoosh! The marks of torture on the leap dragon fish suddenly glowed brightly. Its tail instantly transformed into a gleaming steel blade, sharp beyond measure. With a powerful flick of its tail, it sliced through the electric net binding the leap dragon fish brother. Whoosh! Immediately after, the leap dragon fish gently sent its brother into the water with its tail and turned to call out to the other leap dragon fish, as if to say, "Take good care of him. Kid, I advise you not to meddle." One poacher glared at the young Su Feng, shouting with a fierce but hollow tone, "How about this, my friend? I'll give you 5 million, and we can pretend this never happened." Almost instantly, another poacher revealed a seemingly sincere yet calculating expression, attempting to buy Su Feng off with money. Upon hearing this, Su Feng's brows furrowed tightly. The ability to offer 5 million indicated that these guys' living standards surpassed 99% of the population. Thus, it was highly likely that they were not first-time offenders. Dirty rats in the sewer. Su Feng's voice was not loud, but it struck like ice hitting the ground, filled with deep disdain and disgust. No, even worse than rats. This voice lightly fell into the ears of the poachers, yet it pierced like a sharp dagger into the most sensitive corners of their hearts, stirring an uncontrollable surge of intense anger within them. Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. One poacher's face turned ashen with rage, veins bulging on his forehead as he roared fiercely. Accompanying his shout was his beast, a porcupine covered in sharp quills, which sensed its master's fury and let out a low, menacing growl. Its previously sparse quills stood on end, glinting coldly in the sunlight, each one resembling a poison blade, full of aggression. It seemed that with a single command, it would charge at the enemy without hesitation. Su Feng merely sneered at this, completely ignoring the hollow threat. He slowly turned his head and nodded slightly to his beasts, who immediately understood. But before they could act, a voice suddenly rang out from the sky. "Thank you very much for your help, leave the rest to me. Radiant Wing Griffin, Wing Strike, take them out." With this shout, a massive radiant wing griffin flapped its wings. Golden blades of light shot forth like lightning, the air whistling sharply in their wake. The poachers' faces changed drastically as they looked in terror at the sudden attack. Though the spiky porcupine was aggressive, it appeared small and helpless against this overwhelming force. Instinctively, it curled its body, trying to use its quills for defense. The light blade easily pierced through its defenses, leaving behind streaks of blood on its body, and the porcupine let out a painful wail. The one issuing the attack command was a beastmaster dressed in tight-fitting attire, his posture agile, eyes sharp, riding on the back of a radiant feathered griffin, resembling a war god descending from the heavens. Immediately, he commanded, use the wind prison to trap them again. The radiant feathered griffin flapped its wings fiercely, causing the surrounding air to swirl instantly, forming visible columns of wind that encircled the poachers. The wind columns spun continuously, shrinking tighter and tighter, binding the poachers within, making escape impossible. "Thank you very much for your help, but I must say one thing. In the absence of sufficient strength, please prioritize your own safety above all." The owner of the radiant feathered griffin, the enforcer Yu Ping from Longmen City, gazed intently at Su Feng, his expression serious and his tone earnest. Su Feng was slightly taken aback. He understood the other's meaning. This was not a question of his courage or ability. Rather, it stemmed from years of law enforcement experience, fully aware of the poacher's brutality and unscrupulousness. Many times, poachers resort to any means necessary to achieve their goals. Poisoning, ambushes, and other despicable tactics are all employed without hesitation. An ordinary beast master, even if their beast strength is ostensibly superior, could easily fall into danger if caught off guard by a sudden attack from poachers. Not to mention subduing them, ensuring one's own safety would be difficult. But Su Feng was too lazy to explain anything. Complying with the other's wishes and giving a positive response was the best way to defuse the current situation. "I understand, I will be more careful in the future." Su Feng spoke sincerely, nodding earnestly. Upon hearing this, Yu Ping's tense expression softened somewhat. "Fortunately, I arrived quickly this time, otherwise, the credit would have been taken by you," he said lightly, half-jokingly, trying to ease the previously heavy atmosphere. Su Feng understood and laughed along. At that moment, the river around them rippled with layers of waves. Amidst the shimmering light, a group of leaping dragonfish swam over, making a pulu-pulu sound, conveying their gratitude to Su Feng and Yu Ping. However, due to their injuries, the sound carried a hint of weakness. Su Feng looked at the leaping dragonfish and sighed. I hope they can recover soon, after all, we are in the wild. Yu Ping replied, don't worry, there is a beast master nearby who specializes in wood-type beasts and is also a beast doctor. They will arrive shortly. Just as he finished speaking, a clear voice floated in with the wind. Waterflower fairy, healing wave, help these leaping dragonfish recover from their injuries. The two turned to look. The speaker was Zhong Mengzhu, accompanied by a cute beast. As its leaves trembled gently, a soft light enveloped all the injured leaping dragonfish. Combined with Zhong Mengzhu's healing, the once gruesome wounds on their bodies began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Their scales gradually regained their former luster. They became increasingly lively, expressing their gratitude in unique ways, either by swaying their tails or leaping out of the water. They showed their appreciation to the leaping dragonfish, the little chilin, the earth-shaking divine cow, the illusionary-eyed dragonfly, and the radiant feathered griffin. Especially Su Feng's leaping dragonfish. Being of the same kin, and having just saved the elder leaping dragonfish, it appeared somewhat heroic. This made the leaping dragonfish regard it as their idol. Countless Pulu sounds continuously erupted from their mouths. Although no one could understand what they were saying, the fervent emotion was conveyed with utmost clarity, causing Su Feng's leaping dragonfish to blush, its entire body radiating a different kind of brilliance. Ha! I didn't expect these leaping dragonfish to be fans too. Yu Ping couldn't help but laugh heartily. The two beside Su Feng couldn't help but smile. Just then, a hurried sound of footsteps came from a distance. The law enforcement personnel had arrived at the scene. They quickly took the poachers out of the wind prison and escorted them into the police car. The poachers hung their heads in despair, no longer displaying their previous arrogance. Since Yu Ping was present, the law enforcement officers only asked a few key questions and expressed their sincere gratitude to them. Afterwards, they inquired about Su Feng and Zhong Mengzhu's bank card numbers, preparing to issue the corresponding rewards later. After all this was done, Yu Ping looked at Su Feng and Zhong Mengzhu and said solemnly, "Thank you both for your help today. Things have been a bit unsettled around here lately. This is my contact information. Feel free to reach out to me in case of emergencies." With that, he mounted the Yaoling Griffin and left with the law enforcement personnel. Sister Mengzhu, I didn't expect to run into you here. Once Yu Ping and the others left, Su Feng greeted Zhong Mengzhu. How did you? Never mind. Zhong Mengzhu's voice was somewhat halting. The area had been designated as a forbidden zone due to the appearance of ferocious beasts. Only beast masters of gold rank and above could enter. She was genuinely curious about why Su Feng was here, but the words caught in her throat as she thought of his family background. Some procedures were things he wouldn't need to handle himself. It was certain he would have a protective beast with him. In such a high-level forbidden zone, safety was guaranteed. Not to mention that the cloud crane was also present. She immediately felt she shouldn't ask. Seeing the puzzled expression on Su Feng's face, Zhong Mengzhu quickly changed the subject. She continued, "Are you here to prepare for the evolution of the leap dragonfish?" Su Feng nodded gently, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Yes, it's time for the leap dragonfish to evolve. Upon hearing this, Zhong Mengzhu's face instantly lit up with excitement. Half-jokingly, she said, "That's great. Yesterday, my bamboo little brother also helped your multi-eyed cute dragonfly complete its evolution. Although the help wasn't much, at least he contributed. It wouldn't be too much to let the leap dragonfish repay this favor." Su Feng was slightly taken aback, then quickly realized, smiling as he asked, "Sister Mengzhu, are you planning to let bamboo little brother evolve into a bamboo segment dragon beast?" Zhong Mengzhu nodded affirmatively. Yesterday, bamboo little brother inexplicably learned the will of the dragon. It would definitely be a waste not to evolve into a bamboo segment dragon beast. Su Feng patted his chest and said generously, "Alright, then the debt my sister owes will be repaid by her brother." Zhong Mengzhu looked at Su Feng gratefully. "Thank you in advance, Mu Chen." Just then, the leap dragonfish group leaped out of the water, opening their mouths to make a pulu sound. Su Feng's leap dragonfish quickly translated for him. In an instant, a glimmer of surprise flashed in Su Feng's eyes. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Are you saying you can take us to the Dragon Gate?" The elder leap dragonfish nodded seriously. They didn't know how to repay the favor. When they learned that the two were preparing to go to the Dragon Gate, they immediately made this decision. "But how are you going to take us there now?" Zhong Mengzhu tilted her head slightly, her eyes filled with curiosity and doubt. "Pulu," the elder leap dragonfish responded confidently, as if to say, "Leave it to us." A human-like confident smile appeared on its face. Then, before Su Feng and Zhong Mengzhu's astonished eyes, 12 leap dragonfish sprang into action. Each of them utilized their abilities. One leap dragonfish suddenly opened its mouth wide. A torrent of blazing flames erupted, accurately aimed at the nearby trees. The roaring flames instantly engulfed the remaining branches of the trees, crackling loudly. Another leap dragonfish swayed its tail, rapidly spitting out blades of wind from its mouth. The wind blades flew towards the trees like sharp daggers, slicing through them in the blink of an eye. Another leap dragonfish extended its long vines, which appeared like agile arms, tightly wrapping and binding the cut trees together. Various strange lights and skills intertwined, dazzling the eyes. With the concerted effort of the leap dragonfish, a spacious and sturdy wooden raft soon appeared before them. The elder leap dragonfish swam to the side of the raft and gently pointed with its fin, speaking again, Pulu. Hearing this call, Su Feng instinctively swallowed, filled with amazement. After the recent exploration, he realized something. My goodness, these leap dragonfish have actually learned skills of other attributes. Moreover, each leap dragonfish possesses different skills from other systems. They correspond to 12 different attribute skills. In other words, after they evolve, they will become Emerald Shadow Spirit Dragon, Flame Prison Burning Flood Dragon, Illusion Thought Spirit Dragon, Alloy Battle Dragon, Sun High Dragon, Underworld Dark Dragon, Radiant Holy Dragon, Bone Corroding Poison Dragon, Ice Soul Jade Dragon, Rock Solid Overlord Dragon, Thunder Prison Mad Dragon, and Gentle Breeze Spirit Dragon. In an instant, a thought flashed through Su Feng's mind. No wonder they caught the attention of those poachers. This is incredible. Such a gifted group of leap dragonfish. I really want to take them all. Contract them. With the joint effort of the leap dragonfish, an incredibly magical scene unfolded. One by one, the leap dragonfish were bound with tough vines, joyfully and swiftly swimming in the river, their tails powerfully splashing, creating layers of sparkling water droplets. Behind them, a spacious wooden raft floated steadily on the water's surface. Su Feng, Zhong Mengzhu, and their beast companions sat steadily on the raft, following the leap dragonfish group. Of course, the earth-shaking divine bull was too heavy, so it did not come aboard. This scene was absurd for countless wild spirit beasts. In the river, numerous aquatic spirit beasts of various shapes stopped their movements, wide-eyed, staring blankly at this spectacle. On land, a group of powerful apes was engaged in an intense competition for the position of clan leader. The strong Ape 1 and Ape 2 were locked in a fierce battle, swinging their robust arms and letting out thunderous roars. However, when this magical procession passed by the river nearby, the movements of Ape 1 and Ape 2 instantly froze, as if they had been hit by a paralysis spell. They gaped, their expressions filled with disbelief, their previously fighting spirit replaced by shock. They stared blankly as the raft and the leap dragon fish group gradually drifted away. Ape 1, isn't that the 12 brothers? Ape 2, yeah. Ape 1, what are they doing? Ape 2, I don't know, but it looks fun. After we finish fighting, let's go play too. Ape 1? The two exchanged glances. Well, time to continue fighting. Otherwise, the old folks in the clan will start complaining again. In the sky, the warm sun hung high, casting a golden hue. Yu Ping rode the radiant feather griffin, patrolling at low altitude. Not far away, Hua Zongtao was also riding at Sun High Dragon, observing the surroundings with even more focused attention. When their eyes caught that peculiar scene, both of them momentarily froze. But being experienced beast masters, compared to those naive wild spirit beasts, they had encountered many strange and wondrous things in their daily lives. They quickly snapped back to reality. Yu Ping approached Hua Zongtao, slightly furrowing his brow, and slowly said, "Perhaps you should consider letting the leap dragon fish leave here." After the interrogation, those poachers are just a part of it. They already know about these special leap dragon fish. They are about to evolve, and at that time, they won't need to rely on the Dragon Gate. There will be more greedy people taking risks. The Yellow River area is not like Tidal Island, where there are a lot of Navy guards. I can't stay here forever. At that time, Yu Ping's words trailed off, but Hua Zongtao understood his meaning. He shook his head helplessly. They are very special, growing up together, like brothers, just like that notorious boy alliance that shakes the grasslands. Their bond is so deep that they are unwilling to part. Hua Zongtao took a deep breath, as if lost in memories, his expression somewhat helpless. Once, he was young and reckless, full of passion. He firmly believed that with his own strength, he could protect these leap dragon fish and shield them from the storm. However, reality was like a series of heavy slaps, waking him up. Sometimes, outsiders are easy to guard against, but it's hard to guard against one's own. Sometimes, people who seem very ordinary, no one knows what they really are. He had also thought about having the leap dragon fish brothers find someone to marry, for a safer and happier growth. He had made attempts. However, the other leap dragonfish were manageable. These 12 leap dragonfish brothers were a bit special. They were unwilling to part from each other. The resources needed to cultivate 12 leap dragonfish are not a small number. who knows how many beast masters would need to be filtered out, and those who can afford to raise them mostly already have their own paths. They wouldn't choose to contract so many beast companions that don't match their attributes. Those specialized in dragon types tend to be a bit abnormal. Those with a slightly normal mindset have already matured, busy with their own affairs, and have no extra energy to spare for these 12 brothers. The younger ones, like Long Hanwon, have many issues. Naturally, he didn't want the Leap Dragon Fish brothers to follow such beast masters. So, deciding who would cultivate these Leap Dragon Fish was a dilemma. Yu Ping listened quietly, a slight smile on his lips, and said, "By the way, do you want to guess why I'm telling you this now? Have you thought about considering this issue from a different perspective?" Hua Zongtao was momentarily taken aback, looking at Yu Ping in confusion. Huh? Seeing this, a glimmer of wisdom flashed in Yu Ping's eyes. These two kids are top students from Yin Jing University. A prestigious institution like Yin Jing University can't afford to raise a few hundred leap dragon fish? Anyway, it's not far, just pack them all up and send them over. You can also go there to be a teacher and keep an eye on them. If you encounter suitable students, other leap dragonfish can follow them and get better growth opportunities. These 12 brothers can also stay together. Isn't that much safer than being here? Hua Zongtao was first stunned, then his eyes widened, and a look of realization appeared on his face. Wow, that makes sense. But, would the leap dragonfish be willing? The Dragon Gate is their clan's dream. Splash, splash, splash. Splash! As they moved forward, the sound of falling water became increasingly clear. It was as if the earth was playing a passionate symphony, echoing in their ears. Su Feng realized that they were already very close to their destination. How long had it been? Su Feng instinctively looked up at the sky. At this moment, the sky had just begun to darken. This meant that only half a day had passed. They had traveled nearly 2 days' worth of distance. The Leap Dragonfish speedboat. Indeed fast. Pulu. Just then, the Leap Dragonfish at the front began to slow down. Immediately after, the leader of the Leap Dragonfish and the 12th elder also slowed down. Puff. Pearl. Is this the Dragon Gate? Su Feng's Leap Dragonfish was filled with countless thoughts. The clan elders had mentioned countless times that only Leap Dragonfish that crossed the Dragon Gate could be considered true winners in life. What is the Dragon Gate? Is there only one Dragon Gate? What would it be like to cross the Dragon Gate? What comes after the Dragon Gate? These questions had echoed in the Leap Dragonfish's mind. Now, the Leap Dragonfish understood the answer to one of those questions. The Yellow River flows here, plunging down 1,000 fathoms. Only the divine dragon can leap over it, hence the name Dragon Gate. Leap Dragonfish, it's already very late. You need to be in a more perfect state to complete your transformation. Su Feng sensed the Leap Dragonfish's excitement. He knew that as a beast master, he needed to respect the will of his beast. But more importantly, he needed to be responsible for his beast's future. He could feel the Leap Dragonfish's fatigue at this moment. It had been at the front throughout the day's journey. Sometimes, to achieve better results, one cannot simply follow the wishes of the beast. The Leap Dragonfish was already somewhat exhausted. If it were to venture into the Dragon Gate now, it would definitely not be a wise decision. Hearing Su Feng's words, the Leap Dragonfish's body trembled slightly. Its lively eyes were fixed on the Dragon Gate ahead, filled with reluctance and desire. But in the end, it slowly nodded, because it understood. Its beast master would not harm it. The Yellow River Basin, due to its unique geography and ecological characteristics, is more dangerous than most water bodies. Because of this, the aquatic spirit beasts living in this area need to constantly hone themselves to survive and reproduce. This has led them to be quite different from aquatic spirit beasts in many other places, especially the leap dragon fish of the Yellow River Basin. Compared to the leap dragon fish groups residing near the Tidal Islands, they are worlds apart. Those leap dragon fish in the vast ocean see the Dragon Gate as a lifelong dream to pursue. However, for the leap dragon fish of the Yellow River Basin, every morning upon waking, the Dragon Gate is right before their eyes. Over time, the Dragon Gate has ceased to be an unattainable sacred goal for them. Instead, it has become a commonplace existence. Leap over the Dragon Gate? What is that? What happens if you get over it? In the hearts of these Yellow River leap dragon fish, the meaning of the Dragon Gate has long become unclear, but they are more aware of one point. If they fail to successfully cross the Dragon Gate and are swept away by the current, the consequence is death. This instinctive fear of survival has gradually made them lose their enthusiasm and courage for leaping over the Dragon Gate. Most have become drifting failures. However, until tonight, the calm situation was completely shattered. The leap dragon fish here witnessed a scene that left them dumbfounded. Su Feng's leap dragon fish had a burning desire for the Dragon Gate in its eyes. Although it followed Su Feng's advice and did not rashly challenge the Dragon Gate tonight, that did not mean its exploration of the Dragon Gate would stop. Thus, it resolutely took action. It first swam powerfully towards the sky from a distance of the Dragon Gate. Like a bird breaking free from its restraints, it soared to greater heights. When it looked down at the scenery beyond the Dragon Gate, a dreamlike picture slowly unfolded before its eyes. At that moment, it felt as if it were in a fantastical world. The stars in the sky seemed to instantly transform into countless leap dragonfish. They flew freely in the vast starry sky, bravely leaping over the Dragon Gate, and then magnificently transforming into dragons, radiating dazzling light. This scene thrilled the leap dragonfish. Its body trembled slightly with excitement. Then, it could not wait to fly down. It slowly swam towards the bottom of the Dragon Gate, beginning to try to experience the feeling of the rushing water's impact. However, in the eyes of the local leap dragonfish, its behavior was undoubtedly extremely foolish. They simply could not understand, isn't it good to just stay comfortably and live steadily? Why must one seek out suffering and find such torment? Look, there's a fool over there. Words like these fluttered from the mouths of many leap dragonfish like drifting willow catkins. Yet, what did these cold mockeries matter? Should one give up what they love just because of others' discouragement? Some might, but the leap dragonfish would not. It quietly immersed itself in the impact of the water flow, feeling the pain as the water sliced through its body like a sharp blade. Each impact was like a test of its will. Gradually, it began to get used to this pain. In this wondrous sensation, its eyelids grew heavier and eventually closed slowly, drifting into slumber. Just as Su Feng said, tonight's rest was merely to gather strength, so that tomorrow it could charge towards the Dragon Gate with even more vigor. In a world filled with filth, holding on to purity was also a kind of incongruous sin. However, everyone still possessed the right to choose. This right was like a flickering candlelight in the dark, small yet tenacious. It was also like a raging fire, where sparks gathered together, enough to ignite a prairie. Just as the leap dragonfish was alone in its dream, quietly sleeping beneath the Dragon Gate, a silent transformation was quietly brewing. The first fish began to swing its powerful tail, slowly moving its body forward. Without hesitation, it swam towards the rushing water, to feel that pain like a knife cutting through. Soon after, fish 2, fish 3 followed closely, fish 4, fish 5, up to fish 12. They all responded, as if summoned by some mysterious force. They did not understand why they were doing this. Perhaps, it was simply because their genes were telling them they should do this. Feel the Dragon Gate, cross the Dragon Gate, thus, transform into a dragon. In the long river of life, most of the time, people actually understand deep down that their choices are wrong. But the fear within them is like an invisible giant beast, binding them tightly. They fear being different, fear being isolated by the group. So, even knowing that the path ahead is the wrong direction, they still choose to go with the flow, not daring to change easily. However, when a brave leader appears, everything changes. Just like Su Feng's leap dragonfish, with its actions, it awakened the long-dormant desires in the hearts of other leap dragonfish. More and more leap dragonfish woke up from long-standing confusion and numbness. They no longer hesitated, no longer wandered, and gathered towards the same direction. The powerful water flow, like a merciless demon, tried to push them back. The surging waves battered their bodies, causing their eyelids to close involuntarily. From a high vantage point, this scene appeared somewhat tragic, as if a group of leap dragonfish willingly marched towards death. Hua Zongtao quietly gazed at this scene, his eyes revealing complex emotions, his expression gradually becoming obsessed. At that moment, he deeply realized. It turned out that on the path of growth, letting children come into contact with dreams too early is not always a good thing. Facing the temptation of dreams and the cruelty of reality too soon might lead them into confusion and struggle before they are ready. Yin Jing University. Su Feng, Hua Zongtao murmured softly. He knew that all these changes were brought about by Su Feng and Yin Jing University, along with this child. Perhaps, this was a new starting point for the fate of these leap dragonfish. The next morning, sunlight spilled over the surface of the yellow river, shimmering like a dream. When everything was ready, the leap dragonfish were lined up neatly. They were well fed and in the best condition. Each leap dragonfish's eyes sparkled with determination. Beneath the water flow, the guardian spirits had carefully arranged a buffer net, always ready to catch those leap dragonfish that might fall helplessly during the challenge of the Dragon Gate, preventing them from getting hurt. Su Feng gently wiped each scale on the leap dragonfish. Then, he raised his head, and his gaze met that of the leap dragonfish. At that moment, 1,000 words converged in his eyes. Finally, he uttered a short yet powerful phrase, "Go for it." The leap dragonfish slightly tilted its head, reflecting Su Feng's face in its eyes. It vigorously swished its tail, splashing sparkling water, as if responding to Su Feng. Then, it moved to the front of the leap dragonfish group. The sunlight shone on its scales, refracting a rainbow of colors. Those were the marks of pain, as well as the metals of a warrior. The surrounding leap dragonfish saw the arrival of their leader. They huddled together, making a series of pearl sounds, as if encouraging each other. They then lined up neatly downstream of the dragon gate, ready to face this fateful challenge. Hua Zongtao, Zhong Mengzhu, and Zhu Xiaodi were also present. They stood on the shore, their eyes filled with anticipation and worry. Hua Zongtao looked at the leap dragonfish group and sighed. I didn't expect these little guys to really take this step. He knew very well that the leap dragonfish here were all strong. He had lost count of how many had reached the stage of evolution. They had long stored up an unknown amount of energy, but for various reasons, they had not chosen to challenge the Dragon Gate, nor had they chosen to evolve. They had waited until now, until the appearance of that leader. They had made a change. Zhong Mengzhu nodded slightly, clenching her fists. Zhu Xiaodi also tightened his grip on the bamboo shoots in his hands. Silently, they hoped that everyone would succeed. Chirp! With a crisp bird call, a completely white bird swooped down from the sky. Its appearance made the entire river surface quiet for a moment. Su Feng's leap dragonfish seemed to be inspired by something. It took a deep breath and charged towards the dragon gate first. Its speed increased, leaving a long trail of water behind. Seeing this, the other leap dragonfish also exerted their strength, and the school of fish sped towards the dragon gate like arrows released from a bow. The rushing water seemed to become their support at that moment, continuously pushing them forward. The leap dragonfish gathered their strength, vigorously swinging their tails, each stroke filled with the determination of burning bridges. Su Feng stood on the shore, his gaze tightly following the figure of the leap dragonfish. Although he knew in his heart that his leap dragonfish had no chance of failure, his palms were still sweating. He silently prayed, it must succeed. Hua Zongtao and Zhong Mengzhu also held their breath, nervously watching the river surface. As the leap dragonfish approached the dragon gate, the powerful water flow hit them head-on. Many leap dragonfish were pushed off course, but they did not give up, struggling to adjust their positions and continue swimming towards the dragon gate. Because ahead of them, there was a fish shadow moving forward. It was protecting everyone, sharing everyone's pressure. Since that was the case, what right did they have to give up? That was Su Feng's leap dragonfish, like a fearless vanguard, breaking through the waves in the surging water. Each powerful tail swing stirred up layers of splashes, as if declaring its determination to the world. The riverside in the early morning should have been a tranquil scene with sunlight shining and rippling waves, but at this moment, it was shrouded in an unusual atmosphere. Hua Zongtao furrowed his brows, looking up at the sky, and solemnly uttered, "The weather seems a bit off." His voice was low, carrying a hint of undeniable worry. Zhong Mengzhu instinctively looked up at the dark sky, searching for answers. "Is it going to rain?" she murmured, her eyes filled with confusion. It was clearly morning, and by all accounts, there should be a hint of dawn at this time. The weather forecast hadn't mentioned any rain, yet the sky was unusually dark, as if shrouded by a massive black curtain, oppressive enough to make it hard to breathe. Su Feng, who had been focused on the situation with the leap dragonfish, suddenly changed his expression and hurried over to them. "Prepare for the worst, there might be a heavy downpour. The pressure will increase, and many leap dragonfish won't be able to withstand it." Almost as soon as he finished speaking, a deafening boom shattered the calm, as if the sky had been torn apart. Then, heavy raindrops began to pour down, the size of soybeans, crashing onto the water's surface and splashing up layers of water. The already turbulent current became even more ferocious. Hua Zongtao looked at the sudden downpour, a strong sense of unease rising in his heart. Zhong Mengzhu slightly closed her eyes, using her unique talent to sense everything around her. Soon, she too detected the strange aura and opened her eyes, filled with vigilance. "Stay back, something's not right here. This rain is very unusual." The two spoke almost in unison, both realizing the peculiarity of the rain. Su Feng stood in the torrential downpour, the large raindrops pelting him. The cold seeped through his clothes to his bones, but he was completely oblivious. His mind was consumed by the unease stirred by that familiar aura. Indeed, the unique scent of the cloud crane was growing stronger. This meant the cloud crane must be nearby. In an instant, Su Feng's heart raced, an indescribable fear flooding over him. He silently cursed, "Damn it, there better not be any accidents." If it were just an ordinary downpour, he wouldn't be worried. He had full confidence in his leap dragonfish. That little guy possessed terrifying strength. Even facing the more turbulent longmen in the rain, it would surely succeed. But if the cloud crane was nearby, that was a different story. Who knew why it had suddenly left? This seemingly calm area might be on the brink of an extraordinary disaster. "Sister Crane, give it your all, it's all up to you now." Su Feng lamented inwardly, praying for the cloud crane to put in some effort. Meanwhile, Yu Ping, who was patrolling not far away, also keenly sensed the anomaly. He looked at the area engulfed by the solitary downpour, with thunder and lightning flashing in the sky, his expression tightening as he realized something was wrong. Without a moment's hesitation, he quickly raised his hand and fired several signal flares into the sky. The bright light shone particularly brightly against the darkened sky. Then, he patted the Yaoling griffin beneath him and shouted, "Go!" The Yaoling griffin seemed to sense its master's urgency. With a loud cry, it flapped its wings vigorously and sped towards Longman. Could Yu Ping not go? The answer was obviously no. He could choose not to go, but he still had to, because he understood his identity. Even if Su Feng and Zhong Mengzhu were nearby, even if they were just two ordinary people, he would still make the same choice. Protecting the people was his duty. The rain poured down, with large raindrops being whipped by the fierce wind. Thunder and lightning intertwined, with dazzling bolts of lightning slicing through the sky. The gale roared like a rampaging beast, sweeping across the land. Trees bent and swayed, and the river surged with towering waves. Such a scene suddenly appeared at Longmen. All the spirit beasts trembled in fear of this terrifying natural force, scattering in all directions in search of shelter. But in the midst of this chaos and fear, Su Feng, Hua Zongtao, and Zhong Mengzhu were moving forward, simply because, sister, he had arrived. At that moment, they only saw a dazzling red light in the sky, like an indestructible blade, instantly tearing through the thick clouds and opening a mysterious entrance to a secret realm. The elegant yet weary figure of the crane slowly emerged from the clouds. Then it said, "I've killed everyone. The rest is up to you." Immediately after, Su Feng, Hua Zongtao, and Zhong Mengzhu were taken by it. They moved forward and then flew up, heading towards the entrance of the secret realm. Yu Ping rode the shining griffin, struggling through the storm, and finally reached the vicinity of Longmen. At that moment, his hair was disheveled by the rain, and droplets still clung to his face. But when he saw the shocking scene before him, he was frozen in place. He saw Su Feng, Hua Zongtao, and Zhong Mengzhu being slowly lifted by a mysterious force, flying towards the entrance of the secret realm that emitted an eerie glow. Yu Ping's heart tightened. However, no matter how he urged the griffin to fly upwards, he could never get closer to that mysterious area. It was as if an invisible barrier was keeping him out. Just when he was burning with anxiety, his gaze caught sight of the crane in the clouds and Hua Zongtao's figure. Seeing them, Yu Ping's unease eased a little, and he was no longer so tense. He carefully observed Su Feng's lips and understood his silent message. Take care of the leap dragon fish. Yu Ping couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle bitterly, muttering softly, "Damn it, they won't let me do the big job, and instead, I have to play babysitter?" But complaints aside, he knew this was the help he could offer. He could only sigh helplessly and turn to look in the direction of Longmen. The rushing water, under the influence of the heavy rain and thunder, became even more turbulent, constantly crashing against the leap dragon fish trying to jump over Longmen. Many leap dragon fish fell under the powerful current, yet many others were still struggling to swim forward, with Su Feng's leap dragon fish leading the way. In this harsh environment, it felt no panic. Instead, an uncontrollable excitement surged within it. Its eyes sparkled with fiery light, not only because it enjoyed the pain, but also because it felt that succeeding in jumping over Longmen under such extreme conditions would surely lead to a greater transformation. At that time, it would definitely impress the Beast Master. However, this excitement did not last long. As Su Feng and the others gradually approached the entrance of the secret realm, the leap dragonfish suddenly felt its beast master was no longer there. The rushing water acted like an impenetrable wall, drowning out all sounds. It did not hear the crane's voice and did not know what Su Feng and the others were about to do. It turned its head and only saw Su Feng's figure slowly entering the secret realm. Before entering, it seemed like Su Feng was speaking to it. The voice rang directly in its heart. "Don't worry about me, keep going." At that moment, the leap dragon fish hesitated. Its mind was in chaos, countless thoughts surged like a tide. Jumping over Longmen was within reach. Just one more step forward, and it could realize its dream. Clearly, it only needed to take one more step. But its beast master was going into that dark place. The leap dragon fish was filled with worry. Would he encounter danger? Longmen? What is Longmen? At that moment, these questions echoed once again in its mind. It thought of many things: its past obsession with Longmen, its longing to transform, and the little moments spent with its beast master. In the end, it made a decision. It gave up. It did not want to cross this conventional dragon gate, because it seemed to understand a problem. Sometimes, the dragon gate is just a concept. Just like now, this black secret realm entrance obstructed its meeting with the beast master. So, this is the dragon gate in its heart. Its goal is to overcome it, even if its thoughts are wrong. Even if doing so might not lead to its evolution. Even if it might regret. No, it firmly told itself deep down. It would not regret. What does success, so close at hand, matter? What does transforming into a dragon mean, if it cannot be by the beast master's side? If the price of success could be losing him, then it would definitely regret even more. Thus, the leap dragon fish gave up. It swung its tail vigorously, clearing the stumbling blocks on its path forward, allowing the leap dragon fish behind it to successfully cross the dragon gate and transform into dragons. Roar! 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 A series of deafening dragon roars echoed across the sky. That was the joy and pride of successfully transforming into a dragon. But the one that was originally most likely to transform into a dragon was missing. The dragon tilted its head, looking around in confusion, as if searching for that familiar figure. Yu Ping's eyes widened in shock. They only saw a golden red figure. The marks on its body radiated light. It was blooming with an incredibly bright glow towards the rift in the sky. However, just like Yu Ping, the leap dragon fish also could not enter the secret realm. The rift appeared before its eyes, flickering in and out, like an unreachable illusion, gradually disappearing every second. Faster, even faster, the leap dragon fish shouted frantically in its heart. It swung its tail with all its might, splashing the rain away. Radiant wing griffin, power of the wind. Yu Ping's shout rang out amidst the storm. At the same time, 12 newly transformed dragons roared in unison. Roar! *12 They exerted all their strength to release their power, trying to help the leap dragon fish enter the secret realm. However, their power seemed so small, so insignificant, that it appeared to have no effect. Did they fail? Was it going to end like this? Interest is the best teacher. This was the first sentence the leap dragon fish heard from the beast master. At that moment, the light flickering in Su Feng's eyes seemed to still be before it. Become my partner. Go to a broader world, endure the harshest trials. The scene of meeting the beast master felt like it was just yesterday. The companionship, growth, comfort, and recognition along the way. Every exchange of glances, every tacit cooperation, became the most precious memories in the leap dragon fish's life. These scenes with Su Feng replayed in the leap dragon fish's mind like a movie. So, what is success? At this moment, the leap dragon fish found the answer in its heart. Crossing the dragon gate is not success. Transforming into a dragon is not success. Being able to be with the beast master forever is success. Even if it is only for a brief moment, even if it has to face countless difficulties and dangers. As long as it can be by his side, that is the success it desires most in its heart. The leap dragon fish's gaze became resolute again. It no longer struggled blindly. Instead, it calmed down, feeling everything around it. It could sense that there was an invisible connection between it and the beast master. It was a bond that transcended space and time. Thus, the light of evolution burst forth like a suddenly exploding star, dazzlingly blooming between heaven and earth. The leap dragon fish, caught in it, due to the distortion and chaos of space, it could not distinguish whether this was a perilous secret realm or the familiar real world. It only felt its body being pulled frantically. Every inch of skin, every bone, bore an indescribable agony, as if it could be torn to shreds at any moment. Yet, in stark contrast, its soul seemed to be enveloped in an invisible protective layer, untouched and still maintaining clarity and resilience. Before the leap dragon fish could recover from this strange sensation, the situation suddenly flipped again. This time, it felt as if its soul was locked in place, about to be violently torn apart by a mysterious and powerful force. Meanwhile, the body, which had been enduring immense pain, gradually came to a halt. At the same time, endless scales, like furious beasts, lunged at the leap dragon fish, frantically tearing at its scales. Shimmering scales fell away one by one under the onslaught of the raging wind. The thick bolts of lightning, as if receiving some kind of command, mercilessly struck the leap dragon fish's body. Each electric shock was accompanied by a deafening roar, shaking the entire space. Under this endless torment of pain, marks slowly emerged on the leap dragon fish's body. These marks varied in shape and emitted different glows, quickly covering its entire form. Then, that mysterious and powerful force seemed to suddenly exhaust its energy, vanishing without a trace. The leap dragon fish instinctively sensed their presence, attempting to absorb this power for its own use. However, the wind and lightning seemed unwilling to let the leap dragon fish off the hook. They continued their ruthless rampage. But now, the leap dragon fish showed no signs of fear or retreat in its eyes. There was no sinking into pain or excitement. It simply faced everything with calmness. Was it painful? Of course, it was. It was a deep, unimaginable pain that seemed to challenge its limits every second. Was it bitter? Not at all. In the leap dragon fish's heart, if it could not do what it wanted to do, if it could not see the person it longed for, that would be true suffering. With an incredibly strong belief in its heart, the leap dragon fish fainted again and again in the midst of pain. But each time, it managed to awaken tenaciously. It was like a fearless warrior, transforming the power brought by all the marks into a source of evolutionary energy, bit by bit. Finally, after countless struggles and hardships, it succeeded. Did it succeed? Yu Ping looked up at the sky. There were no longer any spatial rifts, only dark clouds, torrential rain, and lightning remained. His gaze searched the horizon back and forth, not missing a single corner, trying to find that familiar golden red figure. But in the end, he found nothing. Just as he was filled with confusion and a hint of joy, a faint red light flickered in the sky. Then, a long and heavy sigh drifted through the air. Yu Ping listened quietly to this sigh. From it, he clearly felt a deep admiration, mixed with a hint of self-reproach. This complex emotion left Yu Ping even more puzzled. His gaze remained fixed on the sky, not moving for a moment. Suddenly, the once heavy dark clouds seemed to be violently torn apart by an invisible hand, rapidly dispersing in all directions. At the same time, the scattered thunder began to gather quickly, as if summoned by some mysterious force. Roar! Just as the winds and clouds changed, a deafening dragon's roar suddenly erupted. The sound seemed to transcend endless space, drilling straight into Yu Ping's ears, causing his eardrums to ache. At the same time, a shocking scene unfolded. The once majestic and surging Longmen waterfall. In an instant, the flow came to a halt. The surging water seemed to be frozen in mid-air as if under a spell. The leapfish, which had been struggling fiercely in the turbulent waters, yearning to succeed in leaping over the dragon gate, suddenly felt no resistance at all. They surged forward effortlessly, crossing the dragon gate with ease. In that moment, a dazzling light burst forth. After the light dissipated, majestic dragons appeared before everyone. These newly born dragons did not scatter. Instead, they circled gracefully in the sky. Their forms were strong and elegant, tracing beautiful arcs in the air. They either bowed their heads in prayer, raised their voices in blessing, or knelt in worship, as if expressing their reverence to some mysterious existence in the sky. Yu Ping was completely stunned, his mouth slightly agape, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. He stared blankly at the sky. There, a massive shadow of a dragon slowly emerged. This dragon was entirely different from the usual crimson gold battle dragons, yet bore some resemblance. Its horns were a rare white. The crimson scales were tightly arranged, wrapping its body snugly. Golden fur danced wildly in the wind, adding a touch of unruliness and grandeur. And on the inner side of its body were scales as white as snow. All these features made this dragon appear so special, so unique. Damn it, has it evolved? Yu Ping finally snapped back to reality, unable to hold back a curse. Reality and the secret realm, two different spaces, and it actually evolved under such circumstances? His voice was filled with shock and confusion, unable to comprehend what kind of miracle this was. What the hell? Why are the new beast tamers so freakish now? As he spoke, he shook his head repeatedly, his expression extremely complex. At this moment, he had lost count of how many high mother content words he had uttered. His heart was simply too shaken. He couldn't find any other suitable language to express his feelings. Entering the unknown secret realm space, Su Feng, Hua Zhongtao, and Zhong Mengzhu were instantly enveloped by a strange atmosphere. This place was completely different from the stormy, thunderous scene at the Dragon Gate in the real world. Looking around, everything was tranquil, like a desolate plain. However, beneath the calm, there was an extremely dark aura that lingered ominously. This aura was bone-chilling, causing each of them to shiver involuntarily. Su Feng furrowed his brows, his gaze warily scanning the surroundings. Although the celestial crane had confidently stated that the big boss inside had been dealt with, the atmosphere around felt off, making him inexplicably anxious. Was another super powerful boss about to appear? Everyone be careful, the aura here feels wrong. Hua Zhongtao lowered his voice, warning Su Feng and Zhong Mengzhu. As the strongest among the three, he keenly sensed an indescribable strange power, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Just as his words fell, he decisively summoned his destined beast. A flash of blue light appeared. The sea dragon emerged majestically before everyone, surrounded by a mysterious aquamarine glow, ready to face any impending crisis. Su Feng nodded slightly, calming the little Chilin and the others, and summoned the guardian spirit beast left by his grandfather. Legend had it that the third-grade guardian spirit, upon appearing, unleashed a powerful and ancient force that rippled outward, causing the oppressive dark aura around them to recede slightly, granting everyone a momentary chance to breathe. Zhong Mengzhu slowly closed her eyes, concentrating her mind. With her unique beast-taming talent, she tried to sense every detail of this mysterious realm. After a moment, she slowly opened her eyes, staring directly at the sky, a hint of tension in her gaze. Something is watching us. It's flying towards us, everyone be careful. Just as Zhong Mengzhu's words fell, a thunderous roar erupted without warning, as if the entire space trembled under this force. Immediately after, the sky seemed to be torn open by an invisible giant hand. One half of the tear was occupied by darkness and thunder. Strange lightning flickered within the black haze, as if narrating endless terror. The other half appeared stained with blood, a deep crimson that seemed ready to swallow everything. Between these two eerie halves, a dragon-like creature slowly descended. Roar! Accompanied by a roar that transcended space, the voice of this dragon-like creature contained endless pain and power. It seemed to have crossed the heavy shackles of space, experiencing extreme agony, and was born only after bathing in the blood of space and dragons. The evolved form of the leap dragon fish, the crimson gold battle dragon, appeared. Hiss, moo, li li. The little chilin, the earth-shaking divine bull, and the illusory eye dragonfly keenly sensed that familiar aura. Looking at the imposing figure before them, they were first taken aback, then excitedly called out, "Roar!" The crimson gold battle dragon responded with a deep dragon roar, containing endless power and warmth. Su Feng couldn't help but be mesmerized. His mind was almost blank at that moment. He walked forward. The crimson gold battle dragon grinned. With dragon blood still lingering on its body, this smile appeared particularly terrifying. Seeing this scene, even the battle-hardened Hua Zongtao felt a tingle at the back of his neck. Zhong Mengzhu stared blankly at the bamboo little brother beside her, her face filled with disbelief. Because a drop of blood had inexplicably appeared on bamboo little brother, radiating a strange glow. Is it from the roar just now? Zhong Mengzhu pondered inwardly. At that moment, bamboo little brother was enveloped by a mysterious evolutionary power. Its body began to undergo marvelous changes. Eventually, bamboo little brother completed its evolution, transforming into a being entirely different from the ordinary bamboo segment dragon beast. It was entirely crimson, as if covered in dragon blood. Su Feng paid no attention to any of this. He didn't want to. At this moment, his eyes were only on the crimson gold battle dragon. He gently reached out, tenderly stroking the scales on the crimson gold battle dragon. His eyes were filled with heartache as he softly said, "It must hurt a lot." Roar! The crimson gold battle dragon grinned, seemingly responding, "Not painful. Pain is my favorite." To prove his words were true, it turned its head and roared at the earth-shaking divine bull. Its expression seemed to say, "No air, let me hear you call me big brother. Now I am the strongest." The earth-shaking divine bull, upon hearing this, responded with a low moo. It could sense the current state of the crimson gold battle dragon. Although it had successfully evolved, the process had drained too much of its strength, and it needed time to recover. Its current demeanor was merely to avoid showing weakness in front of everyone, because it had grown up, no longer a child. The crimson gold battle dragon, with a proud expression, "Humph, if you don't want to fight, then I won't. I'm going to take a nap. Call me when there's a fight." The crimson gold battle dragon roared once more, then returned to the beast taming space. Soon, it fell into a deep sleep. In this sleep, it felt particularly at ease, because in its meaning, it achieved what it wanted. It crossed the dragon gate in its heart. It broke through the heavy barriers of space. It met the person it longed to see. Then, it began to struggle a bit. The continuous pain, the power of space coursing chaotically within. It needed to rest, to digest this power. Su Feng quietly felt the aura coming from the crimson gold war dragon, and his eyes unknowingly turned slightly red. He sensed the heart of the crimson gold war dragon. Perhaps, this is why everyone loves beast tamers so much. The thoughts of the beasts are so pure. Sometimes, it might just be a greeting, a piece of cookie, and they would deeply remember this kindness. To repay their master's care, to continue the fate of meeting their master, to be able to guard by their master's side, they are willing to give their lives without hesitation. However, fortunately, everything is developing in a beautiful direction. The leap dragon fish. No, the crimson gold war dragon. It did it! Beast, crimson gold war dragon talent, dimensional restructuring, pain absorption, dragon battle in the wild, torture mark imprint, dimensional restructuring, ultimate regeneration, even if cut in half, it can recover after a certain time, quality, mythical attribute, dragon, martial, space realm, platinum 4th rank skills, ultimate invincible rotating cannon, exclusive skill, dragon might, dragon breath, dragon tail, dragon's will, space transfer. Introduction, leading the evolution of 10,000 dragons, the leap dragon fish, the uncrowned king. This is the bond between beast tamers and their beasts, Hua Zongtao said, his gaze deep, filled with emotion. As he spoke, he gently patted Su Feng's shoulder. Sometimes, everything you give, they can sense it. Stay true to yourself, do your best, no need to change. Su Feng listened to Hua Zongtao's words and nodded earnestly. His gaze slowly swept over the little chilin, the illusory-eyed dragonfly, and the earth-shaking divine bull beside him, his eyes filled with warmth and determination. He took a deep breath, his chest slightly rising with excitement. Since the crimson gold war dragon is willing to cross time and space to see us, then we cannot let it down. We must quickly eliminate the ferocious beasts in the secret realm, so when the crimson gold war dragon awakens, it can see a group of leap dragonfish waiting for its return outside. Hoo hoo! The little chilin cried out excitedly, its radiance becoming even more dazzling. Li li! The illusory-eyed dragonfly flapped its wings rapidly, making a buzzing sound, its eyes sparkling with a ghostly light. Moo! The earth-shaking divine bull raised its head and let out a long moo, causing the ground beneath its hooves to sink slightly. The three beasts were full of energy. They followed Su Feng's footsteps, raising their heads and stepping forward. Looking at the figures in front of them, Zhong Mengzhu couldn't help but murmur, "Why do I feel he just suddenly became stronger again?" Hua Zongtao's lips curled slightly, revealing a look of satisfaction. This is the bond. These little guys, seeing the efforts of their companions, they don't want to lag behind. Saying this, he turned to Zhong Mengzhu, "Let's go, we need to step up our efforts too." As soon as he finished speaking, the two immediately caught up with Su Feng and the three beasts. Su Feng walked with a light step, leading the team, his face beamed with an uncontrollable smile. Everything stemmed from the surprise brought by the leap dragonfish evolving into the Crimson Gold War Dragon. This evolution directly granted the Crimson Gold War Dragon the strength of Platinum 4th rank. Although it was not Su Feng's destined beast, the feedback ratio was relatively low. Moreover, a large amount of power was consumed during the evolution process. This further led to a decrease in feedback power. But for Su Feng, who was only at the Silver Realm, this improvement was still astonishing. Moreover, the little chilin and the illusory eye dragonfly had also made progress over time, reaching Silver Rank 5 and Silver Rank 7, respectively. The power of the three beasts' mutual nourishment gathered together, allowing Su Feng to undergo a significant transformation. He directly advanced from Silver Rank 1 to Silver Rank 4. He gained 3 brand new attributes. Transformation of the dragon, can grow large or small, can ascend or conceal. This attribute undoubtedly belonged to the Crimson Gold War Dragon. With it, the Crimson Gold War Dragon became even more formidable, able to change its size freely. It could summon clouds and mist, hiding its form. Thus, the concerns it previously had about its size were no longer an issue. Heavenly law, earthly phenomena, makes one's body extremely large, greatly enhancing one's strength, momentum, combat power, and size advantage. Su Feng pondered over this attribute for a while. He used the process of elimination. First, the combat styles of the little chilin and the illusory eye dragonfly leaned more towards that of mages. They didn't need to rely on a massive size to enhance their combat power, so it could be excluded for now. The Crimson Gold War Dragon already had the transformation of the dragon. There was some overlap in abilities with heavenly law, earthly phenomena, so it could also be excluded. The soon-to-be-unlocked human path beast master had a diverse combat style. It still relied mainly on firearms, and a larger size wouldn't increase the number of barrels. Therefore, the owner of this attribute would be the earth-shaking divine ox. Its characteristics in size, strength, and momentum were just what it could utilize. Who knows, it might even bring forth a bull demon king or an Anlin version of the earth-shaking divine ox. Soul rebirth, using one's own spiritual power as a guide, consuming one's own spiritual power as a cost, allowing one's soul to resonate with the residual soul waves of the beast, thus reshaping its physical body. Upon seeing the ability of this attribute, Su Feng's heart skipped a beat. Reshaping the physical body? Isn't that resurrection? Without a doubt, this attribute had to be used on himself. Just as Su Feng was allocating the attributes, the group was moving further away. The atmosphere around them became increasingly oppressive. Even though Su Feng was the lowest-ranked beast master, he could still clearly sense the pressure brought by this aura. "Stay alert, trouble is coming." The voice of Hua Zongtao broke the surrounding silence. His gaze was vigilant and focused, always paying attention to the movements around them. Upon hearing this, Su Feng couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Although he had experienced battles with beasts before, those fights seemed almost like children's play to him. Many abilities of the little chilin, earth-shaking divine ox, and illusory eye dragonfly had not had the chance to be displayed, leaving him somewhat unsatisfied. But now, with the opponents being ferocious beasts, the situation was entirely different. Many skills that were inconvenient to use in previous battles could now be employed, because ferocious beasts were like the digital monsters controlled by the dark gears in Digimon. Their appearance and habits were very similar to spiritual beasts in many ways. However, they were fundamentally different. They represented destruction and evil, clearly the villains. The only difference was that those digital monsters controlled by the dark gears could return to normal once the gears were shattered. But ferocious beasts were different. Once defeated, they would disappear. As everyone continued to proceed cautiously, a low growl suddenly echoed from ahead. The roar was very distant, yet still clear to hear. At least they are all at the golden level, number unknown, stay alert, Hua Zhongtao reminded with a serious expression. He knew well that the strength of ferocious beasts was often difficult to judge by common sense. Ordinary beasts and spiritual beasts would become exhausted and injured after battles. Sometimes, they would even have their combat abilities reduced due to injuries. However, ferocious beasts were entirely different. They seemed to be tireless, always maintaining a certain state of combat. Unless their limbs were completely severed, their fighting ability would hardly be affected. They would only disappear completely when defeated. As Hua Zhongtao explained, the beast belonging to the three quickly assumed a battle stance. Energy surged throughout its body. Various status skills had already been applied. Soon, pairs of ghostly green eyes slowly emerged in the darkness. Flickering like will-o'-the-wisps, they shone with an eerie light. As those ghostly green eyes drew closer, they finally saw the appearance of the newcomers. It was a pack of silver moon wolves. However, unlike the spirit beast silver moon wolves, their bodies were composed of thick, dark matter. It was as if demons had crawled out from the abyss of darkness. With each step, the ground seemed to corrode, leaving behind trails of black marks. Oh! Upon seeing Su Feng and the others, these silver moon wolves immediately stirred restlessly. Drool dripped from the corners of their mouths, emitting a chilling roar. It was as if they could hardly wait to tear the people before them into pieces. These guys probably aren't suited for close combat. Little Chilin, take care of them. Su Feng quickly made a judgment. The silver moon wolves were surrounded by dark matter, and engaging in close combat could likely result in unknown negative effects. The best solution was to keep them at a distance. Upon hearing this, little Chilin instantly understood. In an instant, various elemental fluctuations surged around it. Among these elemental powers, the might of thunder was particularly astonishing. Hua Zhongtao and Zhong Mengzhu were about to speak, but they were stunned into silence by the scene before them. They saw a series of thunderballs, flames, water streams, blades, leaves, and earth projectiles attacking the pack of silver moonwolves. The density was like a madly firing machine gun, wave after wave. There was hardly any pause between the skills. Various attack methods intertwined, forming an impenetrable net of firepower. The silver moon wolves appeared small and helpless under this overwhelming assault. One after another, the silver moon wolves were hit. Their dark bodies gradually dissipated under the impact of the powerful elemental forces. The speed of their disappearance was terrifying. In just a moment, the once ferocious pack of silver moon wolves had lost more than half. Hua Zhongtao's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the scene before him, his face filled with shock. Can a beast really do this? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have thought a small team was attacking the silver moonwolves. Under the terrifying firepower of little Chilin, the situation had turned overwhelmingly one-sided. In less than a minute, 50 or 60 silver moonwolves had been completely wiped out. Watching this scene, Su Feng couldn't help but have a fleeting thought. If only there were a trait that increased attack power for every kill. If such a trait existed, these ferocious beasts could unleash their maximum value. However, even without such a trait, battling ferocious beasts was not without its benefits. Just like in regular beast battles, each clash was an opportunity for growth. It could enhance the beast's strength in various aspects. For example, the proficiency of skills and the speed of spiritual energy circulation would improve. Moreover, battling ferocious beasts was fundamentally different. When facing ferocious beasts, there was an inherent sense of crisis. In a sense, it felt more like being in a real battlefield. This special environment and psychological experience would allow the beasts to tap into deeper potential during combat. The resulting enhancement would undoubtedly be greater than in ordinary battles. At this moment, Hua Zhongtao, who had long since recovered from his shock, couldn't help but exclaim, "Sometimes, I really feel like you don't act like a novice beast master." His eyes held a mix of admiration and surprise, as if he were reassessing the young man before him. Hua Zhongtao had originally thought that having a leap dragonfish was the limit for Su Feng. But now, there were brothers, with such strong beasts. I still have 3 more. I've never seen a novice beast master achieve this level. Zhong Mengzhu echoed, her tone filled with astonishment. With this kind of speed, I doubt even 80% of golden-level beast masters could manage it. As she spoke, she couldn't help but glance at the little Chilin. This seemingly small and cute beast truly refreshed her understanding. It could freely unleash multiple elemental skills, and it was at least capable of firing 7 shots per second. In fact, after such intense bombardment, the little Chilin still looked vibrant, showing no signs of fatigue whatsoever. And the most terrifying part was that, if she sensed correctly, its realm hadn't even reached golden. Yet even so, when facing these golden-level silver moonwolves, it was almost taking them down two at a time, often resulting in instant kills. The shock of having so many powerful abilities concentrated in one beast was no less than the impact they felt when the leap dragonfish evolved into a crimson gold war dragon not long ago. The leap dragonfish that evolved across space, the skill master, the artillery holy unicorn beast, and that adorable creature capable of unleashing a terrifying petrification skill. Not to mention the so-called pseudo-god, the earth-shaking divine cow. Goodness. Looking at it this way, none of Su Feng's beasts were simple. Oh right, it seemed he also had a real god. Hearing the admiration from the two, Su Feng merely smiled slightly. In fact, if the little Chilin had used Thunder Escape Cookie, it could have wiped out all these guys in almost a second. But doing so would be like using a cannon to shoot a mosquito. Plus, gathering energy also took time, so it was faster to cover with firepower. After dealing with this batch of silver moonwolves, the three did not linger at all. They continued to follow the scent of the fierce beasts and clear them out. Along the way, the strength of the fierce beasts they encountered was mostly not too high. This was undoubtedly a great training opportunity for Su Feng. Thus, with his intention to hone his beast mastery skills, almost all the fierce beasts were handled by his beasts. The little Chilin's skill reign, the terrifying eye skills of the illusion dragonfly, and the exaggerated strength of the earth-shaking divine cow all constantly refreshed Zhong Mingju's and Hua Zongtao's understanding of Su Feng. As they continued forward, the two young people began to show signs of fatigue. In contrast, the little Chilin, illusion dragonfly, and earth-shaking divine cow were in a completely different state. They seemed to be getting more and more energized, fighting with increasing enthusiasm. The first two treated killing fierce beasts like a match 3 game, while the latter felt that their growth rate was improving through this method. When Hua Zongtao suggested taking a break, they all seemed a bit reluctant to stop. Kia Kia. The little Chilin even called out energetically a few times, as if signaling to everyone that it could continue fighting. Seeing this, Su Feng smiled and said, "Let's take a break and eat something." As he expected, the moment he mentioned eating, the little Chilin's eyes immediately lit up. Its small claws waved skillfully in the air. Before long, 3 exquisite little houses rose from the ground. At the same time, a table and several stools appeared in the middle. Goodness, now I understand why this little guy has such a high number of skills. Hua Zongtao was filled with emotion, his eyes interweaving astonishment and admiration, as if he wanted to see through the little Chilin. This level of control over elemental spiritual power, I don't know how many beast tamers would feel ashamed. He shook his head as he spoke, lamenting that the little Chilin's talent and ability had already surpassed his past understanding. Su Feng's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of a doting smile. He responded, "Old Hua, you really shouldn't praise it any further. If you keep going, this little guy's tail will be pointing to the sky." After saying this, he focused his mind and took out a large pile of food from the beast taming space. He called over the little Chilin, which was standing proudly with its tail wagging. "Alright, don't get too proud. Share the food with everyone," Su Feng gently called. The little Chilin happily responded and began to busy itself, bouncing around. Ha ha ha. Hua Zongtao laughed heartily at the sight. Just then, Su Feng suddenly thought of something and looked at Hua Zongtao, asking, "By the way, old Hua, in a secret realm like this, are there really only ferocious beasts?" Hua Zongtao, who had been immersed in the joyful atmosphere, was momentarily taken aback by the question, and the smile on his face instantly froze. Then, as if recalling something, he suddenly realized and couldn't help but slap his forehead. "Look at my memory. Seeing you and the beasts perform so astonishingly, I almost forgot that you're just a fresh-faced kid who just entered university." At this moment, Zhong Mengju timely took over the conversation. She vividly explained, "Just think of this as operating a computer screen. The world we live in is like the computer desktop, and each time you open an app, it's like entering a different secret realm. Some annoying apps, as soon as you open them, will pop up ads. These ads can be seen as ferocious beasts. Once you eliminate these ferocious beasts, the ads will disappear, and the secret realm will truly reveal itself to us." Zhong Mengju's metaphor was both novel and fitting. After hearing it, Su Feng immediately understood the meaning. Meanwhile, Hua Zongtao's expression became serious as he added, "If nothing unexpected happens, this secret realm is likely appearing for the first time. If we can clear the ads quickly, the guardian spirit beasts in the secret realm will also provide certain rewards. This is a rare opportunity. Guardian spirit beasts. Rewards." Upon hearing these 6 words, Su Feng's heart suddenly stirred. He instinctively exchanged a glance with the illusory dragonfly. In that moment, a glint of cunning flashed in both their eyes. "Su Feng, shall we absorb it?" Illusory dragonfly, ******, absolutely not just them. Zhong Mengju's expression also became serious upon hearing this. So, we need to speed up and clear these ferocious beasts as soon as possible. Otherwise, the viruses in the ads will also affect the secret realm. At that time, it might even lead to the death of the spirit beasts in the original secret realm. Hua Zhongtao's expression grew grave as he nodded seriously. He suggested, in my opinion, the three of us can completely act separately. The old man has some strength, so you don't need to worry about my safety. Saying this, he couldn't help but laugh. Although it was true, Su Feng and Zhong Xinju both had guardian spirit beasts by their side, and if it came to a real fight, they could easily take him down in an instant. However, saying it like this still felt a bit hard to bear. Su Feng and Zhong Mengzhu had no objections to this proposal. So, after lunch, the three gathered together to briefly discuss the areas they would be responsible for. Then they returned to their respective wooden houses to rest and recharge. As dawn broke, the morning light fell upon the secret realm. A night of rest left the three feeling invigorated. According to the plan made yesterday, they greeted each other and then headed towards their respective areas. In order to clean up the ferocious beasts in the secret realm more efficiently, Su Feng simply recalled the earth-shaking divine bull and let the spirit guardian lead him forward. With the strength of a legendary third rank, the spirit guardian searched for the ferocious beasts with high efficiency. Almost every 10 minutes, Su Feng would arrive near another group of ferocious beasts. For those of average strength or slightly stronger, he naturally let the little chilin, the illusory dragonfly, and the earth-shaking divine bull attack together. For those that were indeed too strong, capable of being called mini-boss level existences, he naturally left it to the spirit guardian to handle. The little chilin, illusory dragonfly, and the earth-shaking divine bull would provide some assistance. Overall, the time spent to deal with each wave of ferocious beasts did not exceed 3 minutes. Additionally, with Zhong Mengzhu and Hua Zhongtao also clearing at an impressive speed, it only took a little over a day for the entire evil aura in the secret realm to dim to the point of being undetectable. According to the spirit guardian's perception, Su Feng was closest to the last gathering point of the ferocious beasts. Just as he was about to arrive nearby and unlock the beast space restriction, a roar echoed. Roar! No air, come and fight me. Whoever is stronger is the main body. No, whoever wins is the big brother. This familiar voice came from the recently awakened Crimson Gold War Dragon. At this moment, it radiated a majestic and powerful aura, clearly having fully adapted to its evolved strong body. The overwhelming sense of power seemed to burst forth from every scale, filling it with immense confidence. As soon as it emerged, it wanted to declare its prowess. Su Feng looked at the flamboyant appearance of the Crimson Gold War Dragon, both amused and helpless, and gave it a glance. The earth-shaking divine bull could no longer hold back. It let out a low moo, its body glowing, and immediately activated the law of heaven and earth. In an instant, a gigantic earth-shaking divine bull appeared. Its massive body blocked out the sun, resembling a moving giant mountain, far larger than the Crimson Gold War Dragon. Its muscles bulged, exuding a chilling sense of power. Under the astonished gaze of the Crimson Gold War Dragon, the earth-shaking divine bull gently lifted its front hoof and pressed it down onto the ground. Immediately after, swoosh, the little chilin activated the power of the Yin thunder of the water element and rewarded the Crimson Gold War Dragon with a bottle of cola. Moo, now do you know who the boss is? Roar! The Crimson Gold War Dragon was both angry and anxious. You can't play fair, you're cheating. Its pitiful gaze turned to Su Feng, as if seeking comfort. Don't you have one too? Crimson Gold War Dragon, _? Su Feng, feel it for yourself. The Crimson Gold War Dragon was momentarily stunned, then suddenly seemed to understand something. Excitedly calling out, degree, it began to change size, showcasing its ability of dragon transformation, having a great time. The frustration of being restrained just moments ago vanished, and it was immersed in the joy brought by its new ability. Roar! A sudden roar rolled in from afar, carrying a hint of ferocity and savagery, interrupting the Crimson Gold War Dragon's play. Su Feng looked in the direction of the sound. He saw a gigantic ferocious beast moving toward them. It was called the stone-scaled viper. Its body resembled a moving black fortress, covered in dark brown scales, tightly arranged like stones. Even just moving on the ground caused the earth to tremble slightly, showcasing its immense strength. The stone-scaled viper raised its head high, fixating its blood-red vertical pupils on the group of one person and four beasts, glinting with a bloodthirsty light. Roar! Want to fight? The Crimson Gold War Dragon immediately became excited, its eyes flashing with intense battle intent. With a passionate roar, the power within the Crimson Gold War Dragon surged forth like a raging torrent. Its red scales became increasingly vibrant and eye-catching, while its golden fur stood on end, radiating a dazzling light. Particularly striking were the snow-white scales on its inner body and the long, crystalline white dragon horns on its head. They were as smooth as pearls, yet exuded an unassailable majesty. The leap dragon fish completed its evolution in the narrow gap between reality and the secret realm. It transcended space. At the same time, it also fused with the power of space. So cool, so cool. As expected of my proudest crimson gold war dragon, Su Feng couldn't help but smile, his tone filled with admiration and pride for the crimson gold war dragon. Hoo-hoo, Li. The little chilin bounced excitedly, its eyes fixed on the crimson gold war dragon without blinking. The illusion eye dragon also flapped its wings rapidly, emitting cheerful cries. They cheered for the current dominance of the crimson gold war dragon. The earth-shaking divine bull remained silent, standing quietly to the side, but its gaze betrayed its feelings. Its eyes closely followed the movements of the crimson gold war dragon, filled with envy. Then, it silently adjusted the pressure it was bearing slightly upward. The crimson gold war dragon and the stone-scaled viper glared at each other. Their gazes were like two sharp blades, clashing fiercely in the air. A fierce aura spread, making the surrounding air seem ignited. Roar! A deafening roar erupted, like thunder crashing. Both sides charged at each other almost simultaneously, like arrows released from a bow. There were no dazzling energy fluctuations, nor any unnecessary flashy movements. Only the most primal, purest clash of power. Their figures flickered in the swirling dust. The ground trembled violently with their collisions. Each impact of their bodies produced a dull yet shocking sound. Bang! 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 The muffled bang-bang sounds intertwined, showcasing the aesthetics of violence. After separating, neither side showed any intention of retreating. Roar! The stone-scaled viper howled at the sky, its voice filled with wildness and ferocity. The crimson gold war dragon refused to show weakness, raising its head. Oh, roar! Who could roar louder? Immediately after, they charged at each other recklessly, colliding time and again. As a fierce beast, the stone-scaled viper felt no pain. Unless completely defeated, its battle state would remain at full capacity, always maintaining strong offensive and defensive power. The crimson gold war dragon was even more special. Pain absorption allowed it to draw strength from every instance of suffering. Dragon battle in the wild enabled its stamina to recover continuously. Scar imprint left traces of battle on its body, each mark convertible into new power. The abilities of these three traits stacked upon each other, making the crimson gold war dragon braver with each fierce battle. Bang! 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 Time and again, the collisions caused the ground to crack with menacing fissures. The commotion grew louder, as if threatening to shatter the entire world. Whoosh! Roar! Zhong Mengzhu rode over on the glazed heavenly horse. The bamboo segment dragon beast watched the fierce clashes between the two sides, its eyes wide with astonishment. The waterflower fairy stood frozen in shock, her petals trembling slightly. Zhong Mengzhu was equally mesmerized. This pure clash of power against power. Even as a girl, she couldn't help but feel her blood boil, a surge of indescribable excitement rising within her. Roar! Soon after, the Songhai dragon rider arrived at the battlefield with Hua Zongtao. Watching the intense battle scene before him, Songhai dragon rider couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Why hadn't he chosen to evolve into a crimson gold war dragon back then? This clash of power against power, the collision between flesh and flesh, that is the romance that belongs to the dragon clan. Crimson gold battle dragon, go for it. Su Feng breathed heavily, his chest rising and falling violently. His eyes were fixed tightly on the battlefield, feeling a surge of blood rushing through him. Exciting! 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 The crimson gold battle dragon roared to the sky. At this moment, it felt every cell in its body come alive with excitement. It had never experienced such exhilarating pleasure. After evolving, its physical form underwent a tremendous transformation. The once relatively rough body structure had now become more delicate and complex. At the same time, its capacity to withstand attacks had expanded. With each collision with the stone-scaled viper, the intense pain surged like a tidal wave. But for the crimson gold battle dragon, this was not unbearable torment. Rather, it was a different kind of stimulation. It intensified its desire for battle and gradually became addicted to it. The light in the crimson gold battle dragon's eyes grew ever hotter. After each collision, it not only showed no signs of retreat but instead charged even more excitedly at the stone-scaled viper, actively seeking the next clash. Its body, intertwined with pain and excitement, seemed infused with boundless power. That power rampaged within it, eagerly seeking an outlet. And the stone-scaled viper undoubtedly became the best target. On this dust-filled battlefield, the crimson gold battle dragon unleashed its wildness and strength to the fullest. On the other side, if it were an ordinary spirit beast, the stone-scaled viper, faced with such a battle-hungry and powerful crimson gold battle dragon, might have long been filled with fear, even willing to submit. But it was, after all, a ferocious beast. Bloodthirst was its nature. Killing its opponent was its instinct. Its scales stood on end, each one like a sharp blade, glinting with a cold light. Then, it opened its massive maw. Venom sprayed out like a fountain. Wherever it passed, the ground was instantly corroded, rising in billows of green smoke, evenly enveloping its body. Roar! The crimson gold battle dragon showed no fear, letting out a thunderous roar. It charged forward against the venom and the blade-like scales, resolutely advancing. Its massive body began to spin at high speed, like a giant spiral drill, the air filled with a sharp whistling sound. The power of space rapidly spread across its body. This mysterious and powerful force greatly increased the attack power of this strike, making its radiance even more blinding. However, this spatial power did not come without a cost. While enhancing the attack, it also severely damaged the crimson gold battle dragon's flesh. Every inch of skin, every bone, seemed to be crushed under the pressure of the spatial force. Agonizing pain surged in wave after wave. Yet, this kind of torment, unbearable for ordinary beings, was a catalyst for the crimson gold battle dragon. The already powerful skill, under the stimulation of this pain, continued to rise in might. Ultimate invincible rotating cannon. Su Feng couldn't help but shout excitedly. The crimson gold battle dragon launched itself as a cannonball, carrying the power to tear through space, shooting towards the stone-scaled viper. Bang! The moment the crimson gold battle dragon collided with the stone-scaled viper, the ground began to tremble violently, cracks spreading rapidly like a spider's web. A strong shockwave radiated outward from the point of impact. Wherever it went, trees were uprooted, and boulders were ground to dust. As the earth-shattering noise gradually calmed, the swirling dust slowly settled. The spectator's vision also became clear. At this moment, there was no trace of the stone-scaled viper left in their eyes, only a chaotic battlefield remaining, proving the existence of the fierce battle that had just taken place. Roar! The crimson gold battle dragon stood tall, letting out a roar that echoed through the clouds. It circled in the sky, its body shining with dazzling brilliance under the sunlight. At the same time, the entire secret realm began to shimmer with a strange light. The space seemed to be reshaped by an invisible pair of hands. The secret realm, which had appeared somewhat oppressive and distorted due to the presence of fierce beasts, was now gradually revealing its original form. The sky was as blue as a gemstone, and the clouds were as white as snow, drifting leisurely. On the ground, colorful flowers bloomed in competition. A gentle breeze passed by, causing the flowers to sway lightly, as if dancing gracefully. Hiss, crack, crack, roar. Strange calls rose and fell in succession. Groups of spirit beasts surged forth like a tide from all directions. Their gazes were all fixed on the golden red war dragon in the sky, their eyes sparkling with excitement and fervor. The entire scene was extraordinarily lively, as if a grand celebration was taking place. It turned out that when the leap dragon fish evolved into the golden red war dragon, that powerful energy wave crossing space not only caused a sensation in the real world but also caught the attention of this mysterious secret realm. In the eyes of the spirit beasts living in the secret realm, the powerful strength of the golden red war dragon and the spatial changes it brought about had become a great savior destined to save the world. Each spirit beast cheered and applauded for the golden red war dragon. They combined their unique voices into a song of praise for the hero. Roar, roar, roar. Although the golden red war dragon did not quite understand what was happening, the feeling of being worshipped and admired by countless spirit beasts excited it to the extreme. It joyfully danced its massive body in the air. As its tail swayed, it stirred up gusts of air, reveling in this glory. Then, like a shooting star, it swiftly dove down from the sky, creating a whooshing sound. At that moment, the sunlight fell perfectly behind it, outlining a dazzling golden silhouette. This made it appear even more majestic and divine, like a deity descending to the mortal realm. Roar! The ocean dragon could not help but let out a low howl. It really could not bear to watch the golden red war dragon reveling in the admiration of the spirit beasts. However, its gaze seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, involuntarily glancing at the golden red war dragon. How handsome! It muttered to itself, a complex emotion flashing in its eyes. Unable to resist, it stole another glance. With this look, the ocean dragon had to reluctantly admit that the golden red war dragon's imposing figure, shining scales, and the powerful aura it exuded were truly captivating. This kind of handsomeness even stirred a hint of jealousy in its heart. It shook its head, trying to cast aside this emotion, but its gaze still occasionally drifted towards the much-admired golden red war dragon. Truly a winner among dragons. Meanwhile, deep within the secret realm, before an ancient and mysterious stone wall, rustle after a slight sound, a long and graceful spirit beast quietly appeared. Its body displayed a fresh emerald green, resembling the tenderest leaves of spring, full of life and vitality. Above its head, golden vines twisted and grew, resembling a magnificent crown, showcasing its extraordinary status. The thorny vines covering its body added a touch of mystery and majesty. This spirit beast, named the Holy Vine Spirit Lord, was the guardian spirit beast of this secret realm. It quietly gazed at the mural on the stone wall, its eyes filled with depth and focus. The scene depicted in the mural was vivid and lifelike. It illustrated the chaotic scene during the distortion of space. Lightning danced wildly like a mad snake, intertwining into a terrifying electric net. And at the center of this chaos, a leap dragon fish was at a critical moment of evolution. A strange and powerful light radiated from its entire being. The second mural depicted the evolved crimson gold war dragon standing proudly among numerous spirit beasts under the bright sunshine, receiving their cheers and admiration. Suddenly, the holy vine spirit paused slightly. It keenly sensed that the evil aura, which had been lurking on the other side of the secret realm, was dissipating. At the same time, waves of cheers from the outside world surged into its ears, one after another. The figure of the holy vine spirit instantly vanished. The moment the holy vine spirit reappeared, the entire secret realm fell silent. The spirit beasts, which had been cheering and jumping with joy, regardless of their size, whether large or small, all quieted down and looked at each other with great respect. Swish! The gaze of the holy vine spirit fell upon the crimson gold war dragon, and a glint of brilliance flashed in its eyes. It let out an excited cry that was hard to suppress. Whoosh! Roar! The bamboo segment dragon beast murmured softly, somewhat dazed. Its body trembled slightly, and an inexplicable sense of admiration arose in its heart. That feeling was akin to the green-silver grass facing the green-silver king. It was a natural sense of awe and submission. Thank you very much for your help, humans from the outside world, spirit beasts. The holy vine spirit walked gracefully, slowly approaching Su Feng and the other two. Its gentle and clear voice resonated directly in the minds of the three and all their spirit beasts, transforming into the familiar dialect of their hometown. Quack quack, li li. In the minds of the little chilin, the illusionary-eyed dragonfly, and other spirit beasts, large question marks flashed at this moment. They were filled with confusion, unable to comprehend how this unfamiliar spirit beast could speak their language. Su Feng and the other two were even more astonished, their mouths agape. Telepathy? This was not a power that ordinary spirit beasts could possess. Moreover, the moment it appeared, the entire venue fell into silence. The strength of this holy vine spirit was likely unfathomable. Su Feng almost instinctively activated his probing eye. Spirit beast, holy vine spirit, talent, king of plants, king of wood-type spirit beasts, able to summon all wood attribute elements in nature at will, quality, mythical, attribute, wood, realm, legendary 9th grade pregnancy, exclusive skills, holy vine light, holy vine injury, holy vine annihilation, holy vine perception, holy vine power, holy vine prophecy, skills, all non-exclusive wood-type skills. Su Feng's eyes widened, nearly dropping his jaw. Damn! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. A full 6 exclusive skills. This was undoubtedly a top-tier existence among the spirit beasts he had encountered. This guy is quite impressive. However, the more impressive it was, the more beneficial it seemed for him and the illusionary-eyed dragonfly. Su Feng didn't think too much about it. Please follow me. The voice of the holy vine spirit echoed in their minds again, brief yet powerful. It gently turned, its long body swaying elegantly, and the vine slightly swayed as well, signaling everyone to follow. The three exchanged glances. With hearts full of confusion, curiosity, and anticipation, they closely followed behind the holy vine spirit. Along the way, their eyes were constantly drawn to the strange light and graceful posture radiating from the holy vine spirit. The flowers and grasses along the path swayed gracefully, seemingly guiding them in the right direction. As they turned past a dense thicket, an ancient and heavy stone wall suddenly appeared before them. The three halted in their tracks. Their breathing quickened. Their eyes widened in disbelief. What came into view were vivid and lifelike scenes. The first mural depicted the scene of the leap dragon fish evolving. The second mural showed the crimson gold war dragon surrounded by spirit beasts in a scene of cheers. The third mural depicted the crimson gold war dragon sleeping in the pool, absorbing energy. The fourth painting depicts the awakened golden war dragon and a petite Saint Manling leading 12 true dragons, along with the spirit beasts in the secret realm, working together to combat a massive black mist. The fifth painting shows the entire secret realm, littered with corpses, having fallen into darkness. Su Feng's lips trembled slightly, and he almost instinctively murmured, "Is this a prophecy?" His voice carried a tremor that he could hardly perceive. He couldn't understand why such a scene would be etched on the stone wall in advance. The first two paintings had clearly just occurred not long ago, yet this mural seemed to depict events from a long time ago. Zhong Mengzhu instinctively covered her mouth, her eyes filled with a complex mix of shock and confusion. Hua Zongtao furrowed his brows into a shape. His gaze shifted back and forth between the painting of the jumping dragonfish and the golden war dragon, his expression grave. Their spirit beasts were also captivated by the scene before them. Roar! Only the golden war dragon let out a cry, having a unique perception of the image. Upon hearing the golden war dragon's voice, Sufeng suddenly slapped his head and instantly calmed down. Wait! He exclaimed. If this is a prophecy, why aren't we in the painting? In the mural, it's the jumping dragonfish that came to the secret realm alone, Sufeng said, pointing at the patterns on the stone wall. But in reality, the three of us and our spirit beasts all entered together. Moreover, his gaze anxiously searched the mural, yet he still couldn't find the presence of the cloud crane. However, in reality, the cloud crane must have appeared. After Sufeng's reminder, Hua Zongtao and Zhong Mengzhu, who had been immersed in shock, seemed to awaken from a dream. Their gazes quickly shifted from the mural, filled with scrutiny and doubt, to the Saint Manling. Yes, why is that? The Saint Manling possessed a miraculous telepathy, allowing seamless communication with everyone. Through language, it could also understand the confusion in the hearts of the three. It looked up at the sky, its gaze somewhat profound. Then it slowly explained, if we are to speak of it, this mural is indeed a prophecy that is beyond doubt. Its origin is my mother, the previous generation of Saint Manling. According to your human terminology, it is a spirit beast that has reached the divine beast realm. Divine beast? Hua Zongtao and Zhong Mengzhu couldn't help but exclaim in unison. The Saint Manling nodded slightly. Exactly. This is the talent and mission of our kind. When about to break through to the divine beast realm, we will self-conceive offspring. We consume our lifespan to make prophecies, foretelling the key events that will soon occur in the spirit realm, and record these events on the stone wall. The spirit realm is what you humans refer to as the secret realm. Sufeng nodded thoughtfully. He understood that this Saint Manling indeed possessed the ability to prophesy. Moreover, it was about to break through to the mythical realm and was currently in gestation. These words were mostly true. However, Sufeng couldn't help but raise a question. This prophecy seems obviously incorrect. Zhong Mengzhu added, yes, the gap between the mural and reality is too great. The Saint Manling nodded and continued, according to your human sayings, man can conquer heaven, knowledge changes fate. Doesn't it express that humans can change their predetermined fate through their own strength? It paused slightly, its gaze sweeping over the faces of the three. Thus, it is precisely because of your appearance that the prophecy was advanced by half a year, even altering the course of events. While saying this, the Saint Manling's gaze lingered on Sufeng, because it had keenly sensed the existence that possessed the power to cut through the secret realm and the reality space, now residing in the spirit beast space of the young man before it. Upon hearing this, Sufeng suddenly realized. Upon careful consideration, it seems to make sense. If I hadn't crossed over, the original trajectory of Sufeng might indeed have been different. Perhaps I wouldn't have signed a contract with the leap dragonfish, nor would I have fortuitously formed a contract with the cloud crane. In that case, I wouldn't have arrived at Longmen at this time. If the cloud crane hadn't come to Longmen, the distance might have prevented it from perceiving the changes in the secret realm in time. It also wouldn't have been able to open the passage, allowing us to enter early. The leap dragonfish would also need to wait about half a year to meet the evolution standards. Only then could it come here alone from Tidal Island, cross Longmen, and complete its evolution. Considering all these factors, the accuracy of the prophecy itself seems quite high. If that's the case, isn't the destruction of this secret realm? A bad premonition stirred in Sufeng's heart, and he hesitated to speak. The Holy Vine Spirit Lord's expression turned serious as he said in a deep voice, the spirit realm needs help from the outside. It looked earnestly at the three of them, in other words, it needs your assistance. At this point, it was already quite clear. Because of Sufeng's appearance, a series of chain reactions, like a domino effect, had been triggered. This led to a deviation in the future trajectory predicted by the previous Holy Vine Spirit Lord. At the same time, it also gave the current Holy Vine Spirit Lord a glimpse of hope. Perhaps it was precisely because of the intervention of human beast tamers that the future of the secret realm, originally destined for destruction, would welcome a turning point, resulting in earth-shattering changes. So, what are your thoughts? Hua Zongtao's gaze turned to Sufeng and the others. Of course, the focus was still on Sufeng, because he could also guess that the root of all these unexpected changes in the future lay with him, including his own arrival, as well as Zhong Mengzhu's, was actually related to Sufeng in some way. This place. Sufeng paused slightly, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. Is the place where I encountered the crimson gold war dragon. His tone carried a hint of emotion, while also subtly revealing a sense of determination. In other words, if the spirit realm were truly unfortunate enough to be destroyed, the aura of disaster would inevitably spread, even affecting the real world. Especially since this secret realm is located in the heart of the Huaxia region, the source of disaster in the Yellow River Basin, once affected, the consequences would be unimaginable. If my power is truly needed to prevent this bad future from happening, I think I shouldn't refuse. After all, according to what the Holy Vine Spirit Lord said, there is still a year and a half until the scene in that painting comes to pass. By then, it might be easily resolved. Open up. The three, sharing the same thought, approached the Holy Vine Spirit Lord once more. As soon as they arrived, the impatient Crimson Gold War Dragon couldn't wait to express their ideas. However, it had only roared halfway when a green vine struck like lightning, instantly wrapping around its mouth. This vine was incredibly tough, and despite the Crimson Gold War Dragon struggling with all its might, it found it impossible to break free, its eyes widening in shock. The reason was simple. In just a short while, the Holy Vine Spirit Lord's child had already been born. At this moment, the Holy Vine Spirit Lord was gently protecting the small life beside it. It was worried that the Crimson Gold War Dragon's thunderous roar would frighten the child, which is why it hurriedly intervened to stop it. What a cute baby! Zhong Mengzhu's attention was completely captivated by the Holy Vine baby. This little creature had a peculiar appearance, possessing the lively cuteness of a kitten while also hinting at the clumsiness of a husky, radiating a fresh green light all over. Especially since it had just been born, the power within it was still not under control. The unique aura belonging to the Wood System King wafted through the air, faint yet captivating. It deeply attracted this beast master specialized in the wood system. The Crimson Gold Battle Dragon, its mouth bound by vines, emitted a muffled sound. "Brother Lin, help me." The little chilin tilted its head, looking at the pitiful Crimson Gold Battle Dragon. Wah wah. The Crimson Gold Battle Dragon seemed to grasp a lifeline, nodding frantically, repeatedly assuring that it wouldn't roar loudly again. Perhaps it was because it heard the Crimson Gold Battle Dragon call it brother. After receiving the assurance that the other party wouldn't continue to shout, the little chilin seriously observed the vines for a while, a full 30 seconds. Then, a flash of light enveloped it, and it immediately activated its own abilities. Almost instantaneously, it unraveled the vines controlled by the Holy Vine Spirit Lord. The Crimson Gold Battle Dragon was clearly taken aback. As expected of Brother Lin, such powerful vines, and it was so easily undone. Su Feng couldn't help but feel a bit emotional on the side. He felt that with the emergence of the Five Elements Divine Thunder attribute, he had unknowingly overlooked the term Five Elements Power. Although the ability description of this attribute only allowed beast masters to comprehend the power of the five elements, it did not clearly state to what extent they could comprehend it. Just like the little chilin before him, with its extraordinary talent, it was able to break free from the control of the Holy Vine Spirit Lord in just a short moment. This five elements power in it could perhaps be called the king of the five elements. Ying. The Holy Vine baby, with its round, curious eyes, stared at the little chilin. Seeing its impressive performance, it was instantly captivated. Unable to contain itself, it wriggled free from its mother's gentle embrace. With its still somewhat unsteady little legs, it wobbled over to the little chilin. It looked up, making soft inging sounds, as if innocently asking, "Are you my brother?" Ah! Zhong Mengzhu, Huazong Tao, and even the Holy Vine Spirit Lord were all taken aback. The Waterflower Fairy and the Bamboo Segment Dragon Beast widened their eyes in disbelief. This was because, as the Holy Vine baby approached, the little chilin's body flickered with light, as if it had comprehended some magical ability. Between the two beasts, on the originally ordinary ground, clusters of tender green grass sprouted at a visible speed, spreading out. Colorful flowers bloomed in competition, their petals vibrant and dripping with beauty. Soon after, a miraculous little tree broke through the soil. The trunk grew rapidly, reaching over a meter in height in the blink of an eye. This terrifying talent made Zhong Mengzhu and the Holy Vine Spirit Lord both envious and somewhat doubtful of their beast lives. No, this spirit beast, is it really not the child of my siblings? The Holy Vine Spirit Lord widened its eyes, murmuring in disbelief. Li, moo. The illusion eye dragonfly and the earth-shaking divine bull gathered around the little chilin and the Holy Vine baby. The illusion eye dragonfly flapped its wings, joyfully circling around the vibrant flowers. The earth-shaking divine bull lowered its head, savoring the rich, wood-scented green grass, occasionally emitting satisfied low moos. The Crimson Gold Battle Dragon, seeing everyone having so much fun, couldn't help but want to join in. But thinking of the promise it just made to the little chilin, it could only helplessly stand by, watching longingly. This is too amazing, Zhong Mengzhu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Since meeting Su Feng, she had lost count of how many times she had been astonished. In any case, every time she thought it was almost impossible, Su Feng and his beasts always managed to achieve it, especially the scene before her. This self-sustaining green grassland was undoubtedly the existence that she, as a wood system specialized beast master, had always dreamed of. She couldn't help but step forward, wanting to observe these two magical little creatures up close. Hua Zongtao stood aside, his eyes flashing with brilliance. He felt inexplicably that with the little Chilin, the Crimson Gold War Dragon, and Su Feng present, the crisis of the future secret realm might really be changed. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but turn to look at Su Feng. Just as he was about to say something, he heard Su Feng asking the holy man Lingjun a question. "Senior, I have a request. May I have a word with you?" As for what Su Feng, the illusion eye dragonfly, and the holy man Lingjun had done, Zhong Mengzhu and the others were unaware. The only thing they knew was that when the holy man Lingjun reappeared, her originally calm and peaceful face was now filled with shock and doubt. It was certain that the illusion eye dragonfly had displayed some extraordinary ability. Hua Zongtao and Zhong Mengzhu were very certain in their hearts. However, they were not fools. Some things did not need to be asked too much. "Let's go. The holy man Lingjun is going to give us our task rewards." Su Feng's shout broke the brief silence, his tone full of anticipation. The three of them, along with a group of beast tamers, closely followed the holy man Lingjun. On the way, the holy man Lingjun also gave a detailed introduction to what the so-called rewards were. The Fountain of Life, a very special existence in the spirit realm secret realm. It contains a vast amount of wood essence and life force. If put in gaming terms, it means that once you enter, not only can you heal hidden injuries, but you can also increase your life force limit, speed up life recovery, and even enhance your talents to varying degrees. Upon hearing this, the three of them were all extremely excited. Su Feng understood in his heart that although his and his beast's talents were nearly at their peak, leaving little room for improvement, these free enhancement effects were too good to pass up. Moreover, the energy in the Fountain of Life was gentle and pure. After absorption, his realm would surely be elevated. At that time, new attributes would emerge. Just thinking about it felt exciting. So, upon reaching their destination, the holy man Lingjun designated exclusive areas for the three of them. Splash! Splash! Su Feng was the first to jump into the Fountain of Life, splashing a large amount of water. His beasts followed closely behind. Even the holy man baby jumped in with her little Chilin brother. As soon as Su Feng entered the water, he felt a warm and gentle power enveloping him. It seemed as if all the pores in his body were opened, eagerly absorbing the essence of the Fountain of Life. Soon, he inexplicably felt a bit drowsy. He knew this was a natural response of the body. To better absorb energy, it would fall into a sleep state. So, he did not resist. After trying it out, he found that the Fountain of Life was indeed a bit special. Even in the water, he could breathe freely. Thus, he fell into a deep sleep. On the other side, the holy man Lingjun also took Zhong Mengzhu and Hua Zongtao to their respective areas. Due to their talent issues, the concentration of the Fountain of Life here was relatively low. However, even so, as soon as Zhong Mengzhu touched the spring water, she was pleasantly surprised to find that the wood energy within her body became more active. It could even be said that her talent was undergoing an unknown transformation. Hua Zongtao felt that the stagnation in his realm showed signs of loosening. In the blink of an eye, nearly a month had quietly passed. Hua Zongtao and Zhong Mengzhu had already awakened 2 weeks ago. However, Su Feng was still sleeping in the Fountain of Life. At first, the two of them couldn't help but feel a bit envious. After all, such an opportunity to draw power from the Fountain of Life was truly rare. The longer one stayed, the more benefits one could naturally gain. However, as the days went by, the envy on their faces gradually faded. Because when the gap gradually widens to an unreachable extent, all envy, jealousy, and hatred will cease to exist. Let's just be honest and go train first. Hua Zongtao sighed slightly, breaking the somewhat heavy atmosphere. Zhong Mengzhu nodded silently. The two turned around, carrying a hint of helplessness and determination, and walked towards the training ground prepared for them by the holy man Lingjun. Meanwhile, outside, in stark contrast to the tranquil peace of the secret realm, was the bustling scene of the Longmen area in the real world. Because there were simply too many dragon-type spirit beasts here. 12 majestic giant dragons led nearly 100 others, soaring and dancing in the sky. The dragons occasionally let out a few urging roars, shaking the air and causing it to buzz, echoing through the heavens and the earth for a long time. If it weren't for the heavy restrictions and strict controls set by the authorities, countless beast tamers and poachers would likely swarm in instantly. Team Leader Yu, how's the situation in the secret realm? Director Yu, through detection, there are 3 auras belonging to human beast tamers in the secret realm. They are at the 1st rank of King, the 5th rank of Gold, and the 8th rank of Silver, respectively. Based on the information you provided earlier, they should be receiving gifts from guardian spirit beasts and are not in any life-threatening danger. Hearing this, Yu Ping's face fell. The 1st rank of King. Damn it, suddenly feeling so envious. Why does that guy Hua Zongtao get to have such an opportunity, breaking through to King in just a month? Damn it, Why wasn't it me back then? Wait, silver 8th rank? Sufeng? A college student who just entered university. Now he has reached the 8th rank of silver? Are you sure there's no mistake? Yu Ping almost instinctively asked again, his eyes filled with doubt. Director Yu, you can question my abilities, but this information has been rigorously confirmed from multiple sources, and there is absolutely no error. Team leader Yu said with a helpless expression, but his tone was undeniably firm. Qingqiu? Yu Ping asked tentatively. Yes, although I really don't want to admit it, the fact is indeed so. Team leader Yu nodded with a bitter smile. As soon as he finished speaking, the two fell into silence. The air around them seemed to freeze, and all that could be heard were their slightly hurried breaths. Damn it! Yu Ping finally couldn't help but curse. Is this still human? It's simply a monster. Although they both understood that the process of a beast tamer's realm improvement was akin to playing a game. In the early stages, the speed of improvement would indeed be relatively fast, but to break through to gold in such a short time was equivalent to reaching graduation level before even starting school. If they had to wait 3 years until graduation, what would that be like? Thinking of this, they couldn't help but question their lives. Now humans can actually wield the power of divine beasts? The power from the Qingqiu fox spread once again in the secret realm. The holy Manling Jun naturally sensed it, causing ripples in its heart. It had a new understanding of the abilities of human beast tamers. However, when its gaze fell on the already awakened Sufeng, it couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. This human in front of me seems even more powerful. The humans outside are merely borrowing the power of the gods. This human, however, has actually signed a contract with a divine beast. This discovery made it begin to fantasize. Since even divine beasts are willing to choose to, however, guarding this secret realm is the responsibility of their clan. The one that is nurturing offspring has little time left to live. By then, if its children are not within the secret realm, chaos will ensue throughout the entire realm. Thinking of this, the spirit Lord Shangman stopped pondering. It gently spoke, its voice soft. This is the spirit world mark. As it spoke, it extended its spines and offered several marks radiating a gentle green light. It paused for a moment and continued. When you contract a new spirit beast, you can use it to come here at any time and receive the gifts of the Fountain of Life. Happy New Year. No more fluff, add 2 more chapters. Pulu. Roar. Roar. The moment Sufeng and his companions stepped out of the secret realm and returned to the real world, they saw in the sky. Leading the way were 12 majestic dragons. Nearly 100 dragons were circling in formation. Their roars were their unique way of expressing welcome. Sufeng immediately recognized several familiar leap dragons among them. No, they should now be called the 12 great dragons. They were the 12 exceptionally gifted little ones that had been targeted by poachers back then. At this moment, they were excitedly wagging their tails, surrounding the crimson gold war dragon in the center. It seemed they were expressing their longing after the separation. Meanwhile, on the water's surface, countless leap dragons were huddled together, swimming joyfully and splashing water everywhere. They felt the admiration of their kind. The crimson gold war dragon held its head high, exuding an aura of confidence and pride. It occasionally waved its claws, interacting with the surrounding dragons. It looked like a triumphant hero, receiving the cheers and admiration of its comrades. Having already known that it had slept in the Fountain of Life for a month, after returning to reality, it was almost time for Yin Jing University to officially start classes. As a new student, Sufeng was granted the privilege to leave early. Therefore, he was unaware of what happened next. At this moment, he was sitting on a flight to Yin Jing. After using the plane's internet to report his safety to his family, he began to excitedly check the gains from the past month. First, the transformation of the little chilin was astonishing. Not only had its realm risen to silver 9th rank, but its control over the wood element was the greatest gain. Recalling the scene of the little chilin surrounded by rich green light in the Fountain of Life, deeply merging with the essence of wood, Sufeng couldn't help but marvel. This little guy's talent was truly extraordinary. Nowadays, if we set everything else aside and just talk about control over the wood element, the little chilin's strength could already rival that of the spirit Lord Shangman. Looking at the illusion eye dragonfly, this little one also did not disappoint. Its realm had not significantly improved, nearly matching that of the little chilin. But the key was that it had learned the prophetic ability of the spirit Lord Shangman. Although it was not the spirit Lord Shangman and could not unleash the true power of this exclusive skill, it could only predict situations in the near future. In other words, it was somewhat similar to the foresight of observation hockey. Sufeng's mind conjured the image of the illusion eye dragonfly in battle, anticipating the opponent's movements, easily dodging attacks, and counterattacking accurately. This was already an extremely powerful ability, as if it had been equipped with eyes that could see into the future. As for the Crimson Gold War Dragon and the Earth-Shaking Divine Bull, because their realms were now too high, and unlike Huazongtao's ocean dragon, which had long been stuck at a certain realm for many years with an incredibly rich foundation, only the earth-shaking divine bull had risen to platinum second rank strength. Although the crimson gold war dragon had not shown a significant improvement in realm, its successful evolution was also a surprise, wasn't it? Therefore, Su Feng held a mindset of contentment. At the same time, due to the enhancement of several spirit beasts, combined with the energy infusion from the Fountain of Life, at this moment, Su Feng had already reached the silver 8th rank. Logically speaking, such a 4-tier elevation should only bring about 4 attributes. However, that was not the case. Perhaps it was due to the chain reaction between the Fountain of Life and the otherworldly attributes. This allowed Su Feng to gain an additional attribute ability. Therefore, combined with his elevation, he ended up with a total of 5 attributes this time. Imu Zhanglei, the thunder type, is green, containing the power of life and destruction without much thought. This attribute undoubtedly belonged to the little chilin. The little chilin already had an extraordinary mastery over the wood element. Now, with the enhancement of Imu Zhanglei, the two complemented each other. It would undoubtedly allow the little chilin's strength to achieve a qualitative leap. Using wood as a guide and thunder as a blade, it could very well become its strongest combat method to date. Noah's arc reactor, for mechanical life, it can achieve efficient and stable energy output, with almost no energy loss or decay. Upon seeing this attribute, Su Feng's eyes instantly widened, and his pupils constricted sharply. Holy crap, endless energy? Images of the beast controlling form from the human realm flashed through his mind. A mechanical aircraft carrier / crocodile / mecha equipped with endless energy. What kind of existence would that be on the battlefield? Continuously outputting powerful firepower without fatigue, fighting freely in the sky, ocean, and even on land. There would be no need to worry about energy depletion. Su Feng was so excited that his body trembled slightly, nearly bursting with joy. Echo of blood. When subjected to physical attacks, there is a 20% chance to return double damage to the attacker. This name feels like something from a game. Su Feng muttered to himself, but he was quickly drawn in by the powerful ability of the attribute. This ability was indeed outstanding and seemed tailor-made for the Crimson Gold War Dragon. The Crimson Gold War Dragon was already the type to charge into the crowd, absorb damage, and act as a disruptor. With this attribute, it could fully unleash its role as a disruptor. If you don't hit it, its damage isn't low either. Moreover, its taunt skill is nearly maxed out. You hit it, it gets happy, and you might even end up getting directly countered. As for using magic skills, Crimson Gold War Dragon, who do you look down on? Space? Do you know what space is? Can you even successfully release it? Corrosion Control Mark. When the carrier's attack successfully hits the target, it will leave a corrosion control mark on the target for 3 minutes. During the mark's existence, the control immunity ability decreases by about 1%, stacking up to a maximum of 20 layers. If the target is attacked again by the carrier during the mark's duration, the mark will not be reapplied, only refreshing the duration and stacking layers. This effect is invalid against targets in an invincible state or immune to all negative states. Su Feng immediately thought of the illusory eye dragon upon seeing this attribute. Looking at the detailed explanation of the mark's effect below, he couldn't help but smile slightly. The illusory eye dragon's high-frequency petrification ray attack, combined with this attribute, was simply a match made in heaven. Fountain of Life, Special Beast Master Attribute, Effect, centered on the Beast Master, within a radius of 1,000 meters, all beast vitality and internal spiritual power will recover by about 1% per second. Su Feng, am I a moving fountain now? Looking at the recovery rate of about 1% per second, it seemed a bit low at first glance, but its range is vast. Moreover, it's a noble percentage. More importantly, it's free. What more could one want? At the same time, Su Feng couldn't help but start to fantasize. Since this time the magical power of the Fountain of Life allowed him to gain the unique attribute of Fountain of Life. What about the future? In other secret realms or other special places that have already merged with reality, surely, there must be similar things out there. Once again accepting baptism, could it also be possible to replicate the process and gain entirely new entries? The more Su Feng pondered, the more he felt this possibility was quite high. Although entities as special as the Fountain of Life, which could enhance one's talents, were indeed rare and precious in the entire Beast Master world, it did not mean they did not exist. Just like the Thunder Valley where Lei Xiuwen's father was. If he remembered correctly, there were similar things. It would be fun to explore that later. Of course, the most important thing right now was the imminent birth of his third destined beast. So, after returning to Yin Jing, Su Feng headed straight to the secret realm of Yin Jing University. The crane in the clouds had already awakened, and with its care, the third destined beast should be making its appearance. Now can you tell me what you're doing in the secret realm? Inside the secret realm of Yin Jing University, The crane in the clouds felt a bit puzzled when Su Feng returned and immediately came here, asking it to help temporarily close the secret realm. This is a bit hard to explain, you'll know soon enough. At this moment, Su Feng didn't want to waste time explaining. Under the curious and confused gaze of the crane in the clouds, he focused his mind and instantly entered the Beast Master space, merging the entry, Noah's Ark reactor, into the human realm. Almost simultaneously, boom, crack, clang, a series of deafening sounds erupted like thunder throughout the secret realm. Immediately, the originally bright sky darkened as if night had fallen prematurely. Damn! The crane in the clouds instinctively looked up and couldn't help but curse. It saw an enormous warship suddenly appear like a ghost. Its hull was as massive as a moving island, the metallic shell shimmering with a cold luster, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a sound like a swarm of bees buzzing filled the air. Fighter jets and drones surged forth from the surface and interior of the warship like a tide. They densely filled the sky, resembling dark clouds pressing down, creating a spectacular scene. Then, the warship began to undergo astonishing changes. Accompanied by a sound like a giant beast roaring, its entire shape gradually twisted and transformed. Eventually, it morphed into a gigantic mechanical monster. This mechanical beast radiated a metallic texture. Its open mouth did not have a soft tongue. Instead, it was replaced by an incredibly thick cannon that looked immensely powerful. Viruma's energy wildly gathered. The energy of the entire secret realm seemed to be pulled by some powerful force, becoming chaotic. Then, boom, 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 a dazzling, massive beam shot out from the cannon like an angry dragon, crashing towards the distant peaks with tremendous force. In an instant, the ground shook, and the mountains collapsed under this powerful force, with debris flying like raindrops. Seeing this scene, the crane in the clouds instantly understood Su Feng's intention. I was wondering why you didn't go home first and came to my place. Turns out you were afraid the noise from this thing would blow your own house up? It couldn't help but complain, but its eyes couldn't hide the shock within. As a divine beast contracted with Su Feng, it understood what this was when the cycle ring was activated. If nothing unexpected happened, this thing represented 6 destined beasts. Moreover, each one had mythic-level potential. This realization made it question the beast life. 6 divine beasts. Whose destined beast is a divine beast? And 6 of them. Regarding the crane in the clouds reaction, Su Feng was somewhat aware, but now his attention was completely captivated by the new discovery. He was pleasantly surprised to find that he seemed to have underestimated the capabilities of the term 1,000 machines. As he silently chanted in his heart, the enormous mechanical beast began to undergo a series of marvelous transformations. Washing machine, excavator, safe house, submarine. One form after another appeared in accordance with Su Feng's thoughts. It even transformed into an armor resembling Iron Man, perfectly merging with Su Feng. Immediately after, excitement sparkled in Su Feng's eyes as he focused his thoughts once more. Suddenly, a group of special nanorobots, shimmering like stars, flew out from the mechanical beast. These nanorobots quickly gathered in the air and surged towards the direction of the little chilin. They slowly circled around the little chilin, as if conducting a comprehensive scan of it. Before long, the robots finished reading the data belonging to the little chilin. In an instant, with an inexplicable wave of data, a mechanical little chilin, almost identical to the real one, appeared in the secret realm. This mechanical little chilin was indistinguishable in appearance, demeanor, and the aura it emitted from the genuine little chilin. It was almost capable of passing for the real thing. Upon witnessing this scene, the beasts exclaimed in confusion, shock, or delight. They rushed forward eagerly. The little chilin tilted its head curiously, looking at this fellow that looked exactly like itself. It even gently tapped it with its little paw, testing whether it truly existed. Beast, Spirit Pivot Guardian 1000 Machine Beast. Talent, Nanotechnology, 1000 Machine Transformation, Illusory Body, Nanotechnology, composed of countless nanorobot avatars, capable of transforming into various modes such as attack mode, defense mode, healing mode, etc. Energy, Noah's Ark Reactor, Quality, Mythical, Attribute, Realm, Silver Rank 1, Exclusive Skill, Reading, utilizes special nanorobots to read target data, thereby unlocking special nanorobot avatars. Skill, Description, a special artificial mechanical beast, which gains a certain power boost as the amount of data read increases. Su Feng carefully examined the panel of the Spirit Pivot Guardian 1000 Machine Beast. He felt increasingly amazed by the wonder and strength of this earthly beast. It had no fixed attributes or conventional skills. The reason lay in its incredibly versatile forms. In submarine form, its attribute was water. In flamethrower form, its attribute was fire. It could be said to encompass everything. As long as Su Feng thought of it, it could transform into the corresponding attribute form. The skills would also change with the transformation of its main body, providing a tremendous advantage in battle. Of course, the true power of the Thousand Machine Beast went beyond this. The most impressive aspect was that its entire body was composed of nanorobots. This characteristic made it an avatar itself, able to enjoy the bonuses from the illusory body attribute. At the same time, with the exclusive skill reading combined with the attribute ability of the Noah's Ark reactor, the Thousand Machine Beast could continuously create special nanorobot avatars. It pushed the strategy of overwhelming numbers to the extreme. This was not only one of its main combat methods but also the key to its power enhancement. Naturally, based on the resonance with the Thousand Machine Beast, Su Feng also learned of several limitations of this ability. First, because the current realm of the Thousand Machine Beast was too low, in order to maintain the stability of the avatar data, there existed a subtle balance between the number of avatars and their strength. Based on the current strength, when 3 clones are created, each clone can possess 90% of the main body's strength. If 30 are created, they will only have 80% of the main body's strength, and so on. Furthermore, the reading ability of the Thousand Machine Beast is incredibly abnormal. It can perfectly replicate all skills of the target except for innate and exclusive skills. This allows both the clones and the main body to utilize them. It can even accurately replicate the proficiency of the skills of the target being read. If the skills of the target are updated later, the Thousand Machine Beast can reread and synchronize the data in a very short time. Such a powerful ability comes with corresponding costs. Apart from the initial reading, each subsequent reading requires at least 10 days to a month to succeed. However, this speed will increase as the Thousand Machine Beast's realm improves. This is also the important reason why Su Feng chose to read the data of the little chilin without hesitation. After all, whether in the control of conventional skills or in learning and comprehension, the little chilin is definitely the most impressive one. It was precisely because of this reading of the little chilin that the Thousand Machine Beast, which was originally only at the bronze level, was directly upgraded to silver level. However, the feedback power generated from the bronze to silver promotion is not very high for Su Feng at this moment. It did not elevate his realm. He did not particularly care about this. After all, this method of enhancement is absurd enough. If reading the little chilin doesn't work, he can wait a while to finish reading the data of the Crimson Gold War Dragon. The feedback from that would surely be substantial, right? The night sky over Yin Jing University is quiet and deep. Dots of starlight sprinkle across the sky. However, in this tranquil night sky, an object resembling an armored warrior is swiftly darting through, breaking the silence. What the hell is that in the sky? Is someone flying? Stop talking nonsense. It should be some beast that resembles a human in size. It's possible. I see its direction is towards the dormitory area. It must be a new student's beast. For a moment, everyone was exchanging guesses about the mysterious object in the night sky. On the other side, Su Feng, dressed in crocodile armor, was happily flying towards the courtyard. His mood was at its peak, as if every cell in his body was cheering with joy. Having transmigrated to this beast world, he could actually experience the feeling of wearing armor. This was a dream he had as a child when watching armored warriors on Earth. In fact, if it weren't for the noise he would cause on campus, he would want the Thousand Machine Beast to transform into a mecha form. He wanted to experience what it felt like to pilot a mecha inside, just like Huo Linfei and the others. Being in the beast world, piloting a mecha, it's simply too cool. Su Feng mumbled, wearing a proud expression that he couldn't hide even while having a late-night snack. This demeanor made the cloud crane beside him unable to bear it any longer. Based on your combat awareness, self-controlling the armor might actually reduce the combat power of the Thousand Machine Beast. After all, it still has to take care of you, afraid that any movement might incapacitate you. The cloud crane poured cold water without mercy, its elegant gaze carrying a hint of teasing. TCH, who says wearing armor has to be for fighting? Being cool is a lifelong pursuit. Su Feng retorted dismissively. Then, he immediately changed the subject and asked, alright, since you've lived so long, you must know quite a few special places, right? Similar to the Fountain of Life and the Spirit Realm Secret. Upon hearing this, the cloud crane's expression became serious. It nodded and said, you indeed need such things. The prophecy of the Holy Vine Spirit Lord may just be the beginning. How long the peace of the entire world can last is still unknown. Your strength will determine your qualifications to fight back when the crisis erupts. Hearing the words of the celestial crane, Su Feng felt overwhelmed. He quickly waved his hands and said, stop. Don't talk to me about saving the world right now. We're still students, the kind that only officially starts school tomorrow. Bringing up these things just puts so much pressure on me. August 22nd, 7:30 a.m. Yanqing University Dormitory, Courtyard Area, Room 101. Thousand Machine Beast, transform into a hairdryer form and help me dry my hair. Buzz. Thousand Machine Beast, transform into a car form, will set off soon. Buzz buzz. After sleeping in the fountain of life for a month, Su Feng felt particularly energetic. After a whole night of close contact with the Thousand Machine Beast, Su Feng and the little Chilin had a deeper understanding of the nano crocodile. Although the Thousand Machine Beast was a man-made mechanical beast, it, like other beasts, possessed its own unique emotions and personality, or rather, distinct labels. The little Chilin's label was gluttonous, with extraordinary insight. The earth-shaking divine bull's label was obediently diligent, hard-working, and honest. And the Thousand Machine Beast's label was helpful and eager to be needed. Just like that character from the pirate anime. If you needed the Thousand Machine Beast and it could provide help, it would be very happy. Thus, in this warm little courtyard, the Thousand Machine Beast naturally became the beloved pet of Su Feng and the other beasts. Drying hair, giving massages, cooking, battling the Crimson Gold War Dragon. All these tasks were handled solely by the Thousand Machine Beast. After all, it had countless nano-robots. If one couldn't handle it alone, it could split into several avatars to help, easily managing various affairs. In its busy state, the Thousand Machine Beast found great satisfaction. In its excitement, its energy operation and intake also continuously improved. In just one short night, the Thousand Machine Beast rose from Silver Rank 1 to Silver Rank 2, its strength advancing to a new level. Ding dong! The crisp sound of the doorbell echoed in the courtyard. The Thousand Machine Beast opened the courtyard door on its own. Outside, the familiar voice of Yin Hong came through. "Morning, bro, we should set off, or else there won't be any Crimson Cloud horses left to ride." Coming, just putting on my clothes, almost done." Su Feng responded while quickly putting on a stylish outfit. When he returned to school yesterday, he had seen the notice in the freshman group. This morning, there would first be a half-hour opening ceremony, followed immediately by a freshman competition. For such an important occasion, he had to dress handsomely. "Get in the car, we're off." Once outside the courtyard, Su Feng waved grandly to the three and was the first to sit in the car transformed by the Thousand Machine Beast. V-Room. The Thousand Machine Beast, feeling needed, let out a satisfied low rumble. Following Su Feng's instructions, it quickly expanded from 4 seats to 7. The entire car body also grew larger. This way, the interior space became much more spacious. Not only could it easily accommodate the little Chilin, the Illusion Eye Dragonfly, and the shrunk Crimson Gold War Dragon, but Yin Hong and the others could also sit comfortably. Yin Hong and the others stared at the magically transformed Thousand Machine Beast. They glanced at the Crimson Gold War Dragon, securely buckled in the seat. Clearly, they were all stunned, their faces filled with surprise and confusion. "Stop staring, get in the car, we're off," Su Feng urged with a smile, putting on his cool sunglasses. Once Yin Hong and the others got in the car and buckled up, virum with a deafening roar, the Thousand Machine Beast car shot out like an arrow. Su Feng showcased his exceptional driving skills, with a series of operations flowing smoothly, starting from the rank, hitting the wallpoint spray, tail drifting, deflating, CWW spray. The skills displayed by the 12th level fan sign of Zhu Ganglai were nothing short of spectacular. It drew the attention of many classmates around, some walking, others riding various beasts, who couldn't help but cheer. With the speed of the Thousand Machine Beast, the four quickly arrived at the largest playground in the school. Su Feng noticed that Yin Hong and the others' gazes were glued to the Crimson Gold War Dragon, not moving for a moment. Unable to resist, he teased, "It's only been a month. Why does it feel so unfamiliar? You don't even recognize the leap dragon fish?" Upon hearing Su Feng's words, Yin Hong and the others seemed to awaken from a dream. Perhaps the leap dragon fish had comprehended some skill that allowed it to change its size freely after evolving, which is why it looked so small now. However, what truly surprised them was not just this aspect. Leap dragon fish, golden level, evolution, platinum aura, college student, freshman. Individually, they were all too familiar with these words. But when combined, why couldn't they understand? What? That college freshman is Su Feng? Oh, then it's nothing. You guys have changed quite a bit in this month. You should all have a shot at the top 10. Su Feng's gaze swept over the beasts of Yin Hong and the others, smiling as he spoke. Yin Hong's Tide Sound Turtle had also completed its evolution, reaching Silver Rank 5. Meanwhile, Lei Shouwen's Jet Dragon had even been promoted to Silver Rank 9 under a large influx of resources. Such a rapid improvement must have left many peers far behind. It was clear that they had put in a lot of effort this past month. Lin Suxian seemed to have chosen to focus on developing as a breeder. The Little Ice Soul's rank was relatively low, only Silver Rank 3, but it had already unlocked its exclusive skill. Among the new students, it was also a standout. The top 10 is too difficult. My goal is the top 30. Lin Suxian said seriously after a moment of thought. We're about the same. Let's aim to stay in the top 20 and try for the top 10. Yin Hong and Lei Shouwen voiced their previously considered goals. there are so many monsters in this new student competition? Su Feng was surprised to hear this. In his understanding, it seemed that only the son of the penguin horse and Long Hanwan had outstanding strength. Why did Yin Hong and the others sound like even Lei Shuwen wasn't confident about making the top 10? With the current strength of the jet dragon, that shouldn't be the case. Brother Chen, you haven't been at school this month, so you wouldn't know. Half a month ago, someone leaked that the top 10 would be arranged by the school to participate in some event, and the rewards are said to be very tempting. Everyone is working hard. Based on analysis, my chances of making the top 10 are only 80%, and I don't have enough confidence for now. Hearing Lei Shuwen's words, Su Feng's face stiffened. Goodness, are you Han Pao Pao? Or who? An 80% chance and still calling it a lack of confidence? Yin Hong couldn't help but laugh. That 20% failure rate considers the issue of opponent distribution. If he encounters Brother Chen, Mayuza, or Long Hanwan too early, he might not make the top 10. Lei Shuwen nodded seriously at this. This was his rigor as a mechanical beast master. In his view, unless he faced those three, he was confident he could handle other opponents easily. According to the reader's request, the nano crocodile has been renamed to Thousand Machine Beast. Amid the enthusiastic conversation of Su Feng and the others, the audience seats at the playground of Yin Jing University were already crowded. The teachers sat neatly in designated areas, their faces showing expressions of scrutiny and anticipation. The second and third year seniors gathered together, excitedly discussing the upcoming freshman competition. This year's freshman competition is going to be exciting. I just saw a dragon next to Su Feng. Hiss, a dragon? Did the leap dragon fish evolve? Is that for real? It should be real. It looks a lot like the Crimson Gold Battle Dragon. Damn it, cultivating the leap dragon fish to evolve? Is that something a college freshman can do? I've been cultivating for almost a year, and my leap dragon fish hasn't evolved yet. Su Feng, Mayuza, Long Hanwan, Lei Shuwen, I feel like I can't beat any of these four. This freshman competition is going to be interesting. Yeah, I heard Mayuza's penguin prince evolved into a special form, the fishing penguin, and it's quite powerful, but I still feel like Su Feng is destined to be the champion. After all, with the Crimson Gold Battle Dragon and the Earth-Shaking Divine Bull, at least two of them are gold level. I don't know how he could lose. That said, I hope someone can make Su Feng reveal more of his strength. In the audience, a group of students were animatedly discussing, filled with anticipation for this freshman competition. All of this stemmed from Su Feng's performance in the cafeteria battle zone last time. That battle benefited Professor Yu Yanba immensely. He even set up a course specifically based on that battle. Every student who attended the class learned many valuable combat techniques from it. Therefore, this was the main reason many students came this time. They wanted to witness Su Feng's brilliant performance. If they could learn one of his tactics, it could save them years of detours. I didn't expect you to be interested in this freshman competition too. A delicate voice rang out from a corner of the audience. A boy and a girl exchanged glances and then slowly took their seats. The girl was not tall, very cute, named Zhang Xiaoqiao. The boy beside her was tall and handsome, standing at over 1.8 meters, named Deng Yanjun. Hearing Zhang Xiaoqiao's question, Deng Yanjun chuckled, a sly look on his face. He turned to look in Su Feng's direction and slowly said, "This guy is growing too fast. If we take the chance now, we might still have a chance to win. Later on, there will be no opportunity at all." Zhang Xiaoqiao's eyes brightened slightly, and a confident smile appeared on her lips. She said, "Then let's see who acts faster when the time comes." After saying that, the two exchanged a glance, both showing a glimmer of eagerness. Zhang Xiaoqiao and Deng Yanjun had known Su Feng since childhood due to their elders' friendship. In their eyes, Su Feng was like family, their little brother. However, this little brother had made quite a name for himself in the Beast Master world recently. They had long been itching for a match with Su Feng. However, for the past month, Su Feng had not been on campus, leaving them with no opportunity to compete. Now, this freshman competition was a perfect opportunity that they absolutely could not miss. Otherwise, with Su Feng's rocket-like growth speed, if he continued to grow for a while longer, wanting to compete with him would truly be a case of having the heart but lacking the strength, only able to watch from afar. As the older students in the audience fervently discussed, all the new students gathered like a tide, taking their places. In front of the solemn podium where the freshmen gathered, a group of professors and senior mentors from the school had also taken their seats. However, a position at the very front of the podium was left empty. Unlike the other seats, it did not have a name tag. This left many students puzzled, speculating about who this position was reserved for. Roar! Suddenly, a booming roar echoed, the sound of some powerful beast resonating in the air above the playground. The time had just struck 9 o'clock. The entire playground fell silent in an instant. All the students seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, simultaneously directing their gaze towards the platform above. Roar! 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 Following that, a series of deafening dragon roars echoed one after another. Giant dragons were seen soaring and dancing in the sky. Their graceful forms and overwhelming presence left every student present in awe. Meanwhile, the Crimson Gold War Dragon, situated in the Beastmaster space, couldn't help but feel a bit excited upon seeing these familiar figures. Fortunately, it knew that the current situation wasn't suitable for reminiscing. It didn't have to come out either. Just as the students were left speechless by the spectacle before them, Zhongtao's figure slowly descended from the air. At that moment, he was dressed in the unique attire of Yin Jing University. The powerful aura belonging to a king-level beast master radiated without reservation. It was as if an invisible pressure enveloped the entire playground, plunging it into a dead silence. No one dared to make a sound at that moment. Zhongtao smiled and slowly began to speak. His voice resonated like a great bell, clearly echoing throughout the playground. Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhongtao, and I believe some of you may have heard of my name. Thanks to Principal Yan's kindness, I just joined Yin Jing University and have been entrusted to host this freshman competition. To express my gratitude, I will also add some excitement to this freshman competition. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the playground instantly became tense. Everyone perked up, afraid of missing a single word. Those who perform excellently in the freshman competition will have the privilege of contracting with the leap dragonfish, or even its evolved form. Upon hearing this, the entire playground erupted. Everyone's expressions changed dramatically. Countless senior students wore faces filled with endless envy. Meanwhile, the new students were brimming with excitement, their eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. This was the leap dragonfish. As long as one could contract it, once it evolved, it would become an incredibly rare dragon-type beast. For someone like Su Feng, who was exceptionally talented and had numerous opportunities, obtaining it might not be difficult. But for 999% of the people in the world, being able to contract a leap dragonfish was almost as challenging as climbing Mount Everest alone. Yet now, they had heard such exhilarating news. How could they not feel envious? How could they not be stirred with excitement? Most people were immersed in this sudden surprise, hardly paying attention to what the teacher named Remington was saying afterward. Until Zhongtao took the stage again. Raising his voice to mention the specific rules of the freshman competition, the students in the playground finally seemed to awaken from their dreams, focusing and listening attentively. Due to special reasons, this year's freshman competition is different from previous years. Zhongtao's expression was serious as he scanned every student in the audience. Not only will it test your one-on-one strength, but it will also assess your ability to handle multiple opponents. Therefore, the entire assessment is divided into 3 rounds. In the first round, all candidates will face only one enemy, the Thousand Shadows. All candidates can choose the difficulty level themselves, such as the number of Thousand Shadows clones and their strength, completely up to personal choice. The minimum is 10 silver first-tier clones, and the maximum is 100 silver 5th-tier clones. The final score will be determined based on the number defeated and the strength displayed. As for students who lean towards contracting auxiliary-type beasts, or those focusing on cultivation and medical fields, the top 10 who score the highest and finish first in the first round will become the challengers. The remaining students will have 3 opportunities to challenge the champion. If they defeat the champion, they will become the new champion. And the champion, after each battle, will receive a special potion. Depending on the strength of their summoned beasts, it is expected to restore their summoned beast's condition within 1 to 10 minutes. Zhongtao said as he took out a bottle of green potion emitting a mysterious glow from the beast's base. He then exchanged a glance with a teacher beside him and fed the potion to the summoned beast of that teacher. In just a minute, a miracle happened. The previously listless and poorly conditioned summoned beast instantly became spirited and full of vitality. Seeing this scene, countless people widened their eyes in astonishment, some in disbelief. Only Su Feng felt a stir in his heart, his mouth twitching slightly. Goodness, a diluted spring of life? Of course. What he could think of, Su Feng naturally thought of as well. Although there was the concept-level recovery of the little chilin and the special entry of the spring of life, he had embraced the mindset of since we are here, we might as well. He had also consumed quite a few bottles and jars. The main idea was that it could be optional, but it couldn't be absent. As for the third stage, it will be a friendly sparring between second-year and first-year students, and I won't elaborate further on that. Zhongtao's voice continued to echo over the playground. Regarding the rewards for this new student competition, it is arranged as follows. At Yin Jing University, almost everything can be exchanged for credits. First place, reward of 100,000 credits. Second place, reward of 80,000 credits. Third place, reward of 60,000 credits. Fourth to 10th places will receive a reward of 30,000 credits. The rewards for the remaining ranks, including additional rewards for the top 10, will be announced after the competition ends. Upon hearing these rewards, the students on the playground were not as excited as one might imagine. It wasn't because the rewards were not generous. On the contrary, it was precisely because the rewards were too generous that many people understood in their hearts that they would not be able to obtain them. Rewards that cannot be obtained are not worth getting excited about. Compared to these unattainable ranking rewards, the vast majority of people were racking their brains to think about their battle strategies. They were considering how to fight in a way that would showcase their strength while also catching the attention of their desired mentors. And in the process, they hoped to see if they could obtain the contract rights for the leap dragonfish. After all, having just heard a low-key explanation from others, almost everyone understood what Wazongto had been doing before. Hundreds of giant dragons might indeed be out of reach for them, but they still felt they had a good chance with the thousands of leap dragonfish. Let's get fired up, Sunnydoll. We need to work hard. Roadblock, this time, we have to give it our all. It's time to test our efforts during this period, little spirits, let's go. A group of battle-oriented freshmen rolled up their sleeves, full of fighting spirit. Each prepared themselves, waiting for the assessment to begin. Meanwhile, students from nurturing and medical departments, who leaned towards support roles, entered different spirit beast halls of Yin Jing University as required. They needed to help wild spirit beasts recover from injuries, relieve their troubles, and build relationships, so that these wild spirit beasts could serve as their temporary battle companions. For a moment, the entire playground of Yin Jing University was immersed in a tense yet expectant atmosphere. As the playground was divided into 20 battle zones, Wazongtao stood up again and announced, "The first stage of the new student competition is about to begin. Due to the number of participants, we will now randomly select the students for the first round of challenges. Please pay attention to your campus email." Before we officially begin, let me emphasize again that in this battle, as long as you have a beast that has established a feedback link with you, all can participate. As soon as the words fell, a series of subtle notification sounds from mobile phones rang out one after another. The 20 lucky students had already received the corresponding emails in their campus network inboxes. The selected freshmen had expressions ranging from excitement and anticipation to serious concern, clearly feeling the pressure of the upcoming challenge. Following that, the 20 students each went to their designated areas according to their battle numbers, beginning to seriously contemplate and choose the difficulty they wanted to challenge. Long Hanwon and Ma Yuza, they actually drew them in the first round? Lei Shuwen couldn't help but exclaim, his tone filled with surprise. Su Feng and Yin Hong followed his gaze, directing their attention toward the battle area. Among the 20, 2 individuals stood out distinctly. They exuded a confidence that seemed to come from within, as if they were on a different dimension from those around them. One of them was Long Hanwon. Su Feng had had some previous contact with him, and at this moment, Long Hanwon radiated an air of aloofness that made him seem somewhat unapproachable. In contrast, Ma Yuza gave off a completely different impression. He wore glasses, had a refined appearance, and seemed very cultured. Beside him was a peculiar-looking penguin. This penguin wore a scarf and held a fishing rod, with something resembling a Q coin dangling from the hook. Su Feng couldn't help but glance at it a couple more times. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the 20 had quickly chosen their respective difficulties. Shanning, prepare to start. The often overlooked teacher Remington stepped forward at this moment, calling out loudly. He summoned his beast, Shanning. It had a humanoid appearance, a slender figure, red eyes, and pointed ears, holding a rose in its hand, its body semi-transparent and glowing faintly. Upon hearing Remington's call, Shanning gently waved the rose in its hand. In an instant, beams of ethereal light shot like shooting stars to the corresponding battlefields. These avatars resembled Shanning quite a bit, except they had tails and sharp claws on their hands and feet, adding a touch of aggression compared to Shanning. Please send out your beasts on the battlefield and get ready. 3, 2, 1, start. The moment the word start ended, the voices of all the freshmen on the battlefield rang out. The beasts before them, following the commands of their beast masters, unleashed their skills. Fart like thunder, Piggy, use poison mist. Ghostly distraction, use slow light to reduce their speed. Little Snowball, use ice ring. In an instant, a dazzling array of skills left everyone in awe, especially the student with the contracted Piggy. As soon as that special yellow poison mist appeared, even though everyone knew it wouldn't affect them, they instinctively took a few steps back. Those who could enter Yin Jing University as beast masters were undoubtedly the cream of the crop among their peers. Their strength was certainly not to be underestimated. Each of them handled their chosen opponents with ease. However, among this group, Long Hanwon and Ma Yu's performances were particularly eye-catching. The former's red-topped winged dragon first used Dragon Roar to enhance its magic attack. Then, it opened its mouth wide, and a torrent of blazing fire erupted like surging lava, instantly engulfing the entire battlefield. The 100 selected silver-grade Channing avatars fell one by one in the scorching flames, dissipating into specks of light. Is such a range of attack, the skill proficiency is so high. Choosing an opponent just within the range of the instant kill. Although the kid from the Long family has some personality issues, he is indeed not bad in other aspects. Why do I feel like I can't beat this beast? On the playground, the new students, teachers, and senior students immediately began to discuss. It must be said that Long Hanwon's combat style is indeed very suitable for such a scene. Relying on his beast's ability to withstand blows, he increases his magic attack while taking hits. Then, with a wide area skill, he can instantly kill. He can almost end the battle at the fastest speed. As for Ma Yu's choice, it was quite surprising. He seemed not to want to reveal his strength in the first round of the competition. He merely chose a silver 8th grade avatar. Then he had the fishing penguin use a guaranteed hit move, those willing to hook, to instantly kill it and step down. Neither of them revealed their full strength. I think they want to compete for first place while ensuring their basic scores, keeping some strength in reserve, Lei Xiuwen calmly analyzed. Su Feng and the others nodded lightly, not taking it too seriously. For Yin Hong and the others, whether they come in first or not is not important. It's about how much ability one has to accomplish tasks. Being in the top 20 is basically enough to prove oneself. As for Su Feng, this assessment actually holds little significance. Not to mention that according to the rules, apart from the Cloud Crane, all his other beasts can participate in the battle. He alone could take on all the new students present. Just a single Crimson Gold War Dragon could almost do it. In his view, this new student competition is, on one hand, a formality, and on the other, he wants to take this opportunity to see just how outstanding the Qianji beast is in actual combat. The first phase of the first round of the new student competition has ended. We will now draw members for the second round. Teacher Lei Mingdun announced with great vigor. It must be said that his strength is indeed impressive. His beast, Qianning, can split into thousands of avatars at the silver level with almost no consumption. Just like that, the first round of the competition had just ended, and the second round began without pause. Ding! A series of crisp notification sounds rang out on various phones. Among them was one belonging to Su Feng. I got drawn, I'll go first. After greeting a few people, Su Feng gently patted the head of the humanoid Qianji beast beside him and confidently walked forward. This little guy had played with the crocodile last night. He quite likes this appearance, so it has maintained this form. Is this to let the new beasts practice? Seeing this scene, Yin Hong and the others, who had originally shown little interest in Su Feng's battle, instantly perked up. They had long been curious about this Qianji beast that could change its form at will. At this moment, they couldn't wait to see just how powerful it really was. Wow, Su Feng, he's up in the second match? I thought they would arrange for him to go last to ensure viewership. Dude, this is the new student competition. It's not live-streamed or anything. What viewership are we talking about? Look, the white crocodile he sent out is so damn cool. Is this his new beast from a month of contracts outside? Another brand new species we haven't seen before. Although Su Feng had basically been in a low profile for this month, for this historical figure who lived a life that others could only dream of, he still drew countless cheers and discussions. Truly worthy of Su Feng. As soon as he steps on stage, I feel like the whole playground is instantly different. I have to say, he really is a face control. Every one of his beasts is handsome or beautiful. On the podium, a group of professors and senior mentors were also quite focused on Su Feng. As soon as he took the stage, everyone began to discuss. According to the news, his beast master level has now reached silver rank 8. This speed of improvement is truly terrifying. Yeah, with this little guy, he should already have 6 beasts, right? The strength of 4 of those beasts is basically beyond doubt. It really proves that saying, the most frightening thing is when someone better than you works even harder. I'm actually looking forward to the third stage now. With the Zheng family girl around, even he will have to give it his all. Hearing the discussions around him, Hua Zongtao's expression was somewhat strange. Isn't Yin Jing University supposed to be so impressive? Is there really a second-year student who can make Su Feng go all out? Or is it that these people don't know Su Feng's normal strength as a beast master? Just as the teachers on the podium were whispering among themselves, all the candidates on the battlefield had chosen the difficulty they wanted to challenge. Remington's voice rang out again. Please send out your beasts and get ready. 3, 2, 1, start. Similar to the first round of competition, at the moment of start, the new students on the battlefield began issuing commands. Let's try the 1,000 Machine Beasts clones first. 30 clones, each with 80% of the main body's strength. With the buff from the illusory body, that makes it 100%. A silver rank 2 against a silver rank 9 clone should serve to test strength. Following Su Feng's thoughts, the 1,000 Machine Beast immediately sprang into action. Countless nanobots flew out from various parts of its body. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into 30 mechanical beasts almost identical to the little chilin. The sound of wah-wah echoed throughout the battlefield. What the hell, are they teaming up? Someone shouted, and everyone widened their eyes, staring intently at the battlefield. Under the precise control of the 1,000 Machine Beast, the 30 mechanical little chilins unleashed various skills, rapidly attacking the 1,000 shadow clones. Water tornadoes, high-pressure jets, flame rays, lightning balls, high-voltage shocks, flying leaf storms. There was even the lightning field that the little chilin had once used, gathering electricity. However, because the power of the entries couldn't be replicated, these lightning strikes did not contain the power of the 5 elements divine thunder. Even so, this dazzling array of skills was enough to leave everyone present dumbfounded. What kind of operation is this? What the hell, is it the Holy Chilin or what? These clones look exactly like the Holy Chilin, and they can unleash the same skills. How are others supposed to compete? At that moment, the audience was like a barrel of gunpowder, instantly exploding with excitement. Especially those who had some knowledge of the little chilin were even more astonished. Originally, the little chilin's unfathomable skill set made many feel outclassed. Now, Su Feng had brought out such a magical crocodile. This crocodile could even create 30 clones that looked almost identical to the little chilin, and each clone could unleash skills similar to the little chilin. How could others compete? Even some second and third year students began to question their lives. Am I really watching a freshman competition? Why does it feel like this is already at the level of last year's intercollegiate competition? Countless people felt as if their minds were shrouded in a fog, in a daze, but their eyes were glued to the situation on the field, as if magnetized, afraid to miss any exciting moment. On the field, such a dense barrage of attacks left the 1,000 shadow clones with no space to evade. However, such attacks ultimately came from the avatars of the 1,000 Machine Beast. Due to the limitations of the 1,000 Machine Beast's own realm and strength, the power of these attacks was somewhat affected. Under the control of the 1,000 Shadow's main body, it only cost 40 avatars to withstand all these skills. Meanwhile, 60 avatars were secretly collaborating to launch a counterattack. Some released black smoke, attempting to interfere with visibility. Others transformed into shadows, executing shadow strikes and charging towards the 1,000 Machine Beast, trying to break the suppressed situation and prevent themselves from being continuously attacked by the 1,000 Machine Beast's rhythm. In the face of the counterattack from the 1,000 shadow avatars, the mechanical chilins did not panic. Because of their large numbers, their tactical arrangements could be more diverse. Under the control of the 1,000 Machine Beast, 10 mechanical chilins began to conjure various defensive skills like earth shields, water shields, and wood shields to protect their team. Meanwhile, the other mechanical chilins played their unique roles. Some transformed into agile assassins, using various speed and melee skills to rush into the crowd. Others acted as long-range artillery, standing at the back of the battlefield and continuously releasing skills. Powerful energy beams fell like raindrops, putting immense pressure on the 1,000 shadow avatars. In the fierce battle, the number of 1,000 shadows gradually decreased. Some of the mechanical chilins acting as assassins inevitably took some hits in such intense confrontations. However, thanks to the collective buff from Su Feng's Fountain of Life, and the 10 supporting chilins not only releasing shields but also a series of healing skills, their injuries quickly recovered. This meant that as long as those assassins were not killed instantly, they were nearly impossible to defeat. Thus, in the intense exchanges between both sides, 100,000 shadow avatars at the 9th rank of silver dissipated one after another like candles in the wind. Seeing this scene, Su Feng nodded in satisfaction. After this battle, he had gained a clear understanding of the 1,000 Machine Beasts' avatar combat system. Due to their numbers, the advantage of fighting more with less and cooperating was undoubtedly a unique advantage. The 30 avatars of the 1,000 Machine Beast each played their roles on the battlefield, employing different tactics to force their opponents into its combat rhythm. Of course, Su Feng also understood that this was just the beginning. As the 1,000 Machine Beast gathered more data, its avatar forms and skill library would become increasingly rich. The tactics available would also multiply. Moreover, as the 1,000 Machine Beast continued to grow, the limitations on the strength and number of its avatars would be completely broken. At that time, the 1,000 Machine Beast would truly become a single beast army. At the same time, it would not have the fatal flaws of other avatars or summoned beasts. Those ordinary avatars and summoned beasts, once their main body was defeated, would collapse like a building losing its foundation, causing all avatars and summoned entities to fall apart. But the Thousand Machine Beast was entirely different. You want to attack my main body, right? Do you want to see this fully defended safe house main body? Or this battleship main body covered in artillery? Or perhaps this mech main body that balances power, magic, and defense? At this moment, in the audience, the students and teachers who had come back to their senses were also buzzing with excitement over the Thousand Machine Beast's recent performance. Crushing. This is simply crushing. Such coordination is simply outrageous. Indeed, the first place in this freshman competition was already destined. Various exclamations and discussions rose and fell in the audience. No one present found it strange that Su Feng could achieve such a crushing victory. After all, his reputation had long spread throughout the campus and even across the national Beastmaster community. In such a small setting, if he didn't achieve a crushing victory, that would truly be a strange occurrence. Yet even so, this entirely new combat style and the new beast excited many people. Moreover, some clever individuals noticed the special combination of gathering electric and thunder power. They chose to record the screen, planning to study it thoroughly later. At the same time, there were also some powerful senior students and teachers, as well as professors and mentors on the podium, who noticed another extremely special point. It seems this beast's spiritual power is a bit excessive. How many skills did it just release? Why does it look like there's no sign of exhaustion now? A senior professor frowned, his eyes filled with confusion. While it was rare for a clone to release skills, it wasn't unheard of. However, with their keen eyes, they could naturally tell that the realm of this Thousand Machine Beast was actually not high. The total amount of spiritual power required for 30 clones to release skills simultaneously was simply terrifying. Many students beasts on the scene, even if they exhausted all their spiritual power, could not achieve such high-intensity, high-density skill releases. Given the realm of the Thousand Machine Beast, it was nearly impossible. Yet the current situation greatly exceeded their expectations. The 30 clones that the Thousand Machine Beast had split into, after a complete battle, not only did the clones not disappear due to exhaustion of spiritual power, but even the main body of the Thousand Machine Beast showed no signs of consumption, looking completely unchanged. This scene made these powerful Beastmasters realize the true terror of the Thousand Machine Beast. Freshman Su Feng, first stage competition score 900. On the battlefield, Remington also snapped back to reality from his surprise. He looked deeply at Su Feng and announced the score loudly. As the one who truly faced the Thousand Machine Beast head-on in this battle, Remington had the most profound experience of its strength. He had thought that with the advantage of the Thousand Shadow Clones realm and his own combat experience, he could make this handsome beast suffer a bit. However, he merely hesitated for a moment due to the clones and fell into the opponent's rhythm, being pressured throughout the entire fight. This made Remington suddenly feel 8 words in his heart. The younger generation is formidable. Terrifying indeed. Thank you, Teacher Remington, I'll take my leave now. Su Feng replied politely with a humble smile. Then, he walked towards the rest area with the Thousand Machine Beast, which had already retracted its clones. Upon returning to the rest area, Yin Hong and Lei Xiuwan immediately surrounded him. Brother Chen, can this Thousand Machine Beast use all the skills of the little chilin? Su Feng replied. Wow, upon hearing this, Lei Xiuwan immediately gasped. A clone with all the skills of the little chilin, combined with tactics, as long as the main body isn't broken, it's simply invincible. As he spoke, he activated his unique talent ability. His brain raced, various data and scenes flashing in his mind, trying to deduce the Thousand Machine Beast's strength in different scenarios and what methods would be needed to defeat it. Su Feng remained silent upon hearing this. At this moment, he was still calming the emotions of the Crimson Gold War Dragon. The reason was simple. It was feeling itchy. It also wanted to go into battle, take a beating. Meanwhile, as Su Feng soothed the Crimson Gold War Dragon, the battles of other contestants on the playground were also unfolding vigorously one after another. However, after the astonishing performance of the Thousand Machine Beast, these battles seemed like mere formalities, appearing somewhat bland. Many spectators found it difficult to concentrate on the competition as they had before. They occasionally whispered to each other, discussing the thrilling moments of the Thousand Mechanisms Beast on the battlefield. Yin Hong was drawn to compete in the 4th round. Considering his own beast's fighting style, he did not recklessly choose a difficult opponent. Defeating a Thousand Shadow clone that had reached Silver Rank 7 ensured he secured basic points. Lin Suxian, as a student focusing on breeding, fought differently from Su Feng and the others. She had her little ice soul act as support. The main battle beast was the Ice Crystal Deer, with which she had just established a certain relationship in the Spirit Beast Pavilion. The two ice-type beasts worked together effortlessly throughout the process. As for Lei Shouwen, he was only drawn in the 8th round. Magnetic Resonance, Gear Missile, Chain Lightning. Compared to his previous battle with the jumping dragonfish, the jet dragon's control over various skills and their power had improved dramatically, especially the newly learned Chain Lightning, a powerful skill targeting multiple enemies, displayed immense power at that moment. As soon as he entered the arena, the jet dragon skillfully stacked various status skills to enhance its attack power, then released a skill to increase its hit rate. Immediately after, the chain lightning struck down, effortlessly taking out 100,000 shadow clones that had reached silver rank 5. Such a brilliant performance drew the attention of many who had initially focused on Su Feng, now noticing this strong opponent overshadowed by Su Feng's brilliance. In the lively atmosphere of the arena, cheers and discussions intertwined. Su Feng stood in the resting area, having summoned the shrunk red gold war dragon. At this moment, the red gold war dragon was small in size but still exuded an imposing aura. Su Feng gently patted its head and said, "You'll take the stage for all the battles that follow." Upon hearing this, the red gold war dragon instantly seemed to be infused with a powerful current. Its gem-like eyes widened, sparkling with excitement and enthusiasm. If it weren't for the occasion, it might have let out a roar that echoed through the skies. Seeing the red gold war dragon like this, Su Feng couldn't help but smile. "But you need to hold back a bit later. If you scare off all your opponents, no one will dare to play with you." The red gold war dragon was too caught up in the joy of about to fight to heed Su Feng's latter warning. It busily moved around the resting area, exploring here and there, unable to calm its excitement. It even knocked over the juice of the little chilin beside it. "Little chilin, oh, winky face, oh red gold war dragon, oh, Su Feng, Omega, illusory eye dragon, thousand mechanisms beast." The first phase of the freshman competition quickly concluded in a tense and intense atmosphere. After all the results were tallied, Lei Mingdun stood tall, his expression solemn, and announced loudly, "The first phase of the freshman competition has ended, and the results have been published on the campus website. Next, the second phase, the arena battle. This morning, the top 10 of this freshman competition will be determined. At 1:30 p.m., the subsequent ranking assessment will take place. Note that each person has only 3 challenge opportunities. At the same time, the arena master can challenge those ranked higher than themselves. If the challenge is successful, the rankings of both parties will be exchanged. This arena battle will adopt a 1v1 format, with breeding, medical, and other support and combat systems conducted separately. The battlefields will be chosen by the arena master from 2 options, with the challenger selecting one, and then drawn randomly. As his voice fell, the playground suddenly sparkled with light. 10 massive, freely switchable arena types rose from the ground. The arena appeared incredibly solid, exuding a faint metallic sheen. At the same time, various runes flickered in and out of visibility, allowing for the switching of different venues as needed. "Please, the arena master, step forward. Other freshmen, prepare for the challenge." Upon hearing this, Su Feng, ranked first in the first phase, immediately followed the instructions and walked towards the first arena. Beside him, a miniature version of the crimson gold war dragon closely followed, occasionally letting out excited low growls. The moment Su Feng stepped onto the arena, the long-suppressed desire for battle erupted completely. The crimson gold war dragon transformed back into its original form, raising its massive head and opening its gaping maw. Roar! A deafening roar erupted, like an invisible shockwave spreading outwards with the force of thunder. The first to be affected were the freshmen closest to the arena. Their strength was not particularly strong, and under the terrifying sound carrying the might of a dragon, their faces were filled with fear and shock. Soon, this powerful sound wave quickly swept across the entire playground. The originally noisy crowd fell silent in an instant. All eyes were focused on Su Feng and the crimson gold war dragon. What is that sound? Such momentum, are you telling me this is a freshman's beast? Mamma mia, I feel like I can hardly breathe in front of it. At that moment, the entire playground seemed to have been pressed on pause. Almost all the students' minds went blank. Their eyes were fixed on the crimson gold war dragon on the arena. Its massive body, scales glowing red, golden fur fluttering in the wind, and the chilling aura it exuded captivated them completely. Lan Hanwen and Mai Yuza had originally been eager to compete with Su Feng in the arena, but at this moment, they fell silent. Lan Hanwen bit his lip tightly, his hands unconsciously clenching, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. A flicker of unwillingness flashed in his eyes, but soon, he released his fists. Mai Yuza adjusted his glasses, his expression behind the lenses somewhat complex. He shook his head slightly, knowing full well that with his current strength, facing such an opponent was hopeless. since he couldn't win, why bother to fight? This thought naturally arose in their minds. Zhang Xiaoqiao and Dang Yanjun stood among the crowd. They had originally been full of confidence, ready to challenge Su Feng, but at this moment, they couldn't help but exchange glances. Zhang Xiaoqiao's eyes widened in shock and confusion. Her mouth slightly opened, as if she wanted to say something, but was momentarily speechless. Dang Yanjun's expression grew serious. A hint of confusion and self-doubt flickered in his eyes. From the very beginning, they knew that Su Feng's leap dragon fish had completed its evolution, and he should have mastered a skill that allowed for size transformation. But seeing the crimson gold war dragon appear in its true form at this moment, Dang Yanjun felt inexplicably dazed. Wait, I remember Xiao Chen contracted the leap dragon fish less than 2 months ago. Yeah, the initial test of beast battles ended, and they went to Tidal Island. Dang Yanjun closed his eyes and took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. In less than 2 months' time, this kind of platinum-level aura. Is this something a human can achieve? It's simply outrageous. Plus, the strength of the earth-shaking divine bull might also have reached platinum. With 2 such beasts, can Su Feng really be defeated? A wave of intense self-doubt surged in Dang Yanjun's heart. Next to him, Zhang Xiaoqiao waved her hands in the air, as if trying to cheer herself up. No, right now in 1v1, 2v2, there should still be a bit of a chance. Otherwise, if we wait any longer, there will be no opportunity at all. Well, it's best to strike early against my little brother. I can't miss this opportunity. Zhang Xiaoqiao nodded vigorously, as if giving herself a final ultimatum. On the podium, the professors and mentors couldn't help but show their surprise. They had already been paying attention to Su Feng and his beast. However, the powerful aura displayed by the Crimson Gold War Dragon exceeded their expectations. Young people are formidable, truly formidable. The elderly professors shook their heads, their eyes filled with amazement. On the arena, Su Feng glanced helplessly at the Crimson Gold War Dragon. That look seemed to say, "You didn't hear a word of what I just said, did you?" He sighed softly and spread his hands. With this going on, who would dare to come up and fight you? Crimson Gold War Dragon, equals? Damn! Little Chilin, Illusion Eye Dragonfly, Thousand Machine Beast / Omega? / what a silly one. Crimson Gold War Dragon. Meanwhile, since the first phase of the freshman competition allowed for free choice of difficulty, this rule made many meticulous students cautious. They deliberately controlled their scores, choosing not to become the arena master too early, but rather to act as challengers first. This way, they could keep their beasts in the best condition while also observing the fighting styles and movements of other experts. They cleverly avoided strong opponents, ensuring better rankings in the competition. Thus, when the official start came, not many rushed impulsively to challenge. After a brief observation, only Ma Yuza, Lei Shouwen, and Long Hanwen took the lead. Ma Yuza vs. Du Zitong, the former won. Lei Shouwen vs. Yin Daoyan, the former won. Long Hanwen vs. Pang Guangda, the former won. Seeing that the 3 strongest challengers had each chosen their arenas and won, the other freshmen, who considered themselves formidable, could no longer contain their excitement and began to stir. Du Qian vs. Shi Zhenxiang, Ji Tsongliang vs. Zhu Yichun, Wei Shengjin vs. Fan Tong. A series of evenly matched battles erupted across the various arenas. The entire playground was filled with a tense and thrilling atmosphere of combat. The audience's gaze shifted back and forth between the arenas, continuously cheering for the competitors. Some arena masters, after winning several matches in a row, felt the competition was too easy and began to feel good about themselves. They even entertained the thought of challenging Long Hanwen and Lei Shouwen on arenas 2 and 3. After all, the rewards for the top 3 were more substantial. Who would willingly fall behind when they could gain more rewards? Just as they were secretly estimating their chances of winning and feeling restless, a low growl echoed. Though the sound was not loud, it instantly captured everyone's attention. The once imposing figure of the Crimson Gold War Dragon now seemed to convey a hint of weakness. Its head drooped, and its originally bright eyes appeared somewhat dim. Its massive body curled slightly, and its front claws scratched the ground restlessly. It let out a few low whimpers, as if saying, come on, hit me. Others turned their heads. Crimson Gold War Dragon? And so, throughout the morning, no one dared to challenge Su Feng and the Crimson Gold War Dragon. The self-imposed waiting made the Crimson Gold War Dragon bored to the point of scratching its ears and cheeks. It flew back and forth on the arena, occasionally letting out a few muffled roars, but all it received in response was silence. Gradually, its head drooped lower, and its body became listless. Until Su Feng told it that he would take it to find Long Day and Long Air later, the Crimson Gold War Dragon's ears perked up sharply, and a glimmer of light reignited in its dim eyes. Time quietly passed in the intense competition. The battle for the top 10 concluded at 12:30 p.m. The first place undoubtedly belonged to Su Feng. The contest for second place was nothing short of spectacular. Mayuza and Long Hanwen engaged in a unique duel on the stage. Mayuza focused on dragging the fight out. He made Long Hanwen fidget and then decisively struck. In the end, he won this crucial battle, achieving a commendable second place. Although Long Hanwen was unwilling, he had to accept the result of third place. Fourth place was secured by Lei Xiuwen. The 5th to 10th places were also confirmed one after another. Additionally, Yin Han used a challenge opportunity to challenge the 10th place. However, the opponent was no ordinary contender. The two sides exchanged blows, and the battle lasted a long time. In the end, Yin Han was just a step short and failed to succeed in the challenge. The challenge for the top 10 in the freshman competition has concluded. Remington's passionate voice clearly reached everyone's ears. He paused briefly, scanning the crowd, and then said, "Credit rewards will be distributed uniformly tonight. Additional rewards will also be announced this evening." This statement instantly stirred up a wave of excitement. Students whispered to each other, speculating about what the additional rewards might be. Were they precious beast taming items or rare cultivation resources? Various guesses rose and fell among the crowd. "Everyone, go have lunch first. The competition for places 11 to 100 will take place in the afternoon." Remington's voice rang out again, interrupting the students' discussions. "After the competition, we will enter the third stage, which many of you are likely looking forward to even more." Upon hearing Remington's speech, Su Feng couldn't help but feel a bit of anticipation. However, he was still thinking about the promise he made to the Crimson Gold War Dragon. As the crowd gradually dispersed, he turned and walked towards the direction where Hua Zongtao was. At that moment, Hua Zongtao was conversing with several professors. Seeing Su Feng approach, he broke into a warm smile and paused his conversation. Su Feng politely nodded to the surrounding professors. Then he walked up to Hua Zongtao and asked, "Old Hua, may I ask where Long Day and Long Sure Air are now?" A glimmer of understanding flashed in Hua Zongtao's eyes as he smiled and said, "In the valley lake at the back mountain. Just follow the main road of the school all the way back, and at the end, there will be a fork in the road. Take the left path, which is paved with pebbles, and you will see it." Hua Zongtao described the route in detail. To ensure Su Feng remembered it clearly, he even used spiritual power to sketch a simple map on the ground. Su Feng listened attentively and thanked Hua Zongtao again. Then he turned and called a few small ones, heading towards the back mountain of the school. The memories of the little brothers who once helped it remained vividly in the Crimson Gold War Dragon's mind. However, when Su Feng was about to leave, Long Di and the others had matters to attend to with Hua Zongtao, so they didn't have a proper conversation and parted ways. Now knowing they had come to Yin Jing University and seemed to be settling here for the long term, it was excitedly wagging its tail. Along the way, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting patches of light on the ground. Su Feng and the small ones moved through the light and shadow. The unique combination, especially the imposing Crimson Gold War Dragon, instantly attracted the attention of passing students. Some students even stopped in their tracks, unable to resist pausing to watch. Before long, they arrived at the fork in the road that Hua Zongtao mentioned. Due to the preciousness of the leap dragon fish, the school had specially arranged for guards to patrol and feed them here to ensure the safety of the fish. However, the guards had already received prior notice and were aware of Su Feng's arrival. So when they met, they merely nodded politely without asking further and let them pass. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the valley. The Crimson Gold War Dragon flared its nostrils, keenly capturing a familiar scent. Roar! Roar! It let out a long howl, its penetrating roar echoing continuously through the valley, as if announcing its arrival to Long Di and the others. Long Da, Long 12, and several other dragons flew out from various parts of the valley upon hearing the call of the Crimson Gold War Dragon. They circled in the sky, emitting joyful roars. Countless leaping dragonfish in the lake also cheered and leaped, as if welcoming their king. Su Feng watched this warm and shocking scene, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face. He found a stone to sit on, enjoying a meal with the little chilin and the others, feeling the tranquil beauty that belonged to nature. Time flowed quietly like water. In the blink of an eye, the clock struck 4 in the afternoon, echoing over the playground of Yin Jing University. The rankings of the freshman competition had already been settled. However, no one left the playground. On the contrary, the atmosphere grew even more fervent, as if an invisible force was stirring in the air, quickening heartbeats and boiling blood. All of this was due to the third phase of the freshman competition. Second-year students versus First-year freshman. According to the school's announcement, second-year student Zhang Xiaoqiao would engage in a friendly spar with Su Feng. Countless people eagerly anticipated the showdown between the Crimson Gold War Dragon and the Naga Sea Witch. The school had long anticipated the intensity of this battle. Therefore, aside from the spectator area, all other areas of the playground had been temporarily transformed into a massive battleground. To prevent the powerful skills of both sides from affecting the weaker freshmen, the school had also specially reinforced the entire playground. A transparent energy shield slowly rose, enveloping the entire battleground. On one side of the battleground, Su Feng stood quietly, his gaze fixed on Zhang Xiaoqiao across from him. His heartbeat quickened slightly, and his palm unconsciously clenched. The Crimson Gold War Dragon coiled beside him, its scales shimmering with dazzling light under the sun. The dragon's eyes burned with fighting spirit, as if it could not wait to charge into battle. Zhang Xiaoqiao. Su Feng murmured softly, a glimmer of battle intent flashing in his eyes. He knew that Zhang Xiaoqiao's strength should not be underestimated. Her beast, the Naga Sea Witch, could summon towering waves in an instant. Moreover, its strength had reached Platinum Level 6, higher than that of the Crimson Gold War Dragon. At this stage, attempting to fight at a higher level like before would be far too difficult. Even a small difference in realm felt like a vast chasm. Additionally, the quality of the Naga Sea Witch was not low at all, having reached the legendary tier. This battle was destined to be anything but easy. Let the battle begin. Crimson Gold War Dragon. Su Feng took a deep breath, his voice low and firm. Roar! The Crimson Gold War Dragon let out a thunderous roar that shook the heavens. What is that sound? What kind of monster has appeared in the freshman competition at Yin Jing University? Dragon's roar? Leaping dragonfish? Could it be that Su Feng's leaping dragonfish has evolved? Because there are too many spectators, outsiders need to pay for tickets to watch? Isn't paying for tickets a good thing? It shows that the level of this battle is very high, and the school needs to pay a certain price to protect the audience. Exactly. Crimson Gold War Dragon vs. Naga Sea Witch, a rare matchup. Watching the live stream can't compare to being there in person. Damn, that's true, it's just the price of a meal, damn. At the moment the Crimson Gold War Dragon roared, the roars of Long Day and Long 12 followed suit. The entire Yin Jing University resonated with the roar of the dragon, such a heart-shaking prelude to the competition. It quickly spread through many students' phones, including the official Yin Jing University account. At the same time, Yin Jing University also started a live broadcast on Douyin. The cover of the livestream, with the striking words Crimson Gold Dragon vs. Naga Sea Witch, attracted countless gazes. Many nearby residents couldn't contain their excitement and wanted to watch the battle up close. Crimson Gold Dragon, one of the evolved forms of the jumping dragonfish. This is an extremely rare presence in the national beast taming competitions. Today, they were about to witness the power of the Crimson Gold Dragon. Yin Jing University Playground. Crimson Gold Dragon, come down quickly, stop circling up there. Roar, roar, roar. Upon hearing this, the Crimson Gold Dragon immediately descended to the ground. Its massive body coiled in front of Su Feng, Little Chilin, Shenji Beast, and Illusion Eye Dragonfly. Its energy surged, eyes bright, chest held high, exuding an imposing demeanor. On the other side of the battlefield, I have to say, this is really cool. Zhang Xiaoqiao looked at the Crimson Gold Dragon and couldn't help but nod in praise. At the same time, as the Crimson Gold Dragon entered battle mode, it displayed a completely new form, distinct from the usual Crimson Gold Dragon. But if it's just like this, I won't lose. Zhang Xiaoqiao smiled slightly, a glimmer of confidence flashing in her eyes. She gently raised her hand, her fingertips tracing a blue light. Immediately, a water curtain slowly rose behind her. Within the water curtain, the figure of the Naga Sea Witch gradually emerged. It was a beast with a half-human, half-snake form. The upper body was that of a beautiful woman, while the lower body was a winding snake tail. Her eyes were as deep as the ocean. In her hand, she held a trident formed from condensed water elements. A faint mist of water surrounded her, as if she could stir up raging waves at any moment. Seeing this, Remington immediately spoke up. The third stage of the Yin Jing University freshman competition. The battle between sophomore Zhang Xiaoqiao and freshman Su Feng is about to begin. With his announcement, the audience's emotions were instantly ignited, cheers and shouts rising and falling. Roar! Upon seeing her opponent, the Crimson Gold Dragon became even more serious, its slightly low roar showing its respect for this opponent. Ying Ling! The Naga Sea Witch also sensed the strength of her opponent. She lightly waved her trident, and a humid aura instantly filled the air. The battle had not truly begun, but the gazes of both sides met in the air. The atmosphere of the entire playground instantly solidified. The battle was about to erupt. 3, 2, 1, start. With the referee Remington's command, the atmosphere of the battlefield tightened to the extreme. The noise from the audience suddenly stopped. Everyone's gaze focused on the two figures in the center of the arena, the Crimson Gold Dragon and the Naga Sea Witch. Roar! The Crimson Gold Dragon let out a long howl, its roar shaking the heavens and the earth. Its red scales shone brilliantly in the sunlight, the light of runes flowing across its body. In an instant, it shot forward like a golden red lightning bolt, charging towards the Naga Sea Witch, stirring up a whirlwind. The Naga Sea Witch stood quietly in the center of the opposite arena. Facing the Crimson Gold Dragon's charge, she merely waved her trident lightly. A massive wall of water instantly rose before her, blocking the Crimson Gold Dragon's impact. Boom! The water wall collided with the dragon's head, producing a deafening roar. Water splashed everywhere, and the air was filled with a humid atmosphere, as if the entire arena was shrouded in a mist of water. At the same time, the trident in the Naga Sea Witch's hand was covered in flowing water. A trident completely composed of surging water rapidly condensed in midair. The water surged and rolled, as if containing endless power. It suddenly swung, the water trident aimed directly at the head of the Crimson Gold War Dragon, whistling with a fierce momentum. Roar! The Crimson Gold War Dragon excitedly howled at the sky. Water flow? Finally, it was no longer that kind of attack that felt as harmless as bathwater. It showed no intention of dodging at all, instead accelerating towards the Naga Sea Monster. As if to say, "You stay right there, I'm coming for you." This is. Zhang Xiaoqiao's pupils contracted, a hint of unease flashing through her heart. She realized the speed of the Crimson Gold War Dragon was somewhat outrageous. The fluctuations belonging to spatial power made her feel a moment of dizziness. However, the Naga Sea Monster was not to be underestimated. Watching the Crimson Gold War Dragon charge straight at it, looking incredibly excited. Almost at the same time, it quickly adjusted its posture, releasing more spiritual power. The power of the water trident instantly increased, the water rolling more violently, as if it wanted to completely drown the Crimson Gold War Dragon. Yet even so, the Crimson Gold War Dragon had no thoughts of evasion. Its body suddenly shook, the runes on its dragon horns shining even more brilliantly. When it was still a leap dragon fish, it had led a school of fish to withstand the impact of the Dragon Gate's water. After evolving into the Crimson Gold War Dragon, its resistance to water elements had also improved. Water flow hitting the head? For the Crimson Gold War Dragon, it was merely a different level of head massage. Boom! The ultimate physical power collided with the surging water trident. In that moment, it felt as if time had stopped. The instant explosion of water splashes was like bullets flying at high speed, rampaging across the arena accompanied by the sound of thunderous collisions. The scattered water splashes carried a powerful impact, causing some spectators in the front row to instinctively step back. They truly felt that powerful water element attack, like a blade cutting through. But what about the Crimson Gold War Dragon? The powerful water impact caused black spots to appear on the white dragon horns on its head. Those were the marks left by the collision of power. Yet its dragon eyes still burned with fierce battle intent, fixated on the Naga Sea Monster before it. Screech! The Crimson Gold War Dragon suddenly broke through the water flow, crashing directly into the Naga Sea Monster. The powerful physical impact made the Naga Sea Monster let out a sharp scream. In that moment, it felt as if it had become human, and the Crimson Gold War Dragon was like a speeding car. The terrifying impact sent its body flying several meters. It crashed heavily to the ground, pain coursing through its entire body, making it difficult to move for a moment. However, the Naga Sea Monster was, after all, a legendary beast of Platinum Rank 6. In less than a second, the water elements within it quickly repaired the damage. It suddenly stood up. Using the water splashes scattered around the arena, it conjured a water clone and exchanged positions with the clone, cleverly dodging the second charge attack from the Crimson Gold War Dragon. At the same time, due to the effect of the dragon battle in the wild, it found itself somewhat unable to control itself. It repeatedly launched counterattacks against the Crimson Gold War Dragon. Such powerful strength. Is this the Crimson Gold War Dragon? A dragon of physical power? Cool, so cool. Every punch hits hard. The romance of men. The audience erupted in exclamations. Countless male beast tamers felt their blood boiling, as if infected by the Crimson Gold War Dragon's dominance. They stood up, waving their fists, cheering for the Crimson Gold War Dragon. Crimson Gold War Dragon, charge! Take it down! Show everyone your power! The shouts surged like a tide, pushing the atmosphere of the entire playground to a climax. Roar! The Crimson Gold War Dragon howled at the sky, as if responding to the audience's enthusiasm. The collision with the water trident had still been quite painful. After all, it was a high-speed flowing liquid, combined with the principle of breaking through surfaces with points. If it were another Crimson Gold Battle Dragon, it would be hard to resist. But who is it? It is the beaten dragon. A short period of pain in exchange for a long time of pleasure. This made the Crimson Gold Battle Dragon incredibly excited. As for the subsequent attacks, wasn't that just a tickle? Let the storm come even more fiercely. Fortunately, the Naga Sea Witch has mastered the illusion clone, otherwise, the outcome might have been decided just now. But what the hell is this damned taunt? Zhang Xiaoqiao let out a slight sigh of relief, wiping the fine beads of sweat from her forehead. As the saying goes, masters only exchange blows in an instant. In the realm of beast-master battles, this saying applies just as vividly. Sometimes, even a single misstep can give the opponent the upper hand. Once that happens, it will cost a greater price to make up for it. Just like just now, if the Naga Sea Witch had been hit by the Crimson Gold Battle Dragon's second impact, she would have likely fallen completely into the opponent's rhythm of attack, making it hard to defend. Moreover, the Naga Sea Witch was already showing signs of losing control. This undoubtedly made Zhang Xiaoqiao feel the immense pressure bearing down on her. It was as if she was not facing a novice beast master, but an elite beast master. However, battle experience is still the gap between you and me. Zhang Xiaoqiao's gaze swept over the faint watermarks at the edge of the arena. The Naga Sea Witch's serpentine tail slowly coiled, with fine droplets of water seeping between the scales. These droplets did not fall to the ground but hovered in the air, forming a hazy mist. The depths of her eyes swirled with patterns, and the illusion clone flickered in the mist, indistinguishable between reality and illusion. Roar! The Crimson Gold Battle Dragon let out a roar, its sound waves rolling. The tangible dragon might surged forth, instantly shattering the mist. But those suspended water droplets strangely remained in place, as if frozen in the air by some force. Now's the time. A glint of brilliance flashed in Zhang Xiaoqiao's eyes. The Naga Sea Witch understood, and the trident in her hand struck heavily. A powerful wave of energy radiated outward from her center. In an instant, those suspended water droplets trembled simultaneously, transforming into countless fine water needles. Each water needle frantically gathered the water elements from the air, forming massive water tornadoes. They howled and spun, rushing towards the Crimson Gold Battle Dragon to strangle it. But upon closer inspection, one could see that these water tornadoes were all composed of individual water needles. Boom! The scattered water needles struck against the energy barrier of the battle arena. The runes on its surface flickered wildly, resisting this powerful energy impact. Storm Pear Blossom Needles. Remington's eyes widened in shock and admiration. Zhang Xiaoqiao actually combined the Storm Pear Blossom Needles with the water tornado. The audience erupted in astonishment. Is this the foreshadowing left by those previous swings? To unleash such a terrifying move in an instant? But against an attack like the Crimson Gold Battle Dragon, it shouldn't be very effective. The Crimson Gold Battle Dragon can fly. Can't it just leave the arena? Yeah, why did she do this? In the audience, the less experienced students were still confused about the situation on the field. Zhang Xiaoqiao's use of this technique was indeed outstanding. However, with the defensive power of the Crimson Gold Battle Dragon, it only needed to fly into the sky to minimize the damage. What was the intention behind such an action? Those experienced beast masters and mentors had already seen the clues. Wonderful! A mentor wearing gold-rimmed glasses couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Zhang Xiaoqiao's Storm Pear Blossom Needle seems grand, but it actually hides a mystery. She is testing the combat style of the Crimson Gold Dragon. The nearby Zhong Mengzhu, who had just returned, felt her confusion dissipate in an instant. In the realm of beast taming, everyone is familiar with the conventional attribute classifications. However, there is also a unique classification method that divides beasts into 4 categories based on their characteristics: strength, intelligence, agility, and defense. Take the Naga Siren before them, for example. Its powerful magical attack might initially make one think it is a typical intelligence-type beast. However, upon deeper understanding, one would realize that its true advantage lies in speed and agility, making it more of an agility-type beast. After all, being able to comprehend the skill of illusory clone, which requires high speed and reaction, is enough to prove that this Naga Siren has already met the standards in terms of speed, far surpassing ordinary beasts. Given this, Zhang Xiaoqiao's tactics can be considered well thought out. If the Crimson Gold Dragon chooses to take it head-on, it indicates that it has inherited the reckless nature from its time as elite dragonfish. No matter what, it must face everything head-on, a life defined by recklessness. In this case, the Naga Siren, with its impressive agility, would have greater maneuvering space afterward. If the Crimson Gold Dragon displays the speed it just showed and chooses to evade, then the torrential Rain Pear Blossom Needle version of the Water Vortex, which almost covers the entire arena, would serve as a limitation. Thus, even if this wave consumes a significant amount of water elements, it would be of little consequence to Zheng Xiaoqiao. At this moment, Su Feng in the arena also discerned Zheng Xiaoqiao's tactical intentions. To be fair, Zheng Xiaoqiao's command was indeed impressive. However, in the face of absolute power values, while exquisite maneuvers can have some effect, the results are ultimately limited. Suddenly, the tail of the crimson gold dragon glowed faintly. Accompanied by a barely perceptible vibration, it emitted a peculiar humming sound. Immediately after, it charged straight toward the nearest water vortex. As soon as its tail made contact, the powerful vibrations rapidly spread from the point of contact. Under the impact of this immense force, the water needles that formed the water vortex shattered instantly, turning into a mist that filled the air. Such a technique of exertion, the comprehension of this crimson gold dragon is truly. In a corner of the audience, Yin Hongtao couldn't help but gasp, her mouth twitching slightly, her face filled with shock and disbelief. Her thoughts were instantly pulled back to that special afternoon when the leap dragon fish acted as a practice partner for her student. During that time, a beast, unable to withstand the taunts, angrily unleashed a water vortex at the leap dragon fish. But the leap dragon fish found the water vortex too weak and actually flew into the air, extending its tail into the water vortex, attempting to enhance its power through the vibrations of its tail. Although it ultimately failed, according to the information relayed by her beast, the leap dragonfish discovered that the pain caused by this method of vibration was far more intense than the attack of the water vortex. Now, the same technique was being reproduced here, and the effect was just as impressive. It can be played like this? Zheng Xiaoqiao was genuinely caught off guard by this unexpected move from the Crimson Gold Dragon. She never anticipated that Su Feng and the Crimson Gold Dragon would use such a peculiar method to neutralize her carefully arranged attack, but she was experienced and did not hesitate at all. With a flick of her finger, the Naga siren immediately raised its trident high above its head. In an instant, the previously scattered water vortices around the arena seemed to be drawn together by a mysterious force, quickly converging. In the blink of an eye, 3 giant water vortices formed. These 3 water vortices arranged in a triangular formation surged forward with overwhelming momentum, crazily attacking the Crimson Gold Dragon. Roar, roar, roar. The Crimson Gold Dragon not only showed no fear but was instead extremely excited. It threw its head back and roared, its voice filled with desire. As the giant water vortices howled and charged forward, the tremor frequency at its tail increased rapidly. This tremor spread through its entire body like a raging fire. Each dragon's scale began to vibrate at a unique and coordinated frequency. In an instant, a peculiar rumbling sound echoed throughout the battlefield. The water needle tornadoes, striking like arrows, had not yet approached the Crimson Gold War Dragon when they were shattered into fine mist by this powerful vibration, dissipating into nothingness. This is the embryonic form of dragon scale resonance. No, how is this possible? How can it learn this move? In a corner of the audience, Long Hanwen rubbed his eyes, hardly believing what he was seeing, his voice sharp and piercing with shock. To make all the scales tremble. This was a signature skill of the Golden Saint Dragon. It could be said to be one of the most powerful skills among all. Once used, it could unleash the dragon's power within, enhancing all-around abilities. Legend has it that if one uses dragon scale resonance 8 times in a row, they can transform their entire body into reverse scales. There was once a legendary Golden Saint Dragon that, relying on this move, overpowered deities and became famous throughout the world. Because of this move became a coveted divine skill that countless dragon-type beast tamers dreamed of having their beasts learn. However, the difficulty of learning it was akin to reaching the heavens. The pain during the practice was almost equivalent to having all one's scales forcibly shed. It was like pulling out one's own nails. The agony was unimaginable for ordinary people. Because of this skill was out of reach for the vast majority of dragon-type beasts. Yet now, the Crimson Gold War Dragon had achieved this step. It could make all its dragon scales tremble at the same time. As long as there was a powerful dragon-type spirit beast or tamed beast to guide it, it was feared that it would master this divine skill in just a few days. This astonishing discovery left Long Hanwen stunned. A deep sense of helplessness instantly engulfed him like a tide. The skill he had longed for day and night, the other party seemed to have executed effortlessly. Who could understand this intense sense of disparity and contrast? In a courtyard somewhere in Yin Jing, Su Qingsan lay comfortably in an old vine chair, a purple clay pot in his hand still steaming. The projector's beam cast the battle scene onto the white wall, illuminating his face with a rosy glow. Ha ha ha! He suddenly slammed the table, startling the bluebird under the eaves into flight. This kid, he's almost learned dragon scale resonance without a teacher. Beside him, Shang Wancheng and Lin Huilan shook their heads helplessly at the sight, but their faces also beamed with excited smiles. After all, this was dragon scale resonance. However, compared to Su Qing Song, whose wrinkles seemed to bloom with laughter, they were relatively more reserved. In fact, long before Sufeng contracted this leap dragonfish, Su Qingtsung had wanted Sufeng to take the leap dragonfish to learn this dragon-type ultimate skill. However, this skill required successful evolution into a dragon to learn, so he wasn't too anxious. Had the Crimson Gold War Dragon already grasped it? With just a little guidance, it could learn. Thus, Su Qingtsung couldn't wait to pull out his phone, his fingers quickly scrolling through the contacts. Old dragon head, look at my grandson, he's even better than your son. If I don't show off a bit, I won't feel right. As soon as the call connected, he shouted, "Hey, old dragon head, have you watched the live stream? My grandson's Crimson Gold War Dragon, TSK. A cold snort came from the other end of the line. Isn't it just the embryonic form of dragon scale resonance? Look at how proud you are. Su Qingtsung raised an eyebrow. How long did it take you to learn this move back in the day? 3 years or 5 years? Oh no, it should be 5 years, 11 months, and 21 days. There was silence on the other end of the line. Su Qingtsung smiled even more proudly. Alright, you tell Long Kai that in a couple of days, let Xiaochen take the Crimson Gold War Dragon to learn from him for a while. After hanging up the phone, Su Qingtsung looked at the imposing figure of the Crimson Gold War Dragon projected on the screen. The smile on his face was impossible to suppress. On the playground of Yin Jing University, the atmosphere was as tense as a powder keg about to explode. Zhang Xiaoqiao watched as the Crimson Gold War Dragon easily neutralized the Naga Sea Demon's moves, her pupils involuntarily narrowing slightly. But the battle was not over, and before the outcome was decided, she suppressed her inner surprise and did not panic. Naga Sea Demon, multi-stream slash. With a command, the Naga Sea Demon's trident suddenly burst forth with dazzling blue light. At the same time, the 3 illusionary clones still on the field also emitted light from their tridents. In an instant, the entire arena was enveloped in this strange and powerful blue glow. The younger generation is formidable. On the podium, Professor Yu Yanba's voice changed pitch, filled with astonishment and admiration. He knew that the Naga Sea Demon's illusionary clones were actually a phased skill. At the platinum stage, illusionary clones usually cannot move, let alone use skills. They can only serve as substitutes, playing a role similar to damage reduction. Only upon reaching the Diamond Realm can the clones gain the ability to move and perform simple attacks. It is only at the King Realm that the clones can truly possess the full ability to release attacks like the main body. Yet now, Zhang Xiaoqiao's Naga Sea Demon could actually make the illusionary clones perform the stream slash. This extraordinary scene truly amazed him. Moreover, he keenly sensed that there was hidden meaning behind Zhang Xiaoqiao's command. On the surface, it was a multi-stream slash. In reality, it was 2 seemingly netcasting moves that actually lowered the opponent's defenses, coupled with 2 real stream slashes for output. If Su Feng failed to see through it, the Crimson Gold War Dragon would be in for a tough time, even if it wasn't severely injured. Monsters, all of them are monsters. There are so many monsters in the world. Why can't there be one more like me? With skills of this level, this Naga Sea Demon will probably face no hurdles on the way to the King Realm. The audience was also in an uproar. Although many people couldn't fully grasp the specific details of Zhang Xiaoqiao's move, quite a few were aware of the conventional abilities of the Naga Sea Demon's illusionary clones. With such quadruple damage attacks, everyone couldn't help but wonder how the Crimson Gold War Dragon would respond. In an instant, everyone was fixated on the arena, not daring to breathe. In contrast, Su Feng wore a mysterious smile. Since the opponent wanted to play this strategy, he was more than willing to oblige. Without hesitation, he spoke up, "Spiral Water Cannon." Upon hearing the command, the Crimson Gold War Dragon was momentarily stunned, stopping its vibrations, a large question mark appearing above its head. Confused face? Water cannon? What is that? Can I do that? Wait. Its little head was spinning rapidly. Suddenly, looking at the countless splashes of water on the field, it instantly understood. Oh, it's the spiral water cannon. Using its body's rotation to drive the water flow, and then boom, it would strike out. This move is doable. The Crimson Gold War Dragon seemed to suddenly have an epiphany. It spun around fiercely in place, gaining speed. The shattered water mist and the puddles on the ground were drawn towards its body by an invisible force, gathering together. In the blink of an eye, a uniquely shaped drill-like water cannon appeared. Spiral Water Cannon. The Crimson Gold War Dragon charged once again towards the Naga Sea Demon. Wah! Wah wah! The little chilin size widened, unable to believe what it was seeing. Why is the water cannon of the Crimson Gold War Dragon different from others? Li Li? Hong Zi? Mu? The illusory eye dragon, the thousand mechanisms beast, and the earth-shaking divine bull in the beast space were all confused. The Crimson Gold War Dragon, could it be that it misunderstood the water cannon skill? Or did the Beast Master secretly teach it some new technique? On the other side, when Zhang Xiaoqiao heard Su Feng shout out the water cannon attack, she was also stunned. No, dude, isn't the Crimson Gold War Dragon known for its physical strength? What does it mean to pull out a water cannon at a time like this? Do you look down on me? But when she saw the water cannon in midair, resembling a drill bit, she was left speechless. Alright, so this is how you want to play. Wrapped in water, the body itself is a cannonball. So this move is called water cannon? Quick, dodge. Although Zhang Xiaoqiao was full of complaints in her heart, she knew that if they took it head-on, the Naga Sea Demon might not be able to withstand it. But her reaction was still too slow. At this moment, the three clones and the Naga Sea Demon had already entered the attack range of the Crimson Gold War Dragon. The swirling water directly interrupted the Naga Sea Demon's netcasting action, and the torrent slash executed by the clone not only failed to attack but inadvertently increased the power of the spiral water cannon. Only the main body's torrent slash was unaffected, barely colliding with the spiral water cannon. Boom! The torrent slash of the Naga Sea Demon collided violently with the spiral water cannon of the Crimson Gold War Dragon. The tremendous roar shook the ground of the entire battlefield. The Naga Sea Demon felt an overwhelming force surging towards it. The next second, it was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily against the protective shield, causing the runes on the shield to flicker wildly. Roar, roar, roar. The eyes of the Crimson Gold War Dragon sparkled with light. Awesome! Attracting the water flow to attack itself. At the same time, it could crash into the opponent, enjoying a second wave of exhilaration. Truly worthy of being my Crimson Gold War Dragon's Beast Master. This brain is just amazing. No other moves? Spit plus crash? Dragon Might plus crash? Hurry, come on, I want more. On the battlefield, the Crimson Gold War Dragon turned its head, leaving everyone dumbfounded. No, dude, beasts, the opponent hasn't lost its fighting capability yet? Why are you turning your head? Why not take the chance to finish it off? What does your Beast Master mean? At this moment, the Naga Sea Demon felt that something was off, because it had long anticipated that it would definitely not be a match for the Crimson Gold War Dragon when their attacks collided. So in the end, it changed its strategy. It braced itself against this move and then redirected the torrent slash, successfully hitting the Crimson Gold War Dragon. But it always felt that the slashing damage that should have appeared on the opponent was also being endured by itself. Moreover, the power felt a bit off. Why did it feel like it received slashing damage twice? As the user of this move, it learned this technique through repeated personal experiences. It was all too familiar with the sensations it caused. This was indeed the power of the torrent slash. And what was that uncontainable desire to attack the Crimson Gold War Dragon? How the hell do you fight this kind of opponent? Others might not know what the Crimson Gold War Dragon turning its head meant, but could Su Feng not know? However, at this moment, he also felt a bit helpless. You don't know what skills you have? Long-range attack, isn't it just a spit and dragon breath? Wait, dragon breath? Dragon breath plus crash equals? Flash flame charge? A spark of inspiration flashed in Su Feng's mind. It seemed like it could be worth a try, right? For others, using such a move that harms oneself while damaging the enemy would indeed be a bit hurtful. Because not only do I have to worry about whether I will hit, but I also have to worry about whether I will end up harming myself. But for the Crimson Gold War Dragon, are these issues worth considering? Crimson Gold War Dragon, hurt myself? Is that even possible? Teach me how to do that. Not only can it make itself feel good, but it can also trigger the power of the torture mark. If I casually create a few marks that increase attack power, who knows how much the power will rise? Since that's the case, let's give it a try. Crimson Gold War Dragon, take to the skies and deliver the final blow. Roar, roar, roar. The Crimson Gold War Dragon received Su Feng's command. It soared into the sky, opening its dragon jaws, but what lit up from deep within its throat was not flames, but a substance shimmering with starlight. At the same time, its abdomen, covered in white scales, began to emit a soft yet dazzling glow. A tremendous force surged from within it, spewing forth from its mouth. Like a raging torrent, it quickly spread, first covering the dragon's head, then it flowed down its elongated body, all the way to its tail. When its entire body was tightly wrapped in that mysterious energy that seemed to contain spatial attributes, a breathtaking scene unfolded before everyone. A massive light dragon, formed purely from condensed energy, completely enveloped the relatively smaller Crimson Gold War Dragon. Crimson Gold War Dragon, Dragon of Excess, no regrets. The so-called Dragon of Excess has a meaning of regret. It can be understood as a move that leaves a way out, a blend of hardness and softness. And this move belonging to the Crimson Gold War Dragon is even more unique. It incorporates the spatial attributes that the Crimson Gold War Dragon comprehended by chance during its evolution through space. At this moment, under the firm lock of that mysterious spatial power, the Naga Sea Witch found that it could not evade at all. Should it admit defeat? A flicker of hesitation flashed in its eyes, but it was quickly replaced by determination. Then, Naga Sea Witch, wave slash. Zhang Xiaoqiao sensed the Naga Sea Witch's intent. Faced with the current Crimson Gold War Dragon, there was no chance to evade. The Sea Witch's song could no longer be cast in time. Since that's the case, let's go all in. Use the final move to determine the outcome of this battle. The Naga Sea Witch did not hesitate to use its last strength. It frantically gathered the water elements that permeated the entire area around it. In an instant, endless streams of water surged as if drawn by a mysterious force, converging from all directions. A massive wave rose from beneath the Naga Sea Witch's feet. Standing on the surging waves, the Naga Sea Witch appeared agile. The trident in its hand radiated a dazzling blue light, as if it were the ruler of this power of water, leading the wave that surged like a stampede towards the Crimson Gold War Dragon for a final charge. At this moment, the entire scene was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Everyone knew this was the Naga Sea Witch's last desperate attempt. Once this move ended, the outcome would be completely revealed. In fact, perhaps there was no need to wait for this move to finish. Anyone could see that the situation on the field was already quite clear. The Crimson Gold War Dragon had just spun itself around, stirring the water flow, and had already caused such terrifying damage. Now, it was unleashing an incomprehensible, mysterious power. The outcome had long been determined. But, daring to face one's own failure is also a form of success. Roar! The Crimson Gold War Dragon let out a thunderous roar. At the same time, with a loud bang, the waves splashed. The sound of the dragon's roar intertwined with the sound of the splashing waves, creating the strongest resonance of this duel. The body of the Crimson Gold War Dragon, covered in red and white scales, appeared even more majestic under the illumination of the light. It gradually absorbed the mysterious power from its dragon breath, and its radiance grew immensely. It swooped down from the sky like a shooting star. The impact of its landing, combined with the power of space, made its speed reach an extreme. In an instant, bang! The body of the Crimson Gold War Dragon met head-on with the Naga Sea Witch's strike, which was infused with immense water elements. Omega Omega, the Naga Sea Witch's face turned pale in an instant, her eyes wide with disbelief. She realized that her full-force strike was actually being absorbed by the Crimson Gold War Dragon's bizarre technique. What does this mean? I used all my strength to unleash a powerful move against you, and you not only absorbed my attack but also used that power against yourself while attacking me? Until the Naga Sea Witch was heavily knocked away, collapsing to the ground, completely losing her combat ability. She was thinking, whose beast fights like this? I really don't want to face this kind of opponent again. And at this moment, the Crimson Gold War Dragon soared proudly in the sky. The sunlight poured down, perfectly intertwining with its red and white scales, golden whiskers, and the blue glow of the water element strike it had just absorbed from the Naga Sea Witch. Roar! The Crimson Gold War Dragon let out a long howl to the sky. This battle was simply exhilarating. It was all thanks to its beast master, Su Feng. He always came up with such amazing techniques. From now on, the Crimson Gold War Dragon would also be a dragon that could use magic attacks. Water Cannon, Unrepentant Dragon. Using these two moves felt so good, but this unrepentant dragon was indeed just like its name. There was no room for regret. It absorbed the opponent's power while dealing damage to the Naga Sea Witch, but inevitably also harmed itself. Now, it was filled with soreness all over. That feeling was somewhat intoxicating. Roar, roar, roar. No, I can't hold back, it feels so good. The Crimson Gold War Dragon couldn't contain its excitement, soaring freely in the sky, its excited roars echoing continuously. This scene made some beast masters nearby, or those who noticed the current state of the Crimson Gold War Dragon, feel something was off. Damn, it seems like the atmosphere of victory has been ruined by it. But fortunately, such existences were still a minority. The majority of the remaining people were still immersed in this spectacular battle. They cheered excitedly for this wonderful duel, for the bravery of the Crimson Gold War Dragon, and for the wisdom of Su Feng, giving the warmest applause. The entire playground of Yanqing University was drowned in this cheer, as if it would overturn the sky. On the first day of February, an update. Naga Sea Witch, come back, you've worked hard. Zhang Xiaoqiao said softly, recalling the heavily injured Naga Sea Witch into the beast space. Then she shook her head with a wry smile, feeling a myriad of emotions. From the middle of the battle, she felt as if she had fallen into a predicament where her strength had nowhere to go. That feeling was truly suffocating. It was like a player at the king rank in a MOBA game meticulously planning various predictions and strategies, only to encounter a gold rank player who charged in recklessly. The Crimson Gold War Dragon was like that. It didn't play those complicated techniques with you at all. The techniques it used were all simple and brutal, hurting the enemy 1,000 while injuring itself 800. Throughout the battle, the Crimson Gold War Dragon seemed to only know how to stick to its principles. It countered moves as they came, and if it couldn't counter, it would directly engage in a brawl. If this situation were faced with other opponents, Zhang Xiaoqiao and the Naga Sea, which would have 100 ways to win. Not to mention it was a high realm fighting a low realm. 100 ways would be somewhat modest. But the Crimson Gold War Dragon was different. This creature had no idea what kind of monster it was. That kind of power, that kind of defense, that kind of recovery ability, how could it be played? Even at the end, others looked as if nothing had happened, appearing completely unfazed. Is this the kind of beast that a normal beast master can cultivate? In the audience, Deng Yanjun was utterly bewildered, completely at a loss for words. Originally, based on his understanding of Zhang Xiaoqiao and the Naga, he was certain that the Naga was definitely stronger than the Golden Dragon. Even if it wasn't significantly stronger, at least the two sides should be evenly matched, right? But reality dealt him a heavy blow. The Naga's defeat, along with the Golden Dragon's vitality, was enough to prove that this battle was a complete rout. Yet Deng Yanjun also knew deep down that the Naga was not weak at all. Just that move combining the Rain Pear Blossom Needle and Water Tornado, 98% of the people present wouldn't be able to withstand that blow. Moreover, the Naga still had its trump card, the Song of the Sea Witch, that it hadn't even had the chance to unleash. But even so, all of this seemed useless in the face of the terrifying physical power of the Golden Dragon. Even if the Song of the Sea Witch could control the Golden Dragon, would anyone care? With that bizarre masochistic tendency, it would probably only make it more excited. Forget it. I won't challenge it. As long as I don't fight, I won't lose. With this spectacular match coming to an end, the freshman competition officially concluded. The once bustling crowd on the playground gradually dispersed, leaving behind an empty space. However, this thrilling battle left an indelible mark in the hearts of many. On the way out, many people spontaneously gathered together, enthusiastically discussing the battle they had just witnessed. They continued to rave about the Golden Dragon's bravery and those unique moves. That water cannon from the Golden Dragon is really impressive. I can't believe it can pull off such tricks. Yeah, and that last move, the big dragon wrapping the little dragon, although I didn't understand it, it was still so awesome. I want to learn it. Want to learn? Better not. That kind of move that harms 1,000 enemies while losing 800 of your own is probably not suitable for us. Meanwhile, on the other side, Long Hanwen looked in the direction of the bus to the 1,000 machine beast that was leaving not far away, feeling a mix of emotions. After watching this exhilarating yet frustrating battle, he deeply realized the gap between him and Su Feng. It seemed to be much larger than he had previously imagined. It had even reached a somewhat unattainable level. This realization dealt a significant blow to his heart. He stood there in a daze, unable to regain his senses for a long time. His eyes were filled with disappointment and unwillingness. That night, on the campus forum of Yin Jing University, as well as on major social media platforms like Douyin, posts and works about this battle surged like mushrooms after rain. Various screenshots and videos of exciting moments were wildly shared by netizens, maintaining high popularity. Keywords like Golden Dragon, Su Feng, and Zhang Xiaoqiao quickly topped the trending search list. Countless people left comments, expressing their shock at the battle and admiration for the two contestants. When the clock struck 9 in the evening, after finishing a meal with Yin, Lei, Lin, Zhong, Zhang, and Deng, Su Feng returned to his dormitory. He sat at his desk, lightly tapping his fingers on the surface. His eyes were fixed on the additional reward information for the freshman competition displayed on the screen, his brow slightly furrowed, filled with confusion. This so-called reward was not some tangible precious items or rare resources. Instead, it was an opportunity to participate in special training and autumn outings in a secret realm within the territory of the Bamboo Country. Special training is fine, but why does it have to be in the Bamboo Country, and with so many other countries too? Su Feng muttered softly, filled with bewilderment. Just at that moment, a crisp doorbell suddenly rang, breaking the silence in the dormitory. Qianji Beast, please help me open the door. The entire courtyard had already been invaded by the Qianji Beast's program. As soon as the words fell, the door creaked open. Lei Shouwen hurried in, his face showing a mix of excitement and urgency. Chen Gu, you saw the extra reward this time, right? Lei Xiaowen didn't even bother with a greeting and went straight to the point. Su Feng looked up at Lei Xiaowen, nodded, and said helplessly, yeah, I saw it, but I don't quite understand why we have to go to the Korean country for a special training. Although he now had sister he as a bodyguard, even going abroad, he wasn't worried about his safety. But, why Korea? Participating in activities held in Korea, what benefits could there be? Aren't they all for them? Lei Xiaowen leaned in mysteriously, his eyes sparkling. Lowering his voice, he said, if I'm not mistaken, it should be the Xiaji secret realm that my father once mentioned. Xiaji? Su Feng was slightly taken aback, then quickly realized, isn't that the mythical beast that sister he mentioned, which once made a pact with humans? That's right. Lei Xiaowen nodded heavily. According to historical records, during the Lee dynasty in Korea, a Xiaji entered a secret realm within Korea for some unknown reason. Since then, many renowned beast tamers have emerged in Korea because of this secret realm, shining brightly in the field of beast taming. However, about 100 years ago, possibly due to the Xiaji, the people of Korea could no longer enter that secret realm. Subsequent tests showed that only beast tamers with Chinese blood and under the age of 20 could enter. Su Feng suddenly understood and interjected, so, they came up with this multinational cooperation activity? Exactly, Lei Xiaowen continued. Later, Korea held this special training autumn outing activity with 19 other countries in China. The winning team can receive different gifts from the Xiaji. My father was one of the recipients in the last session. That's why he became the current guardian of Thunder Valley. But Koreans are still Koreans, they won't talk about fairness. As long as they can win, they'll do anything. However, the Xiaji is still the Xiaji. In the long cultural history of China, the Xiaji symbolizes justice, able to discern right from wrong, and recognize good and evil. They can't really do anything bad. So, these guys will only hold this event if they feel they can definitely win. If nothing unexpected happens, this year in Korea, or its father, there should be quite a few impressive beast tamers. That's why they decided to open this secret realm activity again. After Lei Xiaowen left, Su Feng's mind was completely occupied by the news of the Xiaji secret realm. He knew in his heart that this was definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Not to mention that the Xiaji is a divine beast of China, it has been wandering in Korea for too long. If he could find a way to bring it back, wouldn't that be amazing? Of course, even if he couldn't bring it back, the gifts from the Xiaji would probably be impressive. Just looking at the secret realm where the holy man Ling Jun resides, there is a special existence like the Fountain of Life. He couldn't believe that there wouldn't be similar existences in the Xiaji's realm. Not all divine beasts could be as poor as Sister He, right? Moreover, the requirement for the cloud crane to evolve into the scarlet sky crane includes resisting foreign enemies. If that's the case, defeating all the teams from other countries. Does defeating them count as resisting foreign enemies? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a bit excited. However, based on what he knew, if he didn't have enough strength, winning would indeed be a problem. After all, no one knows how strong the beast masters of the stick country, the origin of playing tricks, will be after such a long time since they last held the event. Therefore, having a sufficiently powerful trump card is the key to dealing with everything. Just as Su Feng was contemplating how to cultivate several beasts next, the Cloud Crane, which had originally been next door playing games and watching cartoons with the Thousand Machine Beast, pushed the door and entered. It walked gracefully, slowly making its way to Su Feng. No need to be so troublesome. The Cloud Crane's voice was crisp and confident, with a hint of laziness. If it comes to a battle arrangement, I can just take the stage. After all, I am your beast now, and it doesn't violate the rules of the Shiji. In any case, the gift from Shiji must be obtained. Upon hearing this, Su Feng instantly felt a sense of relief. What is this called? Divine Beast Male Beats Baby Cup? He couldn't help but laugh, feeling much lighter in his heart. With a divine beast like the Cloud Crane around, he indeed felt more confident. However, he did not let his guard down. He had already begun to plan the next steps in his mind. There was no need to worry about the improvement of realms. Aside from the Cloud Crane, all the other beasts had their own unique ways of becoming stronger. Therefore, the focus moving forward was simply on skill development and application. In this regard, he didn't need to worry too much about the little chilin, the illusion eye dragonfly, and the Thousand Machine Beast. One could be taught casually, one could be read, and one could absorb a wave. They would learn instantly, and proficiency wouldn't be an issue, so there was no need for targeted arrangements for now. However, the earth-shaking Divine Bull and the Crimson Gold War Dragon were different. The earth-shaking Divine Bull had been by its father's side for a long time and had indeed mastered quite a number of skills. If it relied on the ability of hard work rewarded by the heavens, combined with the buff from the Fountain of Life, it could maintain the spiritual power within it. Training it to perfection was just a matter of time, but that kind of effect was still too weak. What Su Feng was considering was how to make the skill system of the earth-shaking divine bull more complete. Just like the Crimson Gold War Dragon's water cannon plus impact, forming its own unique combat style. The key point of all this, Su Feng immediately thought of Aftershock. As the exclusive skill of the earth-shaking divine bull, Aftershock had an extremely powerful effect. It could actively trigger Aftershock after releasing the earthquake skill, thereby stacking the earthquake effect and causing secondary damage. Su Feng's idea was to completely focus the earth-shaking divine bull on the development of earthquake plus Aftershock. He wanted it to trigger the effects of earthquake plus Aftershock with every attack. Directly causing an earthquake on the enemy would exponentially increase the destructive power. As for the Crimson Gold War Dragon, Su Feng's approach was even simpler and more straightforward. It should learn as many ray-type skills as possible: water cannon, flame emitter, thunder strike, and so on. Then, combine these elemental skills with the impact ability of the Crimson Gold War Dragon to form a unique element plus impact system. Done. Tomorrow I'll go home and have my mom help the Crimson Gold War Dragon with special training in this area. Putting down the ballpoint pen in his hand, Su Feng took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled. As for having the little chilin act as a teacher, one could only say that the world of gifted individuals is different from that of ordinary people. For example, a multiplication problem involving 5 or 6 digits. Normal teaching requires step-by-step problem solving. For instance, first breaking down the 10,000s, thousands, hundreds, tens, and units of one number, then multiplying it with another number, and finally adding them up. But a gifted individual can see the answer at a glance. As for how they got it, they would tell you, "Isn't this the answer? I saw it at a glance. How I got it, I don't know." The little chilin belonged to that kind of gifted individual. The Thousand Machine Beast and the Illusion Eye Dragonfly were even more like copying the reference answers. It was unrealistic to expect them to teach. The next day at 11 a.m., Su Feng and a group of beast tamers excitedly arrived at their quiet little courtyard. The sunlight spilled into the yard, and a faint floral fragrance filled the air, creating an exceptionally tranquil atmosphere. However, this tranquility was soon shattered. The moment the Crimson Gold War Dragon stepped into the courtyard, its nose twitched slightly, as if it had caught a whiff of something familiar. In the next second, its eyes suddenly brightened, and the entire dragon became excited. Before Su Feng could react, the Crimson Gold War Dragon had already dashed off towards the source of the scent. "Hey, you're not a fish right now. Watch where you're going. Slow down," Su Feng exclaimed, his forehead covered in black lines. Hearing the voice of the Crimson Gold War Dragon, Shang Wanshang walked out of the house with a smile. She looked at the dragon's eager demeanor and couldn't help but laugh. "Is the Crimson Gold War Dragon hungry?" Roar, roar, roar. The Crimson Gold War Dragon, upon hearing Shang Wanshing's words, immediately called out excitedly. It nodded vigorously while calling, looking like a child eagerly asking for candy. Moo moo. The little chilin was not to be outdone, snuggling up to Shang Wanshang. It rubbed its head against her calf, calling out loudly, as if to say it was also hungry. "Don't worry, there's enough for everyone," Shang Wanxing said gently. She then opened the beast taming space and took out a large pile of food specially prepared for each beast. Special versions of Death God chili, floral flavor, fruit flavor, fish and shrimp flavor, grass flavor, and a special version for the Thousand Machine Beast were all laid out in front of the beasts. Moo, roar, li, boom, moo, li. At this moment, the 6 beasts were simply overjoyed, their joyful calls and chewing sounds intertwining. The Cloud Crane was utterly astonished. Su Feng, the human beast tamer's mother, could actually make such delicious food. It elegantly pecked at the fish and shrimp flavored food, a hint of satisfaction flashing in its eyes. This feeling was comfortable. The Thousand Machine Beast felt the same. While eating the special version of the food, it made a buzzing sound. This food, when eaten, surprisingly evoked the feeling of watching cartoons and playing games. Wow, so delicious. Hey, you guys, slow down. At this rate, you want to tire my mom out? Su Feng looked at the group of beasts devouring their food, both amused and exasperated. The Crimson Gold War Dragon lifted its head, still holding a piece of food in its mouth, and mumbled a roar. "Mom, hungry, food, delicious. Hey, that's my mom. You all got bribed with just one meal? Alright, just eat, don't choke." Su Feng shrugged helplessly. This scene made him want to become a gourmet, using food to lure the beasts. In the future, when fighting, he would first investigate the preferences of the opponent's beasts. Before a fight, he would toss them a wave of delicacies. Then, he would chuckle mouth. Z-E. In the courtyard, the sun was bright, and the floral fragrance still lingered. The shrunken Crimson Gold War Dragon lay on a rattan chair, basking in the sun, letting out a sound of satisfaction after eating too much, lazily squinting its eyes, looking exceptionally content. Meanwhile, beside it, the little chilin was striking a pose of a family elder. With a serious tone, it was teaching the thousand machine beast, Moo Moo. In the future, when you return home and sense the aura of the Qing Shuang illusion spirit, be ready to shout Mom for delicious food. The thousand machine beast listened earnestly, nodding repeatedly. It even imitated Su Feng's way of speaking with a mechanical voice, shouting, Mom. Although the pronunciation was a bit stiff, it was clear it had grasped the essence. Not just the thousand machine beast, even the cloud crane came over, elegantly nodding to indicate it had learned. Sister E even sighed, if I hadn't come, I wouldn't have known that brother Xuanwu eats so well. And inside the house, after Su Feng and his mother, grandfather, and grandmother finished their meal, he also mentioned the main purpose of his return this time. Mom, do you have time in the next few days? Let Qing Shuang and Huan Ling teach the Qi Jin war dragon some elemental ray skills. While tidying up the dishes, Su Feng casually said. Upon hearing this, Shang Wanqing didn't seem surprised. After all, she had watched the live broadcast at that time and knew about the special talent of the Qi Jin war dragon regarding skills and impact. However, she didn't agree immediately but pondered and said, elemental ray skills are indeed good, but right now the most important thing is to let the Qi Jin war dragon master dragon scale resonance. Dragon scale resonance? Su Feng was taken aback. What kind of skill is that? Shang Wanqing, Su Qingson, and Lin Huilan exchanged glances, all a bit surprised. Could it be that you don't know this skill? Su Qingsong frowned, his tone laced with doubt. It seems I haven't heard of it. The teacher didn't teach it, and there are no videos about this skill online. Su Feng scratched his head, looking confused. The three fell silent. It was indeed normal for this skill to be in such a situation. After all, its learning difficulty was too high, and very few could master it. Therefore, one could only access related information after reaching a certain level. It was essentially a secret technique. But, since you haven't heard of it, how can you make the scales of the Qi Jin war dragon vibrate? Shang Wanqing couldn't help but ask. Su Feng scratched his head and said, I don't know. At that time, the leap dragonfish said that shaking the scales on its tail felt very comfortable. Then I thought about making all the scales vibrate, and it just came naturally. Silence, deafening silence. They originally thought Su Feng had learned it from some senior beast master and practiced it on his own. They never expected it to be a misunderstanding. But thinking about the personality of the Qi Jin war dragon, it seemed quite reasonable. Su Qingsong took a deep breath and slowly explained the characteristics and learning difficulties of the dragon scale resonance skill. In short, its difficulty lies in how to make all the scales vibrate. Once learned, mastering the special spiritual energy operation route will allow one to quickly learn this skill. Su Feng's eyes lit up instantly. Wow, this skill feels so much like the 8 gates of Duanjia. Opening one gate significantly enhances abilities. Opening a few more times, legends say it can even have the power to slay gods. But the consequences could be severe, potentially causing the user to collapse entirely. Isn't this just like the 8 gates of Duanjia of the Emperor Kai? Moreover, before life, combined with dimensional restructuring, pain absorption, and the recovery imprint of torture marks, perhaps it could allow the Qi Jin war dragon to use it several times in a row without any side effects. Roar, roar, roar. The Qi Jin war dragon flew in from outside. Opening a few more times could cause its scales to collapse, even lead to massive bleeding, unbearable pain for the beast. And such a good thing. Such an amazing skill? It wants to learn. Su Qingsong took a sip of tea and said slowly, currently, there aren't many in Huaxia who can master dragon scale resonance. Among them, the one who masters it best is Long Kai from the Dragon Islands. Dragon Islands, near Tidal Island? Su Feng asked. That's right, but because dragon-type spirit beasts are precious, there are coast guards patrolling there 365 days a year, prohibiting entry. I've had your grandpa Long give a heads up. You can go anytime when you have the chance. Shang Wanqing added, coincidentally, the wild spirit beasts there are among the strongest in the world. In order to survive in nature, the skills they have honed, even if learned just a little, are enough to be considered top-notch. Upon hearing this, Su Feng immediately thought of the joyful times when the little Chilin played with the Tidesound turtles on Tidal Island. Learning naturally through play was simply twice the result with half the effort. Since that's the case, next stop, Dragon Archipelago. Roar, roar, roar. The Crimson Gold War Dragon also let out an excited low growl, its tail whipping through the air with a whoosh. It could hardly wait to go to Dragon Archipelago and learn the incredibly impressive dragon scale resonance. However, that was quite a distance. Riding the Crimson Gold War Dragon or having the 1,000 machine beast transform into an airplane to get there was too troublesome. Su Feng thought for a moment and decided that taking a plane would be more convenient. The flight was scheduled for tomorrow morning. He couldn't slack off this afternoon either. Roll it up. Su Feng immediately sprang into action. First, he took the earth-shaking divine bull to an open training ground. He began focusing on the combination training of earthquake plus aftershock with various skills. The earth-shaking divine bull was initially a bit unaccustomed. After all, this high-intensity skill combination and the new direction of techniques were a test of its control over spiritual power and physical stamina. But with Su Feng's patient guidance and the help of the diligent reward from the heavenly Tao, it quickly mastered the techniques. Now, with every step the earth-shaking divine bull took, the ground would tremble violently, followed by the effects of aftershocks. Very good. Just like that. Su Feng nodded in satisfaction. Next, we need to integrate this effect into every one of your attacks. Whether it's a charge or a stomp, even a flame punch, make sure the enemy feels the power of earthquake plus aftershock. Moo! The earth-shaking divine bull let out a low growl, its eyes shining with confidence. It raised its front hooves and stomped down hard on the ground. Instantly, a deep chasm opened up in the earth, and the force of the aftershock followed, shattering the surrounding soil and rocks. Next, try to combine the flame punch with the earthquake and aftershock, letting the power of the flames explode with the tremors. Moo! The earth-shaking divine bull roared, its right front hoof igniting with fierce flames, crashing down onto the ground. The power of the flames intertwined with the earthquake, causing the ground to crack instantly. However, the continuity between the flames and the tremors was not yet perfect. The explosion of flames was slightly delayed, not fully integrated into the rhythm of the earthquake. It still needs some adjustment. Su Feng stroked his chin, pondering. The explosion of flames needs to be released a bit earlier, right at the moment of the earthquake. That way, the enemy can feel the power of the double strike. Try using a slightly smaller version of the law of heaven and earth and see if a larger size yields better training results. The earth-shaking divine bull nodded, its spiritual power surging, and its form rapidly expanded under the power of the law of heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, it grew about 5 or 6 times larger. This was already the smallest version of the law of heaven and earth it could manage. Very good. Su Feng looked up at the earth-shaking divine bull, his voice filled with excitement. Now, try to integrate the powers of earthquake and aftershock into every one of your skills. Boom! Bang! Rumble rumble! The training ground of the earth-shaking divine bull was filled with the sounds of booming echoes. Although there were barrier-like things nearby to prevent energy leakage, the deafening noise still spread over a considerable area. The old earth-shaking divine bull was originally lying leisurely on a patch of grass, enjoying the afternoon sun, but the continuous booming sounds made it unable to rest peacefully. It lifted its head, its ears twitching slightly, a hint of curiosity flashing in its eyes. Moo, what's that noise? It stood up and slowly walked in the direction of the sound. When it reached the edge of the training ground, the sight before it left it momentarily stunned. There stood its son in the center of the arena, embodying the power of heaven and earth. His body towered like a mountain, with fierce flames swirling around his horns. The ground beneath his hooves cracked continuously, with magma-like flames erupting from the fissures. The force of the aftershocks pushed the flames further away, creating a sea of fire. The old earth-shaking divine bull widened its eyes, momentarily dazed. Moo, is this really my son? The old earth-shaking divine bull murmured softly, a hint of confusion and surprise flashing in its eyes. The original earth-shaking divine bull. The current earth-shaking divine bull, oh Moo? However, the old earth-shaking divine bull squinted, carefully sensing the fluctuations of that power. This move is quite impressive. Can our old bull family's aftershocks be used like this? It watched as its son tried again and again, the powers of fire and earthquake gradually merging, the strength of the aftershocks growing stronger. A trace of envy and admiration arose in the heart of the old earth-shaking divine bull. Moo, let's learn a bit. After all, he is my son, and Su Feng is family too, no need to be polite. A glint of cunning sparkled in the old earth-shaking divine bull's eyes. It quietly raised its front hooves, trying to mimic its son's movements. Boom! Although its movements were somewhat clumsy, after all, it was the contracted beast of Grandpa Su Feng, strong in power. With just a casual move, the ground cracked open with a huge fissure. The force of the aftershocks knocked the surrounding trees askew. Roar! Boom! Clang! What are you doing? Countless voices echoed around. Su Feng also approached the source of the sound. When he saw the old earth-shaking divine bull's somewhat awkward expression, he couldn't help but smile. The old earth-shaking divine bull turned around and saw its son, who was even taller than itself. And Su Feng's expression, which was half smile, half amused. It immediately felt its old face flush, turning away to pretend nothing was wrong. Moo, Epsilon, I didn't do anything. Su Feng suppressed his laughter and stepped forward, saying, Senior, would you like to train together? Your strength is formidable, and you might inspire us with new ideas. The old earth-shaking divine bull was taken aback for a moment, then nodded, feigning calm as it let out a low growl. Moo, then I'll just give you some pointers? Perhaps it was due to yesterday's battle with the Naga sea demon. That unique combination of power and technique allowed the Crimson Gold War Dragon to find its own path. Today, the Crimson Gold War Dragon was also full of enthusiasm during training, brimming with energy. Under the guidance of the Frost Phantom Spirit, it had already mastered the skills of Water Tornado and Water Cannon. After all, it was originally a water type before its evolution. With a certain foundation, learning was not particularly difficult. However, Su Feng's imagination clearly went beyond that. He suddenly had a thought. In a way, water, mist, and ice are just three forms of water, right? If so, then the transformation between these three should also be possible, right? For example, the skill Boiling Surge. The principle is that when the water cannon is launched, its temperature increases, turning into scalding boiling water. This not only possesses greater power, but the resulting steam can also obscure vision and has a higher chance of scalding the target. If that's the case, then when water is launched, can it transform into ice in an instant? Although the Crimson Gold War Dragon, as a dragon type, found it quite challenging to learn ice-type skills. But when it learned ice attribute skills, it hurt. As long as it could make the Crimson Gold War Dragon feel pain, then it would be a genius. Roar, roar, roar. How to make myself feel more pain? I understand this too well. Thus, the Crimson Gold War Dragon naturally learned Ice Shard. After learning, it eagerly tried to combine with Impact to see what kind of effect it could produce. Roar! Ice Shatter plus Impact. The Crimson Gold Battle Dragon let out a low growl and charged forward. Its body was surrounded by a dense mass of ice crystals, resembling an ice blue meteor, as it slammed fiercely into the training target. The combination of ice crystals and impact was astonishing. The effect of inflicting 1,000 damage to the enemy while self-damaging 800 was fully realized. In an instant, a layer of frost covered the surface of the target. Then, under the force of the impact, it shattered, displaying tremendous power. Su Feng's eyes lit up, and a thought suddenly sprang to his mind. He turned to the Qing Shuang Illusion Spirit and asked, "By the way, Qing Shuang Illusion Spirit, since water can be transformed into ice like this, can the speed of transformation be slowed down a bit? Just like skills such as Water Cannon and Water Tornado, allowing them to instantly turn into ice after hitting the enemy. Wouldn't it be wonderful to freeze the opponent inside the Water Cannon? Qing Shuang Illusion Spirit? Degree? It can be done like that? After all, didn't you say that these skills are actually a way of utilizing elements? Once the strength reaches a certain level, it can naturally be learned. Since the water element's spiritual power in the body can be transformed into ice element like this, then the water cannon that has already been launched should be able to do the same, right? The principle should be similar to the Boiling Surge skill, just with higher requirements. Upon hearing Su Feng's words, the Qing Shuang Illusion Spirit stood frozen in place, a hint of confusion and shock flashing in its eyes. As an ice-type spirit beast, it had never thought that water-type skills could be combined with ice elements like this. But upon careful consideration, this idea seemed to make some sense. Moreover, applied in battle, the effect would definitely be outstanding. Others would think it was a water cannon, and after hitting, it suddenly turned into ice, freezing the target in place. There's potential. The Qing Shuang Illusion Spirit pondered for a moment, then raised its head, a glimmer of anticipation in its eyes. Since it hadn't understood before, it began to try on its own. First, it condensed a water cannon and sprayed it towards the distant training target. The moment the water cannon hit the target, it quickly mobilized its spiritual power, attempting to transform the water cannon into ice. However, the first attempt did not go smoothly. Although the water cannon hit the target, the transformation speed to ice was too slow, resulting in the water cannon only slightly lowering in temperature, failing to achieve the expected effect. But this also proved that this idea was indeed feasible. Mi Doli, it's possible, Qing Shuang Illusion Spirit? Seeing this scene, Su Feng's heart stirred. Since the guess was correct, then the combination and transformation of water and ice could yield many things. Little Chilin, don't run away, come here quickly, let's try to learn this move this afternoon. You don't want to go without dinner tonight, do you? Ha! Little Chilin, thinking about possibly missing dinner, immediately scampered over. The serious mode of Little Chilin was quite terrifying. Just a glance and a listen. Water Cannon Ice Seal, Water Tornado Blizzard. A series of unexplainable combos left several pairs of eyes dumbfounded. And you, Illusion Eye Dragonfly, don't slack off either. Today's task is to learn the Shuddering Gaze. Shuddering Gaze? Oh, Winky Face. Oh, Illusion Eye Dragonfly? Omega? Forget it. You probably won't be able to use this move anyway. Better learn Bewitching Eye and Confusion Eye. Upon hearing this, the Illusion Eye Dragonfly immediately nodded and blinked. Li. Understood. Thousand Machine Beast, don't be idle either. After updating Little Chilin's data, go let your clone release the team combination skill. just like the hexagram formation and the leopard beast formation I saw in the anime yesterday. You should also try to create some invincible 5-element formation or ultimate destruction formation or something. The 1000 Machine Beast was initially a bit confused, but upon hearing the words hexagram formation and leopard beast formation, it instantly had an idea. A red light flashed in its mechanical eyes. Boom, crackle. Understood. Starting now. Thus, Su Feng and the beast spent an incredibly fulfilling afternoon training. Even he practiced the crane-style fist, circling among the beasts, until the afterglow of the sunset spilled over the training ground. Alright, that's enough training for today. Everyone worked hard, go back, have dinner, and rest well tonight. Tomorrow morning, we set off for the Dragon Archipelago. The Dragon Archipelago is located near Tidal Island. It consists of dozens of islands of varying sizes. This place is not only a habitat for many dragon-type spirit beasts but also a dream destination for countless beast tamers. After all, being neighbors with a group of dragons is no simple matter. The current guardian of the Dragon Archipelago, Long Kai, is the nephew of Long Yuanji and can also be considered Su Feng's senior. Su Qingsong had already informed Long Yuanji and Long Kai in advance. As soon as they reach the waters near the Dragon Archipelago, patrolling coast guards will take him in. With the Crimson Gold War Dragon and the 1000 Machine Beast, Su Feng naturally didn't need to take a boat like last time when he went to Tidal Island. With the positioning ability of the 1000 Machine Beast, getting lost was almost impossible. So, when they arrived in Magic City by plane and reached a certain coastline, the Crimson Gold War Dragon slightly enlarged its size and, with Su Feng and a few small ones, sped towards the Dragon Archipelago. The freely changing Crimson Gold War Dragon, Holy Lin Beast, and Illusion Eye Dragonfly. It's Su Feng. Damn, I actually encountered a living one. Hey bro, could you have your Crimson Gold War Dragon mate with my Atlantean dragon? Sitting on the head of the Crimson Gold War Dragon, wearing sunglasses, Su Feng and the small chilin and other spirit beasts inevitably attracted a lot of attention from the crowd. The battle video of the Crimson Gold War Dragon was still trending. Just as they were about to take off, Su Feng was recognized. Shouts and gasps erupted. Some even summoned a beast resembling a flood dragon, which actually had no dragon attributes, shouting for the Crimson Gold War Dragon to mate with their beast. Su Feng felt it was too damn embarrassing just to hear that. In contrast, the Crimson Gold War Dragon turned its head to take a couple more glances. It suddenly recalled the cartoon Grey Wolf and Red Wolf that the 1000 Machine Beast watched last night. It seemed they were a couple. Red Wolf hitting Grey Wolf. The Crimson Gold War Dragon paused slightly, as if seriously considering the proposal. Just then, Su Feng's voice unexpectedly rang out. You need to think it through. Maintaining the original Yang body will, to some extent, grant you stronger physical qualities and resistance. If TSK, your endurance might decrease. What could withstand half an hour of beating might only last 3 minutes. Roar, roar, roar. Upon hearing this, the Crimson Gold War Dragon immediately dismissed the idea. Female beasts would only affect how long I can take a beating. It flicked its tail and began to fly at high speed, as if escaping from this dangerous proposal. Seeing this, Su Feng could only shake his head helplessly. In fact, if the Crimson Gold War Dragon really had the idea of leaving offspring, he seemed to have no reason to refuse. However, after all, dragons are inherently lustful. It's better not to engage, and he could suppress such desires through pain, training, and other means. If there is any contact, and something unusual happens, it could lead to becoming a kidney-deficient dragon. So, it's better to wait until the Crimson Gold War Dragon's strength is hard to improve, and it's about time to enjoy life before discussing such matters. As the speed of the Crimson Gold War Dragon increased, the noise below gradually faded away. Feeling the sea breeze coming towards him, he occasionally admired the blue sky and white clouds, and at times looked down at the surging waves. Sitting atop the broad head of the Crimson Gold War Dragon, swirling a glass of red wine in his hand, it felt like enjoying a luxurious sea voyage. Ah, this is what enjoying life is all about. Wait, waves? Su Feng's mind flashed, recalling the Naga Sea Witch's wave-treading technique. 1000 Machine Beast, your clone should also have the ability to change, right? Boom boom. That's good, then you can let a few clones turn into surfboards when the time comes, and we can try to learn wave treading during training. Excitement sparkled in Su Feng's eyes as he began to devise a training plan. Roar! The Crimson Gold War Dragon's attention was piqued. Wave treading? Wasn't that the Naga Sea Witch's final move from a couple of days ago? Colliding with waves. Roar roar roar. I want to learn too. Hearing this, Su Feng patted the dragon's horn. Of course, you need to learn. But what you need to learn is not just wave treading. Remember the feeling of crossing the dragon gate back then. Let the water flow down from the sky, and you coordinate with the water flow to strike down from above. The power will be even stronger. Roar, roar roar roar. The crimson gold war dragon roared excitedly, fully understanding Su Feng's meaning, feeling thrilled inside. Yes, that's exactly the feeling, brother. Just a month ago, when it was still a leap dragon fish, it had personally experienced the shock of being hit by the waterfall of the Dragon Gate. That kind of impact was indeed fierce. If it weren't for the strong belief in its heart at that time, and the enhancement of the attribute power, it might have been overwhelmed by the torrential waterfall that crashed down like a stampede of horses. If it could spit out a waterfall, transform into a waterfall, and charge at its opponent, the opponent would definitely feel pain. It seems like something strange is going on. Never mind, as long as it's pain, that's what matters. In the realm of pain, our crimson gold war dragon is a genius. Dragon Island, Wind Whisper Island sea area. The clear sea water sparkled under the sunlight. On the surface of the sea, a Coast Guard ship was on patrol. This is Gu Nianzhao from the 5th Division of the Huaxia Coast Guard. There is an unusually sized crimson gold war dragon in the direction of the Magic City sea area. Received. I'll go take a look. In the sea area, a beast master dressed in a neat Coast Guard uniform calmly responded to the communication device. So soon? Gu Nianzhao murmured to herself, her tone carrying a hint of understanding. After all, that was dragon scale resonance. Such a powerful skill. If there's an opportunity and talent to learn, who wouldn't want to master it as soon as possible? You all continue with your tasks. Come out, Emerald Swan. Ling Ling Ling, a large swan beast, entirely green with 3 gems on its neck, appeared in the sea area. Gu Nianzhou leaped from the Coast Guard ship and landed on the back of the Emerald Swan. Emerald Swan, speed up and confirm the identity of the incoming person. Ling. The green gem on the Emerald Swan's neck emitted a bright light. Its wide wings spread out and flapped vigorously, rapidly ascending into the sky. Meanwhile, near the junction of the Magic City sea area and the Wind Whisper Island sea area, Su Feng and his beasts were filled with anticipation for the upcoming special training. Suddenly, in the sky not far away, a small green dot was rapidly approaching. As the distance closed, the figures of the Emerald Swan and the beast master behind it gradually became clearer. Everyone, we've arrived. Someone is here to pick us up. Roar, roar, roar. This swan looks so impressive. I really want to fight it. Don't even think about it. Did you see the 3 gems on the Emerald Swan's neck? Others are at least at the diamond level. If you fight it now, you'll be done in one move. As Su Feng spoke, his gaze also turned to the gems on the Emerald Swan's neck. The Emerald Swan species is quite unique. They do not have an evolved form but possess a distinctive way of growth. Every time they reach a new level, their size increases accordingly. At the golden level, emerald gems will condense on their necks. After that, with each level up, different colored gems will form. There are blue representing the wind element, blue for water, green for wood, and white for ice. In other words, if the Emerald Swan can be cultivated to the legendary level, it would be a terrifying existence capable of switching between 5 attributes at will. Because of this, in the beast taming world, Emerald Swans are also rare. I am Gu Nianzhao from the China Coast Guard. Is the person ahead Su Feng from Yin Jing University? Gu Nianzhao sat steadily on the back of the Emerald Swan, his expression serious, and his tone was equally so, his voice clearly transmitted. Su Feng immediately nodded, then took out his credentials from the beast taming space, raised them high, and showed them to the other party. This is the rule for entering the Dragon Archipelago. After obtaining the entry procedures, one must also present the corresponding credentials and go through multiple identity confirmations to pass smoothly. Su Feng, male, 18 years old, novice beast tamer, officially certified by the Beast Taming Association of Magic City. Gu Nianzhao saw Su Feng's basic information in the Beast Taming Association. Everything checks out. However, his gaze fell again on the Crimson Gold War Dragon, and he couldn't help but murmur in his heart, "Novice Beast Tamer? Crimson Gold War Dragon?" These words together felt strange no matter how you looked at it. I haven't participated in the rating assessment since becoming a beast tamer, Su Feng admitted candidly. Got it, that doesn't matter. Gu Nianzhou laughed heartily. Having preliminarily verified the visitor's identity, his attitude naturally changed. Follow me, I'll take you to the Dragon Archipelago. By the way, Su Feng, are you really only 18? The platinum level Crimson Gold War Dragon and the other beasts are also close to the golden level. Even your beast tamer level is about to reach golden? What the hell? Are you even human? When I was your age, I had only signed a contract with an emerald swan, and after struggling to cultivate it, I barely got it to silver. Why is there such a big gap between people? Gu Nianzhao's mouth seemed to be wound up. Once it started, it couldn't stop. All the way, his chatter was like a rapid-fire cannon, never pausing for a moment. Moreover, his expressions were quite fitting. Sometimes he would widen his eyes, sometimes his mouth would open wide enough to fit an egg, and at times he would suddenly go blank, looking as if his jaw had dropped in shock. A series of rich expressions of astonishment truly maximized the emotional value. Su Feng also wanted to respond but really didn't know what to say. After pondering for a moment, he could only say seriously, "It's all because they are hardworking and excellent. I just happened to be lucky enough to become their beast tamer." Su Feng spoke sincerely. The fact is indeed so. Even without the entries, who could deny the excellence of the little Chilin and the others? Even the most ordinary earth-shaking divine ox and crimson gold war dragon are called quasi-gods on earth. In the prophecy, it plays the role of saving the world. That's too modest. Gu Nianzhou waved his hand dismissively, still wearing that expression of, "Don't lie to me. I don't know about other beast tamers, but I know that leap dragon fish all too well. You must have heard those old guys on Tidal Island talk about it. That leap dragon fish has caught the eye of many, but none have succeeded in forming a contract. I was one of them. Since the leap dragon fish can choose you instead of us, it means you must have something different about you." Gu Nianzhou stated firmly, turning to look at the crimson gold war dragon. "Right? Leap dragon fish. Oh no, crimson gold war dragon. Roar, who are you?" Hearing the question conveyed by the emerald swan from the crimson gold war dragon, Gu Nianzhou froze as if hit by a paralysis spell, standing there in shock. His mouth slightly agape, he couldn't speak for a long time. It actually forgot me." His heart was filled with disbelief, as if he had suffered a great blow. The expression was both somewhat comical and tinged with a hint of helplessness. Su Feng, seeing this, also felt that the situation was a bit awkward. It was like encountering someone you could never forget deep down, only to find that they not only have a family now but have completely forgotten you. However, in this subtle atmosphere, it was best to remain silent, so he focused his attention on the newly acquired entry. Due to the training from yesterday afternoon and the accumulation over the past 2 days, the little Chilin and the illusion eye dragonfly had successfully broken through to the Golden Realm. The Thousand Machine Beast also upgraded to Silver Tier 3 because of the updated skill data of the little Chilin. The mutual enhancement among the three allowed Su Feng to reach Silver Tier 9. Thus, he obtained a new entry, Assassination Artifact, launch an attack from a place undetectable by the enemy, increasing the damage dealt and ignoring about 40% of the enemy's defense. This entry's effect was incredibly powerful, and various battle scenarios began to emerge in Su Feng's mind. A beast that drifts at the edge of the battlefield, cleverly invisible, or hidden like a ghost in the void, leaving the enemy completely unaware. Launching a fatal strike from the shadows. Not only is the damage value high, but it also has a strong penetration effect. Such an ability is truly impressive. The Thousand Machine Beast also has a way to utilize this entry's power. It just needs to change its main body and hide within its clones, as the saying goes, great concealment in the marketplace. But Su Feng still wanted to wait and see. After all, the remaining 3 paths are the Hell Path, Hungry Ghost Path, and Azura Path. From the names, the beasts appearing in these 3 paths are likely to be of the assassin or slaughter type. Compared to the Thousand Machine Beast, which already has a strategy of numbers and formations, this entry is more suitable for a beast of the assassin type. Thus, Su Feng quickly made a decision. Once I break through to gold, I'll see which of the remaining 3 paths reacts to this entry, and then I'll just give it to them. It wasn't until they reached the main island of the Dragon's Archipelago, Xinglan Island, that Gu Nianzhou finally returned to his usual state as if nothing had happened. He sat steadily on the back of the Emerald Swan, overlooking the gradually clearer outline of the island below. Turning to Su Feng, he said, "Since you've come to the Dragon's Archipelago to consult with the Dragon Lord about the Dragon Scale Resonance, then, the 12 trials of the Heavenly Palace are unavoidable." Roar! The Crimson Gold War Dragon was filled with confusion upon hearing this. The 12 trials of the Heavenly Palace? What is that? It feels like a beast has mentioned it to me before. It tilted its head, curiosity sparkling in its eyes. Because it didn't know why, just hearing that name made it inexplicably excited, as if a surge of blood was rushing through its body. The 12 trials of the Heavenly Palace? Li Li, Hong Zi, Su Feng, the little Chilin, the phantom dragonfly, and the Thousand Machine Beast all expressed some confusion. According to what Grandpa said, at the current level of the Red Gold War Dragon, it should only need to learn the way energy operates, right? There was no mention of any tests. Dragon Scale Resonance is not a simple skill, Gu Nianzhou said with a serious expression, explaining earnestly. The pain it inflicts on the beast is comparable to forcibly pulling out a human's fingernails. Moreover, it requires the beast to have strong recovery abilities, able to return to normal in a very short time. Otherwise, it's like humans losing baby teeth. When you're young, losing a tooth isn't a big deal, it will grow back anyway. But when you grow up, losing a tooth won't grow back. If it doesn't grow back, learning this skill would be like committing suicide, right? Furthermore, Dragon Scale Resonance is an all-around enhancement. Not only attack, speed, and defense, but also resistance to various elemental skills will improve. So, to learn Dragon Scale Resonance, one must undergo mental tests for the brain, wood and thunder tests for the liver, and fire tests for the heart and small intestine. Each test is meant to assess the beast's compatibility with the Dragon Scale Resonance skill. After he finished speaking, he looked at the red gold war dragon, his eyes filled with admiration. But you don't need to worry, I've seen this red gold war dragon is a good seedling since its leap dragonfish period, and it will definitely pass the tests. Su Feng nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this. No wonder Grandpa didn't mention it. It seems this really doesn't need to be said. After all, for the red gold war dragon, the so-called test is just an extra meal, right? An extra meal doesn't seem to require special reminders. Let's go, we'll register on the island first, then go have a meal. As Gu Ninja spoke, he gently patted the neck of the emerald swan, signaling it to descend. It's almost noon, nothing is more important than eating. As the emerald swan slowly landed on Xinglan Island, Su Feng let the red gold war dragon shrink down and began to survey the island. There weren't many people on the island, making it seem somewhat tranquil. Aside from the neatly uniformed coast guards coming to eat, there were only a few beast tamers with a dragon-type beast. There were three-headed tyrants, white dragon horses, and red flame-flying dragons. However, all these beasts were injured. At the same time, Su Feng spotted a familiar figure. Long Hanwen was anxiously rushing with his red-topped winged horned dragon. However, the red-topped winged horned dragon was also in poor condition, stumbling as it walked. Long Hanwen held it tightly, his eyes filled with worry and concern, quickly heading towards the place to treat its wounds. He didn't even notice Su Feng's arrival. He just arrived yesterday, wanting his beast to learn Dragon Scale Resonance, Gunyanzhou said, looking at Long Hanwen with a slight sigh, his tone full of emotion. It's a pity that, compared to other skills, Dragon Scale Resonance relies more on talent. It's almost impossible to learn this skill without passing the tests. After a pause, he added, although the tests won't be fatal, injuries are inevitable. Upon hearing this, Su Feng revealed a confident smile. I think I shouldn't worry about that. Roar, roar, roar. The red gold war dragon strongly agreed, letting out a loud and powerful roar. That's right, with the talent of the red gold war dragon, passing the tests is just a small issue. Gu Ninja was also inspired by the red gold war dragon's momentum and laughed along. The two continued to talk as they moved forward. Soon, they arrived at the registration office. The registration office was a tall stone building, its walls covered with various mysterious runes and patterns. Compared to the outside, the interior was quite simple. Because they had been informed in advance, the staff was well prepared for Su Feng's arrival. All the procedures were handled very smoothly. Meanwhile, Long Kai, who had just returned from official duties, learned that Su Feng had arrived with the Crimson Gold War Dragon. Ling Xiao, the child you once valued has come. It has followed an excellent beast master, and its talent has been brought out perfectly. Standing on the coast of Xinglan Island, Long Kai, the guardian of the Dragon Islands, said with a smile to a white dragon beside him. This white dragon, named Ling Xiao True Dragon, was his destined beast and the strongest being in the Dragon Islands. If it used the Dragon Scale Resonance skill to enhance its overall state, a single burst could instantly defeat all non-defensive beasts of the same level. Coupled with its legendary 8th grade strength, it could rank among the best in all of Huaxia. Roar, the image of that unique leap dragon fish had already appeared in Ling Xiao True Dragon's mind. With its current abilities, I feel it doesn't even need your guidance, it can comprehend things on its own during the trials. Roar. Alright, let Long Bao train with it then. By the way, are you preparing to recruit a son-in-law for yourself? Roar. Because coming to learn Dragon Scale Resonance is definitely not something that can be accomplished overnight. After comprehension, it is best to follow the old predecessors closely and delve into the techniques until fully mastered. So, after dinner, Gu Nianzhou took Su Feng to the accommodation area. This was a rather large building, with a simple yet grand appearance. Gu Nianzhou pointed to the building and said, the temporary dormitory for male beast masters coming to the Dragon Islands is in this building. Everything inside is brand new, single rooms with private bathrooms. As he spoke, he handed Su Feng a key. Your room number is 608, and your classmate Long Hanwen is next door. You can communicate more when you have time. Su Feng took the key and said, Brother Gu, I really appreciate your help this time. Gu Nianzhou smiled and waved his hand, saying, no need to be polite. He then turned his eyes, half jokingly and half seriously, and said, if you really want to thank me, then contract a beast from the Dragon Islands. As he spoke, he clenched his fist, putting on a spirited look. At that time, use it to give those guys from Long Valley a good beating and let us regain some face. As the new dragon faction, the Dragon Islands had always been in competition with the established Long Valley. Although the Dragon Islands had a more complete learning process for dragon scale resonance skills, the difficulty was too high. This led to a certain gap between the new generation of dragons from the Dragon Islands and those from Long Valley. In every major competition, the dragons from Long Valley always shone brighter than those from the Dragon Islands. This inevitably left Gu Nianzhou and the others from the Dragon Islands feeling somewhat unwilling. After saying this, before Su Feng could respond, he seemed to think of something else, and his eyes lit up. But it doesn't matter. Tide Island is also about to be included in the Dragon Islands. You should have seen a group of people inspecting it every day when you went last time. At that time, the Crimson Gold War Dragon will also be one of our dragons. Hearing this, Su Feng smiled and said, "Alright, if I get the chance to meet the dragons from Long Valley, I'll let the Crimson Gold War Dragon give them a good beating." Roar, roar, roar. The Crimson Gold War Dragon understood their conversation and excitedly called out from the side. Gu Nianzhou looked at the spirited Crimson Gold War Dragon and nodded with a smile. "Good. Maybe there will be an opportunity soon. Work hard, young man." After saying this, he turned and left, his steps light, as if the frustration in his heart had dissipated quite a bit. Watching Gu Nianzhou's figure fade away, Su Feng withdrew his gaze and turned to the excited beasts beside him. "Let's go, let's check out our temporary little home." After entering the dormitory building, he found room 608. Upon opening the door, a breath of fresh air greeted him. To provide the spirit beasts on the island with a larger living space, the room wasn't very big. However, the overall feel was quite nice, simply and neatly arranged. There was a bed, a desk, a wardrobe, and the facilities in the private bathroom were all complete. After a morning of running around, Su Feng felt a bit tired. So, he tidied up a few things and let the little ones return to the beast space to rest, setting an alarm for 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Su Feng also entered a state of sleep. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the alarm rang on time. Su Feng sat up in bed, sitting quietly for a moment, gradually waking up. He checked the time. There were 20 minutes until the gathering. After washing his face briefly, he left the dormitory building and summoned all the beasts. "Let's go, it's time to gather." Su Feng patted the head of the golden dragon, smiling as he spoke. Roar! The golden dragon's roar was filled with an uncontrollable excitement. The little chilin and the illusion eye dragon also chirped happily, clearly looking forward to the upcoming challenge. Moo! Especially the earth-shaking divine bull, knowing that the golden dragon might undergo another transformation and become even stronger. This filled it with a competitive spirit. Even while walking, it was constantly training the combination of earthquake and aftershock skills. Each time its hooves hit the ground, it would cause a slight tremor in the earth, but the magnitude of the tremor was perfectly controlled. This was one of the results of yesterday's afternoon training. While it was still a bit challenging to increase the power of the skill, it could already be controlled at will to decrease. Su Feng understood this as well. However, this healthy competition was beneficial, and there was no need for psychological counseling for now. "Let's go, don't keep everyone waiting too long," Su Feng said softly, continuing forward with the beasts. Halfway there, Su Feng encountered Long Hanwen, who was also heading to the gathering point. Long Hanwen's expression seemed a bit strange upon seeing Su Feng. His gaze lingered on the golden dragon for a moment, his brows slightly furrowing. "What is this guy doing here?" Long Hanwen wondered. He clearly remembered the powerful strength the golden dragon displayed during the freshman competition, especially its ability to control the vibrations of its scales. He had once thought that Su Feng's month on Dragon's Island had allowed the golden dragon to grasp the rudiments of scale resonance, but at this time and place, seeing Su Feng's figure, and the direction he was heading seemed to be the same as his own, left Long Hanwen puzzled. He quickened his pace, following behind Su Feng, wanting to find out more. Soon they arrived at the gathering point. The square was already filled with many beast masters and their beasts. The air was thick with a tense yet excited atmosphere. Today, our scale resonance skill learning class has gained a new member. As per tradition, the new member will introduce themselves and get to know everyone briefly. Until Gu Nianzhao's sister, Gu Cici's voice rang out. Long Hanwen's eyes widened instantly. What? A new student? He was actually here for the first time? But if that were the case, how could the golden dragon have reached such a level? Could it be that the golden dragon comprehended it on its own? No, that's impossible. How could the scale resonance skill be comprehended to that extent on its own? Long Hanwen's heart was stirred with waves of shock. By the time Su Feng finished his self-introduction, he had not yet regained his senses. But the others were different. After hearing Su Feng's introduction, a low murmur of discussion arose. Many people's gazes were focused on the crimson gold battle dragon, looking quite surprised. Crimson Gold Battle Dragon? The evolved form of the leap dragon fish, one of the true dragon species, impressive. Wait, didn't you hear his name? Sufong? The one who made history over a month ago? The leap dragon fish has already evolved? That fast? Hiss, it seems so. Such talent is a bit frightening. Oh, didn't you know? Just 2 or 3 days ago at the freshman competition in Yin Jing University. Sigh, every day is already troublesome enough just trying to pass the tests. Who has time to pay attention to the internet? Long Hanwen stood among the crowd, listening to the discussions around him, his expression somewhat strange. He stared intently at Su Feng, trying to discern something from his expression. Alright, everyone quiet down. Gu Cece clapped her hands, signaling for everyone to be silent. Next, we will head to Thunder Island for this afternoon's test, so everyone get ready. As soon as she finished speaking, Long Hanwen couldn't help but ask, Instructor Gu, is it true that Su Feng is really here to learn dragon scale resonance for the first time? Gu Cece glanced at him and nodded. That's right. But, Long Hanwen hesitated, his gaze once again turning to the Crimson Gold Battle Dragon. Gu Cece understood his doubts. She had seen the video as well, and smiled slightly as she said, although dragon scale resonance can only be systematically taught on Dragon Island, there's no rule against it being shared. Being able to learn in advance and make all the scales vibrate is merely touching the threshold of dragon scale resonance. Such talent is indeed rare, and the learning speed will be very fast. He might soon surpass everyone present. Her words shook Long Hanwen's heart. At the same time, the beast tamers around them looked somewhat dazed. What the hell? We thought a new student was coming, but you started previewing college courses in middle school? Standing on the shore of Thunder Island, the sea breeze wrapped in a damp scent rushed towards them. Roar! The Crimson Gold Battle Dragon let out a roar. Su Feng felt the gazes of the crowd but remained unfazed. His eyes were fixed on the Crimson Gold Battle Dragon, looking into the distance. Thunder! Upon arriving at Thunder Island, he understood the origin of the island's name. The entire sky of the island seemed to be covered by a huge black curtain, impenetrable. Only the thick bolts of lightning occasionally tore through the darkness. Accompanied by deafening rumbling sounds, they caused brief yet dazzling flashes of light. This is the liver's trial of thunder. Gu Cece's voice rang out. Her gaze swept over the group of newcomers. Lightning has the effect of stimulating and activating, akin to the liver in the body's organs. To learn dragon scale resonance, one needs to absorb the lightning from Thunder Island. At this point, she paused slightly, her tone becoming serious. Of course, even though it's absorption, one must withstand the power of nature's lightning. The so-called trial is to see how long you can absorb it. Different levels of beast tamers require different durations of endurance. For the gold level, only 1 minute of absorption is needed, while the platinum level requires 3 minutes. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of thought flashed in Su Feng's eyes. He then asked in return, Instructor, what happens if the absorption time is longer? Gu Cece, hearing this question, had not yet spoken. The man who brought the three-headed tyrant to learn could not suppress his doubts and could not help but say, to be honest, I also want to ask this question. My three-headed tyrant has a certain immunity to lightning, and the duration should far exceed expectations. Another beast master, upon hearing this, had a strange expression on his face. He looked up and down at the beast master of the three-headed tyrant and Su Feng, and could not help but say, no, buddy, you guys are underestimating this lightning too much, right? This is not an ordinary skill, this is true natural lightning. Yeah, if calculated in volts, this lightning usually ranges from 100 million to 1 billion volts, much more powerful than any million volts. The beast master of the white dragon horse also echoed from the side, his voice tinged with a hint of awe. I estimate it to be at least several 100,000 volts. I only lasted 34 seconds last time. A beast master said with a bitter smile. This time, with the previous experience, I should be able to do a bit better. Upon hearing the voices of several people, the beast master of the three-headed tyrant's expression suddenly changed. He realized that he might have really underestimated this test. Meanwhile, Su Feng continued to quietly watch Gu Cece, waiting for her response. He knew in his heart that this kind of lightning was really nothing for the Golden War Dragon. Lightning? Can the natural lightning compare to the mythological gunmetal calamity thunder or the Gui Waterine thunder? The current Golden War Dragon can withstand the lightning of the little chilin. Not to mention that before its evolution, it had already proven its resistance to untreated lightning. In reality, in the secret realm, the storm and lightning raged. At that time, the leap dragonfish resisted with the body of a dragonfish. Just now, the roar of the Golden War Dragon had two meanings. The exclamation mark after the roar represented that there was something in the thunder that attracted it. As for the question mark, it was somewhat disdainful of this seemingly impressive test. Is that it? Isn't this just giving away money? Therefore, Su Feng had the same thought. Since it was about absorption, it meant that this thing had some other function. It was definitely better to absorb more. Gu Sisi looked deeply at Su Feng. Slowly, she spoke, the more you absorb, the longer you can endure, which means that after learning the dragon scale resonance, the buff provided by the dragon scale resonance for resistance to lightning elements, as well as the duration of the attributes for speed and burst enhancement, will last longer. As for continuing to hold on, I'm afraid no beast master can do that. Don't. Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore, everyone get ready to start. As soon as Gu Sisi's voice fell, the golden war dragon excitedly rushed out. What? It can increase resistance to lightning attributes? Does that mean it can eat more cookie lightning and drink more cola lightning? That's great. Roar. Dragon, I'm going to eat a bit first, is that okay? Roar roar. No problem. So, the golden war dragon flew over. Roar, did it just say it was going to eat lightning? Roar. I don't know, it's so cool. The eyes of the beast masters sparkled with excitement. Even their beast masters were shocked. Is it risking its life? It actually dares to run to the center of the island. Doesn't it know that this will cause all the lightning on the island to focus its attack on it? No, look at its state. Is it absorbing lightning? So cool. Following the gaze of the crowd, one could see a striking golden red dragon shadow against the dark sky. Boom, boom. As the golden war dragon flew into the sky, the lightning in the sky seemed to be drawn by an invisible force. It began to gather wildly and locked onto this intruder as its target. Roar! The golden war dragon, undaunted, let out a furious roar and flew straight toward the center of the island. In an instant, the roar echoed, as if it would shatter the heavens and the earth. The entire sky of the island was filled with lightning, surging madly towards the golden war dragon. Thick bolts of lightning, like furious giant dragons, pounced towards the golden war dragon. As the lightning gathered, the scales of the golden war dragon emitted a dazzling brilliance. Each scale was like a small energy receiver, greedily absorbing this powerful force. Roar, roar, roar. Delicious. The golden war dragon roared excitedly. Then, it actually elongated its body, stretching itself to the maximum extent. This allowed it to absorb the power of lightning to the fullest. Under its frenzied absorption, this wave of transformed lightning was completely absorbed. Immediately after, perhaps because the golden war dragon once again displayed its special talent of pain perception genius, its body trembled slightly, and the power of lightning began to condense and compress, then suddenly released. It actually learned the lightning strike directly, and used it immediately. A strikingly bright thunder dragon spiraled in the sky. This dragon was composed entirely of pure lightning power, surrounding the golden war dragon, exuding a destructive aura. Its appearance illuminated the entire sky of Thunder Island, the dazzling light forcing everyone to squint. Roar! With thunder, shatter the darkness. Roar! The roar of the golden war dragon echoed above Thunder Island. Wrapped in thunder, its scales shone brilliantly. How is this possible? Gu Sisi's eyes widened, looking incredulously at the golden war dragon in the sky. She had never seen a beast master who could so easily absorb the power of thunder. Even it could learn new skills in this state. Lightning strike. It actually comprehended lightning strike in this state. Gu Sisi murmured, her voice trembling slightly. Lightning strike was a skill similar to flash charge. It used the power of lightning condensed on the body to strike the enemy. It was also a move that harmed the enemy 1,000 while injuring oneself 800. But the golden war dragon could learn such a skill? For a moment, Gu Sisi was a bit dumbfounded. At that moment, roar! The golden war dragon let out another furious roar. Its body shook violently, carrying the thunder dragon, and charged towards the darkness in the sky. Boom! The thunder dragon collided with the darkness, producing a deafening roar. The entire sky of Thunder Island was completely illuminated at that moment, as if daylight had arrived. The darkness was torn apart by the thunder, revealing the sunlight hidden above it. With thunder, shatter the darkness. Su Feng stood on the ground, looking up at the golden war dragon in the sky, his eyes filled with pride. In this situation, what more could be said? The golden war dragon had definitely passed the test. Moreover, it had taken the opportunity to comprehend lightning strike, enriching the combination skill of skill plus impact. This was truly good news. As for the other beast masters, they were just as stunned as Gu Sisi. Their mouths agape, their faces filled with disbelief. Is this really not a divine beast? Long Hanwen stared blankly at the golden war dragon in the sky, a storm of emotions rising in his heart. He had originally thought he understood the potential of the golden war dragon well enough. After all, he had done quite a bit of research for that leap dragon fish, but now it seemed he had greatly underestimated the potential of this rare dragon-type beast. To absorb the power of lightning to such an extent, and even comprehend skills from it. This talent was simply terrifying. But what could be done about it? The initial leap of the dragonfish did not choose him. Moreover, Long Hanwen felt a thought arise in his heart that had never appeared before. Even if the leap dragonfish had chosen me at that time, could I have nurtured it to such excellence? That beast master with the white dragon horse, the timer he originally used to record his time, slipped from his hand in shock. It fell to the ground with a crisp sound, yet no one paid attention. This is something a beast master can do, he murmured, his eyes fixed tightly on the dazzling golden red figure in the sky. If you tell me now that this is a divine beast, I would believe it. The beast master of the three-headed tyrant whispered. Some gazes were blankly staring at the spiraling crimson gold war dragon in the sky, their hearts surging with indescribable shock. His three-headed tyrant was a very powerful existence among dragon-type beasts. According to legend, its origin can be traced back to the nine-headed Shangliu. It is said that a dragon-type spirit beast obtained one of the severed heads of the nine-headed Shangliu. After absorbing it, it underwent a transformation, and then this lineage was bred. The terrifying average talent of this race and its almost comprehensive abilities led many to believe in this notion. However, the Crimson Gold War Dragon before him completely overturned his understanding. This dragon, which had transformed step by step from a carp into a true dragon, had a talent that utterly crushed the three-headed tyrant. The gap was like the bright moon in the sky, overshadowing the dim stars. The three-headed tyrant appeared so small before it. Could it be that it gained the favor of a divine beast during its evolution? The beast master was suddenly shaken, an astonishing thought flashing through his mind. If it weren't for this, how could the Crimson Gold War Dragon possess such terrifying power? It might have already become the spokesperson of a divine beast. Just as his thoughts were racing, a thunderous dragon roar echoed through the sky. Roar! The Crimson Gold War Dragon circled in the sky, its body entwined with faint electric light, as if the Lord of Thunder had descended. It slowly landed beside Su Feng, its dragon eyes sparkling with pride and excitement. Well done! Su Feng smiled and patted the head of the Crimson Gold War Dragon, his eyes filled with approval. Roar! The Crimson Gold War Dragon let out a low growl, its tail swaying gently, clearly still wanting more. There was a hint of desire in its gaze, as if saying, "Is there more? Give me some more, I'm not full yet." Su Feng, your Crimson Gold War Dragon, truly opens my eyes. Gu Sisi walked over to Su Feng, her tone carrying a hint of shock. Although she had received a lot of information about Su Feng from her brother and online, nothing compared to the shock of seeing it with her own eyes. Thank you, instructor. Su Feng smiled slightly, his tone humble. Gu Sisi nodded, then looked at the other beast masters and said loudly, "Today's test ends here, everyone prepare to move to Bai Tao Island for the next test." Several elders nodded in response, taking their beasts and leaving Thunder Lake Island. However, some confused beast masters wore puzzled expressions. Instructor Gu, is this it? Aren't we continuing? Someone couldn't help but ask. Gu Sisi pointed to the sky and said helplessly, "Do you see any lightning now? Although it can't all be dispersed, it takes time to gather, so we probably can't continue today." Upon hearing this, Su Feng felt a bit awkward. He glanced at the Crimson Gold War Dragon, as if saying, "Look at the good thing you did." The Crimson Gold War Dragon blinked innocently. It couldn't help it. It had inexplicably learned a new skill. If it didn't let it out, it felt uncomfortable. But if it did let it out, it felt even worse without a target to attack. It couldn't do it on the island, nor in the ocean, as it would hurt the flowers and grass. Only facing the sky, Su Feng shook his head helplessly. "If you say it like that, I am truly at a loss for words." The Golden Dragon grinned. "Omega? Let's go to the next place, I'm still not full." Just as the Golden Dragon was eager to head to Bitao Island, suddenly, roar, 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 a series of dragon roars echoed in the sky. The sound was strange, filled with excitement, agitation, and even a hint of anger. What the hell is that? Oh my, is it the White Dragon clan? What's going on with them? Why does the sound feel so strange? A group of beast tamers discussed and speculated about the situation. Gu Sisi's expression changed at this scene. "Oh no, I almost forgot. Tomorrow is the day the White Dragon clan practices their Thunder Dragon soul skill. With the Golden Dragon in this state today, it might not recover by tomorrow, and some eager learners will use the Golden Dragon as a punching bag." Su Feng was taken aback. "Instructor, why didn't you say this earlier?" Gu Sisi shrugged helplessly. "I didn't know the Golden Dragon could absorb the lightning so thoroughly. So what do we do now?" Su Feng felt a bit of a headache. "It's not a big problem," Gu Sisi comforted. "Where there are eager learners, there are also those who are not so keen. The Golden Dragon is not fighting alone." Just as Su Feng breathed a sigh of relief, Gu Sisi added, "However, those who are not eager learners tend to have poor grades, and relatively speaking, they might be a bunch of useless teammates." Su Feng, So, the golden dragon is going to get beaten up? He asked helplessly. That's right, and it's going to be a group beating. Goose Cece nodded. Roar roar roar. The golden dragon became excited upon hearing the words group beating. Su Feng. He suddenly realized that his golden dragon was not one to be afraid of getting hit. Oh my, I was influenced by the atmosphere. Well, I accidentally made your training ground temporarily disappear. I'll compensate you with a dragon-shaped punching bag. This rule is quite reasonable. Moreover, practicing skills in an OCD training ground, no matter how convenient, is not as effective as real combat training. So it seems like you all gained something. But the golden dragon will never lose. Let's go, stand straight for the beating, and go be a punching bag for a day. Roar roar roar. Extra meal, Dragon Island, Xinglan Island. Long Kai had just finished a call with the official Beast Tamer Association. He heard a series of rising and falling dragon roars from outside the window. He walked to the window, looked up, and saw a dense swarm of dragons flying towards Luai's island. Among those dragon roars, some were filled with excitement, some with agitation. There were even some roars that were disguised as very angry. What's happening outside? Long Kai frowned, feeling puzzled. He turned and walked out of the room, into the courtyard, and looked at his Lingxiao True Dragon. Roar. The Lingxiao True Dragon let out a low growl, a hint of helplessness flashing in its dragon eyes. What? That golden dragon has eaten all the lightning from Luai's island? Long Kai was immediately surprised after hearing the Lingxiao True Dragon's description. The lightning on Luai's island had been specially treated, and for many spirit beasts, it was a good thing. Being completely devoured was not unusual. However, in the past, when such a situation occurred, it was usually the White Dragon Clan or other dragon clans, at least 30 or 40 of them, that would go, causing the conversion speed of the lightning to lag behind the consumption speed. Yet this time, it was a single golden dragon that consumed the equivalent of dozens of dragons. No wonder the dragon swarm is in this situation. It turns out there was a fight. Interesting. Roar! Let's go, let's join the fun. Roar! The true dragon of Lingxiao let out a low roar. Its dragon body trembled, and it soared into the sky. Long Kai leaped onto the back of the true dragon of Lingxiao with a steady landing. The man and the dragon quickly flew towards the direction of Thunder Island. At this moment, above Thunder Island, the crimson gold war dragon circled in the air, its dragon eyes sparkling with excitement, a smile that was hard to conceal spreading across its mouth. It had just devoured a large amount of lightning, experiencing a dual thrill of spirit and body. It had originally planned to hurry to the next island to absorb powers of other attributes and taste different flavors, but unexpectedly, a group of little white dragons came to offer a meal. This made the smile on the crimson gold war dragon's face even more radiant. However, in the eyes of nearly 40 little white dragons across from it, this smile appeared particularly provocative, even carrying a hint of lewdness. Roar! Damn, this guy is asking for a beating. Roar! Beat it! Led by Long Bao, the eager-to-learn little white dragons exchanged glances, instantly reaching a consensus. With a dragon's roar, the battle officially began. A medium-sized white dragon opened its mouth first. Lightning gathered in its mouth, and it instantly spat out a purple dragon-shaped sword energy. Following that, the other white dragons also opened their mouths. Cyan, red, green, blue, multicolored dragon-shaped sword energies appeared in the sky. Like a torrent, they surged towards the crimson gold war dragon. Damn! Seeing this scene, Su Feng couldn't help but curse. This scene was almost identical to the images of little dragon people releasing skills in a certain MOBA game from his past life. The only difference was that these white dragons did not have a dragon human form. Moreover, when transformed into true dragons, they would not be in an unselectable state. Roar! Facing the overwhelming dragon-shaped sword energies, the crimson gold war dragon let out an excited low roar. Its dragon body trembled as it charged straight into the torrent of sword energies. For a moment, the entire sky was filled with intertwining dragon shadows, sword energies crisscrossing, thunder roaring, dazzling and shocking. Su Feng watched the fierce battle in the sky, his feelings complex. Excitement and tension intertwined, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. What excited him was that the crimson gold war dragon was being mobbed by dozens of Lingxiao white dragons. The attacks of these white dragons contained rich elemental powers. It was equivalent to dozens of power banks continuously charging the crimson gold war dragon. Perhaps in the midst of the fight, the crimson gold war dragon would break through and elevate its strength to a new level. But the tension was that he had just checked the panels of these white dragons. Not looking was one thing, but seeing it was shocking. Spirit Beast, Lingxiao White Dragon, Evolution Type, True Dragon of Lingxiao, Talent, Sword Energy Dragon Soul. All learned skills will be completely transformed into the corresponding Elemental Sword Energy Dragon Soul. Flame Dragon Soul accompanies a burning effect, causing continuous damage, Frost Dragon Soul, accompanies a slowing effect, reducing target speed. Thunder Dragon Soul, accompanies a paralysis effect, increasing its own damage. Wind Dragon Soul, accompanies a speed up effect, increasing its own speed. Light Dragon Soul, Shadow Dragon Soul. The talents of the Lingxiao white dragons were indeed impressive. Moreover, these white dragons had clearly discovered that the Crimson Gold War Dragon had tough skin and strong resistance, so they all switched to Poison Dragon Soul and Earth Dragon Soul. The Poison Dragon Soul could reduce the target's recovery ability and had an armor-reducing effect. The Earth Dragon Soul also had an armor-breaking effect. With this dual approach, if the situation continued to develop, Su Feng was genuinely worried that the Crimson Gold War Dragon might not be able to withstand it. Instructor, these white dragons are limited in number, right? Su Feng couldn't help but look at Gu Sisi, his tone carrying a hint of worry. At this moment, Gu Sisi also had a conflicted expression, unsure how to respond. Under normal circumstances, even as a punching bag, the attacks from the White Dragon group would be measured. The worst-case scenario would nearly be that the punching bag needs a few days to recover. With the terrifying recovery ability of the Golden War Dragon, it would be fine in a day at most. But this Golden War Dragon is a bit abnormal. What kind of good creature? What kind of good beast, when being ganged up on, knows it can't win and still taunts others? If one of those dragons gets too riled up, the situation could get a bit tricky. Things have already gone beyond her control. Just as Gu Sisi was flustered and took out her phone, preparing to contact her superior. Roar! A mighty dragon's roar echoed through the heavens and the earth. The Lingxiao True Dragon descended like a meteor, carrying Long Kai, and landed steadily on Thunder Island. Long Kai, with a graceful posture, leaped down from the dragon's back and quickly approached Su Feng and Gu Sisi. Chief Instructor! Seeing the newcomer, Gu Sisi felt as if she had seen a savior and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Long Kai nodded slightly, his gaze turning to Su Feng, and said somewhat helplessly, Su family's kid, your Golden War Dragon. Its personality might be a bit. Su Feng awkwardly scratched his head and hurriedly asked, Uncle Long, the Golden War Dragon won't have any problems, right? Long Kai didn't answer directly but waved at the Lingxiao True Dragon not far away. Suddenly, the earlier exchange between the Golden War Dragon and the White Dragon Group was clearly transmitted. White Dragon Group, beat it. Golden War Dragon, is that all? White Dragon Group, / Golden War Dragon? Asterisk? Wow, so impressive, it hurts so much. Su Feng immediately didn't want to speak anymore. Seeing Su Feng's expression, Long Kai couldn't help but laugh a couple of times. I have to admit, the Golden War Dragon has a real talent for taunting. Su Feng, I really want to escape, but I can't. Su family's kid, you can let your earth-shaking divine cattle and others relax a bit. Long Kai put away his smile and explained seriously. The so-called 12 Trials of the Heavenly Palace is actually about enduring the dragon soul attacks of the Lingxiao True Dragon, allowing the elemental power to enter the body through the explosion of the dragon soul. As for the lightning on Thunder Island, it's actually just a product of the Lingxiao True Dragon's Thunder Dragon Soul combined with other materials. It's meant to ensure that the beast tamers won't be left with injuries. As he spoke, Long Kai waved at the Lingxiao True Dragon not far away, signaling it to convey the method of resonating dragon scales to the Golden War Dragon, while continuing, your Golden War Dragon is different from other dragon beasts. Directly enduring the dragon soul attack and learning the dragon scale resonance isn't a difficult task. Upon hearing this, Su Feng's eyes widened in shock. What the heck? The dragon scale resonance is actually like this? But upon closer thought, it seems to make sense. Using dragon scale resonance can enhance all attributes simultaneously. The various elemental dragon souls of the Lingxiao True Dragon indeed have a similar effect. So, the best way to learn dragon scale resonance is actually to take hits? This is really too spicy. Earth-shaking divine cattle, little chilin, thousand machine beast, illusion eye dragonfly, don't worry about the Golden War Dragon for now, it's practicing dragon scale resonance. Upon hearing this, the few beasts all breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, in the sky, roar, what the heck? Whose subordinates are these dragons, and why are they so fierce? At this moment, the Golden War Dragon felt inexplicably a bit overwhelmed. It wasn't because the attacks were too strong for it to accept. It's just, the attacks hitting it felt a bit strange. Why strange, it couldn't quite say. It was as if it had directly skipped the build-up and foreplay, arriving at the climax of the result. And it was that kind of continuous climax. This feeling, although quite pleasant at first, who can endure it for long? So, the current Golden Dragon is in this state. I'm full, let's come back tomorrow. Dragon treasure, what is it saying? White Dragon Lingxiao, not enough to eat, still want to eat. White Dragon Group, 3, Golden Dragon, equals, asterisk, White Dragon Group, equals 3, 3, 3, 3 Golden Dragon? Don't come anymore, I'm stuffed. I'm stuffed. For the entire next day, this amusing scene in the sky above Dragon Island never stopped for a moment. The Golden Dragon was closely followed by the White Dragon Group, enduring a continuous barrage of dragon soul attacks. At this moment, it felt like a person who had eaten too much, smelling food and feeling a bit nauseous. However, the little white dragons became more and more addicted to the fight, showing no signs of stopping. Dragon Treasure, this dragon is so tough. Dragon 13, yeah, unlike those before, it can't take it after a few minutes. Dragon 14, it looks like it still has plenty of energy. Keep hitting it. All white dragons, Delta? How much the golden dragon wishes for its beast master now. To see through its surface glory and discover its inner weakness. To be taken back into the beast space for a moment's rest. But, Dragon Treasure, want to back down? Impossible. Either you knock us down, or we knock you down. Otherwise, within 24 hours, Golden Dragon? Oh, if you have the ability, fight me one-on-one. What kind of ability is a group fight? The Golden Dragon's roar made the White Dragons exchange glances. It originally thought there might be a turning point, but the result was quite unexpected. White Dragon Group, multifaceted mixed doubles. One-on-one? Aren't we already in a one-on-one? You, a single dragon, against all of us. The Golden Dragon was completely speechless. It understood. Today's meal seemed to have been overordered. Moreover, this was the Dragon Island of the Rule of Strange Tales. Everything had to follow the rules. Rule 1, after completely devouring the lightning on Thunder Island, within 24 hours, it will suffer an unending group beating from the White Dragon Group. Rule 2, only by learning Dragon Scale Resonance can one qualify for a one-on-one. Rule 3, the Beast Master will not intervene. Rule 4, whenever the White Dragon side falls into a disadvantage, they will enter Dragon Scale Resonance state, which the Golden Dragon cannot resist. Since it cannot resist, it can only enjoy. Roar! The Golden Dragon howled to the sky. Let the storm come even fiercer. You all wait for me. Once I learn Dragon Scale Resonance. Rule 4, when the Golden Dragon learns Dragon Scale Resonance, it will ignore all the above rules. Meanwhile, on the ground, Sufong looked at the disillusioned expression of the Golden Dragon in the sky. To say he wasn't worried would be a lie. After all, this was his beast. Watching it being beaten up, he felt somewhat uncomfortable. But as time passed, Sufong could clearly sense that something subtle was happening to the Golden Dragon. Although he couldn't quite put it into words, it made him feel a hint of anticipation. He couldn't help but turn to Long Kai and say, "Uncle Long, I just sensed a kind of indescribable change in the Golden Dragon. Is that a prelude to learning?" Long Kai nodded, his tone carrying a hint of admiration. Yes, the Golden Dragon's talent is truly outstanding. In just this short time, it has already grasped the basics. If it continues for a few more days, it might not just be the time to set out, but also the day of great achievement. Roar roar! The nearby Lingxiao True Dragon also nodded in agreement. It seemed to say, truly worthy of the dragon I have chosen. Upon hearing this, Sufong couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement in his heart. Could he achieve great success right from the start? Wasn't it like mastering the 8 gates of escape, allowing him to directly open the 5th gate, or even the 6th or 7th? He looked up at the sky and murmured softly, "Crimson Gold War Dragon, go for it. Once you learn, we'll go back and beat them one by one." Roar! In the sky, the Crimson Gold War Dragon suddenly let out a thunderous dragon roar. The sound was filled with excitement, yet also carried a hint of solemnity. The second day of the Dragon Islands officially began with this dragon roar. The Crimson Gold War Dragon was working hard. Sufong and the other beast tamers were equally diligent. An ice-cold bottle of Coke in the morning, because it's cold, so it has no calories. Sufong muttered to himself as he twisted off the cap and gulped down a few mouthfuls. The icy Coke slid down his throat, instantly refreshing him. Then, let's set off and start today's morning training. Sufong went outside, summoned all the earth-shaking divine cattle, and said with a smile, "Moo!" The earth-shaking divine cattle responded with a low roar, scraping its hooves on the ground, clearly eager to go. Sufong left the accommodation area with a few beast companions. Not far from the door, he unexpectedly encountered a group gathered for morning training. Long Hanwan, Gusisi, and several other beast tamers were in the group. Their beasts were also by their side, looking spirited. "Hey, Sufong, you came for morning training?" Gusisi greeted him with a smile. Sufong nodded and replied with a smile, "Yeah, the Crimson Gold War Dragon is working hard. We can't lag behind." After saying that, he looked up at the sky. The Crimson Gold War Dragon was still sparring with the little white dragons. Although it looked a bit awkward, its aura was growing stronger, clearly making rapid progress. "Do you want to join us?" Goose Cece asked. "Sure, I'll hitch a ride." Su Feng nodded and followed along with his beasts. The morning training group slowly made their way along the small path on the island. The beast tamers exchanged their training insights as they walked, creating a very harmonious atmosphere. Su Feng, your crimson gold war dragon really stole the show yesterday. A beast tamer said with a smile, I heard it wore out the white dragon group last night. It's about to sound the horn for a counterattack, but then it attracted the attention of a celestial dragon for training. In the end, the white dragon group had to implement a shift system. Su Feng shrugged and said helplessly, there's nothing I can do. It has a huge appetite. If it doesn't exercise more, I'm afraid it will have indigestion. Everyone laughed upon hearing this. However, the talent of the Crimson Gold War Dragon is indeed astonishing, Gu Sisi sighed. To master the dragon scale resonance in such a short time is simply incredible. The others also expressed their amazement. They had to admit that sometimes, the differences were so obvious. For example, the beast tamer of the White Dragon Horse stated that he and the White Dragon Horse had been here for half a year. Not to mention mastering the fur, they had only passed 2 tests. The beast tamer of the Three-Headed Tyrant expressed that he originally thought his beast taming talent was unique. However, the reality was that he, a gifted ascendant who had endured hardships since childhood, ended up as one of the 100,000 heavenly soldiers encircling the Monkey King. But with this method, this intensity, who could become the second? Upon hearing this, everyone and their beasts looked up at the sky. Forget it, just watching is enough. Imitation? This training method looks unbearable. Are you trying to make me train, or are you trying to take my life? Amidst the conversations filled with emotions and envy, the morning training group continued on their way. They finally arrived at an open training ground. Here is the training ground on Dragon Island specifically designed for beast tamers and their beasts. In the center of the area stand several massive training facilities, surrounded by dense woods, creating a beautiful environment. Alright, everyone, start your training, Gu Nian said loudly. The beast tamers dispersed with their beasts, beginning their respective training. Su Feng also brought the earth-shaking divine bull, little chilin, thousand machine beast, and illusion eye dragonfly to an open space, ready to start today's training. Earth-shaking divine bull, we can't hold back the crimson gold war dragon. Let's stick to the usual routine today, Su Feng said, patting the earth-shaking divine bull on the head with a smile. Moo! The earth-shaking divine bull let out a low roar, a glint of determination flashing in its eyes. It suddenly raised its front hooves and stomped heavily on the ground. Instantly, the ground began to tremble slightly, with cracks spreading outward from the earth-shaking divine bull. Very good, control the range, and don't let the tremors affect others, Su Feng reminded. The earth-shaking divine bull nodded and began to carefully adjust its strength. Meanwhile, little Chilin and Illusion Eye Dragonfly also started various training exercises under Su Feng's guidance. Since this is an island, close to the sea, little Chilin's main training focus was mastering water-based skills like wave treading. Its talent is exceptionally high, it only needs to have the training direction laid out, and Su Feng doesn't need to worry about it afterward. As for Illusion Eye Dragonfly, Su Feng looked towards the distant three-headed tyrant. With 3 heads and 6 eyes, the three-headed tyrant is also skilled in eye-based techniques. Coincidentally, its training focus today was in this area as well. Therefore, Su Feng directly took Illusion Eye Dragonfly over, expressing a desire to train together. The beast tamer of the three-headed tyrant, Gong Xiong, readily agreed. The earth-shaking divine bull, surnamed Su, and the crimson gold war dragon might even be valued by divine beasts. With strength, background, and talent, and such an opportunity, it would be foolish not to make connections. Thus, Gong Xiong appeared very enthusiastic. As for the thousand machine beast, Su Feng assigned it a special task. Since its combat style relies on clones, allowing it to gang up on enemies, Su Feng had it carefully observe how the White Dragon group ganged up on the Crimson Gold War Dragon, hoping it could gain some insights. Time passed minute by minute until 3 o'clock that afternoon. Suddenly, a thunderous dragon roar echoed in the sky. Roar! Su Feng looked up. He saw the Crimson Gold War Dragon erupting with a powerful energy wave. Upon closer inspection, the scales on its dragon body were vibrating in a special pattern, as if resonating with certain elements both inside and outside its body. This is dragon scale resonance. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Su Feng's eyes. Had the Crimson Gold War Dragon learned it so quickly? Omega? The other dragons, upon seeing this, displayed expressions of astonishment. They looked at each other, all dumbfounded. No, dragons. This dragon is a beast, right? How could a dragon learn dragon scale resonance in just one day? The other little white dragons nodded in agreement, expressing their disbelief. They had spent months or even years mastering dragon scale resonance, yet the Crimson Gold War Dragon managed to do it in just one day. This is simply outrageous. Also, why does it feel like its dragon scale resonance is a bit different? Seeing the expressions of the white dragons, the Crimson Gold War Dragon grinned, revealing a proud smile. Roar! I want to challenge one-on-one. I want to challenge one-on-one. Roar, roar, roar. Line up, one at a time. After nearly 24 hours of training, the scales of the Crimson Gold War Dragon shimmered with a brilliance even more dazzling than before, signaling its transformation. It had successfully broken through to Platinum Rank 5. In just one day, he had learned the Dragon Scale Resonance. Su Feng stood in the clearing of the island, looking up at the Crimson Gold War Dragon, his heart filled with excitement and pride. From today onwards, the strength of the Crimson Gold War Dragon would reach a whole new level. Just as Su Feng was immersed in his joy, a powerful dragon roar echoed. The Lingxiao True Dragon slowly descended, and Long Kai sat steadily on its back. Once the Lingxiao True Dragon landed, Long Kai nimbly flipped off. His gaze was instantly drawn to the imposing Crimson Gold War Dragon in the sky. Su Feng, your Crimson Gold War Dragon is truly impressive, Long Kai said with an appreciative smile, marveling at it. Just as Su Feng was about to respond to the compliment, Long Kai quickly changed his tone, however. He frowned slightly, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Its dragon scale resonance seems a bit strange. Su Feng's heart tightened at his words, and he looked at Long Kai with a puzzled expression. Long Kai stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze fixed on the Crimson Gold War Dragon, and explained seriously, normally, the reason dragon scale resonance is powerful is that the abilities it enhances are comprehensive. Whether it's strength, speed, defense, or spiritual power, they all receive balanced boosts. He paused, pointing to the sky. However, after observing the Lingxiao True Dragon, it was found that the enhancement direction of the Crimson Gold War Dragon is somewhat one-sided. In other words, it has turned the originally all attribute +1 buff into a single attribute +2, Long Kai added. Su Feng was taken aback at first, then a glimmer of thought crossed his eyes. He blurted out, "Isn't that a good thing? This way, you can choose different attribute enhancements based on different combat situations, making it more targeted." Long Kai shook his head, his expression serious. That may be true, but dragon scale resonance can be activated up to 8 times at most. Only with all attributes enhanced can it support multiple activations for the beast. A one-sided enhancement will gradually expose other shortcomings as the number of activations increases. Moreover, when faced with complex battles that require multifaceted abilities to work together, excessive strengthening of a single attribute can disrupt the balance in combat, putting the Crimson Gold War Dragon at a disadvantage. Listening to Long Kai's words, Su Feng furrowed his brows slightly, falling into deep thought. He understood the reasoning behind Long Kai's words. Simply put, it was like being top-heavy and bottom-light. As a powerful skill, Dragon Scale Resonance's all-attribute enhancement meant that during multiple activations, it could provide balanced and sustained boosts to the beast in all aspects to cope with complex and changing battle situations. However, the dragon scale resonance of the Crimson Gold War Dragon had taken a path of one-sided enhancement. Although a single attribute +2 might unleash powerful explosive power in certain specific scenarios, it seemed to pose hidden dangers in the long run and from a comprehensive perspective. So, Uncle Long, how can this situation be resolved? Su Feng raised his head, his eyes filled with urgency and expectation, looking at Long Kai. Long Kai shook his head slightly, a thoughtful expression on his face, and after a moment, he slowly said, "This situation is quite tricky. After all, once a skill is formed, it is like a brand imprinted in the beast's body. Changing it is not easy. But for your Crimson Gold War Dragon, it's not entirely without a solution." Long Kai looked at the spiraling Crimson Gold War Dragon in the sky and continued, "You just need to treat the symptoms. The reason the Crimson Gold War Dragon has this situation is that the White Dragon Group, in pursuit of damage, has too singular an attack method. So, you understand." His gaze shifted from the Crimson Gold War Dragon to Su Feng's face, his eyes carrying a meaningful look. Simply put, does that mean the Crimson Gold War Dragon needs to take more hits? Su Feng blinked, a helpless expression on his face. He really didn't expect the solution to be so simple and crude. "That's right," Long Kai replied succinctly. "The Crimson Gold War Dragon instinctively reacts to attacks, adapting to the impact of a single attribute. This leads to a one-sided enhancement of the dragon scale's resonance." As he spoke, he gestured, trying to help Su Feng understand the reasoning more intuitively. If we want it to return to a state of comprehensive enhancement, it must endure attacks of various attributes and different methods. In this regard, I can have the Lingxiao True Dragon speak to the White Dragon Group. However, whether the Crimson Gold War Dragon is willing to accept it is another matter. Just as Long Kai finished speaking, roar! The Crimson Gold War Dragon slowly descended beside Su Feng. Its dragon eyes sparkled with pride, as if declaring to the world, "I did it." Before Su Feng could properly praise it, it looked up at the sky and let out a low roar. Roar, roar, roar! To make its intentions clearer, it continued to fly into the sky, issuing a series of exaggerated provocation gestures towards the White Dragon group. However, despite this, perhaps because the 24-hour rule had ended, they circled in the air, occasionally letting out reluctant roars, but never attacking the Crimson Gold War Dragon. Seeing this, Su Feng was first taken aback, then couldn't help but look up at Long Kai, a wry smile on his face as he said, "Uncle Long, it seems this issue you mentioned isn't a problem at all. It wants to continue on its own without us prompting it." After saying this, he looked at the Crimson Gold War Dragon, which had run back to express its grievances. He felt both helpless and amused. This guy really changes quickly. At first, it was happy to hear it would be ganged up on. Then, it got full and wanted to stop. Next, it became addicted. Now that it's really over, it doesn't want to stop at all. Long Kai looked at the eager expression of the Crimson Gold War Dragon and couldn't help but laugh. This little guy really has a special personality. But that's good, it has the fighting spirit, and things will be much easier. He nodded slightly, his eyes full of appreciation. Although it might not mean exactly that, the Crimson Gold War Dragon's performance was undoubtedly a positive fighting attitude. Su Feng looked at the excited Crimson Gold War Dragon, as if it were about to head to a feast, and then glanced at Long Kai, who was smiling indulgently. He chuckled and half-jokingly suggested, "In that case, shall we go for another clean sweep? Roar, roar, roar. That sounds good, clean it up and then come back for more." Upon hearing this, the Crimson Gold War Dragon immediately became excited, roaring repeatedly. "Don't! If you do this, won't it just increase my workload?" Long Kai quickly waved his hand, helplessly saying, "I'll go tell them, just let the Crimson Gold War Dragon continue." Roar! Alright. Although the Crimson Gold War Dragon felt a bit disappointed, it still obediently responded. However, this did not affect its enthusiasm for battle at all. Almost as soon as the words were spoken, it seemed to be infused with boundless energy, once again shooting towards the sky like an arrow. It let out low roars at the White Dragon group. Roar, roar, roar. Each roar was filled with provocation, as if taunting the White Dragon group. "Is that all you've got? Not enough to see." To make its provocation clearer, it performed a series of exaggerated actions towards the White Dragon group. For example, it raised its head high, its dragon whiskers swaying wildly in the sea breeze. Its massive claws waved in the air, as if showcasing its strength to the White Dragon group. Then, it deliberately twisted its body, striking a pose of invincibility. From time to time, a few dragon roars would sound, seemingly mocking the weakness of the White Dragon group. This provocation completely ignited the already troubled White Dragon group, which had been tormented enough by the Golden War Dragon. Even Long Kai's Lingxiao True Dragon was angered by its arrogance, its eyes sparkling with eagerness, as if it wanted to give it a beating. Seeing this, Su Feng's mouth twitched slightly. "Damn, it's back. Everything is back, the way it was during its evolution. Back then, it was provoking the earth-shaking Divine Bull. Now, it was challenging the Lingxiao True Dragon again." He then turned to Long Kai and said helplessly, "Uncle Long, let the White Dragon group be a bit harsher, just leave it with one life. Seriously, if we don't beat it up, this kid is going to get carried away." Long Kai understood and smiled knowingly. "Got it." He then issued a command to the Lingxiao True Dragon. "Roar! Beat it, just don't kill it." After receiving the order, the Lingxiao True Dragon immediately flew into the sky. It called out to a group of white dragons that had already been provoked to the point of boiling over by the Golden War Dragon, who could hardly bear it any longer. Roar! Roar! The Lingxiao white dragons, upon receiving the command, instantly changed their expressions. They had been holding back, but at that moment, they exploded like a lit powder keg. Some of the older Lingxiao white dragons had even broken through their limits while fighting the Golden War Dragon, successfully evolving into Lingxiao True Dragons. Not enough, huh? Provocation, huh? We Lingxiao white dragons, true dragons, love guys like you who talk tough. In an instant, dragon roars filled the sky, and an even more intense battle erupted. And the protagonist was still the familiar Golden War Dragon. However, it soon regretted its provocation. Roar! What's going on? I clearly used dragon scale resonance. Why can't I still beat these guys? Damn, why can your dragon scale resonance activate twice? It's unfair, you're cheating. Beastmaster, where's my cheat? What? None? Help, I won't dare anymore. For 1,000 words, just send it like this. Under the self-inflicted situation of the Golden War Dragon, the entire Dragon Island was bustling with activity. Those beastmasters who came to learn had found the artifact to motivate their beasts. Whenever they noticed their beasts wanting to slack off, they would take them to watch the Golden War Dragon. The effect was immediate. Other beasts, no way, such an excellent beast is still working hard. What right do I have to slack off? How can I lose to a guy like this? Thus, their enthusiasm surged. Meanwhile, the Coast Guards, Navy, and other staff working on Dragon Island also regarded the Golden War Dragon as a spice in their monotonous lives. Did the Golden War Dragon go to get beaten up again today? Oh, 2 more Lingxiao White Dragons evolved? Our Golden War Dragon coach is really impressive. Isn't that right? It makes my beasts want to try and see if they can evolve. How do I remember your dragon said last time that it looked a bit like it needed a beating? Who knows, maybe while they're fighting, they'll evolve. There's no reason mine can't. As for the spirit beasts living on Dragon Island, they regarded the Golden War Dragon as a growth accelerator. Usually, the elders in those groups had to rack their brains to arrange various training activities for the younger generation to grow strong. But ever since the Golden War Dragon arrived, everything became simple and straightforward. Training? What's faster than beating the Golden War Dragon? Practicing skills in the training ground is no match for the rapid improvement from real combat. As a result, more and more spirit beasts joined the ranks of beating the Golden War Dragon. And the Golden War Dragon? It was surrounded by a group of spirit beasts, roaring with a face full of grief and indignation. Roar, roar, roar. How can you do this? Wasn't it agreed that we could have a one-on-one? Why are there more and more of you? The other spirit beasts looked innocent. It was the White Dragon who said one-on-one, not us. The Lingxiao White Dragon also joined in the commotion. Yes, we only let one White Dragon fight you at a time. What does it have to do with the Lingxiao True Dragon and the other dragons? The Golden War Dragon was instantly petrified, feeling utterly crushed inside. Equals? Damn! Beastmaster, can you hear me? Save me, save me. Beastmaster Su Feng expressed his unwillingness to speak and silently handed over a training manual. 6 a.m. to 8 a.m., Cloudwing Purple Dragon Group, along with several white dragons, jointly beat the Golden War Dragon. 8 a.m. to 10 a.m., Tentacle Flying Dragon Group. This training plan arranged the 6 major dragon attribute spirit beast groups of Dragon Island neatly. There was also a certain amount of rest time for the Golden War Dragon to digest. When this training plan was circulated, the Beastmasters on Dragon Island were genuinely impressed. Well, no wonder others can be so strong. With such hard and torturous training, it would be strange if there were no results. Should we give it a try? They're Beastmasters. Don't come over. We don't know you. We won't learn. We can't learn at all. When the time came to the 4th day after Su Feng arrived at Dragon Island, his neighbor Long Hanwen chose to leave. He felt a deep sense of loss, because the harsh reality made him understand a truth. Effort and diligence are truly worthless in the face of talent. Some things cannot be learned just by trying hard. After such a long time of study, his spirit beast hadn't passed a single test. It couldn't even reach the threshold to learn dragon scale resonance. According to Long Kai, if the red-topped winged horn dragon wanted to learn it, it would need to spend at least a few years, just like its grandfather, because its body structure is relatively not suitable for learning this skill. As for the changes in others, including who came and who left on Dragon Island, Su Feng didn't pay much attention. He was almost entirely focused on his own spirit beast. During this time, the Cloud Crane became obsessed with short dramas, constantly watching things like the Crooked-Mouthed Dragon King. But that's another story for now. The Golden War Dragon was still immersed in the beating project, enjoying it endlessly. After so many days of honing, its platinum 5th tier realm became increasingly stable. As for the application of the dragon scale resonance skill, it could be said to be surpassing the master. The current Golden War Dragon could not only normally cast it, giving all attributes +1, but also use the first layer normally, turning the second layer's all attributes +2 into a single attribute +4. The degree of control was extremely high. This made Long Kai and his Lingxiao True Dragon feel a sense of yearning, even having an impulse to seek a master to learn the art. The phantom-eyed dragonfly and the little chilin's strength was nearly synchronized. After these few days of training, they also reached Golden 2nd tier. The application of various skills goes without saying. In the world of geniuses, ordinary people cannot understand. The earth-shaking divine cow also made tremendous progress. Not only had its realm reached platinum 3rd tier, but its control over the earthquake plus aftershock skills was becoming increasingly superb. It could even be released outward. If training continued, it might even trigger sea quakes and airquakes like the tremor fruit. In contrast, the Thousand Machine Beast underwent the most significant change. Unlike the slow growth of other spirit beasts, the Thousand Machine Beast was like a rocket ready to launch. After the reading was completed, it made a sudden leap in growth. So, when it finished reading the data from the illusory eye dragonfly, combined with the energy replenishment and training during this time, its realm directly rose to the Golden 1st rank. This was a significant leap. The notable improvement of several summoned beasts also allowed Su Feng to break through the threshold and smoothly advance to the Golden realm, thus gaining a new entry. Entry, Shadow of Concealment, Effect. When in a concealed state and not discovered by the target, it will be absolutely immune to the target's attacks. When Su Feng saw the effect of this entry, his eyes widened instantly. Undoubtedly, this entry was simply a bug. For sniper and assassin-type summoned beasts, the ability to conceal oneself was crucial. After all, an assassin who is discovered poses far less danger than one hidden in the shadows. Moreover, such summoned beasts are usually quite fragile and do not have the advantage in direct confrontations. In actual combat, there are many ways to detect a concealed enemy. One could directly unleash a large-scale move that covers the entire area. Would you hide or not? If you evade, there's a risk of exposure. If you don't evade, you have to take the hit. Can that small frame withstand it? But with the Shadow of Concealment entry, the situation is entirely different. You can't find me, so your attacks are ineffective against me. This is definitely the bug of all bugs. If paired with the previously obtained entry Art of Assassination, it could achieve absolute immunity to attacks while concealed. When launching an attack, it could further enhance damage using Art of Assassination. Then that summoned beast would be an incredibly formidable assassin. Thinking of this, Su Feng almost immediately closed his eyes, letting his consciousness enter the summoned beast space. As expected, just as he entered, a faint yet eager wave of energy came from the circle of the Shura path. The beings of the Shura path are beautiful, born to be combative, cold-blooded. Yeah, it's simply perfect for an assassin. I just wonder what kind of summoned beast will appear. With anticipation for the assassin and the team, Su Feng directly fused the two entries into the Shura path. Soon, as the stone crumbled away, a small, black-clad cat figure appeared before him. The next day, as dawn broke, soft sunlight fell on Dragon Island. Su Feng was awakened early by the notification sound from his phone. Groggily opening his eyes and picking up the phone, he found a message from his mother. The content was simple. His cousin's daughter, Su Feng's cousin, Shangguan Lan, ranked 4th in the national examination for Beast Masters and was entering Magic City University. She was coming to Dragon Island today to contract her third summoned beast and wanted Su Feng to help her out. So, after having breakfast and with nothing much to do, Su Feng went to the shore. He watched a few summoned beasts training while waiting for his cousin's arrival. Before long, a familiar figure appeared in the sky. Su Feng looked up to see Gu Nianzhou riding his emerald swan, flying towards the shore. Behind him was a girl riding an eagle, clearly Shangguan Lan with her summoned beast, the nether dragon eagle. The emerald swan slowly landed on the shore. Gu Nianzhou jumped down from the swan's back and smiled at Su Feng, saying, "I've brought her. Since she's your cousin, I'll take a day off today, you can show her around." "Alright, thanks, Brother Gu." Su Feng nodded, then his gaze fell on Shangguan Lan. She was tall, with delicate features, and her eyes held a clear, naive innocence. She should be easy to deceive. "Cousin, let's go. My mom told me that you're here to contract your third summoned beast." Shangguan Lan nodded, her tone filled with a hint of expectation. "Yes, I already have 2 summoned beasts, but I haven't found a suitable one for the third. I heard that the Dragon Islands have many powerful spirit beasts, so I wanted to try my luck." Su Feng nodded. The Dragon Islands are indeed a good place, but contracting a spirit beast also requires fate. What types were your previous 2 spirit beasts? Are you considering a dragon type this time? Or something else? Shangguan Lan did not hide it and said directly, "My main spirit beast is the nether dragon eagle, and my second spirit beast is the snow walking deer. My talent is speed-oriented, so I don't have too many requirements for spirit beasts. They just need to be fast. If they could be a bit more attractive, that would be even better." After hearing Shangguan Lan's goals, Su Feng immediately understood. No wonder she came today. Just last night. Perhaps it was because she truly felt the desire for battle from a few little ones in her clan. So, the Lingxiao True Dragon had let Long Kai spread the news. They were willing to release the contracting rights for the Lingxiao White Dragons. As long as the chosen Lingxiao White Dragon was willing, the Beast Master could contract it. Such opportunities are rare, and with Shangguan Lan's background, she naturally learned about it right away. It was clear why she came. Thinking of this, Su Feng smiled and said, "If you say this time's goal isn't the Lingxiao White Dragon, I wouldn't believe you." He, strong and handsome, who wouldn't like that? Shangguan Lan nodded, a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes, and continued, "Cousin, can you take me to see it?" Upon hearing this, Su Feng glanced at the time and said, "Since your goal is the Lingxiao White Dragon, there's no need to take you to see it. Let's first handle some procedures, and you'll be able to see it in 10 minutes. Although Shangguan Lan didn't know why, she still nodded. Then Su Feng walked towards the island. Along the way, Su Feng shared some important points he had learned during this time. He also explained the methods for contracting dragon beasts on the island. After these few days of contact, he had gained some understanding in this area. The wild dragons on the Dragon Islands can easily discern the strength of a human beast master's talent. Whether a beast master is worth following can almost be determined at a glance. Moreover, having talent alone is not enough. They are not human and have no desire for investment. These dragons only care about compatibility. If you are somewhat similar to me or can defeat me, then I will follow you. Therefore, to contract with these dragon beasts, both talent and strength are indispensable. As for taking shortcuts and contracting with some young dragons, that won't work either. It's like a young person in their 20s wanting to get married. Do you want to marry someone else's daughter? Wouldn't the parents want to test you? It's the same on the Dragon Islands. If you want to choose to contract a young dragon, you also need to gain the approval of their parents. Shangguanlan listened seriously, nodding from time to time to show her understanding. By the way, cousin, I heard that your Crimson Gold War Dragon is learning dragon scale resonance. Why haven't I seen it? Shangguanlan suddenly asked. Su Feng looked at the time and quietly counted, 3, 2, 1. Halftime is over, training has begun. This training session is all about the Lingxiao white dragons. You can see which one you have a connection with. Just as he finished speaking, a thunderous dragon roar suddenly echoed in the sky. Roar, roar, roar. Whose turn is it? Hurry up, hurry up. My big knife is already eager to go. Immediately after, a handsome figure of the Crimson Gold War Dragon appeared in the sky. Its dragon body shone with dazzling light, and its dragon eyes sparkled with battle intent, clearly unable to wait any longer. Shangguanlan had a look of confusion on her face at first. After hearing the sound, she instinctively looked up. A few minutes later, she was dumbfounded. Is dragon scale resonance practiced like this? Just getting beaten up all the time? This kind of training is no wonder one of the hardest skills to learn. Who can withstand being beaten like this? Su Feng witnessed it and explained with a smile, this is the unique training method of the Crimson Gold War Dragon. It's a bit hard to explain, let's talk about it when you want to learn. At this point, he paused and continued, this afternoon, there will be a graduation ceremony for the Crimson Gold War Dragon. Many elders from the Lingxiao True Dragon clan will be there, and if you can catch their attention, it will be much easier to contract a Lingxiao white dragon. Upon hearing this, Shangguanlan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? That's great. The two chatted as they walked towards the administrative center of the Dragon Islands. After Su Feng helped Shangguanlan with the necessary procedures, he noticed her occasionally looking up at the sky and took her to the observation platform of the training ground. Here, they could see the battle situation in the sky more clearly. At this moment, the battle between the Crimson Gold War Dragon and the Lingxiao White Dragon group had entered a heated phase. With each beating, the Crimson Gold War Dragon's proficiency in dragon scale resonance was clearly improving. From initially facing a group of white dragons with almost no chance, it had now barely reached a 7-to-3 ratio. The Lingxiao White Dragon group was not to be underestimated either. As the Crimson Gold War Dragon progressed, they were also improving. From the day Su Feng arrived until now, 7 white dragons had successfully evolved into Lingxiao True Dragons. Among them were Long Bao, Long Shisan, and Long Shisi, the 3 strongest of the younger generation. After evolving, the dragon-shaped sword energy they released had already gained the ability to stack. They could combine the 3 elements of wind, fire, and wood, allowing the flame dragon soul to unleash even more powerful attacks. Of course, there were also combinations of different dragon souls like wind, poison, and darkness. This situation made the entire sky filled with colorful dragon-shaped sword energy, dazzling and shocking. Below, Shangguanlan watched with rapt attention. She secretly made up her mind. Yes, I must contract a Lingxiao True Dragon. Su Feng stood by, watching Shangguanlan's focused expression, and secretly smiled. Want to contract a Lingxiao True Dragon? Then you might as well wait. According to what the Crimson Gold War Dragon said last night, those dragons seemed to be attracted by its heroic figure. They all wanted to follow it. In other words, among those dragons, aside from the top combatants, we can take whichever one we want. You all can only choose from the ones left. Since that's the case, the strongest dragon, Long Bao, will be taken by us. The top 50 in the village, Aoin, applies to battle. Long Bao, did we say that? Long Shisan, no, didn't we say we wanted to keep beating it? Long Shisi, damn, this selling dragon actually spread the word like this. Hurry up, don't just eat, if we go late, there won't be good spots left. Hey, don't pull me, look what this is. Damn, a telescope, I almost forgot about this, right? We don't need to rush, let's eat our fill first, then find a place to watch however we want. I really don't know who the Crimson Gold War Dragon will choose as its opponent for the graduation assessment. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be one of those 3, Long Bao and the others. The other Lingxiao True Dragons are either too strong to fight or too weak to fight. Only those 3 can put up a fight under full power. I think so too. Similar conversations echoed throughout the Dragon Islands. Beast masters were both eager and reluctant. What they looked forward to was that at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the graduation ceremony for the Crimson Gold War Dragon was about to begin. In the world of dragon species and spirit beasts, all activities revolve around the word battle. This is destined to be a heart-stirring battle. Everyone is eager to witness this clash of dragons and tigers, to witness the transformation of the Crimson Gold War Dragon over these past few days, to see just how powerful it has become at this moment. Yet, it is bittersweet. In just a few short days, the Crimson Gold War Dragon has become an indispensable sight on Dragon Island. Whenever the beast tamers step outside and look up, they can see the Crimson Gold War Dragon battling with other dragon groups in the sky. Not only have the Crimson Gold War Dragon and other spirit beasts grown accustomed to this, but the beast tamers have also gradually gotten used to their presence. Some of the beast tamers' beasts have even been inspired by the Crimson Gold War Dragon's indomitable spirit. In just a few days, they have broken through realms that they couldn't surpass in the previous months. This has filled the beast tamers with gratitude towards the Crimson Gold War Dragon. Deep down, they hope it can stay a few more days. However, its talent in certain aspects is indeed formidable. In less than a week, its understanding of dragon scale resonance has reached a critical point. This also means it is destined to leave here. Meanwhile, regarding the imminent departure of the Crimson Gold War Dragon, the spirit beasts of Dragon Island are equally reluctant to part ways. The kind of resilience and fighting spirit that belongs to the Crimson Gold War Dragon is felt even more deeply by these spirit beasts. Even on the first day, when it was battered and bruised, it never uttered a word of surrender. After recovering slightly, it would still fly over and say to you, "Is that all?" Truly, it is tough in both words and spirit. The 6 major dragon clans of Dragon Island, the Lingxiao True Dragon, the Cloudwing Purple Dragon, the Tentacle Flying Dragon, the Crimson Flame Flying Dragon, the Green Feather Flying Dragon, and the Misty Sand Dragon. Among them, some of the young and fiercely combative elders hold genuine admiration for the Crimson Gold War Dragon. At the same time, it is precisely because of the existence of the Crimson Gold War Dragon that a wave of combat fervor has surged within their clans. No matter when or where, scenes of young dragons fighting can always be found throughout the Dragon Island region. For this, the elder dragons are truly delighted. This is how it should be. As dragon beasts, how can they not fight? Such a lively scene has even caused the oldest dragon of the Lingxiao True Dragon clan to reminisce about the past. It recalls that 1,000 years ago, during its youth, Dragon Island belonged to the leaping dragonfish. The king of the island was a dazzling holy dragon so powerful it could be called a deity. Looking back, that dragon king seems somewhat similar to the current Crimson Gold War Dragon. According to its parents, the dazzling holy dragon loved to fight during the leaping dragonfish era. To fight better, it evolved into the dazzling holy dragon. The purpose was to allow itself to recover quickly after battles and then better rush to the next battlefield. Because of this, it became stronger and ultimately became the king of Dragon Island. During the reign of the dazzling holy dragon, Dragon Island was always as lively as it has been these past few days. Young dragons were fighting everywhere. And what of the Crimson Gold War Dragon? Does it not follow a similar developmental path? With its powerful physical strength, terrifying recovery speed, coupled with a fighting spirit that can be felt by countless dragon beasts, the gaze of the old Lingxiao dragon gradually deepened. Could it be the new Dragon King? No, the old Dragon King had that special energy, the War Holy Dragon. But it's still missing something. But what exactly is that missing special energy? The old Lingxiao dragon's thoughts drifted far away, as if returning to 1,000 years ago. And at this moment, the current Crimson Gold War Dragon is soaring in the sky, its dragon eyes flashing with sharp light. Roar, roar, roar! The Crimson Gold War Dragon let out a roar that shook the heavens and the earth, the sound waves rolling forth, trembling the entire dragon archipelago. Now, it is my era. You 7, come at me together. What is this? Holy crap! What does it want to do? 1 against 7? Is it crazy? No way, is it really going to take on 7? As the graduation ceremony of the Crimson Gold War Dragon officially began, the entire dragon archipelago instantly felt as if a heavy bomb had been dropped, completely boiling over. Everyone was shocked by the War Dragon's audacious decision. Almost everyone stared blankly at the sky, unable to believe their eyes. The Crimson Gold War Dragon, is it really going to take on 7? Even the elder from the Lingxiao True Dragon clan, who was presiding over the event, couldn't help but ask, "Roar, are you sure you want to take on 7? Roar!" The Crimson Gold War Dragon declared its choice with an even more resounding roar that echoed through the clouds. This dragon's roar once again shook the entire dragon archipelago. Shangguan Lan's originally silly and cute eyes widened in disbelief and excitement. She never expected that her cousin's Crimson Gold War Dragon would make such a bold decision. The Goose siblings also looked shocked, their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. Even the usually composed Long Kai couldn't help but show a look of disbelief. He stared intently at the crimson gold war dragon, murmuring to himself, 7 Lingxiao true dragons. Long Bao has already reached platinum level 7, Long 13 and Long 14 have also reached platinum level 5, and while the other dragons are relatively weaker, they still possess the strength of platinum level 3. Even if it can skillfully use dragon scale resonance, such a choice is probably asking for a beating. Roar! His Lingxiao true dragon nodded in agreement. Many dragon attribute spirit beasts face great difficulty in evolving. However, once evolution is successful, the enhancement is unimaginably great. Take the Lingxiao white dragon, for example. Once they reach the Golden Realm, they need to master at least 7 elemental dragon souls to have a chance to evolve into a Lingxiao true dragon. And this evolution, stepping into the Platinum Realm, is as easy as pushing a boat along the current. Because of this, beings like Long Bao, with exceptional talent and abundant energy stored within, directly reached Platinum level 7 upon evolving. After 2 days of training, its strength became even more stable. It is undoubtedly the most powerful existence among the younger generation of the Dragon Archipelago. In the eyes of the Lingxiao True Dragon King, the Crimson Gold War Dragon's stance of taking on 7 is indeed very cool. However, the sight of it getting beaten afterward will likely be extremely embarrassing. After all, facing 7 opponents, all of whom are powerful Lingxiao True Dragons, the outcome of this battle seems already determined. In contrast, Long Hanwen, who had just received the news and hurried back, had a gaze filled with shock mixed with curiosity. Some of the Crimson Gold War Dragon's actions seemed a bit abnormal to many, but in reality, others' strengths are evident. Because of those abnormalities, others have produced results. Now, it can actually make the choice to take on 7. Naturally, it has its own confidence. So, what could be the confidence belonging to the Crimson Gold War Dragon, or perhaps to Su Feng? At this moment, Long Hanwen was truly curious. Crimson Gold War Dragon, go for it. Hoo-hoo, Li, Moo, Boom Sizzle, give a satisfactory answer for the efforts of these past few days. Feeling the intentions of its beast master, in the sky, roar. The Crimson Gold War Dragon once again let out a thunderous dragon's roar. As the dragon's chant fell, its entire body began to tremble violently. Dragon Scale Resonance, first layer, all attributes +1. Instantly, the dragon's power within it was channeled to every inch of muscle in every scale. Dragon Scale Resonance Level 2, all attributes +2. The further explosion of this power caused the Crimson Gold Battle Dragon to radiate a dark light all over its body. Dragon Scale Resonance Level 3, speed +8. When Dragon Scale Resonance is used 3 times, specifically enhancing speed, the figure of the Crimson Gold Battle Dragon dancing in the sky becomes difficult to capture. At the same time, due to the continuous use of Dragon Scale Resonance 3 times, the scales all over its body have begun to ooze crimson dragon blood that glimmers with golden light. The power of the torture mark imprint is greatly triggered. The dragon blood slides down the scales, with imprints covering the dragon scales, giving the entire dragon body a unique majesty. Meanwhile, the attribute of the dragon battle in the wild also erupts. A powerful and mysterious force spreads outward from the Crimson Gold Battle Dragon, causing the surrounding beast tamers and spirit beasts to inexplicably feel a strong impulse, wanting to disregard everything and just beat it up first. It can be said that the taunting skill has been fully activated. Fortunately, there is the Lingxiao True Dragon of Long Kai present. Under its powerful aura, an invisible wall of air instantly envelopes the entire sky above the Dragon Island, designating this area as a forbidden zone. Only those with strength surpassing the Lingxiao True Dragon, as well as the Crimson Gold Battle Dragon and the opponent it has chosen, can enter. Roar! Once again, the battle cry filled with fighting spirit from the Crimson Gold Battle Dragon is heard. Roar! Led by Long Bao, 7 newly evolved Lingxiao True Dragons ignite an inexplicable boundless fury in their hearts. They are thoroughly provoked by the Crimson Gold Battle Dragon's taunt, roaring and howling as they aggressively soar into the sky. Dragon Scale Resonance Level 1 is activated. The power of the elemental dragon souls rapidly condenses within them. The powers of the Flame Dragon Soul, Frost Dragon Soul, Thunder Dragon Soul, and other powerful elemental forces intertwine, creating a spectacular sight. Today, they will make the Crimson Gold Battle Dragon understand how foolish a decision it is to challenge 7 at once. Roar! Long Shersan lets out a long howl, and the power of the Frost Dragon Soul bursts forth from its mouth. However, this time the Frost Dragon Soul is completely different from before. Within that icy blue, the softness of water, the swiftness of wind, and the chill of ice can be faintly seen, intertwining like three great dragons swirling in flight. Just as the light column leaves its body, the three powers suddenly merge into a more magnificent force of the frost dragon soul. Roar! Longshirsi is not slow to act either. On its dragon horn, the lights of wind, poison, and darkness flicker. The powers of the three elemental dragon souls rapidly condense. Just as the attack is about to be released, the powers of wind and darkness suddenly surge into the poison dragon soul. The poison dragon soul instantly swells, carrying a terrifying corrosive aura, charging straight at the crimson gold battle dragon. Following closely, the other four Lingxiao true dragons also reveal their sharpness. Their dragon soul powers are all different, yet equally formidable. This is the strength of the Lingxiao White Dragon clan. Although they cannot learn other skills, the skills they possess are top-notch. Each elemental dragon soul has its own unique effect. After evolving into the Lingxiao true dragon, these elemental dragon souls can even fuse together, unleashing a terrifying power far beyond a single element. Whether it is a momentary explosion, sustained control, swift speed, or deadly continuous damage, the Lingxiao True Dragon is truly perfect. With the assistance of the other 6 Lingxiao True Dragons, Long Bao, as the main attacker, focuses intently on the nearby Crimson Gold Battle Dragon. Around it, the powers of the wood, wind, fire, metal, and poison elemental dragon souls begin to gather. The 5-colored light intertwines. The power of the 5-fold dragon soul is about to erupt. Hiss, the 5-fold elemental dragon soul. Long Bao's recent progress is truly remarkable. Yes, it has always been a genius, but it is invincible among its peers, and the older generation is too strong. The lack of short-term goals has left it without the motivation to advance. However, with the arrival of the Crimson Gold War Dragon, it feels the pressure. The cooperation between the Lingxiao True Dragons is also perfect, with support and main attack complementing each other, simply flawless. In the face of this situation, what can the Crimson Gold War Dragon do? The attacks of the Lingxiao True Dragons come with a locking effect. No matter how fast, it cannot evade at all. Right now, it can only take the hit and then interrupt the dragon treasure's gathering. Otherwise, with this strike, the dragon treasure might end the battle. Yes, taking on 7 is still too ambitious. Wait, what is that? What the hell? What kind of operation is this? The Crimson Gold War Dragon is spinning? It's absorbing the power of Dragon 13 and the others. This is too incredible. On the Dragon Island, all the beast masters watching were stunned by the scene before them. Even Long Kai, as well as the Lingxiao White Dragon Group in the Low Sky and the elders of the Lingxiao True Dragon Clan, showed expressions of disbelief. In the sky, the Crimson Gold War Dragon utilized the 3-layer dragon scale resonance for super high agility. It spun at an unimaginable speed. As it rotated, an invisible force spread out, absorbing all the incoming dragon soul power. Even more astonishing was that these powers did not seem to disappear. Instead, they were directly utilized by the Crimson Gold War Dragon, wrapping around it to form a spiral vortex. Boom! The Thousand Machine Beast was dumbfounded. No, dude, how can it play like this? Using strength against strength? No, this is not borrowing at all. It's more like, I want to use your power, so you have to give it to me. Beside him, Su Feng was excited, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. That's right, just like that. The initial leap dragon fish. In the space between reality and the secret realm, it absorbed the power belonging to the space. This transformed the scales and dragon horns on its abdomen into pure white, possessing the ability to absorb, contain, and release the characteristics of space. Although it was difficult to directly utilize this power, the so-called spatial transfer, while on the skill panel, that distance is better left unmentioned. However, after some time of skill plus impact training and fighting with the dragons on Dragon Island over the past few days, it found a way to utilize this power. As long as the self-rotation speed is faster, the Crimson Gold War Dragon can transfer the enemy's elemental attacks into its dragon scales. Then it can transfer them outside, turning them into its own power. A perfect and ultimate invincible rotating cannon combination. In the sky, the self-rotation speed of the Crimson Gold War Dragon grew faster and faster. The power of the spiral vortex became increasingly terrifying. 5-colored light intertwined in the vortex. Even just looking at it seemed like it was about to explode, making one's heart race. And at the center of this energy, the Crimson Gold War Dragon's talent and the power of the attributes on its body were all pushed to the limit. Its body seemed to transform into an energy furnace, continuously refining and purifying the absorbed dragon soul power. The accumulation of speed and enhancement of power brought it closer to an unprecedented critical point. When its initial speed equaled the state when it previously used the 3-layer dragon scale resonance, the 3-layer dragon scale resonance converted all attributes plus 4. Immediately after, a purer dragon power erupted from within it. This power swept over its body like a torrent. The speed, strength, and all attributes of the Crimson Gold War Dragon surged once again at this moment. Blood seeped from the gaps in its scales, but it was completely unaware. The Crimson Gold War Dragon's eyes widened in fury, its pupils burning with intense battle intent. At this moment, it had reached its peak state. The fourth layer of Dragon Scale Resonance, activate. Wow, how is this possible? 4-layer Dragon Scale Resonance, and it can be achieved in just a week? How on earth is this done? Why is there such a terrifying Crimson Gold War Dragon in the world? The Beast Masters exclaimed one after another. Their eyes were fixed on the Crimson Gold War Dragon in the sky, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. Less than a week, 4 layers of Dragon Scale Resonance? Why does this sound so unreal? It is known that this skill requires far too many dragons and takes 5 to 6 years to learn the first layer. Mastering the second layer is nearly impossible. Yet the Crimson Gold War Dragon before them, it actually used 4 layers of Dragon Scale Resonance in less than a week. Could it be that the fastest way to learn this skill is to take a beating? To take a beating from the Lingxiao True Dragon? Long Kai watched this scene, first stunned, then suddenly enlightened. He couldn't help but exclaim, so that's it. No wonder it dares to take on 7. It wants to use the power of the Lingxiao True Dragon to help itself break through its limits and achieve the 4th layer of Dragon Scale Resonance. If the opponent is too strong or too weak, it cannot meet its needs, but the strength of Long Shirshan and the other 6 is just at the 0 point, which can be fully absorbed. With this power, it can unleash the strongest strike, aiming to end the battle in one move. Incredible, truly incredible. While Long Kai and everyone else were in awe, a deafening roar echoed through the sky. Boom! That was the ultimate invincible rotating cannon of the Crimson Gold War Dragon, carrying a destructive momentum. The 23 dragon souls released by Long Bao and the 7 dragons collided violently. In an instant, the world seemed to lose its color, and the dazzling light turned the entire sky into daylight. Terrifying energy waves swept in all directions, tearing apart the clouds in their path. This scene left everyone shocked and terrified. Many instinctively took a few steps back, fearing to be caught in this terrifying power. When the light finally began to fade, everyone hurriedly looked up at the sky again. Splash! Splash! A series of dull sounds of falling into the water came. This was the sound of the 6 Lingxiao True Dragons succumbing to the tremendous impact in this terrifying energy collision, plunging into the sea. Looking back at the sky, the Crimson Gold War Dragon, at the center of the energy collision, looked truly heart-wrenching. It gasped for breath, each breath accompanied by violent tremors. Its body was covered in shocking wounds, bright red blood continuously oozing out. Through the telescope, it was clear to see. The eyelids of the Crimson Gold War Dragon were twitching. It was evidently exhausted to the extreme. If it weren't for that indomitable will, it would likely lose its fighting capability and fall into the sea in the next moment. In contrast, the Long Bao on the opposite side, perhaps benefiting from its original position, behind the other 6 dragons. When that terrifying impact struck, it suffered the least damage, coupled with its own strength being the strongest. Although it also appeared extremely fatigued at this moment, it was clearly in much better shape than the Crimson Gold War Dragon. It squinted slightly, its eyes revealing a hint of vigilance and scrutiny. It stared intently at the swaying Crimson Gold War Dragon across from it. Is it about to end? Probably. What a pity, still outnumbered. Yeah, if it weren't for taking on 7, the Crimson Gold War Dragon would definitely win. But this is already quite spectacular. Gu Nianzhao's eyes sparkled. I originally thought this would be a one-sided beating, but I didn't expect the Crimson Gold War Dragon to achieve this level. Wow, that's amazing. Shang Wanlan's expression was somewhat dazed, her eyes filled with admiration. She had never seen such an impressive beast among her peers. Is it really over? Long Hanwen murmured softly, his voice small yet seemingly filled with determination. That Crimson Gold War Dragon, the most terrifying thing, is its recovery ability. Perhaps it was due to the numerous times he had been struck down by Su Feng and his Crimson Gold War Dragon during this period. Long Hanwen felt an inexplicable trust towards them. He always sensed that this seemingly concluding battle had not truly ended. Beside him, Gu Sisi shook her head dismissively. The impact just now, for the Crimson Gold War Dragon at the center of the collision to withstand it is already impressive. Now that its condition is so poor, it probably can't take even a casual hit. Moreover, Long Bao won't give it a chance to recover. But Long Bao didn't attack immediately. What? Is it still not over? Long Bao soared steadily in the sky. Its gaze was sharp, never relaxing its vigilance, because it knew. The most terrifying thing about the Crimson Gold War Dragon was its incredibly terrifying vitality. Like an unkillable cockroach, it struggled to rise time and again. enough to make every opponent feel disgusted yet also wary. Thus, having just regained a bit of excess spiritual power, Long Bao unhesitatingly activated the power of the Dragon Soul once more. This time, it chose the Thunder Dragon Soul, a combination of explosion and speed. Coupled with the dragon blood flowing outside the Crimson Gold War Dragon, it could further enhance the damage of this strike. However, at the moment the Thunder Dragon Soul was launched, Long Bao suddenly saw the Crimson Gold War Dragon actually smile. Not only that, but Su Feng, who had been nervously watching the battle from the ground, also smiled. Thunder Dragon Soul? Wonderful, simply wonderful. The current state of the Crimson Gold War Dragon was simply too terrible, because it had just absorbed too much power from the Dark and Poison Dragon Souls. In gaming terms, it was in a state of continuous health loss. Moreover, the healing restriction brought by the punishment had not yet disappeared. This negative state, which was not considered control, could not be touched by the dragon battling in the wild. This led to its talents, recovery ability from its attributes, and the healing effect of the Fountain of Life all being greatly restricted. With Long Bao's strength, a casual hit would be enough to bring it down. But what was definitely not included in this was lightning. The Crimson Gold War Dragon had experienced the baptism of time and space lightning, enjoying the five-element divine thunder belonging to the little chilin for a long time. For this ordinary thunder, the Crimson Gold War Dragon was almost equivalent to ignoring it, since Long Bao had actively offered a power that could be borrowed. Then, use it, Crimson Gold War Dragon. With the power of Long Bao, use Lightning Charge plus Charge. This move was the beginning of our arrival at the Dragon Island. Today, let's use this move to put an end to this graduation ceremony. Roar! In the face of the Thunder Dragon Soul's attack, the Crimson Gold War Dragon let out a deafening roar. What cannot kill me will only make me stronger. With thunder, shatter the darkness. It utilized the power of the Thunder Dragon Soul emitted by Long Bao. It used its last bit of strength. Wrapped in thunder, like a golden red meteor, it charged fiercely towards Long Bao. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, the attack had hit. This time, the power value of the attack might not be too high, but the Long Bao on the opposite side was no longer in its best condition. Plus, it was inherently fragile, so it was defeated. At the same time, because of the characteristic of this move, which harmed 1,000 enemies while injuring itself 800, the Crimson Gold War Dragon also successfully played itself to death. Thus, Long Bao and the Crimson Gold War Dragon fell from the sky like kites with broken strings. The Crimson Gold War Dragon fell slower than Long Bao. It won, it really defeated 7 by itself. Someone shouted this first, their voice filled with shock and excitement. What terrifying physical strength! The resonance of the 4 layers of dragon scales combined to withstand that kind of terrifying energy collision, and still able to launch a final strike. As expected, the Crimson Gold War Dragon's confidence comes from its body and its belief. This is simply a miracle. A Platinum Tier 5 Crimson Gold War Dragon actually did it. The Goose siblings, Long Kai, Long Hanwen, and all the beast tamers on Dragon Island expressed their feelings at that moment. This battle, though brief, was still heart-shocking. A Crimson Gold War Dragon with only Platinum Tier 5 strength faced off against 7 Lingxiao True Dragons. In the end, it achieved victory by a narrow margin. If it weren't for the fact that it was right in front of them, who knows how many people would think this was simply a fantasy, a joke. After all, those were Lingxiao True Dragons. Their attacks come with tracking, and the explosive power of 3 Dragon Souls can already achieve instant kills against opponents of the same realm. This kind of innate mechanism and strong numerical advantage is overwhelming. If an ordinary beast tamer could defeat even one of the same realm, they would be called a genius. I'm starting to understand what the chief instructor just said about the way the Crimson Gold War Dragon activated the 4th layer of dragon scale resonance, Goose Cece murmured softly. She tried hard to recall the scene just now. She realized that the ultimate explosive power of the Crimson Gold War Dragon indeed belonged to the strength of Long Shersan and the other 6 dragons. So, the reason it could defeat Long Bao was because it had 6 teammates, and because of their presence, it became a burden to Long Bao? Gu Nianzhao couldn't help but be astonished. Who could she reason with about this? 1 against 1 might not win, but 1 against 7 actually did? But, the more critical part is that method of absorption. That kind of power, I have never seen before. Long Kai shook his head and then walked towards the shore. After wandering in the beast-taming world for so long, that technique of forcibly borrowing others' strength truly opened his eyes. Qianji Beast, thank you for your hard work. Boom! Having a Qianji Beast that can change its form at will is such a perfect thing. When the battle ended, the Qianji Beast transformed into a specially designed aircraft carrier fishing boat. It unfolded an extraordinary fishing net, accurately catching the Crimson Gold War Dragon and Long Bao that had fallen into the ocean. As for the other 6 Lingxiao True Dragons, They had already been rescued by the personnel arranged by Long Kai at the first moment. Naturally, he didn't have to worry about that. Just as Su Feng returned to Xinglan Island, Long Kai and other professional beast doctors had already arrived. Uncle Long, seniors, roar! Let them receive treatment first. Although Long Kai had 1,000 words in his heart and wanted to express an 800-word praise, he knew that now was not a good time. The extraordinary energy collision during the battle would have likely killed any other Platinum Tier 5 beast long ago. Although the Crimson Gold War Dragon's vitality and body were incredibly strong, if not treated in time, it could leave unpredictable hidden dangers. And although Long Bao's injuries were relatively light, it was still the offspring of his own beast, so it naturally had to be treated first. The Crimson Gold War Dragon shouldn't need it, Su Feng said while pointing to the boat. Everyone looked over and saw that at this moment, the Crimson Gold War Dragon and Long Bao, although their spiritual power was still slowly recovering, were already in a much better state of life. This was the formidable power derived from the little chilin Imu Zhanglei, as well as the life spring brought back last time. Imu Zhanglei contains two opposing forces of vitality and destruction, making it a very special existence. It has powerful attack capabilities, healing abilities, and functions to dispel various evil energies. Just one lightning strike is needed. Negative states are directly dispelled, and healing is also quite effective. If it weren't for the concern that there were too many people here, it wouldn't be good for so many to see the Crimson Gold War Dragon and Long Bao instantly recover to their peak. They only needed to bow to the little chilin. That would allow them to recover directly to their peak. However, this was actually quite good. In this state, Long Bao couldn't help but want to beat up the Crimson Gold War Dragon. If they fully recovered, this battle might last for days and nights. Please watch the VCR, roar roar roar. 7 against 1, will you play? The Crimson Gold War Dragon looked at Long Bao with a smug expression. Roar! If it weren't for me not using my full strength and not using dragon scale resonance, could you win? Long Bao was so angry that its eyes were blazing. If it weren't for the fact that it had no spiritual power left, it would probably rush up to fight the Crimson Gold War Dragon again in the next second. Roar! I won't fight a defeated opponent. The Crimson Gold War Dragon turned its head disdainfully. Moo, aren't you afraid it will recover and beat you up? In a one-on-one, you really might not be its match. The earth-shaking Divine Bull couldn't help but interject. But the Crimson Gold War Dragon was unconcerned. Roar! No big deal, we'll be leaving soon. Who knows when we'll meet again next time? The Crimson Gold War Dragon thought happily. This little female dragon would definitely hold a grudge against me for a while. By then, it seemed to think of that kind of extra meal like a storm when they meet next time. The Crimson Gold War Dragon showed a somewhat lewd smile. However, this kid was just like Su Feng's father, Su Lin, back then. You can think about it, but why say it out loud? Do you really think everyone present doesn't understand your words? Thus, Long Bao's father, the strongest dragon of the Dragon Islands, was instantly enraged. Bang! So you're mocking my daughter? The dragon claw fell mercilessly. Bang! So you're thinking about my daughter? Another heavy blow. Bang! Let me heal you first, so you don't accidentally get killed. Bang! What element dragon soul plus dragon claw, hitting while healing? In contrast, the Crimson Gold War Dragon had a crooked smile on its lips like a dragon king. Oh dragons! You all only saw the second layer, but this dragon is on the 666th layer. Look, you got hit again. Roar roar roar. So refreshing. Roar roar roar. Hitting while healing, the genius who invented this move is truly amazing. Roar roar roar. Linga, let's play like this next time too. After this battle where the Crimson Gold War Dragon won 1v7, the attitude of the beast tamers on the Dragon Islands towards Su Feng clearly changed again. This is also a consensus in the beast tamer world. No matter how impressive your family background is, only by having strong personal strength can you earn the respect of others. Gu Nianzhao couldn't help but exclaim, you should hurry up and participate in the official Beast Tamer Association rating assessment. With this Crimson Gold War Dragon, the Platinum stage can almost be called invincible, yet the Beast Tamer is just a novice Beast Tamer. That's ridiculous. In response, others who were aware of Su Feng's official information also nodded in agreement. Novice Beast Tamer? Su Feng? What a joke! Who doesn't know that the jumping dragonfish needs to evolve, at least to the golden level? Who doesn't know that the Ling Xiao True Dragon evolves at least to platinum? Having such a red gold war dragon that can defeat 7 celestial true dragons, and mastering the advanced combat skill, Dragon Scale Resonance. Yet the official information shows he is a novice beast master? This pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger is a bit too much. In response, Su Feng just smiled and casually said, next time for sure, next time for sure. This assessment or not is really just a matter of perspective. After all, no one has stipulated that a lower ninja cannot become Hokage. Of course, even though they said that, Su Feng was well aware of the limitations of the Red Gold War Dragon in advanced combat. If the opponent is an ordinary beast master, the Red Gold War Dragon can indeed achieve invincibility at the same level. But if the opponent is the Earthquake Divine Bull, which has already mastered the Earthquake plus Aftershock skill combination, well, not to mention the Earthquake Divine Bull, even just the dragon treasure that controls the fivefold dragon soul, achieving invincibility at the same level is particularly difficult. Simply because, if the Red Gold War Dragon were to unleash a full power strike, it could indeed one-shot the fragile dragon treasure. However, its burst requires time. At that moment, dragon treasure can also quickly condense dragon souls to attack. That extreme damage can make the Red Gold War Dragon feel ecstatic, bitterly complaining. Who wins and who loses depends on who hits first. As for why Su Feng knows all this, the reason is simple. After the graduation ceremony of the Red Gold War Dragon, he originally planned to return to Yin Jing directly to start preparing for the related matters of going to the Korean country. However, just as he was about to say goodbye, Long Kai said that a few days ago he received news from the official Beast Master Association. For this exchange event in the Korean country, he, along with Hua Zongtao from Yenjing University and several other top-level beast masters from major universities, were responsible for ensuring everyone's safety as accompanying beast masters. Thus, Su Feng temporarily stayed on Dragon Island, planning to go with Long Kai at that time. Because of this, starting from the next day, the recovering dragon treasure was furious about the defeat and the mockery from the Red Gold War Dragon. Every day from morning till night, it had to engage in up to 5 1v1 duels with the Red Gold War Dragon. This battle continued for a week. The results were quite interesting. In the early stages of the battle, that is, the first 3 days, the Red Gold War Dragon usually won 3 or 4 out of 5 battles at the cost of serious injuries. By the 4th day, Dragon Treasure had an epiphany. When fighting against this clumsy dragon that only knows how to charge, one must pull and kite. Thus, Dragon Treasure had a sudden burst of insight. That very night, it comprehended the exclusive skill of the celestial True Dragon clan, True Dragon Body. This skill allowed it to condense elemental dragon souls all over its body. It could condense from its mouth, its dragon horns, its dragon claws, and its dragon tail. Its entire body could become a weapon for condensing dragon souls. As a result, the time for condensing dragon souls was greatly shortened, and it could even temporarily store dragon souls. Therefore, in the next 3 days of battles, before each fight, it would first store dozens of dragon souls. As soon as the battle began, it would directly unleash them in a frenzy, suppressing the firepower. Many times, just as the Red Gold War Dragon was about to enter battle mode, what the hell? What's with this series of dragon souls in the sky? And then, it was done for. The win rates for both sides remained balanced. By the 7th day, Dragon Treasure achieved a clean sweep of all 5 battles. Simply because Su Feng was leaving Dragon Island the next day to attend the event in the Korean country. Under the warm insistence of Long Kai and Dragon Treasure's father, Su Feng signed a contract with Dragon Treasure. After the last breakthrough, Su Feng was already very close to the 2nd rank of gold. During this week, the little chilin in the Illusionite Dragonfly's strength had once again improved, successfully reaching the 3rd rank of gold. The Earthquake Divine Bull, which had initially mastered skill application, also focused on improving its realm. With abundant resources and relentless effort, there was also a promotion to Platinum Rank 4. The Thousand Machine Beast took advantage of these 7 days to quickly read the data of the Shangguan Blue Phantom Dragon Eagle, which was used to enhance its avatar combat system. As a result, it was promoted from Gold Rank 1 to Gold Rank 3. The enhancement of the 4 beasts allowed Su Feng to successfully break through to Gold Rank 2 and gain a new attribute, Poverty in the Mysterious Realm. The effect of this attribute is very simple, just like the ultimate move of the Little Dragon Man, with a slight difference in the real world. Once activated, the user will be in an absolutely invincible state for 4-5 seconds, with the duration increasing as their strength improves. At the same time, because the Dragon Treasure can release dragon soul attacks using its dragon body, under the enhancement of Poverty in the Mysterious Realm, it essentially has 4-5 seconds of invincible bombardment time. How terrifying is a little dragon man that can unleash dozens of dragon souls in 4-5 seconds of invincibility? Although the Crimson Gold War Dragon is tough, part of its toughness comes from its powerful recovery ability. Facing such extreme damage from the Dragon Treasure seems somewhat laughable. It can't withstand the hits, nor can it land any. As a result, the Crimson Gold War Dragon quickly became obedient. When the father of the Dragon Treasure discovered that it had such abilities, he was incredibly envious. What the hell? How perverse. It can be activated once an hour, and in 4-5 seconds, it can unleash all stored dragon souls. If I had this ability, I could slay gods. Long Kai, can we dissolve our contract? As this week passed in the blink of an eye, the day for the Secret Realm event in the Stick Country was also approaching. The day after the contract with the Dragon Treasure, Long Kai was to take Su Feng, Long Hanwen, and Shangguan Blue, the 3 young participants, away. Their departure left Long 13, Long 14, and the other true dragons of Lingxiao feeling incredibly lost. The big sister had left, and no one was there to train us. The sandbags were gone, and we couldn't find the fun in fighting anymore. What else is there to pursue and enjoy in this dragon life? Roar, how about you go with that little girl, and I go with that guy? Roar, no, they are too weak. Roar, true, even if we go easy, we can't win. They are all humans, all 18 years old, how can their gap be so big? Roar, by the way, we are sending them off, saying this is a bit inappropriate, right? Roar, it's fine, they don't understand. On the Thousand Machine cruise ship, Long Hanwen helplessly stated, we can't understand. Shangguan Blue also looked speechless, but our beasts can understand. Is what you are saying human language? How can humans compare to monsters? No, you are not humans, you are dragons, so what you say is naturally not human language. Sigh, the road to contracting the true dragons of Lingxiao is long and arduous. Seeing this, Long Kai laughed heartily and comforted them, putting Su Feng aside. Your strength is already among the best for your age, so don't be so discouraged. Since the permissions have been lifted, waiting another 6 months to a year is not without the opportunity to defeat Little 13 and the others. It won't be too late to contract then. Upon hearing this, Long Hanwen nodded seriously. After a series of setbacks during this time, he had also improved slightly. The previously sharp and self-assured boy, who thought he was the second best in the world, began to recognize his shortcomings. Shangguan Blue also regained her composure, sighed, and changed the subject. I hope we can encounter a suitable beast on our trip to the Stick Country. It would be best if it were something like the Thousand Machine Beast, which can transform into a cruise ship, an airplane, and anything else. That would be really convenient. Long Kai smiled, a hint of emotion on his face. The meeting between a beast and its beast master is fate. The vast ocean and sky, as well as countless human forbidden zones, even on the land, hide an unknown number of secret realms and spirit beasts. Sometimes, fate will bring people together. At this point, he paused slightly and continued, however, this time is indeed an opportunity. The secret realm of the Stick Country has not been opened for many years. When it was last opened, no one could fully explore it. No one knows how powerful the spirit beasts inside will be. If we have the chance, we can extend a helping hand to assist the Stick Country in raising those spirit beasts. At noon that day, in the conference hall of the official Spirit Beast Association in Magic City, the atmosphere was lively yet tense. The accompanying spirit beast master this time was Long Kai, the guardian of the Dragon Islands. A total of 200 talented individuals under the age of 20 from all over the country gathered here. Long time no see. Get lost, it's only been a few hours, and you say long time no see. As the saying goes, a day apart feels like 3 autumns. By that calculation, it's been a month or 2. Alright, so that's how we're playing it. The people who had arrived were joking and chatting with each other. They were all top talents carefully selected from across the country. No one knew what kind of future awaited those present. Although the dual pupils were already invincible, having more connections was beneficial. If something happened in the future, perhaps someone's words could resolve it. Among the crowd, Su Feng's opponent from the Magic City Battle Arena, Ji Zhouan, who had previously made a bet with him, was also present. After his previous defeat, he worked hard and spent a month successfully evolving his Thunder Lion into a Thunderous Lion. His current strength had reached the 5th rank of gold. He had also successfully passed the city selection competition and earned a spot to participate in special training in the Stick Country. In addition, the appearance of Lei Shouwen, the son of the guardian of Thunder Valley, and Mayuza, the heir of the Penguin Group, also attracted a lot of attention. Many people tried to get close to them, but most only touched on the surface without deepening the conversation. Until Zhang Xiaoqiao, Deng Anjun, and others entered together, the crowd shifted the topic. By the way, I wonder what the content of this competition will be. I just hope I won't hold everyone back. Believe in yourself, brother. Being here already proves your strength, we just need to do our best. To be blunt, we are still a bit lacking in front of the true top tier. The real main force will depend on those few monsters. Indeed, especially Su Feng. Others can defeat platinum-level spirit beasts at 18. I feel if he brings out all his strength, he'll be unbeatable before 20. As everyone was discussing, someone noticed that Su Feng's figure had not yet appeared. Lei Good, didn't Su Feng come with you? Someone who knew Lei Shouwen was close to Su Feng approached to ask. He should be training in the Dragon Islands and coming with Captain Long Kai. Lei Shouwen nodded in response. I heard from my cousin that during these few days in the Dragon Islands, he has become a legend, mastering the dragon scale resonance skill in less than a week. Someone interjected. Dragon scale resonance? What kind of skill is that? Let me put it this way, mastering this skill allows a gold level to fight against platinum, and a platinum might even be able to take on diamond. Wow, that's amazing. Can my fire cloud beast learn it? Probably not. Only dragon-type spirit beasts can learn this skill. Moreover, according to records, all spirit beasts that successfully learn this skill take an average of about 2.5 years. Wow, are you kidding me? The average time is 2.5 years, and Su Feng learned it in less than a week? Although I can't believe it either, it seems to be true. I've heard that the official Dragon Island is still editing the video, and they will release the battle video from the graduation ceremony later. In the midst of everyone's conversation, Zhang Xiaoqiao, Deng Yanjun, Lei Shouwen, and others who were relatively familiar with Su Feng couldn't help but be astonished. This is unbelievable. In just half a month, he has become stronger. A monster. This is a monster. Are we not allowed to play anymore? But it's good, this way our pressure will be much less, Deng Yanjun said with a smile, shaking his head. The events held by the Korean nation have only taken place twice in the past few decades. The first time, they achieved victory against all odds. The second time was almost a complete domination, winning the competition. If they do not achieve victory this time, those who do not wish for China to do well might promote it widely online. At that time, these people might bear a lot of blame. Moreover, the timing of this event initiated by the Korean nation was too sudden. If you say that their country or its father, the beautiful country, has no trump cards, who would believe it? Therefore, under such immense pressure, Deng Yanjun and others inevitably felt a bit nervous. But now that they learned that Su Feng's golden dragon has already mastered dragon scale resonance, pressure? Bring me two to taste. Just kidding, the original golden dragon was already considered top-tier combat power at the platinum level. Learning dragon scale resonance, isn't that directly invincible? Plus, there's that earth-shaking divine bull that grew up with Su Feng, which has never revealed its strength outside. Among beast masters under 20, who can win without cheating? Just as everyone was discussing, 4 figures appearing at the entrance of the conference hall attracted everyone's attention. The entire conference hall instantly fell silent. The newcomers were Long Kai and the 4 who had just rushed back from Dragon Island. Without waiting for everyone to greet them, Long Kai directly spoke, "Alright, let's not waste time reminiscing now, you can chat on the way. I am the head of the Chinese representative team for this event in Korea. The purpose of this meeting is mainly to explain the specific details of this event in Korea." As Long Kai spoke, he adjusted the projector, unfolding a huge world map. The image kept zooming in until it stopped at a forest in Korea. Our first stop this time is Busan Forest. Busan Forest is home to the unique zombie beasts of Korea and is the main venue for their beast master competitions. Zombie beasts and fierce beasts belong to the same type. I won't elaborate further, as it should have been taught in the first class of university. In this event, the competition between countries will take place in Busan Forest. From the outskirts to the inner areas, there are zombie beasts ranging from silver to platinum. Each time a zombie beast is killed, different points will be awarded. Ultimately, the team with the most points will win and gain a 1-month special training opportunity in a secret realm. At this point, Long Kai paused, looking at Su Feng, Zhang Xiaoqiao, Deng Yanjun, and the others. This event is nominally a friendship exchange between multiple countries, but it concerns the honor of China. No matter what, I want to lead everyone back with honor. The competition will use a total score system, and everyone's score is very important. But ultimately, someone needs to step up and take the lead. Each of you has at least one beast at the platinum level or above. When the time comes, the bulk of the points will be entrusted to you. Is that alright? No problem. Su Feng and the others replied in unison. Very good. Long Kai nodded slightly. He didn't know the specific strength of Zhang Xiaoqiao, Deng Yanjun, and the others, but he had a certain understanding of Su Feng's strength. Relying solely on Long Bao and the Crimson Gold War Dragon, he already possessed the strength to push through anything. Not to mention that the earth-shaking Divine Bull and the little Chilin were also not weak at all. However, he did not let his guard down. Instead, he added very seriously, although the personnel configuration of high, medium, and low-end combat power in each country is roughly the same. But I want to tell you in advance that this opponent is not that simple. According to reliable information from foreign friends, a beast master from the beautiful country has met a divine beast. This time, it is destined to be a hard battle. As Long Kai's words fell, the atmosphere in the entire hall instantly became tense. The expressions of the crowd polarized. Some looked nervous, while others appeared calm and unhurried. For those who knew little about divine beasts, this news was undoubtedly a heavy blow. Divine beasts, a well-known existence. Yet, very few have actually seen one, let alone have close contact. Being able to have close contact with a divine beast is undoubtedly a proof of strength and talent. Moreover, everyone was unaware of what abilities that divine beast possessed. When the person from the beautiful country met the divine beast, did he receive anything from it? These unknowns made many people feel uneasy. However, for those who were aware of the existence of the cloud crane at Yin Jing University, this news seemed less shocking. Their gazes inevitably turned to Su Feng. Meeting a divine beast? The beautiful country has it, do we not? Who is stronger or weaker is not certain. Immediately after, Long Kai continued, the foreign friend providing the information is an employee of the tax group. According to him, that person is the heir of the tax group, Tony Tax, a beast master specializing in mechanics. The third beast, the magnetic energy giant dragon, has lived with him for nearly 20 years, and its strength has reached platinum level 9. As Long Kai finished his introduction, a wave of gasps erupted in the hall. What the hell? Platinum level 9? Platinum level 9. What if he breaks through to the diamond realm? Although the gap between platinum and diamond is significant, Tony has met a divine beast, and there are too many uncontrollable factors. This statement made many feel even more pressured. Originally, they thought that with Su Feng around, their side had the advantage in top combat power. This exchange event should have been a sure win, a solid grasp. But now, suddenly, there was an opponent who had met a divine beast and possessed a beast that could break through to the diamond realm at any time? No wonder the Korean team wanted to start the event now. It turns out they have such a genius. This posed a hellish level of difficulty for the representative teams from other countries. The gap between gold and platinum might still be bridged with skill and quality, but the gap between platinum and diamond is like heaven and earth. Challenging a level above is almost impossible. Who can suppress such an opponent? Many people subconsciously looked at Su Feng, yet, they found his expression still calm, even with a hint of anticipation. In fact, this was indeed the case. Regarding Tony's information, Long Kai had already briefed him on the way here. There was no way he could be nervous. An opponent at platinum level 9? It might even break through to diamond? Isn't this the perfect opportunity to test the recent training results of the earth-shaking divine bull? The difficulty of fighting from platinum to diamond is indeed high, but Su Feng had absolute confidence in his beast. With the original imperial city broken and the earth-shaking divine bull in the state of law of heaven and earth, how terrifying would the combination of earthquake plus aftershock be? As a beast master, he himself did not know. No matter how strong the magnetic energy giant dragon was, it might not withstand such an offensive. Even if he really couldn't win, Su Feng had already thought of a countermeasure. At that time, they could just play 3v3 or 6v6. Long Bao had stored dozens of dragon souls in advance, releasing them all in 4-5 seconds. Would you live or die? Even if you survived, you would be severely injured. By then, either the Crimson Gold War Dragon or the Earth-Shaking Divine Bull could easily take you down. Anyway, Su Feng didn't believe that Tony had any other beast with such incredible strength besides this one magnetic giant dragon. Moreover, this event was not just a simple battle, but a competition to see who could kill the most zombie beasts. In this regard, Su Feng's team had an absolute advantage. The Crimson Gold War Dragon, with its ability to draw monsters, could serve as a monster-drawing artifact. Once the monsters were gathered, the area attacks from the Little Chilin, Thousand Machine Beast, and Earth-Shaking Divine Bull could efficiently clear them out. The control ability of the Illusion Eye Dragonfly combined with Long Bao's explosive output was enough to handle any unexpected situation. Plus, with the continuous recovery from the Fountain of Life and the nearly bug-level healing ability of the Little Chilin, it was like carrying a spring of water with them. Su Feng really couldn't think of any reason for losing. At this moment, Long Kai, watching everyone become serious in front of the big screen, revealed a satisfied smile. He clapped his hands and said casually, "Alright, let everyone know about Tony's information, mainly to keep everyone alert and never underestimate any opponent. This meeting ends here, everyone go have lunch. We'll gather at the airport at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. We should arrive at our destination around 4. The real start time is the day after tomorrow morning. With so many young people gathering together, there will definitely be some exchanges and sparring. At that time, everyone should try to hold back a bit. After all, this is on someone else's turf. So don't let those with ulterior motives figure out your strengths and weaknesses." "Don't worry, Captain, we all understand." Everyone responded in unison, wearing knowing smiles. Long Kai's words were understood by all present, because the country they were going to this time was South Korea. This country knows what it knows. Although they do many things excellently and there are some people worthy of respect, their rules in certain competitions are always different from others. Sometimes, if you don't hold back a bit, no one knows what tricks they might pull. For example, suddenly calling a stop just as your beast is about to unleash its ultimate move, or changing the rules at the last minute when you are about to win. Such things are not uncommon in competitions in South Korea. Therefore, necessary concealment is sometimes quite necessary. After the brief interlude of the meeting, after greeting a few familiar faces, Su Feng did not go to eat with the main group. Instead, he turned and headed to the nearby Magic City government. It had been a while since he last saw his father. With such close proximity, it would be unreasonable not to meet. Of course, he could also earn some gold coins while he was at it. After all, he was about to step onto the land of South Korea. Although this country is not large, it has an astonishing number of spirit-type beasts. He could also visit the local beast shops to browse for high-quality beast eggs. Those he was interested in could be kept, and those he wasn't could be given as gifts to the children of relatives during holidays, which was also a good choice. Otherwise, leaving them in South Korea would be a waste of resources. Upon hearing this, Su Lin was also very interested. He immediately said, "Don't worry about the money. Just in time for your return, it will be your mother's birthday. She always wanted to open a pet shop when she was younger. We can open a shop for her in Yin Jing or Magic City, Busan Grand Hotel. This is the largest hotel in South Korea. When South Korea holds large-scale events, they generally choose this place, not only because of its massive scale but also due to its unique geographical advantages. First of all, next to the hotel is a large beast battle arena that can accommodate 20,000 spectators at the same time. Secondly, not far from the hotel is the mysterious Busan Forest. Since the release of the movie Train to Busan, many beast tamers have developed a certain interest in the unique zombie beasts of the Korean peninsula. When they arrive in Korea, they all head to Busan Forest to try to hunt down the zombie beasts. At this moment, nearly 4,000 beast tamers from all over the world have gathered in the Busan Grand Hotel. Among them are Su Feng and his companions who have just arrived. On the way from the airport to the hotel, the staff had already skillfully helped everyone complete their information registration. Therefore, upon arrival, a staff member dressed in a neat uniform and wearing a professional smile quickly approached. She held a basket full of room cards and enthusiastically said, "Here are your room cards, all in Building C. The 3rd and 9th floors of each building are the restaurants. The food for beast tamers in the restaurant is free, but there will be a standard amount provided for the beasts each day, and exceeding that standard will incur corresponding charges." Everyone was not surprised by the fact that there was a standard for beast food. After all, in the world of beasts, there are always some hungry warriors with astonishing appetites. Moreover, for such a large multinational event, the official meals would have certain quality standards. If everything were provided for free, the resources consumed would indeed be astronomical. "Okay, thank you," Su Feng politely responded on behalf of everyone. After arriving at the hotel, Long Kai and the accompanying beast tamers had already been invited to attend a banquet. As the strongest, Su Feng naturally became the backbone of the group. He took the basket of rune cards and casually drew one out. He then placed it on a nearby table and said, "Everyone feel free to take one, we're all in the same building, so it doesn't make much difference where we stay." Once everyone had their rune cards and had tidied up their luggage, in the hotel's lounge area, those who were relatively familiar gathered in small groups. As soon as they met, Lei Shouwen couldn't wait to share the information he had just gathered using his talent. "According to my analysis, there are currently 3,840 beast tamers present. Excluding the 40 accompanying beast tamers, I have about a 70% win rate against the other 3,500 beast tamers from 18 countries. Lei Shouwen's eyes sparkled with wisdom, his speech steady and fluent as he continued, "Of course, this is just a preliminary judgment based on online information, including videos from the electronic devices of other competitors present. There are 1,280 individuals whose information hasn't been updated for at least a month, so the actual situation may vary, with an error margin of about 6.48%. Lei Shouwen's words were like a heavy bomb, directly stunning Su Feng. "No way, dude, your super brain talent is that impressive? You can calculate this? And what about the electronic devices and videos, hacking? When did you learn this trick in just a few days?" Not just Su Feng, but Long Hanwen, Deng Yanjun, Zheng Xiaoqiao, and Shang Wanlan, who were standing nearby, all showed the same shocked expression. Deng Yanjun even unabashedly stared at Lei Shouwen with a look as if he were a monster. That gaze seemed to say, "Uncle Zhanghong, that rough guy, actually has such a meticulous son?" Just then, Su Feng seemed to suddenly think of something and opened his probing eye. Sure enough, in Lei Shouwen's attribute panel, aside from the jet dragon, there was suddenly an additional golden 9th grade magnetic steel soldier. The magnetic steel soldier is very sensitive to high-tech fields and electronic devices. If nothing unexpected happens, Lei Xiaowen's magnetic steel soldier should have a special talent for calculations and data intrusion. Immediately after, Lei Xiaowen's gaze suddenly sharpened, his expression serious as he continued, another 200 beast tamers have arrived at the hotel. Judging by their communication frequencies and the characteristics of their equipment, they should be from the beautiful country. They are very strong. Aside from Captain Long Kai's mention of Tony, there are also 9 others. Right now, I have no chance of winning against them. From my preliminary analysis, each of them will have at least 1 to 2 platinum-level beasts. Hearing Lei Xiaowen's precise and detailed judgment again, Deng Yanjun could no longer contain his astonishment. He widened his eyes, quickly gave a thumbs up, and praised loudly, "Brother, your ability is a bit off the charts. You're definitely the best at gathering intelligence." As he spoke, he shook his thumb, his admiration evident on his face. Lei Xiaowen, upon hearing this, maintained a serious expression, pushed up his glasses on the bridge of his nose, and explained, "This is the ability of my second beast, the magnetic steel soldier. It has an extraordinary perception talent for electronic information. The communication devices and electronic maps of those beast tamers cannot escape its eyes." Su Feng's lips curled up slightly as he teased, "This is impressive. Your main beast, the rocket dragon, is responsible for firepower coverage. On the battlefield, it's a fierce warrior with full firepower. The second beast, the magnetic steel soldier, is responsible for information collection. It also has decent close combat abilities, able to attack and defend, which belongs to information warfare. You firmly found your path as a beast tamer." Lei Xiaowen smiled, a hint of gratitude flashing in his eyes. "Yes, after the ant's guidance last time, I was greatly inspired. I specifically researched information about the former technological military of Huaxia. However, since I haven't truly clashed with these opponents, this information can only serve as a reference. Information is always changing, and the opponents might have hidden trump cards." Zhang Xiaoqiao nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we can't rely entirely on this intelligence, but nonetheless, it's a great help." Long Hanwen's eyes lit up as he suddenly suggested, "How about we go to the battle hall to gather some intelligence? There are many beast tamers there, and we might be able to obtain a lot of useful information." Lei Xiaowen's eyes sparkled with confidence as he responded without hesitation, "That's indeed a good idea. The beasts in the battle hall fight frequently, and the energy fluctuations are strong. As long as they release their beasts, I have a 90% chance of figuring out their details. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go have some fun first." Deng Yanjun rubbed his hands excitedly, his face beaming with anticipation. Su Feng also fully agreed with this suggestion. He slightly tilted his head, gazing into the distance, secretly calculating in his heart. The purpose of coming to the beautiful country was very clear. One was to participate in the event, striving for a chance to enter the secret realm and find a way to bring the Sheji back. The other was to purchase high-quality spirit beast eggs at a low price, looking for bargains. With one more high-quality spirit beast in Huaxia, there would be one less in the beautiful country. In this way, it would be equivalent to having 2 more. However, the competition time for this event would last at least half a month, plus a month inside the secret realm. If they were to buy spirit beast eggs now, they might hatch before returning, which would inevitably consume too much energy. Therefore, it would be most appropriate to plan the purchase just before leaving. Thus, the current priority was how to achieve victory in the event. Although Su Feng was full of confidence in his and his partner's strength, he also understood the principle of knowing oneself and knowing the enemy leads to victory in 100 battles. In such significant matters, gathering necessary intelligence was also a crucial step. The Busan Open-Air Beast Battle Hall was not far from the hotel. Su Feng and his group walked over, taking less than 10 minutes. As soon as they entered the venue, a warm atmosphere greeted them. Many young beast tamers from other countries have already arrived here, bringing with them a variety of uniquely Western beasts. Werewolves, harpies, demons, griffins, and more can be seen everywhere. Even angelic and dragon-type beasts have caught Su Feng's eye. In the center of the venue, an intense beast battle is underway. It is a clash between a Dark Knight Demon King and a Vampire Count. They exchange blows, unleashing brilliant skills that draw gasps from the surrounding beast tamers. No wonder they are the most outstanding young beast tamers from various countries. Each beast is incredibly rare, Su Feng muses, slightly tilting his head and scanning the beasts in the arena. While he observes others are also sizing him up. Su Feng's reputation is not only widely known in the Chinese beast tamer community but also renowned online. When he first entered, the eye-catching little chilin and illusion eye dragonfly attracted a lot of attention. Is that the #1 young talent from contemporary China, Su Feng? I heard his crimson gold war dragon already possesses platinum-level combat power, and it has been less than 2 months since they met. Truly a monster. Impressive, at 18, just becoming a beast tamer, and already having such strength. It looks like this year we'll see another competition between China and the beautiful country. Who says otherwise? Tony vs. Su Feng. I feel either one could wipe the floor with us. Due to his striking features, many recognized him at a glance. At the same time, because of the opponent's strength, even if they were from different countries, they maintained a sufficient level of respect and awe for the strong. On the other side, a beast tamer from the beautiful country raised his chin slightly, a hint of arrogant laughter on his face. An 18-year-old kid, even if he is exceptionally talented, having a powerful beast is just luck. He thought this, his eyes filled with disdain. He glanced at Su Feng and then shifted his gaze away, no longer caring. In his view, Su Feng being the leader among young beast tamers under 20 in China certainly showcased his talent and extraordinary strength. However, from another perspective, it also exposed the current situation of the younger generation of beast tamers in China being somewhat lacking. Others can lead even with 2 years less training. The strength of those other 19-year-olds, almost 20, in China is probably just average. He smirked, disdainfully curling his lips, belittling the other young beast tamers in China to nothing. In the face of absolute strength, their existence is almost negligible. The more he thought about it, the more he felt his reasoning was sound. As long as Tony could defeat Su Feng, the first place in this event would be firmly in the hands of the beautiful country. As for Tony losing to Su Feng, that thought flashed in his mind and was extinguished without hesitation. Both are top geniuses, but Tony has 2 more years of training than Su Feng, and he has 3 platinum-level beasts. Moreover, Tony has had the fortune of meeting divine beasts and receiving their guidance. What can Su Feng compare with him? Losing is impossible. The more he thought, the more confident he became, as if the championship trophy was already firmly in the hands of the beautiful country, his eyes shining with triumphant light. I presume this gentleman is the leader of the young generation in China, Su Feng? It's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. I am Giacomo from Italy. A tall man dressed in Italian-style clothing stepped towards Su Feng. According to official data and the information gathered by Lei Shouwen, among all the foreign competitors, aside from Tony, Giacomo is the strongest. Su Feng, using his eye of investigation, also confirmed the accuracy of this information. Giacomo's innate beast is the griffin lion, a very rare creature with the body of a lion and the wings of an eagle. It possesses the strength of platinum rank 7. His second beast, the siren, has the strength of platinum rank 1. The third beast, the harpy, also has the strength of platinum rank 1. Clearly, this guy is following a similar path to Deng Yanjun, focusing on cultivating a powerful innate beast. The second and third beasts are directly contracted in their complete forms, quickly establishing a strong combat system. Younger generation's leader, too kind. Interested in a match? Su Feng politely responded, smiling as he extended the invitation. He knew that to gather intelligence on the strength of other countries' teams, merely observing would be a tedious and inefficient process. It would be better to consider the problem from a different angle. Just start fighting and be done with it. After all, it was just gold against platinum. The little Chilin could certainly handle it. Of course, I'm willing. Su Feng's name is widely known on our networks, and I look forward to battling with you, Giacomo readily agreed, nodding with a smile. In reality, he had little desire to participate in this event. The difficulty of winning was truly high, but since he was here, he maintained a mindset of not missing any opportunity. He took some time to gauge the strength of the other countries' teams. The only ones he hadn't assessed were the Huaxia representative team and the beautiful country representative team. Now, the Huaxia representative team had arrived. Su Feng, this beast master from Huaxia, was renowned in the beast master community. His invitation was particularly appealing to Giacomo. Would he let that crimson gold war dragon take the stage? Or that earth-shaking divine bull, which had never shown its true strength? Analysts outside speculated wildly about the earth-shaking divine bull's power, mostly believing it to be inferior to the crimson gold war dragon. But Giacomo firmly believed that things were not so simple. After all, Su Qingsong had made a name for himself internationally with the earth-shaking divine bull. Now, Su Feng, sharing the same surname, also had an earth-shaking divine bull. Perhaps this bull was the beast that had accompanied Su Feng the longest. It could very well be Su Feng's true hidden trump card. Wow, the holy Chilin, Su Feng, are you sure you want to let this beast, which hasn't even reached platinum, take the stage? When he arrived at the battlefield and saw Su Feng sending out the little Chilin, Giacomo's eyes widened in surprise, his astonishment evident. He had expected Su Feng to send out the crimson gold war dragon or the earth-shaking divine bull, but this holy Chilin, which hadn't even reached platinum rank, was truly unexpected. Friendly spar, 3v3, is that alright with you, Mr. Giacomo? Since Mr. Su has decided, I won't hold back. Giacomo narrowed his eyes slightly, a sharp glint flashing in them. With a wave of his hand, a strong gust of wind swept through. A humanoid eagle beast with wings descended from the sky, landing steadily on the battlefield. Huaxiao's Su Feng vs. Italy's Giacomo, 3v3 beast battle, the match begins. The referee's voice echoed clearly in the arena, instantly igniting the tense atmosphere. As soon as the words fell, Giacomo's harpy launched an attack like an arrow released from a bow. It flapped its wings fiercely, gathering a powerful airflow that transformed into a howling gale, sweeping towards the little chilin. The fierce wind was mixed with countless sharp wind blades, slicing through the surrounding air like daggers. Giacomo's lips curled into a confident smile. He had rich experience in overpowering the weak. Using such a fast, nearly unavoidable, and powerful attack was undoubtedly the quickest way to victory. However, what surprised him was, faced with this seemingly lethal attack, the little chilin appeared exceptionally calm and unhurried. Suddenly, a flash of green light enveloped its body. In an instant, a circle of solid wooden shields rapidly grew around the little chilin, tightly arranged together. The wind blades struck fiercely against the wooden shields, producing a series of crisp ding-ding-dang-dang sounds. Ultimately, they could only be completely blocked outside. What the hell? How is this possible? Giacomo was dumbfounded. Although his harpy hadn't unleashed its maximum power, it was still a platinum-level beast. How could its released attack be so easily blocked by a golden-level beast? Moreover, was the holy chilin really not a wood-type beast? What on earth was the speed of its wood-type skill release? Harpy, now's the time, scorching storm. Although the harpy's attack was effortlessly blocked by the little chilin, making Giacomo admit he had underestimated it, as a beast master, he wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. The wooden shields surrounding the little chilin were excellent fuel, weren't they? As long as he used scorching storm to surround them, the effect would surely be outstanding. But, did the harpy really have a chance to counterattack? Screech whoosh. At this moment, the harpy was soaring high in the sky. Its feathers exploded outward. It was because it clearly sensed a strong aura of danger above its head, causing it to freeze in place. It looked up in terror. The sky was still clear in other areas, but directly above it, a dark thundercloud had appeared out of nowhere. The thundercloud rolled and surged, with lightning flashing wildly within. No, that guy over there. When did you conjure that up? Get out of the way! Giacomo shouted anxiously, but it seemed it was already too late. Boom! With a deafening roar, a thick bolt of lightning suddenly struck down from the thundercloud, heading straight for the harpy. The harpy didn't know how fast the lightning was, but it knew one thing. It couldn't dodge, it simply couldn't escape. Stop, 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 don't strike anymore. The harpy has lost this match. Giacomo shouted helplessly, his voice hoarse. Watching his harpy tremble in the air, looking as if it wanted to escape but couldn't, he felt his understanding completely overturned. This was really a golden-level beast? Forget about instant skill release. The power of the skill was so outrageous? Just a casual defense could block the harpy's attack? After all, its master was Su Feng, a leading figure among the younger generation in Huaxia, so being impressive was nothing unusual. What was worse was that the lightning it had instantly condensed turned the harpy into a thunder chicken. One more strike, and it would be cooked. Was this reasonable? I concede. Su Feng's expression was calm as he slightly nodded in acknowledgement. The second match can start at any time. Hoo-hoo! The little chilin blinked its eyes, and with a flash of light, the previously rolling thundercloud was instantly retracted. Sigh, being out and about, the food outside was so unappetizing. He didn't know if the food the beast master brought was enough. Better to conserve some energy, lest he end up hungry later. When the first match was announced over by the referee, the atmosphere in the audience instantly exploded. A freak, really a freaking freak. Zhang Xiaoqiao's eyes widened, her face filled with shock and admiration. Her words ignited the emotions of Lei Shouwen, Deng Yanjun, and Shang Wanlan, among others, who all nodded, unable to express the shock they felt in words, because they suddenly realized the concept of realm seemed to have completely lost its effect on the little chilin. That perverse skill mastery made Zhang Xiaoqiao unable to help but doubt that even her Naga siren might not have the upper hand in a fight against it. It wasn't just them. The spectators from other countries around them were also stunned, unable to close their mouths at the scene before them. Sounds of swallowing could be heard from their throats from time to time. In fact, at the beginning, many people shared the same thoughts as Giacomo. They all thought that a platinum-level battle against a gold-level one would be an easy slaughter. Good news, it was indeed a slaughter. Bad news, it was gold slaughtering platinum. For a moment, these competitors from other countries all thought of a phrase, damn, if the gold-level holy chilin beast is that strong, then the platinum-level crimson gold war dragon must be outrageous. Amidst this wave of shock, only Long Hanwan appeared relatively calm, not feeling particularly surprised. The reason was simple. The changes in his character were not just due to repeated failures. Another part was that he had the fortune to witness Su Feng's beast training scenes on Dragon Island. The earth-shaking divine bull that could trigger tsunamis with a casual strike. A glance could petrify the tsunami with the illusionary-eyed dragonfly. The crimson gold war dragon that grows stronger when hit. Each of these beasts was powerful enough to instill fear. Yet even so, in front of the little chilin, they all had to respectfully call it chilin-gu. Doesn't that say something? Long Hanwen pondered to himself. Perhaps the little chilin really is a chilin. And maybe it's the kind of divine beast that is heavily injured and needs time to slowly recover its strength. In front of other beasts, the realm is a threshold that needs to be broken through. But in front of the little chilin, the realm might just be a process of revisiting the past. What's happening over there? Why is it so lively? At this moment, Tony, who had just stepped into the battle arena, frowned slightly and curiously asked his companion beside him. This top beast master from the beautiful country exuded an innate confidence and arrogance. He looked in the direction of the crowd's movement, trying to find the source of the commotion. Huaxiao's Su Feng is battling Italy's Giacomo in a 3v3 match, and Su Feng's holy chilin beast slaughtered Giacomo's harpy. A teammate who had arrived early quickly replied, still carrying a hint of lingering surprise in his tone. What? The harpy has broken through to platinum? How could it be slaughtered? Are you joking? I don't know, but that's the fact. The gold-level holy chilin beast really did slaughter the harpy. Impossible. Tony gritted his teeth, his curiosity completely piqued. Saying this, he strode towards the direction of the crowd. The other beast masters from the beautiful country quickly followed suit. When they arrived at the audience area, the atmosphere on site was still extraordinarily lively. Giacomo stood on the other side of the battlefield, looking somewhat grim. He knew that his siren and harpy were about equal in strength. They probably wouldn't be a match for the little chilin. After all, if even the harpy was easily defeated, the siren's chances were slim. Thus, with a serious expression, he summoned his strongest beast, the griffin lion. With a flash of light, the massive and majestic figure of the griffin lion appeared before everyone. Its lion body was muscular, exuding a powerful sense of strength. The eagle head was held high, and its sharp eyes revealed an innate kingly aura. Its enormous wings spread out, measuring several dozen meters in length, and with a gentle flap, it stirred up a whirlwind in the arena. Su Feng, let's continue, Giacomo said, staring intently at Su Feng, his voice low. He couldn't believe it. With a platinum grade 7 griffin lion, Su Feng shouldn't be forced to reveal his trump card. Griffin lion, flame ray. As soon as the second match began, Giacomo shouted, "Roar!" The griffin lion let out a thunderous roar. Then, it suddenly pushed off the ground, its powerful recoil propelling its body like an arrow released from a bow. At the same time, it opened its sharp beak, and a searing flame shot out. Where the flame passed, the air seemed to ignite, making a sizzling sound, and the ground was slightly scorched. Facing this fierce attack, the little chilin did not use wood escape to block as it had before. Wood escape could handle wind blades, but intercepting this blazing flame was quite unrealistic. Its little head spun rapidly, pondering if there was a single move that could make that big guy concede. High-pressure jet combined with Yin thunder of water? Would that be too sinister? But soon it dismissed the concern. Whatever, let it be sinister. After all, they would only say beast tamer, not me. The little chilin slightly crouched, its muscles tensing instantly. Then it leaped up, twisting its body agilely in the air, cleverly avoiding the direct impact of the flames. Immediately after, it exerted force from its chest and shot out a blue water column. There were even black lightning bolts slithering through it like spirit snakes. The water column, carrying the lightning, attacked like a waking giant dragon, with an unpredictable trajectory. Seeing this, the griffin lion flapped its wings fiercely, and a powerful airflow instantly moved its body to evade. However, the situation was beyond everyone's expectations. The water stream seemed to have eyes, relentlessly chasing after it, continuing to attack from various angles. This was the astonishing gain from the little chilin's training on Dragon Island. It was like a child forever filled with curiosity, eager to explore everything. Seeing Saint Manling Jun wield the power of wood elements, it couldn't help but want to try. Seeing Longbao and the others use Dragon Soul with enemy locking effects, it also wanted to give it a shot. And with its incredibly terrifying talent, every casual attempt would succeed. Therefore, the elemental ray skills the little chilin was using now could also have tracking effects, just like Dragon Soul. Oh, come on. This is ridiculous. Tracking with enemy locking, and it even has lightning? You're telling me this is a gold-grade beast tamer? Tony stood in the audience, his brows tightly knitted together, as if he could crush a fly. The arrogant expression on his face gradually disappeared without a trace, replaced by sheer shock. This is just too outrageous, right? As a member of the beautiful country team, it wasn't difficult for them to get the recent video from the stick country. He already knew it was true that the little chilin had just brutally defeated the harpy. To achieve such a feat was already absurd enough. But it didn't end there. You mean this high-pressure jet also has electricity? And the Platinum Grade 7 Griffin Lion was hit and actually had its movements restricted? That's a bit outrageous. Hidden talents or special items, Tony muttered, his tone carrying a hint of self-comforting certainty. His teammates nearby nodded in agreement. If they weren't hiding their strength, they wouldn't believe it even if you killed them. What normal gold grade beast could combine water and lightning so perfectly, and still make a Platinum Grade 7 Griffin Lion feel such pain with a single hit? How is this possible? The combination of skills, such an ability, how could it appear on a gold grade beast? How could such an attack cause the Griffin Lion to suffer this kind of damage? Giacomo watched his Griffin Lion after it was hit, its unbearable pain evident. His voice trembled slightly from shock. Such a combination of skills wasn't something no one could achieve. Take the scorching storm cast by his harpy, for instance. It was essentially a combination of hot wind and a tornado. But that was because hot wind and tornadoes were inherently compatible. Plus, it took a full 6 months of training to accomplish that. But now, an 18-year-old beast master, a beast that hadn't even reached platinum, could perfectly fuse lightning and water like that? Fusion aside, after all, he was Su Feng, a recognized genius among contemporary young beast masters in Huaxia. But what was with this damage? The black lightning continued to flicker on the Griffin Lion, indicating it was a form of continuous damage. Logically, continuous damage shouldn't be high in volume but low in single hits, right? So why did it make the Griffin Lion seem so pained? Hey, can someone tell me what the hell is going on? Giacomo couldn't help but scream in frustration. I can't fight. I concede. After a brief moment of collapse, Giacomo decisively chose to concede. Being struck by the little chilin's lightning, the extreme pain left the Griffin Lion unable to retaliate, only able to passively endure the hits. The opponent's state was clearly still at its peak. Losing was just a matter of time. Since defeat was inevitable, it was better to let his beast maintain a better condition and avoid more suffering. Thank you. Do you want to send out a third beast? Hearing Su Feng's words, Giacomo replied calmly, no need to continue. A hint of helplessness showed in his eyes, but more so a sense of relief. I won't let my beast fight a battle without confidence, enduring pain it shouldn't have to. At this point, he looked seriously at Su Feng and asked, is this holy chilin your strongest beast? Su Feng was slightly taken aback by the question, then replied, I guess it's the second or third strongest. He initially wanted to say yes directly. After all, the little chilin now possessed Gung Metal Calamity Lightning, Gui Waterine Lightning, and Yiwood Positive Lightning. 3 types of elemental divine lightning, combined with the attributes of the Fountain of Life. Although the earth-shaking Divine Bull and the Crimson Gold War Dragon had higher realms, in a real fight, they might not necessarily defeat the little chilin. But then he suddenly thought of the Celestial Crane and the Dragon Treasure. The former was a divine beast, and it was certain it couldn't win. The latter had the ability to be invincible for 4-5 seconds, outputting a full set of damage, which would also lead to the little chilin's defeat. So saying it was the third strongest wasn't a problem. So that's how it is. Giacomo's expression improved significantly upon hearing this. The reason he asked was that he thought of something similar to what Tony had considered. And Su Feng's somewhat hesitant reply only confirmed this point. Hesitation meant consideration. Considering which was stronger among the Holy Chilin, the Crimson Gold War Dragon, and the earth-shaking Divine Bull. Clearly, the final result would still be that the Crimson Gold War Dragon and the earth-shaking Divine Bull were stronger. However, one of them would be quite close in strength to the Holy Chilin. With this thought, Giacomo sighed helplessly. In this event, we probably have no chance of winning. I'll lead the team to leave the country of the sticks tomorrow. Just giving up like that? Su Feng was somewhat surprised. What else can I do? Although the competition is about killing zombie beasts, it ultimately comes down to strength. I can't beat you, that's a fact. With you here, we can't get first place, so continuing doesn't make much sense. So, its strongest beast is. Su Feng and Giacomo's conversation caught Tony's attention. He instinctively recalled the Crimson Gold War Dragon from that video. That shocking and powerful physique, along with its almost terrifying recovery ability. It can't be wrong. Such a powerful beast is indeed enough to sweep through the ranks of contemporary beast tamers. I will have a match with him, Huaxia, Su Feng, to understand the true strength of the Crimson Gold War Dragon. Only then can this event have a better chance of victory. Tony's voice was deep and powerful. After witnessing the astonishing strength of the little chilin, Tony had already acknowledged Su Feng as a worthy opponent in his heart. Since he had recognized his opponent, he felt it necessary to thoroughly understand the other's strength. Giacomo's strength seemed too weak in front of Su Feng. He couldn't even allow Su Feng to fully display his abilities. As for the other competitors, in Tony's view, they had even less hope of forcing Su Feng to reveal his trump card. In that case, he could only take the stage himself. Huaxia Su Feng, may I ask if you and your Crimson Gold War Dragon would like to have an exhibition match? Tony raised his voice, and his words echoed clearly in the venue. I am Tony Tax, a special beast tamer from the beautiful country. Having already acknowledged Su Feng in his heart, he felt that he was on a similar level of strength. Therefore, Tony's attitude towards him had also changed. Although it wasn't warm, it wasn't too bad either. The special beast tamer he mentioned is an official rating for beast tamers. It ranges from black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, to diamond. In simple terms, by passing the assessment and defeating 6 fifth-tier bronze beasts, one can be rated as a junior beast tamer. Defeating 6 fifth-tier silver beasts qualifies one as a mid-level beast tamer, and so on. As for the later ranks of king, legend, and mythical beast tamers, well, the examiners can't even produce beasts for assessment, so these levels mostly remain theoretical. Tony's introduction also left Su Feng slightly stunned. Special beast tamer? Hey, wow, that name sounds pretty cool. No, when I get back this time, I must find time to take the assessment. To become a special beast tamer. Since Tony was able to pass the assessment, I definitely won't have any problems. While Su Feng's thoughts were racing, he didn't delay in responding verbally, decisively saying, in that case, Crimson Gold War Dragon, it's your turn to perform. Roar! At the Busan Grand Hotel in the beautiful country, the originally quiet lobby and corridor were instantly shattered by a thunderous dragon roar from the adjacent battle arena. Countless foreign beast tamers put down what they were doing and rushed out from various rooms and corners. Crimson Gold War Dragon, it must be the Crimson Gold War Dragon. Oh shit, I really want to smack this damn elevator with my shoe to make it go faster. Whose beast can fly? Take me with you. Compared to the video of the little chilin that circulated during the special assessment, the video of the Crimson Gold War Dragon battling the Naga Sea which spread even wider and gained more popularity online. In the video, the Crimson Gold War Dragon's incredibly strong physique displayed a dominating presence in battle. Every frame made countless foreigners obsessed and crazy. Therefore, when the news of the Crimson Gold War Dragon being summoned spread through friends' social media, beast tamers from Western countries instantly erupted with excitement. They couldn't wait to rush to the battle arena to witness this showdown. Meanwhile, at the Busan Beast Battle Arena, the crowd, which had been shocked into silence by the little Chilin's astonishing strength, was now ignited with enthusiasm at the appearance of the Crimson Gold War Dragon. The entire venue became a cacophony of voices. Crimson Gold War Dragon! So cool, this is a real dragon. How can those winged lizards compare to it? Oh. Listening to the various crazy shouts from the battlefield, some people were so excited that they shouted, their legs instinctively tightening. Deng Yanjun couldn't help but exclaim, the popularity of the Golden Dragon is so high, isn't it? On TikTok, the battle video of the Golden Dragon and the Naga has over 100 million likes. Lei Shouwen adjusted his glasses and added calmly, so, that means at least billions of people have seen my Naga getting beaten up? Zhang Qiaoqiao's eyes widened, completely stunned. Seeing the sudden excitement in the entire battlefield, Su Feng was already used to it. He spoke calmly and steadily, the Golden Dragon, this opponent is not simple, it can fight for a while. The meaning of this sentence was simple. To fight a prolonged battle, they couldn't end the fight quickly. This also meant that the powerful move, Dragon Scale Resonance, couldn't be used. Roar. Got it. The Golden Dragon responded excitedly, its massive head nodding up and down. Being able to fight freely, isn't that just what the dragon wants? On the opposite side, Tony took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on the Golden Dragon, and he quietly remarked, this popularity is indeed high. Then, he narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression becoming stern. However, when it comes to beast taming, the most important thing is still strength. Right, magnetic dragon. With Tony's call, a dazzling light flashed, and the magnetic dragon appeared before everyone. Its shape resembled that of a Western dragon. Every part of its body was made of steel machinery, and its wings looked like they were formed by magnetically attracting countless iron plates. Each flap was accompanied by strong electromagnetic waves. Roar! The magnetic dragon let out a roar. The sound carried a mechanical coldness and hardness. Roar. Is this even a dragon? Isn't it just a winged mechanical lizard? The Golden Dragon, seeing this, let out a mocking roar. Roar! The magnetic dragon was instantly enraged. Its originally glowing eyes turned bright red in an instant. The electromagnetic waves around its body also became chaotic. It could hardly wait to charge forward and tear the daring Golden Dragon to pieces. Magnetic dragon, stay calm, don't let it provoke you. Tony shouted urgently, noticing the magnetic dragon's state. The battle hadn't even started yet, and if the magnetic dragon lost its rationality due to the golden dragon's taunts, then this battle would be half lost before it even began. Roar! Tony's words calmed the magnetic dragon slightly. It struggled to control its emotions, but its eyes still glowed red, incredibly piercing. The anger in its heart had not completely extinguished. Right now, it really wanted to slay the dragon, the golden dragon. With its ultimate physique, sustained combat ability, combined with this level of taunting skill, forcing the opponent's beast to fight in close combat, what a good strategy, Tony observed, his gaze becoming more serious. Su Feng smiled slightly at this. Tony, you can start now. We need to determine the winner quickly. It's almost time for dinner. Let's start. Hurry up and start. It would be best to defeat that damn Tony thoroughly. Giacomo, who had retreated to the audience seats, was screaming internally. Originally, Giacomo and Tony had no grudges, but that kid should never have said he was weak. Damn it, couldn't he just keep that thought to himself? He had to say it out loud. And to make matters worse, why did that little brother have to tell me? It made me lose face, okay? I can't feel comfortable unless I see you get taught a lesson. And that damned coach too. One cannot flee without fighting. That does not align with the spirit of Italy. What nonsense spirit is that? If you can't win, why fight? Isn't that just asking for death? Once Su Feng defeats Tony, you dare to say that again. I'll definitely find someone to deal with you when I get back. At this moment, Giacomo, who had been beaten by the little chilin, had already become a fervent fan. Meanwhile, the American players seemed somewhat indifferent to the excited voices of the crowd upon seeing the Crimson Gold War Dragon. The physical body of the Crimson Gold War Dragon is indeed powerful, but how can it compare to machinery? It has no chance against the magnetic energy giant dragon, one American player confidently stated. Lei Shouwen secretly scoffed beside him. Yes, you're absolutely right, brother. You don't know about the scene when Iron Bean fought the jumping dragonfish. In the era of beast tamers, you still talk about physical bodies being inferior to machinery? Exactly, and the magnetic energy giant dragon possesses formidable magnetic power. With such a large body, the Crimson Gold War Dragon can only serve as a live target, another player chimed in. Lon Hanwen, you're absolutely right, brother, absolutely right. Just let your boss use magnetic power and lightning attacks. Let's see if this lightning counts as food for the Crimson Gold War Dragon. Beast Battle, American Tony vs. Chinese Su Feng, countdown. The referee's voice echoed in the arena. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the duel to begin. 3, 2, 1, start. Magnetic energy giant dragon, create distance, use the electromagnetic cannon. Tony decisively commanded. At this moment, he shared the same thought as that American beast master. Since the Crimson Gold War Dragon's advantage lies in its physical body, mocking it before the fight even began only validated its physical strength. So, why play the physical game with you? The large size of the Crimson Gold War Dragon would instead become a burden, making it easier to hit with the electromagnetic cannon. Wow, is this the electromagnetic cannon of the magnetic energy giant dragon? That power is a bit frightening, someone in the audience exclaimed. Watching the massive energy cannon forming in the mouth of the magnetic energy giant dragon, the terrifying energy fluctuations made many instinctively step back, filled with fear. That's right, just use the electromagnetic cannon to take it out in one hit. Taking it out in one hit is unrealistic, but once the paralysis effect takes hold, it can only become a live target. Wait, what is that thing with the Crimson Gold War Dragon? Wow, it's spinning with the electromagnetic cannon? As expected of you, Crimson Gold War Dragon, it has that flavor reminiscent of the battle with the Naga Siren. When the magnetic energy giant dragon unleashed the electromagnetic cannon, its terrifying power made many instinctively retreat in fear. But before they could finish their astonishment, something even more impressive happened. Su Feng's Crimson Gold War Dragon performed a jaw-dropping maneuver. It actually started to spin on its own. Moreover, it spun along with the electromagnetic cannon, creating a scene that was both bizarre and shocking. Ultimately, it charged out while still spinning with the electromagnetic cannon. This made Zhang Xiaoqiao exclaim that it was truly authentic. It had that flavor, it had that flavor. The tactic used against the Naga Siren, using rotation to drive the attack, everything could be charged. Long Hanwan and Shang Wanlan were secretly thinking, is this what shocked you? You haven't seen the Crimson Gold War Dragon battle against Long Bao, carrying dozens of dragon souls to create a collision, that is true shock. The electromagnetic cannon? The combined attack of the 6 dragons from Long Shirsan and the others couldn't even touch the Crimson Gold War Dragon. What use is this electromagnetic cannon with far less destructive power? Roar, roar, roar. The Crimson Gold War Dragon felt somewhat disappointed. However, after all, this was a new move it had never seen before. Although it looks unappetizing to eat, What if there's a surprise? With this thought in mind, it decided to try tasting this so-called electromagnetic giant cannon. Magnetic energy giant dragon, quickly dodge. When Tony saw the crimson gold battle dragon carrying the electromagnetic giant cannon belonging to the magnetic energy giant dragon, it charged forward like a cannonball. He was completely stunned, his mind blank. What the hell? This was an attack launched by his own beast. It was one thing not to cause damage, but how could it turn around and hit me with it? What kind of operation is this? Such an absurd combat style completely broke through Tony's cognitive boundaries. Unfortunately, the magnetic energy giant dragon had no chance to escape. After all, the crimson gold battle dragon was also injured now. The ability of dragon battle in the wild erupted. The magnetic energy giant dragon, already somewhat unable to bear the taunts of the crimson gold battle dragon, could no longer suppress its inner desires. Roar! It was incredibly fierce, directly charging at the crimson gold battle dragon. Bang! Accompanied by a dull collision sound, the charge carrying the electromagnetic giant cannon collided with the magnetic energy giant dragon. The massive mechanical body of the magnetic energy giant dragon shook violently, staggering back several steps. With its mechanical body, it had strong resistance to collision-type skills. However, its electromagnetic giant cannon belonged to high-power microwave pulses, and high-power microwave pulses would have a certain impact on electronic components. The magnetic energy giant dragon was already a mechanical beast composed of numerous precise electronic components, so it was restrained by the electromagnetic giant cannon it had just launched. What the hell? Is this really an 18-year-old beast master? Is this really the crimson gold battle dragon that has been contracted for less than 3 months? So terrifying. Is this kind of attack really something that a newcomer beast master like us can possess? A noob meets a noob. It seems Su Feng's noob is even more impressive. Yeah, it looks like the magnetic energy giant dragon is going to fall behind in the first round. The crimson gold battle dragon seems to have taken no damage at all. The clash between the two strongest contestants in this event from the Stick Country, in just the first round of confrontation, was like a feast for the eyes and soul. Many people present felt a surge of emotions, unable to calm down for a long time. No wonder he didn't use the crimson gold battle dragon when he fought me. Giacomo felt a bit numb all over. He was filled with frustration. He had clearly become a beast master nearly 2 years earlier than Su Feng, but why was there such a huge gap in their beast strength? In the recent battle, if Su Feng had let the crimson gold battle dragon take the stage, just based on that kind of intense charge, his beast would probably have been instantly defeated at the start of the battle. Ow! The griffin lion, who had somewhat recovered, let out a cry. Wasn't I just instantly defeated? However, compared to being defeated by the kind of technical operation from the little chilin, it really didn't want to be beaten by this seemingly reckless attack. At this moment, the mechanical body of the magnetic energy giant dragon was under the impact of the electromagnetic giant cannon. The electronic components emitted a piercing buzzing sound, as if wailing. Its movements had clearly slowed down. The originally smooth mechanical joints now sounded like they were rusted, making a caw-caw friction noise. Tony's face turned extremely ugly. He tried to use his talent, Jarvis, to establish a connection with the magnetic energy giant dragon, helping it break free from the influence of the electromagnetic giant cannon. However, the crimson gold battle dragon would not give its opponent a chance to breathe. It charged fiercely, again and again. Charge, charge, and more damn charging. The ultimate power of the physical body was displayed by the crimson gold battle dragon without reservation. Each impact seemed to crack the earth. Let the entire audience cheer and leap with joy. The whole battle arena was ignited by this fervent atmosphere. Switch to battle mode. Tony gritted his teeth and squeezed out these words through clenched jaws. The mechanical body of the magnetic energy dragon suddenly trembled. The electronic eyes, which had been gradually dimming, became even brighter, and the mechanical joints regained their flexibility. This was Tony's unique talent, Jarvis technology. It allowed mechanical beast tamers to enter a special battle mode. In this mode, it was equivalent to having a navigation system. Moreover, it could track the relative status of both the opponent and oneself in real time. It helped beast tamers understand the battle situation and analyze various conditions favorable to them. Most crucially, when entering this state, Tony's beast would instantly become immune to any negative effects it had suffered. It would also activate reserve energy to help the beast recover a certain state. Roar! The magnetic energy dragon let out a low growl. Then it suddenly leaped up, pouncing towards the golden dragon. Electric sparks flickered on its mechanical claws. Since long-range attacks had no effect on the golden dragon, it was time to switch to close combat mode and fight to the bitter end. Roar, roar, roar! The golden dragon was excited at the sight. Its massive body gracefully traced a beautiful arc of golden red in the air. Like a burning meteor, it charged towards the magnetic energy dragon. The dragon's claws collided fiercely with the mechanical claws, erupting in a dazzling shower of sparks. At the same time, the dragon's head crashed into the body of the magnetic energy dragon like a speeding car. Boom! The two powerful forces converged, producing a deafening roar. There were no particularly spectacular or dazzling energy fluctuations, only electric sparks flying and fire bursting forth. The ultimate collision of flesh and machine. However, the scales of the golden dragon were incredibly tough. The electric sparks danced on its surface but could not inflict any substantial damage. How is this possible? Tony's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched this scene. The high-energy attack mode of the magnetic energy dragon could not cause any harm to the golden dragon. Such a physical body. Its realm, could it really not be diamond? The golden dragon bared its sharp fangs. Its claws were like two super-powerful pincers, gripping the opponent tightly. Then, it raised its head high, as if wielding a massive warhammer. Bang! 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 Again and again, it struck. Each impact produced a dull sound. The mechanical joints of the opponent could not bear the burden, emitting a creak sound. Magnetic energy dragon, retreat! Tony hurriedly ordered. He knew very well that if this continued, the defeat of the magnetic energy dragon was only a matter of time. But, the magnetic energy dragon had no way to express its suffering. I want to escape, but I can't. The golden dragon's claws were too tight. It simply couldn't break free. Ha! Suddenly, the magnetic energy dragon felt as if it could leave. What was going on? Before it could react, it suddenly saw darkness in front of it. Bang! Its body was struck hard by the tail of the golden dragon. Like a kite with a broken string, it flew backward and crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. How is this possible? Tony murmured to himself, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had never imagined that his pride and joy, the carefully nurtured magnetic energy dragon, would be so easily defeated. Moreover, throughout the battle, it had been completely suppressed by the golden dragon, with no power to fight back. In contrast, the golden dragon at this moment, with its back to the fiery red sunset, reflected each other's brilliance. That immense sense of oppression rendered the entire scene silent. Huaxia, novice beast master, Su Feng. Su Feng nodded slightly in Tony's direction. In the silence, he bowed slightly to the surrounding audience. He glanced at the time. Exit. A perfect curtain call. At 8 o'clock that evening, the atmosphere in the Busan Grand Hotel had clearly changed compared to before. The once lively and boisterous places were now filled with a stifling atmosphere. Even the previously arrogant and stylish team from the beautiful country, after watching 2 exchange matches, suddenly wilted like frostbitten eggplants. They sat huddled in a corner of the hotel, whispering to each other. The once invincible expressions had long since vanished without a trace. The terrifying strength of the little chilin, which had pierced through 3 opponents during the battle with Giacomo, was still fresh in their memories. And the Platinum 5th grade Crimson Gold War Dragon could actually beat opponents of Platinum 9th grade, which further reshaped their understanding. Not to mention that ground-shaking Divine Cow, which had yet to take the stage, shrouded in mystery like fog. Su Feng's presence felt like a mountain, pressing heavily upon them, making it hard for them to breathe. His strength has already qualified him to participate in the Global Beast Master competition. What? Didn't you hear his final introduction? Huaxia, novice beast master. Damn, is Huaxia going to win the final victory again this time? Not necessarily. After all, this is the land of the sticks, and the competition is about killing zombie beasts. Meanwhile, on the other side, after leaving the battle arena, Su Feng and the others did not return directly to the hotel. Instead, they headed towards the city center. They weaved through the streets of the city. Finally, in a bustling district, they found a restaurant run by locals. This, and this. At this moment, the little chilin was like a different beast. Earlier, in the hotel in the beautiful country, it had been somewhat gloomy after seeing the unappetizing food. It had no energy all day, drooping its head, listless. But now, entering this restaurant filled with the atmosphere of home, it was back to being a warrior that couldn't get enough. It sat upright on a small stool, excitedly pressing the buttons on the table with its vines, urging the waiter to come in again and again to add dishes. Su Feng had already lost count of how much the little chilin had eaten that night. The phantom-eyed dragonflies had long eaten their fill and returned to the beast space to sleep. But the little chilin continued to eat heartily, as if it could never fill its belly. However, Su Feng didn't mind. As long as the little chilin was happy eating, that was enough. I have to say, Mu Chen, it's a miracle you haven't gained weight eating with the little chilin every day, Zhang Xiaoqiao said, rubbing her round belly, feeling emotional. Watching the little chilin, such an adorable little creature, devouring meat without stopping for a moment, she realized her own appetite had unknowingly increased quite a bit that evening. Yeah, even when going out, the Qianji beast can turn into cars, planes, yachts, etc. It rarely exercises, yet doesn't gain weight. It's really enviable. Shang Wanlan also agreed, nodding in agreement. Su Feng just smiled and said nothing. No exercise? He secretly laughed. They had no idea. Every day, he was forced by Sister He to practice boxing. Who would understand? Speaking of which, now that the training match is over, the teams from other countries probably won't be able to sleep. Deng Yanjun suddenly spoke up, a hint of a smile on her face. Although it was just a demonstration, it cannot be denied that Tony displayed at least 90% of his strength today. Lei Shuwen pushed up his glasses, analyzing seriously. I'm invincible, you all do as you please, Su Feng teased with a smile. In front of these familiar companions, putting on a bit of a show isn't a big deal. However, we can't underestimate our opponents. Su Feng's tone shifted, and his expression became serious. After all, this competition isn't just about who is stronger. Since we're abroad, training isn't very convenient. Tomorrow we can briefly formulate a strategy so we won't be completely lost. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. They all understood that when it came to killing the zombie beasts, the Crimson Gold War Dragon's charge and skills would have some limitations. The cleaning speed might be slightly inferior compared to Tony's nuclear energy giant dragon. The upcoming competition is significant, concerning the honor of the nation, and there can be no room for carelessness. So, after finishing their meal, they didn't plan to linger in the city. They prepared to return to the hotel for a good rest, to face the upcoming challenges in the best condition. Just as they stepped out, not far from the door, Su Feng heard the cloud crane in his mind giving a warning. He instinctively looked up and saw a strange black mist rapidly approaching the city. Through the eye of exploration, the information about this black mist emerged. Zombie beast, Grave Twilight, Realm, Platinum 2nd grade. As Su Feng halted his steps, Lei Shouwen also sensed something was off and blurted out, "Is that a zombie beast?" He then frowned, puzzled. The security in the stick country can't be that bad, right? Upon hearing this, Su Feng's heart stirred. He instantly realized that there must be a trick involved. At the same time, he found it somewhat amusing. Is this the method of the stick country? Feeling that they can't win, they resort to such petty tricks. No. If that were the case, why would they let such a weak zombie beast come over? Before Su Feng could think further, it seems to be targeting us. Deng Yanjun's gaze sharpened. The surrounding citizens also noticed the unusual situation and immediately fell into a panic. Let's go, let the security team of the stick country handle this, Su Feng decisively said. Since he couldn't figure out the opponent's intentions for the time being, it was better to just ignore it. After all, even if something happened, even if people died, it would be the stick country's people. It had nothing to do with them. Just as he was thinking this, a loud scream suddenly came from behind. Su Feng instinctively turned to look. He saw that the zombie beast's attack had already hit several unfortunate citizens of the stick country. Unlike ferocious beasts, which would kill humans instantly, zombie beasts would turn humans into zombies after a certain period. Those transformed zombies would launch indiscriminate attacks on surrounding humans, spirit beasts, and tamed beasts. However, as long as one took the appropriate quality antibody medicine before being infected, they could escape this situation. Roar! However, unexpectedly, those hit humans were instantly transformed into zombies. They roared and howled, crazily attacking nearby humans, tamed beasts, and wild spirit beasts in the city. Those humans, fully aware of the consequences of being scratched, could only flee in all directions. But some of those spirit beasts and tamed beasts were still confused. They just stared blankly as the tamer, who seemed a bit different from before, pounced towards them, ultimately getting infected in an instant. After being infected, these tamed beasts exhibited a strength completely different from that of humans. They even began to attack Su Feng and the others. Damn it, so that's how it is. Su Feng's expression instantly became grave. He understood the sinister intentions of the stick country. Don't engage, little Chilin, deal with those guys. Roar! Upon hearing Su Feng's command, little Chilin let out a low growl. Lightning flickered around its body, and golden thunder traced arcs in the air. Under the frenzied attacks of the little Chilin, the zombie beasts and their infected creatures found it nearly impossible to approach, falling dead on the spot. Su Feng stood to the side, calmly observing the battlefield. The infection speed of these zombie beasts is too fast. They are clearly specially treated. Lei Shouwen nodded, his expression equally grave. That's right, it usually takes time for zombie beasts to infect humans and beast tamers. But these people were infected almost instantly. Clearly, someone is doing this on purpose. Zhang Qiao clenched her fists, a flash of anger in her eyes. Is the Korean nation trying to weaken our strength through the zombie beasts? Aren't they afraid this will escalate into an international dispute? Su Feng sneered, these zombie beasts are not strong. They know we can easily deal with them. The The real goal is to cause casualties and chaos, forcing us to take action. Upon hearing this, Lei Xiuwen's expression changed. Are you saying, the beast tamer regulations? Su Feng slowly nodded, his gaze growing colder. Exactly. When the number of deaths in a city exceeds 7, it is considered a major incident. According to the beast tamer regulations, the beasts involved in the incident will be placed on an investigation list. They will be unable to participate in various competitions for a certain period. Deng Yanjun looked puzzled. If that's the case, you shouldn't have acted just now. What do you think the Korean nation's goal is? If I don't let the little chilin act, do you think they will just let it go? Su Feng retorted. He already had a rough idea of the intentions of the higher-ups in the Korean nation. They just wanted to see the little chilin's powerful artillery-like magical attack. Did they want to use the lives of innocent Korean citizens to elevate it to a banned position? It could even be said that, if possible, they wanted to elevate themselves to a banned position. Just as the few of them were conversing, a hurried and chaotic sound of footsteps came from a distance. Su Feng and the others turned to look. They saw a group of people in black uniforms rushing towards them. Armed with various weapons and riding uniform beasts, they were clearly the security team of the Korean nation. Stop! Who are you? Why are you here? The leading security officer shouted, his tone filled with vigilance. Su Feng sneered, we are beast tamers here to participate in the competition, and we just encountered an attack by zombie beasts. Is this how your Korean security team protects the city and the competitors? The security officer's face instantly turned extremely ugly upon hearing this. Clearly, he did not expect Su Feng to respond so firmly and directly. He opened his mouth as if to argue, but the words were on his lips, and in the end, he chose to remain silent. You all leave here first, we'll handle the rest. Another security officer stepped forward, his tone slightly softened. Su Feng nodded, saying no more. He knew that now was not the time to conflict with the Korean security team. The urgent matter was to report the situation and see how it would ultimately be handled. Let's go, Su Feng said quietly, leading the others to leave the scene quickly. After returning to the hotel, Su Feng immediately contacted Long Kai. He reported in detail what had happened today. Moments later, in the conference hall of the Busan Grand Hotel. Bang! Long Kai slammed the table, causing the teacups on it to tremble slightly. His tone was cold and firm, scanning the crowd with a gaze that left no room for negotiation. Don't tell me this has nothing to do with you tonight. I have one thing to say today. If Su Feng loses his qualification to compete this time, there is no need for this event to continue. The activity leaders from the Korean nation and the representatives of the Beast Tamer Association exchanged glances, each showing varying degrees of embarrassment and unease. They knew very well that if Huaxia did not have representatives participating in the competition, they would not be able to enter the final secret realm at all. Mr. Long Kai, what do you mean by that? A senior official from the Korean side couldn't help but stand up, forcing a smile on his face in an attempt to ease the atmosphere. We were also shocked by tonight's events. The zombie beast suddenly appeared in the city. It was completely unexpected. You can't threaten to cancel the entire event because of one accident. Accident? Long Kai sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. The infection rate of the zombie beast far exceeds normal levels. It can even infect beast tamers and spirit beasts in an instant. Are you telling me this is an accident? The official's face instantly turned pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to argue, but under Long Kai's piercing gaze, he ultimately closed it again. Mr. Long Kai, we understand your anger. Another representative from the Beast Tamer Association stood up, his tone carrying a hint of apology. But this matter indeed exceeded our expectations. We are also suspecting whether there are external forces secretly intervening. External forces? Long Kai narrowed his eyes, his tone laced with sarcasm. Are you saying that someone is deliberately causing trouble on your territory, and you are completely unaware? The representative's expression also turned ugly. Clearly, Long Kai's words had left him speechless. The scene fell into a dead silence, the atmosphere so oppressive it was hard to breathe. Long Kai sneered again and continued, regardless of whether you are aware or not, this matter has seriously threatened the safety of the competitors. If you cannot provide a reasonable explanation and take effective measures, the Huaxia Beast Tamer Association will have the right to take further action. The senior officials from Korea exchanged glances, intimidated by Long Kai's words. They knew that what Long Kai referred to as further action was definitely not an empty threat. Once the Huaxia Beast Tamer Association intervened, the situation would become extremely complicated. By then, not only would Korea's reputation be damaged, but it could even lead to international disputes. Mr. Long Kai, please remain calm. Another senior official stood up, his tone carrying a hint of compromise. We will investigate this matter as soon as possible and provide you and all the competitors with an explanation. As for Su Feng's qualification to compete, we will not easily cancel it. Long Kai shot him a cold glance, his tone laced with sarcasm. I hope you can keep your word. However, I remind you that the safety of the Huaxia people and Su Feng's qualification to compete are the bottom line for our Huaxia Beast Tamer Association. If anyone dares to tamper with this matter, they will bear the consequences. After saying that, Long Kai ignored the reactions of the crowd and left the conference hall directly. Inside the conference hall, there was a dead silence. The senior officials from Korea had dark expressions, looking at each other, but no one dared to speak again. Meanwhile, Long Kai had returned to the hotel room where Su Feng and the others were. As soon as he entered, everyone rushed over. Senior Long Kai, how is the situation? Lei Shouwen asked in a low voice, a hint of worry in his eyes. Long Kai waved his hand, his tone carrying a hint of coldness. The senior officials from Korea have started to panic. However, since they dared to act, they will not easily give up. The worst-case scenario is that the little Chilin cannot participate. Su Feng nodded, feeling somewhat amused for no reason. To be able to do such a thing, it can only be said that they truly live up to their reputation. Just like losing a piece in chess means losing the game, there is a similarity. However, if these guys think they can win the competition without the little Chilin, then things are going to get even more interesting. The next morning at 8 o'clock, the official representatives of the country gathered all participants for a meeting, excluding the already departed Italian team, as well as the representatives from Germany, France, and other countries who left with them. The remaining national teams, a total of 2,800 people, had all assembled in the square. The square was bustling with people. Beast tamers from various countries were dressed in different outfits, accompanied by their respective beasts. Some were excited, some were nervous, and some were calm. Good morning, everyone. I am the main person in charge of this event, Park Bujin. The meeting was hosted by a king-level beast tamer from the country. The content discussed was roughly the same as the competition rules mentioned during the meeting with Long Kai. It still revolved around scoring based on the level, quantity, and type of zombie beasts killed. At the same time, due to the special nature of the zombie beasts, to ensure the safety of all participants, everyone would have accompanying beast avatars for protection once they entered. While ensuring safety, these avatars would also assist in scorekeeping. Additionally, let me emphasize once again, during this event, all footage of you killing zombie beasts will be recorded by the accompanying beast avatars. If any cheating behavior, such as using prohibited beasts, is discovered, your scores will be disqualified. The timing of this event has changed from before. It will start at 1 o'clock this afternoon and last for a week. As Park Bujin announced the end of the meeting, the representatives from various countries began to disperse in an orderly manner. Just as Long Kai and the members of the Huaxia team returned to the hotel, a staff member hurriedly approached, leaned in to whisper a few words in Long Kai's ear, and then quickly left. Senior Long Kai, what happened? One person in the team looked at Long Kai's expression and couldn't help but ask. Su Feng, come with me, Long Kai replied calmly without answering the question. However, Su Feng caught a hint of seriousness in his eyes. He nodded and followed Long Kai into a private meeting room in the hotel. As soon as the door to the meeting room closed, Long Kai began to explain directly. The situation was not much different from what they had thought yesterday. Although Su Feng's qualification to compete had not been revoked, the little Chilin was banned. Moreover, even the Qianji beast, which could summon the little Chilin's avatar, was also not spared by the country. They would have to wait at least 72 hours for the investigation results before it could be lifted from the ban. Upon hearing this, Su Feng's lips curled up slightly, and a glint of mockery flashed in his eyes. He looked down at the little Chilin squatting at his feet. How does it feel to be deemed excessive and sent to the ban list? Hua hua! The little Chilin blinked its round eyes at the words. Then it helplessly squatted on the ground, spreading its front limbs to the sides, as if to say, what can I do? I'm just as helpless. Boom! Why don't I just use a big explosion to blow them up? The Qianji beast beside them was furious at having to endure such an unjust disaster. The so-called big explosion was nothing more than triggering the energy within itself to self-destruct. The energy core of the Qianji beast was the Noah's Ark reactor, almost equivalent to infinite energy. If it really self-destructed, the power would likely be equal to the end of the world. Thinking of this, the little Chilin and the illusion eye dragon immediately broke into a cold sweat and repeatedly advised against it. Hua hua! Li, don't! Seeing Su Feng and the little ones in such a state, Long Kai also relaxed. He said disdainfully, this is the country, they have no real strength and just like to play these little tricks. They want to prevent you from using the little chilin and shinji beasts area attack methods to score a lot in a short time. Plus, with the event starting earlier, forget it, I really can't be bothered with those guys. Su Feng sneered, I can even feel that their methods might go beyond this. However, when the soldiers come, we block them. When the water comes, we block it with earth. Since they want to play dirty, let's crush them with strength. Long Kai nodded at his words, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. Good, you have guts. But you still need to be careful and hold back a little. Although the methods of the stick country are not worth mentioning, their underhanded tricks are endless and hard to guard against. They might pull some tricks. Su Feng smiled slightly, exuding confidence and composure. Senior Long Kai, rest assured, they won't have the chance to play tricks. I already have a preliminary plan. Oh, Long Kai raised an eyebrow, revealing a hint of curiosity. Let's have everyone gather for a meeting first. After all, this is a collective honor, not a one-person game, Su Feng said firmly. Hearing this, Long Kai's eyes flashed with approval as he nodded. All right, then let's do as you say. Meanwhile, the accompanying beast masters from other countries also learned about this news through various channels. When they conveyed the message to their respective teams, their reactions varied. The representatives of the beautiful country sat together. Tony frowned, feeling disdain for the actions of the stick country. Since he can't use the holy unicorn beast and the 1,000 machine beast, I won't use the third and fourth strongest members of my team either. But isn't that like cutting off your own arms? A team member asked, puzzled. He really couldn't understand why Tony would make such a decision that was disadvantageous to himself. The stick country was doing this, clearly without their interference. Tony slightly raised his head, his gaze sweeping over every team member present. His eyes held an undeniable determination. Su Feng is an opponent I acknowledge. I don't need to win with such despicable means. As a beast master, one can be wild and proud. To win, one must win beautifully and gloriously. To lose, one must lose convincingly. I, Tony, can win and can lose. On the side of the island country team, the members gathered together, whispering among themselves. Their captain, Morikawa Ichiro, wore a sly smile. This is an opportunity for us. With the strongest beast master of the Huaxia team's main beast being banned, our chances of winning the championship increase a bit. The vice-captain said solemnly, we cannot be careless, Su Feng's talent is too abnormal. Even without the holy unicorn beast, there's still the earth-shaking divine bull that hasn't shown itself. No one knows how strong it is. Exactly, and the Huaxia team is not just Su Feng. The brilliance of others is overshadowed by him. But that doesn't mean their strength is weak. If we underestimate them, we might end up losing badly. Amidst the discussions of various national teams, the time reached 12:30. There was half an hour left until the event officially began. The representative teams from each country had already gathered at the meeting point. The entire venue was filled with the roars of zombie beasts and the sounds of conversations among various beast masters. Su Feng stood at the entrance of the activity area, scanning the crowd around him. The captain of the stick country's representative team, Park Chia, was looking at him with a meaningful gaze. Since the mask had been torn off, Su Feng didn't hold back. Idiot! His voice was not loud, but through the transmission of the 1,000 machine beast, it clearly reached Park Chia's ears. The smile on Park Chia's face instantly stiffened, a flash of anger crossing his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He sneered and replied in a low voice, Su Feng, don't be too arrogant. Without the holy unicorn and the 1,000 mechanisms beast, what waves can you stir up with just a crimson gold war dragon? Su Feng ignored the provocation from this person with questionable intelligence and merely glanced at him. He then turned and walked towards the assembly point of the Huaxia representative team. Everyone, act according to the plan, form your teams, and remember, safety first. The crowd responded in unison, understood. When the clock struck 1, the signal for the event began. The entire venue was instantly ignited. Beast tamers from various countries eagerly summoned their beasts. In an instant, various strange lights lit up the venue, accompanied by the deep or high-pitched roars of the beasts. The scene became incredibly lively. These beasts carried their tamers like a torrent, rushing towards the target area. The so-called Busan forest actually had no clear entrance. For those beast tamers with insufficient strength who came for tourism, they could only enter through the designated safe entrance to ensure their safety. Meanwhile, the stronger beast tamers had more options. As long as they could get over the towering high wall, any place could be called an entrance. Thus, roar. The crimson gold war dragon raised its head and let out a roar that echoed through the clouds. The powerful dragon's might was unleashed without reservation, surging directly towards the team from the Korean nation. Under the intimidation of this powerful dragon's might, the beasts of the Korean team instantly appeared as if struck by lightning, their eyes filled with fear. Once lively, they now trembled all over, their legs weak. They involuntarily lay down on the ground, not daring to move. This sudden turn of events caught the Korean beast tamers off guard, causing them to fall into the mud, looking utterly disheveled. The previously noisy venue fell silent due to this unexpected situation. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Su Fong and the Korean team. Su Fong, what do you mean? Park Chi-ye was both shocked and angry, his voice hoarse from rage. He clumsily got up from the ground, his hands clenched into fists, knuckles turning white from the force, his expression as if he wanted to devour Su Fong alive. What did you call your dog? I let the Crimson Gold War Dragon use its dragon might to kill a zombie beast, is there a problem? Su Feng's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of a provocative smile. He pointed at a fallen zombie beast not far away. That zombie beast lay quietly on the ground, motionless, clearly having been killed by the dragon's might. Yet his expression clearly declared, I am targeting you, what can you do about it? You? Park Chi-ye's face turned red with anger, but he was momentarily speechless. During the process when the Crimson Gold War Dragon released its dragon might, it indeed killed a low-level zombie beast. Moreover, the dragon was controlled just right. It only caused these Koreans to fall, at most just scraping their skin. It was skirting the rules. Although Park Chi-ye was filled with rage, he could only suffer in silence. His fists were tightly clenched, nails almost digging into his palms. Gritting his teeth, he said, Su Fong, don't be too arrogant. This event has just begun, let's wait and see. Su Fong shrugged, his tone relaxed, alright, I'm waiting. However, I suggest you help your beasts up first, don't delay the progress of killing the zombie beasts. After saying that, Su Fong no longer paid attention to Park Chi-ye's reaction. Standing atop the head of the Crimson Gold War Dragon, he flew towards the depths of the event area. Deserved it, not prepared for retaliation yet still trying to play tricks. Do you really think that today's Huaxia is the same as before, needing to endure for the sake of development? Tony, who had already summoned the magnetic energy giant dragon, stood on the back of the magnetic energy giant dragon. Looking down from a height at the expressions of the people from the stick country, who looked as if they had lost their mother, he disdainfully said. His eyes were filled with contempt, and he felt deep disdain for the previous actions of the stick country. However, Tony was more concerned about the dragon's might just now. With the dragon's might, so many beast tamers could be left paralyzed on the ground, feeling such fear. The quality of this golden red battle dragon must be quite high. Truly worthy of being the opponent I, Tony, have recognized. Feels good. Seeing these guys take a hit makes us happy. The faces of Deng Yanjun and others were filled with joy. As young people, and all geniuses from various cities, it would be strange if they didn't have a bit of youthful arrogance. Their own team's leader was targeted like this. They all felt a surge of energy inside. Seeing the other side take a hit was truly delightful. The reactions of the representative teams from other countries were also varied. The beast tamers from Sakura country gathered together, some feeling nervous. What's going on? Didn't the rules say that beast tamers can't attack each other? If Su Fong keeps messing around like this, what are we going to do? Can having strength really allow one to do as they please? It seems they really can do as they please. Meanwhile, the representative teams from other countries remained very calm. If we don't do anything wrong, we have nothing to fear, we just need to follow the plan. Understood. In contrast, the members of the stick country representative team looked at each other, their faces filled with anger and helplessness. This was simply because, under the might of the golden red battle dragon, most of their beasts had already developed fear, and their morale was low. Their combat power had been weakened by at least 30%. This was undoubtedly a huge blow for the upcoming matches. Captain, what should we do? If Su Fong continues like this, we might. A team member whispered, his tone tinged with unease. Park Chi-ye took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart, and coldly said, follow the original plan. Busan Forest is our home ground, we have the home advantage. If he continues like this, we can turn the tables and disqualify him. The team members nodded, though they still felt a bit anxious, but they knew that now they could only brace themselves and go for it. Inside the Busan Grand Hotel, the atmosphere was tense and oppressive. All contestants have entered Busan Forest. All personnel please pay attention, do not let this event have any unexpected situations. Report, our country's representative team. What's going on? The Chief Judge Park Bujin's voice revealed a hint of displeasure. Chief Judge, you should see for yourself. A staff member said cautiously. Bang, bang, bang. Park Bujin looked at the screen showing his juniors in such a sorry state, and he immediately exploded with rage, slamming his fist on the table. Violation, this is a violation. Chief Judge, according to the relevant regulations, this can at most be considered a borderline case, a judge quietly reminded. Bang, bang, bang. Park Bujin's anger did not subside, he continued to pound the table. Give him a warning. Meanwhile, standing atop the head of the golden red battle dragon, Su Feng had already entered the activity area. The outermost part of Busan Forest was a key protected area of the Stick Country. It was also a tourist area that some visitors would frequent. The number of zombie beasts here was relatively small and weak. Naturally, he wouldn't waste too much time on these guys. He just let the golden red battle dragon maintain its might. One dead dragon is one less. After all, even a mosquito's leg is meat. Just as he was advancing towards the inner area of the event, a mechanical snail following closely beside him suddenly lit up with a yellow glow. Is this a warning already? His training isn't up to par yet, Su Feng teased, directly ignoring it. A warning is just a warning. After all, each contestant has 3 chances. A warning won't cost him anything. In another room, the atmosphere was slightly tense yet filled with curiosity. Long Kai and a group of accompanying beast masters gathered here. The large screen in the room was broadcasting in real time every move of the contestants in the activity area. Because of Su Feng's actions, almost everyone's gaze was focused on him. However, when they saw that Su Feng had entered the core area and encountered a group of zombie beasts, he did not engage in killing them like the other contestants. This caused a look of surprise to appear on everyone's faces. What is Su Feng trying to do? Why isn't he killing these zombie beasts now? Is he giving up? That shouldn't be the case. Doesn't he still have a ground-shaking divine bull? From what I know about the ground-shaking divine bull, even if it's just at the golden level, it should have a wide-range attack skill, so he shouldn't miss such an opportunity. Su Feng's actions left the accompanying beast masters puzzled. They turned their gaze to Long Kai, hoping to get an answer from him. However, Long Kai was just sitting there quietly, wearing a mysterious expression. Playing the expert by not speaking. Could it be that he wants to gather a large number of zombie beasts and then take them all out at once? Greg Belia, the beast master from the beautiful country, had a sharp mind. After some observation, he roughly figured out Su Feng's intention. But can he really handle so many zombie beasts by himself? Even if no other teams dare to compete, won't his beast's stamina and spirit run out? Inoue Kenkena, the beast master from Sakura country, couldn't help but voice his doubts. Is this the strategy of the Huaxia team? Su Feng's Crimson Gold War Dragon is responsible for keeping distance from the zombie beasts, while the others handle the cleanup? A beast master from the White Elephant country also joined the analysis, trying to find answers from the perspective of team cooperation. No, Su Feng is too far from the other Huaxia members. This action isn't very realistic. What is he really planning? The crowd's confusion deepened. Everyone chimed in, but no one could provide a convincing answer. I understand now, it's a distraction. By gathering a large number of zombie beasts, he attracts even more to come. In this way, these zombie beasts, according to the rules, belong to Su Feng's prey. Other beast masters cannot snatch them. Naturally, this can reduce the speed at which other teams kill zombie beasts in this area. Someone proposed a new viewpoint. Upon hearing this, everyone felt it made some sense. Only Belia still felt puzzled. He always sensed that things weren't that simple. If that were the case, Tony wouldn't be in this area. Without being able to restrict Tony, the chances of the Huaxia team winning would still be slim. Could it be just to annoy the Korean team? His gaze involuntarily turned to Long Kai, only to find Long Kai still wearing that meaningful smile. He knew he wouldn't get anything out of Long Kai, so he didn't ask. However, what he didn't know was that Long Kai also had no idea what Su Feng was thinking. Long Kai was intently watching the screen, where the number of zombie beasts was increasing. He couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. Although Su Feng now possessed the almost invincible combat power of the ground-shaking Divine Bull, Dragon Treasure, and Crimson Gold War Dragon, the number of zombie beasts was just too overwhelming. A rough estimate suggests that there are at least 2,000 at the gold level and several hundred at the platinum level. The comparison of strength between the two sides is like 3 adult male tigers facing 2,000 roosters and several hundred wild wolves. Even though the tigers are powerful, if they are not careful, they could get hurt. What is this kid really planning? Could it be that he wants the Crimson Gold War Dragon to lead the dragon soul of the Dragon Treasure into an attack? Long Kai muttered to himself. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was indeed possible. With the moves used by the Crimson Gold War Dragon during its battle against the 7 dragons of the Dragon Treasure, one strike would ensure that these zombie beasts would be utterly annihilated. Everyone felt puzzled but could only suppress their questions and continue watching the big screen. On the screen, Su Feng stood confidently atop the massive head of the Crimson Gold War Dragon, dressed in black. He was calmly directing the Crimson Gold War Dragon to attract more zombie beasts to join this massive group. There was no need to utilize the attributes of dragon battle in the wild. Zombie beasts and ferocious beasts were of similar types. As long as they detected a presence that was not of their kind and heard a sound, they would follow relentlessly. Even though the dragon might emanate an overwhelming aura, those zombie beasts still felt no fear. They surged in from all directions like a tidal wave. Their bodies were covered in rotting flesh and sores, emitting a nauseating stench. With every step, they left behind pools of sticky liquid that gave off a pungent odor. The sounds they made were like the roars of evil spirits, sending chills down one's spine. Nearby beast tamers dared not approach this area at all. Yet Su Feng was completely unfazed. All fear stemmed from insufficient firepower. With enough strength, there was nothing to fear. He slightly lowered his head, his gaze falling on the official phone in his hand. The screen displayed real-time scores of various national teams. Beautiful Country, 157,000, Bamboo Country, 149,000, Huasha, 134,000, Sakura Country, 124,000, White Elephant, 121,000. Seeing this set of data, Su Feng frowned slightly. Damn it! Some of the beast tamers from Bamboo Country were clearly unable to continue fighting for a short time. Plus, he was intentionally limiting their score acquisition. Yet, their score acquisition speed was still so fast. If you say you guys aren't using any tricks, I won't believe it, Su Feng said disdainfully. Then, he shifted his gaze to the ever-growing horde of zombie beasts below. The densely packed zombie beasts resembled a black ocean, constantly rolling and surging, their sheer number making one's scalp tingle. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he murmured to himself, "It's about time, we should net them. This time, I want to see what tricks you can still pull." With that, his eyes sharpened, and he commanded loudly, "Crimson Gold War Dragon, head over to the Bamboo Country area. Let's end this boring game early." Roar! The little chilin beside him looked at the spectacular horde of zombie beasts, a glimmer of excitement flashing in its eyes. So many zombie beasts. If it used a wave tread plus in thunder of the water, it should be quite relieving, right? Unfortunately, sigh. Those damned guys, if they can't fight back, they just get sent to the banned position. All it can do is watch. Thinking of this, the little chilin felt helpless and let out a soft sigh. Lee. The illusory eye dragon flew lightly to the little chilin's side, gently touching it with its tentacles, as if comforting the disappointed little brother. Roar. The crimson gold war dragon turned back with a grin, its dragon eyes sparkling with lively light. Su Feng slapped it impatiently. "This time, you won't be joining the fun. Always letting you show off. It's time for your big brother to come out and showcase the training results." Roar! The crimson gold war dragon felt a flicker of disappointment at these words, as if it were a child whose toy had been taken away. Su Feng looked at the crimson gold war dragon's expression and couldn't help but chuckle, then said, "What are you disappointed about? When your big brother unleashes his ultimate skills, besides you, who else can protect my safety? Your task is of utmost importance." Roar! Upon hearing this, the crimson gold war dragon was first taken aback, then a joyful expression spread across its massive dragon face. "Besides me, who can protect the beast master's safety? That means the beast master acknowledges that I'm more impressive than that little female dragon." Thinking of this, the crimson gold war dragon's enormous tail swung powerfully in the air, stirring up a whirlwind. It was simply overjoyed. Hoo! Lee. The little chilin and illusion eye dragonfly immediately started giggling nearby. The crimson gold war dragon was being teased by a UFO. Meanwhile, in every corner of the Busan forest, the other members of the Huasha team were showcasing their skills in their respective areas. Jet dragon, cruise missile, toxic flame crow, deep red poison, naga siren, wave of water, phantom dragon eagle, flying wing combo. To ensure they could respond calmly to any complex dangers, the entire Huasha team was divided into multiple small groups, employing a strategy of division of labor and cooperation. This allowed each group to ensure safety while achieving the fastest cleanup speed. For example, Lei Shouwen and Deng Yanjun, Zhang Xiaoqiao and Shang Guanlan. These individuals with relatively high average strength were assigned together. In the former group, Lei Shouwen's jet dragon used its unique missile skills to attract the attention of the zombie beasts. Once the zombie beasts were drawn in, Deng Yanjun's toxic flame crow quickly struck, using the powerful area damage of deep red poison to eliminate the zombies. The combat method of the latter group was also distinctive. As soon as Zhang Xiaoqiao entered, she quickly arrived at a lake. Utilizing the Naga Siren's strong control over water elements, she launched a massacre. Shang Guanlan fully utilized her talents, continuously attracting zombie beasts or shifting the battlefield with her strong mobility in beast taming. Other groups followed similar strategies. Based on the characteristics of the team members and their beasts, different strength groups were responsible for different areas. Everyone in the group was clear about their tasks and worked closely together. As time passed second by second, the tacit understanding among the team members improved with each battle. Their cooperation became increasingly smooth, and their attacks naturally became more efficient. The entire Huasha team's speed in killing zombie beasts continued to soar. The country that was originally ranked second in points, the Stick Country, was quickly surpassed under the Huaxia team's offensive. At this moment, they were only one step away from the beautiful country, which was ranked first. Wow, I was wondering why the Stick Country was gaining points so quickly. Turns out this place actually has a weakening effect on the zombie beasts. When the Crimson Gold War Dragon brought Su Feng to the area near the Stick Country, he clearly sensed that the aura of the following zombie beasts was significantly weakened, as if suppressed by an invisible force. To verify his guess, he had the Crimson Gold War Dragon temporarily release its dragon might and killed a zombie beast that attempted to fly up and attack them. The result showed that the points gained had not changed at all. This discovery instantly enlightened Su Feng, making him understand the reason behind the Stick Country's rapid score increase. As the host, they were fully utilizing their home field advantage, right? But unfortunately, this place is about to become my territory. Su Feng's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of a cold smile. His gaze was like a torch, fixed intently on Park Chia not far away, and he said coldly, "More than 50% of the zombie beasts here belong to my prey. If you don't leave within 5 minutes and get accidentally hurt, I won't take responsibility." To be honest, he had no need to waste words on these guys. The rules were clear. Even if they were accidentally hurt, at most they would just receive another yellow card warning. But he always felt that everything here exuded a strange aura. Looking around, the flowers, grass, and trees emitted an inexplicable glow. Those lights, whether soft or dazzling, intertwined together, and from above, it felt like a ball. Combined with the fact that the Busan forest was a product of the fusion of the secret realm and reality. If nothing unexpected happened, the current location was likely the core area before the fusion of the secret realm. That is, the location of the great treasure. Just thinking about this, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Su Feng's eyes. Later, he would have the earth-shaking divine bull blow this place up. Perhaps they could really discover some great treasure. The mechanical snail clone that had been following could have he helped cover it up, avoiding detection by those peeping toms. But if they accidentally killed those guys from the Stick Country, it would inevitably cause some trouble. Just to be safe, it was better to let Park Chia and his trash roll away. Upon hearing Su Feng's words, Park Chia's face instantly turned ashen. He clenched his fists, a flash of anger and unwillingness in his eyes, but he quickly suppressed his emotions. "Captain, what should we do?" a team member asked in a low voice, his tone tinged with reluctance. Park Chia took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart, and said coldly, "We leave." "But, shut up!" Park Chia interrupted him sharply. "Now is not the time to be stubborn. We can't waste too much time." Although the team members were unwilling, they did not dare to disobey Park Chia's orders and could only leave with him, grumbling in discontent. Park Chia took one last look at Su Feng, a hint of malice flashing in his eyes. "Su Feng, don't get too complacent. This event isn't over yet, we'll see." Su Feng sneered, his tone laced with disdain. "All right, I'm waiting. You should be grateful this is a competition. If it were a normal situation in the wild, do you think I would waste so much time talking to you?" Park Chia paused slightly but said nothing more. The representatives from the Stick Country quickly left the area. Watching their retreating figures, a chill flashed in Su Feng's eyes. He knew these guys would stop at nothing to win. The underhanded tactics they had used before were just appetizers. It was impossible to make them stop. Next, who knows what tricks they would pull. However, it didn't matter anymore. The outcome was already determined. With just one strike, this competition, muddied by the Stick Country, would come to a complete end. Su Feng took a deep breath and summoned the earth-shaking divine bull. "Earth-shaking divine bull, let's begin." As he issued the command, "Moo!" the earth-shaking divine bull let out a resounding moo that echoed through the clouds. Immediately, it used its hind legs for support, its muscles tensed, first causing its front limbs to rapidly enlarge. Then, its entire body synchronized and expanded. In the blink of an eye, the law of heaven and earth was activated to its maximum extent. Due to its original movements, the form of the law of heaven and earth underwent an inexplicable transformation. It, already enormous, now stood towering and majestic. Every movement carried the momentum of a landslide. The surrounding space seemed to twist and deform under its power. The zombie beasts, feeling this suffocating strength, let out terrified howls. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Some even collapsed to the ground, losing the courage to resist. Su Feng commanded the Crimson Gold War Dragon to fly above the earth-shaking divine bull, overlooking everything below. "Let's make a move. This boring game should come to an end." At that moment, the entire Busan forest seemed to be gripped by an invisible giant hand. Everyone was left numb with fear from the earth-shaking divine bull's intimidation. Before their eyes, the earth-shaking divine bull, towering like a giant mountain, shot up into the clouds. What on earth is that?" Inoue Kankai's voice trembled, his eyes wide open, staring fixedly at the screen. That towering figure, as massive as a mountain, had transformed from the small earth-shaking divine bull just moments ago? This completely shattered his understanding. What? What kind of skill is this? Countless people were stunned, their minds blank, standing there dumbfounded, unable to believe what they were seeing on the screen. Divine beast? Only a divine beast can explain such power. Belial blurted out, his voice filled with awe. In his understanding, such power could not possibly belong to an ordinary beast master. He had heard of the earth-shaking divine bull before. So, this was the only explanation that could prove it. It couldn't be wrong. Just like the mysterious divine beasts recorded in historical texts, possessing the extraordinary ability to change their form and achieve such a world-destroying size. Did Su Feng receive a gift from a divine beast? Someone murmured, their tone filled with amazement. This young man continually broke through their imaginations, bringing them unprecedented shock. Divine beast. Bull, is it the bull demon king from myth? Long Kai couldn't help but think of the words bull demon king. Moreover, he increasingly felt it was possible. In mythology, didn't the bull demon king also possess the ability to grow larger? The earth-shaking divine bull's massive transformation could only be roughly judged by the images on other people's screens. They found it hard to ascertain its exact size. But the participants and staff in the Busan forest, those who had witnessed it firsthand, were even more shocked than they could express. What is that thing? Holy crap, holy crap. How can there be such a huge monster? With a creature that size, just lifting a foot would be devastating. Look closely at the light above its head. Isn't there a hint of red gold glow? Could it be? It's about to move. Before the crowd could recover from their immense shock, under Su Feng's command, the earth-shaking divine bull had already begun its next action. It slightly raised its arm, and an ancient, heavy aura from deep within the earth began to spread and gather. The dust in the air started to swirl, drawn by an inexplicable force. When this power was concentrated to its peak, the earth-shaking divine bull suddenly swung its fist down. Boom! This punch was like a meteor falling, causing the entire Busan forest to tremble. The ground was instantly torn apart. Deep, bottomless ravines appeared, radiating outwards from the earth-shaking divine bull. Wherever it passed, the zombie beasts fell into the chasms, crushed, and then perished. At the same time, the accompanying seismic waves swept through the entire area like ocean waves. The ground shook violently, and trees fell one after another. Some boulders were lifted and shattered into countless fragments, filling the air and forming a dust cloud. Aftershocks followed closely behind, wave after wave, making every inch of land in the area tremble. This was the earth-shaking divine bull unleashing the skill of ravine plus earthquake plus aftershock in its state of law of heaven and earth. Such power is simply outrageous. Don't even mention those weak zombie beasts. They've long since been wiped out, leaving no trace behind. Even more outrageous is that the entire terrain has been altered. The originally flat ground has become pockmarked, and the rivers have been rerouted, mixed with concrete, creating a complete mess. And the group of Park Chie and the others, who had just left not long ago, couldn't escape this disaster either. They were caught off guard by the sudden earthquake and aftershocks, stumbling around in disarray. Some fell to the ground, covered in dust, looking like mud figures that had just crawled out of the earth. Others were injured by falling boulders, groaning in pain. If it weren't for the mechanical snail's protection, some of them might have even died. They looked at everything before them in terror, their hearts filled with fear. Amidst this chaos, the mechanical snail's avatar began to operate frantically. Its indicator lights flashed wildly, trying to calculate how many zombie beasts Su Feng had just killed, wanting to tally the points Su Feng had earned. However, this time the attack's range was too vast. Too many zombie beasts had been killed. It was impossible to keep track. The numbers on the screen flickered incessantly, threatening to crash at any moment. Quick, look at the points ranking. Why is Huaxia's score increasing so fast? The earth-shaking divine bull. It's the earth-shaking divine bull. That huge beast is Su Feng's earth-shaking divine bull. As more and more people realized this fact, everyone was left speechless by this truth. All that remained in their hearts was deep reverence for Su Feng and the earth-shaking divine bull. The earth-shaking divine bull, such a massive figure, such terrifying power, was actually the result of the earth-shaking divine bull's attack. No wonder Su Feng had never let the earth-shaking divine bull take action. With such power, how could any beast master at this stage possibly have the ability to resist? Tony's previously confident face was now replaced by despair. He had originally thought of Su Feng as a rival, believing that the other's strength might be slightly greater than his own. But he had faced divine beasts before and had earned their favor. Surpassing them should not have been a difficult task, but now it seemed like a fantasy. With such immense power, could he really find a way to surpass it? A hint of confusion flickered in his eyes. Meanwhile, beast masters in various areas of the Busan forest were also staring blankly in that direction, feeling somewhat at a loss. I really damn it, shit. Deng Yanjun was incredibly excited, not knowing what to say. Lei Shouwen widened his eyes, staring at the area that could no longer be called a forest, unable to speak for a long time. In front of a lake, Zheng Xiaoqiao and Shang Wanlan, along with a group of young beast masters, felt the same way. When something exceeds your understanding, you cannot express the shock in your heart with words. In the end, the desire to exclaim 1,000 sentiments can only be condensed into a few short phrases. Just wow, awesome, you're impressive, and other exclamations. The team from the Korean side, who were the first to learn of and personally experience this power, appeared somewhat ridiculous. Park Chi-ye sat slumped on the ground, his face as pale as paper, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He looked at the ruins before him, filled with regret and despair. He never expected that Su Feng was hiding such immense power. The schemes and plots he and his father had devised seemed so laughable in the face of this absolute strength. Captain, what should we do? A trembling team member asked. Park Chi-ye slowly raised his head, his eyes hollow, his lips parted, but he couldn't utter a word. At this moment, in a room at the Busan Grand Hotel, everyone was watching Su Feng's performance on the screen, and the reactions of the players from their own country appeared on various screens. A mix of emotions surged within them. They understood the intention behind Su Feng's earlier actions. First, he used the Crimson Gold War Dragon to attract a large number of zombie beasts. Then, he had the earth-shaking Divine Bull unleash a powerful area attack skill, eliminating a significant number of zombie beasts at once. Not only could they earn massive points, but they could also effectively disrupt other teams. This match is already over. Yeah, with uncountable points, no one can surpass them. Congratulations to you, representative of the Huaxia Beast Masters, Long Kai. Noticing the gazes from others, Long Kai's initially shocked expression gradually calmed down. Instead, he revealed a look of satisfaction. But if one listened closely, they could hear his little heart racing. As everything settled, the dust gradually dispersed, and the scene became clearer. The figure of the earth-shaking Divine Bull had long since vanished, leaving behind a ravaged land. Meanwhile, Su Feng was circling in the air on the Crimson Gold War Dragon. His black attire fluttered in the wind, and his calm face exuded an inexplicable dominance. It was just, why does it feel a bit like the crooked-mouthed Dragon King? Long Kai muttered softly, so the young people nowadays also enjoy these old-fashioned short dramas and novels? What did you say? Nothing. That's right, the crooked-mouthed Dragon King. What everyone saw was fake. This seemingly imposing scene was actually a projection left behind by the Cloud Crane using some ability. However, due to its recent viewing of the Urban Dragon King's return, the projection carried a hint of a different style. Quite reasonable. As for the real Su Feng, he was currently in a mysterious place with the Cloud Crane and the Crimson Gold War Dragon. Sister Crane, how much longer until we find it? Su Feng's voice echoed in the dim, deep space. Roar! The Crimson Gold War Dragon also let out an urgent roar, urging them on. Almost there, damn it, this power clearly originated thousands of years ago. Why is it still so strong now? If it weren't for the connection between the Crimson Gold War Dragon and it, I wouldn't even be able to find it. The Cloud Crane's voice was filled with helplessness and amazement. By the way, Crimson Gold War Dragon, don't you even know what is attracting you? Su Feng turned to look at the Crimson Gold War Dragon, his eyes full of confusion. Roar! The Crimson Gold War Dragon tilted its head, looking bewildered, clearly just as puzzled. It knows nothing. A few years ago, it was still an egg. This place has existed for at least 1,000 years. How could it know? Alright, we've found the place, let's go. As the Cloud Crane's voice fell, in an instant, the three of them seemed to be swallowed by darkness, disappearing from their spot. When they opened their eyes again, Su Feng looked around. The sight before him made him gasp. It was a scene of corpses strewn everywhere, with enormous dragon bones littering the ground. There were even flowers and grasses taking root beside the dragon bones, shimmering with a strange red hue. Roar! For some reason, the Crimson Gold War Dragon suddenly felt the urge to let out a roar. This dragon's roar acted like a switch. In an instant, the scene underwent a shocking transformation. All the dragon bones turned to dust under the sound of the roar, scattering into the air. Not far away, a previously dry pit inexplicably surged with an incredibly vibrant red liquid. It bubbled and flowed, exuding a strong smell of blood and powerful energy fluctuations. Su Feng and the Crimson Gold War Dragon exchanged glances and immediately moved forward. There is a strong dragon attribute power in here. The Cloud Crane stepped in to take a look, her voice tinged with excitement and caution. Can you feel that this thing is attracting you? Su Feng asked. He always felt that this blood pool seemed to be releasing a mysterious attraction, making him involuntarily want to get closer. There was even an impulse to jump directly into it. No. The crane in the cloud shook its head and said seriously, from my observation, it is not attracting you, it is attracting the golden dragon. You are just the incidental one. Saying that makes me feel so embarrassed. Su Feng's mouth twitched slightly. However, the crane in the clouds paid no attention. It was checking for any dangers in the pool. After a moment, it said, "Alright, I checked. There's no danger. You can go in directly." Then, shall we go? Su Feng looked at the golden dragon. The golden dragon responded excitedly with a roar, roar, roar. Feeling the desire coursing through its body, along with the protection of the crane in the clouds and the other beasts in the beast space, no one could defeat them. So, he wouldn't die. If he didn't die, even if something went wrong, he could revive the golden dragon. So why worry about so much? Let's go. He and the golden dragon dove in together. Splash! The moment they entered, the entire pool seemed to ignite, boiling wildly. The scalding blood surged continuously, crashing against their bodies. The residual energy fluctuations made the crane in the clouds instinctively retreat. However, neither the person nor the dragon felt anything unusual. They only felt that it was exhilarating. This place was really damn refreshing. It feels a bit like last time at the Fountain of Life, Su Feng murmured to himself. Soon, a familiar drowsiness washed over him. He couldn't be bothered with anything else, feeling his eyelids grow heavier, and he fell asleep. Just after he fell asleep, something strange happened. The endless blood seemed to come alive, quickly wrapping around him. Eventually, it tightly bound him and the shrunken golden dragon together. As the blood continued to merge and gather, it slowly formed a huge sphere. When the sphere was formed, a dazzling dragon ball slowly emerged from the center of the pool. At the same time, a massive dragon shadow suddenly appeared. Damn, it's you! No wonder! Seeing this somewhat familiar dragon shadow, the crane in the clouds shouted in shock. By the way, is there still a need to continue this match? In the sky above the Busan forest, Su Feng's gaze fell on the mechanical snail beside him, asking a question. He knew that someone would definitely hear him if he spoke to this thing. However, he waited for several minutes. The phone screen remained silent. I don't understand what you guys are thinking. Su Feng shook his head, patted the golden dragon's head, and let it roam freely. His thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the gains from last night. Perhaps it was because the mysterious power resonated too well with him and the golden dragon. The absorption process was surprisingly smooth. In just one night, they absorbed all that power. When Su Feng woke up from his slumber, he felt incredibly comfortable. This mysterious dragon blood pool was indeed something else. Perhaps because too much time had passed, there wasn't enough power to elevate the realms of Su Feng and the golden dragon. However, it had a similar effect to the Fountain of Life, combining with the dimensional entry talent, producing a wonderful chemical reaction. This allowed Su Feng to gain a brand new entry, bond evolution. When the emotional bond and trust level between a beast master and their beast reach a very high point of compatibility, it can allow the beast to enter a bond evolution state, with the duration based on the beast master's physique and spiritual power. According to the crane in the clouds after waking up, the owner of this mysterious dragon blood power was the strongest dragon of the Dragon Island in the past, the Radiant Holy Dragon. It once had a powerful force. It could use the dragon balls to evolve again, breaking through the previously insurmountable strength bottleneck. This instantly reminded Su Feng of an anime filmed in an island country. In such a situation, isn't it just like a flying green caterpillar? That guy can super evolve on its own. Other beast tamers need the help of human beast masters to achieve super evolution. It seems that this explains why the blood pool attracted him. It's as if what the crane in the clouds said. The true protagonist it attracts is the Crimson Gold War Dragon, and he is just a side character. However, he has an external aid. Under the special ability of the other dimensional entry, this power, which could originally only allow the Crimson Gold War Dragon to evolve, has directly transformed into a capability that can almost enable all contracted beasts to achieve bond evolution. One can only say, this wave is a huge profit. Of course, if we talk about the biggest beneficiary of this power, it has to be the Crimson Gold War Dragon. Although its realm hasn't changed, and its size hasn't changed, it now has an additional dragon ball on its head, which brings it a brand new talent. Braver with every battle, must gain enhancement with each fight as expected. This is most likely the former Dragon King, the talent ability possessed by the Radiant Holy Dragon. In the introduction of the Crimson Gold War Dragon, the original uncrowned king has also been transformed into Dragon King. Although it's still unknown what this thing is useful for, Su Feng is already quite satisfied, as the harvest has been substantial enough. After collecting all 1,578 remaining dragon blood herbs from that place, he returned to the Busan forest. Therefore, Su Feng directed such an inquiry at the mechanical snail. However, the officials of the Korean country seemed to be calculating something, and there was no response to his inquiry for a long time. Su Feng could only take this opportunity to carefully observe the earth-shattering changes that occurred in the entire Busan forest after the strike from the earth-shaking divine bull. How to put it, when he looked down at this forest, a complex emotion inevitably surged in his heart. That kind of power indeed has the capability to destroy the world, and one must be cautious about where to use it. In the domestic context, it's best to avoid using it if possible. Otherwise, the resulting losses could be quite significant. The entire Busan forest was originally vast, and due to its fusion with the secret realm, its actual area was equivalent to 5,000 football fields. But under the earth-shattering strike of the earth-shaking divine bull, the scene in this forest was simply tragic. The trees in the core area had long since disappeared without a trace, not even roots left. From the sky, the originally lush forest looked like it had been forcibly styled into a Mediterranean haircut. The center was a bare patch, surrounded by still flourishing woods. By the way, this little Korean isn't going to make me pay for this, right? Su Feng looked at this scene, unable to help but murmur to himself, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Until 11:30 that day, the mechanical snail finally completed the complex statistical work. It clearly presented the scores Su Feng had obtained. Diamond Grade 1 Zombie Beast, 3, score, 30 million. Platinum Grade 5 and above Zombie Beasts, 57, score, 5, 7 million. Total score, 125, 65 million. When this astronomical score appeared before everyone's eyes, all the contestants instantly erupted, with exclamations and sighs rising one after another. What the hell, how can we even compare? The points he earned alone, we 200 people might not even be able to accumulate in a month. Forget a month, even extending it to a year might not be enough. Do you think there are that many zombie beasts in the entire Busan forest? Almost 30% were wiped out by Su Feng yesterday. Today, if he were to change to another place, is that even possible? Can that kind of intense power be used continuously? Who knows? Anyway, this competition has lost its meaning. We withdraw. As each country's representative team announced their withdrawal one after another, the officials from the Korean team felt reluctant and helpless, but they could only comply with the situation and announce the early end of the competition. Captain Long, congratulations to you all. Although their own team did not win the championship, Belia was someone who could take a loss, sincerely congratulating Long Kai. After all, the performance of the Huaxia team in the competition was evident, indeed superior. Congratulations, congratulations. The accompanying beast masters from countries like the White Elephant also gathered around to offer their congratulations. They were quite open-minded about the outcome of the competition and felt no regrets. After all, they knew in their hearts that the strength of the participants they brought was indeed inferior to that of Huaxia and the beautiful country. Participating in this competition was like a sponsored trip for them. At the same time, it allowed their young beast masters to see the world and broaden their horizons, making it worthwhile. Damn, Chenggu, when did your earth-shaking bull learn that move? Its horns are practically reaching the sky. Deng Yanjun excitedly leaned next to Su Feng, his eyes sparkling with admiration. As he spoke, he exaggeratedly gestured the size of the earth-shaking bull after it had grown, as if the shocking scene was still before his eyes. I remember, you're quite a bit older than Mu Chen, right? Zhang Xiaoqiao couldn't help but remind him, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. So what? Whoever is awesome is the brother, no problem. Deng Yanjun waved his hand dismissively, speaking with conviction. By the way, I just passed by the cherry blossom country, and they were saying that ability is their anime's gigantification. Could it be that they are like the Korean team, sharing the same bad smell and got infected? Shang Wanlan also joined the discussion, her tone laced with teasing. Although there are some similarities, they can't be compared at all. The sizes are completely different. Lei Shouwen pushed up his glasses, analyzing seriously. Through various analyses, he could see the essential differences between the two. Who cares what they say, let's go eat. It's just about mealtime, Su Feng said with a smile. He didn't want to waste too much time on these matters. After absorbing the mysterious energy from the blood pool, although he had been snacking, he was still extremely hungry. Having a good meal was the most important thing. Let's go, I want to see how those Korean guys can still act smug. They can't even win by cheating, what a disgrace. When Deng Yanjun said this, they happened to pass by Park Chia. His loud voice instantly made Park Chia's face turn very ugly. He gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, but had nothing to say. After all, they did use some improper means in this competition, and in the end, they still lost, feeling guilty from the start. They could only watch as the Huaxia team left, chatting and laughing, filled with unwillingness and regret. Sigh, this is really boring. I originally wanted to develop to the later stages to save the world, but then a god-level player came into the team and directly made the opponent surrender in 6 minutes. As long as we can win, that's all that matters. We are the champions. 3 consecutive championships, we did it. The time reached around 12:40. The sun shone warmly on the earth. All participants headed to the square again, waiting for the Korean officials to announce the competition results and award the prizes. This time, the atmosphere was indeed not as lively as before. As the losing team, even speaking felt like a mistake. Only the Hwaxia representative team was there, excitedly making speeches. Their laughter and joy stood out starkly in the somewhat desolate square. When Su Feng and the others strode into the square with their heads held high, a multitude of gazes converged on Su Feng. Among them were the proud looks from members of the Hwaxia team, as well as the fearful and admiring glances from competitors of other countries. The strength Su Feng displayed in this competition truly left them in shock, especially for Ji Juan, the beast master who had once crossed paths with Su Feng. The admiration in his eyes was palpable. He was of a similar age to Su Feng, and even a bit older. But what was the outcome? In their previous encounter, his Thunder Lion was on the verge of evolution, yet it was utterly defeated by Su Feng's newly contracted Leap Dragon fish. At that moment, he regarded Su Feng as his target and had been striving to close the gap, even aiming to surpass him. After working hard to evolve his Thunder Lion, Ji Juan thought he could finally narrow the distance with Su Feng. But then, powerful beasts like the little Chilin, the Crimson Gold War Dragon, and the earth-shaking Divine Bull appeared, completely shattering his confidence in comparing himself to Su Feng. A wave of bitterness surged in his heart. Could he really compare himself to that person? On the other side, Park Chi-ye from the Stick Country had a shadowy look in his eyes as he quietly approached his father, Park Bujin. At that moment, Park Bujin wore a frown, pondering how to cope with the defeat in this competition. The arrival of Park Chi-ye made him lift his head. "Father, are we really going to let this go?" Park Chi-ye's tone was filled with unwillingness, his fists clenched tightly. "Su Feng's strength is too formidable. What can we do?" Park Bujin sighed helplessly, his face etched with frustration. He had thought that by restricting the little Chilin and the 1,000 machine beast, along with having the home advantage, victory would be in the bag. But he never expected the earth-shaking Divine Bull to be so powerful. In the face of such destructive power, their carefully planned tricks were utterly ineffective. "Father, I think I can challenge him to a 1v1 duel." A glint of determination flashed in Park Chi-ye's eyes as he pondered for a moment before speaking solemnly. "If I lose, we will provide additional resource rewards. If I win, we want half of the qualification to enter the secret realm. Can you beat him?" A hint of doubt flickered in Park Bujin's eyes as he scrutinized Park Chi-ye, clearly skeptical of his proposal. The Crimson Gold War Dragon, which received a yellow card warning, the earth-shaking Divine Bull that destroyed the venue, and the little Chilin and 1,000 machine beasts that are still under suspension. Park Chi-ye counted on his fingers, analyzing one by one. What other beasts does Su Feng have that can compete now? Upon hearing this, Park Bujin's previously dim eyes suddenly brightened. He carefully considered Park Chi-ye's words, secretly pondering. It seems, there might really be a chance. As long as the Crimson Gold War Dragon and the earth-shaking Divine Bull are suspended, there is indeed an opportunity. Although it might be a bit disgraceful, obtaining half of the qualification to enter the secret realm would undoubtedly be an excellent opportunity. Thus, when the clock struck 1 in the afternoon, Park Bujin tidied his attire, a hint of confidence resurfacing on his face as he walked toward the center of the square. Following the established procedure, he first announced the results of the competition. But before the cheers of the Hwaxia crowd could erupt, Park Bujin cleared his throat and continued, "I wonder if young friend Su Feng would be willing to have a match with my son? Our wager is worth 15 million. Stop the nonsense, just fight." Long Kai exploded in anger. "Don't think we don't know what you're thinking. 50 million? Who needs that 50 million? With your useless son, what can you fight with? Let's end this quickly. We are in a hurry." Long Kai's voice echoed in the square, each word dripping with undisguised disdain. Pu Bujin was stunned, as if hit by a paralysis spell. He never expected Long Kai to be so disrespectful, directly shooting down his proposal. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. Just as the atmosphere became awkward, Su Feng suddenly laughed, a hint of amusement in his smile. "I can't make choices for my teammates, but I can make decisions for myself." Su Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze piercing as he stared directly at the Pu father and son. "What you are doing is merely trying to gain entry into the secret realm. So, raise the stakes a bit, and I'll fight him. Otherwise, it's annoying to have every Tom, Dick, and Harry coming up to provoke us. If I lose, let him enter the secret realm. If I win, you two will have to commit suicide. How about it? do you dare to play? As soon as Su Feng's words left his mouth, the entire square fell silent, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Pu Bujin's lips trembled slightly, wanting to say something but momentarily at a loss, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Pu Chia's expression was equally grim. He secretly pondered, with Su Feng so confident, could he really have such assurance? The atmosphere in the square grew increasingly tense. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the Pu father and son, waiting for their response. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, each second feeling incredibly long. Finally, Pu Bujin swallowed hard, raising his head slightly to say, Su Feng, aren't your conditions a bit excessive? Pu Chia quickly echoed, this kind of bet is unfair to us. However, Su Feng merely smiled faintly. He looked at the Pu father and son and slowly said, what? When you proposed the duel just now, you didn't think it was unfair. Now that I propose conditions, you think it's excessive? Is there any reason in this world that only the officials can set fire while the common people can't light lamps? Su Feng's voice was not loud, but it struck the hearts of the Pu father and son like a heavy hammer. At that moment, Deng Yanjun could no longer hold back. He stepped forward, his face filled with indignation and disdain, and shouted, I can also decide my own quota. As long as whatever Pu thing can win, my quota will also go to you. How about it? Do you want to play? Deng Yanjun's words were like a spark falling into a powder keg, igniting the anger of the Huaxia representative team completely. Almost everyone voiced similar sentiments. Zhang Xiaoqiao's brows furrowed, her beautiful eyes filled with sharpness, and she followed up, how about it? Can the stakes be equal now? If you have the ability to win all our quotas. Otherwise, don't come here pretending and playing those underhanded tricks. Su Feng crossed his arms, his expression proud. Come on, stop dragging your feet. Let's change the conditions. If you lose, you two don't need to commit suicide. Your lives aren't worth much. If your son loses, you both just need to dissolve all contracts with your beasts. Additionally, each of our team members will receive 10 million in resources, plus an extension of the Secret Realm's opening time for Huaxia until the next event starts. How about that? In fact, the conditions Su Feng proposed were no different from taking their lives. With Pu Bujin's penchant for underhanded tactics, he would surely have many enemies as a king-level beast master. If he dissolved contracts with all his beasts, even if their previous relationship had been good, beasts also have feelings. They would know they were abandoned for selfish desires. In this situation, the lives of the two are no different from being gone. The only difference from before is that for beast tamers, suicide naturally includes all their beasts. By doing so, these beasts can avoid death. They still represent the military strength of the country. In this way, the loss for the country is merely two insignificant people. Therefore, although Park Bujin and Park Chie did not respond, the country behind them became interested and began calculating the gains and losses. With 200 team members, each worth 10 million, it amounts to 2 billion in resources, which is nothing. The lives of Park Bujin and Park Chia are not a big deal. It's just that the time for the secret realm to be open to Huaxia has been extended. The time can be extended to a maximum of 1.5 months. We agree to the other conditions. In the end, an official from the country came out and stated the final bet. Regarding such conditions, Su Feng carefully weighed it and felt that it was about the limit for the country. So he agreed. After all, in a guaranteed winning situation, being able to obtain corresponding benefits is enough. Once the competition time was confirmed for after 3 in the afternoon, the crowd that had originally gathered in the square began to disperse in groups. Everyone chatted as they left. By the way, aren't you afraid I might lose? Su Feng looked around at the people who seemed to take the upcoming duel lightly. They had even started enthusiastically making secret realm training plans, and he couldn't help but ask. According to the country's nature, in about 2 hours, they might even pull some tricks, Su Feng added. Deng Yanjun waved his hand dismissively and said, what tricks can they pull? It's just letting his father lend him a beast from the second or third team. If he goes too far, we're not without the strength to go too far ourselves. What's there to be afraid of? Lei Shouwen adjusted his glasses and analyzed. From my analysis, Park Chia will at most use a beast from his father that has a strength around Platinum Grade 7. However, to avoid accidents, he will likely take measures against the Red Gold War Dragon and the Earth-Shaking Divine Bull to prevent them from appearing. Long Kai said calmly and steadily, if it really goes that way, the preparation time will only be a little over an hour, and the ending will be just a few seconds. Lan Hanwen and Shang Wanlan exchanged glances, both feeling a stir in their hearts. Upon careful thought, it seemed, it really would be like that. With Long Bao's strength, plus the more than an hour of preparation time, the number of dragon souls that can be stored, if Park Chia's beasts can last more than 10 seconds, that would be impressive. The reactions from the representatives of other countries varied. Some teams were quite interested in this impromptu match. They believed that even if Park Chia's defeat was a foregone conclusion, being able to appreciate Su Feng's beast taming skills again was also a kind of enjoyment. Other teams, however, had a mindset of watching a show. They were well aware of the country's tactics and had witnessed Su Feng's strength. For them, regardless of who won or lost, this match was a rare spectacle. On the side of the country's representative team, after Park Bujin and his son returned to the hotel, their faces were still very grim. At first, they were clearly the initiators, but because Su Feng's conditions were too severe, they had already begun to consider refusal. However, the country's officials became interested and directly pressured them to agree. This made Park Bujin and his son feel a bit uneasy. Park Chia's voice trembled slightly. "Father, what should we do now?" At this point, there is no way back. This match can only be won, not lost. Park Bujin took a deep breath and said seriously. But Su Feng seemed so calm, he might have some other trump cards. Park Chia was still a bit flustered. He understood that if he lost this match, the outcome would be more painful than death. Park Bujin nodded slightly, a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. "Don't worry, I'll arrange it. The Crimson Gold War Dragon and the Earth-Shaking Divine Bull must not be allowed to enter the arena. As for your beast, you can directly contract with my team's Mist Shadow Leopard. Its temperament is the gentlest, and it has a good relationship with you, so there shouldn't be any major issues." Upon hearing this, Park Chia's legs stopped trembling, and his hands ceased to shake. He became confident. The Mist Shadow Leopard. It had once reached Diamond Rank 9 but had fallen to Platinum Rank 8 due to severe injuries. Using it in the match would be a sure win. "Grandpa, I've encountered some special circumstances in the Land of the Stick. Do you know anything about that old Dragon King?" On the other side, after returning to the hotel, Su Feng not only asked Long Kai for some information about the old Dragon King but also inquired with his own grandfather about related news. At this moment, he wasn't even thinking about the upcoming battle. Instead, he was looking at the images sent by his grandfather on his phone, exclaiming, "So damn cool." The image of the radiant holy dragon, or rather, the war holy dragon, radiated brilliant golden light. Its massive dragon body seemed capable of blocking out the sun. It looked incredibly majestic, so much so that the Crimson Gold War Dragon was stunned upon seeing it. "This is really what I will look like in the future? Shall we find a place to try it out first?" Su Feng looked at the Crimson Gold War Dragon, his eyes sparkling with eagerness. "Roar, roar, roar." The Crimson Gold War Dragon nodded vigorously, eager to give it a try. "Let's go, let's go." Su Feng slapped his thigh, stood up, and prepared to set off immediately. "By the way, are you just going like this?" The Cloud Crane appeared out of nowhere, tilting its head and looking at them with a half-smile. Sister Crane will help us, right?" Su Feng finally realized, scratching his head awkwardly and looking at the Cloud Crane with a flattering expression. He knew that if they just swaggered out to experiment, it might cause unnecessary trouble. With the Cloud Crane's help to cover them, they would be safe. Beg me, and I'll help." The Cloud Crane proudly lifted its head, its eyes sparkling with cunning light. Details are omitted. It was originally golden, but since it is an anomalous color leap dragon fish and an anomalous color Crimson Gold War Dragon, let's make it black gold. When the clock struck 3 in the afternoon, the Busan Battle Arena, which had been somewhat quiet for the past 2 days, was bustling with activity. The audience seats were filled with people. There were competitors from various countries, as well as some local spectators from the Land of the Stick. Moreover, many bloggers visiting the Land of the Stick were also present. They were all holding their phones, live streaming. As the match entered the preparation stage, seeing Park Chia summon the Mist Shadow Leopard, Deng Yanjun in the audience couldn't sit still and immediately shouted at the top of his lungs, "Wait, is the Land of the Stick cheating so blatantly?" This shout instantly caused an uproar. "Disgusting, so damn disgusting. Why don't you just say you have to win instead of pretending? Borrowing a beast that doesn't belong to you, is that even a formal match? Such a foul should result in an immediate loss." Although everyone was looking forward to a more exciting battle, they were quite resistant to Park Chia's behavior. If this were a formal competition, such actions would not only result in an immediate loss but also punishment from the Beastmaster Association. However, the referee, Park Bujin, seemed to have heard nothing. He looked at the flashing lights, momentarily taken aback. Then he gazed at the Lingxiao True Dragon summoned by Su Feng. He swallowed back everything he wanted to say. After carefully observing the strength of the dragon treasure, Park Bujin couldn't help but feel shocked by Su Feng's power. However, when he saw the state of the Mist Shadow Leopard, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift slightly. "As long as I can win the match, I can gain enough profit. Isn't it just a bit risky? What's there to be afraid of?" With this thought, Park Bujin calmly spoke, anyone who finds this unreasonable can report it to the Beast Master Association at any time. Contestant Park Chi-ye has a corresponding intimacy with the Beast, Mist Shadow Leopard, which complies with the rules of this match. Both contestants are in position, countdown to the match, prepare. 3, 2, 1, start. Park Bujin, Mist Shadow Leopard, lose, combat, ability, winner, Su Feng. At the moment the match began, the dragon treasure radiated a brilliant light. Long before, it had already gathered countless dragon souls. At this moment, these dragon souls surged forth like a tide. Dense and colorful, the dragon souls rushed towards the Mist Shadow Leopard like a flood. The scene was like a rain of arrows, the momentum so grand it was chilling. The Mist Shadow Leopard, once a formidable beast. Even with rich combat experience and previously high strength, it appeared small and helpless against the dozens of dragon soul attacks from the dragon treasure. As a fragile beast with high attack and agility, it had no means to defend against such an attack with locking effects and excessive damage. In just 3 seconds, the once sharp-eyed and battle-ready Mist Shadow Leopard collapsed to the ground, breathless. Was this battle really over just like that? The entire battle hall fell into a dead silence. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, as if they couldn't believe what had just happened. What happened to the promised grand battle? I traveled an hour to Busan, and it ended just like that? Damn it, refund! Someone shouted first, breaking the silence. Instant kill, it actually got killed instantly, amazing. Oh my god, is it really over? Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. How dare this Park whatever do this? Originally, when Park Chi-ye confidently summoned the Mist Shadow Leopard, many thought he might really have a chance to win. After all, the Mist Shadow Leopard was once a diamond-level beast. Even though it had now fallen to the platinum level, its mastery of skills and the rich experience accumulated from countless battles were definitely not something an ordinary beast could compare to. However, the reality was that Su Feng's Lingxiao True Dragon only needed one encounter. With a few dragon souls unleashed, it could achieve an instant kill. No matter how rich the experience or how impressive the skill application, what use was it if it couldn't be utilized? At that moment, the emotions of the audience and the entire battle hall were completely ignited. They whispered to each other, discussing fervently. Some streamers expressed their astonishment at what they had just witnessed. Oh my god, did everyone see that? This is the Lingxiao True Dragon, just like the Crimson Gold War Dragon, both belong to Su Feng, a unique divine dragon of Huaxia. If only the streamer had enough connections, I would really want to visit the Dragon Islands of Huaxia to observe their clans. There were also those who looked down on the actions of the Korean side. Folks, this is the true face of Korea, they love to cheat in competitions. And yet, cheating still doesn't guarantee a win. Of course, although the people in this country are not great, their spirit beasts are indeed beautiful. If you need anything, you can click on the little yellow cart below. In contrast, the young beast masters from other countries, like Tony from the beautiful country, had a serious expression on his face, revealing deep apprehension in his eyes. He realized that if his magnetic energy dragon were to compete, it would only be instantly defeated. How the hell are we supposed to play this? I'm done, I'm out. According to the agreement, each member of the Huaxia representative team can freely select spirit beast resources worth tens of millions. The repair time in the secret realm can also be extended to 1.5 months. Additionally, regarding the handling of the Park father and son, we will make a fair judgment, and the Huaxia officials can send someone to verify. The official from the stick country had a very ugly expression as he spoke to Su Feng. Ugly, embarrassing. This time, he truly felt humiliated. In front of so many witnesses, and even more streamers, the Park father and son were so brazen in their cheating. Moreover, they cheated and still didn't win. The stick country was really going to be completely disgraced by the Park family. For the stick country, 2 billion is a small matter. Allowing the Huaxia team to enter the secret realm for 2 months is also a small matter. But losing face internationally this time is a big deal. I hope you keep your promise. Su Feng glanced at him with a half smile and then walked away. As soon as he returned to the area where the Huaxia team was located, Deng Yanjun and the others came to greet him. How was that? Pretty good, right? I hired a few streamers who came to the stick country for tourism to boost the hype. Those 2 sticks won't want to live after this, Deng Yanjun said proudly. As expected of you, the Poison Prince. Zhang Xiaoqiao gave a thumbs up, not sparing her praise. Of course, we play dirty. Our minds aren't clean. Although my skills aren't as impressive as my father's or grandfather's, it's enough to make those 2 guys miserable, Deng Yanjun chuckled. Indeed, with such publicity, if the stick country still wants to save face, they can only shift the blame onto Park Bujin. Speaking of which, what should we choose for that 10 million to make the stick country feel the pain? Choosing some regular resources feels like a loss, and they won't release anything slightly better. That's simple, spirit beast eggs. Su Feng smiled slightly, especially those spirit beast eggs that haven't been identified as specific types. The others were momentarily stunned. Eggs that haven't been identified as specific spirit beasts? Isn't that like gambling on stones? Wait, according to rumors, Aunt Qing's Qing Shuang illusion spirit came from such an egg, right? Could it be? Feeling the gaze of the crowd, Su Feng slightly raised his head. No need to rush, let's focus on the secret realm first. We'll ask the stick country officials for what we need when we leave. That night, Su Feng lay half reclined on his bed, intently looking at the information about the Xieji secret realm sent by the Huaxia Beast Master Association on his phone screen. The uncle of King Shang Zhou led some Shang dynasty immigrants eastward to establish Jija Joseon. Goodness, it turns out the sticks are just like the little sun, all former failures of Huaxia escaping and claiming kingship outside. According to records, during the Ming dynasty, Li Songjiwai of the Stick Country paid tribute to the Ming dynasty. Among the gifts presented, there was a special skill stone that allowed spirit beasts to unleash the special skills inscribed on the stone. From our 2 entries into the Xieji secret realm, we learned that such stones also remain in the secret realm. As Su Feng read on, he couldn't help but think of the direction he once wanted Yin Hong to develop his talent on Tidal Island. Skill discs. On a certain item, the spiritual energy operation patterns of skill engraving are carved. This allows beast tamers to learn skills without the guidance of other beasts. The skill stones recorded in the materials, why do they feel so similar? Could it be that in a world like this, human development isn't actually progress, but just archaeology? If that's the case, will there be even more impressive beast taming equipment in the Xieji secret realm? Beast taming and realms have levels. Can there be no beast taming equipment? It's no wonder Su Feng thinks this way. The beast taming system has developed for many years in this world. There are still countless new species of spirit beasts, special items, and even skills waiting to be discovered by humans. Just like the beast taming equipment Su Feng once asked his father for, the Starry Spirit Ring. This item was actually a crafting technique found decades ago in a special secret realm. The text on it is not from the current era at all. It can completely be called archaeology. The reason Su Feng hasn't put too much thought into beast taming equipment now is that, firstly, the development is still not very complete, and most competitions default to not allowing wearing them. Secondly, the beast taming equipment discovered so far with ultimate skill crafting techniques has really poor performance. Thinking of this, Su Feng also recalled the dragon pearl obtained from the Crimson Gold War Dragon. The dragon pearl, in a sense, can also be considered a piece of equipment, right? Just like in some games, some equipment has the effect of attached skills. If that's the case, does it also mean that there will be similar types of beast taming equipment in the Xieji secret realm? It can't be that every divine beast is as poor as the cloud crane, right? As if sensing something, the cloud crane suddenly spoke. I feel like you're talking bad about me again. No, absolutely not. Su Feng first denied it 3 times, then changed the subject and asked, by the way, you've lived for so long and are a divine beast. Don't you know anything about skill stones or beast taming equipment? Come on, think about it from a different perspective. The cloud crane said irritably, it's like you humans reading light novels. When you read it, you remember it clearly. Months, a year, 2 years pass, who knows what that thing was? I can casually sleep for several years, even decades. Plus, humans have achieved so much in beast taming. The general framework hasn't changed much. How could I possibly remember the details so clearly? However, when I see it again, there will always be some impressions, so I won't be completely clueless. After hearing the cloud crane's explanation, Su Feng nodded thoughtfully. So, if we encounter related things in the Xieji secret realm, you might still recognize some clues? Maybe, but it also depends on luck. The cloud crane lazily replied, who knows what strange things are specifically in that secret realm? And didn't the materials say so? Each person's area in the secret realm is different. Who knows if you'll enter a place that no one has ever been to? That's true. Su Feng nodded. However, his interest was not diminished at all. Since the Crimson Gold War Dragon has such an impressive equipment item as the Dragon Pearl, then the Little Chilin, Illusory Eye Dragonfly, Earth-Shaking Divine Ox, Thousand Machine Beast, and the Future Azura Pathcat, Hungry Ghost Path XX, Hell Path OO, it wouldn't make sense if they didn't have something similar. And to find these things, he might have to try his luck in these ancient secret realms or those that have yet to be discovered. If they exist, their future will shine even brighter. Let's not think about so much for now. The crane in the clouds splashed a basin of cold water. You should take a look at how short the duration of the super evolution of the Crimson Gold War Dragon you achieved today is. As far as I know, the Radiant Holy Dragon could maintain that state for as long as it wanted. You should first work on your pathetic stamina before considering those things. I guess that's true. So, that night, in a dimly lit room, a figure practiced kung fu. Oh no, it was crane style. The next morning, Amidst the envious gazes of many foreign beast tamers, the Chinese representative team boarded the bus, heading towards the entrance of the Xieji secret realm. Meanwhile, they could only continue to stay at the Busan Grand Hotel, engaging in exchanges and learning with talented beast tamers from other countries. This was also one of the main purposes for many countries participating in this event. Even if they couldn't secure first place or win any rewards, it allowed their own talents to spar and learn from their peers. On the bus, each vehicle had an official member from the Chinese Beast Tamer Association explaining matters related to the Xieji secret realm to each student. The information shared was not much different from what Su Feng had seen the night before. However, even though Su Feng and Park Bujin had won their bet against the Korean officials, allowing the Chinese representative team to train in the Xieji secret realm for a month and a half, Xieji was also discerning. Just like its characteristics, it could recognize good and evil, scrutinizing lawlessness and injustice. The purer a person's heart, the longer they could stay in the secret realm. According to the statistics from those who entered earlier, 1 month was just the average duration. This was also the fundamental reason why the original reward for this event was set to allow entry for 1 month. Despite this, the Korean officials still did not want to extend the time too long, mainly because they found it hard to see through Su Feng. They were worried that if the time was too long, he might directly take Xieji away, which would be a huge loss for them. To this, Su Feng was unaware. At that moment, his thoughts were drifting. Primary goal: see if there's anything like the Fountain of Life in the secret realm, to get a new special entry. Secondary goal: look for skill stones and special beast taming equipment similar to Dragon Balls. And then, if I can take Xieji back, that would be even better. By the way, Xieji looks similar to a chilin. Does our little chilin have any relatives with it? With that connection, plus the crane in the clouds being an old acquaintance, the feasibility of taking it back seems quite high. As he thought about it, he couldn't help but smile. Goodness, you come to participate in the event, having a special training opportunity, but instead, you end up taking the boss of someone else's secret realm back. Doesn't that make the secret realm half useless? At the entrance of the Xieji secret realm, under the guidance of Long Kai and the official beast tamers from the Chinese Beast Tamer Association, Su Feng and the 200 young beast tamers from China had successfully arrived. Their faces were filled with anticipation and curiosity, their gazes directed towards the misty entrance of the secret realm. One Cass, who was responsible for guarding the entrance, had been waiting for a long time. He appeared slightly hunched, with the marks of time etched upon him. When Su Feng and the others appeared in his line of sight, he immediately approached, a hint of guilt and apology on his face. I apologize on behalf of my country for the various unfair treatments that you friends from China have encountered in our nation, One Cass said sincerely, slightly bowing. As a former president of Korea, One Cass had made many contributions to the peaceful exchanges between Korea and China. Although the crowd listened, they were unsure of what to think. But at least on the surface, everyone displayed the proper demeanor, politely responding to Wenkasi's apology. There are some matters regarding the Xieji secret realm that I need to emphasize to everyone, especially concerning the Xieji divine beast. Wenkasi's tone shifted, becoming serious and solemn in an instant. Su Feng, Deng Yanjun, Lei Shouwen, and other young beast masters instantly perked up. Each one pricked up their ears, ready to listen attentively. The divine beast was no longer a stranger to Su Feng. However, it was different for the others. Long Hanwen had seen the cloud crane in the secret realm, but it was merely a fleeting glimpse. As for many others, even if they had seen the incarnation of the cloud crane, they did not know it was a divine beast. Therefore, when Wenkasi mentioned topics related to divine beasts, the seriousness on their faces was palpable. The Xieji is a divine beast that represents justice. Once you enter the secret realm, if your intentions are not pure, you will be directly expelled. As he spoke the first sentence, Wenkasi couldn't help but smile self-deprecatingly, filled with bitterness and helplessness. A series of tactics employed by the South Korean team during the competition flashed through his mind. For their own selfish interests, they violated the principles of justice. Their ultimate goal, however, was to meet the divine beast that represents justice. Such willful misconduct filled Wenkasi with a sense of sorrow, but he did not dwell on this emotion for long. He quickly adjusted his state and continued, the training within the Xieji secret realm is, in fact, a test. The content of the test is what each beast master can learn and train within the secret realm. Passing the test already signifies entry into the secret realm and achieving the most basic gains. Of course, if a beast master passes the test relatively quickly, they can also explore the Xieji secret realm. They can contract rare and precious spirit beasts, or search for treasures within the secret realm, and even, if fortunate, meet the divine beast again. Rest assured, everyone has a strong homeland backing them. What you gain in the secret realm is yours, and no one can take it away. So, please feel free to seek your own opportunities in the Xieji secret realm. Wen Kaxi's words resonated powerfully, echoing in everyone's ears. Su Feng nodded slightly, committing this information to memory. At the same time, he couldn't help but think, a test? Another test? It felt somewhat similar to when he first encountered the cloud crane. It couldn't be. For others, it was a test. For himself, well, quite good. Deng Yanjun stroked his chin and muttered softly, damn it, why does it feel like this test has some issues for me? Before coming to South Korea, he had asked his father about some matters regarding the Xieji secret realm. However, at that time, his father's tone and expression seemed a bit off. Combined with Wen Kaxi's words, he felt that this so-called test was somewhat unfriendly to them, the poison-type beast masters. By the way, is the difficulty of this test very high? What if we can't pass it? A young beast master in the crowd couldn't help but ask. Upon hearing this, Wen Kaxi, while using the totem in his hand to open the secret realm, replied, everyone can rest assured, believe in yourself, and believe in your beasts. The tests designed by the Xieji are tailored specifically to each person's beast. The test is not about strength. If it were about strength, the conditions for entering the secret realm would not limit age but would use the beast master's level as the standard for judgment. After he finished speaking, the totem in his hand, resembling the Xieji, emitted a bright light. The mist at the entrance of the secret realm slowly dissipated. At the same time, a powerful mental force surged out from the secret realm. The group included 200 young beast masters, including Su Feng. The mental power that crosses space, is the Xieji a divine beast of the mental attribute? Seeing this, Su Feng pondered. Distinguishing right from wrong, recognizing good and evil, examining lawlessness and injustice. It fits well through mental exploration. Seeing the confusion on everyone's faces, Wenkas explained, this is Xieji conducting a preliminary examination. In front of Xieji, all injustices cannot escape. When he said the last sentence, Wenkas couldn't help but want to laugh. One could only say that those people were really idiots. They actually thought that if they played tricks, it wouldn't affect people like Park Chia. Alright, congratulations to everyone for passing the first test, you can go in now. Once inside, there will be spatial teleportation, and everyone will arrive at different places. Good luck! As the mental power dissipated, Wenkas continued. Thank you. Su Feng politely thanked and glanced at the others. Let's go, I hope we all have satisfactory gains. After saying that, everyone entered the secret realm in groups of 10, divided into 20 waves. Compared to the tension of the other 9 in the same group, Su Feng appeared calm. A relationship holder should have the demeanor of a relationship holder. Although he didn't know if he could be considered a relationship holder. Holding the little chilin, with a red-crowned crane on his shoulder, he entered the secret realm. Once inside, he saw a creature about the size of a cow, covered in green fur, with a horn on its forehead, somewhat resembling a chilin. Su Feng was completely dumbfounded. Wasn't it said that only those who passed the test would be fortunate enough to see a divine beast? How did it just appear? No acting at all, huh? How was he supposed to wash this? Meanwhile, the spirit beasts in the secret realm were also confused. Roar, leader, Pulu? Why did the leader come directly? Bosi, is it here to pick up this young man? Middle eye. No, hasn't he not passed the test yet? Hearing the calls of the spirit beasts around him, Su Feng was once again dumbfounded. No, this is in the land of the stick. Having little elves is one thing. After all, this is the most famous spirit beast in the land of the stick. But why are there leap dragon fish and Lingxiao white dragons? Shouldn't these be unique to Huaxia? Su Feng stood there, completely bewildered by this inexplicable situation. The spirit beasts also looked puzzled. A few bolder spirit beasts even ran to Xieji's side, emitting a series of questions. Wu-lu. Xieji stood there, somewhat imposing. It looked at the spirit beasts that had gathered to inquire, letting out a slightly deep and authoritative roar. After hearing this, although they didn't understand, the beasts obediently turned and left. Su Feng watched the departing leap dragonfish and Lingxiao white dragons, filled with confusion. At that moment, he noticed the expression of the cloud crane beside him becoming somewhat unusual. The cloud crane's eyes were fixed on those spirit beasts, slowly speaking with a hint of uncertainty in its voice. They are all descendants of those spirit beasts? Just as the cloud crane had once told Su Feng, Xieji also had contracts with human beast masters. That human was also an extraordinary figure. He was a great general of Huaxia back then. However, the good times didn't last long. Shortly after he signed the contract, dark invasion was discovered within the borders of the land of the stick. That is, the zombie beasts. In order to nip the crisis in the bud, Xieji's master resolutely led the warriors of the Dragon Island to eliminate the zombie beasts. That battle was exceptionally brutal and lasted far too long. Long enough that the general ultimately died from exhaustion and old age. However, even after the master's passing, the siege did not give up. Under its leadership, combined with the reinforcements from the Dragon Islands, namely the Radiant Divine Dragon, they fought through arduous battles and finally succeeded in effectively controlling the threat of the zombie beasts. However, the cost of that battle was extremely heavy. Countless warriors from the Dragon Islands were killed or injured, and even the siege itself had nearly exhausted its energy. Because dragons are inherently lustful, even during battle, it was inevitable that a few female dragons would become pregnant during their rest. Coupled with the prolonged duration of the fight, many dragon eggs were not able to be sent back in time. Thus, the siege brought those dragon eggs to the secret realm to recuperate and restore its vitality. Just as it had finally recovered after a long time and was preparing to leave, it sensed that the country of Korea, once a vassal state of Hwasha, had given birth to a new faith. Adhering to the idea of not wasting, it chose to stay here. Sufong quickly tapped on his phone screen, recording the details of the events as narrated by the Cloud Crane and the siege, and even attached a recording. This way, when the siege returned to its homeland, if Korea sought trouble, they would have corresponding evidence, just in case. After finishing the record, Sufong raised his head and looked at the Cloud Crane with a helpless expression, asking, "By the way, Crane sister, why didn't you think of this when you first saw the Dragon Pearl?" "I did think of it," the Cloud Crane replied lightly. Sufong looked puzzled, waiting for her to continue. "You didn't ask, so why should I say?" the Cloud Crane said with conviction. That made a lot of sense. Sufong was momentarily speechless. He then turned his gaze to the siege and posed a new question. "By the way, since this secret realm also has the leap dragon fish and the Lingsha white dragon, why has Korea come in so many times without contracting a single one?" The siege gazed into the distance and slowly said, "They are the royal family of the Dragon Islands, and contracting them must adhere to the rules of the Dragon Islands. I do not have the authority to decide their fate." At this point, the siege's gaze fell on Sufong. "However, you do have the authority to arrange for them." Sufong looked bewildered, completely unprepared for the topic to suddenly shift to himself. The siege glanced aside, where the summoned Crimson Gold War Dragon was practically becoming the king of the children among the Leap Dragon Fish and Lingsha White Dragon groups, occasionally showing off to the dragon treasures. Well, the scene behind was too beautiful. Seeing this, the siege smiled and then turned to explain, "Your beast has the bloodline of the Lingsha True Dragon and the Leap Dragon Fish royal family, granting you the right to allocate the descendants of these warriors. This is also why I asked you to come directly. Take them back to your homeland." When facing divine beasts, sometimes being straightforward is better than being roundabout. Sufong said directly, "How about you take them back?" Before the siege could respond, Sufong continued, "You see, Korea is no longer a vassal of Hwasha, and staying in someone else's home isn't a good thing. Moreover, considering the character of these guys, well, I believe you know, otherwise, they wouldn't have modified the conditions for entering the secret realm. Since that's the case, it would be better to go home directly. If you have no place to stay, I can arrange it for you." Listening to their conversation, the Cloud Crane's expression suddenly became a bit stiff. No, this isn't how it's written in the dramas. According to the tropes in dramas and novels, the situation should be that the Crimson Gold War Dragon had fun playing with these little ones, and when Sufong left, they would be reluctant to part. The siege would naturally say for Sufong to take them back. Then, Sufong asked, "Why is this being said now? But why has the process been skipped and we jumped straight to the result? Isn't that missing a few episodes?" However, he didn't dwell on it too much and quickly agreed, "Yeah, we can go to my house later, or being neighbors with brother Xuanwu would be fine too." Xieji listened quietly, a hint of emotion in his eyes. But in the end, he slowly shook his head and replied, "It's not that I don't want to, but I can't. I have absorbed the power of belief belonging to the citizens of this territory, and I have already formed a cause and effect that needs to be repaid. In human terms, it means I need to work to pay off my debts." There was a hint of helplessness in Xieji's voice. Going home, such a thing, how could he not have thought about it? 100 years ago, he had already felt a kind of rejection in this territory. The power of belief could no longer be absorbed. At that time, he wanted to leave. Coupled with the increasing injustices in this territory in recent years, it made his power even weaker. He had long wanted to escape this place that he found so detestable. However, the cause and effect of hundreds of years had not yet been fully repaid. If he were to leave, it would be equivalent to breaking the rules. It was like a middle-aged person with elderly parents and young children, still paying off a mortgage and car loan. Even if he didn't want to go to work, he couldn't quit. The crane in the clouds waved its wings nonchalantly. "What did you think?" "This is simple." Its eyes turned, and it said excitedly, "I just watched a movie recently, what's it called? Neza." His physical body was destroyed, and later it was reshaped using lotus roots. We can also take a cue from that, mold a new body, and let a clone serve as the soul infusion. Even if the power is weakened, no one will notice. Sheji was instantly stunned, his mind filled with question marks. Movie? Neza? Lotus root transformation? What on earth is this? How could this crane say so many things he didn't understand? He had lived for so long and had never heard such a novel concept before. However, after pondering it carefully, this method seemed, indeed, feasible. After all, being here was just like what those humans called going to work. Although there wasn't much work usually, the beast had to come. Whether it was to sleep here or play games, it had to come. And the recent work arrangements were often decades apart. Before work, it seemed that humans would also hold some kind of activities. At that time, taking advantage of their activities, it seemed like it wouldn't be too late to come over. Thinking of this, Xieji's eyes instantly lit up. Su Feng and the crane in the clouds exchanged a glance, both showing a hint of joy. TSK, who would have thought it would be so easy to bring Xieji back? Just as Su Feng was excited in his heart, Xieji suddenly spoke up. There are also divine beasts existing in this territory. They can sense my presence. If I leave directly, it could easily cause disputes. I need a carrier. A carrier? For a divine beast, what would be a carrier that allows it to leave without being detected by others and without causing too much commotion? Isn't it just entering the beast master space? Su Feng, from now on, please call me the divine beast man. Taking a day off, only 2 updates. In Xieji's secret realm. At this moment, Su Feng felt that the rocket he was riding on had once again been fueled. With a howl, it shot up again. Reflecting on the time before entering the secret realm, he had planned 3 goals in his heart, and bringing Xieji back to Huaxia was originally the last on his list. In his view, this was undoubtedly the most difficult goal to achieve. From the very beginning, he was uncertain whether he could succeed. However, fate is filled with the unexpected. Who could have imagined? This was just the beginning of entering the secret realm. I originally thought that this incredibly difficult goal would be a monumental challenge, yet it was completed so effortlessly. Moreover, the final outcome far exceeded his previous expectations. He had initially thought that even if he could persuade the Xieji, the process would surely be tortuous. But now, not only was there no problem at all, but the other party had also established a preliminary contractual relationship with him, although this contract was more akin to a temporary agreement. For a divine beast, what is temporary may be a lifetime for a human. Plus, he planned to arrange for Xieji to stay at his hometown, allowing it to interact more with his mother and grandmother. Who knows, by then, it might not even want to leave when he tries to send it away. Thinking of this, Su Feng felt an overwhelming sense of joy. He looked at the Xieji avatar that had already been shaped not far away. Then he shifted his gaze to the main body. He saw the illusory eye dragon resting its eyes on its horn, digesting energy. Unable to contain his anticipation, Su Feng asked again, "By the way, Senior, there should be some special equipment in this secret realm, similar to Dragon Balls, right? Those things should all belong to our Huaxia, and since we are leaving, shouldn't we take some back? Also, you've been working in the Korean country for so many years, and they haven't paid you a salary. Isn't there a special skill stone in this secret realm? We should at least take a little back. Consider it as our salary for these years." Su Feng had not forgotten the main and secondary goals of this trip. Since he had already established a certain relationship with Xieji, accomplishing these 2 goals would naturally be easier. Upon hearing this, the horn on Xieji's forehead suddenly emitted a soft yet dazzling light. It was using its unique ability to check whether Su Feng's proposed actions violated the principle of integrity and public service. The cloud crane glanced sideways at Su Feng, its gaze seemingly saying, "It still has to be you. You are the true Subapi." Before heading to the Dragon Islands, on the way home, the little Chilin was training, and the cloud crane had met with the Xuanwu. At that time, it already knew that there was a certain connection between Su Qingsong and the Xuanwu. Some of the former's character and temper were somewhat similar to the Xuanwu. Just 2 days ago, after Su Feng obtained the Dragon Ball, he not only stripped all the dragon blood grass but also didn't spare those half-finished products that lacked the power of dragons. Since then, the Cloud Crane was certain that there must be some generational hereditary factors at play. But now, having already contracted with Xieji, he was still not satisfied and wanted more. This made the Cloud Crane feel that the student surpasses the master. Each generation is stronger than the last. Just then, the light on Xieji's horn gradually faded. Returning what belongs to the rightful owner and working for a salary is feasible, but remember not to be greedy, as this goes against fairness. As soon as the words fell, it used its powerful mental strength to open a mysterious passage. Seeing this, Su Feng's eyes lit up. They practically turned into coins. 666. Today, there would be no tests, just seeing the divine beast was enough. The divine beast even actively led them to the final prize area to collect rewards. This was the thrill of being a cheat player. Hoo-hoo! The little chilin, which had been happily enjoying the spiritual fruit in the secret realm, seemed to sense that there were even more delicious things inside. So, it immediately dropped the spiritual fruit in its mouth, shook its round little head, and scampered over with its short legs. Boom! Boom sizzle! The thousand machine beast sensed its master's inner needs. It immediately transformed into a headlight form, illuminating the path within the spiritual passage, which was not too bright for humans. After an unknown amount of time traveling, all along the way, Su Feng was immersed in the thrill of treasure hunting. When they arrived at the final destination, the Xiaji used its mental power. The restrictions binding the treasures began to dissipate. In an instant, various treasures radiating strange glows appeared before everyone. Spirit Pearl grants more precise control over power. Dragon Scale Armor blocks attacks. Ka. Li. The two little ones were almost immediately attracted to the items in the treasure house. Even Su Feng was momentarily dazzled. Top-tier evolution items, premium spirit stones, spirit fruits. There were simply too many to count. And there were those skill stones that looked incredibly impressive. Some of them were somewhat incomprehensible. But under the effect of the probing eye, these beast taming equipment truly left him a bit dumbfounded. However, upon closer inspection, Su Feng discovered that perhaps because the previous warriors were all of the dragon race, most of these equipment items required dragon-type beasts to use. This spirit pearl belongs to the Lingxiao True Dragon clan, and is of the same origin as the dragon pearl. Since you already have the dragon pearl, the spirit pearl should also belong to you. As Xieji spoke, it used its mental power to control the spirit pearl and handed it to Su Feng. The crane in the clouds recalled a movie it had just seen on the website in the past 2 days. It muttered to itself, Demon Pill, Spirit Pearl. The fighting demon pill of the Crimson Gold War Dragon, the precision spirit pearl of the Lingxiao True Dragon, they seemed so similar. At the same time, Xiaji carefully selected some gifts. The little chilin that followed along had their gifts directly presented to them. Meanwhile, the gifts for the earth-shaking divine bull and the Crimson Gold War Dragon, who were still training and playing with other dragons, were temporarily kept by Su Feng. Creak! Looking at the fruit in front of him, which emitted a rich fragrance and was several times larger than himself, the little chilin could no longer hold back. It took a bite. The sweet taste instantly spread in its mouth, and the little chilin squinted its eyes in satisfaction. Although the illusory eye dragonfly was relatively refined, it also kept staring at the enormous energy crystal before it, blinking its eyes. As it made eye contact with its reflection in the energy crystal, before Su Feng could express his gratitude, Xiaji continued, "The restrictions have been lifted, and these should belong to Huaxia, and are also my salary. Your beast taming space has a large capacity, so just take them all." Hearing this, Su Feng took a deep breath, trying to calm his slightly agitated emotions. He then slowly nodded. He looked around and couldn't help but marvel. The Xiaji secret realm truly deserved its 1,000-year history. The treasures inside were simply countless. In comparison, he couldn't help but think silently, much richer than Sister Crane. However, after Su Feng collected all the treasures that had been freed from restrictions into his beast taming space, his gaze involuntarily turned to the other treasures that had not yet been released from their restrictions. If he wasn't mistaken, most of these remaining items were extra rewards that beast tamers could obtain after passing trials. The corners of Su Feng's mouth curled slightly, a cunning light flashing in his eyes as he looked at Xiaji and said, "Xiaji Sr., by the way, it seems my trial hasn't started yet, right? How about you design a trial with a slightly higher difficulty for me? And then the reward would be these remaining items. Let's clear them out. What do you think?" Silence, deafening silence. The entire treasure house fell into silence due to Su Feng's words. The crane in the clouds truly did not expect that Su Feng would be so greedy. In its view, Su Feng had already contracted with Xiaji and had essentially obtained nearly half of the treasures in the secret realm. Such a harvest, if converted into money, an income comparable to that of some small to medium-sized countries for a year, wealthy enough to rival nations. Yet he was still not satisfied. He wanted more. The Xiaji also fell into silence. It was contemplating. Upon hearing Su Feng's words, it instinctively felt that such greed seemed to contradict the concept of justice. However, after careful consideration, it found that what Su Feng said seemed to make sense. Su Feng indeed had not yet undergone the trial. According to the established rules, beast tamers who pass the trial and perform excellently qualify for additional rewards. It could even be said that for those who are already outstanding, the trial itself is a process of seeking rewards. In this light, although such a situation might be unfair to other beast tamers, from the perspective of the rules themselves, it does not actually violate the principle of fairness. Moreover, there is no absolute fairness in this world. The ability to ensure fairness is, in itself, a form of fairness. As a divine beast representing justice, the Xieji understood this principle as well. Steady, steady, almost there. Seeing the subtle change in the Xieji's expression, Su Feng's lips curled up slightly, revealing a smug smile. What he said was not simply a matter of greed. Greed is actually something very difficult to evaluate. When applied in the right place, with the right kind of desire, it can be a merit. Take this secret realm, for example. After this event, no one knows when the next one will be held, or when the young beast tamers of Huaxia will be able to enter again. Since that's the case, rather than letting these treasures rot in the hands of the Koreans, it would be better for him to take them back and realize their true value. In the silence of one person and two beasts lost in thought, the only sound left in the entire treasury was the crisp sound of the little chilin happily munching on spirit fruits. After a moment, the horn of the Xieji gradually lit up. The trial begins. Trial: find the skill stones scattered in the secret realm. Reward: the number of treasures in the treasury will be determined by the quantity found. As these 4 words and a passage appeared in Su Feng's mind, he suddenly felt as if he and all the beasts, except for the crane in the clouds, were being pulled together by an invisible force. Roar, roar, roar! The red gold war dragon and other beasts let out confused roars, puzzled by this sudden change. At the same time, their surroundings began to change as well. It was hard to describe the feeling. In any case, the first impression it gave Su Feng was that this was a divine beast. Compared to the crane in the clouds, which liked to watch dramas and sometimes seemed a bit too normal, this incomprehensible and somewhat abnormal situation was more in line with the prestige of a divine beast. Before long, everything returned to calm. Su Feng knew that his trial had officially begun. Since the trial is about finding something, then, let's first take a look in the sky. Su Feng immediately recalled the earth-shaking divine bull and the others into the beast space. Then he leaped onto the back of the red gold war dragon. The red gold war dragon understood and immediately flew into the sky. From a high vantage point, Su Feng looked down at the surrounding environment. The entire secret realm resembled a group of dragon islands, with many islands and a landmass-like area. But more was the ocean domain. Oh, aren't those the Lingxiao white dragons we encountered not long ago? Roar! As he observed, Su Feng quickly spotted nearly 100 Lingxiao white dragons. Roar! Ah, what's going on? How did we end up here? Roar! It should be that human in the sky who is undergoing a trial. Roar! I see. Seeing these Lingxiao white dragons, as well as the group of leap dragons nearby, who looked up at the red gold war dragon with envy and admiration, Su Feng instantly had an idea. Since it was about finding something, then surely more people would mean greater strength. The 1,000 machine beast could create a large number of clones. However, a better approach, given the larger number of people, would be to find locals to help. These leap dragon fish and Lingxiao white dragons were just the locals. Crimson gold war dragon, go over there. Roar, roar, roar! Upon hearing this, the crimson gold war dragon immediately flew in that direction. Pulu, Pulu, roar! When the crimson gold war dragon and dragon treasure arrived at their destination, Su Feng immediately heard the excited voices of the leap dragon fish and the slightly confused voices of the Lingxiao white dragons. Roar! Roar! Upon hearing this, dragon treasure immediately explained their intentions. At the same time, Su Feng casually took out a skill stone belonging to the flying leaf storm from his space and showed it to the dragons. Without giving these dragons time to react, he immediately had Dragon Treasure demonstrate various elemental dragon soul powers. In an instant, brilliant and colorful dragon soul lights burst forth in the sky, and powerful energy waves spread out. Although these Lingxiao white dragons had clearly reached the platinum level, and some even the diamond level, they had never undergone systematic learning, making their control over various dragon soul powers extremely weak. When they saw Dragon Treasure's powerful and skilled display of dragon souls, they couldn't help but feel envious. Witnessing this, Su Feng immediately said, "Everyone, please help me find stones like this. Once the task is completed, I will take you to a place. There, not only are there many of your kind, but you can also learn to release dragon souls in a more systematic way." Roar! Roar! Before Su Feng could finish speaking, these Lingxiao white dragons instantly became excited. After seeing Dragon Treasure nod in confirmation, they exchanged glances. "Let's go? Hurry up, don't dawdle. Find stones, and get a good one." The white dragons quickly sprang into action, moving in all directions. Meanwhile, the communication between the crimson gold war dragon and the leap dragon fish was straightforward and direct. Roar! Are you free? Pulu? What's up? Roar! Going to find something. Pulu! Got it. For these leap dragon fish, the crimson gold war dragon, known as the Dragon King, was like a deity. Following the king's orders, the leap dragon fish had no choice but to comply. They hesitated not at all, swishing their tails and joining the search for skill stones. In the treasure vault, the cloud crane and the Xieji instinctively exchanged glances. Then, they both looked at the remaining treasures in the vault. They, at this moment, shared the same feeling. This secret realm, perhaps in just a few days, would be completely stripped by Su Feng, because, after years of reproduction, the leap dragon fish and Lingxiao white dragons, having faced no life-threatening dangers in the secret realm, had accumulated quite a number. Seeing these white dragons and leap dragon fish in action, the other dragons and fish might also join in. At that time, throughout the entire secret realm, whether in the ocean or the sky, if they wanted to find something, what could they not find? And then, the next actions of the thousand machine beast left them dumbfounded once again. They saw the thousand machine beast's body glowing, instantly splitting into nearly 3,000 clones. These clones quickly formed groups of 3 beasts, each performing their duties. One beast transformed into a phantom eye dragonfly form, using its special talent to search for similar energy fluctuations. One beast transformed into an underground exploration drill form, responsible for mining once found. One beast turned into a small chilin form, responsible for restoring the site after excavation. A full 1,000 groups, although their strength was not strong due to their numbers. But, this is just searching for something, not fighting. The effect is definitely sufficient. Sky, ground, ocean, underground. Comprehensive exploration, and there are so many of them. I feel this test is not difficult for him at all. With such a large search team, the next step is a long waiting period. However, Su Feng is not particularly concerned about how many skill stones can ultimately be found. In a sense, this is just weakening the future development potential of the stick country. The more it can be weakened, the better. If the effect is slightly worse, then he can buy more of their spirit beast eggs and pick up some leftovers. In short, do the best he can. That will be enough. Since he wants to do his best, then. Su Feng turned his gaze to the little chilin happily munching on spirit fruits. With a smile, he said, "Little chilin, you wouldn't want to miss out on such delicious food in the future, would you?" The little chilin looked up in confusion, its big watery eyes staring at Su Feng. Su Feng continued, "Go on, let those little spirits get moving, show your charm, and do your best." As soon as the little chilin heard this, it instantly understood Su Feng's meaning. Damn, if it had known earlier, it wouldn't have shown off just now. Earlier, to experience the local spirit beast's food, it had a sudden idea to use the Imu Zhanglei to heat the water flow ring. By stimulating with lightning and infusing life force, this healing type skill produced a wonderful effect. Not only was the healing ability enhanced, but the experience was also unparalleled. Those local spirit beasts who had never seen the world had never experienced such a method. They were immediately captivated. However, it never expected that the beast master, while chatting with those 2 big guys, could still pay attention to. "Ha ha, sigh, life is not easy," Lin is performing. The Crimson Gold War Dragon, Thousand Machine Beast, and Dragon Treasure have already begun to act. When they reached the land, the remaining 3 spirit beasts also exerted their powers. Moo! The earth-shaking divine bull let out a furious roar, casting the law of heaven and earth. Its massive body instantly became even more majestic. This bull's roar echoed all around, attracting a large number of local spirit beasts. It simultaneously stomped heavily on the ground, leaving a giant hoofprint. The little chilin understood and infused special water flow into it. When the spirit beasts arrived, the illusion eye dragon, with its unique charm, acted as a diplomat. "Can you help us find skill stones? We'll treat you to hot springs later." Hot springs? What is that? The local spirit beasts, led by the most numerous little spirits, all looked towards that hoofprint water pool. A cute little water spirit without a neck curiously entered the water pool first. In an instant, splash, splash. This feeling is amazing. The power of life is something that all spirit beasts, except for some special ones, love immensely. Plus, this water pool incorporated the little chilin's special effect of multitasking. It had the warmth that fire attributes spirit beasts liked, the moisture that water attributes spirit beasts adored, and the numbing sensation that thunder attributes spirit beasts cherished. After experiencing this, these local spirit beasts instantly fell in love with this feeling. Even some evolved forms of little spirits, equivalent to adults in human society, could not escape this temptation. Splash! Meet-a-lie! The little spirit group and evolved forms like the Tidal spirit instantly sprang into action. Just like the previous groups of leap dragon fish and white dragons, they successfully joined the team searching for skill stones, pits, water, comfort, finding stones, soaking in baths, enjoying. Of course, there will inevitably be some special circumstances. Some spirit beasts find it quite inconvenient to move. For example, the spirit elephants and the blazing sun rhinoceros living on land. Upon hearing such news, they did not want to miss this opportunity. Their elders understood that the baptism of this life force would greatly help the future growth of the little ones in the clan who could not yet move freely. Thus, they began to think of a way. Soon, they noticed a training ground with a quaking divine bull. The quaking divine bull was not a genius. It could not comprehend pain to the highest degree like the crimson gold war dragon, nor could it possess absolute comprehension like the little chilin. It certainly did not have the external advantages of the illusionary-eye dragonfly or the thousand machine beast, which could master skills without any learning or training. What it had was only persistent effort. It did not miss any time or opportunity. Through constant attempts and trial and error, it strengthened itself step by step. Therefore, the quaking divine bull, having completed its work, arrived at an open space to begin the next phase of training. The goal of this phase was to achieve an external release of the power of earthquake plus aftershock. Upon seeing this scene, the spirit elephant suddenly had an idea. It did not understand the quaking divine bull's moves, but ultimately, it was also a release of power. Having lived in the secret realm for so many years, and being the oldest and strongest in the clan, it had some powerful techniques. Thus, Virum Wu. It turned its head to look at Su Feng. With the translation from the illusionary eye dragonfly, Su Feng understood its intention. I can guide it in concentrating, dispersing, and tearing apart its power. The condition for guidance was that the younger members of the spirit elephant clan could enjoy a special hot spring. To this, Su Feng naturally agreed. It just so happened that this was a temporary camp, and they would be living here for a while. Thus, the spirit elephant, having reached the 9th rank of kings, became the temporary mentor of the quaking divine bull, beginning to impart its strongest comprehension step by step. Roar, ka ka. The blazing sun rhinoceros, which was a step slower in reaction, felt anxious. It looked around. Su Feng, times, human, not suitable. The illusionary-eyed dragonfly, times, not suitable, not suitable. That crocodile? It seemed not suitable either. Ha, why did it turn into a square? What are those characters on top? Wei, Bo, Lu? Then, only the little chilin was left. Moreover, it had horns just like itself. Since that was the case, roar, ka ka. Little one, come here, let me guide you. Ha, roar, ka ka. I have a secret technique, once mastered, can split mountains and crack stones. Ha, the little chilin's eyes lit up, and it became interested. 3 minutes later, when the blazing sun rhinoceros saw the little chilin, which had already mastered the use of its horns skillfully, even better than itself, it fell into a daze. No, this little beast. You learned this already? Moreover, I only taught you the energy fusion of fire and earth. What the hell are you doing with gold, wood, water, fire, earth, and thunder all at once? Ha, sigh, I thought it was some skill, but in the end, the little chilin shook its head helplessly. Roar, ka, sigma, ha, forget it. Whether you have more or less, it doesn't matter, you all can join in later. Roar, ka ka. This isn't very good, is it? Skill stones, leaf storm, high voltage shock, mud shield, laser beam. As night slowly descends, the sky is painted with a brilliant sunset. Through his connection with the Crimson Gold War Dragon and the others, Su Feng learned that the team led by his summoned beasts has already found 14 skill stones. Meanwhile, the little spirits have brought back 9 skill stones. The other spirit beasts have not yet delivered theirs. In total, in just one day, he has collected at least 25 skill stones. Although most of the skill types of these skill stones have already been obtained in the treasury, their preciousness cannot be underestimated. After all, each skill stone has a limit on the number of uses. Once the energy contained within is exhausted, it loses its inherent value. However, at this moment, Su Feng is not merely satisfied with his current gains. People are like this. After getting 1 million, they want 10 million. After getting 10 million, they want 100 million. And Su Feng is even more different. He got 1 million and directly wants 100 billion. At this moment, he is already considering further possibilities. Since skill stones exist, then, Su Feng looks at the pile of skill stones in front of him and murmurs, what do I need to replicate them? If he could truly master the method of replicating skill stones, even if he could only replicate the most basic skills, the value and fame it would bring would be enough to shock the entire world. Initially, Su Feng thought the principle of skill stones was probably as he had imagined before. He just needed to rely on someone with a special talent like Yin Hong to replicate the operation of skill spiritual power and record it on some medium. Once the summoned beast obtains it, it can instantly master the corresponding skill. To verify this idea, he had the illusion dragon use the skill stone for the Eye of Enchantment. The experimental results, however, greatly exceeded his expectations. After using the skill stone, the illusion dragon directly mastered the Eye of Enchantment skill to an astonishingly high level. In that moment, Su Feng clearly felt a strange energy fluctuation. If his judgment was correct, that fluctuation belonged to the power of time. In other words, this skill stone is more like a skill book from some game. Once used, one can directly comprehend it. The difficulty of replication is absurdly high. After all, the power of time, where on earth can I find that? Su Feng scratched his head helplessly. After pondering for a moment, he sighed, forget it, sleep, we'll talk about the future later. Having already gained a lot today, Su Feng slept soundly. In stark contrast to Su Feng are the other beast masters. For these dream-filled beast masters, being able to pass the test earlier means having more time to treasure hunt in this secret realm. More importantly, if they are fortunate enough to encounter and get to know the legendary divine beast Sheji, it would be an immense honor. It would be enough to make them famous in the beast master community. This temptation made all the beast masters so excited that they found it hard to sleep. Therefore, even at night, number 190 was undergoing his own test. The other 8 people also discovered the content of their tests and were racking their brains to think of ways to pass. Among these 200 beast masters, aside from Su Feng, one person's situation stood out particularly. Damn it, this secret realm has some issues. Where's my test? Where's my test? In a deep, dark cave, Deng Yanjun's expression was dazed as he couldn't help but curse loudly. Beside him stood a crow with feathers that seemed to burn with a strange green flame. The flames emitted a faint glow, barely serving as a light source. A whole day had passed from the moment he entered the secret realm in the morning until now. As for the trial that Wenkasi spoke of, Deng Yanjun had no idea what it was. When he entered the secret realm, he only heard a cold voice echoing in his mind. 360 hours, countdown begins. And then, there was nothing more. At first, he thought that the so-called trial was simply to survive these 360 hours. But after nearly a whole day spent in this toxic, deep cave, he had encountered no danger at all. Not to mention danger, he hadn't even seen a shadow of a person or a beast. This had transformed his initial fear into a gradual numbness. After some contemplation, Deng Yanjun seemed to understand a cruel fact. These so-called 360 hours were not his trial. Instead, it meant he could only stay in this secret realm for 360 hours. In other words, Deng Yanjun exchanged glances with the toxic flame crow, and they shared a silent understanding. We are being targeted. We are being targeted, crow. Deng Yanjun sighed and took out specially made food from the beast space, handing it to the toxic flame crow. Forget it, let's eat first. This secret realm is truly despicable, crow. The toxic flame crow began to eat, its green flame feathers flickering slightly, expressing its dissatisfaction. Deng Yanjun patted its head and comforted, stop complaining. Although this cursed place may not be much for others, it might actually be a good place for us to cultivate. Then, while munching on a hamburger, he carefully observed his surroundings. Once he calmed down, Deng Yanjun gradually noticed the unique aspects of this place. The entire cave was completely different from the outside world. Toxic gas harmful to humans and other spirit beasts permeated everywhere. Moreover, through the connection with the toxic flame crow, he surprisingly felt the spiritual energy within the crow growing. It seemed to be just as he had said earlier. This place was a cultivation holy land for poison-type beast tamers. Holy crap, could it be that the reason we have no trial is that we directly received a reward without even knowing it? Deng Yanjun's eyes suddenly widened, as if he had discovered a new continent. So, we wasted a whole day of cultivation time today. It seems so, crow. Damn it, no more eating. It's time to cultivate. Deng Yanjun abruptly stood up, tossing aside the half-eaten hamburger, which was quickly snatched up by a fish that appeared from nowhere. He didn't care and directly summoned all his spirit beasts. Besides the toxic flame crow, there were also the nightmare spider and the swamp mist lizard. Then, they all entered cultivation mode. Until 14 days later, the 360 hours were about to reach zero. Even in the cave, Deng Yanjun felt that sense of impending storm. He looked at the blazing soul crow that had evolved from the toxic flame crow. Then he glanced at the newly contracted spirit beast, the swamp fish. He couldn't help but murmur, why do I suddenly feel that these so-called 360 hours are not the time we can stay in the secret realm but the time we can cultivate in this place? It seems so, crow. Wait, we can only stay in the cave for 15 days. This feeling, a torrential rain. It seems we are going to be flooded, crow. And on the other side, under the watchful eyes of the Sheji, the cloud crane, Su Feng, and other spirit beasts, meow, welcome to this world, Hatcat. With the united efforts of many local spirit beasts, the skill stones in the entire secret realm were almost all collected by Su Feng. However, due to the overwhelming number of local spirit beasts that came to help, the little chilin, this working beast, was exhausted. It worked almost 15 hours a day, 24 hours a day. Fortunately, among these local spirit beasts, there were quite a few wealthy families. They didn't let the little chilin work in vain and paid it a considerable salary. This high-intensity work mode, combined with generous rewards, kept the little chilin constantly absorbing, transforming, and utilizing spiritual energy. As a result, it successfully broke through and was promoted to the 5th rank of gold. At the same time, the earth-shaking divine bull showed no signs of slackening and continued to train hard. After this period of heaven's reward for diligence, it had mastered about 70 to 80% of the skills taught by the spirit's elephant. As the saying goes, the stone from another mountain can be used to attack jade. The unique way of using power by the spirit's elephant also allowed the earth-shaking divine bull to touch the threshold of the 2nd stage of its own power utilization. According to Su Feng's judgment, after training for a while, it would be able to master it proficiently. Although it focused on training, its realm improvement was also somewhat involved. Now, the earth-shaking divine bull's realm had reached the 5th rank of platinum, on par with the crimson gold war dragon. Among the many spirit beasts, the most significant change was undoubtedly the 1000 machine beast. For the crimson gold war dragon, dragon treasure, earth-shaking divine bull, and other spirit beasts, their strength mainly came from their respective talents, attributes, and exclusive skills. The combat power that the 1000 machine beast could gain from reading their data was quite limited. Thus, it decisively paused reading the data of the earth-shaking divine bull and turned its attention to the numerous elemental spirits within the secret realm. Although a single elemental spirit could provide only a small boost to the 1000 machine beast, their sheer numbers made up for it. Fire spirits, water spirits, wind spirits, earth spirits. One spirit might bring a 10-point increase, 10 spirits would be 100 points, and 100 spirits would be 1,000 points. Well, one must be honest, multiply by 10. In this way, the 1000 machine beast achieved another leap and successfully advanced to the 7th rank of gold. Additionally, the illusory eye dragonfly, having absorbed the power of the shiji, also successfully broke through to the 4th rank of gold after a period of absorption and transformation. The enhancement of the 4 beasts' strength naturally also promoted Su Feng's growth. Originally at the 2nd rank of gold, he had now smoothly advanced to the 4th rank of gold, gaining 2 brand new attributes. One could say it brought 2 surprises. Master of the Secret Realm, achieve over 50% recognition from the native life within the unowned secret realm to transform it into one's own attached space, allowing entry and exit at any time. Effect 1. The Master of the Secret Realm can sense the distribution of all life and resources within the secret realm. Effect 2. The Master of the Secret Realm has an employment relationship with the native spirit beasts within the secret realm. By paying a certain reward, the spirit beasts can provide assistance. Effect 3. If possessing multiple secret realms, the realms can be fused, causing the secondary realm to gradually disappear and merge into the location of the main realm. This will expand the area of the main realm, enhance resource quality, and even give rise to new ecosystems and life forms. Effect 4. When the overall strength of the secret realm is enhanced or new types of life are nurtured, a portion of spiritual energy will be returned to the master of the secret realm. Upon seeing this attribute, Su Feng couldn't help but exclaim, "Well, I originally just wanted to enjoy what was in front of me while thinking about taking the whole pot of rice from the Goryeo country. But now that this attribute has come out, good heavens, has it locked up his kitchen?" Then he looked at the current recognition level of the beings in the secret realm. Guardian of the Secret Realm, Shiji, recognition 20%, completed 15%, Elder of the Secret Realm, Lingza Elephant, Yen Yang Rhino, recognition 20%, completed 10%, Elite of the Secret Realm, Tide Spirit, Flower Leaf Spirit, Qing Shuang Phantom Spirit, recognition 20%, completed 1%, New Generation of the Secret Realm, Water Spirit, Fire Spirit, recognition 40%, completed 6%, quite reasonable. Although he has already signed a contract with Shiji, but Su Feng knows in his heart, Shiji, this divine beast, is different from the little chilin. They all have their own responsibilities and principles. The remaining 5% is a reflection of its adherence to principles. It won't help with things that go against those principles. But principles, you know, ahem, about locking the kitchen door, or moving the kitchen away later, it shouldn't mind, right? Anyway, this kitchen, secret realm, we just have to get rid of it. I'm saying, even if Jesus comes, it won't work. Of course, there is still one problem. That is, how to improve the recognition of the beings within the secret realm. For this, Su Feng is really a bit at a loss. However, there is still nearly a month before leaving, so he hasn't paid much attention to it for now. And the second entry, Void Shadow Blade, Su Feng directly assigned it to the Shura Path, with Sheji's help to conceal it. Su Feng also successfully hatched the Shura Path's beast, the Straw Hat Cat, because it was originally a dual-talented beast. It possesses talents in both combo and space. It directly had a chemical reaction with the Void Shadow Blade, merging into one, gaining further enhancement. Beast, Straw Hat Cat talent, Void Shadow Blade, Art of Assassination, Shadow of Concealment, Void Shadow Blade, a perfect combination of void and shadow, able to traverse the void, hiding in the crevices of space, silently approaching the target. Each attack has a 100% chance to trigger a double strike, 80% chance to trigger a triple strike, 60% chance to trigger a quadruple strike. Quality, mythical attributes, space, martial realm, bronze first rank exclusive skills, void stealth, void blade, void return, void stealth, completely detached from the real space, entering an undetectable state, ignoring terrain and obstacles, void blade, launch an attack with a space-tearing effect, ignoring defenses, void return, when sensing fatal damage, can instantly slip into the void, escaping the battlefield. Skills, frenzied scratching, backstab. Description, a ruthless killer blooming in slaughter. When killing a target and completing an assassination task, can gain a certain amount of energy from the deceased target, have if a teammate gets the kill. Sufong blinked. Wait a minute, this description, killing makes you stronger? But this is quite normal. Anyway, our cheat has never been turned off. No one can say we activated it. Other beasts that come from the cycle of rebirth have their own exclusive ways to grow stronger. The Straw Hat Cat has it too. Isn't that expected? He ignored the somewhat shocked and confused Sheji beside him. He began to carefully observe the little guy in front of him. A bit special. Like a cat from Cat Planet, it's a cute little cat that walks upright. But, what material is this outfit made of? Why does it have it right from birth? Logically speaking, some beasts do have decorations similar to clothes when they are born. However, those are usually scales, leaves, and such. But the Straw Hat Cat, wearing a complete outfit right from birth, with a red scarf and wristbands. Sufong had truly never seen that before. He immediately opened his eye of investigation to take a look. As a result, his killing bloom. Alright, this beast master is born with a divine artifact. In a valley within the secret realm, Sufong stood in the center of the valley, surrounded by his several beast companions. At the same time, there was a little guy who had just arrived in this world, the Conical Hat Cat. Hello, Conical Hat Cat. Sufong squatted down, reaching out to greet the Conical Hat Cat. Then he petted it twice on the head. The soft fur slipped through his fingers, and the sensation was simply wonderful. The Conical Hat Cat squinted its eyes and let out a slightly immature yet spirited meow. But that wasn't the main point. What was unexpected was that it actually raised its tiny paw, mimicking Sufong, and greeted him perfectly. Every action and expression was a complete imitation. Sufang's eyes widened in disbelief. Wow, I got petted by a cat. The little chilin, phantom-eyed dragonfly, and thousand machine beast hadn't reacted yet. They just saw the Conical Hat Cat taking small, wobbly steps towards them. Immediately after, they too were petted by the cat. Even the large red gold war dragon, dragon treasure, and earth-shaking divine ox couldn't escape the Conical Hat Cat's enthusiastic greeting. They saw the Conical Hat Cat's figure disappearing and reappearing again and again. When it reappeared, it was already standing on top of their heads. Without any courtesy, it extended its little paw and started to pet them. At that moment, several pairs of eyes, varying in size, were wide open, filled with confusion and surprise. Even Sufong felt a bit strange. Logically speaking, the Conical Hat Cat, as a beast master specializing in assassination, should be the aloof type, cold and hard to approach. Why did it feel so different now? Only the thousand machine beast didn't think too much about it. A smaller one has arrived. Finally, we are not at the bottom anymore. It extended a hand, as if it were an elder. Boom, Zizi. Come here, let Big Brother teach you some common sense. Meanwhile, the Sheji stood alone at the mountain top, looking serious. After a round of explanation from the cloud crane, it had calmed down from its shock. At this moment, its attention was completely drawn to the sky. The originally clear horizon had gathered a dark cloud at some unknown time, with faint thunder rumbling in the distance. A storm is coming, Sheji murmured to itself, its voice filled with worry. In this Sheji secret realm, the days were not always sunny. Rain, snow, typhoons, and other natural phenomena or disasters often occurred. For the local spirit beasts in the secret realm, every natural disaster was like a cruel test, because there was no human assistance. In the face of nature's overwhelming power, wild spirit beasts often suffered injuries or even death. As a divine beast, Sheji could not directly intervene. After all, they were the guardians of natural order and balance. Even for divine beasts like the snake and the fire phoenix, which govern floods and fires, they too could not intervene when faced with corresponding disasters. Their responsibility was to ensure the ecology and natural laws remained in a balanced state, not to directly intervene in certain disasters. After all, some disasters are part of the natural cycle, just like sheep eating grass and wolves eating sheep. If an overly powerful external force intervenes, it can easily disrupt the balance, leading to more serious problems. However, what made Sheji feel particularly grave this time was that, based on its perception, the storm was coming in with great force, and its scale was larger than before. Even though many local spirit beasts had already prepared in advance due to their rich experience, it could predict that the number of casualties this time is still not optimistic, especially for the spirit beasts on the continent. If the storm lasts too long, large areas will be submerged. By then, the casualty figures will be almost impossible to estimate. Just as the Sheji was deeply worried, a crane descended lightly beside it, its feathers fluttering in the wind. Perhaps the situation isn't that bad. The life force within most spirit beasts is more vigorous than before. This is the blessing of the chilin. I hope so. The Sheji sighed slightly, its gaze still fixed on the increasingly dark clouds. It knew very well that while the blessing of the chilin had increased the life force of many spirit beasts, in a situation where death was inevitable, living one more second or one less second seemed to make no difference. At this moment, the sky was already shrouded in heavy dark clouds, with fierce winds howling, stirring up the dry leaves and dust on the ground. Lightning darted through the clouds, illuminating the sky in flashes. The thunder rolled, as if the heavens and earth were roaring. Such an obvious situation could be sensed by anyone who wasn't a fool. Su Feng looked up at the sky, feeling that something was off, but he didn't dwell on it. He quickly turned to his spirit beasts and shouted, "Let's leave here first and find a place to take cover." As he spoke, he recalled the earth-shaking divine bull, which was somewhat inconvenient to move, and the lightweight illusory-eye dragonfly, which could easily be blown away. Then, he mounted the body of the crimson gold war dragon. Once the little chilin helped everyone fasten their seatbelts, the crimson gold war dragon soared into the sky, heading towards a cave found during their earlier search. Meanwhile, other spirit beasts in the secret realm were also making their final preparations for the impending storm. Some flying spirit beasts were searching for caves or dense canopies to take shelter. The land-based spirit beasts gathered together, looking for higher ground. The elves who had previously helped Su Feng find skill stones also appeared somewhat flustered. This storm seemed particularly powerful. Their small frames struggled to stand firm against the fierce winds. Mi Duo, the leader of the elf group, a Tidal elf with the strength of a fifth-tier king, let out a serious and brief call. Mi Duo, Mi Duo. The elders in the elf group responded in unison, immediately turning to their children to soothe their emotions. For the elemental elf clan, natural disasters are not only calamities but also a rebirth, a choice. Gale, torrential rain, blizzards, landslides. Whenever they experience a natural disaster, a few elves always emerge from the group, capable of taking on the responsibility of protecting the entire clan and finding their own path. In disaster, they complete their evolution. However, this impending natural disaster poses not only threats from storms and rain but also darkness. The dark clouds obscured the sky, with only the occasional flicker of lightning providing some light. For countless spirit beasts, darkness equates to fear. At such times, the elves are relatively fine. They are like lighthouses. Even when the sunlight is blocked, they can still shine by channeling the spiritual energy within them, bringing forth light. For other clans, only through unity and cooperation can they seek a glimmer of hope in this disaster. For example, the Spirit Marsh Elephant herd and the Flame Sun Rhino herd. They too sensed the severity of the disaster and were now working together to find a safe place to hide. Roar, Ka Ka. The leader of the Flame Sun Rhinos took the lead, walking at the front of the group, using its own light and deep voice to direct everyone, urging all beasts to move to higher ground. Buzz, woo. Ling Zhe walked at the back, preventing any beasts from falling behind. With these two big guys around, the small beasts in the herd, though still a bit panicked, did not lose their formation. At this moment, Su Feng and his beasts arrived at the cave. As soon as they entered, the rain began to pour down like beans. The fierce winds swept in the rain, causing the temperature inside the cave to drop instantly. Su Feng looked at the torrential rain outside the cave. He realized the reason for his earlier unease. Damn, if this storm is too fierce, wouldn't it cause serious damage to the secret realm? I can't tolerate that, absolutely can't tolerate it. This is my secret realm. As the storm continued, the water level began to rise rapidly, submerging large areas of grassland. The fierce wind uprooted giant trees, the river surged back, and the ground cracked open with deep fissures. In the panic brought by the darkness, some slower reacting small spirit beasts were instantly swept away by the rushing water. Many local spirit beasts were pinned down by fallen trees or caught in the raging flood. Heart-wrenching cries echoed in the wind and rain, making one feel incredibly distressed. Through the cameras set up outside by the Thousand Machine Beast, Sufong saw this tragic scene clearly. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Rescue the kitchen plan, activate!" With this command, the various spirit beasts immediately took on their roles. A tense and orderly rescue operation began. This operation was not just to protect this secret realm that might belong to him in the future. It was also a rare opportunity for training. Perhaps it would become a chance for his spirit beasts to grow. Just like the last time with the leap dragonfish, undergoing transformation in the storm and thunder space. This time, was it not similar? Moreover, with the best state of the Xie and the cloud crane present, danger could be averted. Risks were non-existent. Opportunities were abundant. In the sky, dark clouds surged, containing lightning like a furious dragon. As the saying goes, the big dragon eats the small dragon, and the small dragon eats the shrimp. The eyes of the crimson gold war dragon sparkled with excitement. As a big dragon, it was going to eat the small dragon today. Without hesitation, it plunged into the dark clouds, using the terrifying power of nature's lightning as nourishment for itself. Roar, roar, roar. Extra meal, roar, roar, roar. With thunder, shatter the darkness. Its roar echoed amidst the intertwining lightning. The electric light intertwined on its body, tearing apart the darkness. The Thousand Machine Beast, with its ability to change forms, played a unique role at this moment. Its avatars quickly transformed to respond to various crises. The avatar in the form of an aircraft carrier floated steadily on the water's surface, providing a temporary safe haven for those struggling in the flood. The avatar in the form of a helicopter hovered at low altitude, helping some spirit beasts that were unable to move quickly to transfer to higher ground. Meanwhile, the avatar in the form of an amphibious excavator was busy digging out the spirit beasts buried under the rubble. Each different form executed its respective tasks with precision. In the process of helping wild spirit beasts escape danger time and again, the sense of satisfaction within the Thousand Machine Beast grew stronger. The earth-shaking divine bull, as a being that stood on the earth and could be called a divine beast, naturally would not stand idly by. It took this opportunity to exert its earth power to the fullest, rescuing those spirit beasts trapped in the fissures. At the same time, it continuously tried to learn and master the reinforcement of the earth, attempting to prevent the reappearance of those fissures. With each attempt, with each exertion, it could feel the connection between itself and the earth growing ever tighter, and its strength quietly increasing. The little chilin, the phantom-eyed dragonfly, and the dragon treasure, even the newly born conical hat cat, each played their part. The little chilin stepped on clouds, soaring in the sky. It used its abilities to quickly create sturdy wooden houses, then secured them firmly atop the high mountains with metal. It carefully filled the gaps with soil, crafting a warm and safe shelter for the spirit beasts. At the same time, it ignited flames inside the wooden houses, bringing warmth to the spirit beasts battered by the wind and rain. Meanwhile, for the beast tamers of Huaxia also in the secret realm, even after 15 days had passed, many were still undergoing the Shiji trial, finding refuge. Those who had passed the trial were undoubtedly the elite among elites. Even if they lacked flying or swimming beasts, their beast space would always have swimming rings prepared. Faced with such disasters, they did not appear overly flustered. Among the talented elites, those only slightly weaker than Su Feng, such as Zhang Xiaoqiao and other powerful beast tamers, immediately realized they should take action upon seeing the majestic crimson gold war dragon in the sky and the busy figures of the little chilin and other spirit beasts in the secret realm. Although the people from the stick country were a bit wicked, these wild spirit beasts were innocent. Naga sea demon, let's go help at the seaside. If this continues, the continent might be submerged. The Naga sea demon responded and quickly rushed to the seaside with Zhang Xiaoqiao. Upon arriving at the seaside, they saw the distant waves rising like a towering wall of water, sweeping in with overwhelming force. The Naga sea demon did not hesitate to use its power, trying to resist the surging waves and prevent them from invading the continent. However, the power of the ocean was too strong. Each of its resistances felt somewhat feeble, and every clash put immense pressure on it. But it was not fighting alone. Mi Doli, the elves, who had already secured the safety of their own kin, arrived just in time. Faced with this terrifying natural disaster that sought to destroy their home, they did not hesitate for a moment and joined the fight without reservation. Some used wind elements to guide the water flow, while others utilized vines and tree roots to carve out makeshift waterways on the ground. This fierce crisis was gradually being resolved through the collective efforts of everyone. On the other side, in the deep, bottomless cave, the atmosphere was somewhat peculiar. A figure inside looked like a lost little soul, struggling to wiggle along. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that this person was wearing diving oxygen equipment being pulled along by a little fish-like spirit beast. The scene was comically absurd. "Methane fish, go for it. You are our great savior," Deng Yanjun shouted, his voice echoing through the cave via the intercom. Wang Lu, the methane fish, felt utterly speechless. This big living person actually wanted a little fish like it, which had just been born not long ago, to help. What a character. "I can't help it," Deng Yanjun explained with a mournful face. "The blazing soul crow, nightmare spider, and swamp mist lizard can't swim, and I'm a landlubber myself, so I can only rely on you to save us." Wang Lu, the methane fish, responded again, questioning, "Then how can you still talk? Shouldn't you be struggling for breath underwater?" Deng Yanjun proudly shook the little gadget in his hand. "You don't understand, this is high technology, a waterproof intercom. Impressive, right? At critical moments, I still have to rely on it to communicate with you. There's also this thing behind me, an oxygen tank, the kind that lets you breathe freely underwater." Grr! The swamp fish rolled its eyes. If it weren't for having to drag this dead weight, it really wanted to dive into the water and get away from this treasure. This person must be a bit unwell. Why carry these things? Why not take something like those humans who came in before? What was it called again? Oh right, a lifeboat. They could just paddle out with that. This storm lasted a full 3 days and nights. Such a long time, with torrential rain and howling winds almost constantly. If things had developed normally, after this storm, the water level in the entire secret realm would rise significantly. The whole secret realm would suffer heavy losses. It is conservatively estimated that nearly 50% of the spirit beasts would face the tragic fate of losing their homes. Even thousands of spirit beasts might lose their lives in this disaster. However, the wheel of fate changed due to the intervention of Su Feng, Zhang Xiaoqiao, and other Chinese beast tamers. In the face of natural disasters, neither humans nor divine beasts could directly intervene. Or rather, they lacked the ability to intervene. But what they could do was minimize the losses caused by the disaster. For example, building dams, digging waterways, clearing and guiding. When the rain stopped and the sky cleared, everyone reunited once again. After 3 days and nights of hard fighting, every beast, inevitably felt a bit exhausted. Among them, the swamp fish could be considered the most miserable worker. Its once agile little tail was now almost too weak to move. Its gills opened and closed, gasping for breath, while its heart screamed wildly. 3 days and 3 nights. In the dead of night. Does any fish know how it survived these 3 days? Dragging a person through the water for a full 3 days. Who could handle this workload? Deng Yanjun saw the swamp fish looking exhausted and full of grievances. He quickly took out a large pile of special food suitable for poison-type spirit beasts. Grr! The swamp fish's eyes instantly lit up. The fatigue it felt just moments ago was thrown out of the window. It joyfully circled around the food, a look of ecstasy on its face. The swamp fish would never be a slave, unless there was plenty of delicious food. If you had taken these things out earlier, we could have managed another 3 days and nights. The swamp fish happily enjoyed the food, eating with great delight. Its little mouth opened and closed quickly, making a smack-smack sound. Suddenly, its fins stiffened. Out of the corner of its eye, it caught sight of a little cat quietly approaching. Grr! The swamp fish instantly became alert, loudly declaring, "This is my food, you can't eat it." Then it realized, oh right, this food is poisonous. Besides itself, probably no one else would want it. Grr! Grr! The swamp fish laughed happily and continued to eat. After 3 days, the straw hat cat had already taken on a somewhat adult appearance. Its eyes were shining. Meow! A big fish. A fish about the same size as itself. It should be able to provide several meals. The swamp fish sensed the dangerous aura coming from the straw hat cat. Its gills flapped rapidly, and it suddenly realized, this is a cat. Cats eat fish by nature. Grr! Grr! You, don't come over here. Meow! However, the straw hat cat didn't care about that, opening its little mouth and biting down on the swamp fish. The swamp fish instinctively closed its eyes in fear, its body tensed. But after waiting for a long time, why doesn't it hurt at all? It cautiously opened its eyes to take a look. He discovered that an unknown layer of mud-like substance had appeared on his body. The newly born straw hat cat had not yet grown sharp teeth capable of breaking through it. Thus, the next scene unfolded. The straw hat cat bit the shell of the swamp fish, shaking its head left and right, trying to subdue this big meal. The swamp fish remained unharmed, just a bit dizzy from the shaking. Not bad, old dang, this kid has quite the talent, managing to master the mud shield like this, Zheng Xiaoqiao said with a smile to Deng Yanjun. Upon hearing this, Deng Yanjun immediately puffed up with pride, saying, "Of course, this is all thanks to my unique breeding method, let me tell you." Zheng Xiaoqiao rolled her eyes and retorted, "Oh please, what does this have to do with you? Stop rambling." She then turned to Su Feng, her eyes full of curiosity, and asked, "By the way, Mu Chen, is this your assessment? Helping the spirit beasts in the secret realm through this crisis?" Upon hearing this, everyone showed curiosity. According to what Wen Kaixi had said earlier, each person could stay in the secret realm for different amounts of time. This was something everyone was well aware of. Especially Deng Yanjun, after leaving the cave, he clearly knew that he could stay in the secret realm for 7 days. However, 2 days ago, this feeling changed. The original 7 days was directly extended to a month. Regarding this, everyone vaguely felt it must be related to Su Feng, but they didn't know the specifics. "I think it should be similar to a group quest in a game. Even if you're a teammate, providing assistance will still yield certain rewards," Lei Shouwen calmly analyzed. Everyone nodded in agreement, believing this was likely the case. Su Feng just smiled and said nothing. If he were to explain this in detail, it would indeed be a bit troublesome. Since this explanation was accepted by everyone, they could think of it that way. After all, if they considered this a group quest, it seemed quite reasonable. After all, as teammates, Zhang Xiaoqiao, Lei Shouwen, and others had also received different rewards after completing this group quest. Some had built emotional bonds with local spirit beasts while resisting danger together, making it quite simple to form contracts with them later. Others received items like skill stones. In short, regardless of the type of reward, they were all unexpected joys, and everyone was quite satisfied. The fundamental reason for all this indeed belonged to Su Feng's actions, because when this disaster struck, Su Feng and his beasts had helped a large number of local spirit beasts. Although these spirit beasts were not part of any large groups, they surrounded the city with rural support. The recognition of these beasts added up to meet the 50% standard. Thus, under the effect of the Secret Realm's master title, the Xieji Secret Realm officially became his subordinate space. Well, eating from the bowl while watching the pot, and in the end, locking up someone else's kitchen, turning the tables, the chef in the kitchen, spirit beast, the utensils, treasures, the items in the spice cabinet, things in the treasury. All of this, from now on, could be considered his possessions. It could be said that the Xieji Secret Realm had already become his home. Since it was his home, how long the guests in the house wanted to stay was up to him, right? On the first day after the disaster, the Xieji Secret Realm was bustling with activity. Since the Secret Realm had become his home, Su Feng felt he had the responsibility and obligation to make his home look good. So, Red Gold War Dragon, Thousand Machine Beast, Earth-Shaking Divine Bull, you all go and remove those obstructive big stones and fallen trees. Little Chilin, get up and get to work. Today's task is to turn this wasteland green. Hey, Dolly Cat, stop. Don't scratch the swamp fish with your claws. The third day of rebuilding the homeland. The morning sun shines on the newly refreshed land. Countless little spirits and other spirit beasts sing and dance among the flowers. The entire secret realm has regained its former vitality. Su Feng stands on a small hillside, looking at the harmonious and beautiful scene before him, filled with a sense of accomplishment. Not only because his home has become clean and beautiful, but also because in the process of tidying up the home, everyone has made their own improvements. Except for Dolly Cat, Cloud Crane, and Xieji, all other beast tamers have advanced a level in strength during the process of saving the secret realm and rebuilding their homeland. And Dolly Cat has even made a triple jump. Such a significant improvement has brought about an astonishing feedback power. Su Feng has once again been promoted and received a brand new entry. Hunting reward, effect, defeating spirit beasts, tamed beasts, and ferocious beasts will grant a certain enhancement to oneself. If teammates defeat, the enhancement one receives will be shared with teammates. Each major realm has a certain upper limit on the enhancement received. Upon seeing this entry, Su Feng's eyes lit up. Oh, hunting reward, hunting broad blade, jungle knife? Defeating spirit beasts and killing ferocious beasts can both yield enhancements. Isn't that just the attribute bonus of a jungle knife and experience? In other words, isn't it just that killing monsters can make one stronger? Defeating monsters can make one stronger? The more Su Feng thought about it, the more excited he became. However, this thing is suitable for quite a few tamed beasts. Dolly Cat plus hunting reward equals a significant boost, like adding wings to a tiger. Other tamed beasts plus hunting reward can also gain a new way to become stronger. So, Su Feng made a decisive decision. He decided to bestow this entry upon the morning beast. After all, the entry clearly states, if teammates defeat, the enhancement one receives will be shared with teammates. In this way, if he gives the entry to himself, Wouldn't all the tamed beasts be able to enjoy such an effect boost? Oh, this is simply a perfect choice. Starting today, Morning Beast, apply for battle. Thus, that afternoon, under the astonished gazes of countless little spirits, Jumping Dragon Fish, and Lingxiao White Dragon, Morning Beast, accompanied by Dolly Cat, arrived at the base of a small layered waterfall formed by heavy rain. Dolly Cat, you've grown up, and it's time to start training. Come on, the two of us together, let's start by conquering this waterfall to strengthen our bodies. As Su Feng spoke, he quickly changed into his swimsuit. Immediately after, splash, 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 the water flowed like a torrent, and Su Feng, like a certain someone's earthly form, resolutely approached the waterfall, beginning to endure the powerful impact of the water flow. Since he has the hunting reward entry, Morning Beast also needs to train. Pulu, wow, roar. Seeing this scene, whether it was the Jumping Dragon Fish, the little spirit group, or the little Chilin, Red Gold War Dragon, and Cloud Crane, they were all deeply shocked by Su Feng's actions. When the beast taming system was just formed, beast tamers and their beasts were like hunters and pets in some games. The two were closely connected and needed to fight side by side. At that time, in beast battles, the losing beast tamer often had to pay with their life. However, the life of nature always evolves towards a state more suitable for survival. Humans, as a higher species, are the same. As time passed and history developed, human beast tamers evolved and gained innate abilities. With the power of these abilities, they no longer needed to charge into battle alongside their beasts as they once did. Instead, they resembled marshals and strategists commanding from the rear. But now, contemporary beast tamer Su Feng was actually learning the training methods of those ancient beast tamers. Upon witnessing this scene, the Xieji beast was a bit bewildered. It seemed as if a series of question marks had popped up above its head. Unable to help itself, it looked at the Cloud Crane and asked, "Did you teach him?" No, don't look at me, I don't know." The Cloud Crane shook its head like a rattle drum, hurriedly denying it. But its eyes were glued to Su Feng as if drawn by a magnet. This human might not always be so great, but he indeed possessed a unique charm. Like now, meow. Seeing its beast tamer engaging in such training and leading by example, what reason did it have not to follow suit? The Dopan cat's expression became incredibly serious. Thus, the human and the cat sat cross-legged beneath the waterfall, enduring the impact of the water together. Moo, roar. Led by the earth-shaking divine bull, the Red Gold War Dragon and other beasts responded in kind. The human beast tamer was actually working hard in secret? No way, we have to get in on this too. Let's roll. Who's afraid of whom? Meanwhile, within the secret realm, whether or not the beast tamers had passed the test, they suddenly heard a voice again. Temporary test, waterfall impact. Reward, select skill stone, Xieji photo. This sudden voice left many beast tamers dumbfounded. They widened their eyes, mouths agape, faces filled with disbelief. What the heck? Wasn't my test over? Wasn't my test still ongoing? What is this? Waterfall impact? What the hell is that? Wait, task reward, select skill stone, Xieji photo? Damn, I want it. Almost simultaneously, countless beast tamers had this thought surge in their minds. Thus, in each independent testing space, groups of human beast tamers rushed forward with their beasts, like arrows released from a bow, heading towards the waterfall. Below the waterfall, Su Feng was steadily sitting cross-legged beneath the rushing water, feeling the impact of the flow, training his body. He sensed that one by one, the beast tamers were now doing the same as him. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a proud smile. TSK, doing this alone felt a bit strange. But if 200 people did it, wouldn't it be normal? I really am a genius. At this moment, the Xieji looked at the chaotic yet lively scene, utterly confused. When did I agree to use my photo as a reward? But seeing the increasingly intense recognition in the eyes of the beasts towards their beast tamer, it could only sigh helplessly. Fine, let it be. After all, it's a good thing. The morning beast was already deeply immersed in the world of training, unable to extricate itself. Training was truly delightful. Who was it that thought practicing crane-style fist every day as a beast tamer was a form of torture? In any case, that definitely wasn't me, the morning beast. Ever since Su Feng personally took the field and initiated this kind of training, the results were simply astounding. First of all, thanks to the continuous energy replenishment from the Xieji and the Cloud Crane, his stamina was almost always at full capacity. During the training process, he could even clearly feel his physique becoming increasingly powerful. Now, he feels that with a single punch, he could make a little spirit cry out loud. Furthermore, under Su Feng's leadership, his group of beasts was also ignited with fighting spirit. That competitive drive lasted for nearly a month. The improvement it brought was terrifying. One session was stronger than 6. In just under a month, those who reached the platinum stage had all improved by a small realm. Those still in the gold stage had improved by 2 small realms, especially the Thousand Machine Beast, which successfully read the data of the Spirit Zayang and the Flame Sun Rhinoceros, directly reaching the 3rd tier of platinum. However, this was far from over. Don't forget whose secret realm it is now. Every move Su Feng made was like the starting point of a butterfly effect. The spirit beasts in the secret realm saw their idol, their savior, training tirelessly. They were all infected by this. A wave of getting competitive swept through the entire secret realm. Moreover, many spirit beasts had just experienced the baptism of that storm. For the spirit beasts, it was like a natural disaster akin to a storm. It brought not only crisis but also a rare opportunity. They could gain insights and make progress from it. Under the intertwining of these various factors, the local spirit beasts in the secret realm almost all stepped up a level in strength. Those that were already close to evolution completed their evolution one after another. This was undoubtedly a comprehensive enhancement of strength for the entire secret realm. Thus, the effect of the secret realm master was successfully triggered. A surge of unknown spiritual energy was fed back to Su Feng. This feedback power, combined with the feedback generated by several beasts due to their strength improvement, allowed Su Feng, who had already reached the 5th tier of gold, to perform a double jump. He once again obtained 2 attributes. Rending Claw causes claw strikes to carry a tearing effect, cutting through the target's defenses. Mountain Moving and Sea Filling, the ultimate embodiment of natural power, symbolizing the ability to change terrain, create or destroy mountains and oceans. There was no need to think about it. These 2 attributes naturally belonged to the Straw Hat Cat and the Earth-Shaking Divine Bull. The Rending Claw attribute was like adding wings to the Straw Hat Cat, a natural assassin. It directly granted it the ultimate ability to win against the strong with the weak. As long as the number of attacks was sufficient, even when facing divine beasts, the Straw Hat Cat might still break through their defenses. Once it could break through defenses? In a world without health bars, once the carotid artery on the neck is cut, the effect would be devastating. And the earth-shaking divine bull, possessing the ability to move mountains and fill seas, had risen to the top tier among the top tiers. It could be considered an exceptional case. Especially in the heavenly law in earthly form, it could directly condense super large stones and throw them like cannonballs to smash people. Moreover, these stones carried the power of earthquakes and aftershocks. It was almost like real cannonballs or missiles. If the earth-shaking divine bull's realm continued to improve, who knows, one day it might really be able to move a mountain, possessing the ability to move mountains and fill seas. It was precisely because of such rich gains that even though Su Feng had already taken the entire secret realm into his possession, he still felt a deep reluctance. There was an impulse to continue training here. However, reality did not allow him to be so willful. The 1.5 months stipulated by the stick country was coming to an end. As the saying goes, a cornered dog will jump over the wall. Sometimes, one really shouldn't push people too hard. Otherwise, like an angry dog, it might bite you, and that feeling is not pleasant. After weighing his options, Su Feng decided to leave first. He didn't want to encounter any particularly troublesome matters when leaving later. After all, he had the attribute of the secret realm master. The realm of the Xieji has transformed into a space similar to my beast taming space. I can enter whenever I want, and no one knows. Of course, Su Feng still has a few thoughts in his heart. It's necessary to make a fortune quietly. There's no need to play dumb and eat the tiger. I should at least vent a little on those people from the stick country. Therefore, just as Xieji was about to open the passage for Su Feng and the other beast tamers to leave the secret realm, "Wait a moment, Xieji." Su Feng raised his hand to the referee to request a pause. Xieji looked confused. It's definitely not okay to go out like this. There must be quite a few people from the stick country waiting outside. If we go out like this, some might think we gain nothing. I need to make them restless and unable to sleep. Seeing them uncomfortable makes me happy. Xieji, is this what human beast tamers call showing off? Come on, please start your performance. Xieji took a deep breath, quietly gazing at Su Feng, curiosity filling its eyes. It wanted to see what astonishing operation Su Feng was going to pull off. Little Chilin, come on, put on the skill stone pendant, the anklet, all of it. Thousand Machine Beast, hold these top quality spirit fruits, and just eat one and throw it away when we go out. Forget it, that's too wasteful. At this moment, Su Feng transformed into a director, beginning to guide each beast's costume, accessories, and actions. Roar, roar, roar. What about me? What about me? You can forget it. Showing off has to have limits. It should be at a level that makes them uncomfortable, but still thoughtful enough to be acceptable. The Crimson Gold War Dragon tilted its head, looking confused. Oh, it didn't understand, but was greatly shocked. Alright, little guy, do me a favor, how about you soak in the ice spring tonight? Su Feng seemed to have thought of something. he immediately jogged over to a water spirit. The way to identify the quality of a water spirit is quite special. Look at its appearance. The higher the appearance, the better the quality. And the water spirit in front of Su Feng looked as if it had walked out of a fairy tale world. Its appearance was stunning. Its quality had already reached the legendary level. If he took such an incredibly cute water spirit out, the expressions of those people from the stick country would surely be quite spectacular. Bashi, Bashi. As soon as the water spirit saw Su Feng, it happily dove into his arms, responding with affectionate actions. Su Feng gently stroked the water spirit's jelly-like, bouncy body. That delicate touch instantly surged a strong impulse within him. He wanted to immediately sign a contract with it. However, he quickly calmed down. Currently, he had quite a few beasts. Moreover, these little guys were all young and needed care. Even now, he already had a vague feeling of being overwhelmed and unable to take care of them all. And a contract meant taking on a heavy responsibility. So, before he had enough time to bear this responsibility, it was better to let the water spirit live freely in the secret realm for now. After all, this is a spirit beast in the Xiaji secret realm. With the title of the realm master, he could see it any time he wanted. With this thought, Su Feng dismissed the idea for the time being. He looked at Xiaji, a confident smile appearing on his face. All right, we can leave now. Outside the Xiaji secret realm, the air seemed to be filled with an atmosphere of excitement and novelty intertwined. Wow, so you all just came out? A young beast tamer's eyes widened. He looked around in surprise at his companions who had also just emerged from the secret realm. Did you think you were the only one who stayed for a month and a half? In the end, I can only say, almost everyone has thought that way. Speaking of which, buddy, why are you still wearing a swimsuit? It can't be. Old bro, I remember you weren't that muscular before. How come after a month of not seeing you, your muscles are all out? At the entrance of the Xiaji secret realm, the beast tamers from Huaxia appeared one after another. As soon as they met, some couldn't help but start sharing their experiences in the secret realm with friends. At first, everyone was just surprised and curious that everyone had spent a month and a half in the secret realm. But when one or two people came out in swimsuits, the topic instantly changed. Once the topic box was opened, everyone was astonished to discover. Goodness! It turned out that everyone had gone through that peculiar waterfall trial. Rewards like the Xiaji photo, almost everyone had one. However, no one really cared about these things, because they found that the trial itself was a kind of reward. Beast tamers training under the waterfall with their beasts, the training effect is simply amazing. I agree, my lazy bear used to sleep 23 hours a day, but during this time, seeing me train with them, they only sleep 20 hours a day, and the training effect has increased several times. What's more critical is that this waterfall is incredible. It doesn't harm my fire sprite at all, just right for training resistance to water attribute skills. Everyone chimed in, expressing their views. It was like going back to school days, gathering together to discuss answers after an exam. However, this exam paper was an open-ended essay question. There were no fixed reference answers. Everyone's answers were different. Everyone had their own growth. Seeing this scene, Long Kai and others from the Huaxia Beast Tamer Association were even more excited. Long ago, their hearts were as excited as a volcano about to erupt, simply because they had been arranging for people to wait outside. A week passed, no one came out. Half a month passed, no one came out. A month passed, still no one came out. Until now, after a full month and a half, everyone finally appeared one after another. Such results were simply a perfect answer sheet, enough to make them completely satisfied. Plus, seeing the smiles on these kids' faces, that long-accumulated excitement volcano erupted. Everyone exchanged glances. Laughter was unrestrained. In this atmosphere filled with the joy of success, a group of people not far away seemed out of place. These beast tamers from the country of sticks, their expressions gradually became unpleasant. At first, until a month had passed without seeing the Huaxia beast tamers come out of the secret realm, they were shocked. In their understanding, this was almost an unattainable achievement. Historically, no team from the country of sticks had ever achieved this. However, as time passed, they gradually calmed down and began to comfort themselves. After all, staying in the secret realm for a long time does not mean success. It is also very likely that they failed the trial and were trapped inside. So, they began to feel somewhat disdainful. But until now, when they saw the various gains of the Huaxia beast tamers with their own eyes, the previously barely maintained calm instantly crumbled. The smiles on those young beast tamers' faces, and those sprite-type beasts, including the occasional exposure of skill stones, all of this made the faces of the beast tamers from the country of sticks increasingly grim. As if they had been slapped hard in the face, the sting was sharp. How is this possible? What on earth did they experience in there? These Huaxia people must have some unspeakable secret. Otherwise, how could they all stay for so long? What gives them the right? It's luck, it must be luck, just good luck. One by one, the little sticks, despite their bravado, kept insisting that it's just luck in similar phrases. But the sense of powerlessness that surged from their hearts was clearly written on their faces, impossible to hide. In this slightly awkward and oppressive atmosphere, someone spoke up. Haven't you noticed? Huaxia's Su Feng hasn't come back yet. Don't forget, the secret realm can't guarantee 100% safety. This voice immediately silenced the crowd. The attitudes of the beast masters from the stick country showed a clear divide. Some were filled with resentment, hoping that Su Feng would never return. In their view, if Huaxia lost a genius like Su Feng, it would undoubtedly mean losing a strong opponent, a potential threat for the stick country. One beast master named Jin Taiyu had a sinister glint in his eyes. He snorted coldly and said, "It would be best if he had an accident in there and never came out, so he wouldn't cause us trouble in the future." However, there were also some who could barely maintain their rationality, like Jin Taiyu's brother, Jin Xiangyu. After frowning and thinking for a moment, he said, "With the Crimson Gold War Dragon, Su Feng can fly into the sky. It's hard for him to encounter any danger in the secret realm. Even typhoons, earthquakes, tsunamis, and mudslides can't harm him. As for the powerful spirit beasts in the secret realm, it's almost impossible." But those who were eagerly anticipating Su Feng's misfortune couldn't hear any of it. They stubbornly immersed themselves in their fantasies, as if as long as Su Feng didn't appear, they could regain their sense of defeat. The entire team fell into an argument over this topic. Everyone held their own views, and even terms like traitor and Su Feng is your father began to surface. Just then, from the Huaxia Beastmaster team, someone suddenly shouted, "Captain Long, look over there, Su Feng is coming out." This shout made everyone instinctively look towards the entrance of the secret realm. Sure enough, a figure gradually became clear in the shimmering light of the entrance. However, the most eye-catching was not Su Feng himself, but the little chilin beside him and the water spirit he was holding in his arms. The little chilin was like a cheerful child, swaying as it walked. With each movement, the accessories it wore clinked together, producing a series of crisp and pleasant sounds. As everyone focused their gaze, they couldn't help but gasp. Wow, skill stones, they're all skill stones. Sunshine Blaze, Mount Tai Press, Earthquake. Just one of them would be enough to buy my life. And the water spirit in Su Feng's arms didn't even need any extra actions. Just by being there, it left everyone present in shock. Wow, with looks like that, I bet it starts at king quality. I feel like it's even legendary. Everyone's attention was drawn to Su Feng and his beasts, unable to help but exclaim in admiration, their tone filled with envy. At this moment, Su Feng didn't even need to speak. The naturally exuded high-profile aura already conveyed a message, "I just want to show off." Seeing this, Long Kai couldn't help but smile and gently shake his head. He understood in his heart. Young people, when they suffer grievances outside, naturally won't endure silently. Occasionally doing something a bit ostentatious isn't a big deal. Immediately after, Long Kai's gaze crossed over the cheering crowd and landed on the group of gloomy-faced beast masters from the stick country in the distance. There was no contempt in his eyes, nor was there mockery, only a faint, almost pitying calm. If these people could maintain their composure while seeing Su Feng and the others in such a glorious state, he might have felt a twinge of caution towards them. But looking at these individuals, each at least 30 years old, still acting like children, swayed by the success of others, truly made him feel that the upper echelons of the Korean nation had become useless. "Alright, everyone, let's stop chatting for now. We should be leaving," Long Kai said as he withdrew his gaze and turned to the crowd. Everyone responded in agreement, and under Long Kai's lead, they began to leave in an orderly fashion. It wasn't until the group of beast tamers from Huaxia left with their bountiful harvest, full of spirit, that the atmosphere among the Korean team became unbearably oppressive. Among them, a tall, thin beast tamer with sunken cheeks and a fierce glint in his eyes could no longer contain his frustration. What are they so arrogant about? It's just luck, pure luck. No matter what, the Sheji belongs to our Korean nation, situated on our territory. A burly companion beside him patted his shoulder and said coldly, "They think they've gained a lot, but, After a brief pause, he gritted his teeth and continued, "We'll directly implement Plan A, letting a few Huaxia exchange students and tourists bring our team into the secret realm for training. When the international beast tamer competition begins, we'll let them see our strength." Meanwhile, on the way back to the city led by Long Kai, Su Feng was keenly studying the abilities of the master of the secret realm. He tried to concentrate and establish a connection with the Xieji secret realm. Instantly, he discovered that this secret realm was indeed just like the beast space, completely usable as a personal space. However, there was still a certain gap between the two. The beast space existed between reality and illusion. It could not only serve as a storage space but also allowed beasts to enter it, essentially returning to their home, where they could enjoy a certain degree of healing effects. In contrast, the secret realm space felt more like a tangible real world. At first glance, it might not seem to have any special abilities, but reality is also an advantage. It was like carrying around an enormous training ground. Thus, the Crimson Gold War Dragon and Long Bao went directly into the Xieji secret realm to continue fighting. The earth-shaking Divine Bull took the Thousand Machine Beast and the Straw Hat Cat in for training. The little Chilin brought the Water Spirit in to feast and create hot springs. The only beast left by Su Feng's side was the illusory eye dragonfly. At this moment, the illusory eye dragonfly was also chasing a show like the Cloud Crane. However, it was not chasing the crooked-mouthed Dragon King, but Naruto. While watching, it occasionally flapped its wings, its eyes sparkling, trying to mimic a genjutsu similar to the Sharingan. The vehicle moved steadily along the highway. When they entered Busan and stopped at the designated location, nearly all the young beast tamers couldn't wait to get out of the car. Each person's face was filled with two words: rich. This all stemmed from the previous bet between Su Feng and the Korean officials. According to the agreement, the Korean officials needed to provide 200 beast tamers from Huaxia with resources worth 10 million each. However, no one believed that the Korean nation could produce anything good. After weighing their options, they ultimately decided to choose cash. It was easier to buy what they needed themselves. This time, our task is quite significant. When Su Feng met with Deng Yanjun and the others, Deng Yanjun spoke first, his tone laced with a hint of teasing. What task? Beside him, Zhang Xiaoqiao frowned slightly, looking a bit puzzled. Have you all forgotten what the beasts in the stick country eat? 95% of the beasts can't even get a watermelon, and even if they can, they won't spare the rind. Although the little stick people aren't much, those wild spirit beasts are innocent. So, we need to bring back more excellent children, not to mention anything else, at least we can let them enjoy fruit freedom, Deng Yanjun explained seriously. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but chuckle, but they also had to agree. The place where they got off the car was only a few hundred meters away from Busan's largest pet street. They chatted and laughed along the way and soon arrived at their destination. As the place with the highest sales of beast eggs in the stick country, the number of shops lining the street was astonishing. Various pet shops and hatching tool stores were dazzling. It was common to see some beast masters coming in and out of the shops. However, the attention of these people was inevitably drawn to Su Feng and his group. It wasn't because the ordinary people knew about their victory in the competition, but because the appearance of the illusion eye dragon and the tide spirit contracted by Zhang Xiaoqiao in the secret realm was indeed a bit eye-catching. Various whispers of were incessant. The group didn't mind this. Their purpose for coming was not to show off but for those little creatures in the pet shop, especially those spirit beast eggs that had not yet been tested for specific breeds and qualities. This was the main target of Su Feng's trip. The reason was simple. With the gradual development of the beast mastery system, human technology was also advancing in this direction. Many machines had emerged that could roughly detect the quality of spirit beasts. However, just like with humans, it's easy to see if a person is handsome, but it's a bit difficult to judge the looks of an unborn baby. The same goes for spirit beast eggs. For those spirit beasts with longer hatching times, sometimes they haven't even formed inside the egg. Their breed and quality are almost impossible to detect. Therefore, almost every country and every large pet shop would have a gambling egg area. Many civilian beast masters, if they didn't bring back a powerful beast from the spirit space, would want a strong beast as their destined beast. Gambling on eggs was one of their choices. As the saying goes, take a gamble, and a bicycle can turn into a motorcycle. But for Su Feng, gambling? Not a chance. With a probing eye, he could reveal everything. A sure win. How could that be considered gambling? The few of them chatted as they walked. Soon, they arrived at the largest beast pet shop in Busan. The shop had an ancient and elegant appearance, with a wooden sign hanging at the entrance, on which were written the words Busan Beast Pet Shop in Korean. Two large spirit beasts stood at the entrance. One was a majestic fire lion, and the other was an ice crystal wolf king covered in ice crystals. Their strength had already reached diamond level 5. They quietly guarded the entrance, their sharp gazes giving an invisible sense of pressure. Wow, this shop looks a bit unique, having such impressive beasts as doormen? Deng Yanjun couldn't help but tease. After all, it's the largest pet shop in the stick country, and it can rank globally, so it's normal for it to have a bit of flair. Lei Shouwen nodded. Let's go in and take a look. If we can finish shopping in one store, we won't waste time, Su Feng said as he stepped into the shop first. The interior was spacious, displaying various spirit beast cages. The cages held pets of different shapes, some gentle and cute, others fierce and powerful. A faint herbal fragrance filled the air, gently soothing the emotions of the young pets. The entire store was enveloped in a peaceful and tranquil atmosphere. Gentlemen, do you need any assistance? It seemed that he had noticed the extraordinary demeanor of the group. A middle-aged man dressed in traditional hanbok immediately approached, wearing a friendly and perfectly timed smile. For beast tamers, their beasts were the best translators. There would be no barriers in communication. We would like to take a look at the egg gambling area. Alright, please follow me. The middle-aged man gestured for them to proceed and led the group deeper into the store. May I ask if you have any preferred beasts or attributes? You can tell me, and I will take you directly to the corresponding area. Upon reaching the main area of spirit beast eggs, the middle-aged man gently spoke to Su Feng and the others. Clearly, he did not want such big fish to gamble on eggs. He wanted to earn more. Su Feng waved his hand, saying, "No need, we can look ourselves." "Alright, if you need anything, feel free to call me." The middle-aged man smiled and stepped back. "Thank you for your trouble," Su Feng replied politely. At the same time, he used the ability of his probing eye to scan a row of spirit beast eggs in front of him. Spirit beast, flame lizard fighter, unhatched, quality, diamond spirit beast, mantis baby, unhatched, quality, king spirit beast, star dolphin, unhatched, quality, diamond spirit beast, holy unicorn talent, electric energy absorption, restores its own vitality and spiritual power by absorbing lightning, quality, legend attributes, holy, lightning inherited skills, lightning field, electromagnetic storm, 3,000 thunder movements. One could only say, this place truly deserved to be the largest pet store in the country. No, for Su Feng, this was not a pet store. It was a treasure trove. In less than 6 hours, he had already purchased as many as 278 spirit beast eggs. In fact, if it weren't for putting on a show, he could have finished in about 40 minutes. As for the quality of these spirit beast eggs, Su Feng had recorded them one by one. Gold quality, 128 platinum quality, 124 diamond quality, 19 king quality, 7 if the value of these 278 spirit beast eggs were to be calculated. TSK. That would indeed be an astronomical figure. Spirit beasts of king quality, when placed in an auction house, would start at a casual price of over 100 million. Even those gold quality spirit beast eggs belong to extremely rare spirit beast types, or ornamental spirit beasts. Their prices also started at $1 million. As for the funds spent to purchase them, excluding one particularly extraordinary blue-scaled lizard spirit beast egg, priced at 500,000, the rest of the spirit beast eggs ranged from 100,000 to 300,000. Altogether, he had spent less than 45 million. The profit, it was definitely in the 4-digit range, so much so that, within these 2 hours, Su Feng had to force himself to think of some sad things just to barely suppress the obvious smile on his face. After all, such an opportunity was truly rare. If others caught on, it would inevitably bring unnecessary trouble. However, when his gaze fell upon an egg belonging to the Holy Unicorn, he couldn't help but feel a bit overwhelmed. Holy Unicorn? Legend quality? Su Feng almost gasped. Damn, this is a priceless treasure. He knew in his heart, the name of the Holy Unicorn would not circulate in the market in China. Coupled with its legendary quality, measuring it in money was an insult. But when Su Feng looked at its price tag, preliminary assessment as a lightning attribute spirit beast, priced at 300,000, well, he had struck gold again. Su Feng immediately waved to signal the staff without hesitation. He swiped his card, made the purchase, and then placed the precious spirit beast egg into the secret realm space. The entire set of actions was completed in one go, without any hesitation. Su Feng's swift movements, along with his previous purchases of so many spirit beast eggs, inevitably attracted the attention of other customers in the store. Wow, who's good guy buys so many spirit beast eggs at once? Moreover, they were all from the gambling egg area. Could it be that this person has some talent? Can he see what kind of spirit beast is inside the eggs? Is he here to stock up? Take me with you, brother. Can you take me with you? Just as someone was thinking this and wanting to approach, a middle-aged staff member, with a professional smile on his face, couldn't help but ask, "Sir, may I ask why you are purchasing so many spirit beast eggs? Do you see that girl participating in the battle right now?" Su Feng pointed to the large screen in the store. The large screen was displaying a live feed of the battle area in the store. Shang Wanlan and the others were not very skilled at selecting spirit beast eggs. Plus, being in someone else's store, there were some things that were inconvenient to say. Just then, the store was holding an event. New Beast Masters under 20 could challenge the Beast Masters in the store. If they succeeded, they would receive exquisite gifts. Seeing this, the few of them went directly to the battle area to stock up. At that moment, it was Shang Wanlan who was on stage. "That's my cousin," Su Feng explained calmly. "Our family business involves public welfare." Coincidentally, she went abroad to participate in a competition, won some prize money, and thought since your store is world-renowned, she wanted to buy some more spirit beast eggs. That way, the children can grow up with the spirit beasts. Su Feng's explanation was reasonable. The middle-aged staff member couldn't help but feel a sense of respect upon hearing this. Sir, you and your friends are truly kind-hearted. I believe those children will be very happy. The surrounding customers also cast admiring glances. The suspicions that had arisen from Su Feng's large purchase of spirit beast eggs dissipated at that moment. Among the crowd, a young man who had originally been full of hope that Su Feng was a mysterious big shot who could help him get rich was now deflated. He was calculating how to get close to him. Upon hearing that Su Feng was doing it for charity, he instantly lost interest. He muttered softly, "I'm leaving. I thought he was a big shot who could help me make money. Turns out he probably doesn't need money. He won't take me along. I'm out of here." As he spoke, he shook his head helplessly and turned to squeeze out of the crowd. Su Feng smiled in response to everyone, but inwardly he was secretly glad that he reacted quickly. However, he hadn't lied. The competition was real, and they had indeed won. Shangguan Lan's mother came from an orphanage, and after achieving some success, she had always cared for those helpless children, funding several orphanages. Each orphanage, just as Su Feng mentioned, would have a dozen spirit beasts that would grow up with the children. Many of the spirit beasts Su Feng selected this time were also gentle in nature, suitable for taking care of children. He had long planned to gift these spirit beasts later. Just then, the store's announcement rang out. "Attention customers, the Spirit Beast Challenge event has ended. The next challenge will start at 7 p.m. The announcement was repeated 3 times. Upon hearing this, Su Feng instinctively raised his wrist to check the time. He found that it was already 5 p.m. It was almost time. He quickened his pace, his gaze sharp, quickly scanning the areas he hadn't looked at yet. In just about 10 minutes, there were 67 more spirit beast eggs in the secret realm space. After paying, Su Feng left with a full harvest. As soon as he stepped out of the store, he saw Shangguan Lan and the others waiting for him at the door. One by one, their faces were beaming with the joy of free gains. "Cousin, you finally figured it out. We won quite a few prizes in the battle zone," Shangguan Lan said excitedly, holding several exquisite boxes in her hands. "Oh, you guys went shopping too," Su Feng joked, looking at everyone who had gathered a bountiful haul, each carrying bags of various sizes. "Shopping? You too?" The group was momentarily stunned by his words. Then, disbelief spread across their faces. "No way? Could it be that cousin, Chengu, really can distinguish those spirit beast eggs?" They exchanged glances, filled with confusion and shock. Seeing this, Su Feng smiled and said, "Let's go back first." On the way back to the hotel, everyone rode in a bus transformed from 1,000 machine beast. The scenery outside the window flew by rapidly, with the occasional flash of spirit beasts in the night. Inside the bus, they chatted casually, each face glowing with excitement and satisfaction. Deng Yanjun leaned back in his seat, playing with a delicate jade pendant, one of the gifts from the store. A smile lingered on his lips, clearly in a great mood. "By the way, this store doesn't really feel like the style of the Koreans. The gifts they gave are surprisingly good." Zheng Xiaoqiao chuckled lightly at this. "Don't you think this is all a trick? They use this kind of operation to help attract traffic to the store." Deng Yanjun paused for a moment, then nodded. "Oh, now that you mention it, it does seem that way. But it doesn't matter, I don't feel like I lost anything. Even if it's a trick, it proves their vision is indeed on point. No wonder they can grow so big." "Ha ha ha, so the emotional value is fully charged, huh?" Shangguan Lan interjected. Deng Yanjun shrugged, not responding, but the smile on his lips deepened. In reality, for Deng Yanjun and the others, the value of the gifts they won wasn't particularly high. But even for wealthy people, the feeling of something akin to free gains still brings a psychological satisfaction. Of course, the main reason was that the emotional value provided by this store was quite substantial. Before the challenge began, the store repeatedly emphasized how high the difficulty of this challenge was. Plus, there were many NPCs around echoing this viewpoint to emphasize the sense of purpose. When the challenge started, based on each challenger's strength, everyone could feel different levels of pressure. By making challengers come up with corresponding solutions to break through such predicaments, along with the subsequent atmosphere and comparisons with others. In short, this series of operations provided substantial emotional value to every beast master who succeeded in the challenge. Therefore, even after the challenge ended, Deng Yanjun and the others were still somewhat immersed in it, until they returned to the hotel and finished their meal together. Once the 1,000 machine beast cleaned up the table, Xieji used mental power to block all probing methods in the area. When Su Feng took out spirit beast eggs from the secret realm space and placed them on the table, the sound in the entire private room abruptly stopped. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise. "Cousin, did you really go shopping?" Shangguan Lan exclaimed, her throat making a gulping sound in astonishment. Lei Shouwen began to analyze using his talent, then said in disbelief, from my observation, the lives within these spirit beast eggs haven't formed yet. Not formed yet? Zhang Qiaoqiao's eyes widened even more. Then why did Mu Qin buy so many? At that moment, everyone recalled what Su Feng had said when they left the store, including their initial thoughts. Could it be that cousin, Shengu, really can distinguish these spirit beast eggs? But how could that be possible? Such spirit beast eggs can completely be regarded as human fertilized eggs just formed, with the embryos still developing. As a result, some people can discern whether this child is handsome or beautiful, and how successful they might be in the future. Impossible, right? Seeing this, Su Feng smiled and said, how to distinguish is a bit hard to explain. You can understand it as a gift from the Xieji and the celestial crane. The Xieji looked completely baffled. What the hell? What did I do? The celestial crane flapped its wings. Oh, this pot, how fresh. So that's it, it's a gift from the Xieji and the celestial crane. Wait a minute. I know the celestial crane, my cousin Chen has met it. Could the Xieji also? Countless thoughts flashed through everyone's minds. Those pairs of small eyes were fixed tightly on Su Feng. Su Feng felt uncomfortable, as if he were a specimen being observed under a microscope. Let's not talk about that for now. Su Feng hurriedly changed the subject, not wanting to dwell too much on this issue. These spirit beast eggs also have many excellent children, quite suitable for you. As he spoke, he picked up the spirit beast eggs one by one and began to distribute them. Dengu, this is the spirit beast egg of the white poison monkey, with great talent, suitable for your fighting style. Show 1, this is the spirit beast egg of the gear snake, just right for your talent. Xiao Xiao Jia, this is the spirit beast egg of the sea cat, gentle yet powerful, you should like it. Soon, Su Feng gifted 5 spirit beast eggs of legendary quality to Deng, Lei, Zhang, Long, and Shangguan, as a gesture of goodwill. The atmosphere in the private room suddenly became a bit subtle. Everyone's gaze focused on the spirit beast eggs in their hands, their eyes shimmering with complex emotions. Cousin, this is too precious, I really. Shangguan Lan was the first to speak, her voice tinged with hesitation. She looked down at the spirit beast egg in her hand, feeling both desire and unease. Zhang Qiaoqiao also nodded and softly said, yes, Mu Qin, the quality of these spirit beast eggs is too high, we haven't done anything, and it feels a bit undeserved. Although Deng Yanjun, Lei Shouwan, and Long Hanwen did not speak, their expressions revealed the same thoughts. They all knew that the spirit beast eggs given to them so seriously by Su Feng were definitely not ordinary items. Moreover, they were all suitable for their attributes. It would be false to say they didn't want them. But this gift was too precious, making it a bit hard for them to accept. Seeing this, Su Feng chuckled lightly and waved his hand. The potential of these little guys is not lower than that of Xiao Xiao Jia's Naga Siren. Are you sure you don't want them? His words hit the hearts of everyone like a heavy hammer. Not lower than the Naga Siren's potential? Deng Yanjun's eyes widened, his voice trembling slightly. So that means legendary quality? Lei Shouwen murmured, the gear snake spirit beast egg in his hand seeming to grow heavier. Long Hanwen directly gasped in shock. He looked down at the spirit beast egg in his hand, his eyes filled with disbelief. Su Feng's words undoubtedly told them that the spirit beasts within these eggs could very likely grow into legendary beings in the future. Such spirit beasts, even with their family backgrounds, would require fate to obtain. Damn. Deng Yanjun finally couldn't help but curse, holding his white poison monkey spirit beast egg with great affection. Thank you, adoptive father. Deng, Long, and Lei, 3 big men, said in unison, their tones filled with gratitude and excitement. Shangguan Lan and Zhang Qiaoqiao also came back to their senses and quickly expressed their thanks to Su Feng. The two looked at the spirit beast eggs in their hands, their eyes full of love and anticipation. Su Feng smiled and said nothing more. He was very clear that the quality of these spirit beasts was too high. Plus, he didn't really need them, and their final destination wouldn't be for sale anyway. After all, sometimes human relationships are worth more than money. Since the outcome would be similar, it didn't matter who he brought along, it would be better to give them to friends he was close to. The benefits should not flow to outsiders. This result was the best choice for him. After all, whenever he needed them again, he could just visit the 2 large pet shops in Little Japan in beautiful country. By the way, Brother Chen, how much did you spend on these spirit beast eggs? Less than 50 million, I think. Wow. Isn't that practically giving them away? World news, a special secret realm at Mount Fuji in Sakura country is about to merge with reality. According to expert research, this secret realm is extremely unique. If the merger is successful, it will trigger a volcanic eruption, with an 80% probability of destroying the entire Sakura country. World news, President of the Bear Country, Emperor of the Casino, stated that if a certain organization intervenes and provokes our divine beasts, Bear Country will not bear any responsibility. World news, a national university competition in Huaxia is tentatively scheduled for March next year. inviting renowned universities from around the world to participate. Busan City, Busan Grand Hotel. News was being broadcasted one after another on the screens in every room. But at that moment, Deng Yanjun and the others had no mind to pay attention, simply because of the many legendary quality spirit beast eggs. The cost of purchasing them was actually less than 50 million? Su Feng's words before leaving left them utterly dumbfounded. It made their minds go blank, repeatedly murmuring in their hearts, "This world has ultimately become something I can't understand." Meanwhile, Su Feng also shared this news with his father, Su Lin. When Su Lin saw the message, he was equally bewildered. What the hell? Legendary quality holy unicorn beasts can be treated as treasures of the store? 15 king quality spirit beast eggs? They could be auctioned off during the opening event? This. Su Lin also felt that this world was somewhat unreal. How much did you spend? Is the money enough? Not much, less than 50 million. After the message was sent out, the chat box began to show the other party is typing, but soon changed to the other party has deleted the message. Then, the other party is typing and the other party has deleted the message, alternated back and forth. Clearly, Su Lin was also shocked by this news and didn't know what to say. Su Feng looked at the flashing notifications on his phone and said nothing more. He then opened the official website of Yin Jing University. Let's request some leave first. As for the time, let's take leave until the winter break. Since the event in the stick country has ended, the next focus would be preparing to explore various secret realms for adventure and treasure hunting. On one hand, he could see if he could find treasures similar to the Dragon Balls. On the other hand, he could also undergo baptism and see if he could gain additional attributes. With such a plan, there was naturally no time to go to school. To avoid the school making him participate in some baby-catching competitions, it would be better to just take leave. The next day, at 9 in the morning, Busan International Airport. Amidst the bustling crowd, Su Feng and the others were checking in one after another. The newly born Straw Hat Cat had clearly never seen such a sea of people. Its curious little eyes occasionally scanned the surroundings. Just then, a tall figure squeezed through the crowd. It was Tony. Su Feng, looking forward to facing you again in March next year. Tony walked up to Su Feng and extended his hand. When the time comes, our school will also participate. I hope to meet you in the finals. This time, he lost to Su Feng. He still felt a bit unwilling in his heart. Although Tony knew that with the strength displayed by the earth-shaking divine bull, it was almost impossible to catch up. However, if the opponent was too strong, he would lose confidence, which was not his character. Therefore, when he saw the news last night, Tony immediately decided that in March next year, he would go to Huaxia and have a match with Su Feng. Su Feng smiled slightly and shook Tony's hand. I am looking forward to it too. However, next year's competition will be even more prestigious, making it not easy to reach the finals. Tony raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical of Su Feng's words. Besides you, I am invincible among the younger generation. Moreover, it's only November now. With so much time ahead, I will definitely improve. If you don't progress by then, you might just be defeated by me. Looking at Tony's confident demeanor, Su Feng couldn't help but smile helplessly. Alright, since you were so confident, I will wait and see. After a brief exchange, Tony turned to leave. Watching his departing figure, Deng Yanjun couldn't help but comment, this guy is really confident. Zhang Xiaoqiao smiled and said, confidence is a good thing. But, next year's big competition won't be that easy. It's possible that those so-called top 4 foreign universities might find it hard to qualify. Long Hanwen nodded and casually said, that has nothing to do with us. Each school will only select 7 participants, and I definitely won't be among them. Su Feng didn't say much, just nodded occasionally while listening to everyone's conversation. As for the news released by the official Huaxia Beastmaster last night, Tony and the other foreigners might not know the inside story. Su Feng and the others were aware. After taking leave last night, Su Lin sent a message saying that the recent international situation was tense. To avoid any trouble, the Huaxia officials planned to create some commotion. They wanted Su Feng to return to the country as soon as possible and not to mess around abroad during such times. Therefore, the originally internal competition among Huaxia universities next year would invite every renowned university from around the world. The purpose was not very clear to Su Feng and the others, but what they did know was that next year's university competition would be a real battle of dragons and tigers. The beastmasters participating from each school would definitely be the top-tier existences. It might really turn into a situation where platinum was everywhere and diamonds were common. But that didn't matter. Next year's matters would be discussed next year. There might be changes in between. Thinking too much now was useless. Let's go, it's time to board. Su Feng withdrew his thoughts and turned towards the boarding gate. After the plane took off, Su Feng leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes to rest. In his mind, Thoughts surged like a tide, clearly listing the actions to take next. Adventure was the theme ahead, but before entering the theme, he needed to arrange some trivial matters to embark on the journey without distractions. So, first, after returning, go to the Dragon Archipelago to let the Lingxiao White Dragon Group return to their homeland. This was a promise he made to the Lingxiao White Dragon Group and must be fulfilled. Initially, in the secret realm, the Lingxiao White Dragon Group helped him find skill stones. He had also promised to take them to a place where they could systematically learn about dragon souls. The Dragon Archipelago was the origin of the Lingxiao White Dragon Group. Almost all of the Lingxiao White Dragons in the world were there. Such a matter that wouldn't waste too much time naturally had to be handled first. Secondly, go home and arrange accommodation for the Xieji. Forget it, let's consider this task as pending. Su Feng silently crossed this off in his mind. After all, with the Master of the Secret Realm title acquired, the Xieji Secret Realm has already become equivalent to his private territory. In the end, it will depend on whether Xieji wants to move. Lastly, there are some matters regarding the pet shop. After all, this is a birthday gift prepared together with Dad for Mom. If it's her birthday and the family isn't present during the opening, it would be somewhat inappropriate. These matters can be completed in as little as half a month. So, the earliest departure date for the trip should be at the end of November, and the latest around mid-December. After traveling for a month or two, it will be New Year, and then I can relax for a while. The plane slowly descended at the Huaxia Magic City International Airport. The massive fuselage glided over the runway, emitting a deep rumbling sound. The cabin door opened, and Su Feng walked out of the cabin with the crowd, stepping onto familiar ground. Once outside the airport, he took a deep breath. There was a bit of a chill in the air. The Magic City in November is still quite cold. Even the Straw Hat Cat and the Phantomite Dragonfly seemed to dislike this feeling a bit. Seeing this, Su Feng directly let them go play in the secret realm space, keeping only the little Chilin by his side. Morning, over here. Not far away, Deng Yanjun, who had already come out, waved his hand, signaling him to come over. Su Feng had grown accustomed to Deng Yanjun calling him bro. Although the other party was a year older, it was just a title, nothing significant. As Su Feng approached, Deng Yanjun asked, "What are your plans next?" With a hint of curiosity in his tone. Su Feng did not hide it and directly said, "First, I need to go to the Dragon's Archipelago to fulfill a promise. Then I'll go home to prepare for the opening of the pet shop." Pet shop? Shang Wanlan's eyes lit up as she leaned in. "Cousin, are you planning to start a business?" Su Feng shook his head and smiled as he explained, "No, this is a birthday gift for my mom. You guys can come and play when you have time, but remember to bring a gift, or you won't be allowed in." Damn, I feel like I shouldn't have asked that question. Deng Yanjun pretended to be annoyed and slapped his forehead, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Outside the airport, people were coming and going, and their lively conversation didn't seem too out of place. However, a group of handsome men and beautiful women, along with the little Chilin's striking appearance, naturally became the focus of everyone's attention, drawing many passers-by to stop and watch. As soon as I saw everyone's gaze gathered here, I knew it was you guys. A cheerful voice came from behind, and everyone turned to see Long Kai. "What are you chatting about so happily?" Long Kai asked with a smile as he approached. "We're talking about my mom's birthday. Shouldn't Uncle Long prepare a big gift?" Su Feng teased, his tone carrying a hint of mockery. "Well, I shouldn't have come over." Long Kai, upon hearing this, pretended to shake his head helplessly. "You brat, you take after your grandpa's temperament a bit, always trying to take advantage of me as soon as you open your mouth." Everyone laughed again. Those familiar with Old Master Su knew he was famously known as a show-off and a shrewd guy. Long Kai's words were clearly teasing Su Feng for inheriting his grandfather's fine tradition. "Alright, I got it. I'll definitely go when the time comes." Long Kai nodded with a smile. "There are still some matters on the Dragon's Archipelago, so I won't accompany you guys." As he spoke, he glanced at the time, seeming to have a tight schedule. "Hey, morning, aren't you going to the Dragon's Archipelago with Uncle Long?" Long Hanwen asked with a puzzled expression. "What? Xiao Chen has other things to do." Long Kai also turned his gaze to Su Feng, his eyes questioning. "I just got home. Shouldn't I go home and take a look first?" "It doesn't matter if it's a little earlier or later." Su Feng shrugged and shot a glance at Long Hanwen. Then he looked at Long Kai and deliberately teased, "I won't tell you what it is for now. It's something that can't be explained clearly in a short time. I'll give you a surprise later." Long Kai was amused by Su Feng's demeanor, chuckling as he patted his shoulder. "You little rascal, you've learned to keep people in suspense." "Alright, I'll wait for your surprise, but if you need any help, just let me know." "Don't worry, Uncle Long, I have it all under control," Su Feng replied with a nod. "Okay, then I'll take my leave." Long Kai glanced at the time again, waved goodbye to everyone, and quickly turned to leave. Once Long Kai was gone, the others had no pressing matters either. They all found a restaurant and had a lively meal together. Then they each returned home, each to their own family. In fact, when Long Kai asked the question earlier, Su Feng could have directly stated his purpose. After all, there were no outsiders around. However, he had his own considerations. He needed to discuss it with his father, Su Lin, first. Because according to his memory, decades ago, a foreign friend returned 10 heroic spirit series beasts that had been lost from China. As a token of gratitude, the Chinese government gifted the friend a divine artifact that could summon a divine dragon. This event is still widely circulated on Douyin, becoming a well-known story. This time, what Su Feng was returning were hundreds of Lingxiao white dragons and jumping dragons, along with the return of the Xieji. Such a significant matter definitely needed to be mentioned to his father first. This could very well be an achievement worthy of being recorded in history. The more golden bodies there are, the better it is. So, does this count as laying my cards on the table? Su Feng thought to himself while sitting in the car on the way home. No more pretending. I'm a divine beast tamer. I've laid my cards on the table? No. It seems like there's a lot to lay on the table. If he were to count carefully, there was a whole pile of specific information about spirit beast eggs that needed to be mentioned. The information about skill stones, including what he wanted Yin Hong to develop in that direction, also needed to be said. Dragon blood grass, as well as multiple spirit beast clans within the secret realm, he couldn't handle alone. It was also reasonable to use his father's influence to enhance the country's strength or his own family's power. Not to mention the dragon pearl of the Crimson Gold War Dragon, the spirit pearl of the dragon treasure, and dragon scale armor. This series of beast taming equipment had not yet been discovered for its uses in the current beast taming world. If such news were to be spread, it would undoubtedly put China a significant step ahead of other countries in the field of beast taming. This definitely needed to be laid on the table, right? I wonder if Dad can handle such a big achievement. Su Feng muttered to himself, and just after saying that, he shook his head vigorously. No. His brows furrowed slightly, and a hint of regret flashed in his eyes. It seemed he suddenly remembered something extremely important. There was also the prophecy of the Holy Vine Spirit Lord. Until now, he suddenly recalled. Last time in the Spirit Realm's secret realm, the Holy Vine Spirit Lord said the prophecy was advanced by half a year. This meant that even if there were delays later, the changes in the Spirit Realm's secret realm would happen in just a few months. When that time comes, he would definitely need to lay his cards on the table. After all, this could concern a major event affecting the entire Yellow River basin of China, or even the whole of China, and there could be no room for carelessness. Damn, I almost forgot again. The Holy Vine Spirit Lord said last time that a new spirit beast was contracted, and they could go to receive the baptism of the Fountain of Life. I almost forgot about that with this event coming up. Suddenly I feel like there's so much to do. Su Feng slapped his forehead, sighed lightly, and a wave of fatigue surged in his heart. He had originally thought that he could relax a bit after returning from the country of the sticks, but now it seems that there are things to deal with one after another, with no chance to rest at all. Forget it, let's reveal things one by one. When the time comes, we'll get the secret realm of the spirit world, and it will be more convenient to go there. In the courtyard of the villa, the atmosphere was unreasonably lively. Su Feng stood to the side, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly, feeling both helpless and amused. His beast companions seemed to have found long-lost relatives. Upon seeing Shang Wanqing come out, they kept calling Mom non-stop. The scene made him feel a bit awkward. Dunce cat, this is our home now. Su Feng tried to steer the conversation back on track, introducing the newly arrived dunce cat. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by the little chilin. Moo, Mom! The little chilin excitedly pounced towards Shang Wanqing. Its slightly round body traced an arc in the air and directly crashed into her arms. Following closely were the Crimson Gold War Dragon, the Illusion Eye Dragonfly, the Thousand Mechanisms Beast, and the Earth-Shaking Divine Bull. Even the Cloud Crane flew over, all calling out Mom. This left the newly arrived dunce cat, along with the Xieji pulled out by the Cloud Crane and the Dragon Treasure pulled out by the Crimson Gold War Dragon, utterly confused. The dunce cat tilted its head and let out a puzzled meow. The Xieji's eyes widened, wearing an expression of, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Dragon Treasure, with its massive body, shrank behind the Crimson Gold War Dragon like a little girl, cautiously peeking out to observe the chaotic scene before it. Moo, don't ask so much, just call her. The little chilin said seriously to the dunce cat, as if it were a matter of course. After all, the dunce cat was still young and didn't understand many things. Seeing its chilin brother say that, it immediately called out meow, Mom. On the other side, roar. No fighting today, hurry, call Mom. The Crimson Gold War Dragon turned to Dragon Treasure, its voice tinged with urgency. Upon hearing this, Dragon Treasure's originally snow-white dragon face surprisingly flushed with a hint of red. Caw! There's no time to explain, just call mom first. The Cloud Crane also joined in the persuasion, addressing the Sheji. Hearing the Cloud Crane's words, the Sheji nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. What the hell is this? How many years have you lived, you crane? How many years have I lived? Call mom? Are you trying to save face while I have to lose mine? Long time no see, little chilin, long time no see, Crimson Gold War Dragon. Shangguan Xing greeted each beast with a smile, her tone carrying a hint of affection. Alright, I know you want to come back. The food from the land of the morning calm isn't tasty, right? I've already prepared it for you. Son, when did you contract such a handsome little cat? Shangguan Xing's gaze fell on the dunce cat, a glimmer of curiosity flashing in her eyes. And, who is this? A relative of the little chilin? At this moment, hearing the conversation among the beasts, Su Feng's little face was practically frozen. With you all acting like this, it feels like I'm treating you poorly, as if I'm not letting you eat. And it's fine if the little chilin and the others call her mom, after all, they are still young. But Sister Crane, oh Sister Crane, how old are you? Coming here to act young? Do you have no beastly dignity? Oh right. And the Crimson Gold War Dragon and Dragon Treasure. Why does this situation feel so much like bringing a wife to meet the in-laws? Until he heard his mother's inquiry, Su Feng quickly adjusted his emotions. Pointing at the dunce cat, he introduced, "This is the dunce cat, just like the little chilin and the illusion eye dragonfly." He didn't say much about the dunce cat's origins. Just this one sentence made Shangguan Qing's eyes light up immediately. She squatted down, gently stroking the head of the straw hat cat, her tone soft. "Welcome to our big family." The straw hat cat squinted its eyes and let out a comfortable meow. Shangguan Chang's petting was different from how others petted cats. It was accompanied by a massage technique that made the straw hat cat thoroughly enjoy it. And who is this? Shangguan Qing's gaze turned to the Sheji, her eyes filled with a hint of confusion. She always felt like she had seen this beast somewhere before. Su Feng smiled lightly, his tone relaxed. The Sheji from the Sheji secret realm. I just happened to run into it, and it was so captivated by my charm that it insisted on following me. Sheji? Shangguan Chang? What? What is this? Sheji? Divine beast. The divine beast Sheji has been contracted by my son? Although Shangguan Chang knew her son's words were somewhat exaggerated, looking at the Sheji, it seemed that the contract was indeed real. She was not unfamiliar with divine beasts. In her youth, she had traveled far and wide and had seen divine beasts, but a human beast master contracting a divine beast? She had only seen that in historical texts, but now, her own son had actually done it? Son, you. Shangguan Chang looked at Su Feng, momentarily at a loss for words. However, the shock was not over yet. When the bewildered Shangguan Chang informed Su Lin of the news, Su Lin's heart was also stirred up like a storm. A meeting? What meeting? Cancel it. I want to go home. He unhesitatingly cancelled all his afternoon plans and hurried home. Upon returning home, he saw the Sheji, which could casually call out mom under the training of the Cloud Crane. He was completely dumbfounded. Sheji, call mom? Am I losing face? Well, it seems. It's not impossible. Oh my, this is really nice. As for the fact that the Sheji was brought back by his son from the country of sticks, would this cause some international disputes, along with other matters? In a state of shock, Su Lin had no idea what to do. So, he sought help from his father. He immediately made a video call to Su Qingsong, explaining everything in detail. However, Su Qingsong's words were like a heavy bomb dropped on a calm lake, once again causing Su Lin and Shangguan Qing to involuntarily swallow hard. I thought it was something serious. You don't need to worry about this. I've already arranged everything. Su Qingsong's tone was calm and assured, as if everything was within his expectations. You guys are still too lacking in insight. You didn't even notice that Mu Chen had already contracted a divine beast? When did that happen? Yin Jing University, Secret Realm. Upon hearing these 6 words, Shangguan Qing looked at the Cloud Crane beside her, her face alternating between confusion and shock. At that moment, the Cloud Crane was squatting next to the Sheji, eating while gently patting the Sheji with its wings. Hey bro, I didn't lie to you, right? In the future, when you sense this aura, just call mom, and you won't be wrong. The Sheji remained silent, merely nodding. Meanwhile, on the other end of the phone, Su Qingsong ignored the slightly out-of-control demeanor of the two. Instead, he stared intently at the current Red Gold War Dragon, uncertainly saying, "Could this Red Gold War Dragon be?" Bring the phone closer. Su Lin gradually recovered from his shock, somewhat confused as he brought the phone closer. On the video call, Su Qingsong frowned, as if he had thought of something. But before he could speak, Su Feng's next words left the three completely stunned. The Holy Dragon of War. The Dragon King of the Dragon Islands can once again evolve into the Holy Dragon of War, the Radiant Dragon. Grandpa, Mom, Dad, I have mastered the secret to evolving into the Holy Dragon of War. Or rather, I have mastered the secret of super evolution. At this moment, Su Feng laid everything bare. His tone was calm, but his heart was equally excited. It's out in the open. I'm not pretending anymore. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Lin and Shangguan Qing, who had been somewhat flustered by their son's transformation into a divine beast master, slumped helplessly onto the sofa. Even the usually composed Su Qing-sung. Crash! The teacup in his hand fell to the ground. Grandpa, Dad, Mom, the next century plan for the Huaxia Beast Master System, a brand new era, will be initiated by me.